Chapter 1. Strengthening begins with 10 million thrusts. Hey, ha, hey, ha. As the sun rose, the youthful sounds of exertion once again captured Tang San's attention. Before him was a little girl with twin ponytails, her delicate hands gripping a wooden stick taller than herself, relentlessly thrusting it toward the scarecrow. This spirited girl was named Yu Xing, and one knew who her parents were one day. A basket appeared at the village entrance, containing an infant girl, her clothing inscribed with the name Yu Xingha. The kind-hearted villagers took her in, nurturing her in turn, and thus Yu Xingha grew up on the sustenance of many families. What none of the villagers anticipated was that their moment of kindness would, years later, yield them remarkable retribution. Yu Xingha was born with exceptional intelligence by the age of 1. She could articulate her thoughts, and by 3, she was offering solutions to enhance the villagers' lives, instructing them in trade, animal husbandry, and agriculture, transforming their impoverished Saint Soul village into a well-known, prosperous community. Consequently, the villagers regarded her as their lucky charm. From a young age, Yu Xingha was unlike other children. She rarely engaged in play with her peers. Instead, after resolving various villagers' concerns, she would often be found alone, brandishing a sharpened stick, thrusting at the scarecrow or into the air. Was she practicing her marksmanship? Had Yu Xingha been privy to Tang San's thoughts, she would undoubtedly have scoffed, uninformed. I'm wielding a spear. 1001, 1220. The early morning's temperature held a refreshing chill. Yet Yu Xingha remained undeterred, wisps of steam rising from her small head as sweat cascaded down, soaking her garments. Hey, Xingha, still training, are you? What can you possibly achieve by thrusting like that every day? Tang San, also a traveler from another world and a martial arts master in his previous life, respected Yu Xing's unwavering dedication to her training over the past 3 years. However, from his perspective, practicing a single thrust for 3 consecutive years seemed a waste of time. Mind your own business. As usual, Yu Xingha offered her customary retort. With another fruitless encounter, Tang San shook his head and returned to his own training of the Xiantian skill. Tang San and Yu Xingha were of the same age, and given that both were travelers living in the same village, one would expect their relationship to be quite close. However, everything changed when Yu Xingha turned 4 from a young age. She had been physically frail, often succumbing to fainting spells. As her friend, Tang San resolved to sneak into Yu Xing's room under the cover of night, using the precious inner strength he had cultivated through the Xiantian skill to secretly nourish her body. It is well known that a child's meridians are delicate, and the risks of cultivation are immense. Every bit of inner strength takes considerable time to develop. Yet, in this moment, Tang San was prepared to utilize this hard-earned energy to nurture his dear friend, an act of profound friendship that would earn the admiration of anyone who heard of it. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingha could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to give Tang San a well-deserved reprimand. I considered you a close friend, yet you took advantage of my training to mimic that fellow Shao and attempt to take advantage of me. Though I may be young and possess a captivating charm that draws admiration from all, that does not justify your intentions. Tang San, with utmost sincerity, proclaimed, I swear by the heavens, even if I were to leap from a precipice, I would never harbor impure thoughts towards a mere 4-year-old girl. From that moment forth, Yu Xingha chose to maintain her distance from Tang San. Upon counting to 5,000, Yu Xingha concluded her training and returned home for a meal. When it comes to eating, Yu Xing's appetite is nothing short of remarkable. While most children of 4 or 5 would be satiated after a bowl of rice and a few morsels of vegetables, she, despite her petite stature, could consume enough to rival 3 robust laborers. This was rather normal until she awakened her extraordinary abilities at the age of 3, which led to a significant increase in her appetite. This insatiable hunger was also the driving force behind her relentless efforts to uplift Shenghan village from poverty. Her motivations were not rooted in altruism, but rather in necessity. Otherwise, she risked becoming the first-time traveler in history to perish from starvation. The greatest advantage of being a lucky charm is that everyone strives to support and cater to you. For instance, after a morning of vigorous training, a famished Yu Xingha made her way to the humble abode of village elder Jack. Grandfather Jack, haven't you often lamented about your geese escaping lately? Indeed, clever and delightful little Xingha. Do you have any good ideas? If we catch one of the runaway geese and, in front of the others, dispatch it, then prepare a delicious pot of stew, I guarantee the rest will remain obedient. Oh my, that suggestion is quite cruel. Can we consider an alternative? Fair enough. Then let us roast the goose instead. Watching as the goose he had nurtured for so long was slaughtered, tears involuntarily streamed down Elder Jack's cheeks. After indulging in a hearty meal, it was time for the afternoon's labor. For the most pressing matter for Yu Xinghe was to complete the task assigned by the system at the earliest opportunity. With a swift motion of her hand, a virtual screen, visible only to her, materialized before her eyes. Name: Yu Xinghe. Age 5. Task: accumulate 10 million thrusts. Progress: 9,905, 00010, 000. Reward: 1 energy gathering ring, 1 random profession. Profession: none. Energy: none. With a flick of her wrist, the virtual panel dissipated. After adding a few more logs to the fire, Yu Xinghe gazed into the blazing flames and murmured, only 9 more days remain to complete the task. I wonder what the energy gathering ring and profession will be, along with the martial spirit. I hope for something grand like a dragon god, a fallen angel, a chaotic azure lotus, or a death god, and not something useless like blue silvergrass. In the world of Douluo Continent, every individual possesses a martial soul, and the strength of this soul is often said to determine the course of one's destiny. Well, let fate take its course after I have done my part. Overthinking is futile after all. The nature of the martial soul will only be revealed upon awakening. At present, the most pressing matter is to swiftly complete the tasks assigned by the system and discover the surprises that the energy gathering ring and the random profession might bestow upon me. Chapter 2. The infuriating energy gathering ring. Only 10,000 attempts remain to achieve the task, a mere day's time. Unfortunately, the heavens have not favored me, as a torrential downpour has commenced, accompanied by thunder. Yu Xinghe has an innate fear of thunder, for in her previous life, she met her demise by lightning to venture out or to remain indoors. That is the dilemma. One might wonder, if it is raining outside, why not practice indoors? Yu Xinghe has tried, yet practice within the confines of her home does not count. It must be conducted in an open environment. Ultimately, her yearning for the golden opportunity quelled her dread of thunder. Having traversed to another realm, could the deities of thunder truly follow her here? With this thought, Yu Xinghe grasped the smooth wooden spear she had polished and stepped outside. The rain poured relentlessly, and the wind howled fiercely. Raindrops, as large as beans, struck her face with a stinging sensation. Come on, I'm not afraid. Defying the tempest, Yu Xinghe resumed her practice of thrusting. The gale rustled the trees and swayed the rice stalks in the fields, and naturally, the signboard of the blacksmith shop, adorned with the image of a hammer, rattled in the wind. Tang San lifted the lid of the pot, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Seeing that the porridge was ready, he was about to call his father to dinner, but this time, just as his mouth opened, Tang Hao, looking disheveled and despondent, emerged on his own. Mornings are Tang Hao's designated sleeping hours, and each mealtime requires Tang San to summon him, otherwise he would sleep until the afternoon. Father, why are you up so early today? Tang Hao, however, paid no heed to Tang San's inquiry, bypassing him entirely to open the window, his bleary eyes squinting as he gazed out at the distant figure practicing with a spear. The rain fell in torrents, and the clouds obscured the sun. Although it was morning, the darkness resembled that of night, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to discern the small figure in the distance unless one were to catch a glimpse illuminated by a flash of lightning. Father, what are you looking at? Curious about his father's fixation on the window, Tang San approached to see what had captured his attention. Tang Hao remained unresponsive. Noticing his father's silence, Tang San followed his gaze, catching only a vague outline of the trees on the distant hills. Just as Tang San presumed his father was merely passing the time, a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, casting everything in bright light. This time, Tang San saw clearly. With his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, his vision surpassed that of ordinary people. In a fleeting moment, illuminated by a flash of lightning, he glimpsed a small figure amidst the downpour. In such heavy rain, was she still training? Her health was already frail, and this deluge would undoubtedly make her ill. With this thought, Tang San picked up the tattered umbrella from home. Intent on stepping outside to that moment, Tang Hao spoke up. Xiao San, where do you think you're going? Father, if Xiao Yu continues like this, she will fall sick. She is a clever girl if you can think of it. Do you believe she cannot? Sit down and eat. With that, Tang Hao sat down directly, scooping up a bowl of porridge, disregarding its temperature, and gulped it down. Since his father had spoken so, Tang San had no choice but to relent. After finishing his meal, Tang Hao wiped his mouth and instructed, take on any tasks that come your way, I will take care of them in the afternoon. He then turned to head back inside. Father, what else is there? May I use this piece of iron? Do you wish to forge? Yes. Gazing into Tang San's resolute eyes, Tang Hao smiled faintly after a moment of contemplation. However, the smile was so subtle that it could scarcely be called a smile. It was merely a slight curve at the corners of his lips. Very well. Then let me ask you. After a series of inquiries to ensure Tang San's intentions were genuine and not a fleeting whim, Tang Hao placed another ordinary chunk of iron on the forge. Xiao San, since you wish to learn the art of forging, let's start by hammering this iron ingot 10,000 times. A.S. Tang. Sen activated his Shantian skill and struck the first blow. Yu Xing's spear pointed skyward. With the crack of thunder, Yu Xinghe was so startled that she forgot to count, her embarrassment transforming into anger as she thrust her spear into the heavens. Take that for scaring me. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it. In that moment, Yu Xinghe began to grasp the meaning of the saying from the winter swimming pigeon. As the wooden spear pierced the sky for the first time, it felt as though a shackle had been released, akin to exchanging the eerie soundtrack of a horror film for a vibrant folk melody. In any case, Yu Xinghe was no longer afraid of thunder. Having set aside her burdens, she thrust her spear with renewed vigor into the tempestuous sky. The rain persisted for half a day, and Yu Xinghe continued her thrust for an equal duration. When the wind ceased, the rain abated, and the clouds parted, a notification rang in Yu Xing's mind. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 energy convergence ring profession. Battle Mage. In the next instant, a bracelet materialized on Yu Xing's fair wrist. The bracelet was extraordinarily pure, nearly transparent had it not been for its chilling touch. Yu Xinghe might have thought there was nothing at all on her wrist. Ding! Acquired 1 energy convergence ring. Energy sources detected nearby. Would you like to charge it? Such a fortunate occurrence? Of course I shall charge it. What use would the energy convergence ring be to Yu Xinghe if it lacked energy? Subsequently, a deep rumble of thunder echoed above Yu Xinghe, the sound resonating with a profound, low timbre, akin to the whimper of a vicious dog sensing an unfamiliar presence. Wait, could this possibly be electrical energy? Yu Xinghe gazed skyward, observing the ominously roiling clouds overhead, a sense of foreboding swelling in his heart. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, connecting earth to sky, and struck directly at a girl wielding a wooden spear. Da-da! Crackling. After a brief encounter with the photo service, a figure, charred and cloaked in an extravagant explosion of hair, exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke. System: I have chosen the path of a battle mage, not that of a lord of thunder. Chapter 3. The Elder's Teachings. Hastily returning home, Yu Xinghe quickly boiled water, intending to take a bath. Utilizing the time while the water heated, Yu Xinghe summoned his virtual panel. Name: Yu Xinghe. Age 5. Occupation: Battle Mage. Acquired skills: Combat Techniques, 500 energy. Mastery of Combo Techniques, 400 energy points. Pattern Generation, 100 energy points. Radiant Dragon's Crescent, 1,000 energy points. Current total energy, 2,000 points. Energy can be used to enhance oneself. Initial points, 10. Energy. Absorption Ring. Stage 1 unlocked. Capable of absorbing lightning to recharge in the next stage. It can absorb solar energy. Note: only energy devoid of what can be absorbed. Task: defeat Tang San once every week until the martial soul awakens. Progress: 052. Reward: unlock stage 2 of the energy absorption ring. Initially filled with joy, Yu Xing's expression darkened upon reviewing the task. One must wonder, did the system think her life was too easy? Defeating Tang San once a week. Would Tang Hao allow that? Even Zhao Wuji faced repercussions after bullying Tang San just once, being summoned for a talk by Tang Hao. Reflecting on this, Yu Xinghe wore a faintly sorrowful expression as she envisioned the scene. Tang Hao brandishing his 40-meter Haotian hammer, declaring, "Little girl, do not accuse me, Tang, of bullying you. I shall allow you a head start of 39 meters. Then, with a single strike, Yu Xinghe would be reduced to mere paper. System: can this task be abandoned? If the current task is not completed, the next task will never refresh. Yu Xinghe. Just as she contemplated prioritizing her skill acquisition, the system prompted again. It is advisable for the host to first enhance their abilities as skills like combat. Techniques are passive in nature. In literary terms, they are akin to insights with the host's current limited intellect. A sudden influx of combat understanding may result in a mind overwhelmed with muscle. Grateful for the system's rare display of consideration, Yu Xinghe felt her grievances regarding the previous task diminish slightly. Who would have thought you were actually looking out for me? No. Only when your body is restored will you be spared from being crushed by Haotian Douluo's hammer. Yu Xinghe, shall we commence the enhancement? Yes. During the initial enhancement. Ding. Successfully enhanced at the cost of 10 energy points. As the success notification echoed, Yu Xinghe felt an exhilarating sensation akin to relaxing beneath a tree on a sweltering day, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. Continue. Enhancement in progress. Ding. Enhancement failed at the cost of 20 energy points. What? This enhancement can actually fail? How disappointing. If I fail multiple times, I won't be able to enhance at all. Host, every business venture carries its risks. In endeavor like enhancing oneself, with low investment and high returns, is bound to encounter failures, which is entirely normal. Moreover, rest assured that we will not gain energy points upon failure. Only upon success will the energy points for the next enhancement be doubled. After reaching a certain level of enhancement, would failure cause a downfall? No, it would not. Thus, the journey may continue. Those who have ventured into the dungeons fear three things: the abyssal head, network disconnections, and the failures of enhancement or amplification. The first two are bearable, while disheartening. They do not lead to despair. However, the last possibility is truly soul-crushing. Just imagine the countless hours and resources devoted to forging a weapon. Each attempt at enhancement feels akin to facing a trial, and should it fail, it feels as though one has met a dire fate. Ding. The second enhancement was successful. If the first success felt like the refreshing breeze beneath a tree on a sweltering day, then the second success was akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room amidst the heat. Ding. The third enhancement failed. Ding. The fourth enhancement failed. Ding. The fifth enhancement succeeded. With only 560 energy points remaining, Yuxinghe decided to halt further enhancements for now. She has reached the fifth stage. Another enhancement would only allow for one more attempt. As the sixth stage requires 320 points for each enhancement. As enhancements progress, the potential rewards increase, but so too does the likelihood of failure. Thus, with the remaining 560 energy points, Yuxinghe opted to invest in learning a skill, combat technique. As her energy dwindled to 60, a torrent of information surged into her mind. The overwhelming influx of data left her immensely fatigued, and she barely managed to reach her bed before collapsing onto it. This was her state after achieving the fifth stage of enhancement. Just before sleep took her, Yuxinghe felt a sense of relief. Had she recklessly attempted to learn the insight-based passive skill of combat technique from the outset, she might have ended up in a slumber akin to that of Sleeping Beauty. In a dream, Yuxinghe encountered an elderly man, his beard and hair as white as snow, garbed in pure white, resembling a reclusive master akin to a sweeping monk. "Little girl, have you inherited my combat techniques?" he inquired. "Indeed, your foundation appears promising. Now, unleash your full strength upon me, so I may guide you in your martial prowess." Yes. In the next moment, Yuxinghe unleashed a flurry of punches upon the old man. Subsequently, the elderly gentleman collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "Child, you lack martial ethics. I had yet to signal the start, and you struck me without warning. How can one behave in such a manner?" Observing the old man groaning on the ground, Yuxinghe's lips twitched as she replied, "Grandfather, I have no money on me. Please do not attempt to extort me." Upon hearing this, the old man sprang to his feet with surprising agility, repeatedly executing fish leaps. Ultimately, overwhelmed by embarrassment, he chose to self-destruct in a fit of humiliation. In the aftermath, numerous figures materialized. Some wielded long spears with unyielding might, while others performed sweeping strikes that could not be hindered, and still, others deftly redirected force with minimal effort. At that moment, the slightly awkward voice of the elder echoed, "Little girl, combat is merely a contest of swiftness, precision, and strength. In weaponry duels, the crux lies in seizing the central line, essentially vying for the shortest distance of attack between two opponents." Despite the elder's earlier missteps, it was undeniable that his skill remained intact. Perhaps he had once been a master of martial arts, but time had gradually eroded his strength, rendering his body frail. Much like an aging professional esports athlete whose consciousness remained sharp, yet whose reflexes could not keep pace. In the dream, time felt suspended, as if the old man's fall had occurred just the previous second, or perhaps Yuxinghe had been meditating in this realm for a century. Chapter 4 caught the attention of Tang how thanks to a heavy rain the previous day, the sky today was exceptionally clear. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden cabin, illuminating Yuxinghe's delicate and charming visage, her eyes, sparkling with electric brilliance, slowly opened. With a soft, melodious sigh, she momentarily closed her luminous eyes again, stretching languidly like a cat awakening from slumber. As the sound of cracking joints filled the air, Yuxinghe nodded in satisfaction. This signified that she was indeed growing. Ah, how delightful. After her body was enhanced to the fifth stage, Yuxinghe found herself at a loss as to what she had transformed into. Contemplating this, she hurried to the mirror. In its reflection, a silver-haired little girl gazed back at her with sorrowful eyes, her glistening gaze blinking in rhythm. Besides the distinct vivacity of youth, there was an added touch of allure. Furthermore, Yuxinghe noticed that she seemed to have grown significantly taller overnight. Her once fitted top now revealed a glimpse of her snow-white abdomen. Most importantly, what captured her attention was the energy ring adorning her right wrist. In stark contrast to its initially transparent and nearly invisible state, the bracelet now shimmered like glass, with wisps of white mist swirling within, reminiscent of morning fog enveloping distant hills. The energy ring was exquisite, yet its only flaw was that it could not be removed. Nevertheless, despite its permanence, it did not cause Yuxinghe any discomfort. At that moment, she recalled that she had yet to have breakfast. With her bodily enhancement, her appetite had grown considerably. After consuming 30 bowls of rice, 10 pounds of meat, and 5 plates of side dishes, she barely felt satisfied. It seemed she would need to go hunting, lest she find herself short of food in the future. In truth, given Yuxinghe's status, she could easily dine at any household if she so desired, as the villagers of Holy Spirit Village regarded her as one of their own, having benefited from her contributions. However, Yuxinghe understood that her newly enhanced body demanded an astonishing amount of sustenance. Additionally, she disliked imposing on others, so to satiate her hunger, she resolved to begin hunting the following day. Yet before embarking on her hunting venture, she needed to address 2 matters. First, she required a suitable spear. Second, she needed to fulfill her weekly task of giving Tang San a good beating. The only blacksmith in Holy Spirit Village was Tang Hao, thus allowing her to accomplish both tasks in one visit. Tang San, come out. Hearing the familiar call while forging, Tang San rushed out. Xinghe, is that you? He gazed in bewilderment at the silver-haired little girl before him, who bore an air of enchanting charm. Observing Tang San's confusion, Yuxinghe could not help but scoff. Did you forget who I am after just one night? Upon hearing her familiar tone, Tang San was instantly convinced that this must indeed be Yuxinghe. After all, no 5-year-old girl would refer to herself in such a manner. Xinghe, what happened to your hair and body? Nothing much, just consider me stronger now. By the way, I would like to ask Uncle Tang how to forge a spear for me, made of pure steel, weighing around 100 pounds. Huh? Tang San momentarily doubted whether he had been hammering for too long and was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Could you please repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. As Tang San scratched his ear, Yuxinghe's eyes twinkled mischievously. With a cheerful smile, she approached him step by step and shouted into his ear. I demand the forging of a pure steel spear, weighing approximately 100 pounds. Thank you. Tang San recalled a creature known as the Hedong lion, whose roar could render all living beings deaf. He harbored serious doubts that Yuxinghe was the reincarnation of this formidable beast. All right, I understand. But what do you need such a heavy spear for? Who will wield it? He inquired. Of course I will. She replied confidently. Really? Tang San, gazing at the slightly taller Yuxinghe, suddenly asked, how much do you weigh? About 50 pounds, I suppose. In comparison to her peers, Yuxinghe's weight was indeed on the heavier side, as her substantial appetite and daily training set her apart from other children. Upon hearing her response, Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. You can't even lift a weapon heavier than yourself. What use is it? Why do you care so much? Let Uncle Tang Hao forge it for me. I'm not foolish. If I'm having Uncle Tang forge it, it will certainly be put to use. I won't accept it unless you prove it. A weapon weighing 100 pounds was far beyond Tang San's current capabilities, despite having made some progress in his training. The iron hammer wielded by his father weighed merely 60 pounds, and even with his full strength, he could manage only 100 swings. The thought of a girl weighing only 50 pounds attempting to carry a spear of such weight was utterly ludicrous. All right, how do you want me to prove it? Do I have to defeat you for you to agree? Certainly. Initially, Tang San had envisioned a more civilized weightlifting contest to dissuade Yuxinghe. But he was taken aback when the little girl eagerly embraced the challenge. He silently mourned for her impending defeat. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Tang San activated his ghost shadow perplexing step and swiftly approached Yuxinghe. He wrapped one arm around her upper body while placing his other hand at the back of her head to prevent her from hitting the ground. Extending a knee to trip her leg, Tang San intended merely to trip her, hoping she would reconsider her decision. However, in the next moment, he found himself utterly astonished. He realized he could not budge Yuxinghe at all. It felt as though he was trying to move a mighty tree deeply rooted in the earth. No amount of effort could shift her. Unyielding, Tang San escalated his strength from 30% to 50%, ultimately reaching full capacity, only to be horrified by the revelation that he truly could not overcome her. Even more disheartening for him was when Yuxinghe turned her head and, with a voice as soft as silk, inquired, "Is this your utmost effort? If so, I shall take action now." In that instant, Tang San felt the world spin around him. Suddenly awakened from his slumber, Tang Hao opened his eyes wide. Within his perception, the young girl was twirling his son like a windmill. If Tang San's innate divine strength had astonished Tang Hao, then Yu Xingha's display at this moment was enough to leave him astounded. "It seems I truly misjudged her. I never anticipated that you possess such extraordinary talent." With this thought, Tang Hao decided to step outside. After all, if he delayed any longer, Tang San would likely faint. Chapter 5. A startling display of power. "You. Please sit down, little San." In the presence of Tang Hao, Yu Xingha exhibited no sign of defiance. Regardless of the past or future, Tang Hao was a character of reckless temperament. Once provoked, he would pursue relentlessly, even against the spirit hall, especially considering the current Yu Xingha. "You just mentioned crafting a spear weighing 100 pounds. Is that correct?" "Indeed, Uncle Tang. May I test your strength?" With that, Tang Hao extended his hand. "Are we to engage in an arm wrestling match?" Yu Xingha extended her hand to compare it with the opponentess, realizing that she could barely grasp 2 of his fingers. "You girl, give it your all. If you can bend these 2 fingers of mine, I shall forge for you a magnificent iron spear weighing 100 pounds. Free of charge." As the renowned Haotian Douluo challenged a mere 5-year-old girl in a contest of strength, it was clear that he would not exert his full power. Even using just one hand would be akin to bullying. If word of this got out, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Upon hearing Tang Hao's challenge, Yu Xingha's eyes sparkled with determination. Initially, she had used only one hand, but now she added the other. With both hands, she gripped one of his fingers and exerted all her might. Although Tang Hao had mentally prepared himself, when faced with Yu Xingha's full strength, he realized he had underestimated her. Her single-arm strength was at least 800 pounds, and she was merely a 5-year-old girl. The Haotian hammer, recognized as the most formidable attack spirit in the realm, was renowned for its power. Yet, even Tang Hao himself could not have achieved such a feat at the age of 5. Not only he, but it seemed improbable that anyone across the continent could match this. Could it be that Yu Xingha was a spirit beast? This thought flickered briefly in Tang Hao's mind before he swiftly dismissed it. Long before Yu Xingha's arrival, he had come to this village, but at that time, his mental state was far too dismal to notice anything around him, resulting in his failure to perceive her presence when she finally appeared. However, Yu Xingha had grown up in the eyes of the entire village, and there was no mistaking her identity. Moreover, his wife had once been a spirit beast, and he prided himself on being able to recognize those who had transformed from spirit beasts into humans. It seemed that Yu Xingha's martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. While Tang Hao pondered this, Yu Xingha was diligently attempting to bend his fingers. Nevertheless, as a titled Douluo and a paragon among them, Tang Hao was a force to be reckoned with, capable of overpowering even Zhao Wujia's might without the use of his spirit power. Thus, even with just 2 fingers extended, he was not someone Yu Xingha could easily move. Faced with the impossibility of a direct confrontation, Yu Xingha resolved to employ her wits instead. The so-called clever strategy of Yu Xingha merely involved seizing the opportunity to unsettle his opponent's mind, ultimately leading to the swift capture of Tang Hao. However, given Tang Hao's current state, it would be exceedingly difficult for anything to disturb his composure. Suddenly, an idea struck Yu Xingha. "Oh dear, Uncle Tang. You stepped on Ayin." The name Ayin, like a stone cast into still waters, could stir ripples in the stagnant depths of Tang Hao's heart at any moment. Where's Ayin? Indeed, upon hearing the name of his beloved, Tang Hao faltered, and thus, it was evident that he had lost this wager without a doubt. Having secured his victory, Yu Xingha ceased to toy with the despondent uncle and promptly declared, "Uncle Tang, you've stepped on the blue-silver grass. I named it Ayin." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao let out a resigned sigh and conceded, "All right, you win." Though Yu Xingha had resorted to trickery, Tang Hao was not one to hold a grudge against a little girl. "Thank you, Uncle Tang." "No need for thanks. This is yours by right. You may collect that weapon tomorrow morning. And do come by often. Xiao San is quite lonely on his own." "All right, Uncle Tang. I promise I will visit frequently." Watching the little girl bounce away with glee, Tang Hao guided the still-dazed Tang San back home. After departing from Tang San's residence, Yu Xingha made her way to Belle's home. Belle was the most formidable hunter in Holy Soul Village, leading the team on every hunting expedition. Knock, knock, knock. "Oh, it's little you. In just 2 days, how has your hair turned silver? And you've grown quite a bit. I almost didn't recognize you. Come in. Take a seat. I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for helping us find a market for our goods last time. Without your assistance, much of the meat we painstakingly gathered would have gone to waste. As he spoke, Belle retrieved a plate of smoked cured meat, intending to treat this charming and delightful girl. Uncle Belle, I've come to ask you to take me hunting. At Yuxingha's words, Belle nearly stumbled to the ground. Little girl, spare me. If you wish to play, when I have a moment, I will take you for a stroll in the nearby forest. Otherwise, how about I catch you a big white rabbit? Or perhaps a squirrel? Hunting was no trivial matter. The wilderness was fraught with danger, and even the most seasoned hunters could find themselves in peril. What more could be said about a naive little girl? Bringing such a child into the woods would be akin to inviting disaster. Uncle Belle, I am quite capable. Yuxingha understood that without demonstrating genuine skill, it would be impossible to persuade the other party. Yes, I acknowledge your prowess, he began, but before he could finish his sentence, Yuxingha swiftly extended her hand and yanked him out of the house. Indeed, yanked. Who would have thought that a little girl possessed such strength to drag an adult out of a dwelling? Yet, more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Yuxingha instructed Belle to remain still before she went to procure a few oranges. Oh no, she was actually hauling over a stone mill. Witnessing a petite girl lifting a stone mill larger than himself, Belle suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. Chapter 6. The Hunt. Little Moon, how did you manage that? Have you awakened your martial soul? Uncle Belle, I'm not entirely sure. I just woke up one day and found I had all this strength. And I feel quite hungry, needing to eat copious amounts of meat. Silly girl, if you're craving meat, come to me. At Uncle Belle's, I cannot promise much, but I guarantee there will be plenty of meat. Thank you, Uncle. I have made up my mind. That will suffice. When do you plan to set out tomorrow? It was supposed to be at 6, but due to some matters concerning Peter from the neighboring village, we agreed to depart at 8. All right. After bidding farewell to Belle, all preparations were in place, save for the weaponry. Tang San returned from his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, only to find a delicate and charming figure with waist-length silver hair standing before him. Of course, this figure would have been perfect had she not opened her mouth. Tang San, where's my weapon? Xingha, could you perhaps speak more politely? Mind your own business. Children should behave like children. Adults have no part in this. As a traverser, particularly as a male, Tang San refused to allow himself to be chastised by a native little girl from this foreign world. However, finding himself unable to retaliate, he could only tactically yield, biding his time to return the humiliation tenfold when the opportunity arose. A long spear lay quietly on an iron rack, its entire body a deep black, matching Yuxingha's height. Upon grasping it, she marveled at the sensation. The spear, crafted from an unknown material, was both slender and short. Considering Yuxingha stood merely at 1.2 meters tall, her hands fully enveloping the spear's shaft. Yet it possessed a weight of 100 pounds. Once the spear was in her hands, Yuxingha felt an inexplicable ease, as if she were born to wield it. With the spear in hand, she rushed into the courtyard and immediately began to brandish the iron spear. The spear was heavy, creating a gust as she swung it with fervor. With the unique combat techniques of Yuxingha, a short spear was wielded by her with an unmatched vigor. This was no exaggeration. At least Tang San dared not approach, for only moments ago, Yuxingha, in her exuberance, thrust her spear towards a large stone in the courtyard. That stone, which had withstood numerous of Tang San's hidden weapons unscathed, was pierced by Yuxingha's hand as if it were mere tofu. With a shake of her iron spear, the stone cracked open. Following that, a sweeping motion shattered the already fractured stone into smithereens. The flying debris struck Tang San, leaving him to grimace in pain. Very well, I am quite satisfied. Please extend my gratitude to Uncle Tang. I shall go hunting today, and upon my return with the spoils, I will come to express my thanks. With that, Yuxingha took up her spear and headed towards the Belle family to gather. Upon her arrival at the Belle household, she found more than 10 individuals already waiting. These hunters of the village were taken aback by Yuxingha's appearance with the spear, and they began to jest at her expense. Little your attire, paired with that iron spear, is simply extraordinary. What is the matter with your hair? Surely, you don't intend to accompany us on the hunt, do you? If you truly wish to indulge your hunting instincts, head over to old Jack's place. His little pig, which sustained injuries from a fight a few days ago, is due for the slaughter. The hunters assumed that Yuxingha was merely seeking excitement, but when Belle announced their departure, they were astonished to find her following along. Belle, how could you allow little you to come along? This is sheer folly. If anything were to happen to her, the entire village would be in an uproar. In response to the hunters' concerns, Yu Xinghe offered no explanation. She simply lodged her spear into a stone. Watching the unremarkable black iron spear embed itself deeply into the hard rock, the hunters swallowed nervously. Whoever can pull this spear from the stone, I shall return home obediently. More persuasive than words, the reality of the situation loomed large. The hunters exchanged glances, and together, they nominated the strongest among them, Zig, to take on the challenge. Gazing at the spear deeply embedded in the rock, Zig grasped the black iron spear with both hands. With all his might, he exerted himself, his face contorted in determination. Eyes wide as saucers, veins bulging like worms beneath his skin. The onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats. After a heart-wrenching roar, Zig promptly conceded. I agree to let little Yu join our hunting party. Zig, being an experienced hunter, would never conspire with Yu Yada to deceive everyone. Thus, in the midst of Zig's astonished gaze, Yu Xinghe extended her small hand, her 5 fingers, as slender as scallions, gripping the black iron spear. Then, with a swift motion, the spear scraped against the stone, emitting a shower of sparks. The black iron spear, which Zig could not extract, was effortlessly pulled out by Yu Xinghe with a single hand. Admittedly, it wasn't entirely without effort, as she did furrow her brow slightly. As they journeyed on, the others inquired if Yu Xinghe had awakened her martial soul. In response, she offered the same explanation she had used when conversing with Belle. Although it felt somewhat surreal to awaken and find herself transformed in such a manner, this was, after all, a world of novels where even martial souls existed. Thus, her situation was hardly astonishing. Residing at the edge of Tiando in the Sacred Soul Village, they were merely over 200 kilometers from the Star Luo Empire. Separated by a vast forest, this extensive woodland, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, nurtured countless creatures and provided sustenance for all the hunters in the surrounding villages. As they traversed the path, Belle noticed that not a single prey had been caught in the traps they had set. This was indeed peculiar. Ordinarily, even in the worst of luck, a few traps would yield results among the hundreds laid. Everyone, come quickly. Upon hearing Zig's call, the group gathered around. Zig held up a severed vine, exclaiming, Look at this vine. One end has been twisted and broken into a spiral, while the other end is a smooth cut. Being seasoned hunters, they examined it closely and were immediately filled with anger. This trap had undoubtedly ensnared prey. However, the creature's strength had been too great, snapping the vine. If it were merely that, they could hardly complain. The prey had escaped by its own prowess, and they could only blame their traps for not being flawless. Yet, the smooth cut at the other end posed a problem. Such marks could only be made by something extraordinarily sharp. It seemed likely that someone had come to scour their territory. Belle gazed at the broken vine, his expression darkening as he spoke. Chapter 7. Conflict. The Celestial Star Forest is situated at the border between the Heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, spanning over 100 kilometers. It is impossible for a mere dozen hunters to monopolize this vast woodland. Each village's hunters designate the nearby forest as their territory, a tacit understanding among them. After all, it is said that deep within the Celestial Star Forest reside soul beasts, and the hunters dare not venture too far in, confining their pursuits to the outskirts. However, in recent years, the prey has inexplicably dwindled. Seasoned hunters assert that the beasts have sensed danger and begun to retreat deeper into the forest. The dilemma lies in the fact that the depths are inhabited by soul beasts, which are insurmountable foes for ordinary folk, akin to soul masters. Consequently, some hunters, upon noticing a significant reduction in their local game, have set their sights on the territories of neighboring villages. Among the Great Tree Village hunting team, half of the more than 20 hunters were bearing their catch, all wearing cheerful expressions, quite pleased with their bounty for the day. Only a few timid new recruits dared to inquire, what if the hunters from Holy Soul Village come after us? The leader of the hunters, Gashu, scoffed disdainfully. So what if they do? Do they dare to confront us? Let us not forget. My cousin's son has awakened his martial soul and has already become a soul master. Holy Soul Village hasn't produced a soul master in years. Even if they realize we are responsible, what will it matter? The other hunters nodded in agreement, showering him with flattery. Only one timid novice muttered under his breath, he just awakened his martial soul. That is called a soul scholar. Only those who obtain a soul ring are truly soul masters. Upon hearing this, Gushu erupted in anger. What difference does it make? My cousin's son will inevitably become a soul master. It's all the same. Keep babbling, and I might just kick you out of the hunting team when we return. Just as Gushu was reprimanding the oblivious rookie, a furious roar echoed from the back of the group. You have stolen our prey. The hunters from Great Tree Village turned to see a dozen or so furious hunters glaring at them. Gushu, momentarily forgetting the reprimand, stepped forward and said, "My friend, on what grounds do you claim this is your catch? Be aware that this area currently belongs to Great Tree Village. Do you think you can deceive children with such words?" As he mentioned children, Gushu suddenly noticed a small figure standing behind those dozen hunters. Upon a closer look, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. With cascading silver hair, delicate features, and a charming visage, her eyes sparkled like water, and her lips resembled cherry blossoms. She exuded an ethereal grace, akin to a sprite born from the forest. Observing the portly man across from her drooling, Yu Xinghe furrowed her brow and chided, "Hey, you shameless folks over there, return our prey. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get a beating later." Listening to the girl's soft and delicate voice, Gushu felt an indescribable thrill within. Unable to contain his excitement, he addressed Belle and the others, saying, "You have trespassed into our territory without permission. By rights, all that exists within this domain belongs to our Great Tree Village. However, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply leave that little girl behind and depart." Upon hearing Gushu's words, Belle and Zig, along with their companions, were filled with indignation. They had never encountered such shamelessness. It was one thing to intrude upon their territory to poach, but to dare set sights on the girl, as adults. They could not ignore the lecherous gaze Gushu had cast upon her, which was utterly despicable. Belle had always regarded Yu as a precious gem. How could he tolerate anyone laying claim to her? In an instant, Belle lunged forward, engaging Gushu in a fierce struggle. Gushu, caught off guard by the audacity of the attack on his territory, received a solid punch to the nose from Belle, causing blood to spurt forth. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Gushu commanded, prompting the hunters of the Great Tree hunting team to abandon their prey and surround Belle. Seeing Belle on the verge of being overwhelmed, Zig and the others threw caution to the wind and charged into the fray. Though they were outnumbered, 10 against over 20, their determination shone through. As the skirmish ensued, Gushu noticed the girl rushing towards him and a smile broke across his face. This would save him the trouble of pursuing her. The mere thought of capturing this enchanting child, reminiscent of an elf, filled him with anticipation as he extended his arms, ready to embrace her. As the moonlit river bore witness, the repugnant individual dared to make a move against her. With a swift motion, she brandished her spear, delivering a light strike to his arms, prompting Gushu to emit a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, my arm is broken. My arm is broken." His cries instantly halted all those who were engaged in the fray. The members of the Great Tree hunting team, observing Gushu trembling like a leaf while facing the expressionless little girl wielding the iron spear, were struck with expressions of sheer horror. Then, Moonlit River pointed her spear at the members of the Great Tree hunting team and commanded, "Drop your belongings and leave. Otherwise, I shall break your arms." With that, she swept her spear, shattering a nearby hard rock into dust. The rock seemed to lament, "What wrong have I committed?" In light of Moonlit River's formidable display of strength, the members of the Great Tree hunting team quickly proclaimed the situation to be a misunderstanding. Subsequently, 2 hunters approached, carrying the still screaming Gushu away in disgrace. As he was being taken away, Gushu cast a venomous glare at the girl holding the iron spear, resembling a valkyrie, and shouted, "You little vixen! I'll return to settle the score with you. Don't you dare run away." Upon hearing Gushu's words, Moonlit River lunged forward. The 2 hunters, sensing the impending danger as the little girl charged at them with her spear, instinctively released their grip, discarding Gushu onto the ground. At that moment, Gushu realized the grave mistake he had just committed. Gazing into the girl's emotionless eyes, he stammered, "What do you want? Are you truly intent on killing me? I'll have you know, my cousin's son is a soul master. If you slay me, you shall not escape unscathed." "Oh, a soul master?" As a flicker of emotion crossed Moonlit River's face, Gushu felt a glimmer of hope, his countenance contorting into a grimace as he proclaimed, "Indeed, a soul master. I warn you, it is not too late to apologize to me. Otherwise, when my cousin's son returns, I shall make you wish for both life and death to elude you." He then fantasized about the little girl's panic-stricken, tear-streaked visage. Alas, there exists a chasm between dreams and reality. Make me wish for both life and death to elude me? Upon hearing this, Moonlit River chuckled softly. She then lifted her foot, and with a crisp sound reminiscent of shattered eggshells, all the men present instinctively shielded their groins. Chapter 8. The Great Tree. After reclaiming the prey, Bell instructed the hunters to return home with their catch while he and Zig remained behind to reset the triggered traps. Not everyone departed. For Moonlit River chose to stay, watching them with an air of youthful vivacity as they rearranged the traps. To be honest, Bell felt somewhat embarrassed in the presence of the young girl. He had promised to take her hunting. Yet it turned out that a band of grown men had to rely on a little girl to retrieve their prey, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Moonlit girl, you should accompany them back home. The mosquitoes in the mountains are quite bothersome. Having ventured into the mountains, Yuxinghe was reluctant to return too soon. If we are to go home, let us go together. I shall await you. With that, she began to explore her surroundings, hoping to find some wild fruit to satiate her hunger. It is worth mentioning that her enhanced physique was not without its drawbacks, for it had reignited her appetite. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with delight. In the distance, amidst the trees, there appeared a splash of red. Could it be the elusive little red fruit? The little red fruit was akin to the apple of Douluo Continent, with a tantalizingly sweet and tangy flavor. Notably, despite its diminutive name, this fruit was rather substantial. A mature little red fruit could fill an average person after just 2. Uncle Bell, there are fruits over there. I shall go pick some. Very well. But do not wander too far, understand? Under normal circumstances, Bell would never permit anyone to venture out alone, for once one entered the forest, the lines between hunter and prey could blur in an instant. However, with Yuxinghe, he could not help but chuckle at her petite silhouette carrying a black iron spear. She is just a child. Zig, overhearing Bell's murmurs, felt a twinge of nostalgia. I do wonder what that girl's parents must be thinking, letting go of such a treasure. If I had a daughter like her, I would not part with her for all the emperors in the world. Now, keep a close eye on you. Do not let her stray too far. This is the forest, and it would be unfortunate if she were to get lost. Rest assured, you was missing. Having traversed the thicket, a massive tree stood before Yuxinghe. Resembling a grandfather tree from a fairy tale, the trunk was as large as a house, and its canopy shaded nearly 100 square meters. Adorned with an abundance of vibrant little red fruits, you casually planted her iron spear into the ground. Leaping to the branches with ease, she plucked a fruit that was significantly larger than her fist and brought it closer to her nose, savoring its delightful aroma that lingered sweetly in the air. With a carefree attitude, she perched on the branch and devoured the fruit eagerly, perhaps truly famished. Today's little red fruit seemed exceptionally delectable, and in mere moments, she had consumed dozens. By weight, the fruit she had eaten surpassed her own body weight. Yet her stomach remained flat, showing no signs of distension. Having satisfied her hunger, yet still surrounded by a bounty of fruits, you contemplated gathering some to take back. With both hands gripping a branch thicker than herself, she began to shake it vigorously. The fruits cascaded down like raindrops, just as she deemed it sufficient. She planned to call Belle and the others to assist in carrying the fruits home. However, upon descending from the tree, you suddenly sensed something amiss. The scenery around her had transformed. Yuxinghe withdrew the black iron spear embedded in the ground and pushed aside a thicket, only to discover that beyond it lay yet another thicket. Where was the path? She distinctly remembered this very thicket, just as confusion enveloped her mind. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. Alas, that fruit was poisonous. Regret began to seep into her thoughts for having indulged herself. She felt overwhelmingly drowsy, longing for slumber. Despite her awareness that she must not succumb at such a critical moment, her eyelids rebelliously began to droop. Ding! The system detected that the host was on the verge of entering a state of unconsciousness. Would you like to expend 50 energy points to dispel the abnormal condition? Affirmative. At that moment, Yuxinghe was unconcerned about the energy expenditure. After all, if she were to faint in this place, who could predict if she would ever awaken again? Upon her confirmation, a surge of potent energy emanated from the energy concentrating ring on her bracelet, coursing through her entire being. Crackle! After an invigorating jolt of electric therapy, Yuxinghe finally regained her senses. Although her body tingled from the electricity, it was far preferable to losing consciousness. Reflecting on the harrowing near faint, she felt a shiver of fear course through her. The thought of nearly succumbing to a tree's treachery ignited a spark of vengeance within her. Grasping the black iron spear, she approached the tree, for she held a grudge and intended to impart a lesson. In truth, it was not so much a lesson as it was her intent to inscribe a few words upon the trunk. She had already conceived the message that this tree, devoid of martial virtue, had the audacity to poison its fruit, to deceive, to ambush the mother of a 5-year-old. Was this acceptable? Absolutely not. Without hesitation, Yuxinghe seized her black iron spear, preparing to etch her words into the great tree. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "Hey, you little girl, truly ungrateful. After consuming my fruit, you dare to brandish a spear at me? Do you not possess any sense of shame?" The voice was peculiar, a blend of an elder's hoarse timbre and a young woman's tender charm. In response to the unexpected voice, Yu Xinghe inquired of the tree, "Are you male or female?" The tree, taken aback, had not anticipated that this young girl would pose such a question upon hearing it speak. "Human, you are quite unique. Why do you not inquire as to how a tree is capable of speech?" Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes and remarked, "What is so strange about a tree speaking? I once heard of a tree that galloped across mountains and fields. What kind of tree was that? Can you tell me where it is?" "No. Your fruits are poisonous and nearly made me faint. Speak. Do you have ulterior motives towards me? Are you planning something inappropriate?" According to the laws of the Tiando Empire, anyone who engages in lewd acts with minors faces imprisonment of no more than 3 years. If there is any relationship with a minor, regardless of consent, it is treated as coercion, leading to immediate physical castration. The tree responded, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall take it as your acquiescence. I will sever your roots now, to spare any innocent lost girls from your harassment in the future." Seeing Yu Xinghe raise her black iron spear to stab the ground, the tree shrieked, "Stop. According to your human standards, I am female. Besides, we are two entirely different beings. Why would I have any lewd intentions towards you? Moreover, from a plant's aesthetic perspective, you are far less beautiful than the blue-silver grass beneath you." Chapter 9. Yu Xinghe, the tree, and the fluffball. What? You dare to call me unattractive? I am the renowned village beauty of Shenghun Village. You uncultured fool. Because of that remark, I have changed my mind. I will inscribe an essay on your trunk, titled "Why the Village Beauty of Shenghun Village, Yu Xinghe, is so beautiful," no less than 1,000 words. The tree was nearly in tears. It never anticipated encountering such a lunatic. As the dullard truly prepared to carve letters into its face, the tree pleaded with a quivering voice, "I beg you, show mercy. I was wrong. You are breathtakingly beautiful, a marvel beyond compare." Is that satisfactory? What? Breathtakingly beautiful. A marvel beyond compare can also describe beauty? Have you ever read a book? It seems I must inscribe some vocabulary of beauty on your trunk so that next time you encounter a beautiful lady, you will know how to compliment her. After a cordial and friendly exchange, Yu Xinghe finally understood the situation. It turned out that this tree was a plant-type soul beast that had cultivated for over 90,000 years. As is well known, plant-type soul beasts are not on par with animal-type ones. Their cultivation is arduous, requiring thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, to gain sentience. Moreover, plant-type soul beasts are constrained by the soil, making it almost impossible for them to leave the ground unless they have cultivated for over 100,000 years. Otherwise, their offensive and defensive capabilities are exceedingly limited. Like the small red fruit tree before her, despite having cultivated for 90,000 years, it posed less of a threat to humans than a century-old animal-type soul beast. At least animal soul beasts possess claws, teeth, toxins, strength, and speed. What does this tree have? Merely the ability to speak and frighten people? Nonetheless, while the small red fruit tree lacked offensive power, no soul beast would actively attack it. After all, not every soul beast is a lumberjack. At most, there would be a few scruffy bears approaching to scratch their backs against its trunk, or animals like monkeys, squirrels, and birds coming to pluck and consume its fruit. Unfortunately, the tranquil existence of the little red fruit tree was abruptly interrupted one fateful day when a lost human stumbled upon it by sheer chance. In a tone laden with regret, the little red fruit tree lamented, "I noticed he was on the brink of starvation, and, out of kindness, I dropped some fruit for him to eat. After he was satiated, he departed, but soon after, he returned with a large entourage to harvest my fruits, among whom was a soul master. Subsequently, that soul master arrived with a multitude of others, declaring their intent to slay me for my soul ring. Unable to defend myself, I had no choice but to teleport to this place." Moonstar River felt a twinge of sympathy for the plight of the little red fruit tree. Yet her curiosity piqued at the revelation that this tree had the ability to teleport. Teleportation, an extraordinary skill for evading danger. Wasn't this far more impressive than merely running away? To this, the little red fruit tree replied with a hint of frustration. "Teleportation is a power of a friend of mine. How could a mere tree possess such an ability? May I meet your friend? Ah, he has left on an errand. Then how can I leave this place? You may depart, but you must pledge not to disclose my whereabouts. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of lightning." Well, do you dare to impose conditions upon me? Do you think I am easily swayed? As long as you keep my secret and allow me to spend my final days in peace, I shall grant you a 10,000-year soul ring. Then how much longer do you have to live? The little red fruit tree sensed that continuing this conversation might hasten its demise. Under the astonished gaze of Moonstar River, the surrounding space rippled like water, and all sights became blurred. When the indistinct images sharpened once more, Moonstar River found herself once again before the familiar thicket. It was through this very thicket that she had first encountered the little red fruit tree. Just as she contemplated returning to investigate further, distant voices of Belle and Zig called out anxiously. After Moonstar River's departure, a wooden door materialized from the void, swinging open to reveal a snow-white fur ball the size of a human head, bounding forth. This peculiar fur ball lacked limbs aside from two small fluff balls that floated beside it, serving as its arms. Despite its modest size, this fur ball possessed an appetite far more formidable than that of Moonstar River. The Moon River had barely consumed a few dozen fruits before reaching its limit, yet this little creature devoured over 100 without pause, as if its mouth were connected to an endless abyss. The large little red fruit tree bore no less than 10,000 fruits, all of which were consumed within moments by this furry being. After indulging itself, the creature displayed a look of satisfaction. Reclining on a branch and lazily soaking up the sun, the branches of the little red fruit tree drooped nearby, forming a simple nest to prevent the plump fur ball from rolling to the ground below. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, causing the leaves to whisper softly, reminiscent of an adult tenderly cradling a child, swaying gently while humming a lullaby. Moon Girl, where have you gone? A wave of fear washed over Belle at the thought of Moon Girl nearly vanishing right before his eyes. Observing Belle and Zig's expressions of concern, Moon River felt an indescribable warmth within. She smiled and reassured, "It's all right, Uncle Belle, I'm perfectly fine. Moon Girl, promise me you won't wander off again, all right?" "Okay, but I want to eat roasted duck." "All right. I heard that old Jack's house has a duck ready to leave home. Let us return and take care of it." Old Jack remarked, "Seems my duck longs for the outside world." Chapter 10, Trouble Approaches. On the third day after Moon River returned to the village, trouble knocked at their door. It was a clear morning when Tang San, having completed his training with the purple extreme magic eyes, spotted a large group of people marching toward the village with imposing intent. He hurried to inform the village chief. As old Jack emerged, his eyes immediately fell upon the leader, who wore a badge adorned with a sculpted longsword, featuring two cross swords. While others might have been oblivious to the significance of this emblem, old Jack was fully aware. This was a symbol of a soul master. "Esteemed soul master, greetings. I am the village chief. What brings you here? Are you here for a soul awakening?" The soul master, a young man of about 20, disdainfully huffed at old Jack. "Is there a 5-year-old girl with silver hair in your village? Bring her out." The intent was clearly aimed at Moon Girl. Realizing this, old Jack subtly signaled to Tang San, then addressed the group. "Allow me to guide you to her. You are wise to comply." With that, old Jack led the group in the opposite direction. Tang San understood old Jack's intent and promptly hurried toward Moon River's home. Soundly asleep, Moon River was abruptly awoken by a series of knocks on the door. "Who is it? Can't a person get a good night's sleep in the morning?" As the moonlight dimly illuminated the room, Yuxinghe opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Tang San, which instantly brought her to full awareness. Just the night before, she had been troubled, pondering what excuse she could conjure to confront him this week, and now he had unwittingly delivered himself right to her doorstep. "Xinghe, run. Trouble has come knocking for you." "Is that so? What if I told you that you too are in a predicament?" "Me? What trouble could I possibly have? Has no one informed you that I tend to wake up in a rather irritable mood?" In an instant, Tang San was dragged inside, the door slammed shut behind them, and a cacophony of anguished cries erupted within. Lying on the floor, Tang San was engulfed in regret. Why had he come to warn this fierce girl? Wouldn't it have been far more pleasant to stay home, cooking and training? "You claim someone is after me. Where are they? Surely, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" At this, a mischievous smile crept onto Yuxinghe's face, transforming into something sinister. She now had a fresh justification to thrash Tang San next week. Gazing upon that sweet yet unsettling smile, an inexplicable chill coursed through Tang San's heart. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. He waved his hands in a futile attempt to explain. "I'm not lying. There truly is someone looking for you, but they were diverted by the village chief. You should hide quickly and return later." "Damn you, Tang San. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Old Jack had intentionally led that group away for her sake. If they discovered he had been deceiving them, they would surely retaliate. With that thought, Yuxinghe seized the black iron spear and charged outside. Upon opening the door, she was met with old Jack's stunned expression, along with a throng of unfamiliar faces. "Didn't I ask Tang San to tell you to flee? Why haven't you left yet?" Old Jack questioned, bewildered. At his words, the faces of those nearby darkened. The leader of the group yanked old Jack by the collar, exhibiting a far harsher demeanor than Yuxinghe had displayed while gripping Tang San. "You old fool. No wonder we've been wandering for so long. You're the one playing us for fools." Old Jack, with a forced smile, replied, "Please, esteemed Soulmaster, let us discuss this calmly. Have I grown senile? By the way, has my young lady offended you in any way? She is still young and naive. I shall certainly discipline her if she has done anything wrong." "Humph. You think you can teach her a lesson?" The young man shoved old Jack out of the way. Stumbling backward, old Jack nearly fell. But Yuxinghe rushed forward to catch him. At 60 years of age, he was merely an ordinary man. A fall could easily injure him severely. Steadying old Jack, Yuxinghe glared fiercely at the young man. "I don't care who you are. Apologize to Grandpa Jack at once, or I shall strike you." Hearing her words, the young man smirked menacingly. "Little girl, was it you who crippled my cousin? If you want my apology, how will you address the matter concerning him? Your uncle has brought this upon himself. Who can he blame?" Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, the young man immediately became infuriated. How dare that little girl strike someone and then attempt to argue her way out of it? "Let me inform you that my classmate's father holds a position within the Spirit Hall. If you do not present a solution that satisfies me, you shall face the consequences." Nearby, old Jack, upon learning of the young man's connection to the Spirit Hall, was taken aback. He hurried forward with a forced smile, exclaiming, "A misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Esteemed Spirit Master, since the girl has struck someone, I shall compensate her. What do you think?" "Compensation?" The young man raised an eyebrow. "Indeed." "Indeed?" Old Jack bent over repeatedly. "All right. Since you wish to offer compensation, let me calculate the medical expenses, nutritional costs, lost work fees, and mental distress fees, totaling 10,000 gold soul coins. Present them to me. If you cannot, well, let that girl fend for herself." 10,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this figure, old Jack felt darkness envelop him. Not only could he, old Jack, not gather such an amount, but even if he were to scour the entire Holy Soul village, it would be impossible to amass 10,000 gold soul coins. "Can we negotiate? This sum is far too excessive at that moment." Yuxinghe held old Jack's arm and addressed the young man. "This price is quite reasonable. I agree." "What?" The young man did not expect the other party to genuinely acquiesce. "Then hurry and produce the money. 10,000 gold soul coins." If he could indeed collect such a sum, it would not be in vain. Reflecting on this, the young man secretly regretted not demanding a higher amount. However, this fellow is so easy to intimidate. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Just as the young man became engrossed in thoughts of fortune, Yuxinghe added, "You pushed Grandpa Jack earlier. Shouldn't you offer some form of recompense for that?" The young man was taken aback. "What recompense? He is unscathed." "Who said he is unscathed?" "Grandpa Jack. Are you not feeling sore and achy now?" With that, Yuxinghe shot old Jack a knowing glance. Immediately, old Jack understood and collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Oh, my poor back." Then, turning to the young man, Yuxinghe stated, "Since Grandpa Jack has hurt his back, you shall compensate him with 20,000 gold soul coins. By the way, I still owe you 10,000 gold soul coins, so we shall offset that. You need only give me 10,000 gold soul coins. You little girl, how dare you play tricks on me? What of it? If you have the nerve, come and bite me." Chapter 11. The division of spoils. The young man was utterly enraged. Ever since he became a spirit master, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Friends, strangers on the street, and even the villagers living nearby all regarded him with a mixture of respect and fear. Yet here was this little girl, repeatedly mocking him. Immediately, a large cleaver appeared in the young man's hand. Subsequently, a white halo rose beneath his feet. This soul ring was a reward from his mentor for vanquishing a bovine soul beast. It resonated perfectly with his cleaver martial spirit, bestowing upon him a soul skill, heavy chop, enhanced strength. It was evident that as a soul master, his power already surpassed that of ordinary individuals. And with this soul skill, the young man was oblivious to the countless adversaries he had felt. Enraged, he raised the cleaver and aimed a downward strike at Yuxinghe. In the distance, Tang San observed the cleaver descending upon Yuxinghe and prepared to deploy his latest crafted hidden weapon, the sleeve arrow, to intervene. However, Yuxinghe's subsequent actions clarified to him that he was unnecessarily fretting. Ding! The cleaver struck against the black iron spear, erupting in a dazzling spray of sparks, but instantly, the young soul master's expression shifted. According to his expectations, this strike would surely cleave through his opponent's spear. Yet, judging by the resonant clang, the adversary's weapon was forged of iron. A grave oversight. Regrettably, he had no chance for reconsideration. For in that moment of distraction, Yu Xinghe seized the opportunity to deliver a kick. As the kick landed solidly against the young man's chest, he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding carriage, soaring through the air and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everything transpired too swiftly for the young man's followers to comprehend. What had just occurred? Are you all here to bully me as well? If Yu Xinghe recalled correctly, those individuals should have been the young man's companions. With this thought, she advanced with her spear. A group of ruffians was unexpectedly forced back by a petite girl, creating a particularly absurd scene. Of course, this perspective was only from the outside. The ruffians had their own reasons. With a soul master sent flying by a single kick, bleeding profusely, they realized that if they charged in, it would be akin to rushing into a storm to meet their demise. The ruffians never anticipated that they would be outmaneuvered by a small girl, and finally, one clever rascal weakly knelt on the ground. Please, no? Lady Hero, spare me. I was deceived by that bastard too. You have a magnanimous heart. Please let us go. The others, witnessing this initial plea, felt a surge of contempt, but then found themselves uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, crying out in even more exaggerated tones, "We were all deceived. I have an 80-year-old mother and a hungry child at home. I beseech the Lady Hero to spare us." In an instant, the air was filled with the cries of the ruffians, making one wonder if the notorious villain was ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent. Silence. The voice of the little girl was soft and delicate, yet to the ears of the ruffians, it resonated like the roar of a fierce beast. As the atmosphere fell into silence, Yu Xinghe addressed the thugs, demanding, "Hand over all the money you possess." Then, pointing her iron spear at the youth spirit master who was still bleeding, she added, "Oh, and search him for his money as well. Take him away. I am quite done with this." The young ruffians, as if granted a reprieve, hastily carried the still bleeding spirit master away. As they departed, Yu Xinghe opened the thug's money pouch and beheld a substantial collection of over 100 silver soul coins, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. If the young ruffian's pouch had enriched her, the youth spirit master's bag transformed her gaze into one of pure avarice, revealing 12 gold soul coins. What a windfall! With the ruffians retreating, Tang San and the village elder, Old Jack, approached with concern. "Little Yu, are you all right?" they inquired. "I'm perfectly fine," she replied, pouring the gold coins into her palm. The shimmering gold captured the attention of both men. "Elder and Tang San, thank you for your kindness. I will remember it. This is merely a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Saying this, she gifted 4 gold coins to the elder and 4 to Tang San. Old Jack gazed at the precious coins in silence. Then, after a moment's pause, returned them to Yu Xinghe's hand. "Little Yu, I am old and have no need for such riches. I rarely spend money. Keep this for yourself. In a couple of months, you will turn 6 and awaken your martial soul. I have no doubt about your talent. You will surely become a spirit master. I've heard that spirit masters have many expenses, so save this for a time when it will be of use." Tang San, who had remained a bystander throughout, also quietly returned the coins to Yu Xinghe. He felt embarrassed for not having been of assistance and thus refrained from taking any. "You must not give it back to me. Keep it all. If you refuse, old Xinghe will no longer call you grandfather. And you, Tang San, if you don't accept it, I'll make sure to punish you. The kind of punishment where I pull down your pants and spank you." Though old Jack and Tang San had not provided much assistance, Yu Xinghe understood their genuine concern for her. Such friendship cannot be measured by mere gold coins. Seeing her resolute stance, old Jack ceased his objections and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Having lost his father in childhood, his wife in middle age, and his son in his later years, he had experienced the 3 greatest sorrows of life. Alone and solitary, he had come to regard this adorable little girl as his own granddaughter. After all, who else could enter his home and slay his ducks? Old Jack accepted the gold coins from Moonstar River with a cheerful grin, while Tang San received them with a bitter expression. Deep down, he yearned to refuse, believing that one should not accept rewards without merit. Yet, he found himself unable to decline, nor did he possess the strength to do so. The thought of being stripped of his dignity and punished by a mere 5-year-old girl left him feeling as though death would be a preferable fate. Chapter 12. A year had passed. Throughout this time, Tang San diligently practiced the Xiantian art, enduring the relentless cycle of being beaten. Each time he faced defeat, a profound sense of regret and resentment gnawed at his soul, prompting a silent vow never to engage in combat with that humanoid dragon again. Alas, whenever Moonstar River concocted bizarre justifications to challenge him, an unsettling illusion of capability would swell within him, a confidence that frightened even himself. After nearly a year of relentless thrashings, one fateful morning, a charming little girl wielding a black iron spear reappeared before him, gazing at her devilish smile. Tang San finally came to terms with reality and lowered his head, surrendering. I cannot defeat you. I concede. Is that acceptable? Although conceding was humiliating, he understood that being perpetually beaten by a little girl would be far more disgraceful, especially after enduring such torment for nearly a year. No surrender. Let us have one more round. With the progress so close to completion, Moonstar River was adamant about not backing down. After all, giving up would render all of Tang San's previous suffering meaningless. Never did he anticipate that such an overbearing individual existed in the world, someone who would not even allow him the dignity of surrender. Thinking about the impossibility of conceding, Tang San felt a surge of anger. Do not take advantage of me. If you wish to fight, provide a legitimate reason. He resolved to reject whatever justification she might present. This was his strategy of defiance. You peeked at me while I was bathing. That excuse had been used last time. You spied on me while I was changing clothes. That excuse had been employed the time before that. You snooped. Enough. I, Tang San, stand tall and true. I have never spied on you. Stop slandering me. At this outburst, Moonstar River's cheeks flushed crimson, as the aforementioned accusations were indeed fabrications of her own invention. Why you for a whole year, 52 weeks, she had forgotten how many absurd reasons she had invented to justify beating Tang San, ranging from accusations of peeping to the most trivial of offenses. At times, Moonstar River felt akin to a notorious tyrant chronicled in history, fabricating baseless charges to lay upon Tang San's shoulders. If he did not confess, she would resort to severe punishment, staging her own version of injustice in the Douluo Continent. You can't think of anything now, can you? As Tang San observed the Moonstar River flitting about like an ant on a hot skillet, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. Just as he intended to turn and head home, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him, propelling him directly toward the contemplative Moonstar River. I see it now. Tang San, you wish to violate me. Upon noticing the small hand that had appeared on his chest, Moonstar River finally understood the adage that repeated falsehoods can morph into reality. In that moment, as Tang San gazed at his hand pressed against her chest and then at her astonished expression, an overwhelming instinct for self-preservation compelled him to retract his hand at the swiftest possible speed. Then, before Moonstar River, he donned a look of embarrassment. A misunderstanding. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. As he spoke, Tang San used his other hand to swat at the offending hand. After delivering several firm smacks, he revealed a smile imbued with remorse, curling his neck as he turned to return home. Tang San needed not glance back. He could sense the palpable aura of fury emanating from those two words, along with Moonstar River's increasingly sinister smile. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, reclining on his bed, listened to Tang San's cries and murmured, Sanner, your father can only assist you to this extent. A beating is a form of affection. I hope one day you will comprehend my father's good intentions. Had Tang San known that the gust of wind had been orchestrated by his father, he would surely vow never to prepare breakfast again. Yet, this secret remained unspoken, known only to Tang Hao. Tang San returned home weeping. In the past, even when he was battered and bruised, he would merely utter a plea for mercy, unlike today, when he wept copiously. Although Tang Hao was already aware of the events that transpired, he could not suppress a chuckle as he asked, Little San, why are you crying? At this inquiry, Tang San clutched his backside and wept even more sorrowfully. In stark contrast to the tearful Tang San, Moonstar River's mood was nothing short of blissful. For just a moment ago, she had finally completed her task. With a swift motion of her hand, the panel appeared. Name, Moonstar River. Age, 6 years. Occupation, battle mage. Skills, combat techniques. Learned, combo mastery. Learned, radiant pattern generation. Learned, glorious dragon halberd. Learned, energy points. 100. Task, assault on Tang San. Task completed. Progress, 52. Reward, unlock the second stage of the energy ring. Second stage of the energy ring, capable of absorbing lightning and solar energy. Enhancement stage, 5 current energy points, 100110. Under sunlight, energy increases by 10 points per hour. Under moonlight, by 5 points per hour. As the energy ring ascended to its second stage, the manner in which it expressed energy transformed. It shifted from an abstract representation to a direct numerical display, observing the digits pulsating rhythmically on the bracelet. The sensation of earning while reclining brought immense satisfaction to Yuxingha. Naturally, beyond mere satisfaction, curiosity also stirred within. Curiosity regarding the forthcoming task. Proceed to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to win the heart of the target individual, Xiao Wu. Affection level, 0-100 reward. Skill, transform into Bayana. Skill description. Upon activation, this skill allows one to transcend soul power level limitations, enabling combat across 3 major ranks against opponents. Duration, half an hour. Cooldown period, 1 year. Energy points may be utilized to expedite cooldown. Chapter 13. Soul Awakening. Today marks the day of Soul Awakening. Under the guidance of Old Jack, 9 children gathered at the village entrance, awaiting their turn. What do you think my martial spirit will be? You? Perhaps a hoe. Yours will likely be a carrying pole. Yours is a dung bucket. Yours is a urine spoon. Tang San, does your bottom still hurt? Though Yuxingha's voice was melodious to Tang San, it sounded akin to the whispers of a demon. He instinctively clutched his rear and retorted, "No need for your concern." As he spoke, he subconsciously distanced himself from Yuxingha. It seems this child has been psychologically scarred. Before long, a handsome man clad in white with a black cloak approached. One must admit, in this fantastical world, the average aesthetic appeal is notably high. Individuals resembling the handsome and beautiful of Yuxingha's past life would likely be considered ordinary here on the Douluo Continent. Yet, even those who have achieved moderate cultivation, regardless of their natural appearance, could rival the effects of exquisite makeup from previous lives, enhanced with top-tier beauty filters. This year, Su Yuntao's luck had been rather poor. Despite having awakened martial spirits for 6 villages, he had yet to manifest a martial spirit imbued with soul power. This was not a favorable outcome for his evaluations. Nevertheless, even in the face of setbacks, he endeavored to maintain a pleasant demeanor as he addressed the eager children before him. "All right, children, line up. I shall awaken your martial spirits." Regarding Su Yutao, he holds a profound admiration for Yuxingha, perceiving him as a man of integrity, albeit somewhat unfortunate in his circumstances. Were he to be transported to her realm, he would undoubtedly embody the quintessential protagonist of a Japanese anime. Alas, such hypotheticals bear no weight in reality. The hoe remains devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations, a pity indeed, and the side exhibits the same lack of vitality. Among the 9 children, 7 have already been eliminated, leaving Su Yuntao in a state of despair. Next, as in the original narrative, when Tang San awakened his martial soul, both the brilliance and the aura he emanated surpassed that of his peers, reigniting Su Yuntao's previously waning hopes. It appears that this time, he is destined to possess a formidable martial soul. Yet, fate seems to delight in mocking Su Yuntao. As the radiance dimmed, he beheld the emergence of a blue silver grass from Tang San's hand, and he succumbed to utter despair. It seems this year's performance bonus has slipped away from him, as he had intended to procure jewelry for CC. Alas, another blue silver grass. Next, sir, I have yet to test my soul power. Is there really a need to test the soul power of such a useless martial soul as blue silver grass? Please, allow me just one test. Very well. Let us proceed with the test, and you shall be thoroughly disheartened. As Tang Sen placed his hand upon the crystal ball, it illuminated instantaneously, growing ever brighter until it radiated a dazzling aura. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao could not contain his exclamation. The crystal ball, upon detecting even a hint of soul power, would illuminate. Such brilliance, with a halo of this magnitude, could only signify innate full soul power. What a pity. After finally encountering a genius with innate full soul power, it turns out his martial soul is blue silver grass. Next, at this moment, Su Yutao yearned to expedite the resolution of matters at hand. Just as he lamented that this journey had been in vain, a figure with silvery hair, resembling an ethereal sprite, appeared before him. Perhaps this trip was not entirely fruitless. In the presence of such beauty, Su Yuntao's previously despondent mood lightened somewhat. "Child, extend your hand and relax." To this enchanting child before him, Su Yuntao endeavored to speak in the softest tones, fearful that a raised voice might startle her. His admiration for beauty was one reason for his gentleness towards Yuxingha, but he also harbored a premonition that this little fairy would undoubtedly bring him unexpected joy. In the next moment, a life-sized circular clock materialized behind Yuxingha. It was an exquisitely beautiful timepiece, set against the backdrop of a profound and resplendent starry sky. 12 shimmering stars were evenly distributed along its edge, while at the very center of the dial, a captivating side profile of a long-haired, lowly constellation, composed of countless fragments of starlight, stood proudly. Clad in battle armor and with her head held high, she grasped the central hands of the clock, which transformed into a spear, its tip pointing precisely between 12 and 1 o'clock. Despite having devoted 5 or 6 years to the awakening of martial spirits and memorizing the comprehensive encyclopedia of martial souls, Su Yuntao could not identify this particular martial spirit. Child, first test your soul power. If the martial spirit represents a person's innate talent, then the innate soul power is akin to the essence of one's life. No matter how exceptional your talent, if you were to perish at birth, it would be in vain. Now, place your hand upon this crystal ball. As Yu Xinghe placed her hand upon the orb, it instantly erupted into a brilliant, dazzling light. Innate full soul power. Gazing at the radiant glow, Su Yuntao was left agape in astonishment. Another one with innate full soul power. The light emitted by the crystal ball grew ever more luminous until, at last, with a resounding crack, it shattered into countless fragments. I have borne a soul power that is beyond what one of your age should withstand. Observing the scattered shards of the crystal ball, Yu Xinghe sheepishly remarked, Big brother, why is the quality of this object so poor? How could it break so easily? Upon hearing her words, Su Yuntao appeared deeply disheartened as he replied, This crystal ball was passed down to me by the previous awakening master. It has served me for 60 years without fail. When I awakened my martial spirit, my hand rested upon it as well. Today, it shattered in your grasp. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Does it mean I need to compensate? Compensate for what? To shatter the crystal ball indicates that your innate soul power undoubtedly exceeds level 10. Good heavens. A genius with innate soul power surpassing level 10. An extraordinary talent. The mere thought of having awakened such an unparalleled genius left Su Yuntao so exhilarated that he became breathless and fainted. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but recall a lesson from her previous life, titled Fan Jin's Successful Examination, and marveled at how closely Su Yuntao resembled the character within that narrative. Chapter 14. Farewell. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Yuntao's first task was to take Yu Xinghe away. What do you intend to do? Yu Xinghe harbored a deep disdain for those who would make unwelcome advances without so much as a greeting. Su Yuntao, seizing an opportunity, upon hearing the other's inquiry, recognized that his previous actions had been rather inappropriate. I apologize. I was too excited. I wish to take you to the Spirit Hall, with your exceptional talent. If you join us, we shall spare no effort in nurturing you into a renowned soul master who will leave a mark on the continent. The Spirit Hall is the sanctuary in the hearts of all soul masters. Were it another individual to hear such an offer, they would likely faint from exhilaration. However, who is Yu Xinghe? A transmigrator. What captivates a transmigrator most? Naturally, it is the promise of adventures. The Spirit Hall is indeed the most formidable power on the continent, possessing the most abundant resources. Yet, to a transmigrator, these resources hold little value. You claim to offer the finest soul ring combinations. I could effortlessly present a 100,000-year soul ring. You assert you can guarantee my ascension to title Douluo. I would merely turn to participate in the divine assessment. You propose to make me the Pope and reign over the continent. I would simply hover above, smiling silently at you. In conclusion, Yu Xinghe did not believe that the Spirit Hall could possibly compare to her own system. Su Yuntao could hardly fathom that someone would reject the Spirit Hall's invitation. Initially, he presumed Yu Xinghe to be a mere child, unaware of the weight those 3 characters carried, yet she retorted with an even more detailed introduction, causing Su Yuntao to momentarily question whether she herself was a staff member of the Spirit Hall. Since you were so aware of the Spirit Hall's might, why do you not join? I have my own matters to attend to. How about this? If you permit me to join merely in name, I shall comply, otherwise, the discussion is moot. Very well. Upon my return, I shall inquire with my superiors. Should you change your mind, you may find me at the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. Just mention my name. All right. Farewell. After Su Yuntao departed, Tang San inquired, How do you possess such extensive knowledge about the Spirit Hall? Moreover, if it is the strongest power on the continent, why do you not join? Additionally, what is the distinction between a soul master and a soul warrior? What is innate soul power? Perhaps due to the guilt from previously striking Tang San, Yu Xinghe, in a rare display of patience, answered him comprehensively, effectively serving as an encyclopedia of Douluo Continent. How do you know all this? You never mentioned it before. Yuxingha felt a pang of regret as she realized that Tang San was the type who would exploit kindness to his advantage. Here she was, trying to explain things to him out of goodwill, and he had the audacity to incessantly inquire. In truth, Yuxingha had misjudged Tang San in this regard. He had always existed in the shadow of Yuxingha, and initially, he approached his questions with a sense of tentative curiosity. To his surprise, Yuxingha seemed to be in a good mood today, graciously deigning to speak to him with warmth. Seizing this rare opportunity, Tang San felt compelled to ask all his questions at once, for who knew when he would have the chance again, tomorrow or any day after. If Yuxingha were to be in a foul mood, he would be fortunate to receive even a lighter touch from her, let alone ask questions. Unfortunately, Tang San failed to anticipate the brevity of Yuxingha's patience. In the next moment, with her patience worn thin, Yuxingha faced the incessantly chattering Tang San and clenched her fist, producing a sound akin to popping beans from her knuckles. Immediately, Tang San fell silent. At Jack's residence, old Jack patted the shoulders of the two children with pride, exclaiming, "Wonderful! You both possess innate full soul power. Our Holy Soul Village is destined to produce remarkable soul masters. Grandfather is proud of you both. Come, stay with me. I've prepared a feast for you today. And tomorrow I shall escort you to school." As tomorrow marked their departure to the city for studies, Yuxingha decided to visit the little red fruit tree once more. Pushing aside the underbrush, a colossal tree laden with vibrant red fruits came into view. "You've arrived," it said. "Indeed. Tomorrow I shall head to the city for my studies. But I feared that if I didn't come, it might be a long time before we meet again. You didn't come just to pick fruits, did you? Seriously? You could tell that, huh? By the way, you didn't add any sedatives to the fruits this time, did you? How could I dare to add anything? What if you decided to carve words on my face again?" The little red fruit tree's fruits were laced with a faint toxin that induced drowsiness, owing to the tree's barrier not being particularly concealed. To put it plainly, anyone entering from that thicket would immediately find themselves here, like a dilapidated wall with a dog hole. In response to the occasional intruder, the little red fruit tree devised a clever scheme to immediately infuse all its fruits with drowsiness-inducing toxins. As long as the intruder was greedy and consumed its fruits, they would soon succumb to slumber, allowing the tree's companion, the fluffy ball, to toss them far away. "Has your martial soul awakened?" "Yes, how did you know?" "I merely had a premonition. In a week, I fear I shall perish." "Is that accurate?" "It should be. Why do you ask? Will you come to send me off?" "Not at all. Did you not say you would grant me a 10,000-year soul ring? If you die, where shall I find such a soul ring? Can't you offer me a word of comfort, even if it's a lie? I have no intention of deceiving you. In short, follow me, and I guarantee you a life of luxury." The words of Moonstar River, upon first hearing, may evoke discomfort. However, the little red fruit tree, having witnessed countless human deceptions, found itself developing a certain fondness for Moonstar River's candid and forthright demeanor. It couldn't help but recall something of great significance. What would become of its dear friend, Furball, once it departed? Perhaps it could be entrusted to this human before it. Contemplating this, the little red fruit tree resolved to test the character of this human before making a decision. If the individual proved worthy of such trust, then bestowing upon her a grand gift would be most fitting. "Human, may I request something of you?" "Speak. I hope that on some future day. Should you capture a spirit beast, you will protect it in times of peril, refrain from causing it harm, and allow it its freedom. Is that agreeable?" "Your request is rather demanding. You may refuse if it proves too much, but should you consent, you must swear by your life." "What benefits arise from such an agreement?" "There are none." "Then I shall accept your terms." "Wait, did you just say you agree?" "Indeed, indeed. Are your ears deaf? Why have you consented? If I were to say that I admire your unwavering dedication to your friends, would you believe me?" Upon hearing Moonstar River's declaration, the little red fruit tree found its perspective on humanity slightly altered for the first time. Chapter 15. The Master After Moonstar River's Departure. Ripples once again danced across a certain space, and a wooden door materialized from the void. The door creaked open, and a plump and adorable creature bounded forth. Upon its emergence, it leapt onto a tree and began to voraciously consume the fruits. Soon, the fruits were devoured completely. After satisfying its hunger, the creature, as per its usual routine, fell asleep and, upon awakening, prepared to leave. As the space rippled and the wooden door opened, the creature bid a soft farewell to the little red fruit tree, which responded, "I must take my leave." These simple 6 words left the creature momentarily astounded. "Remember to take care of yourself once I am gone." Wah! Whether human, spirit beast, or plant, all are destined to meet their end. Do not seek treasures that promise escape from calamity. I only wish to spend my final moments in your company. Upon hearing the little red fruit tree's words, the creature erupted into a torrent of tears. Nodding City, Nodding Academy. When old Jack intended to escort Moonstar River and Tang San to the academy for enrollment, he was predictably halted by two disdainful guards. Without delay, old Jack presented the certificate issued by Su Yuntao. The guards glanced at it, their faces immediately contorting in disbelief. Impossible. Two innate, full spirit power beings. One of them possesses the blue-silver grass spirit. How could this be? Old man, whom do you think you're fooling? The guards did not doubt the authenticity of the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. Rather, the contents were simply too astonishing. A spirit with innate, full soul power. Such a rarity is not something one encounters every day. To have two appear in succession is a phenomenon that occurs once in a century. The emergence of even one such prodigy would likely lead to fierce competition among various academies, or they would be swiftly taken under the tutelage of the Spirit Hall. How could they possibly find their way to a modest institution like Nuoding Academy? As the guard pondered this, he became increasingly convinced that the certificate was a forgery. He immediately unleashed a torrent of insults at old Jack. You old fool. Even if you're going to fabricate something, at least consider your surroundings. Your decrepit village hasn't seen a visitor in years, and suddenly two show up? You must be dreaming of soaring to greatness, he shouted, attempting to shove old Jack aside. However, as he reached out, an iron spear was thrust directly at his forehead. The tip of the spear was mere inches from the guard, and in that moment, every hair on his body stood on end. He felt the chilling touch of the spear and the looming threat of death. This guard was merely an ordinary doorman. He had never experienced such terror before and, overwhelmed, he soiled himself at the mere sensation of the spear's point. Spare my life, he cried, gripped by an unprecedented fear, terrified that a slight quiver of the spear might result in a fatal wound to his crown. Humph, you, with your disdainful eyes. Accept this silver soul coin as a token from me. Go buy yourself a new pair of trousers. With that, the spear was withdrawn, and the doorman finally noticed that it was a strikingly beautiful little girl, resembling a flawless creation of the divine, who had been pointing the spear at him. She cast a dismissive glance in his direction and casually flicked a silver soul coin to the ground at his feet. The doorman hurriedly bent down to pick it up, dusting off the dirt to confirm that it was indeed a silver soul coin. He immediately bowed profusely to old Jack and the others, exclaiming, Your Grace, young ancestor, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. May we now enter? Yes, please do come in. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, Tang San and old Jack would never have believed such a dramatic transformation in the doorman's demeanor. You Xinghe, if you have seen a chameleon, you would understand the meaning of changing one's attitude as swiftly as turning the pages of a book. Just as I was about to enter the academy, a somewhat hoarse voice resonated. What is happening? As Yu Xinghe and others turned to look, they beheld a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, from the Great Yu. This man appeared somewhat slender, with a hint of weariness and haggardness etched upon his face. Aside from his neat appearance and stature, his demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang Hao. Master. The doorman expressed profound respect towards this middle-aged individual and immediately began to explain. Upon hearing the doorman mention that Tang San and Yu Xinghe possessed innate full soul power, the master's previously drowsy eyes widened in astonishment. Bring it to me, let me see. The doorman promptly presented the proof issued by the Spirit Hall. The master's expression grew increasingly astonished as he examined the document. Subsequently, he approached old Jack and remarked, Elder, this proof is indeed authentic. I apologize on behalf of those two oblivious individuals. Old Jack, taken aback by the apology from someone of at least soul master caliber, hastily assured him it was of no consequence. The master then turned his gaze towards the two children, a boy and a girl, with a fervent gleam in his eyes. After old Jack reluctantly conveyed a few parting words to Yu Xinghe and Tang San, he turned to leave, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn and desolate. For reasons unknown. As Yu Xinghe observed the slightly stooped figure, her heart ached, and she called out, Grandpa Jack, please take care of yourself. Hearing her words, old Jack paused. Without turning his head, he replied, Do not worry. There are ducks at home that still need my supervision. As old Jack's figure faded from view, the master gently addressed the two children before him. Come with me. Intrigued by this man, who was akin to a narrative anomaly in the original work, Yu Xinghe pondered what made him unforgettable to Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. As for Tang San, the master's earlier actions had ignited a significant fondness within him. And with curiosity, he inquired, "They call you master. Are you a teacher at this academy?" The master chuckled heartily at Tang San's question. "No? Then are you the academy's leader? It seems they hold a certain fear of you. You are quite perceptive, but alas, that is not correct." Just as the master was about to unveil the truth, Yu Xinghe interjected, "A freeloader." Both Tang San and the master momentarily froze in their expressions. However, Tang San quickly retorted, "Xinghe, while you may insult me, do not cast aspersions on others so casually. This is not the Holy Soul Village. Moreover, the master just assisted us. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot speak of him like that. Calling someone a freeloader is quite hurtful. The title of master is typically reserved for those of exceptional talent. How could the master possibly be a freeloader? Master, you cannot be a freeloader, can you? As the saying goes, to kill without a trace. Tang San's previous statement contained no less than 3 references to freeloading, a sharp retort indeed. Cough, cough. You must be Tang San, right? The girl speaks truthfully. I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. Upon hearing this, the master revealed a bittersweet smile. The moment he acknowledged it, Tang San's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Beside him, Yu Xinghe, ever eager to stir the pot, added fuel to the fire. "See, I told you he's just a freeloader." In truth, Yu Xinghe did not intend to provoke Yu Xiaojiang. It was merely Tang San's audacity to engage in banter with her that irked her, compounded by the notion of what it meant to receive the master's assistance. Without him, she could have entered just the same. Chapter 16. The Show of Authority. Tang San. She speaks the truth. I am but a mere guest who benefits from the feast. Everyone refers to me as the master, and you may do so as well. However, the title of teacher is better left unspoken, for the distinction is considerable, unless. Here, the master's eyes burned with an intense gaze, fixed upon Tang San as if he were beholding an unparalleled beauty. Unless you are willing to let me be your teacher, then you may call me teacher. Will you teach me to cultivate my martial soul? Are you willing? Tang San fell silent. Recognizing his silence, Yu Xiaojiang understood that this was a clever child. It seemed he would need to display some genuine skill to take him as a disciple. However, before revealing his true capabilities, Yu Xiaojiang needed to dismiss the bothersome girl. After all, the dual martial souls were considered one's greatest secret, and he could not be certain if Yu Xinghe was aware of Tang San's secret. If she knew, that would be one thing, but if she did not, carelessly exposing another secret could lead to significant trouble. Young lady, would you mind if I have a private chat with Tang San? To this, Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes and replied, I wouldn't mind if you two went to climb a mountain together. Afterward, Yu Xinghe continued her inquiries, and with her beauty as an asset, the students were unreservedly enthusiastic. Upon arriving at the academic affairs office, she instantly captured the attention of 3 teachers as soon as she stepped inside, presenting the certificate issued by Su Yuntao. The words indicating innate full soul power sent the office into a frenzy. The time star? What kind of martial soul is that? Could you demonstrate it? It was not disbelief, but rather a desire to see what this martial soul resembled. Director Su had taught students his entire life and encountered numerous martial souls. Yet he had never heard of this clock-themed martial soul. An unknown martial soul is irresistibly enticing to a soul master, especially one that boasts innate full soul power. All right. Director Su's request was not unreasonable, and Yu Xinghe immediately summoned her martial soul. The breathtakingly ethereal time star emerged, instantly captivating the gaze of the 3 teachers. Against the backdrop of a profound and resplendent starry sky, 12 twinkling stars are evenly distributed along the periphery. At the very center of the dial, a magnificent side profile of a long-haired young maiden, composed of countless shattered stars, emerges. The little maiden, adorned in her battle attire, stands tall and proud. The heart of the timepiece is an abyssal blackness, seemingly capable of consuming one's very soul. Yet at the poles of this void, beams forth the radiant light of the Milky Way, infused with every hue of existence. This dazzling celestial luminescence transforms into the hands of the clock. Grasped by the starry maiden as if it were a spear, its tip directed between the hours of 12 and 1. This is the celestial time, a name bestowed upon her clock spirit by Yu Xinghe. According to Su Yutao, when a brand new spirit emerges, its possessor holds the right to name it. Upon the manifestation of the celestial time spirit, the 3 teachers were momentarily transfixed. They had encountered beautiful spirits before, yet none could compare to this one. So exquisite that words failed to encapsulate its beauty, a sight they had never dared to imagine. This reaction is understandable. Throughout history, The starry sky has been a realm of unattainable wonder for humanity, its beauty, simply the expanse above, capable of captivating for countless years without weariness. Moreover, a complete starry sky represents the ultimate beauty of the universe, a beauty yearned for by all intelligent beings. The three teachers remained in a daze for an extended period until the master, accompanied by Tang San, entered, still ensnared by the spectacle. Director Su, may we proceed with the enrollment of these two children? Upon entering, the master, upon beholding Yuxingha's spirit, became instantly entranced. However, after merely a glance, Yuxingha retracted her spirit. Can the three teachers assist me in completing the enrollment procedures? Of course, absolutely. Just as Director Su was preparing the paperwork, the master dashed forward to Yuxingha, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a zealous devotee, exclaiming, "Little girl, could you possibly release your spirit once more?" I didn't quite catch it the first time. Absolutely not. Did you not just tell me to step aside? Yuxing is, indeed, quite vengeful. Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, the master couldn't help but smile wryly. The three teachers nearby, witnessing the master's predicament, struggled to suppress their laughter and remarked to Yuxingha, "Dear child, you should reside in Dormitory 1. It is the finest accommodation in the academy." "No, I wish to stay in the work-study dormitory." "What? The work-study dormitory? That is out of the question. That dormitory is the least desirable." "No, I shall reside there." "Very well. Should you change your mind, you may come to find me at any time." Subsequently, Director Su instructed a young teacher to escort Yuxingha to the work-study dormitory. Along the way, the young teacher incessantly extended olive branches to Yuxingha, hoping she would join his class. Nurturing gifted individuals is the aspiration of every educator in the Soul Master Academy. A teacher's greatest pride lies in mentoring a future powerhouse, a feat that can be boasted about for a lifetime. Little girl, your name is Yuxingha, is it not? Such a beautiful name. Would you be interested in attending my class? Thank you, teacher, I shall consider it. Though she replied with a smile. The tone of refusal was unmistakably clear. This was, after all, quite reasonable. She was merely here to observe. If she truly sought guidance, a single call to the Spirit Hall would guarantee her admission to the finest academy. And it would not be impossible for her to receive one-on-one training under Bibi Dong herself. Should Yuxingha display a bit more obedience and compliance, the position of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall would be well within her grasp. Yuxingha undoubtedly chose Nodding Academy. Yet this does not imply that she is frivolous or easily satisfied. Upon entering, she instantly became the focal point, akin to a spotlight drawing attention. It is inevitable that a stunning beauty captures the gaze wherever she may go. A group of young men, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this enchanting girl, transformed into a tableau of astonishment. Among them, Wang Sheng, the most formidable and quickest to react, approached Yuxingha and inquired, "Are you a new work-study student?" "I am Wang Sheng, the leader of this dormitory, and I shall look after you from now on." "Leader?" Yuxingha rolled her eyes at Wang Sheng and inquired, "Indeed." Upon closer inspection, Wang Sheng realized that this new work-study student was astonishingly beautiful. Every gesture, every word, even her eye roll, left him utterly enchanted. With such a beauty before him, Wang Sheng felt compelled to impress her. Noticing Yuxingha carrying her luggage, he hurriedly offered, "May I assist you with that?" "Of course. Could you help me with this spear? It is my weapon, and it may be a bit heavy for you. So do be cautious as you take it to the other side." Of course. Wang Sheng thought to himself, how heavy could a spear possibly be? Given Yuxingha's slender frame, it couldn't weigh more than 40 or 50 pounds. Her weapon must only be a couple of pounds at most. However, the moment he grasped the weapon from her hand, his expression changed. Almost instantly, under the gaze of onlookers, Wang Sheng spectacularly fell. Chapter 17, Little Dance. Wang Sheng's martial soul was a tiger. Although he lacked a soul ring, he possessed strength that surpassed even some soul masters. Yet, with such formidable power, he was unexpectedly toppled by the weapon of a petite girl. How embarrassing. Seeing their leader fall, his subordinates rushed over to help him up. Ouch. Why is it so heavy? Goodness. It can't be this weighty, can it? Hey, you're stepping on my hand. Amidst the chaotic flurry of hands, the black iron spear was finally set upright. At that moment, Yuxingha had already laid out her bedding. Thank you. In the astonished gaze of several boys, Yuxingha reached out with her delicate hand and effortlessly grasped the black iron spear. With a gentle exertion, she pierced it into the ground as if it were mere tofu. How can you possess such strength? Though Yuxingha did not utter a single word, her silent actions spoke volumes more than any words could convey. Wang Sheng felt a deep flush of embarrassment as he recalled boasting about protecting her earlier. Boss. Now, it was Yu Xinghe's turn to be surprised. I never claimed I wanted to be your leader. No. If you defeat me, you will be the leader of our dormitory. From now on, we 7 shall follow your lead. By the way, what is your name, boss? Yu Xinghe. Xinghe's sister. Forget it. Just call me boss. Sister feels rather awkward. Yes. When Tang San arrived at the work-study dormitory, Yu Xinghe had already undergone her transformation from newcomer to leader. Boss, another newcomer. Quickly, show him who's boss. Upon encountering Yu Xinghe, Tang San was momentarily bewildered. Xinghe, this is the boys' dormitory. What are you doing here? And who is the leader they speak of? Why do they want to show me who's boss? Oh, I am the leader they refer to. Tang San. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe has lost interest in beating Tang San. For one can only endure the monotony of grinding a dungeon for over a year before feeling nauseated. With this in mind, Yu Xinghe explained. Tang San hails from the same village as I do. I have already taught him a lesson before, so let us dispense with the display of authority. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, a younger follower expressed discontent. No, boss, the village is one matter, but the academy is another. They are not the same. We must do it again. As this young follower led the charge, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted once more into a cacophony. Silence. Whoever raises a ruckus again. I shall teach them a lesson. In her past life, Yu Xinghe detested those who reveled in chaos. When someone leapt from a building, they would shout encouragement from below. When a person perished in the line of duty, they would lament, calling it foolishness. When someone stood alone for their rights, not only would they refrain from offering assistance, but they would also mock them instead. The imposing aura of Yu Xinghe is not to be trifled with. Although she has never taken a human life, she has spent ample time hunting in the mountains, having vanquished no fewer than 800 ferocious beasts, many of which were spirit beasts. It was only after slaying her first spirit beast that Yu Xinghe discovered the energy-gathering ring could also absorb spirit rings. Naturally, the energy points provided by the spirit rings pale in comparison to those derived from lightning. The Moonlight Galaxy has likely conducted experiments, revealing that the energy points provided by soul rings amount to approximately 1 point per year. In other words, a soul ring from a soul beast that perished a decade ago bestows 10 energy points, while a century-old soul beast yields 100 points. In comparison, a single strike from lightning can deliver several hundred points, although attracting lightning can be somewhat challenging. Nonetheless, with the accumulation of energy points over the past year, the Moonlight Galaxy has amassed enough to learn the remaining 3 skills. An excess of energy points was also utilized to enhance a transformation, though regrettably, it ended in failure. As soon as the formidable aura of Yu Xinghe erupted, even Tang San was taken aback. Not to mention the young boys who had lived in the academy and had hardly engaged in any fights, they paled in comparison to Tang San. Each of them displayed expressions of sheer terror, trembling like leaves in the wind. The boy who had initially instigated the commotion, under Yu Xinghe's piercing gaze, found himself wetting his pants on the spot. In response, Yu Xinghe furrowed his brow and commanded, "Get out and clean yourself up. Return only after changing your trousers." Yes. 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 The young boy scurried away in a frantic rush. Once he had left, Yu Xinghe addressed the remaining boys, saying, "Since you have acknowledged me as your leader, you are to obey my commands without question. I do not take kindly to being ordered around. Do you understand?" The crowd nodded vigorously in agreement. The atmosphere was heavy with discontent, as if even the air had thickened, leaving everyone with a palpable weight upon their hearts, causing them to tread cautiously in all their actions. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced through the oppressive silence of the room. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" Turning towards the source of the sound, they beheld a charming little girl, approximately 6 years of age, standing at the entrance. Though her features were not as delicately exquisite as those of Yu Xinghe, her rosy complexion and cherubic face resembled a ripe peach, radiating an alluring charm. Her large, sparkling eyes were filled with innocence, and her long, dark hair was styled into a single braid that cascaded down to her waist. If Yu Xinghe's beauty was akin to a dazzling diamond, then this little girl was like a raw gem, unassuming at first glance, yet captivatingly enchanting upon closer inspection, revealing an increasing brilliance the more one admired her. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" Seeing that everyone was rendered speechless, staring at her in a daze, the little girl blushed and repeated her question. This time, all eyes turned to Yu Xinghe, their unspoken understanding clear. They were hesitant to speak for fear of misstepping and preferred to let their leader respond first. Following their gaze, The little girl approached Yu Xinghe upon spotting a silver-haired girl and cheerfully greeted her. "Hello, I'm Xiaowu." As in dance. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Unable to resist the urge, Yu Xinghe playfully pinched Xiaowu's cheek, eliciting a look of surprise from the little girl. With a warm smile, Yu Xinghe introduced herself. "I'm Yu Xinghe, and on behalf of the 7th dormitory, I warmly welcome you. The moonlit river is inherently exquisite, and with this smile." Even Xiaowu found herself momentarily entranced. "You are truly stunning." Yu Xinghe gently pinched Xiaowu's cheek and remarked, "You are quite beautiful as well." In Chapter 18, titled Xiaowu's Strategy Plan, Part 1, Xiaowu inquired, "By the way, may I sleep here?" gesturing towards a bed beside Yu Xinghe. Naturally, Yu Xinghe welcomed this proposition with open arms. Of course, while making the bed, Xiaowu noticed that others had blankets on theirs, yet her bed lay bare. "Where can I obtain a blanket?" she asked. "This is the work-study dormitory. Blankets must be provided by the students themselves." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback. However, being a beauty has its advantages, and soon enough, assistance came forth. "Xiaowu, allow me to share my blanket with you. It is quite large, and we can cover ourselves together." Upon glancing at the blankets of the boys, which were either tattered or emanated an unpleasant odor, Xiaowu's gaze shifted to Yu Xinghe's blanket. Not only was it exceptionally large, but it was also new, adorned with a delightful carrot pattern. Blushing, Xiaowu grasped Yu Xinghe's hand, shaking it enthusiastically. "Sister Xinghe, your blanket is so spacious. May I sleep with you?" "Of course," Yu Xinghe replied. And Xiaowu felt a surge of warmth, thinking how wonderful this sister was. Then came the time for arranging the beds and placing their belongings. Once Xiaowu was comfortably settled, Yu Xinghe addressed the group. "Since I have taken on the role of your leader, I shall treat you all to dinner tonight." Long live the leader. Sister Xinghe is amazing. May we forever serve our leader with enthusiasm. The enchanting Yu Xinghe and the lovely Xiaowu led a group of diligent students with an air of confidence reminiscent of formidable leaders in the underworld as they strode purposefully toward the cafeteria. Along the way, Xiaowu, linking her arm with Yu Xinghe's, inquired, "Sister Xinghe, why do they refer to you as the boss?" Yu Xinghe shrugged, remarking, "Perhaps they find me rather intimidating. Hence they willingly appointed me as the leader." This statement held some truth, after all. Yu Xinghe had not engaged in any confrontation with Wang Sheng and had, quite inexplicably, ascended to the role of leader without lifting a finger. In response to Yu Xinghe's explanation, Xiaowu chuckled, "Sister, you are so beautiful and gentle. How could anyone find you frightening?" Xiaowu believed there was no one better than her sister. Tang San interjected, "If Yu Xinghe were truly gentle, I would immediately hang myself with blue silver grass." The others chimed in, "If you had arrived just a minute earlier, you would have understood what a motherly tyrant looks like." As Wang Xing and his companions entered the dining hall, they were met with a chorus of derisive voices. "Oh, is that not Wang Xing and his band of paupers? Paupers will always be paupers, confined to dining on the first floor." As Yu Xinghe and Xiaowu turned towards the sound, they beheld a group of upperclassmen clad in their distinctive attire, pointing and whispering about them. Xiaowu, known for her forthright temperament, immediately retorted, "Who do you call a pauper?" Sensing her inclination to retaliate, Yu Xinghe grasped her arm and addressed Wang Sheng and the others. "Today, I shall treat you all to a meal on the 2nd floor." The words of Yu Xinghe seemed to tighten around their throats like a vice, instantly silencing them. Wang Xing and his companions erupted into cheers, showering praises like colorful rainbows. Listening to the raucous clamor of the impoverished students below, the upperclassmen felt a burning shame wash over their faces. How dare they disregard their dignity? After all, this was in front of the entire school. If they allowed this to pass, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. With this thought in mind, one student stepped forward. Disdain dripping from his voice. "Is that all you can muster? Just sit there with plain rice and some soup? If that's the case, you might as well stay down there and not take up space." "Boss." Upon hearing such words, Wang Sheng's expression turned to one of concern. Indeed, the dishes on the 2nd floor were rumored to be quite expensive, and with their large group totaling 12, could their leader's wallet withstand the strain? Would it hold up? For Yu Xinghe, it was a matter of confidence. Over the past year, she had earned quite a bit from her hunting endeavors, not to mention the substantial rewards from the corpses of soul beasts she collected. Without exaggeration, she could certainly produce over 200 gold soul coins. Feeling the weight of her bulging coin pouch at her waist, Yu Xinghe strutted confidently up the stairs, playfully sticking out her tongue and making faces at the upperclassmen as she passed them. Strangely enough, upon being provoked, The upperclassmen should have erupted in fury, ready to showcase their martial spirits for a showdown, yet all their anger dissipated the moment they laid eyes on Yu Xinghe. On the second floor, the upscale dining area of Noting Academy, patrons were typically teachers and affluent students. However, today, a unique group of guests arrived, working students, a demographic not expected to dine here. Xiao Qinyu, currently dining, glanced at the plainly dressed working students and immediately called out to the waiter, "When did beggars start coming up here?" As the son of the city lord of Noting, Xiao Qinyu perceived these working students as no different from beggars. The waiter, acutely aware of Xiao Qinyu's status, nervously replied, "Young Master Xiao, they are here to eat, and according to regulations, I have no authority to prevent them." Humph, what could beggars possibly order? A bowl of plain rice with some soup poured over it? Although he muttered, his voice resonated clearly throughout the entire second floor. The working students clenched their fists tightly, their jaws set. They longed to retort against Xiao Qinyu, but the unfortunate reality was that they had no money in their pockets. Even if they were to object, it should be their leader who spoke up. "Go ahead and order whatever you wish. Just don't waste it. Money is not an issue." In the face of the scornful remarks from others, engaging in a verbal battle was not the wisest approach. If one's composure was not well cultivated, they risked losing their temper entirely. In dealing with such individuals, the most effective approach is to disregard them verbally and confront them through actions. Xiao Wu felt an urge to rush forward and engage in a heated exchange with Xiao Qinyu, but was swiftly restrained by Yu Xinghe. Despite her attempts to break free, she realized that no amount of struggle could elicit any movement. Just as Xiao Wu was about to question Yu Xinghe's intentions, the latter leaned in and whispered softly into her ear, "Be good, trust me. I will ensure that fellow is utterly infuriated." After speaking, Yu Xinghe playfully blew a gentle breath into Xiao Wu's ear. The voice of Yu Xinghe was gentle, a breath wafting softly against her ear, causing a delightful tickle that sent shivers down her spine. Her ears were her most sensitive spot. With that single breath from Yu Xinghe, Xiao Wu felt as if all her strength had dissipated. She melted into Yu Xinghe's embrace, her small face flushed crimson, refusing to lift it from the shelter of his arms. Chapter 19, Xiao Wu's Strategy Plan, Part 2. To ignore someone is the greatest form of disdain. The thought of having ridiculed the other party, only to be met with complete indifference, ignited a tempest of fury within Xiao Qinyu. "Waiter." "Yes, young Master Xiao. How may I assist you? Are there any more of those soul pig hawks?" "Bring me two." "Certainly." As soon as the name soul pig hawks was uttered, the attention of everyone on the second floor, excluding the work-study students, converged upon Xiao Qinyu. "Heavens, it's actually soul pig hawks. I've heard that the main ingredient is harvested from the true wild boar spirit. Rumor has it that it costs a gold soul coin each." This was whispered among the older boys. "Goodness, soul pig hawks. Today's students are truly affluent. I haven't had it in over a year." One of the teachers lamented. "If only I could have a taste of soul pig hawks, I would gladly forego meat for an entire month." A passing waiter muttered to himself while glancing at Yu Xinghe and the others. Since the other party had already made their move, Yu Xinghe could not afford to feign ignorance any longer. That would indeed make her a turtle. "Waiter, what is the matter? What high-end ingredients do you have?" Had a mere work-study student asked this, the waiter would have undoubtedly responded with the coldest tone, questioning their audacity. Yet, facing Yu Xinghe, the waiter found himself unable to deliver any sarcasm. There was no way around it. This young lady was simply too enchanting. So much so that he felt bashful meeting her gaze. "We have 10-year-old wild boar spirit trotter, 10-year-old spirit fish, and of course, the finest of all, wild matsutake mushrooms imported from the Starfall Empire." "How much for the matsutake?" "One matsutake costs 10 gold soul coins." "How many slices can you cut from one?" The moment the question was posed, both the waiter and Xiao Qinyu were taken aback. Matsutake is a specialty from the Starfall Empire. The average person has never even heard of it, let alone how to prepare it. Yet this girl, who appeared to be a work-study student herself, clearly knew how to consume matsutake. This indicated that she had either tasted it herself or knew someone who had. It seemed they had underestimated her. A connoisseur's expertise is instantly apparent. Initially, when Yu Xinghe inquired about the price of matsutake, Xiao Qinyu's demeanor was one of disdain. However, upon her revealing knowledge of its preparation, his attitude shifted from contempt to astonishment. "One matsutake can yield approximately 20 slices." "Very well, procure 2 for me, and let us sought 40 slices. There are exactly 40 people here, 1 slice for each." Upon hearing that Yu Xinghe intended to treat everyone on the second floor to matsutake mushrooms, all were taken aback. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Wu lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Why are you inviting them? They just mocked us. Is this not foolish of you?" In response to Xiao Wu's complaint, Yu Xinghe affectionately ruffled her nose and gently replied, "It's nothing. You will understand in due time." With that, Yu Xinghe turned to the waiter and inquired, "How much for a 10-year soulfish?" 15 gold soul coins. Then please prepare a bowl of fish soup and have it sent over there. The Moonlight River, naturally, refers to the table of her subordinates. Upon hearing that their leader had specially ordered a pot of fish soup worth 15 gold soul coins for them, the group of subordinates was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. When the sought-ed matsutake mushrooms were served before everyone, those who had once sided with Xiao Qinyu felt a deep sense of shame as they inhaled the enchanting aroma of the mushrooms, bowing their heads in humility. Xiao Qinyu sighed and approached Moonlight River, bowing respectfully. "This esteemed lady, I am Xiao Qinyu. I sincerely apologize for my earlier offensive remarks. Please forgive me." Although Xiao Qinyu was often domineering, it did not imply he was devoid of upbringing. He had anticipated that Moonlight River would order the matsutake merely to humiliate him by eating half and discarding the rest, but to his surprise, she extended an invitation for everyone to partake together, disregarding the sharpness of his earlier words. The contrast was stark and revealing of their respective characters. Undoubtedly, Xiao Qinyu had lost this round, yet he could only apologize to Moonlight River, not to the group of working students. If he were to apologize to them, it would be settled through action. With Xiao Qinyu's apology, the dispute drew to a close. The working students were elated, for they had enjoyed a meal they would never forget, releasing years of pent-up frustrations, a joy unparalleled in life. On the same day, two individuals also underwent a significant transformation in their perception of Moonlight River: Tang San and the Master. Tang San, having known Moonlight River for some time, had always viewed her as an individual whose appearance and character were in stark contrast. She was undeniably charming and delightful, yet her words often bore a coarse edge. He had presumed that today's conflict would ultimately be resolved through force, as Moonlight River was renowned for her ability to reason with strength. Ironically, her philosophy was that sheer strength constituted undeniable truth. However, today's confrontation made Tang San realize something profound. Her intellect was far more formidable than her physical prowess. After all, which 3-year-old could strategize for villagers and lead a community toward a better life? Gazing at the now captivating Moonlight River, Tang San recognized that he needed to strive harder. Throughout the altercation between Moonlight River and Xiao Qinyu, the master observed intently from a corner on the second floor. Initially, he regarded Moonlight River as a gifted child, naive and inexperienced in worldly matters. Yet, her remarkable performance today revealed her to be a prodigious young lady, concealing depths of wisdom even greater than Tang San's. With such extraordinary talent and a remarkably composed disposition, one could only wonder what kind of astonishing genius would emerge in the future from the Douluo Continent. Upon reflecting on this, the master silently rose after savoring the matsutake mushrooms. Chapter 20, Xiao Wu's Strategy Plan, Part 2. After enjoying a hearty meal, it is only natural to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Of course, these 2 points serve merely as pretexts. The primary objective is to accompany Xiao Wu on her shopping excursion and diligently enhance her fondness. Despite Yu Xinghe's triumph in the recent argument, Xiao Wu remained somewhat sullen. Observing her lips pouting as if they could hold a soy sauce bottle, Yu Xinghe reached out and playfully nudged her lips, inquiring, "What troubles you? You've been pouting for quite a while now. Are you still hungry?" Provoked by Yu Xinghe's teasing, Xiao Wu finally erupted. "I simply cannot comprehend why you invited them to eat." Although that fellow apologized, I still feel uneasy. His gaze towards Wang Xing and the others has not changed at all. Xiao Wu spoke the truth, rather than a victory for Yu Xinghe and his companions. It was more accurately a victory solely for him. For throughout the confrontation, Xiao Qinyu had only bowed his head to Yu Xinghe. "What do you intend to do? Seize an opportunity to beat him up?" "Of course. Rest assured, Xiao Wu, there will be ample opportunities for that. It is merely a matter of time. Yet you still haven't explained why you invited them to dine. Consider this: if we possess a cluster of grapes, and a fox desires to eat them, but we deny it, the fox may claim the grapes are sour and disdain to partake. However, if we offer it a grape, allowing it to relish the sweetness, when we later consume grapes in front of the fox, it will only be left drooling. That does seem somewhat reasonable." The fragrant essence of the matsutake still seemed to linger in her mouth, and the thought of later savoring the mushrooms while those who once looked down upon her salivated in reminiscence of the flavor instantly uplifted Xiao Wu's spirits. As they wandered, Xiao Wu, resembling an inquisitive child, sought to explore everything, eagerly approaching any commotion, even wanting to join in on a scuffle. In response, Yu Xinghe could only helplessly lead her away. He understood that Xiao Wu, having just transformed from a soul beast, had yet to encounter many aspects of the world. The very concept of needing money to purchase items was still rather nebulous to her. As they continued their stroll, they arrived at a bustling vegetable market. Upon passing a stall selling radishes, Xiao Wu came to a sudden halt. Noticing the glimmer of desire in her eyes, Yu Xinghe recalled that Xiao Wu's true form was, indeed, a rabbit. Sir, how much are these radishes? 2 pounds for 1 copper soul coin. Then I shall take 2 pounds, and please clean them as well. Certainly. As the carrot came into his possession, Yu Xinghe brandished a succulent, vibrant root before Xiao Wu, who fixated on it with wide, adorably naive eyes. At last, her yearning for the carrot overcame all reason. In a flash, Xiao Wu snatched the carrot and began to crunch on it with delight. It is truly unfortunate for her. Having wandered out from the Stardow forest, she had long since depleted the carrots she had brought from home. Remarkably, she had gone a full 3 days without tasting one. For a rabbit, this was an unbearable ordeal. Observing the charming sight of Xiao Wu nibbling on the carrot, Yu Xinghe gently stroked her head and said, "Take your time. There's no one here to compete with you. If it's not enough, I'll fetch you some more." Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Sister Xinghe, why are you so kind to me?" Since arriving in the human realm, Xiao Wu had encountered a multitude of humanity's darker aspects. Those who appeared cheerful on the surface would immediately turn hostile upon discovering her lack of money, showering her with various insults. Even those who refrained from outright insults offered her nothing but disdainful glances and peculiar stares. The kindness shown by Yu Xinghe was something Xiao Wu had only previously experienced from her mother and the twins, De Ming and Er Ming. "You've called me sister. It's no great matter for an elder sister to treat her younger sister to a couple of carrots. If you feel indebted, simply share some of your favorite treats with me in the future," Yu Xinghe remarked. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, but soon after, she extended a carrot toward Yu Xinghe. "Here, please have a carrot. To me, carrots are the most delectable food in the world." Yu Xinghe, somewhat vexed, took the radish and playfully tugged at her ear, exclaiming, "You little rascal. To use the gift I bestowed upon you to treat me, how clever of you. I do not relish radishes. I desire you." With that, Yu Xinghe lunged toward Xiao Wu with a playful ferocity. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu found herself enveloped in Yu Xinghe's embrace. Leaning closer, Yu Xinghe whispered in her ear, "Xiao Wu, given your fondness for radishes, your martial spirit must be a rabbit, am I correct?" Xiao Wu's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly replied, "Sister, you are astute. My martial spirit is indeed a rabbit." "How delightful. I adore rabbits. Just today, I captured a magnificent 40-pound white rabbit. What do you think, should I braise it or stir-fry it?" "No, the rabbit is so adorable. Let us not eat it, okay? Rabbits are easy to care for. They only need 3 pounds of radishes a day, and they neither cry nor fuss." "Impossible. 3 pounds of radishes daily is excessive. It's unaffordable. Perhaps I should sell it instead. Let me see who might be interested." "Please don't. Xiao Wu is very obedient. I can help clean and even fight for you. Please don't sell me." "Fool, how could I ever sell you? You've eaten my radishes. That means you belong to me. A treasure like you is worth more than all the gold soul coins in the world." "Indeed, sister. You are the best sister in the world. Even if offered all the radishes in existence, Xiao would not exchange you." Chapter 21. The tribulation as fate would have it. While Yu Xinghe prepared to return to the Tianqing forest to visit the little red fruit tree, Tang San also rose to pack his belongings, intending to venture with the master into the soul-hunting forest to acquire his first soul ring. "Would you like to join me?" "No, thank you." "Very well, take care." "You should be the one to take care." Watching Yu Xinghe disappear from sight with her black iron spear slung over her shoulder, Tang San couldn't help but clench his fists. Someday, he too would obtain his own soul ring through sheer strength. Tianqing Forest. The weather today was particularly gloomy, with dark clouds swirling ominously, heralding an impending storm. As she pushed through the thicket once more, the tall little red fruit tree came into view. Unlike previous visits, today the tree bore no abundance of little red fruits. Rather, one solitary fruit hung prominently from a branch, drawing all attention to itself. "Human, do you remember the promise you made to me?" "I do. Thank you. This is the 10,000-year soul ring I promised you. You may absorb it directly." Following this, the ethereal little red fruit detached itself and flew into Yu Xinghe's hand. Upon grasping the fruit, Yuxinghe immediately felt the rich life energy it contained. Simultaneously, the barrier dissipated. The sky churned with dark clouds, resembling a tempestuous sea. As streaks of lightning flashed intermittently, akin to dragons of thunder stirring chaos within. This was the tribulation of 100,000 years. The shackles imposed upon the soul beasts by the divine. As the barrier dissipated, the little red fruit tree was completely stripped of its final veil of concealment. The ominous clouds and the thunder, akin to sharks sensing the scent of blood, converged menacingly above the little red fruit tree. The furious wind shook the branches of the tree, tearing away large swathes of its leaves. When the sky had fully coalesced into a vortex, the first bolt of lightning descended. With a resounding roar, the lightning struck, severing a robust branch from the little red fruit tree. Another thunderclap followed, this time obliterating a layer of the tree's crown. The relentless onslaught of lightning resembled a divine whip, lashing at the stationary little red fruit tree. 1 lash, 2 laces. 3, 4, 5 lashes. The divine lightning's quintuple whip surpassed even that of Teacher Ma's legendary strike. After 5 lashes, the tree's branches lay shattered, leaving only a charred trunk standing defiantly like an unyielding middle finger, expressing its indomitable spirit to the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the 6th bolt of lightning descended. This time, the sharpest part of the trunk was flattened, as life tends to smooth out an individual's edges. When the 7th bolt struck, the trunk was cleaved in twain. The 8th bolt followed, accompanied by a muffled groan, and at last, the little red fruit tree could bear no more. It is said that for a plant to attain sentience, it must endure millennia of quiet cultivation. The phrase 1,000 years to gather spirit, 10,000 years to awaken speaks of plants. The little red fruit tree was not small by the time it gained consciousness. Its stature was the most towering presence within its sight. It was fortunate, for a plant requires nearly 10,000 years of serene growth to manifest intelligence. Any disruption during this period would preclude its awakening. Yet, the little red fruit tree was also unfortunate, for although it had achieved sentience, no other plant around it had done so. It was utterly alone, until one day, a delightful creature appeared, a fluff ball of an animal, as white as freshly fallen snow. The little red fruit tree vividly recalls the expression of that adorable being upon seeing it. Wide-eyed, drooling, it emitted a series of delighted cries as it flitted to the branches, voraciously devouring the fruits it had painstakingly borne. After consuming all the fruits, the creature sought a cool, spacious spot to slumber. The little red fruit tree longed to communicate with it, but received no response. Upon waking, the adorable creature departed without a word. The little red fruit tree felt a wave of disappointment. However, it was not long before, once again laden with fruit, that the delightful creature reappeared. It continued its ritual of eating, sleeping, and then leaving. Though the creature never acknowledged it, the little red fruit tree cared not. It simply understood that from that moment forth, everything it did held profound significance. The fruits that have ripened are meant for consumption, not to fall to the ground and rot away. The emergence of lush foliage is no longer merely to absorb more sunlight, but to provide shade from the sun. Seasons change, and time flows. Unbeknownst to us, a millennium may pass in the blink of an eye. One day, when the creature awakens and intends to depart, it suddenly turns back and, for the first time, utters a sound towards the little red fruit tree. A soft, plaintive cry. Though the creature's words are incomprehensible, it does nothing to dampen the joy of the little red fruit tree. The 9th rumble of thunder brings it back to reality. Gazing at the brilliant light piercing through the dark clouds, it understands that its end is near. Thank you, dear one, for your companionship over countless years. Thank you for bestowing upon me this great tree, a prolonged dream of beauty. A glimmer of light ignites, illuminating the world. With a thunderous roar, the last remnant of the trunk shatters into fragments. Simultaneously, ripples emerge in the void, and a wooden door materializes from thin air, through which a white shadow flits forth. The white shadow flies directly to where the little red fruit tree once stood. Yet now, all that remains is a charred, blackened stump. The little creature cries out loudly, rummaging through the ashes as if searching for something. In its desperate search on the charred stump, the once snow-white creature becomes enveloped in soot, transforming into a coal-like figure. Though the words of the little one are lost to comprehension, the sorrow in its tone resonates universally. At last, the little creature seems to relent in its search. Sitting amidst the remnants of the blackened stump and weeping bitterly, witnessing the little one's tears, Moonstar River feels an inexplicable pang in her heart. She then retrieves the fruit gifted to her by the little red fruit tree and places it before the small black figure. As it gazes at the red fruit, the black figure's tears cease. To Moonstar River's astonishment, The little black figure opens its mouth wide and devours the fruit. Soon after, an even more astonishing event unfolds. The little black figure extends its fluffy hand and presses it upon the remnants of the stump, a verdant glow emanating from it, a life-giving energy surging forth from within, flowing from its hand into the remnants beneath. After what feels like an eternity, a tender green shoot breaks through the dark remains. As the shoot emerges, the little black figure spews forth a torrent of blood, seemingly intending to nourish it with its lifeblood. Though Moonstar River cannot foresee the consequences of this act, she fears that the little black figure is likely to perish. For within its eyes, she sees a resolute determination, remembering her promise to the little red fruit tree. Moonstar River feels compelled to intervene. However, as she reached out to embrace the small black orb, she was astonished to find that she could not touch it at all. Though it was within arm's reach, it remained elusive. After expelling several mouthfuls of blood, the small black orb appeared utterly despondent. In stark contrast, the tender sprout had blossomed into a sapling towering over her. Despite its disheartened demeanor, the small black orb smiled. It then addressed the Moon River, saying, "Human, I thank you. Without your seed, no amount of life energy could have revived it. You can speak? Is it so strange to converse? Indeed, in a fantastical world, encountering something like SpongeBob would hardly be astonishing. By the way, are you feeling all right? What do you think? To be honest, I truly do not know. Human, I wish to ask you for a favor. Hey, why are you, like that little red fruit tree, so eager to request something from me? I refuse. From the beginning until now, I have gained nothing. I will not listen." Upon seeing the Moon River covering her ears, the small black orb's voice resonated directly in her mind. "This is an extraordinary opportunity. It will benefit you without any detriment. Speak. I wish to reside within your body alongside the little red." Little red? You mean this tree? Absolutely not. What if you both refuse to leave later and become permanent fixtures? I would have nowhere to lament. What is a permanent fixture? Never mind that. Little one, this is solely advantageous for you. You must be a soul master, correct? Based on my observations, it seems you require 2 soul rings. If you agree to let me and Little Red stay within you for a time, I shall grant you 2 soul rings. What say you? It is a guarantee of no loss. That could work. But what duration of soul rings will you grant me? I will not agree without at least 10,000 years. The small black orb smiled faintly. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Chapter 22. Soul Rings and Soul Skills. All right. Now, I shall enter. Do not be nervous. It will not hurt. Yu Xinghe, are you wishing for my demise? After the small black orb and the sapling transformed into luminous points and merged into Yu Xinghe's being, a surging torrent of energy coursed through her. With this influx, her level ascended from 20, climbing to 21, then 22. Ultimately, the 2 soul rings conferred upon her a 5-level enhancement in soul power. Yu Xinghe furrowed her brow in disbelief. This should not be. How could the simultaneous absorption of 2 soul rings result in merely a 5-level increase in soul power? After all, she was only a great soul master at present, not a soul king, soul emperor, or soul saint. Contemplating this, Yu Xinghe activated her martial soul. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings emerged from beneath her feet. One white, one black. Upon seeing the blinding white soul ring, Yu Xinghe finally understood the predicament. She realized she had been hindered. While Yu Xinghe was mired in frustration, she failed to notice that the hands of the celestial clock had surged from just shy of 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Of course, even if Yu Xinghe had been aware, she would have lacked the disposition to investigate further. A white soul ring. This is not how one should play. Gazing at the lustrous, crystalline white soul ring, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim, "Little black orb, come forth. Explain what this is." In an instant, a fluffy white ball appeared atop Yu Xinghe's head. First, I am not called Little Black Orb. You may refer to me as Ying. Second, it's merely a color of a soul ring. What's there to fuss over? Besides, don't you find white to be quite beautiful? Yet the issue was that my first soul ring was, astonishingly, a mere 10-year one. Are you trying to bring about my ruin? Calm down. The color of the soul ring is utterly inconsequential. What truly matters is the soul skill this ring bestows upon you. I shall take my leave now. Do not disturb me unless it is of great importance. Prompted by the fluffy ball, Yu Xinghe felt a surge of curiosity about what soul skill this white soul ring would endow her with. As the first soul skill activated, the white soul ring flickered gently. Simultaneously, a cross coordinate appeared within her vision. This coordinate shifted in tandem with her gaze. Then, Yu Xinghe attempted to stabilize the coordinate. With a thought, the coordinate fixed itself upon a stone. And then, nothing happened. Is this it? Indeed, a 10-year soul ring is just that. The soul skill it bestowed is utterly worthless. Thankfully, her second soul ring was of 1,000 years. Otherwise, if another white soul ring had emerged, Yuxinghe might have contemplated self-harm. As Yuxinghe activated her second soul skill, the second soul ring emitted a faint glow. With a resounding bang, Yuxinghe vanished from her original position. Then, she collided directly with the stone. Goodness! How could the second soul skill be so infuriatingly unhelpful? Rubbing her painfully throbbing forehead, Yuxinghe suddenly recognized the stone as somewhat familiar. After surveying her surroundings once more, a bold idea emerged in her mind. Subsequently, Moonstar River activated her first skill again, this time designating a cross-coordinate on an open expanse. She then unleashed her second soul technique. In the next moment, she manifested at that very location. It was, astonishingly, a teleportation. Yuxinghe was utterly astonished. The surprise was truly monumental. The skill of teleportation, whether employed for evading peril or for launching an offensive, is undeniably a remarkable art. Thus, for the entirety of the following day, Yuxinghe reveled in her newfound ability, darting through the forest with unrestrained delight. When her spiritual energy was depleted, she would pause to recuperate, and once rejuvenated, she would resume her playful escapades. By the time Yuxinghe returned to Nodding Academy, it was well past midnight. To deter students from sneaking out at night, the academy's gates were firmly shut, guarded by 2 vigilant porters on patrol. However, for Yuxinghe, who had recently acquired this extraordinary soul skill, these obstacles were trivial. If the elite soul masters were to learn of her using such a divine skill to evade the academy's gatekeepers, one could only imagine their astonishment. Upon entering her dormitory, she found Wang Xing and the others still immersed in meditative practice to cultivate their spiritual energy. This was to be expected, as the working students spent their days laboring for their living expenses, reserving only the night for training. In stark contrast to Wang Sheng and his diligent companions, Xiao Wu, who was fast asleep, presented a rather incongruous sight. Speaking of Xiao Wu, Yuxinghe suddenly felt compelled to check her progress in the pursuit of her goal. With a swift motion, the data panel materialized. Name, Yuxinghe. Age, 6. Profession, Battle Mage Martial Soul. Time of the Celestial Void level, 25. Enhancement level, 5 skills. Combat techniques, learned. Chain skills mastery, learned. Radiant pattern generation, learned. Glorious Dragon Crescent Moon, learned. Energy points, 1360. Quest, Win Xiao Wu's Heart Progress, 65 100 Reward. Skill transform into Bayana. Yuxinghe had never anticipated that the time he spent with Xiao Wu, a mere half a day, would lead to such a significant increase in affection. What an innocent girl she is. Were she human, it would be utterly impossible to foster such fondness in such a short span. It seems only an unworldly soul beast could be so easily touched. With this thought in mind, Yuxinghe resolved to take a rest. After all, he had experimented with teleportation throughout the entire day, while his spiritual energy had been restored. The fatigue of the mind could only be alleviated through sleep. As soon as Yuxinghe lay down, Xiao Wu, who had originally closed her eyes, slightly opened them. "You're back?" Listening to her dreamy murmurs, Yuxinghe gently pinched her cheek and replied, "Yes, I have returned." "You're so cold," she said, and without hesitation. Xiao Wu nestled closer, wrapping around Yuxinghe like an octopus. With her head buried in the crook of his neck, she whispered, "What soul beast did you kill so soon?" At the mention of this, Yuxinghe felt a twinge of frustration. A 10-year-old little rabbit. Xiao Wu playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist, exclaiming, "No. The bunny is so adorable. Why do you always have to pick on rabbits?" However, after a brief moment, Xiao Wu couldn't help but giggle, saying, "You can only bully rabbits. I bet you spent quite a while catching them." Yuxinghe extended a hand to embrace the delicate figure of Xiao Wu, while his other hand gently caressed her small head. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, "I never need to actively catch rabbits. I merely stand still, and they come to me willingly." The murmured words danced around her ear, tickling and teasing, akin to a gentle hand stirring the depths of her heart. Xiao Wu yearned to shield her ears with her hands, but found them firmly grasped by Yuxinghe. "All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Sleep now," he said, pulling her closer and wrapping the blanket tightly around them, softly patting her back. That night, Xiao Wu slumbered exceptionally peacefully. As she drifted into a deep sleep, the progress bar surged from 65 to 70 in an instant. Chapter 23, Soul Master Level Assessment. Sister Xinghe, may I see your soul rings? Absolutely not. Why not? Because my soul rings are far too formidable. Revealing them would frighten you. 100-year soul ring? A 1,000-year soul ring? A 10,000-year soul ring? Or perhaps a 100,000-year soul ring? Yu Xinghe, it has almost been 100,000 years. Sister Xinghe, please, just show me your spirit ring. Faced with Xiao Wu's charming antics, Yu Xinghe ultimately relented. When the pale white spirit ring rose from beneath Yu Xinghe's feet, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. How could a 10-year spirit ring possibly be just a 10-year one? In the Douluo Continent, 90% of spirit masters possess a 10-year spirit ring as their first. However, Xiao Wu was well aware of Yu Xinghe's prowess. Not to mention, that 100-gene black iron spear was not something an ordinary person could wield. The Moonlight River is quite remarkable, utilizing it as a mere club. Such strength is indeed rare, even among soul beasts. While other students embark on their quest for soul rings accompanied by mentors, Moonlight River boldly takes leave and ventures into the mountains alone in search of a soul ring. With her formidable prowess, even if her first soul ring is merely a millennium old, Xiao would not find it surprising. However, at this moment, the pale white soul ring pulsates rhythmically, appearing as the utmost irony bestowed by the heavens. Soul rings hold immense significance, particularly the first, as it serves as a foundation and a starting point for soul masters. A weak foundation directly results in a shortened path for a soul master. But that is of no concern. Although the first soul ring may be lacking, one can still make amends with the second soul ring. Xiao Wu, you're truly astute. Higi, what is so clever about that? I was merely wondering how you knew I had compensated with my second soul ring? The second soul ring? Initially, Xiao Wu was taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of astonishment, even more exaggerated than when she first encountered the 10-year soul ring. You've become a great soul master. Indeed, come accompany me to the spirit hall to collect my rank badge. Wait, what level is your soul power now? 25. 25. Are you certain it's not 15? Yu Xinghe, with a hint of irritation, tapped lightly on Xiao Wu's head, exclaiming, Do you think I am just a foolish rabbit that comes to you willingly? How could you even miscalculate your soul power level? What about your second soul ring? Subsequently, Xiao Wu gazed at the profound darkness of her second soul ring, rendered speechless for an extended moment. In the office on the second floor of the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, an elderly man was sternly reprimanding a young man. If Yu Xinghe were present, he would instantly recognize that the chastised youth was Su Yuntao. Yuntao, I am not referring to anyone else. How could you delay such a significant matter until now? This pertains to a brand new martial soul that has never before appeared, one with innate soul power exceeding that of 20 levels. This is an event monumental enough to be recorded in the annals of the Wuhuan Temple. Where has that child gone? Master Ma Zayuno replied, According to what I know, she is at Nodding Academy. The faculty and students there can attest to her attendance, but just yesterday, she suddenly took leave, claiming she needed to return to her village. I rushed to Holy Soul Village but still could not locate her. Then let us visit Nodding Academy again today. We must secure this child for our Wuhuan Temple. Knock. Knock, knock. What is it? Master Ma Zayuno, there are 2 children outside who wish to undergo the Soul Master level assessment. Allow them to enter. Yuntao, you go find that child. Yes. As the door swung open, Yu Xinghe collided directly with Su Yuntao, who wore a face of distress. Oh, big brother. What are you doing here? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Yuntao looked down, nearly moved to tears. After searching high and low, I have found you without any effort. Then, under Yu Xinghe's puzzled gaze, Su Yuntao led her before Master Ma Zayuno. Master Ma Zayuno, this is the child I mentioned to you. That is splendid. With the child arriving of her own volition, Ma Zayuno no longer held Su Yuntao's earlier mistakes against him. Child, before we assess your soul master level, could you please reveal your martial soul for me to see? Of course. Then, as the ethereal time-starry sky manifested, Ma Zayuno's gaze became entranced. If martial souls possessed aesthetic qualities, the time-starry sky would undoubtedly stand out as the pinnacle among all martial souls. Once, having perused the martial soul compendium, Ma Zayuno believed the angel martial soul to be the strongest and most beautiful in existence. However, upon witnessing the time-starry sky before him, he felt that, in terms of beauty, the angel martial soul paled in comparison. Wonderful! What a magnificent time-starry sky! After living for most of my life, to be fortunate enough to behold such a martial soul, I can die without regrets. With that, Ma Zayuno guided Yu Xinghe to undergo the soul power level test. Upon entering the martial soul laboratory, Ma Zayuno instructed, Release your soul ring. As the 2 soul rings, one white and one black, ascended from the feet of Yu Xinghe, Matthew was once again petrified. The white soul ring was somewhat comprehensible, as the majority of soul masters possess a white 10-year soul ring as their first. However, the second soul ring, a black 10,000-year one, was utterly astonishing. Matthew could confidently assert that, not to mention the annals of Soul Master history. Even among the titled Douluo offerings of the Spirit Hall, a 10,000-year soul ring is typically awarded only to those of Soul King rank. The notion of a Soul Master at the Great Soul Master level possessing a 10,000-year soul ring would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Soul Master community. Grandfather, has the assessment concluded? We must test soul power as well. With that, Matthew produced a crystal ball. Under normal circumstances, for someone like you, who has just acquired a soul ring, the soul power should be around 21. Yet before he could finish his thought, the result displayed by the crystal ball shocked him once more. 25. My goodness. Fortunately, given the foundation laid by the existence of the 10,000-year soul ring, Matthew managed to maintain his composure. Subsequently, Matthew retrieved a badge engraved with 3 intercrossed swords and said, Child, concentrate your soul power at your fingertips and inscribe your name on the back. Henceforth, this will be your personal rank badge. Though the badge was modest in size, it was substantial for an adult, and particularly so for Yu Xinghe. After all, the badge's designer could never have anticipated that a child would attain the level of a great soul master. Can you do it, child? If not, I can help you inscribe it. Thank you, grandfather, but I would prefer to do it myself. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe summoned a wisp of soul power to her fingertips, and after a slight modulation of the soul power's radiance, she deftly inscribed 3 characters with a flourish. Excellent. Inscribing on the rank badge with soul power was also a form of test. Unlike specialized soul masters who assist with inscriptions, ordinary soul masters often lack the finesse to control their soul power precisely, resulting in imprecise engravings that appear crooked and untidy, akin to a dog-esque shoe. For instance, Su Yuntao, when he received his Great Soul Master badge, insisted on inscribing it himself, producing a name that was quite unsightly. In contrast, Yu Xinghe, despite being a young girl, executed her characters with fluidity and precision, exuding an air of mastery. Indeed, it was the aura of a master. Matthew was perplexed. How could the handwriting of such a young girl possess such a formidable and unparalleled presence? One might mistake it for the work of an esteemed soul emperor or soul saint. Little did Matthew know, Yu Xinghe had absorbed the lifelong insights of a martial arts master. In terms of skill, she might still have room for growth. But when it came to presence and demeanor, she had it firmly in her grasp. Chapter 24, The Malevolent Soul Master Child, would you care to join the Spirit Hall? As anticipated, Matthew began to draw Yu Xinghe into the organization. Could I ponder this for a moment? And how long do you intend to deliberate? Perhaps several decades. Coughing, Matthew thought to himself that he might not live to see that day. Child, the Spirit Hall is the ultimate sanctuary for all soul masters. At your tender age, you may not comprehend the significance of the Spirit Hall. Here is what we shall do. You return to the academy to continue your studies, and I will report to my superiors to gauge their sentiments. How does that sound? All right. There was no other choice. Yu Xinghe could not possibly eliminate Matthew, could she? In that moment, she grasped the meaning of overreaching her bounds, and alas, she had no backup. After a brief wait, when Xiao Wu also received her Soul Master badge, she joyfully went to claim her Soul Master subsidy. During the process, the staff initially doubted the legitimacy of Yu Xinghe's badge, intending to deny her the subsidy until Matthew personally vouched for her. The administrator, upon realizing their error, hurriedly offered profuse apologies. Once outside the Spirit Hall, Yu Xinghe tucked the Grand Master badge away. For others, wearing such an emblem garnered reverence. For her, it could invite a myriad of troubles. As they journeyed, Xiao Wu bounced along, contemplating how to spend her gold soul coins. While a single gold soul coin was considerable for an ordinary person, it was somewhat insufficient for Xiao Wu, who was eager to purchase everything that piqued her curiosity. Thus, she turned her gaze towards Yu Xinghe. After all, Yu Xinghe received 10 gold soul coins each month. Sister Xinghe, she chimed sweetly, may I borrow a bit of gold soul coin? I promise to repay you later. And how do you intend to repay me? Rabbits aren't worth much. Will you lend it or not? Just one word. You truly are a handful. Sister Xinghe is the best. Mua. Though she had relinquished her coins, the tender kiss from Xiao Wu brought a semblance of balance to Yu Xinghe's heart. Unbeknownst to her, while she and Xiao Wu were out shopping, others had already set their sights on them. Boss, those 2 girls are the ones. They are truly striking. Especially the one with silver hair. At such a young age, she is already so captivating. Just imagine how enchanting she will be when she matures. Third, wipe your drool. Do not forget our primary objective for being here. I know, but boss, it would be such a waste to eliminate those two. If you were so taken with them, then go capture them yourself. Just keep the commotion to a minimum, and remember the main task. Understood. In the stillness of the night, two gatekeepers stood vigil at the entrance of Notting College, engaging in a casual conversation. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, laden with swirling dust, causing them to rub their eyes in discomfort. Just as their vision was obscured by the tempest, three shadowy figures advanced towards them. In a state of utter confusion, the two gatekeepers met their untimely demise. It's your turn, the second one. The third and I will proceed inside. Rest assured, elder brother. As the two shadows passed over the wall, the remaining shadow conjured a dark mist, enveloping the lifeless bodies of the gatekeepers. Following a chilling sound reminiscent of gnawing, the two gatekeepers vanished without a trace. A dark cloud drifted by, shrouding the once radiant moon in obscurity. On a moonless night, with the wind howling ominously, the scene was set for a sinister act. As the esteemed headmaster of Notting Academy, Rosen typically found himself awake until the late hours, engrossed in paperwork. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, fatigue enveloped him unexpectedly. Just as his head drooped, a shadow surged towards him with alarming speed. Is the soul sect truly this feeble? The shadow scoffed, brandishing a long knife aimed at Rosen's neck. Just as the shadow anticipated the gruesome spectacle of separation, Rosen's eyes snapped open. In an instant, for soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath him, and an oil lamp materialized in his grasp. Who are you? Rosen bellowed, unleashing his fourth soul skill. The flickering flame within the lamp swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal fireball that hurtled towards the shadow. The assailant, caught off guard by Rosen's sudden awakening, found himself engulfed by the inferno due to their proximity. The air was pierced by the agonizing cries of the shadow within the orange blaze. Boss, save me. There's someone else. Before Rosen could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp line of blood appeared at his throat, and a figure emerged behind him. You. Rosen attempted to turn to identify the shadow, but with the slightest movement of his neck, a torrent of blood erupted, and an aged head rolled from his shoulders. Thud, thud, thud. The severed head hit the ground with a dull thud, and the shadow merely scoffed in disdain. As Rosen succumbed to death, the roaring fireball dissipated instantly. Zhang Sen approached Wang Wu, who reeked of charred flesh, and kicked his head, asking, "Are you dead? If not, get up. Someone will be here shortly." Wang Wu opened his mouth, exhaling a cloud of blackened smoke. Cough, cough, I messed up. You should be grateful. He was merely a soul sect member. Had he been a soul king, you might have been reduced to ashes. Remember, you are still just a soul master. Cough, cough, I apologize. It won't happen again. We must act swiftly. The old man just shouted. I wonder if those children are awake. If they are, we could be in trouble. Simultaneously, the blissfully sleeping Xiao Wu and Yu Xinghe opened their eyes. After exchanging glances, they echoed in unison. Did you hear that? Quickly donning their garments, Yu Xinghe shouted at the meditating Wang Sheng and the others. Everyone, wake up. We are in grave danger. Chapter 25, Night of Carnage, Part 1. Rosen's earlier exclamation of "Who are you?" played a crucial role, inadvertently rousing two teachers residing within the academy from their meditative states. Teacher A remarked, "That was the headmaster's voice." Teacher B replied, "This is serious." As the two teachers exited the dormitory, they hurriedly made their way to the dean's office, their expressions becoming grave as they surveyed the surrounding mist. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why has the fog suddenly descended? One inquired. Something is amiss. This mist is imbued with soul power. It is the work of human hands. The other replied. Upon hearing this, the first teacher's expression changed dramatically. Such a vast expanse of fog could spell ill intentions. Recalling the dean's voice, laced with a mix of astonishment and fury, an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him. We must hasten to the dean, the second teacher urged. Before they could approach, a nauseating stench of blood and a faint, acrid smell assaulted their senses. The closer they drew, the more intense the odor became, reaching a peak that nearly caused them to retch as they entered the dean's office. Dean, what transpired here? The air was foul, and the dean's eyes were bloodshot, his visage contorted in anguish. The floor was stained with large puddles of fresh blood and two bodies clad in black, leaving the two teachers inwardly shaken by the horrific sight. It was undoubtedly the aftermath of a fierce battle. You're here, croaked the dean, his voice strained, as if he had to force the words out. The teachers quickly lowered their heads, speaking in unison. We apologize for our tardiness, Dean. What has happened to your voice? And the wound on your neck? It's nothing. I was ambushed by a thief who nearly severed my head. Fortunately, I reacted in time. It merely grazed my windpipe. No serious damage. Just a slight alteration to my voice. But where are the other teachers? Isn't it true that only a few reside in the academy? One began. But before he could finish, the other lifted his head, his face ashen. Dean, I shall summon help at once. With that, he grasped the first teacher's arm and hurried toward the exit. Stop. The hoarse voice, barely intelligible, sent a shiver down the second teacher's spine. Suddenly, the dean stepped between them, his cold hand resting on their shoulders. It is dark outside, and there may still be assassins lurking. It is unsafe. I shall accompany you. Perhaps due to his proximity, the second teacher could even hear the sound of blood oozing from the wound. The thought of the terrifying possibility made him tremble. Mustering his courage, he stammered, Dean, it is more pressing to attend to your injury. We can handle the matter of gathering others. Beside them, I heard these words and said without a second thought, there are no medicines here. Are you suggesting that the esteemed dean handles this? How can he manage? Rosen also croaked, indeed. There isn't even a needle and thread here. How can we tend to the wounds? Needle and thread? Dean, what do you need those for? To sew clothes? If we don't sew it, my head might just fall off. Dean, at such a moment, you still have the composure to crack cold jokes. But truth be told, that joke is as chilly as your hands. It's fine, it will warm up shortly. By the way, why are you all looking down? Am I frightening you? Not at all. You are handsome and charming, as dashing as ever, radiating vitality. But look, it's getting dark and foggy. I'm just worried I might not see the path clearly, and if I miss a step while descending the stairs, it would be troublesome. As they spoke, the three approached the staircase. At that moment, the fog thickened. The stairs, which used to be visible to the bottom, now only revealed a distance of half a flight. Beyond that lay an abyss of darkness, faintly accompanied by an eerie, elusive laughter. Even A, usually carefree, sensed something amiss upon witnessing this. Why are we not moving? Came the dean's voice, faint as a whisper. A, exhibiting a look of terror, replied, Dean, let us take another staircase. I feel uneasy about this one. Don't worry. I'll scout the way. In the next instant, a round object flashed past the eyes of the two, rolling swiftly downwards. A dull thud echoed continuously from the darkness. At that moment, A's body began to tremble violently, his voice quivering. B, did you see what that was? It must have been a rat. Such a large rat. Though it had merely flashed by, it had seen it clearly. Yet, a voice in his mind insisted, that was an illusion. You must have imagined it. Unfortunately, A's self-deceiving lie was abruptly dismantled by B. Stop fooling yourself. That was the dean's head. A's complexion drained of color in an instant. No, that is impossible. The esteemed dean is right beside us. Dean, speak to us. Then, from the darkness came the dean's hoarse voice. Come down. There is no danger here. By the way, bring my body down, down, down. A stiffly turned his head, bit by bit. What came into view was the body of the dean, devoid of a head, alongside the faces of colleagues, bleeding from their 7 orifices. In the next moment, under the gaze of despair from A, B stiffly turned his head, seemingly wishing to convey something. However, as he opened his mouth, a crimson line appeared at his neck, which gradually thickened until B's head detached from his body. Rolling down the stairs, A, gripped by terror, yearned to scream, but as a chilling breeze swept past, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by a dizzying sensation, leading him into an eternal darkness. Chapter 26, The Night of Carnage, Part 2. It was already 1 a.m. Yet Xiao Qinyu remained restless. The moment he closed his eyes, a stunning silver-haired girl appeared, smiling at him. A gust of cold wind blew through the window, causing Xiao Qinyu to shiver involuntarily. Why had it suddenly turned so cold? He was not the only one feeling the chill. His 2 companions, Lu Long and Ling Feng, shared the sentiment. Damn, why is it so cold all of a sudden? Boss, are you awake too? Xiao Qinyu nodded at the two. Yes. He had no intention of confessing that his insomnia stemmed from infatuation, for that would only invite ridicule from his subordinates. Awakened abruptly, the trio found themselves devoid of sleep. Boss, how about we take a stroll? Let us see why it's so cold, suggested Lu Long. Sounds good. We can't sleep anyway and have no desire to cultivate, Xiao Qinyu replied, as they donned their clothes, preparing to venture out. Suddenly, a brightly lit room caught his attention. It was the 7th dormitory, the only residence for work-study students, and it was where she resided. For the first time, Xiao Qinyu felt a pang of jealousy towards Wang Sheng and the others, who were fortunate enough to share a space with his dream girl. What could she possibly be doing at this hour? Observing Xiao Qingyu lost in thought while gazing at the 7th dormitory, Lu Long remarked, "Those guys are still awake at such a late hour. I wonder what they're up to." Ling Feng chimed in, "Why not just go see for ourselves?" Hearing Ling Feng's suggestion, Xiao Qinyu's eyes lit up. "Let us go take a look." As Xiao Qinyu headed towards the 7th dormitory, Lu Long expressed his surprise, "Boss, you're really going to check it out?" Ling Feng was equally astonished that Xiao Qinyu had the intention to spy. Truth be told, they were somewhat reluctant to confront the group of work-study students due to a prior altercation in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. Lu Long exchanged glances with Ling Feng and said, "Boss, I need to take a leak." Ling Feng quickly added, "Boss, I need to go too." Xiao Qinyu turned back to glance at them, waving his hand dismissively. "Never mind, I'll go alone." Goodbye, boss." Lu Long and Ling Feng fled with a palpable sense of relief. Xiao Qinyu could scarcely fathom that with a mere wave of his hand, he was bidding farewell to Lu Long and Ling Feng forever. Initially, the duo intended to return to their dormitory, but suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from the stairwell. They exchanged glances and resolved to investigate. As they approached the stairway, another noise emerged, reminiscent of something rolling down. At that moment, the fog thickened. Although both Lu Long and Ling Feng were adept soul masters, the obscuring mist rendered it impossible to discern the nature of the rounded object. As they drew closer, a wisp of moonlight pierced through the dissipating clouds, illuminating the scene. In that luminous glow, they were horrified to discover that it was the severed heads of their esteemed principal and 2 of their teachers. Lu Long's legs buckled beneath him, and he felt as if his very breath had been snatched away. Yet, the nightmare was far from over. From the inky darkness of the stairwell, 3 shadowy figures gradually emerged. Astonishingly, they were 3 headless corpses. Lu Long's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, while Ling Feng summoned every ounce of strength to scream for help. Alas, he remained oblivious to the fact that the fog muffled sound, rendering his desperate cries inaudible to his fellow dorm mates just a stone's throw away. Soon after, the headless bodies entered the dormitory, and one of them approached the 2 in front of Ling Feng's horrified gaze, mercilessly tearing the unconscious Lu Long into shreds. Blood splattered into Ling Feng's eyes, staining the world around him a deep crimson. The slaughter had commenced. 7 dormitory. Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu widened their eyes once more, while others remained oblivious. The enhanced body of Yu Xinghe and the keen hearing of Xiao Wu allowed them to perceive the agonized wails of Ling Feng in his final moments. Something catastrophic must have occurred. With this thought in mind, Yu Xinghe instructed Xiao Wu to keep Wang Xing and the others in the dormitory while she grasped her black iron spear and ventured out to assess the situation. Upon stepping outside, Yu Xinghe's pupils constricted. "Xinghe, what brings you out here?" The sudden appearance of Yu Xinghe left Xiao Qinyu with a sense of having been caught in an act of voyeurism. Just as he sought to clarify the situation, a radiant white light erupted from beneath Yu Xinghe's feet. It was a soul ring. In an instant, her figure flickered like a specter, and then her ethereal visage materialized before Xiao Qinyu. As she drew closer, he was enveloped by an incredibly refreshing aroma, reminiscent of a tranquil forest, instilling within him an indescribable sense of comfort. Just as Xiao Qinyu was about to speak, Yu Xinghe placed her hand gently upon his shoulder. The first impression Xiao Qinyu had was that the hands of Yu Xinghe were remarkably soft. Immediately thereafter, an immense force surged forth, causing Xiao Qinyu to be propelled outward. Yu Xinghe possessed immense strength, which was Xiao Qinyu's second observation. With a dull expression, Wang Wu stared at the black iron spear piercing through his chest. He never anticipated that this petite beauty, resembling an ethereal sprite, could so effortlessly impale him. "Who are you? What brings you here? And where is the dean?" Facing Yu Xinghe's rapid-fire inquiries, Wang Wu let out a harsh, mirthless laugh. His voice was already unpleasant, and this laughter rendered it even more grating. "Little beauty, we meet again. I must admit, you possess considerable power." Yu Xinghe's expression darkened further at Wang Wu's evasive response. "I do not know you, and if you do not answer my questions promptly, do not blame me for being merciless. Wretched girl, you're probably not even fully grown yet. Shall I assist you?" "Dear uncle?" Wang Wu disregarded the iron spear lodged in him, raising his long knife, with soul rings shimmering, and aimed to strike at Yu Xinghe. Soul skill, Shadow Slash. This was Wang Wu's 3rd soul skill, his most formidable ability to date. Initially, he had no intention of harming Yu Xinghe, but her strength exceeded his expectations. If it came to a fight, he realized it would require significant effort, so he resolved to sever the little girl's hand first, rendering her unable to resist, allowing him to savor her completely. As Wang Wu swung his blade towards her, Yu Xinghe abandoned any thoughts of dialogue, recognizing him as a madman. With this realization, She activated her teleportation once more, appearing behind Wang Wu. Seizing the moment while he struck at nothingness, Yu Xinghe lifted the spear and hurled it forward. Wang Wu, having just sliced through thin air, was caught off guard as he felt the world spin around him, and then he made a rather intimate acquaintance with the ground. Which was harder, his head or the earth? The answer arrived swiftly with a resounding crash. With a sound akin to a watermelon bursting, Wang Wu was slammed to the ground by Yu Xinghe, landing in a manner reminiscent of a headfirst dive. Chapter 27. The Night of Slaughter, Part 3. With a crisp crack, the ground was adorned with blooming peach and pear blossoms. Wang Wu could hardly believe that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere 6 or 7-year-old girl. He was one of the notorious evil soul masters, a member of the infamous trio of brothers, and a legend who had cultivated his martial soul to the rank of soul sovereign despite possessing innate zero soul power. Yet now all was lost. Yu Xinghe gazed upon the vibrant hues of red, white, yellow, green, and black scattered across the ground. A tumultuous wave surged within her stomach, and ultimately she could no longer suppress the urge to vomit. The act of slaughtering animals and that of taking a human life are truly two entirely different matters. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind her, laden with terror and despair. It was from the 6th dormitory. Yu Xinghe cast a glance at the lifeless figure clad in black, an ominous premonition surging within her heart. Could there be another? With this thought, she hastily rushed toward the direction of the 6th dormitory. Upon arriving at the entrance, the piercing screams abruptly ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed. Before her lay a gruesome scene of dismembered remains, leaving Yu Xinghe utterly stunned. In her previous life, she had watched her fair share of American horror films, Saw, Wrong Turn, Hostel, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, among others, believing herself to possess a certain resilience to gory imagery. Yet, as the real inferno unfolded before her, she realized how naive she truly was. On the ground, a girl, still clinging to life despite a gaping wound in her chest, struggled to lift her head, tremblingly extending her hand toward Yu Xinghe, pleading for salvation. However, before Yu Xinghe could grasp that quivering hand, it fell heavily to the ground, akin to a flower wilting past its season. Not far from her stood 3 headless corpses, bloodied hands reaching out towards her. This sight would surely send shivers down the spine of even the most seasoned soldier. Yet, within Yu Xinghe's gaze, there was naught but apathy. As the 3 headless figures charged toward her, instead of retreating, Yu Xinghe pressed forward, rushing headlong into their midst. In truth, she could not comprehend why she chose to advance. She simply felt a string within her mind snap upon seeing those headless bodies, and then she was unafraid. Unbeknownst to Yu Xinghe, she had inherited not only the lifelong insights of a martial arts master, but also the combative instincts that came with it. During this time, she had yet to unleash her full potential, and the recent swift demise of the insignificant adversary had merely whetted her appetite for battle, igniting the flames of her warrior spirit as the 3 nameless corpses served as the final spark. Clang! The black iron spear pierced the body of a headless corpse, sending forth a shower of sparks. Though it was flesh and blood, it proved more resilient than steel. Yu Xinghe realized that he had encountered a true adversary. With the emergence of a worthy opponent, he activated the skill Xianwen generation. As he expended 100 energy points from the bracelet, 10 energy orbs, each the size of a fist, ascended behind him. These orbs radiated a captivating blue-white luminescence, their surfaces occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity, as if they contained a tempestuous storm within. A single explosion would rend the heavens asunder. Xianwen generation is a skill that utilizes the consumption of energy points to provide the host with corresponding energy attribute attacks. Note, currently, the lightning and light attributes have been unlocked. As the Xianwen generation unfolded, the room was filled with the incessant crackling of electric currents. Tendrils of electricity flowed from Yu Xinghe's body into the black iron spear he wielded, enveloping the unassuming weapon in a radiant aura of electric light. Gripping the thunder spear tightly, Yu Xinghe surged forward once more. Shatter the dominance! As Yu Xinghe wielded her spear with a sweeping motion, a streak of electric light lingered in the air. The surface of the 3 headless corpses, once as solid as steel, bore deep charred marks visible down to the bone. Effective. Seizing the moment, Yu Xinghe pressed the attack, her first and second soul rings flickering in rapid succession as she teleported behind one of the headless corpses. Subsequently, a sphere of lightning vanished from behind her, only to reappear at the tip of her black iron spear. In the next instant, a meteor-like strike ensued. Countless afterimages of the black iron spear danced as Yuxinghe struck the headless corpse repeatedly, delivering dozens of thrusts in the blink of an eye. The sheer velocity and electric currents left a lingering trace of her posture etched in place until the second corpse collapsed, gradually fading thereafter. After she had transformed the third corpse into a sieve, applause unexpectedly erupted. For reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable dread washed over Yuxinghe at the sound of the clapping. Indeed, what a remarkable talent. At such a tender age, you have already become a great soul master, and even more astonishing is that your second soul ring is over 10,000 years old. As far as I know, you are unparalleled in your extraordinary gifts throughout the history of Douluo Continent. Little girl, I ask you but one thing. Do you wish to become my disciple? Gazing at the figure cloaked in black robes before her, Yuxinghe felt alarm bells ringing throughout her being. Yet, bolstered by the energy of lightning, she replied disdainfully, "You?" Just two simple words, coupled with a questioning tone and a look of scorn, led Zhang San to realize that this little girl was not only extraordinarily gifted, but also possessed a fierce spirit unfitting for her age. After a chilling laugh, the figure in black remarked, "Ah, the audacity of youth." Any soul master who hears the name Zhang San would typically blush, tremble, and cower in fear. The only reason I do not slay you is out of respect for your talent. Otherwise, do you think you could have bested Wang Wu? Despite his shortcomings, he remains my disciple. That worthless individual is your disciple? It seems your prowess as a master is rather lacking. Little girl, my patience is not infinite. I ask you plainly, will you agree or not? Become your disciple? You lack the merit. Very well. Do not regret your decision. As soon as the words left his mouth, 5 soul rings rose from Wang Wu's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. With the emergence of the 5 soul rings, a chilling aura of extreme resentment surged from Zhang San, pressing down upon Yuxinghe. Chapter 28, Night of Slaughter, Part 4. As the chilling aura of resentment approached, Yuxinghe seemed to see countless figures of the deceased reaching out with blood-soaked hands, as if attempting to drag her into an abyss of eternal torment. Just then, a thunderous crack resounded. Begone, all evil. Yuxinghe swiftly regained her consciousness. Turning her gaze behind her, she noticed that what had previously been 7 radiant thunder tattoos had now dwindled to a solitary, shimmering emblem floating desolately upon her shoulder. The emblem materialized. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, Yuxinghe dared not be complacent. She expended a substantial 190 energy points to conjure 19 additional tattoos. It was not that she desired to summon more, but rather that her current limit permitted the manifestation of only 20 tattoos. With 20 ethereal symbols hovering in her wake, Yuxinghe felt the oppressive chill that had previously enveloped her dissipate entirely. Thunder, the fire of heaven and earth. Light, banish the malevolent spirits. Fortunately, Yuxinghe possessed these 2 potent energies that countered evil and darkness most effectively. Had it been another soul master, such as Su Yuntao, they would have been paralyzed by fear. Su Yuntao, am I now merely a combat unit? Seeing that Yuxinghe was undeterred by his imposing aura, Zhang San was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that while he was a 5-ring soul king, he had once attained the rank of a 7-ring soul sage. However, during a past mission, he had encountered a tidal Douluo from the spirit hall, forcing him to escape using a forbidden technique. The price of fleeing from the tidal Douluo had been the permanent loss of his 6th and 7th soul rings, causing his realm to plummet from soul sage to soul king. Although his power had diminished, the residual aura of a soul sage remained palpable. With the malevolent energy of an evil soul sage fully unleashed, it was expected that even a formidable soul master would falter, losing all capacity for resistance. Gazing at the fearless young girl before him, Zhang San enunciated each word deliberately, for the last time. Do you truly refuse to become my disciple? I genuinely admire your talent. Had it been anyone else, I would have long since transformed them into my puppet. Come at me if you dare. I shall not be dissuaded by pleasantries. As Zhang San's first ring gleamed, his already pallid skin morphed into an eerie shade of blue, his nails extending like daggers, and a face contorted with ferocity howled towards the heavens, exhaling a noxious breath reminiscent of neglect spanning decades. Oh, Zhang San remained rooted in place, extending his arms as if to crush her where she stood. Surely, his arms could not be so long, just as Yuxinghe began to perceive him as foolish. The next moment unfolded. The alarm bells rang fervently in Yuxinghe's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed an instantaneous teleportation. No sooner had she departed than a figure with a ghastly visage and sharp fangs, known as Zhang San, materialized in her place. Gazing back to the prior position of the lunar constellation, one could behold a fleeting silhouette gradually dissipating into the ether. Yu Xinghe was drenched in cold sweat. The occurrence of such a phenomenon is sufficient to illustrate the astonishing speed of the opponent. The Moonstar River can create afterimages, a result of her wielding weapons while simultaneously employing teleportation. The opponent's ability to leave afterimages is purely a manifestation of speed. A profound sense of crisis surged within her heart once more. No, she must find something to obstruct him. With this thought, Moonstar River teleported out of the dormitory, while her adversary, Zhang San, crashed through the wall in pursuit. What a splendid opportunity! Although the wall offered negligible resistance to Zhang San, that brief moment of hesitation was sufficient for Moonstar River to launch an attack. Radiant Pattern Fusion. This is a subsidiary skill accompanying the generation of radiant patterns, a more advanced technique for utilizing them. Upon invoking this move, 20 small radiant patterns, each the size of a fist, instantly merged into 2 larger patterns, akin to human heads. Without delay, Moonstar River pointed forward. One of the radiant patterns transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the green-faced, tusked Zhang San. With a thunderous crash, a deafening roar erupted. Had she succeeded? In truth, Moonstar River was aware that relying solely on this technique to eliminate her opponent was somewhat delusional. Yet, what if her adversary was merely a paper tiger? Unfortunately, Zhang San shattered her illusions. It has been quite a while since I felt pain. Thank you, little girl. To express my gratitude, I have decided to subject you to endless torment before your demise. This is a unique form of respect from an evil soul master. As he spoke, Zhang San waved his hand, and his aura erupted once more. The dust instantly dispersed, causing Moonstar River's pupils to constrict. Zhang San, now clad in tattered rags resembling a beggar's attire, with hair styled in a chaotic fashion, remained unscathed, not a single strand of hair out of place. Moonstar River, so my damage is akin to that of Teacher Tony. Iron Man, are you referring to me? Moonstar River, I meant the one with the haircut. Although Moonstar River's strike did not inflict substantial damage on Zhang San, the combination of thunder and radiance in her attack was enough to make him, as an evil soul master, experience a taste of discomfort. A soul king, previously a soul sage, was actually being thwarted by a mere second-ring soul master. How utterly vexing. Zhang San's gaze toward Moonstar River grew increasingly menacing, and then he unleashed his 5th soul skill. Are you not swift? Show me another run. With that furious roar, Zhang San's dagger-like nails sliced into his arm, and a torrent of blood erupted, morphing into a crimson phantom that surged toward Moonstar River. The speed of that phantom was so astonishing that Moonstar River could not even teleport away in time before it penetrated her body. Immediately, Moonstar River felt a searing pain in her abdomen as if being sliced by knives. The agony was so intense that she could not even grasp her black iron spear, collapsing to the ground and rolling in distress, her face drained of color, tears streaming uncontrollably. It hurt so much. The pain was excruciating. Yu Xinghe writhed on the ground, and a morbid satisfaction spread across Zhang San's face. Little girl. Now you recognize my power, don't you? Unfortunately, your chances have run out. I shall summon my vengeful spirits to torment you for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, I will cast you into the pit of insects. Are you familiar with it? It's a deep abyss teeming with thousands of venomous creatures. Spiders, toads, poisonous snakes, centipedes, scorpions. They will make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Zhang San produced a pill and forcefully stuffed it into the mouth of the screaming Yu Xinghe. This was goo poison, the most sought-after substance among evil spirit masters. Once administered, the goo poison would dissolve within the target's body, breeding a multitude of goo worms that would then traverse through the bloodstream, inflicting excruciating agony upon command from the poison's wielder. This kind of suffering was beyond endurance. Moreover, once the goo worms entered the body, only the holder of the poison could eradicate it, and even a titled Douluo specializing in healing would find it nearly impossible to remedy the situation after a prolonged duration. Of course, such a potent poison was not easily acquired. Zhang San had received this goo poison as a reward from his master when he ascended to Soul Sage. For many years, he had refrained from using it, simply because he had yet to encounter a worthy target. But now, just as he was about to force the goo poison into Yu Xinghe's mouth, a radiant golden light enveloped him. The glorious dragon's crescent moon, amidst the dazzling golden brilliance. A shimmering long blade manifested from the void, thrusting towards Zhang San. The blade bore the image of an azure dragon, its hilt elongated and composed of two gleaming chains, connected at their ends to the void above. Zhang San could hardly fathom how his opponent, having fallen victim to his fifth soul skill, could still move as if unscathed. What terrified him even more was that this single strike nearly brought about his demise. Indeed, a great soul master possessed the capability to slay a soul king. Who would believe such a tale? At least Zhang San did, for in that critical moment, he had managed to block the deadly blade aimed at his head with one of his arms. With a resounding thud, an arm fell between the two combatants, and a brief stalemate ensued. After the earlier lesson, Zhang San dared not approach carelessly. He could not guarantee that he could evade another onslaught. The safest course of action was to await reinforcements, his second-in-command. "Little girl, I am quite curious about how you broke through my fifth soul skill," he sneered. "Humph, I would never tell you." Zhang San was desperate to buy time while awaiting reinforcements, and yet, how could Yu Xinghe not yearn to eliminate this adversary? One might wonder. If one cannot win a fight, why not simply flee? The moonlit river may have a chance to escape, but what shall become of Xiaowu? Yu Xinghe does not believe that the soul master Xiaowu, as a spirit master of the first ring, possesses the capability to escape from the clutches of this malevolent soul master. After all, Xiaowu has been reincarnated as a human and is no longer the 100,000-year soul beast she once was. Yu Xinghe had indeed contemplated fleeing outright, yet after much deliberation, she ultimately relinquished that thought. Although her initial engagement with Xiaowu was task-oriented, it was only moments ago, as she considered abandoning Xiaowu to save herself, that she suddenly realized she had developed a fondness for her. She cherished Xiaowu's innocent expressions, adored the way Xiaowu would cuddle her affectionately, and was enchanted by the sight of Xiaowu earnestly nibbling on a carrot while nestled in her embrace. Thus, the two, each harboring their own secret intentions, seemed to perform a delicate dance, turning this way and that. At last, a pivotal figure emerged to shatter the impasse. Xiaowu, troubled by Yu Xinghe's prolonged absence after venturing out, felt an overwhelming sense of concern. Coupled with the earlier cries and explosions that echoed ominously, her anxiety intensified. Ultimately, disregarding Wang Sheng's counsel, she resolved to seek out Yu Xinghe. However, shortly after leaving the dormitory, Xiaowu realized she had become utterly lost. The fog enveloping the area was far too dense. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe's voice resonated just in time. "I want to tell you. It'll drive you mad. Ha ha ha." Following the sound, Xiaowu called out, "Sister Xinghe, where are you?" Her voice caused a shift in Yu Xinghe's expression. Zhang San, who had been intently fixated on Yu Xinghe, seized this opportunity, quickly piecing together the connection between the shouting girl and the one he was watching. "If I can't handle you, dealing with a mere girl should be child's play. I refuse to believe that any other girl can rival your prowess." Thus, he charged toward Xiaowu. As Xiaowu stumbled through the mist, she sensed an ominous figure advancing towards her. Instinctively, her soul beast instincts heightened, alerting her to the imminent peril. First, a vague silhouette emerged, followed by a horrifying visage with a ghastly countenance. Before she could react, the menacing figure stretched forth claws longer than those of a beast, and just as she realized she had no time to evade, a gleaming long knife pierced through the fog, positioning itself between them. Moments later, a thunderous voice boomed, akin to a clap of thunder, "Do not approach her." Faced with the knife that nearly grazed him, Zhang San nimbly leaped aside, narrowly evading the strike, and unleashed his soul technique upon Xiaowu. His fingers elongated, transforming into a spear aimed directly at her. Just when Xiaowu believed her end was near, a figure materialized before her. In an instant, blood splattered. Time seemed to freeze as Xiaowu gazed upon the figure, nearly her height, tears streaming from her eyes. Without looking back, the figure uttered a resolute declaration. "Do not be afraid. I will always protect you." In that critical moment, Yu Xinghe had indeed arrived just in time. Yet, despite this, her situation remained dire. Her 5 fingers resembled 5 javelins, their sharpness far exceeding the physical capabilities of Yu Xinghe. In a desperate final moment, she swung her black iron spear with reckless abandon. But still, 3 of those javelin-like nails pierced her body, one in her leg, one in her arm, and one in her shoulder. Upon witnessing Yu Xinghe finally sustain an injury, Zhang San could not suppress a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, "At last, you have erred." How rare that is. Indeed, from Zhang San's perspective, the girl with the scorpion braid, despite her notable talent, played a negligible role in the conflict between the two combatants. Rationally speaking, Yu Xinghe should not have attempted to save Xiaowu. If she could not, it would have been better to let it go. Yet, at this juncture, Yu Xinghe, in her quest to protect Xiao Wu, had recklessly endured Zhang San's soul technique with her own flesh and blood. Like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, the delicate stalemate that Yu Xinghe had painstakingly established was shattered in an instant. Nevertheless, even in this tumultuous moment, Zhang San could not help but acknowledge that this young girl had fought him to such a standstill. He deemed her the mightiest soul master. Whether she was indeed the most powerful soul master was of no concern to Yu Xinghe, yet she vehemently disagreed with Zhang San's assertion of error. Error? I have made no mistake. I have safeguarded the most precious thing to me. In the next moment, behind Zhang San, a golden vortex shimmered, heralding the resurgence of the radiant dragon moonblade. At this juncture, Zhang San had but two choices: to evade or to endure the risk of death to eliminate Yu Xinghe. Ultimately, he opted for the former. After all, the opponent was already injured. Whether he acted swiftly or slowly was of little consequence. Zhang San's retreat temporarily spared Yu Xinghe's life, yet it was merely a reprieve, for he lingered in the mist, poised to launch a lethal strike at any moment. The only factor that could instill apprehension in him was Yu Xinghe's skill, the radiant dragon moon blade. However, her energy reserves had dwindled to just over 500 points. Activating the radiant dragon moon blade required a costly expenditure of 200 energy points, a steep price of 20 dazzling patterns. It is noteworthy that the system charged her a mere 50 energy points to dispel vengeful spirit attacks. Ding. Host injury detected. Would you like to expend 300 energy points for repair? Go away. You wretched system. Wasn't it just 50 energy points to eliminate abnormal states? Why is it suddenly 300? Ding. Abnormal states primarily refer to mental attacks, while repairing physical damage, a tangible injury, necessitates a substantial energy expenditure. Furthermore, given that the host has sustained 3 separate injuries, a total of 300 energy points is required. One wound costs 100? You truly know how to conduct business. System. With that many energy points, I could simply strengthen my body and escape, seeking a healing soul master instead. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Yu Xinghe's mind. She conceived a bold idea. System, if I succeed in strengthening, will the injuries I have sustained also be healed? Naturally. All right. Let us take a gamble. Immediately, 320 energy points were deducted from her wrist. In the next moment, amidst the tumultuous emotions of Yu Xinghe, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host, on your successful enhancement. As her physical enhancement reached level 6, Yu Xinghe felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her entire being. Not only was her abnormal condition lifted, but the depleted soul energy within her was completely restored. The moonlit river had never felt such exhilaration as it did now. Grateful for the favor of the goddess of fortune, if it were within her power, she would surely offer herself in devotion to repay the goddess for her benevolence. Goddess of fortune, how could you repay kindness with malice, my dear? Just moments ago, the moonlit river believed she might only face Zhang San in a desperate struggle. Now, she was confident in her ability to escape with Xiao Wu. Of course, without the burden of Xiao Wu, she might even dare to attempt vanquishing Zhang San. Chapter 30. The Night of Slaughter. End. Sister Xinghe, how are you? Xiao Wu exclaimed through tears. She could hardly believe that her presence had led to Xinghe being injured and losing so much blood. Unable to bear the thought of the foolish girl weeping, the moonlit river reassured. Do not worry, Xiao Wu. I am fine. You are deceiving me. With all that blood, how could you possibly be fine? Seeing the moonlit river's silence only strengthened Xiao Wu's conviction. She threw her arms around the moonlit river and whispered, Sister Xinghe, no matter what, I will not let you die. Not let me die? Are you planning a sacrifice? The allure of 100,000-year soul ring is unparalleled for a soul master. Yet if the price for such a treasure were Xiao Wu, she could never accept it. Ding. Task completed. Skill acquired. Bayana transformation. Progress. 100-100. The sudden announcement momentarily stunned the moonlit river, but soon, she was engulfed in ecstasy. Xiao Wu, rest assured, today, neither of us shall perish. With her body enhanced to the 6th stage, the moonlit river felt she possessed the strength to confront Zhang San, and with the Bayana transformation skill, she was utterly confident in her ability to defeat him. As the moonlit river prepared for victory, Zhang San's companion, Li Si, also completed his task and joined him. Boss. The summoning array is inscribed. How goes the preparation of the offering? Almost done, but we have encountered a thorny issue. The Dean of Nodding Academy? No. A little girl. Zhang San then briefly recounted the events that had transpired. What? A 10,000-year soul ring? A great soul master's cultivation? And she is still alive? Brother, are you faltering? Or Or has that little girl activated some hidden power? Enough of your mockery. Join me in capturing this girl. If we treat her as an offering, we might summon a demon even more powerful than anticipated. Then we can snowball our efforts, sacrificing all of Nodding City, and continue this cycle of summoning and sacrifice. The Douluo Continent will be ours. Ha ha. Brother, you are truly clever. Otherwise, how could I be the elder brother? Yu Xinghe discovered that the surrounding mist was actually thickening once more. Previously, he could barely see 10 meters ahead, but now he could scarcely discern his own hand in front of him. From a divine perspective, the mist enveloping Nodding Academy converged towards a single point. Yu Xinghe himself. Clearly, Zhang San had abandoned the notion of confronting Yu Xinghe head-on. After all, with teammates present, he would not be foolish enough to charge recklessly. As the mist grew denser, the originally white fog began to shift towards a darker hue. Meanwhile, behind him, Xiaowu emitted sharp gasps for breath. Sister, I feel as though I can't breathe. Upon hearing Xiaowu's distress, Yu Xinghe instructed her to climb onto his back, prompting him to surge forward with fervor. Yet, no matter how fiercely he charged, he could not escape the shroud of mist. Ha ha ha, little girl, you wish to challenge me. You are still quite inexperienced. Li Si muttered to himself while manipulating the fog. This mist follows you like a shadow. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, it will always remain by your side. The mist was Li Si's spirit, and it represented his greatest pride. His mist spirit possessed a myriad of functions, including visual interference, sound dampening, and automatic tracking. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of abilities that each function was diminished in potency. Only low-level soul masters, or those unfamiliar with his mist, would be ensnared within it, ultimately becoming mere playthings to his whims. Observing Yu Xinghe's futile attempts to break free from the mist, Zhang San cast a deeply appreciative glance at Li Si, privately acknowledging the truth that one excels in their own field. As time progressed, Xiaowu's gasps grew louder, each breath seemingly requiring immense effort. Seeing her on the brink of suffocation, Yu Xinghe's heart raced with anxiety. What should I do? Suffocation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yu Xinghe. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in and pressed his lips against Xiaowu's mouth. At that moment, Xiaowu's consciousness began to blur. In her hazy state, she felt two soft lips kissing her, sweet as the cotton candy she had once tasted. To savor the flavor of cotton candy before the end seemed rather delightful. As Yu Xinghe gazed at Xiaowu's flushed and embarrassed face, he realized that his efforts seemed to bear little fruit. Thus, whether for Xiaowu's sake or to exact vengeance upon those two scoundrels, Yu Xinghe had resolutely resolved to eliminate them. In the next moment, the eyes of the Moon Star River erupted with resplendent golden light. Her entire being seemingly transformed into pure gold. Subsequently, a beam of light surged forth from within her, rising through the mist, piercing the darkness, and ascended straight into the heavens. Meanwhile, in the martial spirit branch of Nodding City, Su Yuntao, who was engaged in nocturnal duties, beheld the distant golden pillar that reached from earth to sky, and hurriedly rushed to Master Matthew's chamber, exclaiming, Master Matthew, a divine miracle. In the soul-hunting forest, a multitude of spirit masters gazed up at the luminous pillar, many of them kneeling in reverence, proclaiming it a miracle. Tang San, observing the radiant column, turned to his master and inquired, Teacher, that direction appears to be Nodding City. Do you know what that is? The master, visibly astonished, shook his head in disbelief. Within the opulent halls of the Pope's palace in Spirit City, the regal Bibi Dong, upon receiving reports from her subordinates, opened her previously languid eyes, which now sparkled with intensity. Send a decree. I shall enter seclusion for a time. No one is to disturb me. Remember, it is no one. After dismissing her subordinates, Bibi Dong gazed into the distance, her penetrating gaze seemingly traversing through Spirit City, across vast waters and mountains, landing upon the diminutive Nodding City. Could it be yet another site of divine inheritance? Zhang San and Li Si stood before this extraordinary spectacle, both rendered speechless. They could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. At that moment, a figure emanating a blinding golden radiance hovered in the air before them. Enveloped in a shimmering aura of gold, the visage of this figure remained obscured, and no one cared to discern its features. For no one would concern themselves with the appearance of a deity. Then, amidst the despairing gazes of Zhang San and Li Si, the figure wielding a golden spear struck down. Two shadowy forms split apart under the pure golden light, only to be reduced to ashes, following their demise. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged from the earth, and soon, blood-red patterns intertwined upon the ground, coalescing into a vast magical array. It was as if the gates of hell had opened, releasing an endless tide of wickedness, transforming into a thick black vapor that soared into the sky, taking the form of a towering figure draped in crimson, wielding a scythe. Then, a thunderous voice of divine wrath reverberated throughout the Douluo Continent. Who dares summon forth the great soul redeemer, the king of the abyssal blood sea, one of the three lords of hell, the specter of death, Agaris? With flesh and soul? Yuxinghe never anticipated that her extraordinary prowess would be outmatched by another's even more astonishing display. The opponent summoned a divine projection. How could she possibly contend with such a formidable force? Just moments ago, the once mighty Yuxinghe now trembled in fear, wishing only to find a refuge with Xiao Wu, hoping that the colossal figure looming overhead would overlook her presence. Alas, the golden light emanating from her was as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark of night. As the silhouette, brandishing a scythe and draped in crimson, turned its gaze upon her, Yuxinghe felt utterly paralyzed. The figure then bellowed with a voice that resonated across the continent. "You, turn around." Upon complying, Yuxinghe witnessed the figure's initial shock transform into sheer terror. As it cried out, "Why is it you again? The god of battle. What bad luck." Then, to Yuxinghe's astonishment, the towering figure dissipated into black smoke and swiftly retreated into the academy's magical array. It seemed this entity possessed a certain timidity. Chapter 31. The God of Battle's Dilemma. If the initial beam of light merely captured the attention of top-tier powers within a radius of several hundred miles, then the words of the deity Agareth reverberated throughout the entire continent. Indeed, everyone, from divine guardians like Qin Douluo and Poseidon to the common folk, stood in utter disbelief. If the previous light was a divine miracle, the voice echoing across the land was undoubtedly that of a deity speaking. In the papal hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, who had just been murmuring to herself, sprang to her feet upon hearing the resounding voice. The staff, encrusted with countless gemstones and representing the highest authority of the Spirit Hall, slipped from her grasp. A deity. It was indeed a deity. Was it connected to the beam of light? However, the subsequent words uttered caused Bibi Dong's lips to twitch in irritation. "Why is it you again? What bad luck?" Just a moment ago, the voice had inspired awe and reverence, yet the next instant, the utterance seemed so cowardly. The god of battle? Who was this figure capable of instilling such fear in a deity? Bibi Dong was filled with curiosity. In the true core of the Stardew Forest, a magnificent creature adorned with silver scales suddenly opened its radiant silver eyes, revealing a visage of terror. The divine projection. Had it discovered my presence? Just as the Silver Dragon King was engulfed in anxiety, the subsequent words from the divine projection left her in stunned silence. "Why is it you again? The god of battle. What bad luck?" Listening to the tone, which seemed even more anxious than her own, the Silver Dragon King fell into deep contemplation. In the divine realm, it was detected that the Douluo Continent harbored a divine projection. Asgard. What deity is this? Does anyone possess knowledge of it? Faced with the inquiry of the God King, the deities of the divine realm shook their heads in silence. Only one figure, shrouded in a cloak, revealed a visage as deep and dark as a black hole, with two flickering orbs of crimson light. This was the god of destruction, one of the five principal deities of the divine realm. Under the gaze of the assembled gods, the god of destruction addressed the God King, stating, "Agars is an ancient being from another realm. I have indeed heard of him, though my knowledge is regrettably scant. Could there be other divine realms?" In response to the new God King's inquiry, the god of destruction nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is more than one divine realm. And who is the god of battle spoken of by this deity? That I cannot ascertain. Meanwhile, at the Sea God Temple, the Angelic Hall, the seven major sects, in the two great empires, a multitude of factions and individuals shared a singular question. Who is the god of battle? What manner of existence could repel a deity renowned across the continent? As all pondered the identity of the god of battle, Yuxinghe gazed at her dwindling energy points, on the verge of tears. Fortunately, her body had been enhanced to the 6th stage, which was somewhat commendable. The only downside was that her spear had shattered. During her transformation into Bayana, a surge of energy had flooded into the black iron spear, but upon her strike against the two malevolent soul masters, it splintered into 2 pieces. Nevertheless, she had managed to salvage her life and attain the 6th stage of enhancement. One must not be overly greedy. Regrettably, Yuxinghe's brief moment of joy was swiftly overshadowed by a mission issued by the system that left her exclaiming in frustration. Ding. Mission released. Slap Bibidong's backside. Mission reward. Unlock martial soul weapon. Slap Bibidong's backside? Surely, this was a death wish. Compared to that, Yuxinghe would rather risk a tiger's rear. At least a tiger was not as ferocious as Bibi Dong. System, could you possibly assign a different task? How about slapping Tang San instead? System, host. Please act like a human. Realizing the system offered no response, Yuxinghe understood that the mission was unlikely to be altered. This night was destined to be tumultuous. A night that would be etched into the annals of Douluo Continent's history, for on this night, all inhabitants of Douluo Continent heard the voice of the divine. Posterity would name this night the dawn of the gods, for in the decades that followed, no fewer than 10 deities would emerge on the continent. And for the next 10 millennia, no divine miracles would occur. When Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, and the others awakened to find the academy enveloped in an eerie silence. They were rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom that in just one night, their former friends and classmates, those familiar, loathed, and even those who had bullied or aided them, had all vanished. Boss, what on earth happened yesterday? Where is everyone? In response to Wang Xing and his companions' inquiries, Yuxinghe, with great difficulty, uttered the grim truth. They're all gone. They're all gone. A simple trio of words conceals an unimaginably cruel reality. Upon hearing Yuxinghe declare that they were all dead, Xiao Qinyu frantically rushed to the dormitory, only to remember that his 2 younger brothers were still there. However, upon his arrival, the sight before him caused his legs to buckle, and he fell to his knees. The dormitory was utterly deserted, yet it was stained with blood, narrating the horrors that had transpired within its walls. The tattered school uniforms strewn across the floor seemed to still echo the anguished cries of his classmates. Steeling himself, Xiao Qinyu began to search inch by inch, hoping to find traces of Lu Long and Ling Feng's existence, but to no avail. Suddenly, he recalled their conversation from the previous night as they departed, and his eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Reaching the staircase, he finally located Lu Long and Ling Feng. Not far away, Wang Sheng looked on, tears welling in his eyes as he witnessed Xiao Qinyu weeping uncontrollably while clutching remnants of clothing. In comparison to Xiao Qinyu, the work-study students were far more fortunate, for they were still alive. Aside from the work-study students and a handful of teachers, Xiao Qinyu was the sole survivor among the faculty and students of Nodding Academy. The tragedy that befell Nodding Academy spread across the continent, prompting rampant speculation about which deranged soul master was responsible. Some even pondered whether it might be connected to the divine apparition that had previously manifested. Soon after, the Spirit Hall issued a statement to dispel the rumors. According to survivor accounts, the atrocity was the work of an evil soul master. Consequently, the Spirit Hall launched a sweeping campaign against evil that spanned several years. Although the results were not particularly significant, they did manage to apprehend some evil soul masters, among whom the most powerful reached the level of Soul Douluo. Of course, these events are but a prologue. Presently, the most pressing concern for Yuxinghe was where she should go next. Just as she was beset by this dilemma, Matthew No found her. Chapter 32, Bibi Dong. Nodding Academy was no more, and all the survivors naturally returned to their respective homes. As the parents of the work-study students wiped away their tears while taking their children home, Xiao Wu tightly grasped Yuxinghe's hand and asked, "Sister Xinghe, will your mommy and daddy come to pick you up too?" Yuxinghe gently stroked Xiao Wu's head, her expression somber as she confessed, "I too am unaware of who my parents are. I am but a forsaken child, raised by the villagers." Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, Xiao Wu nestled closer in her embrace and replied, "I no longer have a mother either." Thus, the 2 parentless children held each other tightly, seeking solace and warmth from one another. After a long silence, Xiao Wu lifted her head and asked, "Sister Xinghe, may I accompany you to your village?" As Yuxinghe gently caressed Xiao Wu's head, he assured her, "Of course. However, our village is rather impoverished and lacks the entertainment found in Nodding City." Xiao Wu shook her head, declaring, "As long as I am with you, I will follow you anywhere." Just as the 2 radiated a brilliant orange glow, Mathuno appeared. "Thank heavens you are safe." Upon hearing that Nodding Academy had nearly been obliterated, Mathuno felt darkness envelop him, nearly losing consciousness. The loss of other students was tragic, but the thought of Yuxinghe being among them was unbearable. This statement, though harsh, reflected the grim reality. Even the most mediocre talents could not compare to the immense impact of a single genius. When Mathuno laid eyes upon Yuxinghe, the exhilaration within him was indescribable. Initially, Yuxinghe had wished to see who dared interrupt her tender moment with Xiao Wu, but upon recognizing Mathuno's tear-streaked face, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. "Master Mathuno, I'm still alive. Why are you crying?" I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Oh, then do continue your merriment. I shan't disturb you. Upon noticing Yu Xinghe's intention to leave, Mathuno grasped her firmly, asking, Where do you think you're going? Back to the countryside. With Notting Academy in ruins. What purpose is there in remaining? I shall return to farming. Mathuno's voice rose in disbelief. How can you return to farming? Such tasks are best left to farmers. Someone of your extraordinary martial spirit talent should further their studies at our Martial Spirit Academy, destined to become a renowned soul master across the continent. That is your true calling. Mathuno found himself at a loss for words regarding Yu Xinghe's misguided ambitions. Yet, more pressing than educating her on the dangers of such thoughts was the purpose of his visit. Come with me. A notable figure wishes to meet you. Who is it? You shall find out if you accompany me. If you do not tell me, I shall not go. Why must you be so stubborn? Your choice in this matter is not yours alone. With that, Mathuno resolved to forcibly escort Yu Xinghe to the Martial Spirit Hall, as it was the command of that esteemed individual, and he would fulfill it at all costs. However, what transpired next left Mathuno astounded. Despite his soul sect prowess, he could not budge a little girl of the great soul master level. This was indeed perplexing. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. Yu Xinghe's strength had always been inversely proportional to her appearance. To the casual observer, she seemed a well-developed, delicate, and easily toppled little sprite. Yet those who knew her understood that within this enchanting facade lay the power comparable to that of a dragon. After several fruitless attempts to move Yu Xinghe, Mathuno began to panic. Little girl, my dear ancestor, I beseech you, will you please accompany Grandpa Mathuno just this once? Name your conditions. Even if it means parting with my frail old body, I shall comply. My sole desire is to uncover the identity of the one seeking me. Otherwise, I would not consider the venture. Regarding the mannerisms of the Spirit Hall, Yu Xinghe harbored some trepidation. What if they took an interest in her talents and summoned a few soul emperors or soul saints to compel her to accompany them? In such a scenario, it would likely be a one-way journey. If it were merely herself, it would be bearable. She could simply feign a visit to the Spirit Academy. After all, posturing can occur anywhere. However, what would become of Xiaowu should she depart? Seeing that Yu Xinghe was resolute in her quest for answers, Master Mathuno reluctantly guided her to a secluded corner. The person wishing to meet you is none other than His Holiness, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Upon learning that it was Bibi Dong who sought her presence, Yu Xinghe could not help but reflect on the irony of fate. The system had just issued a task, and now the opponent had come knocking at her door. Knowing it was Bibi Dong, she realized escape was utterly futile. With the prowess of a tidal Douluo and possessing dual martial souls, capturing her would be as effortless as child's play. Yet, before proceeding, Yu Xinghe deemed it necessary to give Xiaowu a precautionary warning, for Bibi Dong's formidable power was exceedingly daunting, and it was imperative to discreetly divert Xiaowu's attention. Thus, after the departure of Matthew and Yu Xinghe, Xiaowu reluctantly made her way towards the direction of Sacred Soul Village. At the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Notting City, Matthew arrived at the entrance and bowed respectfully, declaring, Your Holiness, I have brought Yu Xinghe. Subsequently, a voice resonated with both authority and gentleness. Matthew, you have performed admirably. Tomorrow, you may prepare your belongings and proceed to assume your duties at the Martial Soul Main Hall. Upon hearing this, Matthew was engulfed in elation, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Holiness. After Matthew departed, the voice echoed once more, Child, come in. Allow me to observe you closely. This time, the tone had shed its severity, replaced by a soothing, gentle cadence. As the door creaked open, a regal beauty adorned in a robe interwoven with golden threads smiled warmly at her. In that moment, although Bibi Dong was not crowned nor wielding the Pope's scepter, her presence commanded reverence, exuding an aura that suggested her long-standing dominion over all. Merely exchanging a glance with Bibi Dong, Yu Xinghe was struck by an inexplicable weight, a force that whispered to her, compelling her to kneel and pay homage to the woman before her. Kneel? Yu Xinghe would never kneel. As a traveler, how could he submit to such a minor character? If he were to kneel, where would he place his dignity in the future? Contemplating this, Yu Xinghe straightened his already slightly bent knees once more. Observing Yu Xinghe's legs standing tall again, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with increasing admiration. Chapter 33, A Spanking Child. What is your name? Yu Xinghe. Bibi Dong smiled gracefully. What a lovely name. Who are your parents? I do not know. Then how about you? I was raised by the villagers of Saint Soul Village. They too are unaware of my parentage. When they found me, I was lying in a basket. Is that so? Upon learning that he was an orphan, Bibi Dong embraced him tightly. Her child. As she spoke, she took the opportunity to examine Yuxingha's physique once more. His physical prowess astonished even Bibi Dong. Who was Bibi Dong? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, a genius with twin martial souls, a divine heir. Even she was taken aback by Yuxingha's exceptional physical condition, highlighting just how formidable he truly was. Child, would you like to join the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong's voice was remarkably gentle, imbued with maternal affection and the intimacy of a lover. Such a simple phrase almost coaxed an immediate acceptance from Yuxingha. Can I, think it over? Of course. Once you have made your decision, I will release you. With that, Bibi Dong lifted Yuxingha and seated him on a chair, her luminous eyes silently gazing at him. Under the watchful gaze of such tender and beautiful eyes, Yuxingha felt his heart racing like a startled fawn. Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of Bibi Dong's gaze. You are being unreasonable. This is not fair. Then do you agree or not? I don't. Before the word could fully escape his lips, Bibi Dong's hand wrapped around his waist gave a gentle twist. It wasn't painful, but it was exceedingly ticklish. Grasping Bibi Dong's mischievous hand, Yuxingha attempted to assert, I'm considering, before he could finish, that captured hand extended a finger and began to tickle his waist. All right. I agree. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong ceased her playful antics and pinched Yuxingha's cheek. Now that's a good child. Come, let us return to Spirit City. I will take you to the Spirit Academy for training, and you will surely come to love it there. I cannot. Why not? I do not like the academy. There are too many people. I prefer tranquility. In truth, he could not bear to part with Xiao Wu. Bibi Dong's eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, Then how about this? You can train with me. I will teach you. Can I come back later? Little girl, my patience is limited. As she spoke, Bibi Dong directly reached under the armpit of Yuexing. Yuxingha harbored a foreboding sense that if she failed to articulate a reason satisfactory to Bibi Dong, her fate could be dire. Why the silence? As she spoke, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and she slowly extended her hand. Bibi Dong derived a peculiar pleasure from tormenting this child. She could not quite fathom why. But upon seeing her, an overwhelming sense of possessiveness surged within her, as if this child were inherently meant to belong to her. Remarkably, while holding Yuxingha, Bibi Dong felt the tumultuous waves of her murderous rage gradually subside. Both of her martial spirits were those of the Spider Emperor, symbolizing death, compounded by her acceptance of the trials of the Rakshasa deity, which epitomized malevolence. To outsiders, Bibi Dong appeared beautiful, intelligent, graceful, serene, and pure, akin to an angel. Yet, who could perceive the death, the evil, and the boundless resentment concealed within her gentle and elegant facade, a soul so frenzied it could annihilate all? Typically, to mask her true self, Bibi Dong exerted great effort to maintain a faade. However, in the presence of Yuxingha, she felt no need to uphold her image, allowing her genuine self to interact freely with this little one. Speak, little girl. If you remain silent, I may be compelled to take action. Bibi Dong had resolved that, regardless of Yuxingha's reasons, she would take her away. She sensed that if she were to succeed in the 9th trial of the Rakshasa and inherit the divine position, she would undeniably require this little girl's assistance. I desire freedom. Freedom? Yes, the freedom to run about carefree. If you confine me, I shall perish. As she spoke, Yuxingha's eyes reflected profound melancholy. Yet, dear sister, your absence would likely be more unbearable than death itself. Yuxingha, alas, I have been charmed. Just as both parties fell into silence, Yuxingha proposed, how about we make a wager? If I win, you shall grant me my freedom, and when the time comes, I shall certainly seek you out. What say you? Conversely, should you lose, you must remain by my side until the moment you ascend to the rank of Soul King, at which point I shall release you to wander the continent. What do you think? Agreed. But what shall we wager? Bibi Dong, with a flicker of her eyes, replied, Let us bet on who will be the one to open the door next. It is purely a matter of luck, and neither shall hold an advantage. Yuxingha shook his head and said, That is not feasible. Your prowess is formidable, and your range of perception is undoubtedly beyond my capability. If we are to compare luck, let us wager on the outcome of a soul coin toss. We shall each select a side, and then summon someone to cast it. What do you think? Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Bibi Dong summoned Matthew to perform the toss on the spot. Although Matthew was perplexed by the reasoning behind this, he would not question the command of the esteemed Pope. In the presence of Yuxingha, the coin spun gracefully in the air before descending to the ground. Ding! As the coin bounced, Yuxingha's heart raced in tandem with its motion. Ultimately, the coin landed, revealing its face upward. Yuxingha has been defeated. Beside her, Bibi Dong revealed a smile. Sister Pope, may I bid farewell to my friend? Of course. I would like to meet your friend as well. No need for that. I shall simply write a letter to explain the situation and alleviate her worries. That is acceptable. Taking a breath, she thought about how. Should Bibi Dong accompany her to meet Xiao Wu, she would likely have to bid her a permanent farewell. Xiao Wu, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed for Seoul City. Please take care of yourself. If you find yourself without a place to go, seek out the third one. Once I become a Soul King, I shall return to find you. I will surely come back for you. Do not worry. Yuxingha then withdrew all the money he possessed and handed it, along with a letter, to Matthew. Master, I implore you to personally deliver this letter and the funds to her. You have met her. She accompanied me last time to test our soul power levels. Rest assured. After Matthew departed, Bibi Dong, with a radiant smile, turned to Yuxingha and asked, Are we ready to embark? There is one more matter. What is it? With a swift motion, Yuxingha playfully slapped Bibi Dong on her rear, exclaiming, There's a mosquito. Look, a particularly large one. Yuxingha raised her delicate, fair hand, in the palm of which lay a mosquito, unyielding in its demise. Chapter 34, 5 years. The Moonlight River departed in tears. She never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Bibi Dong could be so ruthless when provoked, with a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest. She delivered a relentless barrage of 10 slaps, disregarding the fact that Moonlight River was merely 6 years old, curled up in Bibi Dong's embrace, gazing at the surrounding clouds. Moonlight River swiftly forgot the discomfort in her backside. As she observed the buildings below, tiny as ants, she effortlessly traversed mountains and beheld cities, witnessing the vast expanse of the earth and the multitude of beings within her sight. The Moon and Star River has finally come to understand why individuals are so fervently devoted to the pursuit of strength, setting aside other matters. The mere experience of soaring through the skies becomes an unforgettable memory once savored. Is it beautiful? The voice of Bibi Dong resonates in my ears. Yuxingha nodded slightly. What do you suppose would happen if I were to throw you down from here? You wouldn't dare. Yuxingha mused that should she fall, she would likely become akin to a paper figure, one that could not be scooped up even with a shovel. With that thought, she tightened her legs around Bibi Dong's slender waist, her hands wrapping securely around her swan-like neck. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Yuxingha's intense reaction and instinctively held her tighter. All right, I won't throw you down, so don't worry. 5 years later, at the primary Soul Arena of Seoul City, this venue is a battleground within the Spirit Hall, typically reserved for competitions among students of the Spirit Academy. Today marks the annual assessment day of the Academy. Look, that's Senior Hulaina. I heard she became a Soul Master at just 16. Senior Xiaoyu is no slouch either. Rumor has it he is on the verge of acquiring his 4th Soul Ring. I have modest aspirations. I only hope that Senior Yin would consider being my boyfriend. Wow, your expectations are rather lofty. Listening to the whispers of the younger students around them, Xiaoyu excitedly addressed Hulaina. Sister, it seems we are likely to secure the top 3 spots again this year. With such accomplishments, even the Pope would be pleased with us. As orphans raised by the Spirit Hall, the greatest dream of Xiaoyu and Hulaina was to bring honor to their institution. To achieve this, they knew they must possess formidable strength. Strength, without question, serves as the universal passport to success. Nothing satisfies the vanity of a multifaceted individual like being the center of attention. The thought of receiving resounding cheers for their displayed prowess filled Xiaoyu's face with uncontainable excitement. Sister, it appears the top 3 will once again be ours. To this, Hulaina sighed softly. Brother, have you forgotten? There is still one student from our academy who has not participated in the assessment. Until we have bested her, it would be prudent not to speak too boldly. Yin, who was nearby, dismissed Hulaina's concerns, saying, Nana, you cannot possibly think that fragile vase poses a challenge to us. Regardless of her talent, her weeping disposition alone disqualifies her from competing with us. The fragile vase Yin referred to was none other than the renowned Yuxingha of the Spirit Academy. 5 years ago, when Yuxingha first entered the academy, she created quite a stir. The reason for the commotion was that she was escorted into the classroom by the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Speculation about her connection to the Pope ran rampant. Some claimed she was the Pope's daughter. Others suggested she was the cherished jewel of a certain elder from the Douluo Palace, while some believed her extraordinary talent garnered special affection from the Pope. However, soon after, bizarre events unfolded. When inquiries were made regarding her identity, she was revealed to be an orphan. When curious peers challenged her to test her abilities, she simply conceded defeat. The initial defeat might be attributed to various reasons, yet when one concedes repeatedly over the span of 5 years, it undoubtedly raises suspicions. Furthermore, every time Yuxingha is taken away only to return with reddened eyes, seemingly having wept. It fuels speculation that she might be the child of a former acquaintance of the Pope. However, this child's talent appears woefully inadequate, compelling her to rely on the Pope's influence. This hypothesis has gained considerable traction within the Martial Soul Academy, and most individuals are firmly convinced of its validity. Yet, Hulaina remains unconvinced. In her perception, if Yuxingha truly were an untalented misfit, how could she possibly garner the Pope's favor? Merely for her beauty? The Pope is not a man. Hulaina can never forget the way the Pope gazed at Yuxingha, filled with such indulgence. She has an unwavering belief that the seemingly vulnerable little girl may conceal a secret that explains the Pope's unique regard for her. Suddenly, her companion Xieyu nudged her arm, signaling Hulaina to direct her attention towards a certain direction. There, a woman with waist-length silver hair and enchanting features, resembling an ethereal sprite, gracefully entered the arena. The emergence of Yuxingha caught everyone off guard. After all, the presence of someone widely regarded as a failure in the arena, a domain reserved solely for the formidable, was beyond their comprehension. Upon witnessing Yuxingha's arrival, Yen approached her with an air of arrogance, hands clasped, head held high, and with an almost disdainful tone, declared, "Little vase, this is not a place for someone like you. The battles here are ruthless. Should the ensuing chaos inadvertently shatter you, you would be left in tears seeking the Pope's intervention, and we certainly cannot bear that burden." At Yan's words, the surrounding participants preparing for the assessment exchanged knowing smiles. "Yan, just let her be. There's no need to say more." Although Xieyu harbored disdain for weaklings like Yuxingha, he had no intention of targeting her directly. As an orphan, he understood the sting of being bullied, and he disapproved of Yan's behavior. Feeling the weight of Xieyu's words, Yan's confidence wavered. If he continued to mock her, it would surely tarnish his reputation among the younger female students. Just as Yan resolved to return to his place, a voice rang out from behind him. "I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but the result has only been alienation. No more pretense. Today, I, Yuxingha, declare myself a peerless genius. I shall secure first place in today's assessment." As soon as Yuxingha uttered those words, Yin stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. The other students, bearing expressions of perplexity and intrigue, could not fathom why Yuxingha would say such a thing, especially considering it was broad daylight. Could it be that she had caught a chill from not properly covering herself while sleeping last night? Just as Xieyu furrowed his brow, intending to send the babbling Yuxingha back, the entire venue erupted in a thunderous cheer. The Pope had arrived. The appearance of the Pope instantly transformed the expressions of the students, who now stood erect, eyes forward, with an air of solemnity. "Nana, the Pope himself had come to witness our assessment. We must perform excellently." Beside him, Yen had already begun to flex his fists, gazing at Hulaina with a fiery determination burning in his eyes. The presence of the Pope ignited a fierce combat spirit among all the students present. What was initially a simple assessment took on an extraordinary gravity due to the Pope's presence. First, let us extend our most profound greetings to our esteemed Pope. The list of participants in this assessment is as follows: Hulaina, Xieyu, Yan. Each time a name was called, a proud young man or woman stepped forward. Yuxingha. The crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing that Yuxingha would also participate in the assessment. Chapter 35. The test after 5 long years without participating in a single practical assessment. Yuxingha was set to compete today, and to aim for first place? This was akin to a student who had received zeros for 5 consecutive years, suddenly claiming the top spot in their graduation assessment. Utterly absurd. To be frank, not only did the participating students wish to see her eliminated, but even the judges contemplated sending her away. However, with the Pope in attendance today, they could not afford to lose face. Never mind, they would allow the other students to go easy on her. With this thought, a judge stamped his foot, causing a stone tablet to rise at the center of the Duhan arena, similar to the crystals used for testing soul power. This stone tablet also possessed the ability to gauge soul power and had a recording function, making it one of the treasures of the Martial Soul Academy. Next, we shall proceed with the soul power test. Those whose names are called, please step forward. In ordinary advanced academies, achieving a soul power level of 30 would suffice for graduation, marking one as an exemplary student. Yet, at the Martial Soul Academy, The requirement for graduation is to attain the rank of Soul Master by the age of 20. Were other academies to impose such a standard, few would likely graduate. In a brief span, Yu Xinghe observed that the educational quality and the caliber of students at the Martial Soul Academy were commendable. At least she had yet to encounter anyone unqualified. Soon, as others completed their tests, only 4 individuals remained. Yen, Soul Power Level 39. Age 16, Rank, Excellent. As the judges announced Yan's test results, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. The judges were quite pleased with Yan's performance, and subsequently, one of them inquired, "Yan, would you kindly share your cultivation experience with us?" Yan nodded with a smile and replied, "Of course." After a moment of contemplation, he began, "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the esteemed Pope. She illuminated the path of my cultivation. Without her, I would not be the person I am today. Secondly, I owe my thanks to my past self, who persevered through tears, sweat, and blood to forge the individual I am now." Just as Yin was about to become emotionally moved during his speech, an untimely voice interrupted. "That's enough. Why are you rambling on like a gossiping old woman? There are 3 more people waiting to be tested behind you." As the voice of Yu Xinghe resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the entirety of Pittsburgh. Save for the ever-constant smile adorning Bibidong's face, beneath which a barely perceptible curve of amusement emerged at the corners of her lips. For Yen, being abruptly interrupted mid-speech felt akin to a child practicing needlework only to have their parents barge into the room unexpectedly, a most distressing experience indeed. Thus, fueled by indignation, he directed a vehement shout at Yu Xinghe. "Should we not extend our gratitude to His Holiness the Pope? Yu Xinghe, do you dare to disregard the Pope?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the gaze of the onlookers shifted towards Yu Xinghe, laden with disbelief and contempt. The Pope is revered and esteemed within the Spirit Hall. To show any semblance of disrespect towards him, especially within the confines of Spirit City, could very well mean the end of one's days under the sun, regardless of one's identity. Amidst the sea of furious stares, Yu Xinghe boldly proclaimed, "Indeed, I do not regard His Holiness the Pope with any esteem." At this declaration, countless soul masters immediately unveiled their soul rings. Observing the judges trembling, poised to chastise Yu Xinghe, he hastily added, "The reason I do not regard His Holiness the Pope with any esteem is that I have always held her in my heart. Unlike certain individuals who merely pay lip service to the Pope, who can fathom what truly lies within their hearts, those soul masters who had activated their soul rings, now feeling a sense of frustration, reluctantly retracted them." Faced with Yu Xinghe's sharp retort and counterattack, Yen found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Seizing the moment, Yu Xinghe pressed on, "Moreover, the reason I urged you to conclude swiftly is that aside from your initial statement being accurate, the remainder is nothing but drivel. You ought to first express gratitude to the Spirit Hall for nurturing you, to your teachers for their unwavering guidance, to Teacher Shui Yu who sustained injuries while helping you acquire your 3rd soul ring, and to the fiery donkey that, in its dying moments, did not deliver a fatal kick before your opportunistic strike. Only then should you thank yourself." Every utterance from Yu Xinghe felt like a dagger piercing his heart, and Yin could sense the transformation in his classmates' gazes. No longer filled with admiration or respect, they now regarded him as a mere jester. Ultimately, Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Witnessing Yan's distress, the onlookers displayed expressions of pity. How tragic. Quickly, someone fetch Master Tor for Yan's treatment. As Yin was carried away, a judge approached Yu Xinghe and inquired, "Young lady, what is your intent in so humiliating a fellow student of the same academy? Should you fail to provide a valid justification, I shall revoke your eligibility to compete." Although rumors circulated regarding Yu Xinghe's special relationship with the Pope, the judge remained undeterred. He was aligned with the Grand Elder, and the Pope would think twice before unjustly targeting him. Moreover, the judge did not believe the Pope would interfere over such a trivial matter. Indeed, the judge's intuition proved correct. Although Bibidong had come to observe the competition, it did not imply she would lend support to Yu Xinghe. Rather, she deemed such trivialities insufficient to unsettle the sharp-tongued girl who could provoke bloodshed with mere words. In the face of the judge's inquiry and the subtle pressure emanating from him, Yu Xinghe remained unperturbed, even slightly amused. "Esteemed judge, I speak nothing but the truth. How can this be deemed an insult? Shouldn't Yin express gratitude to the academy, to the teachers, and to fortune?" Seizing the judge's momentary silence, Yu Xinghe added, "Moreover, with such a frail capacity for psychological endurance, How can Yin hope to grow and contribute to the construction of the spirit hall? I am merely training him. It is for his own good. You sharp-tongued little girl, proceed with the test. The judge, a soul master of the soul saint rank, would have relished the opportunity to teach the little girl a lesson, making her understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Unfortunately, he was unable to take action, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation. As Yu Xinghe approached the testing stone tablet, the judge had already prepared a plethora of words under the guise of admonishment, intending to humiliate this unaware little girl. Alas, his plans were destined to fail. In truth, Yu Xinghe did not wish to speak ill of others, but Yin had persistently clung to her like an unshakable piece of gum for the past few years. Just 2 months prior, after Yan's 1000th confession, he had finally lost his temper and attempted to force himself upon her. Thankfully, at that critical moment, a teacher had passed by, averting a calamity. Now, with the burdensome task from the system finally accomplished, how could Yu Xinghe not revel in her triumph? Task: to feign incompetence. Synopsis: the host must masquerade as a worthless individual for a cumulative period of 5 years, during which time they must not engage in any conflicts. Task reward: 3 soul rings of 100,000 years each. Chapter 36. Evaluation. The examination stone tablet was entirely enshrouded in darkness, its surface adorned with an intricate network of patterns, all converging toward a small, smooth area at its center. This was the spot where the Soul Master would place their hand during the assessment, as the Moonstar River placed her hand upon it. Her internal soul power surged forth like a torrential flood, infusing the tablet with its essence. The patterns on the stone, resembling parched riverbeds, eagerly welcomed the deluge, transforming the once opaque tablet into a radiant sun, emanating blinding brilliance. Gazing upon the resplendent light, the judges had never perceived such luminance as being so piercing. It was indeed a Soul King. The scathing remarks they had prepared evaporated in the face of this dazzling display. Judge? Judge? What is my rank? The judge, confronted by the curious expression of the young girl before him, struggled to articulate a response, his throat dry and parched. This girl, merely 11 years of age, had already attained the rank of Soul King, while he, at her age, had barely reached the level of a great Soul Master. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Judge, why have you fallen silent? What level is my soul power? Your soul power is at the 50th level. Soul King. The moment those 5 words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the entire arena. The younger students were taken aback, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, while the elder Soul Masters regarded her with expressions akin to that of witnessing a rare phenomenon, accompanied by bittersweet emotions, regardless of age. The sentiments shared among them were equally tinged with envy and awe. Yu Xinghe is a renowned figure at the Martial Soul Academy, and everyone is well aware of her age. If the title of Soul King commands respect, then adding the tender age of 11 before it would leave even a title de law at a loss for words. Very well, Dean Otto, please proceed with the testing. As Bibi Dong's voice resonated, the onlookers snapped back from their astonishment and shock. Indeed, Your Majesty, I apologize for my lapse in decorum, replied the adjudicator known as Otto, bowing slightly to Bibi Dong before resuming his duties. With Yu Xinghe's exemplary performance as a benchmark, although the results of Xie Yu and Hu Liena were also astonishing, no one displayed any signs of envy. After all, the admission of a widely recognized genius into a prestigious institution seemed quite ordinary to outsiders. However, the sudden acceptance of a student who had been known to doze off in class, sprint faster than anyone during meals, frequently skip classes to indulge in gaming, and engage in romantic escapades and brawls, stirred feelings of discontent among the masses. At this moment, Yu Xinghe epitomized that latter category. Her 5 years of perceived ineptitude had accustomed everyone to her reputation as a slacker. After all, with someone like Yu Xinghe lingering at the bottom, how much worse could the rest of their performances be? Coupled with her beauty and her connection to the Pope, it inevitably bred a sense of quiet jealousy among many. Why, they wondered, should a perceived failure enjoy such favor from the Pope? Furthermore, Yu Xinghe, in her efforts to maintain her facade of incompetence, never retaliated against insults or attacks. Of course, no one truly dared to confront her. Who would have the audacity to lay a hand on someone favored by the Pope? Nonetheless, while physical confrontations were rare, reprimands and mockery were not. Yet, Yu Xinghe bore it all in silence, save for the incident involving Yin some time ago. That encounter had posed a genuine threat. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a teacher, She would have risked her carefully crafted image to exact her revenge. Fortunately, that chapter has come to a close. Having played the role of a coward for 5 years, she deemed the acquisition of 3100. 000, your soul rings well worth the effort. After all, there is a saying, the humility shown now paves the way for a more gratifying comeback later. Once the soul power test concluded, the next significant event was the practical combat assessment. If the soul power test could be likened to a written examination, then the practical assessment was the ultimate trial of skill. This, after all, is a world that reveres strength, where true power is demonstrated through one's combat prowess in real situations. For instance, in the original narrative, when Tang San first entered Shrek Academy with merely 29 levels of soul power, he managed to inflict considerable distress on the soul sage Zhao Wujie in a fit of rage using a hidden weapon. It was thereafter that Zhao Wujie developed a psychological aversion to Tang San. This is Tang San. Through his prowess, he earned Zhao Wujie's respect. Now, I invite all students to draw lots to determine the matchups. Unlike previous years, this time, due to the remarkable rise of Yu Xinghe, there is an extraordinary anticipation surrounding this practical assessment. While the audience is eager, the contestants find themselves in a state of helplessness. As numerous candidates fervently wish to avoid being matched against Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong suddenly rises and declares, I shall be Yu Xinghe's opponent in this practical assessment. Follow me. It is evident that her first statement is directed at Otto, while the second is meant for Yu Xinghe. In response to the Pope's unexpected action, Otto remarks, Your Holiness, the evaluations have always been conducted by the Academy's judges. There is no need for your personal involvement. Allow me to take on the role of Yu Xinghe's opponent instead. Having been intimidated by Yu Xinghe's prowess, Otto's mind began to concoct a theory. Becoming a Soul King at the tender age of 11 is a feat unprecedented in the annals of Soul Masters, leading Otto to suspect that there must be some hidden agenda behind Yu Xinghe's extraordinary abilities. Coupled with her previous timid demeanor in the Academy, she hardly resembled a prodigious genius. Thus, Otto's conjecture took shape. Yu Xinghe, a seemingly mediocre talent, had likely endured relentless ostracism and, in a moment of desperation, engaged in a clandestine pact with the Pope, acquiring a means to rapidly elevate her strength. However, it is well known that hastily gained power often lacks the solidity of that which is earned through diligent cultivation. To avoid exposure, she may have orchestrated it so that the Pope would intervene at a critical moment, allowing her to bask in glory and subsequently vanish, thereby earning eternal acclaim in the annals of the Soul Master community. Indeed, it must be so. Had Yu Xinghe been privy to Otto's musings, she would surely exclaim, No one imagines things quite like you do. If Bibi Dong were aware of Otto's thoughts, she would likely sigh in exasperation. If it weren't for the fear of you being crushed by despair, I wouldn't have bothered with this charade. While others may be oblivious to Yu Xinghe's true strength, Bibi Dong, who has accompanied her for 5 years, possesses a clear understanding. Setting aside her soul techniques and even her elusive combat skills, her sheer physical power is sufficient to dominate all contenders on the field. At times, Bibi Dong cannot help but wonder if Yu Xinghe is a manifestation of a spirit beast with a power level of 100,000 years. The sheer magnitude of her strength is already terrifying, when paired with her elusive first and second soul techniques, along with her impeccable combat skills. Bibi Dong feels that to defeat her, one must be at least one rank higher, and this is without her utilizing her martial soul. Should Yu Xinghe unleash her martial soul, Bibi Dong estimates that even a soul emperor might find it challenging to contend with her. Such an anomaly participating in the assessment is likely to leave her opponents psychologically scarred. Chapter 37. True or False? Just as Bibi Dong intended to take Yu Xinghe away, a middle-aged man appeared. Clad in simple gray garments, his appearance was strikingly unpretentious, aside from a face radiating righteousness. One could sense no trace of soul power emanating from him, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable individual dared to stand before the Pope, confronting her with an air of superiority. Such a posture of condescension is typically reserved for the elder addressing the younger, or for those of noble status looking down upon the less fortunate. The Pope, being the most esteemed figure in the Spirit Hall, is not someone who is often regarded in such a manner. However, this middle-aged man had the audacity to do so. His name was Qian Douluo, the actual authority of the Hall of the Spirit Douluo, the father of the previous Pope, and a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank. Possessing any one of these titles would compel even the Pope and the emperors of the two great empires to treat him with deference. To embody all three identities simultaneously is to attain the pinnacle of supremacy. under the watchful eyes of the assembled spirit masters. The middle-aged man approached Bibi Dong without offering a bow and directly addressed her. Otto is correct. After all, she is a student of the academy, and according to the rules, she ought to undergo the evaluation by the academy judges. No sooner had he finished speaking than a student rose and shouted at him. Impudent! Who are you to dare neglect the Pope's courtesy? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression shifted, yet the middle-aged man merely laughed heartily. I am but an old man, my age weighing heavily upon me, and my back is too bent to bow. Though he appeared middle-aged, his self-deprecating claim of being an old man was clearly a jest. The student, unwilling to relent, prepared to retort, only to be silenced by Bibi Dong's sharp command. Be quiet. Instantly, the student sat back down, disgruntled. Seeing the chastened student, Douluo did not hold a grudge against his earlier rudeness. Instead, he remarked meaningfully to Bibi Dong, Your Excellency, you truly possess remarkable skills. Bibi Dong replied with a cold chuckle, Learned from you. Your Excellency, may I take a seat here to observe the match? Be my guest. As Douluo settled into his seat, Bibi Dong's voice became a whisper, directed at Yu Xinghe. Little girl, when you face Otto later, should you sense any danger, concede immediately, understood? You nodded in response. At the same time, Douluo was advising Otto, when the opportunity arises, eliminate that little girl. I shall take responsibility here with the Pope. Under normal circumstances, Otto would never dare to harm Yu Xinghe. However, now, with Douluo himself backing him, he felt emboldened against the Pope. Moreover, he had greatly benefited from the Qian family. The thought of killing a girl relying on borrowed power was trivial to him, even to the extent of contemplating his own demise if necessary. As Otto lowered the assessment stone tablet, the arena returned to its original purpose, a contest. Otto, a formidable soul saint of level 72, specializing in attack, wielded the spirit of the lava giant. Yu Xinghe, a level 50 soul king of the assault system, wields the martial spirit known as the starry sky of time. As the two individuals unleashed their martial spirits and manifested their soul rings, the entire soul arena was once again astounded. What left the crowd in sheer amazement was the martial spirit and soul rings of Yu Xinghe, accompanied by a dreamlike radiance reminiscent of the primordial light, set against a backdrop of a profound starry sky and constellations depicted as human figures. All low-ranking soul masters were deeply enraptured by the beauty of that martial spirit. Even the mid to high-ranking soul masters couldn't help but display expressions of unrestrained delight. However, while the beauty of Yu Xinghe's martial spirit was enough to astonish them, the 5 soul rings that rose beneath her feet evoked sheer terror. White, black, red, red, red. It is well known that the age of soul rings correlates with their color. White signifies 10 years, yellow 100 years, purple 1,000 years, black 10,000 years, and red 100,000 years. Typically, a tidal Douluo may possess at most 5 black 10,000-year soul rings. Encountering a tidal Douluo with even 100,000-year red soul ring would surely create a sensation. Yet now, a mere soul king boasts 5 soul rings, 3 of which are of the 100,000-year variety, leaving the other soul masters in utter disarray. Under the illumination of these 300,000-year soul rings, even Yu Xinghe's second black soul ring went unnoticed. Of course, while the presence of these 300,000-year soul rings terrified everyone present, 2 individuals remained exceptions, Bibi Dong and Douluo. Bibi Dong was not surprised, as she had mentally prepared herself for this revelation, while Douluo remained skeptical regarding the authenticity of the 100,000-year soul rings. After a brief moment of astonishment following the appearance of Yu Xinghe's soul rings, Douluo immediately shifted his focus to Bibi Dong's expression, determined not to miss even the slightest change in her demeanor. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong displayed neither surprise nor shock, as if the configuration of Yu Xinghe's soul rings were perfectly normal. Could it truly be that she possesses 300,000-year red soul rings? Given the gravity of the situation, Douluo finally could not restrain himself from inquiring, Bibi Dong, what is the meaning behind Yu Xinghe's 300,000-year soul rings? Have you gone hunting for 100,000-year soul beasts? Directly addressing the Pope by her name was a considerable faux pas, and as a group of soul masters began to rise, Bibi Dong's voice rang out calmly, Sit down. This is the great offering of the sanctuary, as well as the esteemed elder of the Elder Hall. Do not be disrespectful. Only then did the surrounding soul masters reluctantly take their seats. Observing this, Bibi Dong nodded at Douluo with utmost seriousness. Indeed, just yesterday, I took Yu Xinghe to the Star Doe Forest, where we casually hunted 300,000-year Titan great apes, sky blue bull python, and jade rabbits on the outskirts. killing them on the spot and allowing Yuxingha to absorb their soul rings. How does that answer satisfy you, esteemed elder? In response, Qian Daolia's lips twitched as he replied, Your Holiness, you truly have a penchant for jest. Those are 100,000-year soul beasts, not mere 10-year ones. And you encountered them on the outskirts. Are you certain the outskirts should not have been filled with monkeys, pythons, and rabbits? If one could easily encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, the soul masters would have long been extinguished by them. Moreover, the crucial point is that the Pope was presiding over a meeting yesterday. Where would he find the time to take students to acquire soul rings? Observing the ashen countenance of Qian Daolu, as dark as the bottom of a pot, Bibi Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. The old fellow. You too have a day when you need my assistance. Seeing Qian Daolu preparing to rise and inquire directly, Bibi Dong spoke in a tone of authority. The third soul skill of you girl is concealment, and the fourth is simulation. With these two soul skills, she can simulate not just 3, but even 900,000-year soul rings for you. Upon hearing this explanation, Qian Daolu sat back down, yet he had another question. The first and second soul rings of Yuxingha cannot be counterfeit, can they? The second soul ring is indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. How does one explain that? The Grand Elder, not only aging with a failing back, but also with a faltering mind, has he forgotten that if a soul beast willingly allows itself to be killed, the soul master can absorb its soul ring without burden? Surely, the Grand Elder ought to know this. Humph. Even Qian Daolia's face grew somewhat uncomfortable after being mocked by Bibi Dong's pointed remarks. Fortunately, she communicated with him using a tone of authority. Otherwise, he would have lost considerable face today. Chapter 38. A severe beating for Otto. Seeing Otto still dazed and hesitant to make a move, Qian Daolu transmitted a message. Those 300,000-year soul rings of hers are fake. You may proceed boldly. Upon hearing that the 300,000-year soul rings were indeed false, Otto initially felt shame for having been so easily deceived by such an apparent trick. Indeed, even among the titled Douluo, a 100,000-year soul ring exists only in tales. How could a mere soul king possess 3? After the initial embarrassment came a surge of anger, the anger of being made a fool. With this thought, Otto immediately summoned his martial soul. As the 7 soul rings of the optimal yellow, purple, black, 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 black emerged, all eyes in the arena shifted from the 300,000-year red soul rings of Yuxingha to Otto. Compared to the exaggerated and nearly implausible soul ring configuration of Yuxingha, Otto's was evidently much more authentic. Simultaneously, many began to come to their senses, and upon careful contemplation, feelings of shame washed over them. Otto's soul ring configuration was already recognized as the best in the soul master community. A 100,000-year soul ring existed only in the words of other titled Douluo, let alone 3 appearing on the body of a soul king. Once they comprehended this, the shock on their faces faded, replaced by anger and disdain at having been played for fools. As Otto's first soul ring flickered, his once slender form swelled as if inflated, transforming into a towering giant exceeding 3 meters in height. Meanwhile, his outer skin turned pitch black, resembling stones scorched by fire. As a mutated beast martial soul, Otto's soul was remarkably formidable. Not only was he immune to fire attribute attacks of the same rank, but he was also endowed with exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities. It was his extraordinary talent that caught the attention of the Qian family at that time, leading to his focused cultivation. Comparable to top-tier martial souls and the optimal soul ring configuration, even his first soul skill could unleash astonishing power. First soul skill, Lava Titan Transformation. The giant Otto thunderously charged towards Yuxingha, each step causing the ground to fracture like a spider's web. After all, this was merely a primary soul fighting arena, designed for students to battle in, constructed to withstand the destructive force of the strongest assault-type soul masters. Yet now, with Otto merely utilizing his first soul skill, the damage inflicted on this arena surpassed the total of the past 6 months. Considering that there should be no shoddy constructions in the Douluo Continent, the only explanation was that Otto was too powerful. As the thundering giant rushed towards him, Yuxingha neither dodged nor flinched, but instead closed her eyes. Foolish, to act so arrogantly before a foe 2 levels above oneself. She would soon find herself in tears. Could it be that she was so frightened she had lost her wits? I had heard of a secret technique that could rapidly enhance one's strength, albeit with severe side effects. Perhaps Yuxingha had employed such a method, only to suffer its backlash, rendering her immobile. As Otto drew ever closer, Yuxingha finally opened her eyes. She suddenly extended her hand forward, and her martial soul, the starry sky, dissipated into countless twinkling starlights, leaving behind a pointer radiating brilliant light. The pointer then fell into Yu Xingha's hand. As the light faded, the true form of the pointer was revealed. Rather than a mere needle, it was more akin to a long spear, entirely azure, with streams of light converging towards the tip, forming an ever-shifting blade of light. This was the fateful weapon that Yu Xingha had endured 3 days of discomfort to obtain 5 years ago. Pulse, facing the oncoming lava titan, akin to a roaring locomotive. Yu Xingha stomped her foot. With a resounding boom, the soul-fighting arena beneath her cracked into a spiderweb of fissures, while the pulse in her hand emitted a flickering blade of light, aimed directly at Otto's descending fist. Even before the fist reached her, it erupted in fierce flames. Orange-red patterns spreading across the entirety of his arm, as the scorching fire seared Otto's stone-like, hammer-like fist, causing droplets of lava to fall. Second soul skill, Volcanic Fist. The audience in the arena has already covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending scene. It is crucial to understand that, although this is Otto's second soul skill, those who are familiar with him recognize that its lethality ranks just below the true form of his martial spirit. The reason lies in the fact that Otto's second soul ring originates from a fire tribute giant ape. With the assistance of his mentor, the giant ape, on the brink of death, awakened the potent bloodline of the titan giant ape due to its overwhelming resentment. Had the fire giant ape survived, its titan bloodline would have undoubtedly led it to become a sovereign among soul beasts in the future. Regrettably, it was merely a soul beast with a cultivation of around 900 years and faced with a soul emperor while gravely injured. It was not the true titan giant ape, ultimately succumbing to its fate, although it was only a 100-year soul beast. This soul ring bestowed upon Otto an extraordinarily powerful skill, the Volcanic Fist. It is widely known that the titan giant ape is revered as the king of the forest, primarily due to its immense strength. The awakening of its titan bloodline in the final moments benefited Otto even in death. As Otto grew stronger step by step, he was astonished to discover that his second soul skill intensified alongside his soul power. Thus, through the Volcanic Fist, Otto carved a name for himself in the Soul Master community. Upon witnessing Otto unleash his second soul skill, Bibi Dong clenched her fists, prepared to intervene at any moment. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu wore a cold smile. With him present, Bibi Dong's attempts to save anyone were but a dream. In fact, with his capabilities, even if Yu Xingha wished to concede, it would be impossible. Confronted with Otto's powerful punch, Yu Xingha, wielding her pulse, executed a meteor flash strike against the colossal Volcanic Fist, which was larger than a grinding disc. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xingha unleashed hundreds of strikes. Otto, initially intending to crush Yu Xingha with a single blow, felt as if his fist had been pricked by hundreds of needles. In agony, he swung his other fist, determined to reduce the girl to a mere pulp. Yet, facing his other fist, Yu Xingha did not look back, resolutely thrusting towards one of Otto's fists. She understood the principle that injuring 10 fingers is not worth sacrificing one. As for the other fist, apologies. But the tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao would not work against Yu Xingha, who possessed the ability to teleport. Thus, amidst the gasps of the audience, Otto's other fist engulfed her diminutive figure. Chapter 39, Renowned Through Battle. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the entire soul-fighting arena. As the dust settled, a colossal pit emerged before the onlookers. It was a lava pit radiating a searing heat, bubbling with magma that rendered even the most solid rock akin to mere tofu. Centered around Otto, a myriad of fissures stretched outward like a spider's web, with orange-red magma continuously oozing along the cracks. In the blink of an eye, what was once a stable arena transformed into a pool of molten rock, a testament to the sheer might of Otto's punch, which was truly terrifying. Witnessing the power of Otto's strike, the students swallowed hard, and the faces of Hulaina and others in the distance turned pale. Not only the students, but even some soul emperors and soul saints felt a chill in their hearts at the sight. Had they been in the same situation, they would have been equally uncertain of their chances. Just when everyone presumed that Yu Xingha would be utterly annihilated under this punch, Otto swung his fist backward in a counterattack. A dragon-patterned long knife, gleaming with golden light and connected by iron chains, suddenly emerged from a circular magic array shimmering with golden brilliance, aimed directly at Otto's head. The Huanglong Yinhua. With a thunderous crash, the dragon knife collided with Otto's fist enveloped in surging magma. For a fleeting moment, The arena resonated with the explosive sounds of flames and the roar of the dragon. Where did this knife come from? As the crowd speculated about a third party intervening in the battle, someone pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Up there!" Following the voice, they beheld a figure with flowing silver hair, standing majestically in the air, wielding a spear, as if a divine being descended from the heavens. Casting a gaze upon the world below, observing the breathtaking figure in the sky, many students realized that Yuxinghe was indeed dazzling and resplendent. Years later, when the older generations of the Spirit Hall reminisced about the name Yuxinghe, they would forever envision a goddess brandishing a spear, standing aloft, gazing down with indifference upon all. Otto's anguished scream yanked everyone's thoughts back down to earth. As they focused, they collectively gasped in shock. Otto's fist, as large as a millstone and capable of shattering mountains, had been cleaved in two. For someone who relied on their fists to teach others a lesson, this was a devastating blow. If a powerful assault-type soul Douluo had dealt such damage, it might have been understandable. But the one inflicting this incredible harm was merely a soul king. The notion of a soul king gravely injuring a soul saint was utterly unfathomable. "Little girl, do you think standing up there makes you untouchable?" Otto's cheek twitched in agony as he gazed at the figure above, and faced with her disdainful and contemptuous stare, he erupted in fury. As the seventh soul ring on Otto glowed, patterns resembling molten lava spread from his fists and arms throughout his entire body. Ultimately, flames erupted from his eyes, his hair ignited, and the hard rock beneath him began to melt under the intense heat. The true form of his martial spirit, the lava giant. Upon transforming into the lava giant, Otto's once split fists gradually merged. This is the most extraordinary aspect of Otto's martial spirit: immortality and invulnerability. Of course, it is not truly invincible. The lava giant, a legendary existence, is said to be a life form in an energy state, capable of immortality as long as it resides within a volcano. To annihilate it, one must either possess absolute strength with opposing attributes to extinguish it, or locate its core and deliver a decisive blow. When Otto manifested his martial spirit, he essentially became a genuine lava giant. Until his soul power was depleted or his core shattered, he could recover from any injury. Look, Archbishop Otto has unleashed his martial spirit. The Moonstar River is doomed. The manifestation of a martial spirit represents a watershed moment for soul masters. Prior to this, some soul masters might have completed challenges beyond their means using their martial spirits or soul bones, but when faced with the true form of a martial spirit, no amount of external force can withstand the onslaught. Responding seemingly to the crowd's predictions, Otto hurled a fist towards the Moonstar River in the sky. Sixth soul skill, volcanic eruption. As searing magma erupted from his fist, transforming into a column that soared into the heavens, the Moonstar River did not flinch. Instead, she aimed her pulse directly at the magma column. Counter that? I can do it too. Suddenly, 500 points were deducted from the energy in her bracelet. Subsequently, 5 dazzling energy spheres lined up behind her. At that moment, with a thought, the 5 radiant energy spheres transformed into streaks of light and infused into the pulse. With the infusion of the 5 energy spheres, the pulse, which had initially emitted a faint glow, erupted into a brilliant radiance. Compared to the dazzling spear, the pulse's luminous blade condensed into a fist-sized energy sphere. The sphere's surface appeared dim, even somewhat dark. However, upon closer inspection, one could sense the terrifying destructive power contained within. Once the Moonstar River firmly grasped the pulse, the fist-sized energy sphere at the tip began to shine brighter, culminating in a blinding golden beam that engulfed the ferocious magma column, casting its light upon Otto. In that instant, Otto's expression froze. As the blinding light faded, a petrified magma column plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the crowd emerged from the dazzling brilliance, momentarily disoriented. The Moonstar River had descended from the heavens, standing upon the still warm lava stone pillar, pulsating with a blade of light directed at Otto's fiery gaze. Unfazed by the spear of light that could pierce his eyes at any moment, Otto inquired of the Moonstar River, "Young girl, what was the name of that technique just now? Is it your 5th soul skill?" "Indeed, it is my 5th soul skill, which I call the Death Ray." "Death Ray? What a splendid name for a technique. I concede defeat." With that, Otto relinquished his martial soul form and bowed respectfully to Qian Douluo in the distance, collapsing amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. In that moment, those with keen eyesight noticed a charred mark upon Otto's chest. Qian Douluo's expression darkened as he turned away. Meanwhile, the Pope Bibi Dong, with a pleased demeanor, commanded, "Quickly take Archbishop Otto to Mastertor for treatment." Subsequently, she gestured for the Moonstar River to follow her as they departed the battle arena. Chapter 40. A leave of absence. Dear esteemed readers, I must return home for 4 days due to personal matters, and for the next couple of days, consider this a brief hiatus. Additionally, I will diligently address any suggestions you may have regarding this work, such as the current functionality of the martial souls and certain inconsistencies regarding energy soul power. Chapter 41. Departure. After Bibi Dong escorted the Moonstar River back to her quarters, the door closed automatically. Following a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong suddenly turned around, startling the Moonstar River. "What are you doing? Do you wish to frighten me to death?" Yu Xinghe, clutching her chest and still feeling a lingering fear, spoke. However, Bibi Dong remained indifferent, promptly lifting Yu Xinghe into her arms and spinning her around until she became dizzy. With a satisfied expression, she exclaimed, "Thank you, you girl. I am so happy today." You should have seen the old man's flustered face. If anyone were to witness the Pope of the Spirit Hall, typically so dignified and imposing, displaying such a childlike demeanor, it would surely leave many jaws on the floor. Yet, this is to be expected. Although Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope, the true authority within the Spirit Hall still lay with Qian Douluo. After all, the angel spirit is the very symbol of the Spirit Hall, and its rulers have always maintained an exceptionally close relationship with the Qian family. Therefore, despite Bibi Dong's elevation above countless others, she has endured her share of grievances over the years. For instance, the elders often opposed her, and many male soul masters regarded her as inferior simply because she is a woman, treating her with a facade of respect while undermining her authority. Most significantly, the direct subordinates of the Qian family displayed outward respect while covertly plotting against her. But what could Bibi Dong do? She could only swallow her anger, gradually cultivate her own faction, and greet those hypocrites with smiles, employing various tactics of persuasion, suppression, schemes, and counter-schemes. After years of effort, she finally became a true pope. Yet she understood that as long as Qian Douluo remained, her position could be revoked at any moment. Qian Douluo loomed over her like a mountain, weighing heavily on her heart. Yet today, that figure who once instilled such trepidation in her had stormed off in a huff, infusing Bibi Dong with an inexplicable sense of liberation, releasing years of pent-up frustration. "That old man hasn't he died from anger? Have you rejoiced too soon?" Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Bibi Dong playfully delivered a light smack to her head. "How dare you speak? If it weren't for me, you would have been reduced to ashes by his holy sword long ago." Speaking of this, Bibi Dong wore an expression of vexation. Given Yu Xinghe's talents, Qian Douluo would have sought to win her over, but unfortunately, on that fateful day, Yu Xinghe had been intoxicated after 2 cups of wine, and upon encountering Qian Douluo, she pointed at him and shouted, "Birdman." Although Bibi Dong harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Qian family, she had never dared to insult Qian Douluo in such a manner. Thus, the rift between Yu Xinghe and Qian Douluo was forged. "How can you still blame me? Who was it that swapped my grape juice for wine that day? Dare you say it wasn't you?" In response to Yu Xinghe's accusation, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, displaying a hint of rosy color. At that moment, Bibi Dong was exceedingly curious about the secrets surrounding Yu Xinghe and sought every means to inquire, but Yu Xinghe either feigned ignorance or offered dismissive replies. Even when Bibi Dong resorted to the inhumane punishment of tickling her feet, Yu Xinghe merely begged for mercy, yet she refused to divulge a single truth. Consequently, Bibi Dong was compelled to devise the scheme of making her drink. It is often said that inebriation reveals one's true sentiments. If only she could get that little girl intoxicated, she would undoubtedly divulge the secrets of her ancestors. Unfortunately for Bibi Dong, she never anticipated that this tactic would only be effective on certain individuals, for someone like Yu Xinghe, with such a notoriously low tolerance for alcohol, was entirely unsuitable for such an approach. After just 2 cups, Yu Xinghe transformed, audaciously daring to flirt with her in return. The situation escalated further when Qian Douluo arrived, and the already irritable Yu Xinghe uttered a remark that nearly provoked Qian Douluo into a frenzy. "Who dares to disturb me while I am courting? Begone." Had it not been for Bibi Dong's fierce resolve, which seemed to suggest a willingness for mutual destruction, Yu Xinghe might have found herself in a grave situation. Amidst their playful banter, the day swiftly passed. When Yu Xinghe finally reopened her eyes, she found a pair of gentle, glistening orbs gazing at her, brimming with warmth that seemed ready to envelop her. "Aren't you supposed to lead the morning meeting?" "No. You are leaving soon. And who knows when I shall see you again?" I will return to visit you. Heartless little rascal. You have left 8 gaping holes in my heart. After nurturing you for 5 years, how can you simply depart? As she spoke, Bibi Dong pouted, adopting an expression akin to a jilted wife abandoned by her husband. You Xinghe. The great Khan. The sweating Khan. The waterfall of sweat. Enough of the jesting. I have placed the package on the table for you. Do not forget to take it with you when you depart. Ah, there is also a gift I wish to present to you. With that, Bibi Dong reached behind her neck and unfastened a pendant, which she then adorned around Yu Xinghe's neck. The pendant was a heart-shaped red gem, encased in a net woven from an unknown plant fiber that shimmered with the hue of a clear blue sky. Wearing it, one could detect a distinctly refreshing fragrance reminiscent of verdant foliage, subtle yet pleasing to the senses. After placing the pendant on Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong bestowed a kiss upon his forehead and cheek, saying, "This is a spatial soul guide I acquired from a relic during my travels across the continent in my youth. It possesses a capacity of 100 cubic units, and I have named it the Dream of Tears. From now on, you may store anything within it, making your journeys far more convenient." "Teacher," Yu Xinghe replied, "it would be disingenuous to say I am not moved by such a precious gift." "Well, you have now attained the rank of Soul King, one who has even defeated a Soul Saint. In this land, you possess a degree of self-defense. When venturing forth, you must remain vigilant, avoiding idle conversations with strange men, abstaining from alcohol, and so forth." In that moment, Bibi Dong ceased to embody the decisive and ruthless Pope she had always been. Instead, she appeared as a concerned sister, fretting for her younger sibling. Or perhaps a nurturing yet talkative mother, imparting countless cautions to Yu Xinghe. It was a rare occurrence, for Yu Xinghe had previously detested such verbosity. Yet now, she listened intently to Bibi Dong's admonitions, as if she were determined to commit every word to memory. In times past, there had been a couple who would similarly inundate her with advice before her travels, yet she had never paid them heed. Until the day she could no longer hear their words, leaving her heart feeling hollow. "Enough. I have said all that needs to be said. You may leave now. I must hurry to the morning meeting. Having delayed for so long, the elders will surely be chattering away." As Bibi Dong donned her attire and prepared to depart, a small pair of hands encircled her waist, delicate fingers as slender as green onions. Who could have imagined that such fragile hands concealed such formidable strength? Yet, who could also fathom the tenderness that accompanied them at this moment? "Your Holiness, please take care of yourself. If you find yourself unhappy, do let me know. I shall certainly return." With that, Yu Xinghe picked up the bundle from the table and left without looking back. Watching Yu Xinghe's retreating figure, Bibi Dong softly called out, "You may go. I shall not see you off, but when you return, regardless of the tempest or the downpour, I will be there to welcome you." Chapter 42. Reunion, the Kingdom of Balak, City of Sodo. As a city that has established a hall of martial spirits, Sodo City is certainly not comparable to the likes of Notting City, which is merely a novice town. It is important to note that Sodo City is a grand city, home to no less than 10 intermediate soul master academies, and is renowned for its bustling prosperity. Amidst the throngs of people, a boy and a girl stand out remarkably. The boy, around 11 or 12 years of age, stands at a height of approximately 1.70 meters, clad in a blue tunic. Though his features are not strikingly handsome, the smile upon his face exudes an approachable charm. At his waist, he wears a belt adorned with 24 exquisite gemstones, adding an air of nobility to his appearance. In contrast, the girl is even more captivating. Also of a similar age, her budding figure is complemented by delicate shoulders, bright eyes, and pearly teeth. Most notably, her long, slender legs resemble 2 gleaming jade pillars, drawing the gaze of anyone who passes by. These 2 individuals are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. "San, why is it that everyone else heads into the city while we venture outwards? Is this not akin to regressing?" Xiao Wu complained. To her lament, Tang San remained noncommittal, responding, "I did not compel you to follow me. Were those intermediate academies not of decent standing? Some even offered tuition waivers and provided meals and lodging. Were it not for Master's letter, I might have been inclined to accept." Upon hearing Tang San mention those academies, Xiao Wu flicked her long, braided hair dismissively and retorted, "Those academies are hardly any better. Indeed, as a reincarnated soul beast of 100,000 years, resources hold little value for her. She does not require hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Theoretically, she could simply reside in a bustling city for several decades and eventually attain the rank of title Douluo. Of course, whether she could progress beyond that status would depend on her own fortune. Tang San could only helplessly rub his forehead at Xiao Wu's temperament. Despite her seemingly gentle and demure demeanor, she is, in fact, an unyielding leader. Over the years, Xiao Wu has engaged in more fights than Tang San has had meals, and he finds himself utterly at a loss when it comes to this little tempestuous girl. By the way, after accompanying you on this long journey to this place, you must spend a couple of days with me in the city. All right, my big sister. After several days of travel, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were somewhat fatigued, and they decided to seek accommodation at a hotel that appeared quite appealing. Xiao Wu declared, "This will do." The hotel indeed looked impressive, with a unique style and an elegant ambience, something one would not find in Notting City. Had it not been for the subsidies Tang San received as a great soul master over the past few years, allowing him to accumulate some savings, he would never have considered staying in such an expensive establishment. "Please prepare 2 rooms for us," Xiao Wu exclaimed boldly at the front desk. "Apologies, lovely miss, but we only have 1 room left." As the waiter spoke, he cast a knowing glance towards Tang San behind him. Despite having lived 2 lives, Tang San remained as naive in matters of romance as a child. Disregarding the waiter's peculiar expression, he inquired, "Is there truly only 1 room left?" The waiter reiterated, "Indeed, there is but 1 room remaining, but fret not. Our accommodations are quite spacious, and 2 individuals can comfortably share." After a moment of contemplation, Tang San ultimately nodded in agreement. He was genuinely fatigued and reluctant to search for another hotel, and he had resolved that if there were no 2 beds, he would simply meditate on the floor to rest. Just as Tang San was about to proceed with the check-in, an abrupt voice interrupted. "Hey, you must be the new waiter. Did you not reserve a room for me?" Tang San and Xiao Wu turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a man accompanied by 2 women approaching them. The speaker, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, possessed an unusual trait. Each of his eyes bore 2 pupils. In the presence of such an alluring yet ominous guest, the waiter cautiously asked, "May I inquire who you are?" The man with the peculiar eyes, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Fetch your manager." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared, and upon sighting the peculiar-eyed gentleman, he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, welcoming him while apologizing to Tang San and Xiao Wu, suggesting they seek accommodations elsewhere. Acknowledging the guest status, Tang San felt it inappropriate to contest and was about to lead Xiao Wu away when she abruptly exploded in anger. "Why should we give way to this unsavory character? We arrived first." Clearly, despite having lived in the human realm for 5 or 6 years, Xiao Wu was still naive in the ways of the world. Upon hearing her insult, Tang San inwardly lamented the situation, while the man merely smirked and declared, "Little girl, unless you clarify your words today, you shan't leave this place." With that statement, the twin sisters beside him discreetly withdrew, while the hotel manager wore a pained expression, uttering platitudes about maintaining peace. "Rest assured, if anything is broken, it will be on my account." The wealthy man's arrogance was evident. Just as the atmosphere in the lobby became increasingly tense, a melodious voice rang out, like the gentle tinkling of water. "Waiter, I would like a room." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. She then turned towards the source and beheld a young girl with silver hair cascading down to her waist, half-masked, with a pair of sparkling eyes that gleamed with delight as they met Xiao Wu's gaze. The moment their eyes locked, it felt as though a thunderous bolt had struck within Xiao Wu's mind. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gaze of the man with sinister eyes, the girl with enviable long legs gracefully propelled herself towards the masked woman. As that figure loomed larger in her vision, Xiao Wu's premonition intensified. Approaching the silver-haired masked figure, she trembled and inquired, "Is it you?" Noticing the redness in Xiao Wu's eyes, glistening with unshed tears, Yu Xinghe felt a pang of sympathy and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "You silly rabbit, why do you keep crashing into my arms? Aren't you afraid I might just capture you and devour you?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu threw herself into the other's embrace, bursting into tears. This left the man with sinister eyes and the hotel manager, along with a crowd of onlookers, utterly bewildered. Chapter 43. Yu Xinghe, the unmarriageable. All right. No need to cry. Waiter, please prepare a room for me. Why are you just standing there?" In response to Yu Xinghe's command, the waiter glanced at the hotel manager, who in turn looked towards the man with sinister eyes. It was at this moment that Yu Xinghe recalled that in the original narrative, Tang San and Xiao Wu's first encounter with Dai Mubai was sparked by a confrontation. As he sensed the gaze from the silver-haired figure, Dai Mubai was initially prepared to glare in anger, yet, upon locking eyes with the other, he swiftly faltered. To be precise, it was a sense of trepidation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the instant he beheld those eyes, all his pent-up fury inexplicably dissipated. It was akin to a fierce tiger poised to roar, only to be confronted by a Tyrannosaurus Rex emerging from the underbrush, its gaping maw wider than the tiger itself, unleashing a thunderous roar, rendering the once mighty creature as meek as a kitten. Indeed, it was that overpowering sensation. At that moment, to the onlookers, Yu Xinghe, adorned with a half-mask and cascading silver hair, appeared as an enchanting and mysterious maiden, radiating an irresistible allure that prompted others to yearn to unveil her beauty. However, in Dai Mubai's eyes, that masked girl seemed to embody the most fearsome creature in existence, more terrifying than Zhao Wujin and Flinder combined. Fortunately, the silver-haired maiden merely cast a glance his way before turning to the manager, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you standing there? Hurry and book a room." As Yu Xinghe urged the manager, his attention shifted back to Dai Mubai. Then, she turned her gaze upon him once more. Instantly, a sensation akin to being scrutinized by a primordial beast surged from his heart through his veins, enveloping his entire being. Could this young man possibly relinquish the room for me? The voice of Yu Xinghe was inherently melodious, particularly at this moment when she could speak with a seductive tone. The group of men surrounding her felt as though their very bones had turned to jelly. Those with less fortitude even found their legs giving way, collapsing onto the ground. Enchantress. This was the unanimous sentiment echoing in the hearts of the men. However, in the eyes of Dai Mubai, the captivating Yu Xinghe transformed into a ferocious beast, her tongue flicking across her lips. Thus, amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Dai Mubai summoned the pair of twin sisters over, draping his arms around their shoulders as they departed. "Manager, may I now check into a room?" "Certainly." Upon exiting the Rose Hotel, the prickling sensation that had plagued him dissipated. His legs regained their strength, and the twin sisters beside him exhaled in relief. After all, Dai Mubai had nearly rested the bulk of his weight upon the two young women. Had they not been slightly older and possessed some strength, lesser girls might have been overwhelmed. With the pressure from his shoulders lifting, one of the girls timidly inquired, "Dai Xiao, who is that girl? Why do you?" The rest of her question remained unspoken, as Dai Mubai's expression had darkened considerably. As a sole master of the third ring, wielding the formidable beast spirit of the white tiger, the aura of fury he exuded was far beyond that which an ordinary woman could withstand. Consequently, under the oppressive force of Dai Mubai's presence, the twin sisters turned pale, their legs buckling as they fell to the ground. The elder sister, her complexion drained of color, implored, "Dai Xiao, please temper your anger. My sister is inexperienced. Do not hold it against her. I beseech you." Hearing her plea, and noting the attention of passers-by, Dai Mubai, for the sake of his own pride, chose not to pursue the matter further. He tossed a small pouch of gold soul coins towards the twin sisters, and, with a heavy huff, departed. In the realm of fortune, where some experience misfortune, others revel in triumph. As Yu Xinghe embraced Xiao Wu, the two radiated an unrestrained orange glow that nearly blinded Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. Just as they were about to kiss, Tang San hastily cleared his throat, which reminded Yu Xinghe of their audience. He then sat up straight and addressed Tang San, suggesting he seek out a hotel for the night, assuring him that he would reimburse the accommodation costs the next day, reminding him to request an invoice. Tang San, feeling somewhat intrusive, muttered an apology. The following day, upon exiting the city, they found themselves amidst expansive fields of wheat. Had it not been for the specific location detailed in the master's letter, Tang San would never have believed that a Soul Master Academy, highly esteemed by the master, could exist in such a rural setting. Following a dirt path, Yu Xinghe and the others arrived at a village where a tattered sign swayed in the wind, proclaiming Shrek Academy. In the corner of the sign, there was an engraving of an odd green little head. As Tang San and Xiao Wu gazed in bewilderment at the dilapidated academy, Yu Xinghe, wearing a mask, also exhibited a twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing that Flinder was, after all, a fellow traveler through time. He pondered whether they were aware of the existence of slimes. With keen ears, Xiao Wu overheard Yu Xinghe's murmurs and inquired curiously, "Sister Xinghe, what is a slime?" "It is a type of soul beast that is extremely weak at birth, yet grows at an astonishing rate and possesses immense potential." "Is it more formidable than a dragon?" "Absolutely. Dragons are merely fit to be its prey." "Wow, that's impressive." Tang San, listening to their exchange, felt his lips twitch in disbelief. Just then, a group of adults accompanied a boy of around 13 or 14 years, passing by the trio and overhearing their conversation. The boy turned toward them. his eyes sparkling with interest. Humph. Dragons are the mightiest of soul beasts. Not a single beast martial soul associated with dragons is weak. To claim that slime can consume a dragon is utterly laughable. Upon hearing this contradiction, Xiaowu pouted angrily and retorted, Sister Xinghe would never lie. If she says such a creature exists, it certainly does. You must simply be lacking in knowledge. Lacking knowledge? The boy, incensed, replied, My martial soul is a winged dragon. What are your martial souls, little girls? Dare to reveal them for comparison? As he spoke, scales began to surface on the boy's skin, and 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, emerged from beneath his feet. The boy arrogantly lifted his chin, confronting the 2 girls. What is your soul power level? Do you dare to show it? If your levels are lower than mine, how about becoming my girlfriends? Upon hearing the boy's audacious proposal for Xiao Wu and Yu Xinghe to be his girlfriends, Tang San silently mourned for the boy's ignorance for 3 seconds. Despite the striking beauty of one girl and the charming allure of the other, their tempers could transform them into formidable beings, one a fierce dragon, the other a force to be reckoned with. Engaging with them? That would be akin to tempting fate itself. Chapter 44. Entrance Examination, Part 1. Upon hearing the boy's tone, it seemed he intended to claim both Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu without reservation. This thought brought a playful smile to Yu Xinghe's lips. Although partially masked, her beauty captivated the boy, causing his heart to race as he thought, Mother, I've fallen in love. Then, Yu Xinghe extended a finger, pointing at the boy's face, and asked, Do you wish to pursue a relationship with me? The boy instinctively nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Next, Yu Xinghe gestured towards Tang San, stating, If you can defeat him, I shall consider your proposal. In the wake of the boy's ecstatic expression, Yu Xinghe bestowed a subtle smile upon Tang San. It must be acknowledged that despite Yu Xinghe's questionable character, her appearance was undeniably captivating, quickening the heart even when one knew her disposition. However, the moment she spoke, Tang San's fluttering heartbeat abruptly ceased. Tang San, if you dare to lose, I shall ensure you face my wrath daily. Upon hearing this, Tang San shuddered, nearly revealing his Haotian hammer to silence the boy who dared to challenge him. Yet, knowing the gravity of the situation, he opted for a more measured approach, summoning his spirit rings instead. As the 2 golden spirit rings illuminated, the boy was momentarily stunned. He was renowned as a prodigy in his locality, celebrated as an exemplary student at the academy. Had he not heard of the peculiarities associated with Shrek Academy, he would never have ventured to this remote area. Yet here, even among peers, he encountered those of equal or superior caliber, spirit rings that far surpassed his own. Humph, what do 2-century-old spirit rings matter? Behold my fire dragon sphere. With that declaration, the boy activated his 2nd spirit ring, unleashing a fireball towards Tang San. Facing the flames, Tang San refrained from using his blue-silver grass, aware that fire predominantly counters plant-type martial spirits. Instead, he executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps to evade the fireball, swiftly maneuvering behind the boy. With a deft application of control crane catching dragon, he subdued the boy in an instant. Gripping the boy's hands with one hand and constricting his neck with the other, Tang San coldly declared, You have lost. Though the boy was reluctant to concede, he begrudgingly nodded, All right, I admit defeat. Yet, the moment Tang San released him, the boy sprang to his feet and shouted, Not so fast. Subsequently, another fireball erupted forth. Trouble loomed. In such close proximity, coupled with the fact that Tang San had never anticipated that the boy would so despicably launch a surprise attack, he found himself in grave peril as the fireball spell threatened to engulf him. Just as the fiery orb was poised to consume him, Yu Xinghe executed a swift teleportation, appearing behind Tang San and whisking him away in the nick of time. The fireball detonated upon striking the nearby vegetable patch, creating a considerable crater. Gazing at the newly formed pit, Tang San was drenched in cold sweat. Had that fireball struck him directly, despite the protection of his Xiantian skill, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. Contemplating this, Tang San directed a furious glare at the boy, who, realizing his attack had failed, immediately cried out, I concede. According to the rules governing battles between soul masters, the victor is prohibited from attacking a defeated opponent who has acknowledged their loss. Thus, can the defeated engage in ambush against the victor? Sensing the intense fluctuations of Tang San's soul power, a middle-aged man approached and said, Young brother, my son has already conceded. Furthermore, you have sustained no injuries, so why not let this matter rest? As he spoke, 4 soul rings materialized beneath his feet. White, yellow, and purple, indicating a 4-ring soul master. Given Tang San's current level of soul power, engaging in combat with this opponent would likely result in disadvantage, especially considering the presence of a 1,000-year soul ring, unless Tang San resorted to hidden weapons. As Yu Xinghe observed Tang San's clenched fists, it was evident that he was grappling with the dilemma of whether to take action. Thus, Yu Xinghe gently patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "Allow me to handle this." Ultimately, the predicament stemmed from Yu Xinghe's actions, and she felt a moral obligation to alleviate Tang San's distress. In the next moment, both the middle-aged man and the boy felt an overwhelming, intangible pressure descend upon them, as if an immense mountain was compelling them to kneel. The middle-aged man initially intended to resist, but the pressure intensified, forcing his joints to crack under the strain. He realized that if he did not submit, his bones might shatter. Consequently, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, both the elder and the younger men knelt before a girl and a boy. Yu Xinghe then addressed Tang San, asking, "Does this alleviate your discomfort? If it is not sufficient, shall I have them bow even lower?" In response, Tang San waved his hand and replied, "This is adequate. The humiliation of the spirit far surpasses that of the body." He then turned to the two men and forced a smile, saying, "How pitiable. Is it merely money? I shall provide it." As he spoke, Tang San tossed 2 copper soul coins at their feet. "This is all I possess. I hope you can soon gather enough to treat your family." The surrounding crowd, initially puzzled by the scene, began to weave a narrative, a man and a woman afflicted by severe illness, requiring the intervention of a high-ranking healing soul master for salvation. The man, as a soul master, had resorted to kneeling in public with his son to beg for money to save his family. Moved by this imagined plight, the onlookers generously contributed, tossing copper soul coins into the space before the two men. As the middle-aged man beheld the small pile of copper coins, he was nearly consumed by rage. He was a dignified soul master, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Not even a heap of gold coins could compel him to kneel. However, just as he attempted to rise, the overwhelming pressure surged forth once more, submerging him. Ultimately, in a fit of intense fury, he lost consciousness. Upon witnessing the middle-aged man's flushed face and subsequent fainting, the crowd's expressions of sympathy deepened. It was no wonder that a soul master would deign to beg in such a manner. He must be gravely ill. Even in his suffering, he uttered no complaints. Nearly kneeling in silence, one could surmise that the middle-aged man's collapse was a result of being overwhelmed by the outpouring of compassion from the crowd. Consequently, even more soul coins were cast forth. Should Yu Xinghe have been privy to the thoughts of the spectators, she might have mused that indeed true art springs from the populace. Chapter 45. Entrance Examination, Part 2. Watching the boy weep and cling to the middle-aged man, Yu Xinghe could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable talent!" As they passed by the father and son duo, Yu Xinghe gently admonished the weeping boy, "Your father has merely fainted. There is no need for such profound sorrow." After speaking, Yu Xinghe and his companions swiftly made their way to the registration line. As they drew closer, they realized that Shrek Academy was not merely dilapidated, but rather astonishingly so. Not only was the entrance made of wood, but the entire premises occupied less than a third of the area of Nodding Academy. Those in the know recognized it as a Soul Master Academy, while the uninformed might mistakenly believe it to be a mere marketplace. "Mother, I would have been better off attending the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy." One could hear murmurs of discontent. "Since we are here, we might as well take a look. I have heard this academy boasts that graduates can become barons of the empire. I wonder if there is any truth to that." Such conversations echoed through the crowd, clearly reflecting their astonishment at the appearance of Shrek Academy. Next, a weary-looking elder, resembling a farmer, called out lethargically as a father stepped forward with his son, tossing the registration fee into the box. "Extend your hand." After the elder pinched the boy's hand a few times, he declared, "Not qualified." Next, upon hearing this, the boy's father forced a smile and pleaded, "Master, my son has only just celebrated his 13th birthday. Could you possibly make an exception?" However, the elder resolutely shook his head, maintaining a firm stance against leniency. When the elder denied the request, the father attempted to retrieve the registration fee. But the elder gestured towards a golden-haired boy with piercing eyes, stating, "If you can defeat him, the registration fee will be fully refunded." He then turned to Dai Mubai and added, "It is up to you now." This scene bore a striking resemblance to a trial by combat. As Dai Mubai's formidable soul ancestor prowess became evident, the father could only leave with his son in disappointment. Next, a mother approached with her son, brimming with confidence, only to be turned away by the elder for his mediocre qualifications. Just as the mother was about to erupt in anger, the elder's discourse quelled her. And as he revealed his own six-ring soul emperor capabilities, parents who realized they could not meet the standards promptly departed. The once bustling registration line quickly turned desolate. Yet the elder remained unfazed, continuously calling out for the next participant. When Yuxinghe and his companions finally stood before the elder, both he and Dai Mubai widened their eyes in surprise. Spotting Dai Mubai, Yuxinghe smiled warmly and greeted him. "Ah, isn't this young Master Dai? What brings you here? Have you not taken those twins out to play? Or have you parted ways with them?" The voice of Yuxinghe was not particularly loud, yet it resonated clearly enough to reach the ears of a youthful maiden with an innocent visage and ample bosom nearby. Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words and catching sight of a familiar face not far off, couldn't help but display a hint of embarrassment as he coughed and said, "Ahem, I, Dai Mubai, am not that kind of person. Do not slander me." Curious, the elder inquired, "Mubai, do you know her?" Dai Mubai briefly recounted their encounter from the previous day, of course glossing over the irrelevant detail of her being a twin. After listening to Dai Mubai's explanation, the elder's interest in Yuxinghe intensified. "Child, extend your hand," he instructed. As the elder placed his hand upon Yuxinghe's, his previously calm demeanor was swiftly replaced by astonishment, which then morphed into shock and finally culminated in confusion. Observing the elder's dramatic change in expression, Dai Mubai could not refrain from asking, "Master, what has transpired?" Li Yusong withdrew his hand from Yuxinghe's and replied, "Since the founding of Shrek Academy, I have assessed at least 1,000 children, yet I have never encountered a case like this little girl. What is going on? Her soul power fluctuates erratically. At times she appears as a great soul master, and at others as a soul king. Most importantly, I heard a voice emanating from her body." "What voice?" Dai Mubai questioned. "The voice commanded me to leave." Witnessing the bewildered expressions on Li Yusong and Dai Mubai's faces, Yuxinghe could no longer contain her laughter, erupting into hearty giggles. Amused by her mirth, Li Yusong smiled slightly and remarked, "Child, it seems you were playing tricks on me." Yuxinghe smiled and nodded. Upon her candid acknowledgement, Li Yusong felt no anger. Instead, he admired her forthrightness. "Come now, extend your hand again, but this time, do not tease me, or I shall be truly displeased." As Li Yusong opened his senses, an overwhelming surge of soul power akin to mighty rivers rushed towards him. In the face of this force, Li Yusong felt as if he were navigating a vessel amidst a tempest. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Withdrawing his senses, he was immediately drenched in sweat, both on his back and forehead. "Young lady, confess to me, what level of soul power do you truly possess?" "Well, it is certainly higher than the level you require." "This is no jest. This matter pertains to your life's safety. Not until I attain the rank of title Douluo. Speak plainly. I am at the 51st level, a soul king." Upon hearing this revelation, Li Yusong, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the last two remaining girls from their team were all struck with astonishment. A soul king at merely 11 or 12 years of age. Suppressing his shock, Li Yusong stammered, "Reveal your soul rings for me to see." "Are you certain you wish to behold them?" "I must forewarn you, due to certain reasons, my soul rings may differ from your expectations and could frighten you." "Oh, it's nothing. Do you possess 100,000-year soul ring?" As a soul emperor with considerable life experience, Li Yusong had encountered many formidable figures and seen countless wonders. Having already witnessed an 11-year-old soul king, he believed nothing could further shock him. As 5 soul rings of white, black, red, and crimson emerged, Li Yusong slapped Dai Mubai beside him. "Teacher Li, why did you hit me?" In response to Dai Mubai's protest, Li Yusong murmured, "It appears I am not dreaming." Dai Mubai was perplexed. "Child, you must accompany me to meet a few individuals. We need to conduct a more thorough examination. Do I need to undress?" Upon hearing Yuxinghe's question, Li Yusong's mouth twitched as he replied, "No need." Chapter 46, Entrance Examination, Part 3, Li Yusong departed. But Dai Mubai produced a soul power testing crystal, ensuring its proper functionality. To Dai Mubai's astonishment, all 4 remaining candidates passed the test. "Let us proceed. Follow me." As Dai Mubai led the 4 towards the 4th round of testing, Yuxinghe had already appeared in the principal's office. While referred to as the principal's office, it was merely a humble dwelling. The room was sparse, with only a table and a few stools, lacking even a pot of tea. Indeed, it was quite desolate. Upon entering, an astute elder wearing glasses, with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, addressed Li Yusong. "Old Li, what brings you here?" Li Yusong gently pushed Yuxinghe forward and addressed Flander. "Director, The situation is as follows. As Li Yusong elaborated, Flanders' expression shifted from shock to horror, and finally to disbelief. Child, reveal your martial soul and soul rings for me to see. As the 5 soul rings, 1 white, 1 black, and 3 red, accompanied by the brilliantly radiant martial soul, the starry sky of time, emerged, both Flander and Li Yusong were momentarily petrified. After a prolonged silence, Flander gazed at Yu Xinghe and remarked, in comparison to you, it seems that no other student can truly be deemed a prodigy. He continued, with your exceptional talent, it would be challenging for Shrek Academy to provide you with resources that match your potential. If you wish to depart, I would recommend the Spirit Hall, as it is the finest institution on the continent and has the most profound understanding of martial souls. Should you choose to go there, I can introduce you to a friend of mine. This friend, of course, referred to the master, whose connection to Bibi Dong lent considerable weight to his recommendation. Upon hearing Flanders suggest sending this extraordinary talent away, Li Yusong became anxious. Director, have you not always aspired to cultivate a soul master who would astonish the continent? Here lies the perfect candidate. With diligent refinement, we can ensure her brilliance shines throughout the annals of soul master history. However, Flanders shook his head in response to Li Yusong's proposal. Oldly, he said, ask yourself honestly, do you believe we are truly qualified to guide her? Setting aside her cultivation, consider merely her soul rings. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all from 10,000-year soul beasts. What do you intend to find for her 6th ring? Surely, it cannot be a mere 10-year soul ring. Where would you find a 10,000-year soul beast? Even if you did, would you be capable of defeating it? At this point, both Flander and Li Yusong suddenly jolted, turning to Yu Xinghe in unison. How did you acquire 3 10,000-year soul rings? The theoretical explanation for an 11 or 12-year-old soul king was plausible, but 3 10,000-year soul rings? It was inconceivable. Not even a soul sovereign, let alone Flander himself, could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the most crucial point was that 10,000-year soul rings were legendary. How could 3 of them appear simultaneously on a single soul king? It was suspect, far too suspect. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of Flander and Li Yusong, Yu Xinghe fabricated an explanation. Gentlemen, the true colors of my soul rings are yellow, purple, and black, all perfectly normal. However, my 3rd soul ring was obtained from an aberrant chameleon, which endowed me with a soul skill that permanently disguises the color of my soul rings. Therefore, I thought, since it is a disguise, it must be the most formidable. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Flander and Li Yusong breathed a sigh of relief. Observing their visibly relieved expressions, Yu Xinghe shook her head and could not help but exclaim, if 3 10,000-year rings are enough to astound you, wait until you discover that in 1,000 years, there will be a student with a 1,000,000-year first soul ring attending your academy. I wonder if you will spring forth from the grave. Moreover, I am compelled to ask, since you have disguised the 3 soul rings as being 100,000 years old, why not render all the soul rings in such a manner? Indeed, the combination of the 1st and 2nd soul rings, 1 white and 1 black, is indeed astonishing. Yet it pales in comparison to the sheer impact of the crimson hue of a 100,000-year soul ring. However, an entirely red array seems implausible and lacks credibility. Besides, an all-red scheme is rather monotonous, which does not appeal to my taste. Admittedly, when it comes to personal preferences, there is little rationale to discuss. So, how do you cultivate? Upon the emergence of this inquiry, Flanders swiftly interjected. It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to respond. Each individual, after all, harbors their own secrets. Regarding such an accelerated cultivation method, even Flinder himself would likely be reluctant to divulge it. In truth, it matters not if I reveal this method, for it is one that only I can employ. Subsequently, under the expectant gazes of Flinder and Li Yusong, Yu Xinghe softly uttered 3 words. Endure the lightning. Endure the lightning? What is the principle behind this? Even Flinder, who has seen much, was hearing of such a cultivation method for the first time. The power of lightning is immense. A single strike could reduce a person to ashes. How does one cultivate using lightning? It is as simple as it sounds. One must wait for a stormy day, draw down the lightning, and then embrace the baptism of the thunderbolts. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's explanation, Flinder and Li Yusong were once again astounded. Is it truly possible to do so? Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Yu Xinghe refrained from further elaboration, planning instead to demonstrate her method during a thunderstorm, allowing these fantastical residents to experience the allure of cultivation firsthand. Little girl, although I am unsure how you harness lightning for cultivation, I surmise that the turbulent soul power within you is likely connected to the thunderbolts. If possible, I would prefer that you cultivate with a calm mind. Once you have fully mastered the soul power within you, it would not be too late to advance again. Otherwise, you may be courting danger. Upon hearing Li Yusong's words, Flinder's brow furrowed. Old Li, what do you mean by turbulent soul power? Without further ado, Li Yusong allowed Flinder to sense the condition of Yuxingha's soul power. After completing the perception, Flinder displayed a look of trepidation. I have never encountered such volatile soul power. Had it not been for this girl's extraordinary physical constitution, had it been me, I would likely have exploded on the spot. Young lady, I strongly advise you to refrain from employing that cultivation method for the time being. A full vessel overflows, and excessive rigidity leads to breakage. In response to Flinder's earnest counsel, Yuxingha nodded earnestly. I shall heed your advice. Seeing her humble acceptance of the suggestion, Flinder found her increasingly agreeable. Good, good, good. Little girl, if you do not mind the harsh environment of this academy, I shall shamelessly accept you as my student. Although my abilities may not rival those of the titled Douluo, I pride myself on my proficiency in teaching. Rest assured, I shall impart all my knowledge to you with utmost dedication. I do not seek any form of repayment. I merely hope that when you achieve fame across the continent, you might mention that you hail from Shrek Academy. Chapter 47, Admission Test, Part 4. That you have been accepted, we must still adhere to the necessary procedures. Come, let us engage in a demonstration. Despite the astonishing soul power level of Yuxingha, Flander did not believe that an 11-year-old girl possessed substantial combat experience. After exchanging a glance with Li Yusong, they both tacitly decided to temper her enthusiasm first. The three arrived at an open space, just in time to witness Xiao utilizing her charm backlash, blood streaming from her mouth and nose as she was about to collapse. As Tang San moved forward to catch her, a figure suddenly appeared, swiftly intercepting the frail form before him. With a gasp, as Yuxingha embraced Xiao, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards the silver-haired figure. Flander, observing the unexpected appearance of Yuxingha, looked around and realized that there was no trace of her anywhere nearby. Simultaneously, a thought that astonished even himself crossed his mind. Could it be that a Soul King's speed surpassed that of a Soul Sage specializing in agility? Pondering this, Flander turned to Li Yusong and inquired, Did you see that? Li Yusong shook his head, no. However, this is not the moment to dwell on that. It seems that the student is injured. Indeed, those who reached the fourth assessment could be considered near students, and for an academy with few students, each one was invaluable. With this in mind, Flander approached Zhao Wujing, his demeanor brimming with indignation. Zhao Wujing, what are you doing? Flander's shout startled Zhao Wujing, who was taken aback by the peculiar manner in which Yuxingha had appeared, causing him to fail to notice Flander's arrival. Observing Flander's furious expression and the bloodied little girl, Zhao Wujing silently cursed his luck. He had assumed Flander would remain in the shop today, but unexpectedly, he had returned early, realizing he had acted without permission and harmed a student. Zhao Wujing's once imposing demeanor swiftly crumbled into one of a frightened bear. Principal, what brings you here? Flander, looking at Zhao Wujing's sheepish smile, angrily pointed at him. Oh, Zhao Wujing, have you grown bold? Bullying a child now? Was the fourth assessment supposed to be overseen by Mubai? What is your involvement? If your hands are itching for a fight, then let us spar. It has been too long since I last trained. Upon hearing Flander propose a spar, Zhao Wujing immediately wore a distressed expression. My dear principal, I was left with no choice. The four diminutive monsters each possess a soul power exceeding 25 levels. What can Mubai possibly assess? Besides, I am well aware of the limits. This young girl has merely been affected by a backlash from her soul skill. After a brief slumber, I assure you she will be as lively as ever. Upon hearing that the girl had suffered a backlash, Flinder's expression softened somewhat, yet he remained indignant. All right, Zhao Wujie, you are to compose a reflection and apology letter. No less than 10,000 words. Furthermore, the assessment concludes here. You all have been accepted. Wait, Dean, I have yet to undergo a practical assessment. I wish to spar with Teacher Zhao. Upon hearing Yuxingha's declaration, Tang San mourned for Zhao Wujie, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged curious glances. Dai Mubai appeared puzzled, and Flinder and Li Yusong shared a glance, seemingly contemplating. Initially grimacing at the prospect of writing a reflection, Zhao Wujie, upon learning that someone wished to spar with him, particularly a young girl, grinned. Little girl, although your previous display of speed took even me by surprise, I suggest you train for a few more years before challenging me. I wouldn't want to inadvertently injure you and then be forced to write yet another reflection for the dean. That would be a grave misfortune. Indeed, Zhao Wujie would prefer to battle a soul Douluo rather than pen a reflection. As for 2 such letters, that would be a matter of life and death. Hearing Zhao Wujie's response, Yu Xinghe smiled slightly. Teacher Zhao, Xiao Wu is my closest and dearest friend. If your good friend were harmed, would you not stand up for them? Naturally. See, that makes it simple. Xiao Wu has been wronged by you, and I wish to defend her. Should I sustain any injuries, I will not blame anyone, not even you. Should I be accidentally harmed to death, I would only hold myself accountable for my lack of skill. However, Teacher Zhao, if you happen to be struck by me, do not cry out in pain. Very well. I admire your spirit. Zhao Wujie relished the prospect of a fair duel, eschewing deceit and trickery. The fact that a young girl could articulate such manly sentiments truly impressed him. Dean. As Zhao Wujie turned his gaze towards Flinder, the latter replied solemnly, All right. I permit you two to compete. However, I must state this beforehand. The contest must remain controlled. If the situation escalates, I will intervene. Do you have any objections? None. Me neither. Then let the match commence. As Flinder announced the commencement of the match, Zhao Wujie excitedly patted his chest, and 7 soul rings rose beneath his feet. He did not underestimate the young Yu Xinghe, who dared to challenge him. After all, her recently displayed elusive speed was enough to command his respect. Zhao Wujie's martial spirit was the formidable Titan bear, well-balanced in both offense and defense, capable of delivering powerful blows while withstanding significant punishment. His sole shortcoming lay in his lack of agility, which was precisely why he wore a grimace upon hearing Flinder's request for him to engage in practice. Flinder, a sensitive attack-type soul sage, possessed a higher soul power level than Zhao Wujie. Despite Zhao's robust physique, facing Flinder would likely result in him merely taking blows. However, this was a situation he encountered when up against similarly ranked or higher sensitivity attack-type soul masters. Zhao Wujie did not believe that the young girl Yu Xinghe could inflict any harm upon him when he was earnest. After all, while her speed was indeed remarkable, it stood to reason that her other capabilities would exhibit deficiencies or weaknesses. Just as a powerful attack-type soul master boasts immense strength, their agility is naturally compromised. Conversely, a sensitivity attack-type soul master is swift and responsive, yet their defense is typically lacking. Control-type soul masters, due to their focus on manipulation and restraint, fall short in speed, strength, and defense compared to their more aggressive counterparts. Auxiliary soul masters, even more so, rely on their exceptional teammates. Without them, they may appear as mere elite minions. Regrettably, Zhao Wujie lacked any extraordinary advantages. Had he been able to access Yu Xinghe's attribute panel, he would have been astonished to discover the existence of a true hexagonal warrior in this world. Chapter 48, Entrance Examination, Finale, Name, Yu Xinghe Age, 11 years Occupation, Battle Mage Skills, Mastery of Combo Techniques, Combat Skills, Radiant Pattern Generation, Blazing Dragon Crescent Moon. Transformation into Bayana, usable 4 times, Enhancement, 8 Energy, 200,000 Energy Accumulation Ring, Second Stage. Capable of absorbing light and electrical energy task. Check-in at Shrek Academy. Completed. Task Reward. Soul Power Energy Integration. Pending Collection. New Task. Defeat a Tidal Douluo within 4 years. Task Reward. Apostolic Transformation. As Zhao Wujie revealed his soul rings and martial spirit, Yu Xinghe did the same. Emanating a fantastical and resplendent starry sky of time accompanied by an unforeseen combination of 5 soul rings in black, white, and red. Zhao Wujie was taken aback. Not only he, but even Dai Mubai, Tang San, and others who had witnessed it before were still astonished by the astonishing configuration of her soul rings. The second soul ring was a millennium, accompanied by 300,000-year rings. Who could possibly explain this to him? Wujie, stop staring. That is merely an illusion simulated by you. Just focus on the fight. Upon hearing Fran's words, Zhao Wujie let out a sigh of relief. As long as it remained within his understanding, merely a soul king. He had faced such opponents many times before. Observing Zhao Wujie's visibly relaxed demeanor, Yu Xinghe extended a hand and suddenly withdrew a spear from the starry expanse behind her, the weapon of her martial soul, Pulse. The moment she grasped Pulse, an overwhelming aura surged forth, engulfing the spectators. A fierce will to battle emanated from her being, a powerful presence manifesting as a tangible shockwave that sent Dai Mubai and Tang Xin flying. Had it not been for Fran and the others intervening, they would have surely tumbled awkwardly to the ground. If the onlookers were so affected, Zhao Wujie, who stood directly across from Yu Xinghe, appeared pale. As her opponent, he could sense an intense pressure radiating from her, an oppressive force so formidable that it felt as though he were mired in a swamp, unable to muster his strength. Accompanied by the flickering of the seventh spirit ring, a towering figure, robust as a small mountain, materialized in the arena. The powerful Diamond Bear. The moment Zhao Wujie summoned his martial soul's true form, he felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Although some weight remained, it was far less constricting than before. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujie did not rejoice. The pressure still lingered, and considering that his opponent was merely a soul king, it was remarkable that he, a soul sage with the formidable Diamond Bear martial soul, felt such restraint. Clearly, her martial soul was of the highest caliber. At this moment, Zhao Wujie harbored no underestimation of her capabilities. He regarded her as a formidable rival. Even a lion, when hunting a rabbit, expends all its effort. What more when facing a worthy adversary? Thus, the first, third, fourth, and fifth spirit rings illuminated simultaneously. As the first spirit ring activated, his already imposing form swelled further, causing the solid ground beneath him to sink slightly, a testament to his weight. The third spirit ring delved into the earth, amplifying gravity. The fourth spirit ring launched towards Yu Xinghe. Tang San, witnessing Zhao Wujie's fourth spirit ability hurtling towards Yu Xinghe, quickly called out, "Be careful. That is a tracking ability. Once ensnared, you cannot evade his attacks." Upon hearing Tang San's warning, Zhao Wujie retorted, "Little brat, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Yet, at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before Zhao Wujie. Yu Xinghe remained motionless, allowing Zhao Wujie's fourth spirit ability to envelop her. The girl. Such confidence. Zhao Wujie categorized her demeanor as the self-assuredness of a genius. Observing her unwavering stance, he could not help but scoff. Confidence is commendable, but overconfidence breeds arrogance. With the activation of the fifth spirit ability, the gravity intensified, causing Yu Xinghe's figure to begin advancing toward Zhao Wujie. "Little girl, receive my palm." Although the opponent was merely a student, Zhao Wujie naturally refrained from using his full strength, yet he exerted 80% of his power. Faced with Zhao Wujie's formidable strike, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, Yu Xinghe extinguished the luminous blade of the pulse tip in an instant, transforming it from a spear into a mere staff. Shatter. Yu Xinghe raised the pulse in her hand, delivering a sweeping blow. The colossal force of her palm collided with a slender stick, and in the next moment, a crisp crack resonated through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Just when they thought Yu Xinghe had suffered a setback, Zhao Wujie, embodying the might of a powerful bear, let out a pained roar. "Little girl, what is your weapon made of? It's excessively hard." Initially, Zhao Wujie believed that the opponent's martial soul or bones had shattered upon impact. However, as the intense pain radiated from his palm, he realized that it was his own bones that had fractured. Observing Zhao Wujie's agonized expression, Dai Mubai and the others gaped in disbelief. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an apple inside. One strike, merely one strike, had rendered Zhao Wujie's prideful iron palm utterly useless. Witnessing Zhao Wujie clutching his injured hand and howling in pain, Dai Mubai silently rejoiced that he had not confronted Yu Xinghe directly that day. Otherwise, his fate would likely not be much better than Zhao Wujie's. "Teacher Zhao, shall we continue the match?" Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Zhao Wujie retorted, "What match? Can't you see that I'm injured? Do you possess no sympathy at all? Even in this state, you still want to continue attacking me? Young lady, you ought to respect your elders. If you must fight, at least put down your weapon. Let us engage in a fair contest, unarmed." Looking at Zhao Wujie, who resembled a scoundrel, Dai Mubai felt his worldview being profoundly altered. "Fine, I shall forego my weapon." With that, Yu Xinghe indeed stowed away her pulse. Then turned to Zhao Wujie and asked, "Are you ready, Teacher Zhao?" Zhao Wujie placed his injured hand behind him and, with his remaining functional palm, signaled Yu Xinghe, "Bring it on." In the next moment, their hands clashed together. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Wujie was sent staggering backward by Yu Xinghe's strike, ultimately landing on the ground with a thud. "Teacher Zhao, does this mean I have won?" Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's inquiry, Zhao Wujie could only manage a bitter smile. "You have won." Chapter 49. Dormitory. Zhao Wujie had lost. A soul sage had fallen to the hands of a soul king. Such a statement would likely elicit laughter. Yet it had indeed transpired before the eyes of all present. Gulping, Flinder struggled to swallow as he suddenly recognized a terrifying truth. If he were in Zhao Wuji's place, the outcome might very well be the same. Clearing his throat twice, Flinder brought the dazed youths back to reality. Well, you have all been accepted. Now, follow me, and I shall assign you your dormitories. As Yu Xinghe and the group of students departed, Zhao Wuji's tense expression twitched uncontrollably. What kind of creature is this little girl? Her strength is extraordinary. It's agonizing. I seriously suspect those 300,000-year spirit rings are genuine. Otherwise, how could there possibly be such an extraordinary soul king? Zhao Wujie was unaware that his casual remarks inadvertently unveiled the truth, leaving only the howling wind as company. Shortly thereafter, Dai Mubai arrived with Oscar in tow. Upon seeing Dai Mubai had brought Oscar along, Zhao Wujie complained. Wasn't it enough to just fetch a couple of grilled sausages? Why bring him here? Is it amusing for another person to witness my plight? Dai Mubai, with a slightly disgruntled expression, replied, I was merely concerned that two might not suffice. I brought Xiao Ao along so you can eat as many as you desire. All right, Xiao Ao, fetch a few sausages for us, he added. Observing Zhao Wujie's expression of agony, Oscar hastily retrieved several sausages and, with a look of astonishment, inquired, Teacher Zhao, who has hurt you so badly? Was it the dean? Without responding, Zhao Wujie sulkily chewed on the sausage. As he consumed it, the excruciating pain in his arm seemed to lessen somewhat. Noticing Zhao Wujie's silence, Oscar turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai leaned closer to Oscar and whispered, it was a little girl. Mubai, should you dare to utter another word, I shall be the first to seek you out for a bout of exercise once I recover, Zhao Wujie threatened, prompting Dai Mubai to quickly pull Oscar away. The inner workings of Shrek Academy were comprised of residential buildings, with larger ones serving as dining halls and smaller ones as dormitories. Flinder pointed to an unoccupied house and addressed Yu Xinghe and the other girls. This will be your dormitory from now on. I will arrange the specific schedule tomorrow, so you may rest for now. Then, Flinder led Tang San to find Dai Mubai and Oscar. Xiao Ao, this is Tang San. He will be your roommate from now on. Please take him to the dormitory. Tang San regarded the bearded man before him with a puzzled expression and asked Flinder, Dean, is this uncle also a student? Hearing Tang San refer to him as uncle, Oscar felt as though he had suffered 1,000 blows. Dai Mubai, chuckling, explained, Xiao San, he truly is a student of the academy, only slightly older than you. He merely has a more abundant mane. Seeing the three engage in pleasant conversation, Flinder chose not to intrude and quietly departed. He needed to assess the extent of Zhao Wujie's injuries and determine whether a doctor was necessary. The thought of his wallet grew heavy in his mind. In the boys' dormitory, Oscar looked at Tang San, beaming with delight, and said, Hello, Junior. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Oscar, a food system soul master with a martial soul of sausage. What is your martial soul? As an esteemed alumnus of Shrek Academy, Oscar was acutely aware of the admission criteria. Those who gained entry were indisputably the C-Army de la C-Army of talent. In response to the enthusiastic Oscar, Tang San offered a warm smile. Introducing himself, I am Tang San, and my martial soul is blue silvergrass. What? Your martial soul is actually blue silvergrass? This particular soul, notorious for being among the most inferior, was as renowned as the spirit hall itself. Upon witnessing the incredulous expression on Oscar's face, Tang San discreetly extended his hand, causing two bright yellow-orange soul rings to rise from beneath his feet. In the palm of his hand, a delicate blue sprout unfurled its leaves, swaying gently. Realizing that Tang San's martial soul was indeed blue silvergrass, Oscar could not help but exclaim, No wonder you were able to enter Shrek Academy. To cultivate blue silvergrass to such an extent makes you a veritable prodigy. Hearing Oscar refer to him as a prodigy, Tang San chuckled wryly and shook his head. Compared to a friend of mine, if I am a prodigy, then she is a veritable demon. Oh, your friend? Is she also attending the academy? Indeed. By the way, I heard from Mubai that this year, 4 junior sisters have been admitted. Your friend wouldn't happen to be. As he spoke, Oscar pointed with his little finger at Tang San, wearing a knowing expression. Unfortunately, Tang San was quite oblivious. In the girls' dormitory, upon entering, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow at the sight of the 3 beds. With 4 of them and only 3 beds, how were they to divide the space? Furthermore, although the blankets appeared relatively clean, they seemed somewhat worn, clearly having been used by others. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong was accustomed to nothing but the best in terms of food, clothing, and amenities, not to mention if the blankets did not meet her standards. Even if it were merely an unsatisfactory pattern, she would cast them aside without hesitation. Thus, much to Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, Ning Rongrong promptly seized the blankets from the bed, rolled them into a bundle, and tossed them into the corner. Then, turning to Yu Xinghe and Zhu Zhuqing, she inquired, "Shall we go to the city to purchase some daily necessities?" Although Ning Rongrong addressed both of them, her gaze remained fixed upon Yu Xinghe. In response to her suggestion, Yu Xinghe shook her head in refusal. "Let us wait until Xiao Wu wakes up. If you wish to shop, you may go alone." Following Yu Xinghe's rejection, Ning Rongrong shifted her attention to Zhu Zhuqing, only to be met with disappointment as Zhu Zhuqing also declined. "These blankets are quite clean and have been warmed in the sun. They are perfectly usable." Even though Zhu Zhuqing hailed from a prominent family, she had sneaked out for this trip, carrying only a limited amount of money. Moreover, unlike some girls, she held no particular demands. As long as an item was clean and functional, that sufficed. Her sole focus was on anything that could enhance her strength. Everything else was of little concern. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's refusal, Ning Rongrong found herself in a quandary. To go alone would mean venturing forth without company. Yet to remain. Having discarded the blankets onto the floor, would it not be absurd to retrieve them once more? Ultimately, in order to avoid soiling her blanket, Ning Rongrong resolved to venture into the city. After Ning Rongrong departed, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Yu Xinghe and inquired, "Will you be sleeping here? If so, I shall find another place to rest." It was evident that despite the presence of 4 individuals, only 3 beds were available. Given Yu Xinghe's astonishing prowess, Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant to offend this new classmate. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's intention to leave, Yu Xinghe firmly grasped her arm and declared, "You may sleep here. I can manage the bed situation." In the next moment, to Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, Yu Xinghe produced from her dream of tears a magnificent and intricately crafted bed, exuding an air of vintage elegance. Chapter 50, Enrollment, Part 1. Zhu Zhuqing hailed from a prominent family in the Star Luo Empire and possessed a certain understanding of storage soul guides. These remarkable artifacts were the most precious among all soul guides due to their spatial folding capabilities, allowing individuals to transport items with ease. The rarity of their creation methods further contributed to their value. For instance, Zhu Zhuqing's father owned a ring-shaped soul guide, but its capacity was limited to merely 2 or 3 cubic units, typically reserved for precious belongings. Originally, Ning Rongrong's use of a storage soul guide to carry her blanket had already left Zhu Zhuqing in awe. But Yu Xinghe's audacity in using one to store a bed was truly beyond expectation. Indeed, the thoughts of the affluent often elude the comprehension of the ordinary. Although Zhu Zhuqing herself was also of affluent standing, the emergence of the ornate bed instantly filled the previously spacious room. Consequently, Yu Xinghe moved one of the old beds outside to accommodate the new one. Following this, under Zhu Zhuqing's watchful gaze, Yu Xinghe transformed into a veritable doryman, retrieving bedding, toiletries, daily necessities, office supplies, and even snacks. When Yu Xinghe presented a delightful bear-shaped cookie to Zhu Zhuqing, she curiously inquired, "What is this food?" "This is called a cookie, a new delicacy invented by a sage. It is quite delicious." Although Zhu Zhuqing's cautious nature made her hesitant to accept offerings from strangers, the irresistible aroma of the bear-shaped cookie proved too tempting to resist. In stark contrast, she had subsisted on merely 2 tasteless pieces of dry rations since morning, nearly choking on them. At last, under the encouraging gaze of Yu Xinghe, Zhu Zhuqing gingerly picked up the palm-sized biscuit and began to savor it in small bites. The biscuit possessed a slight firmness, yet it was not the kind that would gratingly impact the teeth. Rather, it crumbled effortlessly under gentle pressure, releasing countless tiny crumbs that danced upon every taste bud. A delightful sweetness, tinged with a hint of saltiness, surged through her senses, illuminating Zhu Zhuqing's previously dull eyes. After the first bite, she found herself utterly captivated by this exquisite treat. In no time, the small bear-shaped biscuit was entirely reduced to crumbs by her petite cherry lips. Relishing the remnants clinging to her fingers, Zhu Zhuqing looked up, only to meet the cheerful smile of Yu Xinghe. At that moment, Yu Xinghe had removed her mask, revealing features so exquisitely crafted they seemed the finest work of art, free of any flaw. When this enchanting visage offered a teasing smile, Zhu Zhuqing, typically icy and aloof, exhibited a rare flush of shyness. "Your biscuit is delightful. Would you care for more?" Zhu Zhuqing instinctively nodded. then quickly shook her head as if to dispel the thought. No, thank you. This biscuit is so delicious. I imagine you don't have many left. You should keep it for yourself. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Yu Xinghe promptly produced a large cardboard box and placed it on the table. Then, under Zhu Zhuqing's curious gaze, she opened it, releasing a rich, sweet aroma that wafted through the air. Yu Xinghe then addressed Zhu Zhuqing, however, I have brought more biscuits than I can consume alone. Could you assist me in sharing them? As she spoke, she grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, gazing intently into her sparkling eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, initially intent on declining, found herself ensnared by Yu Xinghe's fervent gaze and, blushing, gently nodded in agreement. By the time Ning Rongrong returned, night had fallen. Before entering the dormitory, she deliberately retrieved some delectable snacks she had purchased in Soto City from her storage ring, munching contentedly as she swaggered into the dorm. Before she could step inside, she called out, Sisters, I bought some treats. Do you want some? However, upon entering, the scene before her caused her to instinctively close her mouth. The dormitory, which had originally accommodated 3 small beds, now boasted only 2, with an ornate grand bed that seemed utterly out of place within the humble confines. The grand bed was adorned with a layer of cloud-like softness, surrounded by exquisitely crafted tables and chairs. Naturally, as the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she possessed similar items, yet what captivated her attention was a large cardboard box resting on the table. As she approached, an exceptionally rich and sweet fragrance enveloped her senses, rendering the snacks she had been chewing tasteless in comparison. Ning Rongrong glanced around, and then at the array of smiling bear-shaped cookies nestled within a cardboard box. She extended her hand, and as a cookie found its way into her mouth, a delightful sweetness enveloped her senses, instantly captivating her. It was simply delectable. While Ning Rongrong indulged in her treat, Yu Xinghe, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu had already reunited with Tang San and the others in the cafeteria, awaiting their meal. Xiao Wu, just awakened, was still somewhat groggy, nestled comfortably in Yu Xinghe's embrace, resembling a sleepyhead. Observing the tender interaction between Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, Your bond is truly remarkable. Are you 2 sisters? Yu Xinghe smiled and shook her head, saying, No, she and I are good friends, the best kind of friends. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, the originally pale complexion of Xiao Wu immediately flushed with a rosy hue. Clearly, she was reminded of that night 5 years ago, which belonged solely to the 2 of them. Wait, why are there only 7? There is still 1 more student, right? What about that child named Ning Rongrong? The number of students at Shrek Academy could be counted on one's fingers, and the absence of even one would certainly attract the teacher's attention. In response to Xiao Xian's inquiry, Yu Xinghe remarked, Ning Rongrong went to the city to buy some things. She should be back by now. Then could one of you please fetch her for dinner? Additionally, as new students, I must remind you that anyone who fails to arrive for meals on time will have to fend for themselves. Understood. Given that she had to care for Xiao Wu, Yu Xinghe clearly had no time to spare. It would be inappropriate to ask her roommate, Zhu Zhuqing, for assistance. So she turned her gaze toward the boys' table across from her. As Yu Xinghe's eyes swept over, Dai Mubai instinctively shivered. Ever since witnessing the fierce battle between Yu Xinghe and Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai was left with nothing but fear towards her. With Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he now harbored no thoughts about Yu Xinghe and simply wished to keep his distance. On the other hand, Oscar and Ma Hongjun appeared eager to assist, happy to do a favor for a beautiful girl. After all, it was merely a matter of running an errand. And if they could gain a bit of favor in return, it would be well worth it. Unfortunately, Yu Xinghe's gaze bypassed the 2 of them and settled directly on Tang San's face. Before she could speak, Tang San promptly volunteered, I'll go. As Tang San departed, Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged looks of regret, evidently lamenting their missed opportunity to speak up first. Yu Xinghe summoned Tang San with a purpose in mind. She had already taken away the beloved Xiao Wu that rightfully belonged to him. Subconsciously, she intended to compensate Tang San with another romantic partner. After much contemplation, Yu Xinghe ultimately decided that it would be best for Tang San to be paired with Ning Rongrong. After all, the 2 were remarkably well matched in terms of status, abilities, and potential, even to the point of being considered a perfect match. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong harbored a considerable affection for Tang San, a sentiment that reached its zenith after Tang San gifted her the exquisite Chua tulip, leading her martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile, to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile. Yu Xinghe was undoubtedly convinced that as long as Tang San was willing, Ning Rongrong would wholeheartedly agree to the marriage. rendering Oscar irrelevant in this matter. Furthermore, Tang San possessed extraordinary talent and was a master of the Tang sect's hidden weapon techniques, making him the ideal son-in-law for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Observing Tang San's departing figure, Yu Xinghe had silently resolved to unite this couple. As for Oscar, there were countless beauties on the Douluo Continent. Yu Xinghe was confident that he could find a woman who would be a perfect match for him. In the girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong, after devouring 20 small biscuits, was patting her stomach, lamenting her inability to eat any further when a familiar voice called from outside. Ning Rongrong. The teacher asked me to invite you to dinner. Tell the teacher that I'm full and want to be going. But everyone is waiting for you. Why don't you just come and sit for a while? You don't have to eat. How does that sound? All right. As Ning Rongrong stepped outside, she caught sight of Tang San's peculiar gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Tang San silently pointed to the biscuit crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Ning Rongrong quickly wiped her mouth, her face flushing with embarrassment. Thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have made a fool of myself. It's nothing. By the way, Tang San, that Yu Xinghe who came with you, she's your girlfriend, right? Not her. Could it be the girl with the scorpion braid? I remember her name is Xiao Wu. Isn't it? Not her either. Then who is it? You can't possibly be fond of men, can you? Get lost. Once Tang San led Ning Rongrong to the dining hall, Oscar and Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up once again. It seemed there was hope for them to find partners. After Ning Rongrong took her seat, the teacher announced that dinner was served. This proved to be troublesome for Ning Rongrong, as she had already eaten while shopping in Soto City and had consumed a considerable amount of biscuits from Yu Xinghe. At this moment, she truly found herself unable to eat another bite. Seeing Ning Rongrong not touching her food, Xiao Xian inquired, "What's wrong? Why aren't you eating?" Ning Rongrong had to admit that she had already eaten. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian did not insist and simply took the food away to serve to others. After everyone finished their meal, Xiao Xian returned, accompanied by 4 other teachers. The elderly recruiter, Li Yusong, the formidable Zhao Wujing, the bespectacled Flander, and a middle-aged man. Likely the inconspicuous Lu Qibin from the original story. With the arrival of these 5 educators, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun stood up and greeted, "Hello, teachers." Tang San and the others wished to rise and greet as well, but were gestured by Flander to remain seated. "Children, I would like to take this opportunity during dinner to get to know you all. Let us introduce ourselves. Mubai, you may begin." "Certainly." Dai Mubai boldly stepped forward, positioning himself between 2 rows of tables. His resonant voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, exuding an air of dominance. "I am Dai Mubai, 15 years of age, with the martial soul of the White Tiger. Currently, I possess a soul power level of 37 as a powerful assault-type soul master. I welcome your guidance." After Dai Mubai concluded his introduction, Oscar stepped up as well. "I am Oscar, 14 years old, with the martial soul of sausage. My current soul power level is 29. As a food-type soul master, should anyone desire delicious sausages, feel free to seek me out. They are merely 5 copper soul coins each." Upon hearing Oscar promoting his sausages, the crowd responded with smiles, while Dai Mubai jestingly scolded, "Little Oscar, spare us your sausage sales pitch. There are younger students present. Mind your image. Ma Hongjun, go and escort him off the stage." "Understood." Once on stage, Ma Hongjun directed his gaze towards the female section, adjusting his demeanor. "I am Ma Hongjun, 11 years old, with the martial soul of the phoenix. My current soul power level is 27, and I am still single. I welcome the younger students to engage with me." Hearing Ma Hongjun declare his single status, Oscar immediately retorted, "Have some shame. Who do you think you are to be single? What about Suehua? We've broken up. I am officially single now." As Zhu Zhuqing finished her self-introduction, all eyes turned to Yu Xinghe, as she was the last remaining, facing the myriad of complex gazes. Yu Xinghe stood and announced, "I am Yu Xinghe, with the martial soul of the star of time and space, and a soul power level of 51. I look forward to your guidance." After Yu Xinghe resumed her seat, Flandre stood up and said, "Now that everyone is acquainted, you are all classmates from this moment forward. I have several rules to convey, which I urge you to remember. Firstly, students may engage in mutual sparring, but malicious harm is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in expulsion from the academy, or worse, intervention by the instructors. Secondly, students must comply with the training arranged by the teachers. Failure to do so will result in immediate expulsion. Thirdly, the regulations of Shrek Academy are few, yet every infraction is met with severe punishment, with expulsion being the lightest consequence. In truth, this is quite beneficial. Strict rules allow for better management. Unlike Yuxingha's previous life, which was rife with violence, where unruly children flaunted their might while the good lived in fear, why should that be tolerated? In contrast to more lenient methods of resolution, Yuxingha preferred this approach of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 52, A Bloodbath. The following day, 8 students gathered on the playground. With a rhythmic whistle resonating, the students commenced their first day of training, performing the 7-colored sunshine exercise. The exercise routine was rather mundane, merely consisting of running 20 laps around the village. The village where the Shrek Academy was situated was quite expansive, and even an exceptionally fit individual would find it exhausting to complete a full lap. However, they were all soul masters, after all. Initially, the physical conditioning training was intended solely for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, but Flinder had a change of heart. He wished to observe whether these young ones possessed any sense of cohesion. You little monsters, you shall not eat until you have completed 20 laps. Now run. With Flinder's command, Yuxingha took the lead, and the group formed a line, embarking on their first training session since entering the academy. To be candid, for Yuxingha, whose physical prowess had been enhanced to level 8, running posed no significant challenge. Instead, she was more preoccupied with the reward she had received for the integration of her soul energy. Thus, while running, Yuxingha seized a moment to inspect this reward. Soul energy integration. It refines the soul energy within the host's body to a natural energy level equivalent to the lightning energy within the bracelet, meaning that thereafter, no soul energy would remain within the host. Claim the reward. Confirm. With a mere thought, a torrent of turbulent soul energy surged towards the bracelet on her wrist. As her internal soul energy was depleted, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over her. Yuxingha's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing Yuxingha's fall, Xiao Wu rushed forward to assist her, while the other Shrek students anxiously gathered around. Sister Xingha, what's wrong? Seeing Yuxingha's pale complexion caused a pang of concern in Xiao Wu's heart. For as long as she could remember, Yuxingha had been a figure of strength in her eyes, someone who could weather any storm. Yet now, she had fallen just from running. Noticing the tears welling up in Xiao Wu's eyes, Yuxingha hurriedly reassured her. It's nothing, silly girl. I'm just experiencing a minor issue. I'll be fine shortly. You all continue your training. I'll rest for a bit and catch up soon. Upon hearing Yuxingha mention her physical condition, Ning Rongrong interjected, Xingha, are you? Is it that time of the month? At this remark, Zhu Zhuqing, who was nearby, also exhibited a peculiar expression. Yuxingha furrowed her brow and inquired, what is that? Ning Rongrong, her face awash with urgency, replied, it's that thing. What exactly is that? It's a relative. I don't even know who my parents are. How could I have relatives? This indeed was a stark truth, for in this world, Yuxingha was utterly oblivious to her parents. Observing the perplexed expression on Yuxingha's face, Ning Rongrong was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yearning to speak candidly. Yet, with boys present, how could she express such matters so bluntly? Noticing Ning Rongrong's anxious demeanor, Tang Sen suggested, shall I go fetch the teacher? Upon hearing that Tang Sen intended to seek out a teacher, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately stopped him. No, we cannot let the teacher come. Why not? It just cannot happen. Ning Rongrong's fervent objections only served to deepen the confusion among the group, leaving even Yuxingha herself bewildered. In her frustration at Ning Rongrong's refusal to allow him to seek the teacher, Tang San retorted, Ning Rongrong, if you won't let me go to the teacher, you must provide a reason. If you cannot articulate it, do not hinder me. Reason. As everyone turned their gaze towards her, Ning Rongrong suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and declared to Tang San and the other boys, all of you must step back 10 or 20 meters. You may approach only when I permit it. Otherwise, I will. Originally intending to threaten them, Ning Rongrong reconsidered, realizing that as an auxiliary soul master, she was not capable of overpowering them. In a moment of quick thinking, she pointed at Yuxingha and asserted, otherwise, I will have Sister Xingha give you all a thorough beating. After the incident involving Shrek Academy's students confronting their teacher and Tang San's recounting of events, Yuxingha was unaware that, in terms of perceived danger, she was equated in the minds of Dai Mubai and others with a ferocious Tibetan mastiff or a raging inferno. Thus, upon hearing that Yuxingha might resort to violence, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San hastily dragged the bewildered Ma Hongjun back 20 meters. From a distance, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed, if you dare eavesdrop, I will have Xingha break your third leg. The boys instinctively covered themselves. Hearing Ning Rongrong threaten to have her break Tang San and the other's third leg, Yu Xinghe, with a dark expression, said, Rongrong, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I will tie you up tonight and tickle your feet with feathers for an entire night. Upon hearing such a severe threat from Yu Xinghe, Ning Rongrong felt more wrong than ever. Sister Xinghe, how can you say that? I am doing this for your own good. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong leaned close to Yu Xinghe's ear and whispered. After listening to Ning Rongrong's explanation, a faint blush crept onto Yu Xinghe's pale cheeks, and in a mix of embarrassment and anger, she playfully delivered a light slap to Ning Rongrong's head. I did not come here for that. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, which suggested that things were not as she had imagined, Ning Rongrong felt a mixture of confusion and a slight sense of relief. Since it was not that matter, she thought it best to summon the teacher. Zhu Qing, you are swift. Please go and fetch the teacher. Yu Xinghe hastily called out to Zhu Qing, pointing towards the sky. No need. Dean Flander is watching us from above. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged puzzled glances. That sounds rather strange. Upon hearing that Flander was watching them from the heavens, Xiao Wu gasped in shock. Impossible. Wasn't the dean just fine a moment ago? How could he have passed away so suddenly? Meanwhile, Flander, observing from above, was taken aback. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's exclamation, Yu Xinghe, caught between laughter and tears, explained, the dean's martial soul is the cat eagle, a type of avian spirit beast. What on earth are you thinking, silly girl? Chapter 53. The injured Flander. When a student encountered an accident, it was expected of him, as both the dean and a teacher, to intervene. However, as a soul king who had just triumphed over a soul sage, it would be hard for anyone to believe that she could simply stumble and fall after just a few steps. Thus, Flander instinctively assumed that Yu Xinghe was testing the new students. As for why a student would take on the role of a teacher, Flander reasoned that it must be because she was exceptionally powerful, and with nothing better to do, she was feigning injury to gauge the empathy among her peers. Pleased with his own rationality, Flander observed further. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Why were the female students gathering around, while the male students were fleeing? It was one thing to run away, but why were they covering themselves? A daring thought struck Flander's mind. Perhaps Yu Xinghe was not pretending. Something was genuinely wrong. Flander's martial soul, the cat eagle, granted him exceptional vision from great heights. With his extraordinary eyesight, he discerned that Yu Xinghe's complexion was pale. He then saw Ning Rongrong speaking suspiciously to her, after which Dai Mubai and the others quickly distanced themselves, followed by Ning Rongrong saying something else that caused the boys to cover themselves. Piecing together these observations, Flander reached a startling conclusion. Yu Xinghe was pregnant. Now Ning Rongrong was assisting in discovering the identity of the child's father. After reflecting on how open-minded the youth of today were, Flander noticed that Yu Xinghe was pointing at the sky, while Xiao Wu looked horrified, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing wore complex expressions. Could it be that the father of the child was up there? Was he the only one flying in the sky? Considering the expressions of the other female students, a terrifying thought formed in Flander's mind. To clear his name, he resolutely descended, determined to clarify the situation. As a small dot in the sky grew larger, a figure gradually became visible. On the ground, Tang San asked Dai Mubai, Mubai, have you ever seen a palm technique descending from the heavens? Dai Mubai replied, this is getting ridiculous. With a gust of wind, Flander swooped down. Greetings, Dean. What on earth is happening? As Flander inquired. All eyes turned to Yu Xinghe. Director, there is no need for concern. It's merely a minor issue with my cultivation, and it will resolve itself shortly. Upon hearing that it was not an unexpected pregnancy, Flander sighed in relief. Oh, just a problem with cultivation? I was worried it was something worse. Wait, a problem with cultivation? What kind of problem? For a soul master, cultivation is of paramount importance. In comparison, an unexpected pregnancy pales in significance. Thus, Flander hurriedly grasped Yu Xinghe's hand to sense his energy, only to be horrified to find no trace of soul power whatsoever. A soul master devoid of soul power is no different from an ordinary person. Could it be that this extraordinary genius, whom he had only known for a day, was destined to fall from grace? If Yu Xinghe were aware of Flander's thoughts at that moment, he would surely exclaim, this is the Douluo Continent, not the Dopa Continent. You've mistaken the script. Observing Flander's astonished and sorrowful expression, Yu Xinghe smiled reassuringly. Director, and everyone else, truly, there is no need for concern. It is merely a trifling issue that I can resolve myself. Please, continue with your training. The crowd remained motionless, their faces still etched with deep worry. Realizing that he could not clarify things adequately, Yu Xinghe decided to resort to drastic measures. If you do not resume training, I will have all the men stripped and paraded through Soto City, while the women will be captured and have their souls tickled. Go. With this emphatic shout, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, fleeing with such speed that even Flander, an agile soul sage, was taken aback. Naturally, not everyone fled, at least Xiaowu remained. As Yu Xinghe turned his attention toward her, Xiaowu tightly embraced him, exclaiming, "Even if you tickle my souls, I will never leave your side." Xiaowu's grip was firm, and Yu Xinghe could sense her trembling and unease. Gently stroking her head, he reassured her, "Silly girl, I truly am fine. There's no need to hold on so tightly. There are others present. How embarrassing." For reasons unknown, this scene filled Flander with discomfort, as it reminded him of years past, when he had shared moments with the Master and Lu Erlong. That year, Lu Erlong chose the Master, leaving Flander, the defeated one, to retreat in sorrow. Subsequently, the two shared a tender moment beneath a tree, their eyes locked, igniting a spark of love so brilliant that it nearly blinded Flander. If it had been merely that, it would have been bearable, but their words made Flander wish he were deaf. "Yu Xiaojing, sweetheart, I truly love you so much." Lu Erlong, how embarrassing. Why say such mushy things when there are others around? Yu Xiaojing pretended to look around. No one is here. There's absolutely no one. Lu Erlong pointed at Flander, who was turned away in the distance. Yu Xiaojing, nonsense. As I gazed at the figure, it was unmistakably a solitary dog, not a human at all. Flander, I mused. I possess orange peel and wheat husk, yet I am uncertain whether they serve as paddles or not. This familiar scene, coupled with a similar tone, dealt a profound emotional blow to Flander, as memories flooded back, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Remaining in this place, he sensed that he might forfeit both lunch and dinner. Thus, after uttering a hasty "if you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Flander swiftly departed. Chapter 54. The integration of soul power. Observing Flander's hurried exit, Xiaowu expressed her confusion, exclaiming, "Why did he leave so abruptly? Your questions remain unresolved." Moon Xinghe, addressing the perplexed Xiaowu, remarked, "My question is beyond the resolution of Teacher Flander, regardless of his presence. Additionally, I would like you to keep an eye on me." With that, Moon Xinghe closed her eyes, concentrating her entire essence inward. The essence of soul power integration fundamentally represents the assimilation of higher-level energy into lower-level energy. For instance, what distinguishes a 100-level soul master from a deity in the divine realm? The energy they wield is fundamentally different. In the Douluo Continent, every soul master possesses soul power within them, which, when compared to the divine power within deities, exists on an entirely different tier. It is akin to comparing the value of copper and gold of the same volume. There is no basis for comparison. Similarly, the soul power within Moon Xinghe's being is not on par with the energy absorbed from the energy gathering ring. Throughout her 5 years at the Martial Soul Academy, she grappled with the challenge of ascending from a great soul master to a soul king within this time frame. During the initial 2 years, she diligently practiced. Yet her progress was modest, merely advancing to the rank of soul venerable. Although achieving the rank of soul venerable at the tender age of 8 is already remarkable, to leap 2 ranks within the remaining 3 years seemed nearly impossible. After all, the path of cultivation resembles an online game. In the early stages, one can easily level up by defeating a few minor foes, but as one progresses, it requires completing entire dungeons, and later, advancing a single level could take days of effort. Regardless, Moon Xinghe exerted herself to the utmost in her cultivation, yet even after 3 years, she had only ascended 5 levels of soul power. Based on this rate of progress, it was absolutely inconceivable for her to reach the rank of Soul King within the remaining 2 years. Thus, Moon Xinghe sought methods to accelerate her advancement. Fortune favored the diligent. After several restless nights that caused her to lose strands of hair, she finally uncovered a significant flaw: the energy within the energy gathering ring. This energy was akin to a panacea, capable of enhancing the body, facilitating skill execution, and alleviating various ailments. Could it also be utilized for cultivation? Consequently, Moon Xinghe endeavored to draw some energy from the bracelet into her being. Upon entering her body, the energy from the gathering ring expanded like compressed biscuits encountering water. Based on her estimations, approximately 10 units of energy equated to a full day of meditative cultivation. Moreover, the bracelet absorbed a staggering 180 units of light energy daily. Not to mention, Moon Xinghe occasionally harnessed the power of lightning during torrential downpours. Nevertheless, while this intensive method of cultivation yielded rapid results, it also bore severe consequences. The soul power derived from such high-level energy became excessively turbulent. Once, Yu Xinghe posed an inquiry to the system regarding this matter, and the response she received left her somewhat disheartened. The energy absorbed by the energy concentrating ring is typically maintained in a state of extreme compression once it is released from the ring. It is akin to a tightly coiled spring that, upon losing pressure, rebounds forcefully. Similarly, when Yu Xinghe directly channels the energy from the ring into her body, it is as if she is consuming a series of explosive devices, allowing them to detonate within her and then absorbing the resultant energy to transform it into soul power. Although the sensation of energy exploding within her is rather unpleasant, her formidable physical constitution ensures that she is not torn apart by this violent soul power. After all, during the past 5 years, she has engaged in minimal combat, resulting in negligible energy expenditure. With an abundance of energy at her disposal, Yu Xinghe's demeanor swelled with confidence. Reminiscent of a sudden millionaire eager to encounter a captivating croupier at a lavish casino. Alas, the Spirit Hall lacks such establishments and alluring dealers. Thus, Yu Xinghe could only focus on enhancement, envisioning the frustrating system as a sultry figure. Regrettably, the process of enhancement has historically resembled gambling, where victories are scarce and losses are abundant. Even after Yu Xinghe observed a period of fasting and purification, as well as invoking divine favor for 3 days prior to enhancement, the ultimate outcome remained disheartening. Over 100,000 energy points yielded a mere 2-point increase. In the realm of celestial wonders, Yu Xinghe found herself grappling with an unexpected revelation. Could it be that the true misfortune lay within herself? Feeling deceived, she fortuitously encountered Qian Douluo. Recalling her recent indulgence in delightful offerings to the angelic deity, a sense of grievance welled up within her. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qian Douluo, the guardian of the angelic god, she vented her frustration, exclaiming, "You wretched birdman, you have ruined my youth and squandered my emotions." Unbeknownst to Qian Douluo, who was not a time traveler, the phrase ruining my youth and wasting emotions was lost on him, yet he distinctly grasped the derogatory term birdman. As the inheritor of the angelic martial soul, he harbored a profound disdain for being labeled as such. This incident marked the genesis of animosity between Yu Xinghe and Qian Douluo. Although Yu Xinghe had suffered considerable losses in her enhancement endeavors, the physical fortification she achieved was monumental. Upon reaching the 8th stage of bodily enhancement, she perceived an ethereal luminescence radiating from every bone within her, akin to the sheen of jade. The meridians through which her soul power course transformed from humble country paths into expansive highways, allowing her to master even the most tumultuous energies with ease. Yet, despite her advancements, Yu Xinghe had merely attained the rank of Soul King. It was not that she lacked the potential for further ascension. Rather, the soul power she wielded was not cultivated through her own efforts, rendering mastery a vexing challenge. It was akin to being gifted a vehicle. Although it belonged to her, without the knowledge to operate it, she could not claim it as truly hers. Should she attempt to forcibly convert excessive soul power, the risk of losing control over her own body loomed large, potentially leading to bewildering actions, such as executing a lightning-fast whip strike or attempting to wrench the fingers of a mighty warrior, or even, in a fit of chaos, wielding her energy against Qian Douluo. Imagining the scene where Qian Douluo would be left in discomfort, protesting against the audacity of youth for ambushing an elderly figure of a century, Yu Xinghe, for the sake of Qian Daolia's dignity, or rather, for the peace of the world, resolved to withdraw gracefully, content with her elevation to the rank of Soul King. Chapter 55. The Legend of the Sinking Fish. If the soul power derived from energy dilution and transformation once surged like a torrential river, then now, the energy flowing from the gathering ring resembled silent magma. Though it lacked the tempestuous waves of mighty rivers, its quiet flow commanded undeniable power. After all, while some may dare to swim amidst raging storms, none would venture to bathe in molten rock. As the energy began to permeate her being, 5 soul rings suddenly emerged beneath Yu Xinghe's feet. White, black, red, red, red. Gazing upon these 5 soul rings, especially the 3 that were 100,000 years old, Xiao Wu sensed an unmistakable aura of familiarity. Yu Xinghe publicly claimed that the 300,000-year soul rings were fabricated. While this assertion might deceive others, it was utterly implausible to fool Xiao Wu, who was intimately acquainted with the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Just as Xiao gazed at the 3 soul rings with a complex expression, an extraordinary event unfolded. The 300,000-year soul rings converged simultaneously and merged. Following a dazzling display of crimson light, a brand new soul ring emerged, distinct from the typical blood-red hue of ordinary 100,000-year soul rings. This new ring exhibited a soft red, leaning more towards a delicate pink. Moreover, 3 golden patterns materialized upon this soul ring. To the untrained eye, they might easily be mistaken for mere cracks. Not only the 300,000-year soul rings underwent transformation, but also the first and second soul rings of Yuxingha. One white and one black soul ring entwined into a harmonious pair of yin and yang, forming a captivating yin-yang fish emblem. While Xiaowu could not comprehend the significance of this rounded symbol, she sensed that it must possess profound implications, embodying the very principles of the universe. As if to affirm her thoughts, the yin-yang fish emblem suddenly darted into Yuxingha's forehead, much like the final stroke that brings a dragon to life. When the emblem manifested upon her brow, her silvery hair, radiant as moonlight, transformed into an inky black. In the next instant, Yuxingha's aura shifted dramatically. If previously, the silver-haired Yuxingha exuded an intense battle spirit akin to an ethereal fairy, now with her dark locks, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by mortal affairs. Simultaneously, within Yuxingha's being, a soft, childlike voice echoed, "This is actually pseudo-divine power. It appears this little girl's background is quite remarkable." "Oh." She awakened so swiftly? Time to make my exit. I should retreat to slumber. Shortly after this voice subsided, Yuxingha suddenly opened her eyes. The whites of her eyes swirled like drifting clouds, shrouded in a veil of mystery, concealing untold secrets. Within her gaze danced countless brilliant specks of light, twinkling like stars. As if a constellation had been shattered and scattered, at the center of her eyes, the profound, deep black pupil resembled a black hole, drawing one's very soul into its depths with a mere glance. After a long pause, Yuxingha blinked and gazed at the dazed little dance before her, playfully pinching the girl's cheek. "Silly girl, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Little Dance instinctively nodded. Yuxingha hurriedly rushed to the riverbank. In the reflection of the stream, a celestial maiden, seemingly emerged from a canvas, was staring blankly at Yuxingha. Remarkably, as Yuxingha extended his hand, the maiden in the water mirrored his gesture. As Yuxingha widened his eyes in astonishment, so too did the ethereal figure in the river. Simultaneously, the fish beneath the surface observed the enchanting maiden on the shore pouting playfully, prompting them to flip onto their snow-white bellies, rising to the water's surface. As one fish followed another, soon the river was teeming with fish displaying their pale undersides. This spectacle caught Yuxingha's attention. Rather than indulging in self-admiration like a narcissist, Yuxingha was more preoccupied with the evening's repast. With such an abundance of fish, he envisioned a grand feast of fish delicacies for dinner. Just the thought of dishes like sour fish, steamed fish, braised fish, fried fish, and poached fish filled Yuxingha with joy surpassing that of mere task completion. As moonlight smiled, a multitude of fish surfaced upon the water. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room of Douluo, Wu Yuhao fainted in the restroom. Just as Little Dance approached, she chanced upon the many fish turning belly up on the surface. "Sister Xingha, what has transpired?" As the moonlit river flowed gently, Yuxingha remained focused on her task of gathering fish, remarking, "These fish have drowned. Please assist in bringing them ashore." Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Unbeknownst to Yuxingha, while she had been admiring her reflection in the river, an enchanting scene unfolded, captivating the attention of passing villagers. Henceforth, Shrek Village was forever graced with a new legend. Shrek Village. According to the archives of the Sea God's Pavilion, the precursor to Shrek Academy was the Blue Tyrant Academy, founded by Lu Erlong in the capital of the Heavendo Empire. However, the true Shrek Academy, the first of its kind, was situated in a small village south of Soto City in the then Barak Kingdom. In later years, Shrek Academy honored this historically significant village by naming it Shrek Village, alongside another village renowned for producing 2 divine beings, thus establishing their place as the 2 great villages of the continent. Legend. Shrek Village is home to an age-old legend, which recounts that 10,000 years ago, an extraordinarily beautiful fairy appeared by the riverside, using the water as a mirror to arrange her appearance. How breathtaking was this fairy? It is said that the fish in the river were so entranced by her beauty that they turned belly up in admiration. A renowned painter in later years, having heard this tale, created a masterpiece titled The Divine Maiden Crossing the River, which has since been passed down through generations. This painting ultimately found its way into Shrek Academy, becoming a treasured artifact. Those fortunate enough to gaze upon it claim that the sight renders all earthly desires trivial, leading to its designation as the forbidden painting. Only those of title Douluo rank or higher are permitted to view it. Chapter 56. Has Yu Xinghe lost her mind? When Yu Xinghe returned to the cafeteria, her arms laden with 2 large bags of fish, the cook was left astounded. A girl, resembling a fairy with features that seemed to be chiseled from dreams, greeted her with a sweet smile. Faced with this ethereal being, the cook awkwardly lowered her gaze and asked, "My dear, how may I assist you?" "Auntie, do you not remember me? It's me, Xinghe. I was here for breakfast this morning, and you kindly prepared an extra plate of pickles and 2 eggs for me." Upon hearing this, the cafeteria lady's mind conjured the image of a silver-haired figure, as delicate as a sprite. Could it truly be you, the illustrious Yu Xinghe? For the common folk, spirit masters hold an esteemed position, nearly equivalent to that of nobility. Indeed, mid to high-ranking spirit masters often enjoy an even greater status, unless there exists a close relationship, or if one shares the same profession of spirit master or possesses a certain rank. It is deemed inappropriate for an ordinary person to address a spirit master by their name. Although this is not an explicit rule, it remains an unspoken convention that everyone adheres to. Therefore, when a commoner wishes to address a spirit master, it is most appropriate to append the honorific master or sir after the surname of the individual. This was exemplified when the elderly Jack, despite his advanced years, referred to the youthful Su Yuntao with the respectful title of Master Su upon his arrival in Holy Soul Village. Observing the aunt's evident apprehension, unable to articulate her thoughts fully, Yu Xinghe kindly remarked, "Auntie, when I was in the village, everyone called me Little Yu. You may call me Little Yu as well." Upon hearing this, the aunt was pleasantly taken aback and replied, "Is it truly permissible?" "Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Good child, good child." With Yu Xinghe's approachable demeanor, the cafeteria aunt soon relaxed. "These fish are what I rescued from the river. I kindly ask you to add an extra serving for everyone tonight. The surplus fish can be taken back to share with your companions." "Thank you, Auntie. A mere few dozen pounds will suffice." Yu Xinghe weighed the bag in his hand, which contained at least over 200 pounds of fish. "Auntie, you can take them all. We can share with everyone." "My dear, you misunderstood my intent. I meant that a few dozen pounds would suffice for us all." Through a conversation with the aunt, Yu Xinghe was reminded that life for the common folk in Douluo Continent was, in fact, quite abysmal. The historical backdrop of Douluo Continent resembles a predominantly feudal society, with certain regions exhibiting characteristics of a slave society. Within this context, various powers, sect, religion, kingdom, empire, family, and tribe, each possess their own set of rules and customs, thereby creating a rich tapestry of regional characteristics and appearances. For instance, the Wuhuan city, where Yu Xinghe previously resided, is regarded as one of the premier cities on the continent. There, all inhabitants adhere to the religious regulations established by the Wuhuan Hall, with all actions governed by these tenets. For example, on the 1st and 15th day of each month, households must offer reverence to the deities, and every January, the entire Wuhuan city hosts a grand festival in honor of the gods, where each family visits the main temple to present incense and prayers for blessings. Beyond the major festivals, religious regulations also dictate the ethical conduct of the populace, including the 10 evils, 100 sins, and various other minutiae. Initially, Yu Xinghe felt quite out of place upon arriving in Wuhuan City, finding the atmosphere stifling and fraught with caution. However, as time passed, she discovered a sense of freedom and comfort within its walls. Here, one need only strive to be a good person and honor the deities, and life's complexities would fade away. The citizens enjoyed the liberty to engage in commerce and pursue their passions. Common folk could petition to join the Wuhuan Hall, with the talented able to recommend themselves, while those less gifted could still find their niche. In this realm, equality reigned supreme, and the tenets of faith overshadowed all else. A notable adage echoed throughout: the Pope is as accountable as any commoner. Although the Pope could never truly be equated with an ordinary citizen, publicly, all were bound to respect the religious decrees. Even a platinum bishop must provide just cause and ample proof should he wish to harm a commoner. In stark contrast, the two great empires left much to be desired. In the Tindo Empire, everything was under the control of the nobility. For commoners aspiring to ascend the social ladder, the path was limited solely to martial prowess, with no other avenues for advancement. The son of a commoner would forever remain a commoner, and the son of a slave, The lower classes were akin to chives, continually harvested by the upper echelons of nobility, who indulged their gluttony. The cafeteria lady epitomized the common folk. An ordinary individual whose martial spirit revealed no soul power, she toiled in the fields, cultivating crops and raising chickens and ducks. During peaceful times, life was manageable. But in the face of war and famine, such individuals were left to their fates, swept along by the currents of time. Nobles and soul masters loomed like mountains, casting a heavy shadow over the hearts of the common people. The oppression of human spirit led to a decline in productivity. For the everyday citizen, there was no luxury of time to experiment with culinary artistry. They were only familiar with the simplest methods of boiling or roasting. When the cafeteria lady brought home fish, they would merely divide it among themselves for soup or a quick roast, hardly able to consume much. The surplus fish would inevitably spoil. Yet these were gifts from the esteemed soul masters. Who would dare waste them? Thus, the cafeteria lady only accepted a portion of the catch. Contemplating this, Yuxingha suggested to the lady, you could preserve the excess fish with salt or sun-dry them to make dried fish, thus preventing waste. Upon hearing this, the cafeteria lady regarded her with a complex expression and replied, Little you are a soul master, destined to become one of the nobility. For you, salt may seem trivial. You might even occasionally complain about too much salt in your dishes. But for us, salt is a precious commodity. We hardly have enough. And sun-drying the fish? It cannot be done. They would spoil in the sweltering heat. If it were the son at home who dared to speak like this, the cafeteria lady would have slapped him across the face by now. However, the one uttering these words was Yuxingha, and the cafeteria lady could comprehend. It is reminiscent of a tale circulating in the kingdom of Balak, where, during a year of famine that claimed many lives, the king, upon hearing that the common folk were starving, remarked to his ministers from his throne, Why don't those people eat meat porridge? Upon hearing the lady's words, Yuxingha recalled that she and her kind were from the countryside, where merely having enough to eat throughout the year was a blessing. How could they afford to buy salt? Even if they wished to purchase it, they could only trade their grain for a small amount in the city. After all, in this era, being born in the countryside condemned one to a lifetime of farming, as the kingdom's laws mandated that farmers could only till the land. Chapter 57. Has Yuxingha lost her mind? Part 2. As Yuxingha pondered over what to do with the surplus fish, Flander and Xiao Xian appeared. Upon entering the cafeteria, Flander was greeted by a strong fishy aroma. Are we having fish today? Why so much fish? Xiao Wu, why aren't you training? What are you doing with all this fish? And who is that girl? Hearing Flander's voice, Yuxingha turned and sweetly greeted, Hello, Dean. Upon seeing a girl as enchanting as a fairy greet him, Flander was momentarily taken aback. Child, who are you? I do not recall such a student in the academy. Saying this, Flander shifted his gaze to Xiao Xian, who also shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Nearby, Xiao Wu quickly interjected, Dean, this is Sister Xingha. How could you not recognize her after just a moment? Upon realizing that the girl before him was Yuxingha, Flander was once again flustered. However, after a careful observation, he was convinced of Xiao Wu's words. Although Yuxingha had undergone a remarkable transformation, with her hair color changed, her facial features remained unmistakably familiar. Little Moon, what has caused you to change so drastically? Flander inquired. Yuxingha replied with a bitter smile, I am uncertain. I merely meditated for a moment. And upon awakening, I found myself in this form. Upon hearing this, Flander gestured for Yuxingha to accompany him, while he instructed Xiao Wu to continue her training. Once they arrived at the office, Flander said, Release your martial spirit. As the dazzling starry sky of time unfolded, Flander, despite having witnessed it once before, couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this martial spirit. Suddenly, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. Little Moon, what has happened to your soul rings? It was only after Flander's reminder that Yuxingha noticed that her originally formidable 5 soul rings had dwindled to just 1. As a crimson-hued soul ring ascended, Yuxingha found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion. However, unlike Flander, who might have succumbed to disarray, Yuxingha retained her composure. She sensed that although only 1 soul ring remained, her strength had not waned. In fact, it was more potent than ever before. Moreover, despite the singular soul ring, she discerned 3 golden lines, resembling cracks, intricately woven upon its surface. As a traveler well-versed in the original narrative, she surmised that this phenomenon was the result of her previous meditation, where the 300,000-year soul rings amalgamated into a singular entity. It is widely acknowledged that a 100,000-year soul ring is red, and for each additional 100,000 years, a golden line is added, signifying that the soul beast has weathered a celestial tribulation. 3 golden lines denote 300,000 years, perfectly aligning with the 300,000-year soul rings. Yet, this raised a pressing question. Where had her first and second soul rings vanished? Suddenly, she recalled an emblem that seemed to have manifested upon her brow while she admired her reflection by the riverside. With this thought, Yuxingha swept her hair aside and inquired of Flinder, "Director, is there an emblem upon my forehead?" Upon closer inspection, Flinder indeed noticed a distinctive symbol at her brow. It was circular, half black and half white, resembling 2 fish entwined in a dance. The black fish bore a white dot where its eye should be, while the white fish featured a black dot in its place. Flinder, with his extensive knowledge, had never encountered such a peculiar emblem. Nevertheless, he sensed its significance was profound. Resolute, he procured a sheet of paper and meticulously sketched the emblem from her forehead. Addressing Yuxingha, who appeared entranced by her own soul ring, he remarked, "My dear Yu, I am as perplexed by this situation as you are. However, do not lose hope. I have a friend who is well-versed in martial souls. I shall summon him to examine your case. His vast knowledge will surely illuminate your path." At that moment, Yuxingha unexpectedly interjected with a seemingly unrelated query, "Director Flinder, do you know if there are any salt mines in the vicinity?" Flinder, taken aback, asked, "What prompts this question?" "Well," she replied, "I overheard the cafeteria staff lamenting a shortage of salt. If there were a salt mine nearby, I would like to teach them the methods of salt extraction, ensuring they are never deprived of this essential resource." Flinder, upon hearing her words, reached a conclusion. Yuxingha may have gone mad. Undoubtedly, madness has ensued. Due to a mishap in his cultivation, 5 soul rings have merged into one, causing him to plummet from the rank of Soul King to that of a mere Soul Master. Were it not for the exceptional strength of Flanders, he too would find such a fate utterly intolerable. Contemplating this, Flanders gazed at Yuxingha with a look of compassion and said, "Child, do not be disheartened. When my esteemed friend arrives, he will surely possess a solution to your plight. In the meantime, take this opportunity to rest well. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I will assist you to the best of my abilities." Yuxingha, it feels as though I am engaged in cross-server conversation. Dean, I am utterly serious. Where can I find a salt mine? Gazing into the earnestness and determination reflected in Yuxingha's eyes, Flander inquired, "What do you need a salt mine for? You are a soul master, my student, and what is paramount now is for you to rest adequately. Adjust your mindset and await my friend S arrival to assess your condition, allowing you to restore your powers as soon as possible. That is what you ought to focus on." "Dean, who told you that my powers have diminished? Who decreed that the quantity of soul rings necessarily corresponds to strength?" Flander became convinced that Yuxingha was not only delusional but gravely so. It is well known that soul rings serve as a soul master's calling card. The number and age of soul rings are akin to a soul master's credentials. The greater the number of soul rings, the stronger the soul master. This is an indisputable fact, as evident as the need for nourishment when one is hungry or hydration when thirsty, truths even a child comprehends. Yet now, Yuxingha dares to utter such absurdities, causing Flander considerable concern. Has an unparalleled genius truly fallen due to this unforeseen misfortune, reduced to a state of madness? Seeing Flander maintain his demeanor of disbelief, as if to say, "You are unwell, please seek treatment," Yuxingha recognized that at this moment, he resembled a sane individual in a mental institution, unable to articulate his situation clearly. Chapter 58. Has Yuxingha lost his mind? Part 3. Realizing that no explanation could suffice, Yuxingha resolved to demonstrate the truth through the most practical means. "Dean Flander, how about we step outside for a friendly duel?" Upon hearing that Yuxingha wished to compete against him, Flander shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. "Child, listen to me. I can empathize with your current feelings, and I am deeply pained by your plight. However, I do not recommend that you engage in a contest. Based on my conjecture, this incident may be related to your uncontrolled soul power." At this juncture, Flander seemed to grasp a critical point and hurriedly departed. "Yuxingha, so? You still haven't informed me where the salt mines are?" Since Flander is unwilling to compete with her, Yuxingha refrains from directly confronting him, as she prides herself on respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. "Douluo, is that why you call me Birdman? Tang-san, is that why you hit me every day?" Upon returning to the cafeteria, the aunt is still tending to the fish. "Auntie, where do you usually get your salt?" Of course, we buy it. Have you ever considered producing your own salt? We are merely commoners. How could we possibly produce salt? The cafeteria ant's statement is undeniably valid, for the industry concerning such a vital commodity is directly monopolized by the nobility. So, where can you find a salt mine around here? Upon hearing Yu Xinghe inquire about the salt mine, the cafeteria ant is taken aback. You girl, what do you intend to do? I merely wish to assist you in obtaining salt. Why would you help us? No particular reason. It is but a small effort. To bystanders, Yu Xinghe's actions seem utterly irrational, akin to those of a madwoman. Yet, Yu Xinghe has her own motives. For the system has issued yet another task. Unlike previous main quests, this one is designated as a side quest. Side quest: resolve the salt issue for the villagers of Shrek Academy. Task reward: unlock the third phase of the energy gathering ring, enabling the absorption of water and fire energy. Observing the ant's bewildered expression, Yu Xinghe intensifies her tone. Auntie, do you truly not understand? Accompanied by a faint yet palpable aura of pressure emanating from her, the ant is instantly subdued by this subtle force. 20 miles east of the village lies a salt flat. That must be the salt mine you mentioned. It is indeed a great irony that the villagers depend on a salt mine, yet still must purchase salt from the city. Is anyone there? Not at all. Then, from where do you acquire the salt you buy? Within the kingdom lies a salt lake. The entire kingdom and the provinces surrounding the empire rely on the salt produced from that lake. Upon hearing the ant's words, Yu Xinghe begins to comprehend a crucial fact. It appears that the Douluo world has only mastered the method of sun-drying salt and has yet to discover how to extract salt from minerals. Upon contemplating this, Yu Xinghe dashed forth towards the salt flats mentioned by the lady. Accompanied by Xiao Wu, they returned, yet Yu Xinghe was notably absent. The other students inquired anxiously about her condition. When informed that Yu Xinghe had undergone a transformation and now possessed only a single soul ring, their expressions turned profoundly complex. Being soul masters, they understood all too well that soul rings were indicative of one's strength. Xiao Wu particularly emphasized this point, prompting vivid images in their minds of Yu Xinghe, overwhelmed by a decrease in power, suddenly turning gray-haired from the shock. Yu Xinghe, apologies, but I currently sport black hair. Just as the Shrek team lamented Yu Xinghe's misfortune, a young girl with flowing hair that cascaded like a waterfall and an ethereal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being, descended upon them. What are you all dawdling for? If you do not hurry, you will miss lunch. With that, before anyone could respond, her figure zipped away in an instant, vanishing from sight. Daimubai, Oscar, and the others rubbed their eyes, exchanging glances as they simultaneously queried, "Did you just see a beautiful woman?" Upon uttering this, they realized that the apparition had indeed been real. After all, while it was conceivable for one person to experience a hallucination, the likelihood of all of them sharing the same delusion was exceedingly slim. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself. That was Sister Xinghe. Huh. Upon discovering that the enchanting maiden was Yu Xinghe, the group exhibited expressions of bewilderment. After a long pause, Dai Mubai was the first to inquire, "What is she planning to do?" Xiao Wu shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. "Shall we follow her then?" It seemed she was heading in that direction. As a fellow villager of Yu Xinghe, Tangsen harbored a genuine concern for her well-being, albeit he was reluctant to express it openly. Undoubtedly, his lack of strength was one of the reasons for his reticence. Upon hearing Tangsen's words, Xiao Wu, who shared a close bond with Yu Xinghe, readily concurred and was the first to dash out. Surprisingly, the next to follow was Zhu Zhuqing. Although she had only known Yu Xinghe for a day, she held a considerable fondness for her gentle and unpretentious classmate, who resided in the same dormitory. Once the two girls broke away from the group, the others promptly decided to follow suit. 20 miles to the east of the village lay a barren expanse, devoid of any vegetation. Yet, this desolate land was far from silent. It thrived with life. In addition to humans, the animal spirit beasts also sought salt, albeit in varying quantities. A number of creatures congregated in this arid terrain, delicately licking a brown stone wall. Upon the arrival of Yu Xinghe, the animals, previously engrossed in their activity, abruptly turned their heads to meet her gaze. For reasons unknown, Yu Xinghe felt an uncanny resemblance between the animal stares and the way her classmates regarded a latecomer. Soon, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The animals inexplicably parted to create a path, as if inviting, "Come join us in licking, bipedal creature. We've saved a spot for you." Yu Xinghe approached the stone wall with unwavering determination, witnessing a scene that could evoke tears even from the stoic Mei Chao Feng. She extended her hand and clawed away a piece of brown crystal, roughly the size of her palm. Subsequently, she moved to an open area, retrieving an iron pot and a piece of clothing from the Dream of Tears, which she then ruthlessly tore into shreds. Fortunately, Bai Dong was absent. Otherwise, had she witnessed her meticulously prepared garment being shredded by Yu Xinghe without a second thought, she would undoubtedly have erupted in fury, ready to administer a severe punishment. Thereafter, Yu Xinghe proceeded to gather some water, embarking on her ambitious experiment to produce salt. Chapter 59. Has Yu Xinghe lost her mind? Part 4. Crushing, filtering, detoxifying, boiling, crystallizing. Yu Xinghe endeavored to create salt using tutorials she had casually discovered online in her past life. However, the result was far from pleasant, too bitter and astringent. What on earth was this flavor? When Dai Mubai and the others located Yu Xinghe, she was seated rather ungracefully on a stone, stirring incessantly at a jar with a slender wooden stick. The air was thick with a briny and astringent scent. Just as Dai Mubai was about to inquire about Yu Xinghe's peculiar activity, she seemed to sense their presence, glanced at them with a captivating allure, and raised a finger, resembling a delicate green onion, to her lips, signaling them to be silent. Moonstar River was unaware that her frown and pointed finger had etched an indelible mark in the hearts of Dai Mubai and the others. Even in the long years that followed, as they ascended to divinity, the memory of that moment remained vividly etched in their minds. The moonlit starry river remained undisturbed, and they felt hesitant to intrude. Only a few girls, including Xiao Wu, approached quietly and inquired, "Sister Yu, what are you doing?" "Making salt." Upon hearing those two words, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the Zhu family of the Xinglua Empire, which, through generations of matrimonial alliances with the Dai family, controlled approximately half of the salt trade within the empire. The salt produced by the Zhu family was harvested from the seaside, requiring immense labor and considerable expense to transport it back from the coast. In this moment, devoid of seawater or salt lakes, how could Yu Xinghe possibly be speaking of salt production? Surely, it must be a jest. Whether it was a jest or not, Zhu Zhuqing would soon find out. As the moisture gradually evaporated from the jar, the bottom revealed crystalline formations as white and pure as snow. Yu Xinghe extended a finger to taste a tiny bit, revealing a captivating smile that lit up her face. This smile brought joy to the hearts of the three girls, including Xiao Wu. Success. After the successful salt production, Yu Xinghe embraced Xiao Wu, showering her with kisses akin to a chick pecking at grains. Xiao Wu, bewildered by the sudden affection, blushed deeply and struggled to free herself from Yu Xinghe's embrace. However, her strength was no match for his. Finally, she softly murmured, "Everyone is watching." At her words, Yu Xinghe looked up to see 6 pairs of wide eyes, as round as copper bells, gazing at him and Xiao Wu while munching on some unknown melons plucked from a field. "Continue," urged Ning Rongrong, who seemed to relish any chaos. "Oh, feel free. Just pretend we are not here," chimed in the reticent Zhu Zhuqing. "Junior, you and Xiao Wu," remarked Oscar, his expression one of pained sympathy. Though Yu Xinghe could not fathom the source of his sorrow. "Is this the salt you produced?" questioned Dai Mubai, unable to conceal his disbelief as he observed the white crystalline substance in the jar. In response, Yu Xinghe encouraged him, "If you doubt it, why not taste it?" Dai Mubai broke off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. Almost immediately, he grimaced and spat the salt out, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is salt. How incredibly salty." Despite the overwhelming taste, a look of sheer joy illuminated Dai Mubai's face. As a prince of the Douluo Empire and a prospective candidate for the throne, he understood that the issues concerning the populace were of utmost importance. Among these issues, essential sustenance, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation was paramount. Within the realm of food, salt held significant value. The territory of the Douluo Empire was expansive, rivaling that of the Heaven Do Empire, yet its number of salt lakes was lamentably scarce. Consequently, they were compelled to expend vast human and financial resources annually to procure salt from the seaside. Yu Xinghe has the ability to extract salt from this mineral, a skill that remains unknown to others. However, Dai Mubai is acutely aware of the immense value of Yu Xinghe's salt-making technique. The beauty of Yu Xinghe is enchanting, and her expertise in salt production, a craft vital to the nation's livelihood, makes her the ideal candidate for Empress in Dai Mubai's eyes. Just a day prior, he would have never dared to entertain thoughts of pursuing Yu Xinghe. But after hearing from Xiao Wu about her cultivation issues, her spirit rings diminishing from 5 to 1, Dai Mubai's mind began to wander. While he believed he was unworthy of a true paragon, he could not accept that he had no chance with a fallen celestial. He remained unconvinced. However, due to the lingering fear instilled by Yu Xinghe, Dai Mubai posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Xinghe, I heard from Xiao Wu that your cultivation has encountered difficulties. Is that true? This inquiry instantly redirected everyone's focus from the salt container. As soul masters, their standing in Douluo Continent is dictated by strength, rendering the issue of salt relatively trivial. Thus, Yu Xinghe's cultivation predicament took precedence. Fortunately, the other students did not perceive her as deranged, and after successfully producing salt, Yu Xinghe cheerfully replied, "It's nothing. My spirit ring merely changed." At that moment, a pink spirit ring adorned with 3 golden patterns emerged from beneath her feet. A pink spirit ring. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. How could such a color exist in spirit rings? Wei Yuhao displayed white, orange, and rose gold spirit rings, silently amused. Yet, more than the color of the spirit ring, the number was of greater concern. Only one. This signified that Yu Xinghe was no longer a soul king but had reverted to the status of a mere soul master. Observing Yu Xinghe's radiant smile juxtaposed against her solitary pink spirit ring, Tang San felt a deep sense of lament. Once a prodigy who had dominated him, achieving soul king status at the tender age of 11 and showcasing the essence of genius, she had now inexplicably fallen from grace. Both Tang San and Flinder shared the same sentiment. A prideful individual like Yu Xinghe must find it unbearable to confront such an unexpected turn of fate, leading her to the salt production endeavor in a state of mental turmoil. Though she wore a smile, to Tang San, it was clearly a fade concealing sorrow. Tang San was not alone in his sympathetic gaze. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and others shared his sentiments. Gradually, Yu Xinghe sensed a shift in the way others regarded her, their gazes reminiscent of Flinder's. Resigned to her fate, she chose not to provide any explanations, just as her previously astonishing talent had rendered others numb. In a mere day, fortunes had turned, and now she found herself at the mercy of circumstances. Chapter 60. Has Yu Xinghe lost her mind? Part 5. Since clarification seemed futile, Yu Xinghe opted for silence, returning to the academy with a jar of salt, trailed by a group of followers. Upon seeing the entourage behind her, Flinder frowned and inquired, "Have you all completed your 20 laps?" Upon observing the dean's furrowed brow, Dai Mubai, as a senior student, secretly lamented the dire situation and promptly began to explain, "No, but we had to act this way for the safety of Yu Xinghe. I hope you can understand, Dean." "Safety? What is going on?" Following this, Dai Mubai stepped forward to elucidate the preceding events in detail. After listening to Dai Mubai's explanation, Flander nodded with satisfaction. "I thought you were being lazy. It appears I misjudged you. In light of your unity and cooperation, you may go ahead and complete the remaining laps." "Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry up." Seeing that Flander was not jesting, Dai Mubai reluctantly led his junior classmates to continue their exercise. Once Dai Mubai and the others departed, Flander's demeanor changed dramatically. A moment ago, he had been stern with Dai Mubai, and the next, he beamed at Yu Xinghe with a warm smile. "Xinghe, would you please stay in the academy for the next couple of days? I assure you that my friend will resolve your issues." There was no alternative, for Flander understood that Yu Xinghe was a mentally distressed individual who could not endure stress. During his travels across the continent with the master, the Golden Iron Triangle had once encountered a mentally unstable girl. Though she had an appealing appearance, she was unkempt and filthy, her face devoid of expression, staring at you with lifeless eyes. The hot-tempered Lu Erlong could not tolerate that gaze and erupted in anger, only to be subdued by the girl in a matter of moments. This left Flander and the master in a state of alarm. The three of them unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, yet the girl revealed her martial soul, a common shovel. As the girl swung her shovel down, their martial soul fusion technique was forcibly interrupted. After suffering a backlash from the soul skill, the three could only watch in despair as the girl used her shovel to dig 3 pits, burying them all. In that moment, Flander truly grasped the sensation of impending death. In the final moments of his life, Flander turned to Lu Erlong and said, "Sister, I wish to ask you a question before I die." Lu Erlong replied, "Actually, I have something to say too." "Then you go first." "No, you go first. You go first." Just as the two were engaged in mutual politeness, the master's voice rang out. "If you have something to say it quickly." I'm already buried up to my chest. Hurry up. At the master's shout, Flander and Lu Erlong simultaneously exclaimed, I love you. The master, addressing the disheveled girl wielding the shovel, said, Could you please hurry up and bury me? Thank you. Upon hearing this, Flander quickly interjected, Third brother, don't say that. The three of us in the Golden Iron Triangle are a trinity. Even in death, both Erlong and I will accompany you. Though facing death, Flander felt a sense of joy, for the one Lu Erlong loved was him. Under the tumult of love, even that deadly shovel appeared adorned with hearts. And the once disheveled girl seemed less repulsive, though still far from charming. Just as Flander intended to share a final word with Erlong before his demise. Lu Erlong cried out to Yu Xiaojiang with a heart full of anguish. Xiaojiang, the one I love is you. Flander lamented, Am I the fool in this jest? Subsequently, Lu Erlong cast a glance towards Flander and then deeply at Yu Xiaojiang, declaring, Flander, I have always regarded you as my dearest elder brother. Yet, my heart belongs to Xiaojiang. I had planned to convey this beneath the great tree where we pledge brotherhood tomorrow. For it is your birthday and the anniversary of our trinity. I hope to bring forth a joyful trifecta. Flander interjected, Please, just bury me first. Thank you. 3 graves were prepared, Flander in the middle, Master on the left, and Lu Erlong on the right. In their final moments, the two exchanged lengthy, heart-wrenching declarations of love that tormented him. Erlong, I shall marry you in the next life. Xiaojiang, I love you too. I love you as fiercely as Luo Sanpao loves radishes. I love you as much as Flander loves me. Flander, could you please expedite my burial? I'm struggling with this barrage of dog food. Strangely enough, just as the earth reached their necks, the disheveled girl abruptly halted her digging, and a thunderous rumble emanated from her stomach. She then mumbled to herself, I'm so hungry, and dashed away with the shovel in tow. Later, after Flander and the others narrowly escaped, Xiaojiang, still shaken, remarked, I never imagined we would encounter her. I thought she was merely a legend. Who is she? Queried Flander. In response to his inquiry, Xiaojiang explained, No one knows her true identity. I learned about her from elsewhere. The tale goes like this. Long ago, the highest rank a soul master could attain was the 8th ring of Soul Douluo, yet they all sensed an invisible shackle that bound them. They felt that beyond the 8th ring, there must be an additional soul ring, the 9th. This was an entirely new realm, yet no one had reached it. Nor did anyone comprehend it. At that moment, a celestial being emerged, her name unknown, but her martial spirit was a shovel. She was the first to charge towards the 9th soul ring. Ultimately, she succeeded, but at the cost of her sanity, transforming into a being that could only scream wildly. The revelation sent shockwaves through all Soul Douluo. The horror did not end there. The deranged powerhouse began to rampage, taking lives indiscriminately. She wielded her martial spirit, the shovel, to excavate pit after pit, burying one soul master after another. As she worked, she remarked, You all claim that I am mad, yet I am astutely clever. Confronted with the dread of death, a brave soul master ultimately resolved to challenge the enigmatic 9th soul ring. Where there is one, there must be another. Curiously, those who later succeeded in conquering the 9th soul ring did not descend into madness. In time, that group of soul masters united to vanquish the deranged soul master, restoring peace to the Douluo Continent. Naturally, to honor the first soul master to challenge the 9th soul ring, various names were proposed to commemorate this extraordinary realm. One suggestion was to name it after that soul master, which garnered the most support. However, it was only at this juncture that people realized no one knew her name. Unknown origin, unknown age, unknown identity, a true product of the 3 no's. Consequently, the mysterious powerhouse was casually dubbed Ao. While names can be arbitrarily assigned, the designation of a realm ought to endure through the ages. Thus, a multitude of titles emerged, Jidan, Yuanying, Huashan, Dujia. Then, one soul master remarked, None of these names seem fitting. Since the first soul master became increasingly frantic after her success, why not simply call this realm Mad Howling Douluo? This proposal was met with widespread dissent. At that moment, an elder rose to speak. He was the first soul master to successfully break through to the 9th soul ring after Ao, and he had led the others in defeating her, earning considerable respect among them. The elder stated, I find no fault with the title Mad Howling Douluo. When you all broke through, who among you was not exuberantly jumping around? I dare say you were not much better than madmen. And so it was settled, just as the soul masters lamented. The elder continued, However, it is indeed beneath a formidable warrior to be called a madman. Let us call the realm of the 9th soul ring title Douluo. The title shall be determined by you. You may choose any name you wish, but this privilege is limited to the titled realm. This way, we honor our predecessors while respecting each of you. What say you? Long live. Chapter 61. The Jester is myself. Xinghe, have you been well at the academy these past few days? I assure you, my friend will. Just as Flander earnestly attempted to counsel Yu Xinghe, she directly extended the jar in her hand towards him. Flander glanced at the jar, and his eyes became entranced. Is this salt? Yu Xinghe, feeling no need for explanation, simply gestured for him to take a taste. When Flanders sampled a bit, his eyes brightened in astonishment. It was indeed salt. You truly went to procure salt. Are you not out of your mind? Upon hearing the phrase "you are not out of your mind," Yu Xinghe found himself both amused and exasperated, replying, "Why on earth would I go mad? But your soul ring, along with your power, director. I have insisted that a competition speaks louder than 1,000 words." Very well. As Flanders and Yu Xinghe arrived at a clearing, Zhao Wujie happened to pass by. Director, is this a newly enrolled student? He appears somewhat familiar. He seems to resemble the young lady you. Director, are you conducting an assessment? Just as Flanders was about to clarify, Yu Xinghe interjected, Indeed. Greetings, teacher. My name is Yu Xingchen, and I am Yu Xinghe's elder sister. I have long admired Shrek Academy, and I wish to apply. With that, Yu Xinghe swiftly transformed her voice into a melodic line, addressing Flanders, "Oh, esteemed director, I merely wish to play with teacher Zhao, so please, do not expose me." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's voice, Flanders' expression turned serious. Observing Zhao Wujie's calm demeanor, Flanders finally grasped the situation that had just unfolded. Yu Xinghe conveyed a message to him through the art of sound manipulation, a skill typically reserved for the likes of Sol Douluo or even higher ranks. This ability, while not inherently formidable, requires immense soul power and a mastery of it that borders on the extraordinary to communicate clearly without being overheard by others. Generally, only those who are at least Sol Douluo can meet these criteria, although Flander himself is a level 78 soul sage. He would find it utterly impossible to execute such a technique. Even if the secrecy were assured, the recipient would remain oblivious to the content of his words. The fact that Yu Xinghe could perform this technique indicated her strength had undoubtedly grown significantly. At that moment, Flander realized that those who had always perceived Yu Xinghe as a madwoman were, in fact, the true jesters. Oh, you wish to apply to Shrek Academy? How old are you this year, and what is your soul power level? Logically speaking, if her younger sister had already reached the rank of Soul King, then her older sister must also possess extraordinary abilities. Zhao Wujie had braced himself for disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Xingchen's voice left him in stunned silence. Hello, teacher. I'm 11 years old this year. As for my soul power, I'm not quite sure, but I already have one soul ring. And I'm quite impressive. As she spoke, under Zhao Wujie's watchful gaze, Yu Xinghe manifested her exuberantly pink soul ring. A pink soul ring? If Yu Xinghe's soul ring ratio was disheartening, then Yu Xingchen's was utterly inscrutable. It could be deemed a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet its pink hue raised questions about its age. Noticing Zhao Wujie's gaze shift towards Flander, Yu Xinghe hurriedly communicated a crafted explanation through sound manipulation. Ahem. This young friend Yu Xingchen's soul skill is also a mimicry. Her first soul ring is actually 100 years old. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie felt a mix of emotions, both awe and pity. The awe stemmed from having a sister of such unparalleled talent, while the pity arose from the realization that the elder sister lacked the same innate gifts as her younger sibling. Had both sisters shared the same extraordinary talent, one could only imagine a future where the Douluo Continent was known as the Twin Moon Continent. However, it was fortunate that only one prodigy existed. After all, one genius was already overwhelming. Two would be insufferable. Contemplating this, Zhao Wujie looked at Yu Xingchen with a conflicted expression and said, Little girl, your soul ring's strength is somewhat lacking. Since you have long admired Shrek Academy, you should know that we only accept monsters. Your talent is commendable, but it does not yet meet our admission standards. The admission criteria for Shrek Academy: age must not exceed 13, and soul power must be at least level 21. Although the young girl had yet to surpass the tender age of 13, she was merely a spirit master of the first ring, a rather meager level of spiritual power. Suddenly, Flandre cast a peculiar glance at Yu Xingchen, then turned to Zhao Wujie with an expression of pity and said, Wujie, this little girl possesses an 18th level spirit power. While she may not yet have reached the 21st level, it is likely she will meet the assessment standard within 2 years. How about this? You assess her. If she can withstand your pressure for the duration of an incense stick, grant her an opportunity. Would you? Upon hearing Flanders' suggestion, Zhao Wujie appeared horrified. Director, this is rather cruel. You expect a mere child at the spirit master level to endure under my pressure? What if something were to happen to her? How would Yu Xinghe react? Just mentioning Yu Xinghe made Zhao Wujie feel a lingering pain in his palm. The mere assessment had caused him discomfort for 2 days. If he were to harm her sister, he felt he might as well prepare a coffin in Soto City. Fear not, I shall bear the responsibility for you. However, you must be cautious not to injure her severely. With Flanders' assurance, a twisted smile gradually appeared on Zhao Wujie's face. Yu Xingchen, are you prepared? Ready. In the next moment, 7 spirit rings emerged from Zhao Wujie's feet, exuding an overwhelming aura of a spirit king toward Yu Xingchen. Naturally, Zhao Wujie would not commence the assessment with spirit saint level pressure against a mere spirit master. That would be categorized as murder rather than an assessment. Yet, to Zhao Wujie's astonishment, Yu Xingchen blinked her large eyes and tilted her head, inquiring, Teacher, hasn't the assessment begun yet? This remark struck Zhao Wujie as a profound insult. Consequently, he unleashed his emperor-level pressure. Teacher, why has the assessment commenced? My legs are getting numb. Zhao Wujie, taken aback, unleashed all his pressure. With his full aura activated, even Flandra had to summon his spirit power to resist it, lest he be affected. Of course, this influence was relative. Should Flandra fully unleash his aura, Zhao Wujie would be compelled to respond in kind, or he too would face repercussions. Yet, even under the full force of his pressure, Yu Xingchen remained utterly unperturbed. Could it be that he had truly become ineffective? Just as Zhao Wujie pondered this, Yu Xingchen shot him a disdainful look and complained, Teacher, has the assessment truly begun yet? Very soon. The thought of being looked down upon by a little girl, despite being a spirit saint, compelled Zhao Wujie to reveal his true martial soul. As a massive bear materialized before them, Yu Xingchen finally reacted. Ah, it's a big dog, a big bear. Zhao Wujie roared. I am the mighty golden bear, not a dog bear. Wait, why are you not reacting at all? Reacting? Teacher, is this part of the assessment? What kind of response is expected from me? Upon hearing the words of Moonstar, Zhao Wujie remarked, have you not felt a sense of tightness in your chest, dizziness, and a heaviness throughout your body as if burdened by a massive stone? With a playful smile, Yu Xingchen remarked, not at all. I only saw a big bear acting cute in front of me. Zhao Wujie fainted. Chapter 62. Salt Light. Xinghe, stop teasing Wujie. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Zhao Wujie, resembling a bear, rose to his feet. Principal, is this the girl? Yu Xinghe. Flanders sighed with sentiment, indeed. He then recounted the sequence of events to Zhao Wujie. After listening to Flanders' explanation, Zhao Wujie vowed never to engage in combat with Yu Xinghe again. After all, battling an opponent of the same rank is merely a sparring session. Facing a formidable adversary is a challenge. But to fight Yu Xinghe is a disgrace. Indeed, it is a disgrace. In their first encounter, a soul sage was injured by a soul king. In their second, a soul sage was toyed with by a soul master. Ironically, the soul king and the soul master were the same person, having endured both mental and physical blows. Zhao Wujie resolved to seek out those small monsters to practice and regain some confidence. Observing Zhao Wujie's despondent figure, Flanders felt a deep sense of reflection. Had he been the one to assess Yu Xinghe earlier, the protagonist may well have been him. With this thought, Flanders silently vowed that from this day forward, no matter what circumstances arose concerning Yu Xinghe, he would no longer be surprised. However, before that, Flanders harbored 2 lingering questions. Young lady, what is your current soul power level? After a period of contemplation, Yu Xinghe replied, if we consider the level of soul power, my current soul power has diminished to 31, allowing me to acquire the second and third soul rings at any moment. The drop from 51 to 31 represents a staggering decrease of 20 levels. For other soul masters, such a loss might provoke despair. Yet for me, Yu Xinghe, this is nothing short of splendid news. Although the quantity of soul power has diminished, its quality has experienced a remarkable enhancement. What now courses through my being is no longer mere soul power, but rather pseudo-divine energy. Yu Xinghe herself could not fathom why she referred to this power as pseudo-divine strength. All she knew was that during her transformation, an inner voice had proclaimed it thus. With the inclusion of the term divine, even if it were merely pseudo-divine, it was certainly not comparable to ordinary energy. It was akin to the distinction between firecrackers and bombs. While both could explode, the former might only injure a person, whereas the latter could split mountains and shatter stones. Moreover, As the quantity diminished, Yuxingha's mastery over this energy significantly increased. Previously, when attempting to transform sound into a tangible form, she, as a soul king, would have found it utterly impossible. Her soul power had been too wild and unruly to control. In such a state, any attempt to project sound would likely have resulted in a thunderous roar. Concealment? It would have likely turned into a public spectacle. Upon discovering that Yuxingha's soul power was at the remarkable rank of 31, Flandre appeared perplexed and inquired, "May I have the privilege of sensing your soul power?" "Of course," she replied. Although Flandre had previously regarded her as somewhat deranged, which had irked her, she chose to overlook it, considering his intentions were well-meaning. The next moment, Flandre was once again astounded. He found himself unable to perceive Yuxingha's soul power. Doubting his own senses, he intensified his soul power input, only to be met with an even greater astonishment. The energy he projected was forcefully repelled by a formidable force, colliding with his own soul power. The ensuing clash left Flandre feeling suffocated, nearly on the verge of expelling a mouthful of blood. Even if you wish to prevent me from sensing your soul power, you needn't treat me in such a manner." The perception of soul power between soul masters necessitates a mutual relaxation of the mind, allowing for an exchange of information through soul energy. In other words, unless one party is significantly stronger than the other, any ill intentions during such a process can easily inflict severe harm upon the opposing party. Although Yuxingha is not as high in rank as Flandre, the energy level within her is vastly superior to that of Flandre. Yuxingha had not anticipated such a situation and hurriedly explained, "Dean, I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. You must believe me." Indeed, given Yuxingha's prowess, if she truly intended to confront Flandre, she would possess absolute confidence in defeating him even in a direct confrontation, rendering such underhanded tactics unnecessary. Yuxingha stated that there was nothing, and Flandre did not press the matter further. He believed that a prodigious genius would not stoop to lying in such circumstances. Since he could not discern any clarity with his abilities, Flandre opted to abandon the inquiry and shifted his focus to the salt container. "How did you procure this salt?" Flandre, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, a soul sage, and a businessman, was not one of those who remained oblivious to the world outside, solely devoted to cultivating soul power. A novel method for refining table salt had presented itself, and with his astute intellect, he began to calculate the potential profits. Currently, both the two great empires and the Spirit Hall relied on sea salt and lake salt. The transportation costs associated with sea salt were exorbitant. Should it be shipped to the inland for sale, the price would soar, causing even the working citizens in the cities to feel a pinch. As for the rural populace, they were nearly counting salt grains to season their meals. Naturally, the high cost of table salt birthed an alternative, known as vinegar cloth. This substance possessed a salty flavor and could serve as a substitute for salt. However, it also emitted a foul odor reminiscent of spoiled water, rendering any food cooked with vinegar cloth quite unpalatable. Yet now, a groundbreaking method for refining table salt lay before him. Observing Flandre's eyes, which seemed poised to transform into golden soul coins, Yuxingha proceeded to articulate the steps involved. After hearing her explanation, Flandre suddenly inquired, "You, my dear, are you aware of the potential earnings your technique could generate?" Yuxingha shook her head. "It is no exaggeration to say that if you were to sell this technology to the two great empires, millions of gold soul coins would be easily within reach. You might even attain an inherited dukedom. However, rather than profiting from it, I would prefer for this technology to be disseminated, so that everyone can utilize this method to extract salt, allowing all to enjoy its bounty." After listening to Yuxingha's words, Flandre found himself in a prolonged state of contemplation. As a merchant, the pursuit of fame and profit is a natural inclination. Thus, Flandre struggled to grasp the selflessness embodied by Yuxingha. Why? There is no particular reason. This morning, the aunt prepared an extra dish of pickles and added 2 eggs, which led me to think, since it requires little effort on my part, if they had more salt, they could cure meats and fish, creating a multitude of delightful dishes, allowing them to experience greater joys in life. I believe their faces would bear more smiles. After all, I prefer smiles over frowns. At this juncture, Yuxingha offered a faint smile. Many years later, when Flandre reminisced about that smile, he would tell his students, "I have often fantasized about what it means to receive a divine smile. Looking back, I realize I encountered one many years ago." Director. "Who was it?" Flandre, smiling and gazing into the distance with a look of nostalgia, replied, "Her name is Yuxingha, my student, and in many ways, she is also my teacher." Gazing at Yu Xingha's gentle smile, Flander was profoundly moved, not by her talent, but by her character. After a long moment, Flander bowed deeply to Yu Xingha. Just as she was about to question him, Flander said, "Thank you for teaching me a lesson. I never imagined there could be someone like you in this world. Perhaps that is why heaven favors you so." In response, Yu Xingha maintained a cheerful facade while her heart wept. If it were not for the mission, I too would wish to achieve that small goal. Chapter 63. Provocation. Upon confirming that Yu Xingha did not wish to exploit the salt production technology for personal gain, a hint of disappointment crossed Flander's face. Nevertheless, he was indifferent, for the matter was not his to decide. However, it should be acceptable for him to utilize it for his own needs. At that moment, a bold idea emerged in Flander's mind. He would organize a group of villagers to produce and sell salt. Flander was unaware that his singular idea would irrevocably alter the fate of the village and all its inhabitants. When later generations sought to trace the origins of the four salts, they could find a clear lineage for the first extractors of the other three. Yet the source of rock salt could only be traced back to Salt City. The identity of the initial extractor of rock salt remains a subject of much debate. Some attribute it to an ordinary villager, while others claim it was Flander, the inaugural dean of Shrek Academy. However, the most prevalent narrative attributes this honor to the protagonist of the goddess crossing the water painting, as Salt City has long housed a temple dedicated to the salt goddess. Intriguingly, the statue within this temple bears a striking resemblance to the goddess depicted in the painting, leading future generations to refer to her as the salt goddess. Subsequently, the largest and historically significant hall of the Salt Guild in Salt City came to enshrine the statue of this goddess. For the time being, matters concerning salt have reached a conclusion. Now, the task at hand for Yu Xingha is to seek 2 additional soul rings. Speaking of soul rings inevitably brings one to mention soul beasts, and when discussing soul beasts, one can never avoid a certain location, the Douluo Forest. This vast woodland, the largest on the continent, is home to the greatest number of soul beasts, and it serves as the primary avenue for mid to high-ranking soul masters to acquire soul rings. One morning, after Oscar announced his breakthrough to a 30th level soul power, Flander appointed Zhao Wujie to lead a team into the Douluo Forest to procure a soul ring for Oscar. The students displayed tremendous enthusiasm for this expedition, and observing their exuberance, Zhao Wujie sternly cautioned, "We are going there to hunt soul beasts, not for leisure. It is an extremely perilous place. Not only do we hunt soul beasts, but soul beasts may also hunt us. Therefore, once we arrive, do not act recklessly. Follow my commands in all matters." The students, recognizing Zhao Wujie's serious demeanor, nodded in agreement, understanding that this was no trivial matter. Seeing them comply, Zhao Wujie felt a slight relief. Even someone as formidable as Zhao Wujie is regarded as a prominent figure in the realm of soul masters on Douluo Continent. Yet he does not possess absolute confidence regarding their journey into the Douluo Forest. In truth, no soul master would dare proclaim mastery over the Douluo Forest. Fortunately, this mission encompasses all students, thereby naturally including Yu Xingha. In fact, even if Flander had not mentioned it, Yu Xingha would have voluntarily sought to venture into the Douluo Forest, as he still required 2 soul rings to complete his collection. Contemplating soul rings, Yu Xingha found himself in a quandary. His first soul ring was an impressive 300,000-year-old one. Thus, his second and third must surely be at least 100,000 years old each. Speaking of soul rings, Yu Xingha could not help but voice a grievance. Although the system provided him with soul rings of ample age and strength, it did not bestow upon him a single soul skill. This was rather awkward. While Yu Xingha currently possessed a fair number of skills, one can choose to forego them, but they must never be absent. One never knows when a skill might prove invaluable in a moment of peril. Perhaps sensing the resentment of Yu Xingha, the system unexpectedly took the initiative to explain. The soul rings bestowed by the system merely provide attribute enhancements. Should the host desire skills, they may await tasks or create their own abilities. Create their own. This indeed is a splendid notion. However, the intricacies of how to create such a skill and what form it should take warrant contemplation. While Yu Xingha was deep in thought, she remained oblivious to the turmoil reflected on Xiao Wu's face beside her, lost in her own musings. Upon reaching a quaint town approximately 100 kilometers from the Douluo Forest, Zhao Wujie announced a night's rest, with plans to venture into the forest at dawn to hunt soul beasts. As they entered the hotel, the staff greeted them with warmth. The employees were acutely aware that their clientele primarily consisted of soul masters, individuals not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Soul masters were affluent patrons, the very customers merchants cherished. How many are in your party? How many rooms would you require? 2 large rooms and 1 small room. With 8 students in total, comprising 4 males and 4 females. Zhao Wujia opted for a solitary accommodation. After completing the check-in process, the group felt the pangs of hunger. Tonight's meal is on me. A gesture to welcome our junior colleagues. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's declaration, Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously, hinting at the prospect of Dai Mubai spending lavishly. At that moment, many soul masters were arriving for their own meals. Suddenly, a particular group caught the attention of Dai Mubai and his companions. Unlike other solitary soul masters, this group was led by a middle-aged man, followed by 6 young men and 1 young woman, all bearing youthful visages. It was evident that the youngest among them was at least 16 or 17 years of age. The middle-aged man and the youths were clad in silver uniforms, with a circular emblem embroidered on their left shoulders, containing the characters Zhanghui. Clearly, they were also students from a certain academy, here to hunt for soul rings. Just as Yu Xinghe was poised to observe the unfolding drama, an unexpected event transpired. One of the students from Zhanghui Academy entered with shifty eyes, scanning the surroundings. And suddenly, his gaze fell upon Yu Xinghe and her 3 female companions. In an instant, the young man swallowed hard and nudged his elbow into the side of a fellow student. Subsequently, a group of boys turned their attention towards Yu Xinghe and her companions, their eyes gleaming with interest, albeit with a rather inappropriate glimmer. The seats occupied by the Zhanghui Academy students were not far from those of Shrek Academy. One of the young men called out to Yu Xinghe, "Little sister, you two are here to hunt soul beasts, are you not? Which academy do you represent?" Faced with this unexpected attention, Yu Xinghe smiled and replied, "We are from Shrek Academy." The smile of Yu Xinghe radiated an array of charm, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. The young man across from her, upon witnessing her smile directed at him, secretly thought there was potential for romance. Shrek Academy? I have never even heard of it. My dear sister, why not join us at Zhanghui Academy? Our institution is renowned throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Observing the pride on the other's face, Yu Xinghe, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Zhanghui Academy? Is it truly famous? I have never heard of it." Hearing Yu Xinghe's remark, Dai Mubai chimed in, "Renowned? It seems to me it is merely a name without substance. Otherwise, how could we have never heard of it?" Aha! You. The students from Zhanghui Academy were taken aback by the direct provocation from their adversaries. Amused by the laughter, the students from Zhanghui Academy conspired to show their opponents a taste of their prowess. Chapter 64. I am merely a soul master. As the waiter approached to serve dishes to Yu Xinghe and her companions, a male student from Zhanghui Academy stood up and collided with the waiter. The waiter, being an ordinary person, was knocked aside, causing the dishes in his hands to fly, almost landing on Dai Mubai's head. Seizing the moment, Tang San intervened with a swift motion, using his skill, control the crane, capture the dragon, to catch the dishes deftly. The student, realizing his initial attempt had failed, brazenly attempted to kick the leg of Dai Mubai's chair. Unfortunately for him, Dai Mubai was far superior in strength. He blocked the kick with ease, making the student feel as if he had struck an iron pillar. Subsequently, Dai Mubai delivered a forceful palm strike to the student's chest. Faced with overwhelming power, the student was unable to defend himself and was sent flying back, crashing into a table. You have gone too far. Witnessing their companion's injury, the students from Zhanghui Academy were about to rush toward Dai Mubai and his friends, but were halted by a middle-aged man leading them. The man stepped forward and proclaimed, "I am Yu Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Zhanghui Academy. Who is your teacher? Bring him forth to apologize." Upon hearing the name, Yu Xinghe suddenly interjected, "Yu Zhiqiu? A fine name, but what a pity. What a pity." At her seemingly nonsensical remark, the middle-aged man inquired, "What is so regrettable?" Yu Xinghe, without glancing at his counterpart, sipped his tea while murmuring softly, "Nothing much. I initially thought you were Yi Qiu or Yi Fan. If it were the former, I would be eager to seek his autograph. If it were the latter, I would simply walk away." Alas, the middle-aged man, not being a time traveler, failed to grasp the jest, and in a fit of anger, retorted, "Stop your nonsense. Don't think you can fool me this way. Call your teacher out and demand an apology." Hearing the incessant demand for an apology, Dai Mubai sneered, "Why should your own student apologize for his inferiority? On the contrary, you ought to express gratitude to me. I have imparted a valuable lesson to your student, teaching him to keep his gaze discerning and not to stare indiscriminately. If he had encountered someone more ruthless, he might have had his eyes gouged out on the spot. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the middle-aged man was so enraged that his face flushed and his neck thickened as he exclaimed, "Such a young age, yet with a heart so cruel. Just wait and see as I discipline you on behalf of your teacher." With that, 5 soul rings emerged from beneath Yi Zhiqiu's feet, shimmering in white, yellow, purple, and purple. Simultaneously, Yi Zhiqiu's limbs retracted, and a shell-like armor protruded from his back, resembling the ancient mythical figure of the tortoise prime minister. Indeed, he was a soul king of 5 rings. Upon witnessing Yi Zhiqiu's soul rings, the crowd's initial reaction was not one of astonishment, but rather a complex glance exchanged with Yu Xinghe behind them. After all, Yu Xinghe was also a soul king of 5 rings. Faced with these intricate gazes, Yu Xinghe, visibly displeased, declared, "If you wish to fight, let us step outside. I am hungry and need to eat first. If you can't even handle an old tortoise, just wait and see how I deal with you." Although Yu Xinghe is a student, it is well acknowledged that she possesses the most formidable strength in the team, despite having only 1 spirit ring. The news brought by Ma Hongjun from Flinder revealed that Yu Xinghe's power has indeed intensified. This implies that when Yu Xinghe declares her intent to deal with them, no one can impede her. The mere thought of the previous incident where Ning Rongrong was reduced to tears by Yu Xinghe sends a shiver down everyone's spine. Yu Zhiqiu's martial spirit is that of a tortoise, and he detests being called King Turtle, especially when Yu Xinghe audaciously refers to him as Old King Turtle. He is merely 50 years old, still in the bloom of youth. Contemplating this, Yi Zhiqiu shouted at Yu Xinghe, "You little girl, mind your tongue in my presence. Come here, let me give you 2 resounding slaps, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, even your elders must provide me with an explanation." Upon hearing Yu Zhiqiu's outrageous demand for Yu Xinghe to present her face for a slap, Dai Mubai and the others shifted their disdainful gazes to one of pity. In the next moment, as Yu Xinghe sat leisurely sipping tea, she suddenly made a move. In an instant, Yu Zhiqiu was sent flying. Teacher! Teacher! No one comprehended what had transpired, except for the students of Tsanghui Academy, who hurriedly fled the scene in panic. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others turned back only to find Yu Xinghe still calmly enjoying her tea and delicacies. "What are you looking at? If you're not going to eat, then don't." As they watched Yu Xinghe deftly maneuver her chopsticks, a plate of food vanished into her petite cherry lips, prompting the others to hastily take their seats. Dai Mubai was the first to inquire, "Xinghe, did he just fly out on his own? Has nothing to do with me." She replied nonchalantly. The others thought, "I believe you, sure." While Dai Mubai and the others were utterly convinced that Yu Xinghe was responsible, they lacked the ability to discern the details, only able to marvel at her extraordinary talent. However, Tang San, with his purple extreme magic eyes, gleaned a hint of the truth. The moment Yi Zhiqiu's words left his mouth, a vague shadow appeared before him, and in the next heartbeat, he was propelled outward. Though the shadow was indistinct, Tang San was certain it was Yu Xinghe, coupled with his knowledge of her soul skill, which allowed for teleportation. She was indeed elusive and hard to guard against. In Tang San's perspective, it was utterly impossible to discern the movements of Yu Xinghe unless his purple extreme magic eyes reached the 3rd stage, the realm of the mustard seed. Just as everyone awaited their meal, the disheveled Yi Zhiqiu returned. Upon his approach, the crowd rose in alarm, their soul rings illuminating, ready to engage in combat. Observing the soul rings on the youths, Yi Zhiqiu immediately understood the source of their derision. Regardless of their martial spirits, the uniformity of their yellow soul rings was far beyond what his students could compare to. However, he was not here to instigate trouble. In the astonished gaze of Dai Mubai and the others, Yu Zhiqiu respectfully bowed to Yu Xinghe and said, "Senior, I have erred in my words due to my ignorance. Please forgive me." "Not at all. I forgive you," Yu Xinghe replied. "May I inquire your esteemed name and affiliation? I shall prepare a humble gift to express my apologies in due course." "What? Are you attempting to discern my address to rally your friends for retribution?" "Not at all. I dare not. I must admit, I am Yu Xinghe, a student of Shrek Academy, merely a humble soul master. If you wish for revenge, feel free to pursue it. But for now, you may leave." "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's command to leave, Yi Zhiqiu felt as though he had received a reprieve and hurriedly departed with his students. As the group from Tsanghui Academy departed, Ma Hongjun gazed at Yu Xinghe with admiration and exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly magnificent. I seek your favor." Dai Mubai had to concede that Yu Xinghe's nonchalant yet composed response had indeed exuded an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had long since draped her arm around Yu Xinghe's shoulder, affectionately calling her sister. Meanwhile, observing the entire unfolding of events from above. Zhao Wujie could only shake his head with a wry smile, murmuring, "If you are merely a soul master, then are we not all crippled?" Chapter 65, The Contest for Soul Rings, Part 1, Douluo Forest. Even before approaching, the rich fragrance of the flora wafted through the air, and with a breath, one felt invigorated. It was an endless sea of green, and Yu Xinghe and the others ventured into this forest to procure a high-quality soul ring for Oscar. From this moment on, everyone must stay within a 20-meter radius of me. Oscar, come here. Ning Rongrong, you shall be under Yu Xinghe's watch. Zhao Wujie had initially intended for the two support-type soul masters to remain close for easier care, but seeing Ning Rongrong cling to Yu Xinghe like a koala, he was more than happy to relax. In stark contrast to the other excited and tense students, as soon as Xiao Wu entered the forest, she appeared troubled. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing were momentarily distracted, she approached Yu Xinghe and asked, "Sister Xinghe, may I ask you for a favor? Speak. Could you refrain from hunting soul beasts?" Had it been another soul master hearing this request, they would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "What madness!" However, for Yu Xinghe, who was familiar with the original narrative, it was not at all surprising that Xiao Wu, the true form of a 100,000-year soul beast, would make such a request. Yet, while understanding this, it was indeed somewhat burdensome for Yu Xinghe to acquiesce to such a demand. "Xiao Wu, I can only assure you that I will never engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts. You are aware that I require soul rings." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Xiao Wu lowered her head deeply. Indeed, Sister Xinghe is human. She ultimately requires soul rings. If it were anyone else hunting for soul rings, Xiao Wu might not have been so anxious, but since Yu Xinghe also needed soul rings, the situation became rather grave. It was already known that Yu Xinghe's first soul ring was a fusion of 300,000-year soul rings. Therefore, her second soul ring could not possibly be less than 100,000 years. As far as Xiao Wu was aware, the only 100,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo Forest were herself, Deming, and Erming. The mere thought of Yu Xinghe engaging in battle with Deming and Erming sent shudders through Xiao Wu, as she could hardly fathom the brutality of such a scene. When soul beasts and soul masters encounter one another, it inevitably leads to the downfall of one side. Contemplating this, Xiao Wu lifted her head, her face a picture of intense conflict, and opened her mouth to speak to Yu Xinghe, yet she remained silent, lowering her head once more until Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing returned. Observing the sorrowful expression on Xiao Wu's face and the pensive demeanor of Yu Xinghe, Ning Rongrong inquired, "What were you and Xiao Wu discussing just now? Did you bully her?" Yu Xinghe, with a hint of irritation, gently caressed Ning Rongrong's skin, smooth as egg white, and said with fierce intent, "Oh, how dare you question me? Who granted you such audacity? I have yet to settle the score for the last time you pilfered my cookies." Just as their playful banter unfolded, Zhao Wujie and Tang Sen suddenly turned their gazes towards the distance. Zhao Wujie was the first to speak. "Something approaches us. Zhu Qing, go investigate." "No need," Yu Xinghe interjected confidently. "It is merely a millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. There is no need for alarm." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's assured declaration regarding the creature's identity, Zhao Wujie inquired, "How do you know?" In truth, Yu Xinghe wished to boast of her foresight but hesitated, considering that if Zhao Wujie and the others truly believed her, they might come to her for divinations regularly, which would surely become tedious. Ultimately, under Zhao Wujie's curious gaze, Yu Xinghe replied, "I shan't tell you." Zhao Wujie. Upon learning that it was a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake in its ancient state, Tang San excitedly turned to Oscar, saying, "Little Ao, you've struck gold. This phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is a rare treasure. If you can absorb its soul ring, I believe your forthcoming third soul skill will undoubtedly pertain to speed. Speed is undoubtedly one of the most essential attributes for every soul master. Whether in fleeing or pursuing, without speed, one becomes nothing more than a target." Hearing that he might acquire an exceptional soul skill filled Oscar with exhilaration. However, amidst his joy, he felt an overwhelming admiration for Yu Xinghe. Before long, a serpent adorned with transparent wings, crowned with a sizable fleshy lump, and measuring a formidable 7 to 8 meters in length appeared. "Now, be cautious not to kill it. It is meant for Oscar." Faced with the ambush prepared by Shrek, a mere phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was effortlessly subdued. As they gazed upon the snake, barely clinging to life, expressions of delight spread across the faces of the crowd, save for Xiao Wu, who, with a sorrowful countenance, whispered beside Yu Xinghe, "Must we truly end its life?" Moonstar River gently stroked Little Dance's head and remarked, "Survival of the fittest, indeed." He then covered her eyes with his hand, allowing her to nestle in his embrace, where he could feel the profound sorrow emanating from her heart. Just as he pondered what words might comfort her, a hoarse voice interrupted, "Spare the snake." In that moment, a pair of figures, a grandparent and grandchild wielding serpent-shaped staffs, emerged before the crowd. Zhao Wujie, gazing at the elderly woman among them, directed his attention to Oscar, saying, "Halt." With Oscar being restrained, the old woman sighed in relief and approached with a respectful gesture, stating, "Esteemed friend, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is our quarry. Might I kindly request that it be returned to its rightful owner?" Upon hearing their demand to relinquish the easily obtainable soul ring, Zhao Wujie's expression darkened significantly. "How can you prove that?" he inquired. "The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake bears 2 wounds on its belly inflicted by my staff." Zhao Wujie flipped the serpent over and confirmed that the woman spoke the truth. Yet, even with this evidence, he remained resolute. He was not one to relinquish such a prized catch without a fight. Noticing the ambiguous smile and the faint aura of menace on Zhao Wujie's face, the old woman, cunning as she was, realized he intended to seize the snake by force. Thus, she declared, "I am Chao Tianxiang, known as the Snake Matron among Soul Masters. My husband, Meng Shu, is referred to as the Dragon Lord and is somewhat renowned in the Soul Master community. Might I request a favor from you, esteemed friend?" Dragon Lord and Snake Matron. Hearing their names, Zhao Wujie's menacing aura dissipated abruptly. The Dragon Lord and Snake Matron held considerable renown within the Soul Master realm, particularly the Dragon Lord, who had achieved Soul Sage status long before Zhao Wujie made a name for himself. Years had passed, and it was said that he had since reached the level of Soul Douluo. The Dragon Lord and Snake Matron had never acted alone. With the presence of the Snake Matron, it was likely the Dragon Lord was nearby as well. "By the way, may I inquire your name?" Zhao Wujie asked. "Zhao Wujie," came the reply. "The Unmoved King?" Indeed, Zhao Wujie was also quite famous in the Soul Master community, albeit for his notorious reputation. Upon realizing she was speaking to Zhao Wujie and recalling the earlier hint of menace, the Snake Matron breathed a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, she had introduced herself first. Had she not, she knew all too well that he would not hesitate to take a life. With the tension eased after her introduction, the Snake Matron smiled warmly and said, "Brother Zhao, might I request a favor? I am sorry, esteemed Snake Matron, but I cannot part with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, as I have a disciple in need of this soul ring. Do you have a disciple who has reached level 30 in soul power?" Indeed. The serpent matriarch found herself in a predicament. Observing her silence, the young maiden Mangaran spoke up. "Why do you behave this way? This phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was discovered by us, and we are the ones who injured it. Those who are sensible should return it to me promptly. Otherwise, when my grandfather arrives, you shall face the consequences. He is a Soul Douluo." Upon hearing Meng Iran declare that her grandfather was a Soul Douluo and was nearby, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Oscar, realizing the backing of a Soul Douluo, gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher, perhaps we should let this phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent go." "Let it go? Oscar, take action," the leader exclaimed. I implore you to act." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's insistence, Zhao Wujie's expression changed. Then, under the furious gaze of the serpent matriarch, Zhao Wujie flung the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent from his hand, sending it crashing onto Oscar's blade, killing it instantly. Accompanied by this final strike, a purple soul ring emerged from the serpent's lifeless body. As the purple soul ring ascended, both the serpent matriarch and Meng Iran were filled with fury. The serpent matriarch stepped forward and questioned Zhao Wujie. "What does this mean, Zhao?" "It means nothing. This soul ring is quite suitable for my student. Senior serpent matriarch, you see, the die is cast. You should seek other spirit beasts." "Very well. A commendable Zhao Wujie. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, both you and your student shall remain here." With that, the serpent matriarch produced a flute and blew fiercely. An invisible wave of soul power spread out, causing the bells hanging from an elder's waist in the distance to jingle. The elder, wielding a 4-meter-long dragon-headed staff, had a glint in his eyes and was full of vitality. He was known as Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord. As the bell rang, Meng Shu disregarded the man-faced demon spider he had painstakingly sought and rushed in a particular direction. Meanwhile, the serpent matriarch, with a sinister grin, declared, "Zhao Wujie, do not think that just because your disciple has slain the soul beast, the soul ring belongs to you. I shall watch that soul ring dissipate before I relinquish it to you." As she spoke, the serpent matriarch guarded Meng Iran and began to retreat, clearly prepared for battle. Observing that Oscar was still in a daze, Zhao Wujia, exasperated, tapped his head and scolded, "Why are you dawdling? Do you truly wish to wait for the soul ring to dissipate?" What do you mean? I told you to absorb it, so do it. I am here, and Yu Xinghe is here too. You are guaranteed to be safe. All right." Seeing Oscar begin to absorb the soul ring, Zhao Wujia leaned toward Yu Xinghe and whispered, "Are you truly confident?" In response, Yu Xinghe conveyed a message to Zhao Wujia in a whisper, after which Zhao Wujia glanced at Tang San, his face displaying a look of disbelief. Soon, an elder wielding a dragon-headed staff made his appearance. It was the Dragon Lord Mengshu. As Mengshu made his entrance, Meng Yiran tearfully approached the elder to voice her grievances. After listening to her lamentations, Mengshu cast a glance at Zhao Wuji and Oscar, who was in the midst of absorbing a spirit ring. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his bright eyes. With the emergence of 8 spirit rings, yellow, purple, and black, the overwhelming pressure of a soul Douluo enveloped the surroundings. Even Daimubai, the student with the highest spirit power among them, found it difficult to breathe, his legs trembling under the weight, appearing utterly overwhelmed. If Daimubai struggled, it was needless to say that Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were no better. They gritted their teeth, veins bulging, their faces flushed from the strain. Observing this, Yu Xinghe let out a cold snort, causing a pink spirit ring to rise from beneath her feet. The instant this spirit ring appeared, the members of Shrek Academy felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, exhaling deeply, their expressions reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped calamity. Initially, Yu Xinghe had not intended to reveal her spirit ring so soon, but upon noting the emergence of her opponent's spirit rings, she suddenly remembered that Xiao Wu was still present. At this moment, Xiao Wu remained in her juvenile phase, and any spirit master who had reached the soul Douluo level could easily discern her true identity. Therefore, Yu Xinghe preemptively revealed her spirit ring to divert Long Gong's attention. Indeed, as the pink spirit ring manifested, every spirit master was compelled to focus on the unprecedented hue of her spirit ring, which defied their common understanding. A pink spirit ring? Little girl, what era does this ring hail from? As the Moonstar River smiled faintly, he proclaimed, "A soul ring of 300,000 years. Upon hearing this, both the Dragon Duke and the Serpent Matron displayed expressions of disbelief. However, their incredulity was short-lived. When a pulse manifested in the Moonstar River's hand, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Their martial souls were suppressed. It is crucial to note that the opponent had merely showcased a single soul ring, indicating that his rank should only be that of a soul master. Yet, this soul master's martial soul exerted dominance over a soul emperor, a being of the soul Douluo level. What a farce! Observing the astonished expressions of the Dragon Duke and Serpent Matron, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but revel in their predicament. It was about time they experienced the taste of being overwhelmed by a little monster. Chapter 67, Battle with the Dragon Duke Moonstar River. A 31st level assault-type battle soul master at your service. Upon hearing this declaration, Mengshu understood that a formal challenge had been issued. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, such as the pink soul ring, or how a soul ring could possess the strength of a 31st level, he recognized that with the challenge laid before him, he had only 2 choices, to fight or not to fight. Would a soul Douluo cower? Certainly not. Mengshu, an 85th level control-type soul master, at your service. With those words, the duel commenced. Confronted by a soul Douluo, the Moonstar River resolved to exert his full strength. Exquisite patterns emerged, accompanied by 10 orbs of light swirling with electricity that formed behind him. Mengshu's expression turned gravely serious. In his perception, those seemingly insignificant spheres exuded an aura of danger. In the next instant, the Moonstar River vanished from sight. A movement-type soul skill? As this thought crossed his mind, Mengshu activated his 3rd soul ring. Soul skill, Dragon Shield. With a swift motion, Mengshu directed the dragon head in his hand toward the ground, enveloping himself in a hemispherical shield of light. Ding! As a crisp sound resonated, the pulse in the Moonstar River's hand struck the shield, creating ripples across its surface. Little one, if this is the extent of your power, it seems you are destined to lose. Though Mengshu spoke confidently, turmoil raged within him. It is essential to recognize that while this shield was merely his 3rd soul skill, it stood as the sole defensive capability among his abilities, augmenting in strength with his soul power. Ordinarily, even an assault-type soul king would struggle to disturb this shield, unless a soul saint utilized their martial soul in its true form to unleash a full-fledged assault, capable of generating such intense fluctuations. Is the extent of the moon's attack limited to this? Certainly not. Since all efforts to pierce through have proven futile, let us add some dazzling patterns. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe raised the pulse in his hand, while behind him, 10 radiant patterns surged toward the apex of the pulse like weary birds returning to their nests. In a short while, infused with the vibrant patterns, the triangular blade atop the pulse rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal sword inscribed with the ethereal image of a dragon. What was once merely a spear metamorphosed into a Qinglong Yinhue Dao. Subsequently, the dragon blade descended upon the protective shield. As the dragon blade struck the shield, a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the air. Meng Shu lifted his gaze, observing the spiderweb-like cracks forming on the shield. Astonishment etched upon his aged visage. As the fissures grew increasingly dense, Meng Shu exerted force upon the dragon-headed staff he held. Instantly, the staff emitted a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry. With the resonance of this dragon's lament, the shield, previously marred by numerous shattered lines, began to mend itself once more. Faced with the restored shield, this time, no matter how fiercely Yu Xinghe struck, it merely rippled. Haha, young one, concede. To have compelled me to this extent is a feat worthy of pride. Meng Shu's words bore no taunt. At this moment, he had unleashed nearly all his strength, second only to his true martial spirit. Pride? Hearing Meng Shu's words, Yu Xinghe offered a subtle smile. Observing her expression, Meng Shu couldn't help but reflect. Had he encountered this girl in his youth, he might have found himself captivated. Of course, if she remained silent, that would be even more perfect. Old man, should you withstand my next move, I shall deem you the strongest. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a multitude of golden rings materialized in the void, resembling gateways being opened. These dozens of golden rings coalesced into a larger shield, enveloping Meng Shu within. As the crowd pondered Yu Xinghe's intentions, Xiaowu nearby donned a contemplative expression. She had witnessed this move 5 years prior, when blades inscribed with dragon images emerged from the golden rings. An alarm blared in Meng Shu's mind. Huanglong Yanwei. This is Yu Xinghe's signature skill. At this moment, Yu Xinghe stood with her arms crossed atop a tree. Addressing the astonished Meng Shu hidden within the shield, "Old man, if you do not exert your full strength, you may find yourself in peril." The voice of Yu Xinghe is melodious and captivating, yet the implications of her words send chills down one's spine. With a mere thought, dozens of resplendent dragon moon blades, trailing long iron chains, surged forth like genuine dragons, charging towards Meng Shu, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens. Meng Shu, spurred by the imminent threat of death, activated his martial soul's true form. Amid the triumphant cries of the dragon, the 4-meter-long dragon-headed staff appeared diminutive at 2 meters. However, the dragon's head atop the staff seemed to come alive, reminiscent of a wooden carving juxtaposed with a living creature. The former, no matter how exquisitely crafted, remains lifeless, while the latter, regardless of its grotesqueness, is undeniably vibrant. Upon manifesting his martial soul's true form, the previously unstable barrier finally steadied. Surprised at being driven to this juncture, Meng Shu looked up and, addressing the girl perched in the tree, smiled, "Little girl, feel free to unleash any remaining tricks you possess." To be candid, even as a soul Douluo, Meng Shu felt a significant drain on his energy and doubted that a mere one-ring soul master could muster such an extraordinarily potent attack again. As if to validate Meng Shu's assertion, Yu Xinghe retorted, "Old man, your shell is remarkably resilient." Despite Meng Shu's inclination to regard himself with lofty esteem and avoid quarreling with a child, anyone would likely bristle at being subjected to such derisive remarks about their defensiveness. Meng Shu was no exception. "Little girl, I have spared you due to your youth, however. That does not imply I lack the resolve to eliminate you. Your soul power is nearly depleted, is it not? You have exhausted all your offensive capabilities. Do not forget, I have yet to make my move." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wujie, Dai Mubai, and the others could not help but worry for Yu Xinghe. Indeed, her previous assault had been formidable, compelling Meng Shu to reveal his martial soul's true form. Nevertheless, this did little to conceal the fact that Meng Shu remained unscathed. Observing Meng Shu's confident demeanor, Yu Xinghe scoffed, "Ha! You are quite arrogant, old man. Do you truly believe victory is assured?" Meng Shu. One wonders who is truly being presumptuous. In the next instant, Yu Xinghe vanished once more. However, this time, Meng Shu felt no trepidation. He perceived her actions as nothing more than a desperate struggle, an attempt at a futile counterattack in her final moments. There was no other way. Having activated his martial soul's true form, Confidence surged within him. Chapter 68. The revelation just as Ming Shu basked in his certainty. Feeling as though he had everything under control, the dragon blade in Yu Xinghe's hand was already poised against his neck. Ming Shu was rendered speechless, overwhelmed with astonishment. Previously, he had managed to fend off an onslaught of impressive magnitude, yet now, Yu Xinghe merely flickered, effortlessly penetrating his protective shield. Observing the expression of existential doubt on Ming Shu's face, Yu Xinghe calmly stated, "There is no need for such surprise. Your shell may be somewhat formidable, but to me, even if it were 10 times tougher, it would remain utterly futile." For a long time, Yu Xinghe's teleportation had been perceived by many as merely a rapid movement spirit technique. This, however, is a misconception. While Xiao Wu also possesses teleportation, hers merely facilitates swift movement, whereas Yu Xinghe's teleportation allows him to materialize from one point to another in an instant. In simpler terms, it is a spatial leap. Meng Shu's shield was indeed robust. Even after expending several thousand energy points, Yu Xinghe was unable to breach it. However, the strength of Meng Shu's shield implied a corresponding weakness in his true form. This brings to light the distinctions among spirit masters. Beast spirit masters can enhance themselves by embodying their martial spirits, whereas tool spirit masters rely solely on the martial spirit itself. Although tool martial spirits are typically stronger than beast martial spirits, the essence of the individual remains relatively feeble. This is akin to the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In terms of equal rank, the Bone Douluo cannot match the Sword Douluo. However, regarding physical strength, the Sword Douluo certainly pales in comparison to the Bone Douluo. Now, Yu Xinghe had disregarded Meng Shu's shield entirely, executing a strategy that struck at the very root of Meng Shu's defense, ultimately leading to his complete defeat. Feeling the energy emanating from his opponent's weapon, Meng Shu swallowed hard, his face etched with despair as he conceded, "I admit defeat." Upon hearing Meng Shu's capitulation, Meng Iran and Snake Lady Cha Tianxiang displayed expressions of disbelief. The members of Shrek Academy, though astonished, quickly transitioned to cheers, having witnessed Yu Xinghe's numerous miraculous feats prior. As Meng Shu acknowledged his defeat, Yu Xinghe withdrew the pulse from his opponent's neck. Meng Shu gazed at the petite figure before him, his bright eyes filled with astonishment. "To conquer me at such a young age, what remarkable talent! Surely, even the Haotian Douluo of you would feel inferior." Just as Meng Shu was lost in contemplation, a figure captured his attention. It was a young girl with a charming, youthful visage and long, slender legs that belied her age. Her hair styled in long scorpion braids as she leaped into Yu Xinghe's embrace. In truth, Xiao Wu had contemplated leaving earlier, for given her current physical condition, it was highly likely that she would be recognized by the Soul Douluo. Yet, if she were to depart now, what would her companions think of her? Moreover, this is the Starry Forest, where Xiao Wu has managed to extricate me from danger. Thus, she resolved to take a gamble, believing that the opponent would not discern her true identity. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu's wager proved misguided. The Soul Douluo possesses the ability to penetrate the disguise of a 10,000-year spirit beast in its juvenile form. The moment he laid eyes on Xiao Wu, Meng Shu's expression once again morphed into something peculiar. Sensing the intensity of Meng Shu's gaze behind him, Yu Xinghe directly transformed his voice into a sharp thread. Addressing Meng Shu with a menacing tone, "If you dare to divulge what you have witnessed, I assure you, both you and your wife, as well as your granddaughter, shall meet a fate devoid of any burial." The words of Yu Xinghe resounded in Meng Shu's mind like a thunderclap. The technique of compressing sound into a line was a signature skill employed only by the most elite Soul Douluo and even titled Douluo. It was no wonder he had been bested by her. At that moment, Meng Shu regarded Yu Xinghe with the same awe as one would have for a master of ageless beauty. After all, it was utterly unfathomable that a mere girl in her teens could annihilate a Soul Douluo. In contrast, the notion of an ageless old monster transforming into a young girl held a far greater plausibility. After receiving Yu Xinghe's warning, Meng Shu nodded in her direction and departed with Meng Iran and his wife. Shortly after the departure of the formidable duo, Oscar successfully absorbed his third spirit ring. As a purple spirit ring ascended from his being, Oscar, under the encouragement of his companions, proudly showcased his new skill, Flying Mushroom Sausage. Upon learning of the peculiar effects of Oscar's ability, his peers marveled at its absurdity. Just as Zhao Wujie had declared the mission a resounding success and the group was set to return home, Tang Sen interjected, "Teacher Zhao, I have also reached the 30th level of spirit power." The group responded with surprise. Compared to the fortuitous spirit ring that Oscar had acquired, Tang San's luck seemed rather unfortunate. After an entire afternoon of searching, he had yet to find a suitable one. Thus, they were compelled to spend the night in the Stardow forest. Given the heightened dangers of the forest at night, the watch would be divided between Zhao Wujie and Yu Xinghe. Zhao Wujie initially wished to take the night watch alone, as he was the nominal team leader. Allowing Yu Xinghe to do everything made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, the primary reason for his reluctance was his inability to contend with Yu Xinghe. Not long after Yu Xinghe took over the watch from Zhao Wujie, a figure emerged from the tent and embraced her from behind. Without needing to sense, Yu Xinghe instinctively knew that the little girl behind her was Xiao Wu. "What brings you here in the dead of night? Are you hungry?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm hungry. I want you to feed me," Xiao Wu exclaimed as she nestled into Yu Xinghe's embrace, her delicate arms wrapping around her neck. Her large, sparkling eyes gazed up at Yu Xinghe, twinkling like the stars in the night sky. In response to Xiao Wu's rare display of affection, Yu Xinghe lavished her with affection in return. From the dream of tears, a bag of carrot-flavored biscuits was retrieved and offered to Xiao Wu's lips. The aroma of the biscuits, infused with the essence of carrots, captivated her senses. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she opened her petite mouth, savoring the biscuits in dainty bites. Despite Xiao Wu's cherubic lips, the biscuits were diminutive, allowing her to consume only a few before they vanished. As Yu Xinghe fed her, it was inevitable that Xiao Wu occasionally nibbled on Yu Xinghe's fingers. However, due to the unique nature of Yu Xinghe's constitution, it was quite impossible for Xiao Wu, with her few teeth, to inflict any harm. The bag contained merely dozens of biscuits, and they were soon devoured. When Yu Xinghe presented another bag, Xiao Wu refused to partake, choosing instead to cradle the bag close to her heart. Observing Xiao Wu's disinterest in the biscuits, Yu Xinghe surmised that she might be thirsty and thus offered her a bottle of carrot juice. Yu Xinghe evidently underestimated the potency of the carrot's allure to Xiao Wu. After tentatively savoring its flavor, her eyes sparkled with delight, and in a single breath, she guzzled down the carrot juice with unrestrained enthusiasm. Sated and content, Xiao Wu languidly nestled in Yu Xinghe's embrace, playfully demanding a gentle rub on her belly one moment, and requesting a story the next. As the moon hung low and the horizon succumbed to a fleeting darkness, Xiao Wu suddenly, with tears in her eyes, turned to Yu Xinghe and asked, "Why do you treat me so well?" As Yu Xinghe gently wiped away Xiao Wu's tears, she softly remarked, "Because you are my sister. It is only natural for an elder sister to care for her younger sister, is it not?" Xiao Wu then asked, "But what if I were a soul beast? Would you still be kind to me?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu unexpectedly reveal her true identity, Yu Xinghe paused momentarily before responding. "You silly girl, you are speaking nonsense again. Just because your martial spirit is a rabbit does not mean you should see yourself as one. Now, go back to sleep. You were just babbling." But what I said is true. This time, Yu Xinghe did not send Xiao Wu away. Instead, she inquired directly, "Why did you choose to reveal this?" Noticing that Yu Xinghe did not display much surprise, Xiao Wu asked, "I have a feeling that you must have known my identity all along, have you not?" Yu Xinghe nodded. "When? I knew it from our very first encounter. Then why did you approach me? Was it for the 100,000-year soul ring? The soul bone?" At this juncture, Xiao Wu's large eyes fixed intently upon Yu Xinghe's, brimming with anxiety, trepidation, and a hint of heartbreak. Confronted by the depth of Xiao Wu's gaze, Yu Xinghe inquired once more, "Since you are aware that your cover has been blown, why not flee?" To this, Xiao Wu, with tears streaming down her cheeks, replied, "Do you truly believe I could escape from your grasp? Regardless, my true identity has been revealed. Apart from you, there's also Meng Yiran's grandfather, a soul Douluo, who undoubtedly has discerned my true form. Although I am unsure why he has chosen to remain silent, I suspect it is due to your influence." At this point, Xiao Wu, amidst her sobs, continued, "If I am destined to die, I might as well perish at your hands. After all, it was you who saved my life. In our soul beast culture, we repay enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. However, I propose a more advantageous suggestion that would allow you to absorb my soul ring more thoroughly, provided you agree to one condition." "What condition?" "I can offer myself as a sacrifice, in the event that a soul beast willingly allows itself to be slain. A soul master can safely and completely absorb the soul ring. Yet, you must promise me that you will not harm Deming and Air Ming." Seemingly concerned that Yu Xinghe might not know who Deming and Air Ming were, Xiao Wu added, "Deming and Air Ming are my friends. One is the sky blue bull python, and the other is the titan great ape. As long as you vow not to harm them, I will willingly sacrifice myself for you. Is that agreeable?" By the end of her plea, Xiao Wu's face was filled with desperation. Gazing at her imploring expression, Yu Xinghe, after a moment of contemplation, revealed a mischievous smile. No. I want both you and Deming and Erming. Upon hearing this declaration, despair washed over Xiao Wu's countenance. She trembled, as if compelled to take some action, yet ultimately succumbed to the agony and closed her eyes. Xiao Wu understood her own frailty. She was powerless to effect change. Since resistance was futile, she resigned herself to death. After all, in death, she would reunite with her mother, alongside Deming and Erming. As she awaited the arrival of the Grim Reaper, memories of her life raced through her mind. In her childhood, she lived blissfully with her mother, nestled by her side as she listened to enchanting stories. However, as fate would have it, she was pursued by the spirit hall. In a selfless act of love, her mother resolutely stayed behind to allow her escape. To this day, she vividly recalls the poignant glance her mother cast back at her, brimming with reluctance and worry. Later on, it was Deming and Erming who embraced her, rescuing her from the abyss of despair. Ultimately, in her quest for vengeance, she chose to reincarnate, arriving in the realm of humanity, where she encountered Yu Xinghe. After an interminable wait, instead of the scythe of death, she received a gentle kiss. That kiss, tender as her mother's, was imbued with an indescribable sweetness. Resting upon her forehead, a familiar voice echoed in her ears, reminiscent of the refreshing breeze on a summer's day. Silly girl, I have discovered your true self. Yet I cannot bear to harm you. Tell me, what should I do? Chapter 69. The ambush. Hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Xiao Wu opened her eyes. What she beheld was a pair of eyes filled with affection. Under the gaze of such eyes, her heart, which had fallen into silence, felt as if it were a startled rabbit, hopping about in a frenzy. How am I to know what to do? Are you attempting to deceive me with your sweet words? Is that it? So that I may offer myself as a sacrifice, allowing you to perfectly absorb the spirit ring and spirit bone. Am I right? As she spoke, Xiao Wu struck at Yu Xinghe with fervor, as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against her. Yu Xinghe did not resist, allowing Xiao Wu to strike her, yet her arms gradually tightened around Xiao Wu. Eventually, Xiao Wu's hands fell limply, as if she had surrendered to the struggle, burying her face in Yu Xinghe's embrace. Weeping as she exclaimed, "Why do you stand there striking me? Why choose me? Why not end my life in one swift motion? Is it truly entertaining to toy with me like this?" Mother was right. All of you humans are wicked, more malevolent than the most vile soul beasts. Woo-woo. There. Do not cry, my foolish girl. I assure you, I will not harm Deming or Erming. Please, do not weep. Yu Xinghe's greatest fear was witnessing a girl in tears, especially when that girl was her closest and dearest friend, Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's assurance that she would not harm Deming or Erming, Xiao Wu ceased her weeping and, lifting her gaze, spoke. Could you allow me to return and bid farewell to Deming and Erming? I wish to say my goodbyes. Yu Xinghe, with a hint of annoyance, pinched Xiao Wu's cheek and remarked, You foolish rabbit, do you truly believe I would harm you? Your mere 100,000-year soul ring is beneath my notice. My second and third soul rings commence at a minimum of 300,000 years. Such a trifle, even if offered, would be refused. What if, by absorbing your soul ring, I were to become as foolish as you? Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's disdain, Xiao Wu, infuriated, attempted to strike back, but this time, her hands were seized by Yu Xinghe, who then embraced her tightly, rendering her immobile. Subsequently, Yu Xinghe leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive skin, causing her body to weaken, devoid of any strength. Xiao Wu, I shall forever protect you. Do you trust me? Please. Trembling, Xiao Wu stammered in response, I don't listen. Witnessing her obstinacy, Yu Xinghe chose not to press further. Instead, he lowered his head and kissed her ear. 1 kiss. 2, 3. Each gentle peck was deliberate, and although the rabbit in his arms struggled, she could not escape this tender snare. Ultimately, nestled in his embrace, Xiao Wu mumbled, I believe you, you big bad guy. If this continues, I might truly perish. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xinghe finally released her from his hold. Yet, despite the release, Xiao Wu felt utterly drained, finding even the slightest movement exceedingly arduous. Bad person. What is it? Brush my hair. I won't. If anyone is to do the brushing, it should be you. After serving you all night, it's time for you to attend to me. The morning fog in the Star-Doe forest was dense, cloaking countless creatures in garments woven from dew. When Tang Sand emerged from his tent, intending to cultivate the purple extreme magic eye, he beheld Xiao Wu kneeling behind Yu Xinghe, meticulously tending to his hair. At that moment, Yu Xinghe was no longer the usual figure with flowing locks. Instead, Xiao Wu had expertly fashioned his hair into two large buns, radiating vitality under the first rays of the morning sun. Tang Xin stood transfixed by this enchanting sight, marveling at the beauty of the fairy-like scene before him. Of course, it would have been even more perfect had the fairy chosen to remain silent. How ridiculous! Living in the mountains, yet I find Yu Xinghe to be beautiful. Just as Tang San prepared to resume his cultivation, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. This unusual occurrence startled everyone, with Zhao Wujie bellowing. "We are under attack." Not far away, the sound of splintering trees echoed, accompanied by a multitude of rustling noises. All these signs indicated that a colossal creature was approaching them. At last, the towering trees parted, revealing a colossal ape before the onlookers. This creature, a gargantuan presence standing at 7 or 8 meters tall on all fours, resembled an oversized gorilla, its entire physique exuding a granite-like hue, brimming with explosive strength. Confronted by this behemoth, Tang San struggled to swallow and uttered, "The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape." Upon hearing Tang San identify the creature as the Titan Great Ape, Zhao Wujie's complexion turned pale. After all, they were merely on the outskirts of the Stardow forest. How could they encounter such a monstrous being? Panic surged within Zhao Wujie, yet he steeled himself and approached, saying, "Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall withdraw immediately." As an ancient species, the Titan Great Ape possessed immense strength as well as intelligence comparable to that of humans, which is precisely why it did not attack immediately. Zhao Wujie decided to attempt communication, hoping the creature might spare them. His gamble paid off, indeed. The Titan Great Ape let them go, albeit with the exception of Xiao Wu, whom it seized. Witnessing Xiao Wu's abduction, Zhao Wujie and the other students naturally intended to rescue her, but they were halted by Yu Xinghe. "Xinghe, what is your meaning?" they exclaimed. "Isn't Xiao Wu our dear sister? She shares a close bond with you. It's one thing for you to stand by while she is in peril, but why prevent us from helping? Indeed, you, the soul beasts, are exceedingly ferocious. If we don't pursue, Xiao Wu may be in grave danger," others added. Facing their accusations, Yu Xinghe remained composed and replied, "You would merely be delivering yourselves as a feast. You might be providing the Titan Great Ape with an extra meal." Her words rendered the group silent. Although Yu Xinghe believed Xiao Wu would ultimately be safe, she sought to reassure them, saying, "You all wait here. I will fetch 2 oranges. No, I will rescue Xiao Wu." With that, she vanished from their sight in a flash. As Yu Xinghe disappeared, the collective gaze of the group turned to Zhao Wujie. With a wry smile, he responded, "Don't look at me. I wish to assist as well. But if I leave, what will happen to you all?" This was not a matter of cowardice, but a genuine concern. After all, regardless of Yu Xinghe's strength, her ability to teleport granted her an escape route. If she couldn't win, she could at least flee. In contrast, Zhao Wujie possessed strength but lacked speed. Comparatively, challenging the Titan Great Ape in terms of power was akin to brandishing a sword before Guangong or wielding an axe in the presence of Liu Ban, an invitation to disaster. Should he rush in to help, he would likely only complicate matters. Chapter 70. Naive Schemes. Gratitude to the generous patron, Fengde. In the vast starry forest, a colossal figure resembling a mountain dashed towards the heart of the woods, causing every spirit beast along the way to retreat. Yet, upon the broad shoulder of this dominant spirit beast sat a delicate and charming girl. "Erming, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. "I caught a whiff of your scent. So I came," he replied. "You must let me down. I need to return." "No. What's there to enjoy in the human world? It's better to go home. Without you, my brother is constantly irritable, always looking to pick a fight. You know how painful it is when he battles against beasts. Is Daming well?" "He's fine. Just missing you dearly. Honestly, it's been too long since you last visited us." In response to Erming's complaints, Xiao Wu softly murmured, "I'm sorry. The human world is simply too fascinating. The moment I stepped out, I was dazzled." Just as Xiao Wu intended to share some amusing anecdotes from the human realm, Erming suddenly accelerated. "There's a human brat chasing us. That must be your classmate, right? How could they be so strong? Is the talent of humans out there truly this remarkable?" Upon hearing Erming's words, Xiao Wu glanced back, spotting a vibrant figure flickering like a wraith. With each flicker, the outline of the figure became increasingly distinct. Evidently, Yu Xinghe was faster than Erming and was rapidly closing the distance. "Erming, you must set me down. That is my friend. She means no harm." Listening to the sweet undertone in her voice, Erming let out a heavy huff. "Xiao Wu, We are your true friends. Humans are despicable and vile creatures, adept at deception. How dare she pursue us? Let me show her a thing or two. With that, Erming turned sharply, one hand gripping Xiao Wu, while the other formed a fist, enveloped in turbulent spirit energy, and launched a powerful punch towards Yu Xinghe. As Erming's fist struck out, a fierce shockwave surged forth, sweeping towards Yu Xinghe with unstoppable force. This shockwave was so swift and potent that even towering trees, aged for decades, were snapped in half. The wave, a chaotic amalgamation of earth, branches, debris, and stones, resembled a massive mud serpent, poised to engulf the slender figure entirely. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Yu Xinghe chose not to resist, knowing that even if she managed to withstand it, the hard-won distance would be lost once more. Thus, she opted for teleportation. As the shockwave carved a 100-meter-long path through the forest, Erming nodded in satisfaction. You stay right there. Observing the ravaged forest, Xiao Wu struggled and cried out, Erming, how could you unleash such an attack? If Sister Xinghe gets hurt, I won't forgive you. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu intended to disregard it for the sake of a mere human, Erming felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind. Xiao Wu, she is merely a human. I struck her casually, using no more than 30 to 50% of my strength. Moreover, I did not directly hit her with my fist. As long as her luck isn't exceedingly poor and she merely collides with a rock, it should only result in a few broken bones at most. Huh? Just a few broken bones? This is the Douluo Forest. Do you truly believe an injured human could possibly emerge alive from this place? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Erming suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they were already deep within the Douluo Forest, while it wasn't teeming with 10,000-year soul beasts. There were still countless soul beasts over 5,000 years old, including the terrifying humanoid magical spiders that could easily engage in battles beyond their level. The mere thought of that human getting injured and then encountering a humanoid magical spider caused Erming to silently mourn for her. What are you still dawdling for? Go find her. No. Although Erming was naive to the ways of the world, its sixth sense was remarkably keen. Through this brief exchange with Xiao Wu, Erming discerned that the human had only spent 5 or 6 years with Xiao Wu at most. How could she care for him so deeply? If they were to spend another decade together, would Xiao Wu remain so close to them? Faced with the threat of arrival, Erming instinctively struck harder. However, Erming was also wise. It understood that it could not kill her in front of Xiao Wu, for that would surely incite her wrath. Thus, Erming utilized an air cannon to send the adversary flying. It inflicted severe damage, then intended to use other soul beasts to finish the job. This way, Xiao Wu would not blame it directly, and when it eventually avenged that human's death, Xiao Wu might even express gratitude. Therefore, despite having always complied with Xiao Wu's wishes, this time, Erming resolutely refused to acquiesce to her request. As thoughts of Yu Xinghe's uncertain fate surfaced, tears streamed down Xiao Wu's cheeks. Noticing that Xiao Wu was crying, Erming hurriedly asked, Xiao Wu, please don't cry. I'll find that human for you. No need. I'm afraid that if you find me and I am not dead, you might strike me again, and I would be utterly finished. Just then, as Yu Xinghe's voice resonated, Xiao Wu and Erming turned to see him standing unharmed atop a nearby tree. Seeing Yu Xinghe, completely unscathed, perched on the tree, Erming rubbed its eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, You actually avoided it? Yu Xinghe replied with a hint of annoyance, Indeed, if I were to evade you, I would likely be lying on the ground, lamenting in agony. Hiki, I didn't expect this little fellow to possess some skills. He then shifted the conversation. I've heard you are a friend of Xiao Wu. If you were to discover her true identity, would you still wish to remain her friend? Upon hearing that Erming intended to expose her identity, Xiao Wu retorted furiously, If you dare to reveal it, I will never speak to you again. Erming's tactic was exceedingly underhanded. Had Yu Xinghe been unaware of Xiao Wu's true identity, it would undoubtedly have led to a rift between them. After all, soul masters and soul beasts belong to two distinctly different races, and a union between them is ultimately unattainable. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Erming, his seemingly flawless scheme was riddled with flaws, much like the dam constructed by a San. Observing the sinister smile on Erming's face, Yu Xinghe boldly stated, Isn't it merely 100,000-year soul beast? It's not as if I've never encountered one before. At this declaration, Erming's expression instantly froze. Witnessing Erming's rigid demeanor, Yu Xinghe felt a twinge of pity. For a soul beast to engage in schemes against humans is destined for utter failure. Chapter 71. Meeting the parents. Do you not care that Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast? Why should I? Because you are a soul master. Is it imperative for soul masters to care? Of course. 100,000-year soul ring. A legendary artifact, capable of healing ailments and enhancing vitality. Possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. You shall become the most distinguished among soul masters. Such a treasure, and you do not wish to acquire it? I refuse to believe it. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and interjected, Ming. Her first soul ring is 300,000 years. Do you think she would value my mere 100,000-year soul ring? Hearing Xiao Wu's words was akin to a thunderclap for Ming. However, he quickly regained composure and retorted disdainfully, do not attempt to deceive me. A 300,000-year soul ring? I have never even seen one. Before Ming could finish his sentence, a pink soul ring adorned with 3 golden patterns emerged beneath Yuxingha's feet. Ming's bright orange eyes widened in astonishment. It truly was. Just as trees possess growth rings, soul rings have their own temporal markers. However, people typically discern them by color, unlike soul beasts, which have their own methods of perceiving a soul ring's age. As Ming pondered which 300,000-year soul beast had recently perished on the continent, he realized that while Yu Xingha's soul ring was indeed 300,000 years old, this age was somewhat exaggerated. Being a Titan great ape, a creature of ancient might, Ming not only possessed a formidable lineage but also retained a memory inheritance that ordinary soul beasts lacked. According to the knowledge passed down through its lineage, Yu Xingha's soul ring appeared to be a fusion of 300,000-year soul rings. The most direct evidence lay in the fact that Yu Xingha's soul ring was pink. According to the records and the continuity of the Tu Ming memory regarding soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, it is noted that soul beasts of such age leave behind a divine energy mark each time they endure a cataclysm of 100,000 years. This divine mark is invisible to the soul beasts themselves. It only becomes evident posthumously, imprinted upon the soul ring formed from their lifetime's energy, manifesting as golden patterns. Concurrently, soul rings of 100,000 years are red, and as the years progress to 200,000, 300,000, and 400,000, the red hue deepens considerably. For instance, the million-year soul ring produced by the deep-sea demon whale king is of pure crimson gold. Logically, the soul ring of Moonstar River, which spans 300,000 years, ought to exhibit a deep red coloration rather than this diluted pink shade. Thus, the only conclusion is that the 300,000-year soul ring of Moonstar River is artificially enhanced. With this realization, Tu Ming revealed a self-satisfied smile, exclaiming, "How amusing it is for a watered-down 300,000-year soul ring to be flaunted." Moonstar River's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as she retorted, "What gives you the right, gorilla, to claim my soul ring is diluted? Unless you clarify, I will. I will bully Xiao Wu every day." Xiao Wu interjected, "Is this akin to killing a rabbit to honor a monkey?" Reflecting on Xiao Wu's reincarnation into humanity, Tu Ming sighed and recounted his knowledge about the 100,000-year soul rings. Upon hearing Tu Ming's elucidation, a long-standing enigma in Moonstar River's mind finally unraveled. No wonder the million-year soul ring of the dream-eye silkworm from Douluo is white, beyond its ice attribute. The more significant reason is that it is genuinely a diluted soul ring, rendered white. Well, human, I must take Xiao Wu back. If you have no further business, you may leave, Moonstar River stated, noticing that Tu Ming had no intention of releasing Xiao Wu. Aren't you going to invite me to see the center of the Stardow Forest? See what? The fact that I haven't turned you into a mere paper sheet is already a courtesy to Xiao Wu. How ungrateful you humans are. Speak another word, and I shall smash your head. Just as Tu Ming intended to walk away, a deep voice resonated. Second brother, bring that human child in as well. I have words for him. Big brother. If there were any soul beast in the Stardow Forest capable of instilling fear in the Forest King, it would be none other than his elder brother, the Titan bull python. The Titan giant ape dared not defy the words of the Titan bull python. After casting a fierce glare at Moonstar River, Tu Ming grumbled, "Keep up." Having spoken, Ming took the lead, thundering away while deliberately passing gas. If you wish to keep up with me, you must first endure my flatulence. As for the Titan ape's petty antics, Yu Xingha was truly at a loss for words. Forcefully suppressing the urge to transform into Bayana and deliver a thorough beating, Yu Xingha opted instead to close off his sense of smell and utilize teleportation to pursue. At the heart of the starry forest, there lay a crystalline lake, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Beneath this pristine surface, there resided no other creature save for a colossal azure python with a bovine head. As Ming, Xiao Wu, and Yu Xingha approached the lake, a magnificent soul beast, possessing the head of a bull and the body of a serpent, emerged from the depths. Tianqing Yopong, the very entity known as Daming by Xiaowu. Once Daming surfaced, it regarded Yu Xinghe with eyes as clear as the lake itself, and then, in a resonant voice, proclaimed, "You are the first soul master bold enough to venture here alone, and among all who have come, you possess the lowest cultivation. Are you not afraid that once you arrive, you shall never depart?" Yu Xinghe's countenance darkened upon hearing the words of the heavenly azure bull python, who, with a chuckle, remarked, "It was merely a jest. I merely wish to observe the nature of a human who occupies such a significant place in Xiao Wu's heart, judging solely by talent. None of the titled doyuos I have encountered would be worthy of even lacing your shoes. However, this world places paramount importance on strength. If you wish for us to entrust Xiao Wu to you, you must demonstrate the kind of power that earns our respect." Upon hearing the heavenly azure bull python's declaration, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Is this akin to meeting the parents? Chapter 72. A finger's distance subsequently. The heavenly azure bull python pointed to the titan giant ape and stated, "If you can emerge unscathed with another person amidst Erming's assaults, I shall consent to allowing you to take Xiao Wu back to the human realm. Otherwise, given Xiao Wu's current state, it would be wiser for her to cultivate until she reaches the soul sage level before venturing out." Initially, when the heavenly azure bull python suggested that Xiao Wu should remain, Erming contemplated voicing an objection. However, upon hearing the conditions laid out by Deming, it couldn't help but mentally commend its elder brother with a thumbs up. Indeed, while Deming may appear to be simple and honest on the surface, beneath that fade lies a heart as dark as coal. Heavenly azure bull python. Why does that sound so much like an insult to beasts? Contrary to Deming's expectations, upon hearing the stipulations presented, Yu Xinghe readily and decisively nodded in agreement. Yu Xinghe comprehended the situation. Had she been in Daming's position, she would have acted with even greater severity, outright refusing. After receiving Yu Xinghe's consent, Daming casually tossed a piece of wood towards her with his tail. From this moment forth, this piece of wood shall represent Xiao Wu. You must carry it and emerge unscathed from Erming's assaults, while ensuring that the wood remains undamaged. This is utterly unfair. Xiao Wu, witnessing Daming's audacity in substituting her with wood, realized he intended to allow Erming to strike without restraint. Furthermore, how could a mere piece of wood compare to a living soul master? In Xiao Wu's eyes, this was a blatant escalation of the examination's difficulty. In response to Xiao Wu's protests, Daming blushed and retorted, "Well, if you were beside this little girl, how could you expect Erming to strike?" Erming, standing nearby, nodded fervently in agreement. But a piece of wood cannot serve as a substitute. Can wood and flesh truly be equated? How about I use a soul beast of a similar size to replace you? What do you propose? How about a faceless demon spider? With its 8 legs? It could certainly hold her firmly, ensuring she wouldn't slip free. Yu Xinghe, visibly twitching at the corners of her mouth, remarked, "Let it be wood then. You may keep the faceless demon spider for yourself." Just the thought of battling Erming while carrying a faceless demon spider made her feel she might, in a moment of weakness, end up stabbing it with a spear. Xiao Wu was about to speak in defense, but Daming interrupted, "Excellent. Xiao Wu clearly chose wisely. With your decisiveness, I hereby declare the examination commenced." With that, Daming coiled his tail and pulled Xiao Wu close, while Erming displayed a deranged grin, eagerly pounding his fists against the ground as he lunged towards Yu Xinghe. More accurately, Erming charged at the piece of wood. After all, Yu Xinghe was a good friend of Xiao Wu. Should she sustain any harm, there would undoubtedly be complaints. Thus, Erming's initial intent was to relentlessly pressure Yu Xinghe, diverting her attention from the wood. Confronted with an opponent whose strength was at least at the title Douluo level, Yu Xinghe initially contemplated using her teleportation to evade, as the exam's requirement was merely to carry Xiao Wu to safety. However, as she teleported away, she realized, to her embarrassment, that the wood had been left behind. Erming, witnessing Yu Xinghe's disappearance and initially intending to ease his strength, was overjoyed upon noticing the wood remained in place. Thus, he gathered all his might and struck down towards the wood. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as if a small earthquake had occurred. Just when the Tianqing Yomeng displayed a look of disappointment, believing the ordeal to be over, the dust settled. A figure knelt partially on the ground, wielding a resplendent spear that met the colossal fist with unwavering strength, while behind them, the piece of wood remained utterly unscathed. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden turn of events prompted Xiao Wu to scream, "Erming, stop. Do you intend to kill her?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's shriek, Erming scratched his head with his other hand, wearing an innocent expression. Meanwhile, the Tianqing Niumeng continued indifferently. The assessment shall proceed. Just as Xiao Wu was about to protest against De Ming's insistence on continuing the assessment, Tianqing Niumeng directly used his soul power to extract some water from the lake, forming a bubble that enveloped Xiao Wu. In this way, Xiao Wu's voice was rendered mute, and she could no longer hear the sounds from the outside. Little girl, if you wish to take Xiao Wu away, summon all your strength. If this is all you have, I shall not permit you to take her. Ming exclaimed, what are you dawdling for? Do not hold back, or I shall punish you. Upon hearing his brother's threat, Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Human girl, if you surrender now, I will relent. Otherwise, be warned, my fist will descend, and if it hurts you, do not cry. My fist is quite formidable. Faced with the Titan Great Ape's intimidation, Yu Xinghe replied softly. If you wish to fight, then do so. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Good. I am beginning to appreciate you. Although you are human, I respect your willingness to stand in front of me for Xiao Wu. In honor of that, I shall unleash my full power. If you cannot withstand it, I advise you to flee. Immediately, the Titan Great Ape took a deep breath, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from him, transforming into a fierce wind that caused the surrounding giant trees to rustle. Then, the Titan Great Ape raised his fist, pausing momentarily. A thick, dark soul power clung to the surface of his fist, deep and tranquil. Yet, any soul master present could sense the immense, violent energy contained within. This punch would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Confronted with a blow that could make even a tidal Douluo pale, Xiao Wu desperately pounded on the bubble, seemingly urging Yu Xinghe to retreat, while Tianqing Niumeng wore a contemplative expression, seemingly observing Yu Xinghe's forthcoming actions. In the next instant, the Titan Great Ape moved. His fist, laden with ferocious soul power, shot forth like a meteor, slicing through the air, igniting flames due to its incredible speed, thundering down toward Yu Xinghe. This punch was extraordinarily swift, immensely powerful, and exuded a palpable sense of oppression, as if it aimed to flatten Yu Xinghe into a mere silhouette. Even a tidal Douluo would have to evade such a formidable strike. Will the Moonstar River evade? No, for long ago. She comprehended a fundamental truth. Evasion does not resolve anything. Since evasion is futile, she shall confront her challenges with unwavering resolve. As she faced the full-force strike from Erming, Moonstar River finally unleashed her ultimate skill, transforming into Bayana. Radiating a resplendent golden light from within, she, at that moment, metamorphosed into a statue seemingly forged of gold. Dazzling and regal. Then, the statue stirred. Radiant patterns, akin to miniature suns, quietly emerged. With a mere thought, those patterns manifested into shields that layered upon one another, blooming like flowers to withstand Erming's onslaught. Crack, crack. Initially, the somewhat ethereal shields shattered incessantly, echoing like a relentless barrage of firecrackers. As time passed, the crisp sounds grew increasingly spaced apart, until at last, Erming's colossal fist halted a mere 2 centimeters above Moonstar River's head. 2 centimeters. Perhaps just the breadth of a finger, yet this final fraction of distance rendered Erming incapable of delivering the blow. Chapter 73. The weakness of Moonstar River. Observing the figure radiating golden brilliance successfully block Erming's full-force strike, Tianqing Niupeng's clear eyes widened in astonishment. It actually held its ground. Not only it, but Erming was equally astonished. When it comes to confidence in his own strength, none rivaled Erming's conviction. Strength was the hallmark of the Titan Great Ape, and with its extraordinary might, Erming had vanquished countless soul beasts. Its title as the king of the forest was not self-proclaimed, but earned through countless powerful strikes. Since a single punch could not shatter the translucent shield, Erming resolved to deliver another blow. However, Moonstar River, having transformed into Bayana, was not foolish enough to remain stationary and absorb the impact. She was not like the brash Xiaoman, who relished offering herself up for punishment daily. Thus, as the radiant patterns converged at the apex of her pulse, the original light blade morphed into a colossal cylindrical form. Moments later, a spear transformed into a mighty hammer. Gorilla, it's my turn to strike you now. Prepare yourself. Hammer of 80. Boom. As the hammer descended, Erming retaliated with a punch. When Erming's fist met Moonstar River's hammer, his expression shifted dramatically. The magnitude of her strength was beyond his expectations. Consequently, amidst the clash of hammer and fist, to the astonishment of Daming and Xiao Wu, Erming was forced to step back 2 paces. Of course, Moonstar River fared worse, as she was directly propelled backward by the recoil. However, it was merely a setback. Then, An exuberant roar erupted. For so long, Erming had struggled to find a worthy opponent. Those stronger had utterly defeated him, while those weaker had been effortlessly vanquished by him. It is a rare occasion when one encounters an equally matched adversary, and today, the thrill surged within Erming as he prepared to engage in a contest of strength with his favored force. Excellent. You are the first human capable of contesting me in sheer power. Come, let us battle until dusk. In her transformed state, Yuxingha's prowess and fighting spirit surged significantly. Naturally, she could not decline Erming's challenge, for it was indeed a rare opportunity to confront an opponent worthy of unleashing her full might. To refer to him merely as an opponent might be somewhat misleading. He was more akin to a punching bag. Thus, for the ensuing half-hour, the surrounding trees and spirit beasts bore the brunt of their tumultuous clash. Erming uprooted a massive tree and hurled it towards Yuxingha, who responded by shattering it into a flurry of splinters with her mighty hammer. Alternatively, when Erming sent Yuxingha soaring through the air, she retaliated with a swift strike that made him acutely aware of the sensation of being a whack-a-mole. As the pair of them, a human and a beast, transformed into playful rascals, wreaking havoc in the central arena, Daming finally lost his composure. Just as a colossal tail swung towards him, Erming, still nursing a swollen head from their earlier skirmish, was sent flying by the force of the tail. Of course, Yuxingha fared no better, as Daming's tail sent her crashing into the thicket. Enough. Cease this at once. With the declaration of a truce from the heavenly blue bull python, Erming stumbled back from afar. This disorientation was a direct consequence of Yuxingha's relentless hammer blows to his head, leaving him in a daze. Yuxingha was equally distressed. Having reverted from her transformation into Bayana, she coughed up blood twice, her body engulfed in an indescribable pain. Were it not for the assistance of the Tianqing Niumang, who sent Xiao Wu to support her, she might have collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, Yuxingha appeared utterly disheveled, her form smeared with muck, her hair entangled with leaves and twigs, and her face and arms marred by bruises. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, likely from the blows she had endured. Judging by their appearances, the outcome of this contest was evidently in favor of Erming. For Yuxingha was now at her most vulnerable, while Erming, despite also being injured, still possessed the strength to fight on. Little girl, it seems you are somewhat lacking. Yuxingha did not dispute this. I concede defeat. Although she had previously matched Erming with her Bayana transformation, this was only a fade established under the condition that Yuxingha had exhausted all her trump cards while Erming had yet to unleash its full potential. Furthermore, the duration of the Bayana transformation was a mere half-hour. Once that time elapsed, Yuxingha would revert to being an ordinary soul master of the first ring. While she still had the ability to transform again, she was reluctant to employ such a trump card in this contest. Human, though you have lost, we can sense your genuine affection for Xiao Wu, and your strength is commendable. If you can vow upon your own martial spirit to protect Xiao Wu, I would still be willing to allow her to accompany you to the human world. Upon hearing Tianqing Niumang's words, Erming expressed his urgency. Brother, why have you changed your mind? This is not what we agreed upon. Daming let out a slight sigh and directly addressed Erming. Meanwhile, Yuxingha appeared perplexed. Noticing her bewilderment, Xiao Wu smiled and explained, Daming and Erming are communicating in our soul beast language. Would you like to know what they're discussing? However, since they chose to converse in beast language, it was clear they preferred not to disclose their words to her. Thus, she saw no reason to pry further. Everyone harbors their own little secrets in circles. Even the closest of friends have things they wish to keep private, and soul beasts are no exception. Were she in their position, facing someone she had known for less than half a day, she too would struggle to divulge everything. Only a fool, or perhaps an intelligence operative fishing for information, would act otherwise. Seeing Yuxingha's lack of curiosity, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon, she broke into a smile and said, Erming is complaining to Daming. He says you kept hitting him on the head earlier, making his mind all muddled. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's translation, Yuxingha couldn't help but reflect on how petty the Titan giant ape's grievances were. You are quite dirty. Would you like to wash up? Absolutely. Soaking in this lake, reminiscent of a celestial realm, with a charming young maiden diligently attending to her, Yuxingha suddenly felt that remaining here was indeed quite pleasant. Sister Xingha, why do you have a cloth wrapped around your chest? Oh, during my time at the Martial Soul Academy, I accidentally received a slash across my chest during a duel, so I had to bandage it. Ah, is the injury serious? Let me see. There's nothing worth looking at. Though Yu Xinghe often exudes an air of confidence akin to that of a dominant elder sister or a playful rogue, when faced with the prospect of genuine vulnerability, she found herself more bashful than most girls. As for the reason behind her bandaging, perhaps only she truly understood. Chapter 74, Mengyiran. Perpetually robbed of soul rings, it became evident that Yu Xinghe was ill-suited for prolonged stays in the forest. After all, enduring too long meant the absence of delightful treats. After bidding farewell to Deming and Erming, Yu Xinghe pondered two pressing questions, which had been on her mind since Xiao Wu had confided in her secrets. First, the concept of creating her own soul skills. Second, where to seek future soul rings. Regarding the inadequacy of skills and the necessity for self-creation, Yu Xinghe had devised numerous plans, yet lacked the time for experimentation. What troubled her most, however, was the quest for soul rings. Surely, she could not rely on a 10,000-year soul ring as a makeshift solution. In truth, it was not entirely out of the question. If a supreme soul ring of 90,000 years were to present itself, Yu Xinghe would certainly contemplate its absorption, particularly since there existed a realm capable of circumventing soul ring age limits, namely, the divine assessment. The thought of the divine assessment sparked a glint of inspiration in Yu Xinghe's mind. How clever of me! With her current strength, she could easily find an opportunity to visit Sea God Island, to request a few 100,000-year soul rings from the sea god himself, all while charming Poseidon. Though Poseidon was already a few centuries old, Yu Xinghe was not one to fixate solely on appearances. She held inner qualities in high regard. As Yu Xinghe indulged in her whimsical thoughts, suddenly, the system's voice echoed, "Ding. Side quest issued. Please assist Tang San in capturing a suitable soul beast. Quest reward, enhancement of the host's first soul ring to a 10,000-year limit." The system's abrupt announcement ignited a realization in Yu Xinghe. System, could you bestow upon me additional soul rings? Given her possession of the system, why bother with the divine assessment? Were not the soul rings granted by the system far more appealing? Alas, while Yu Xinghe's plans were well conceived, she had overlooked a crucial detail. 9 out of 10 systems lead to pitfalls, and the remaining one is a divine trap. In response to Yu Xinghe's request, the system replied, "This system is merely a program and will operate according to preset protocols. As for obtaining soul rings, the host must resolve this independently." Although Yu Xinghe voiced his complaints, the allure of the mission's rewards, coupled with the simplicity of the task at hand, compelled him to dutifully undertake it. "Xiao Wu, do you know where I might find a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider?" Why would we seek such a grotesque creature? The man-faced demon spider, notorious among soul beasts, is not only known for its savage temperament, but also for its terrifying appearance, which even makes a 100,000-year-old soul beast like Xiao Wu keep her distance. When I departed, Tang San had just reached the 30-level threshold of soul power and was in need of a soul ring. Under ordinary circumstances, Xiao Wu might have resisted capturing another soul beast, yet upon hearing it was the man-faced demon spider, despite its repulsiveness, she was still willing to extend some assistance. "Follow me." Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie and his team had been waiting in the Stardow forest for a day. In truth, they had not been idle, as Tang San had achieved a breakthrough. However, the joy of this accomplishment was overshadowed by the absence of Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu. As the leading teacher, it was his responsibility to ensure that no student was left behind. This situation could not persist. While capturing a mandala snake that was approximately 1,500 years old, Zhao Wujie remarked, "Tang San, what do you think of this mandala snake? Your first soul ring should be a mandala snake, and this one, being over 1,700 years old, is perfect for that purpose." "That sounds good." Although the current mandala snake was not considered an exceptional soul beast, its age was precisely at the threshold suitable for a third soul ring for soul masters. Any older, and the risk of failure would increase; any younger, and it would signify a permanent decrease in future potential. Just as Tang San prepared to make his move, another voice interjected, "Hold on." The group looked up to see a couple wielding a dragon-headed, serpent-bodied staff, accompanied by a radiant young lady. It was the illustrious dragon and serpent couple along with Mengyiran. However, the couple appeared quite disheveled, bearing wounds and showing signs of exhaustion. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Finally, it was Meng Shu who spoke up. "Zhao Wujie, I sensed this mandala snake first, but then a 50,000-year-old man-faced demon spider suddenly appeared. If it weren't for our martial soul fusion technique, we might not have made it back today. Zhao Wujie, I discovered this mandala snake first. You took the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake yesterday, and I let that slide, but you must return this mandala snake to us today." Zhao Wujie glanced at Tang San, caught in a profound dilemma. Noticing Zhao Wujia's hesitation, Mengshu spoke angrily. What? Do you have another breakthrough among you? To which Zhao Wujia nodded in affirmation. Meng Yiran immediately exclaimed in a tone of distress, Grandfather. Listening to Meng Yiran's voice tinged with tears, the 8 soul rings on Mengshu's body swayed rhythmically. As he held the dragon-headed staff, a pair of dragon eyes slowly opened, emanating a powerful aura of soul Douluo that enveloped the surroundings with an overwhelming weight, leaving the Shrek crowd gasping for breath. It was in that moment they realized the true nature of Yuxingha's terrifying prowess. How could such an entity, capable of intimidating them merely through presence, have been defeated? The release of the Soul Douluo aura even made Zhao Wujia feel discomfort, let alone his students. If only Yuxingha were here. Alas, the world does not entertain what-ifs. Just as Zhao Wujia intended to surrender the mandala snake, a familiar voice interrupted. Oh, it's you again. Teacher Zhao, did you know I was back and specially caught a snake to brew soup for me? With Yuxingha's arrival, the suffocating pressure dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, the previously aggressive gazes of Mengshu and Xiao Tianxiang dulled. Come, Yiran, grandfather will find you another soul beast. Witnessing her grandfather's unexpected retreat, Meng Yiran exclaimed, Grandfather, don't you and Grandma have a martial soul fusion skill? As long as you two join forces, that little girl will surely be no match for you. Yiran, exercise caution. Did others not know his circumstances? Did Mengshu not understand his own condition? When they had previously confronted the 50,000-year-old faceless demon spider, it took 2 martial soul fusion techniques from Mengshu and Xiao Tianxiang to repel it. Now, they were already at their limits. Otherwise, they would have seized the opportunity to act against Zhao Wujia at once, especially since Yuxingha was absent then. However, the situation was different now. If he were to face Yuxingha again, Mengshu estimated that given his current state, there was a considerable chance he might leave this world today. After admonishing his granddaughter, Mengshu nodded at Yuxingha, revealing a complex expression. Just as he was about to leave with Meng Yiran, a youthful and clear voice rang out. Stop. Upon hearing those 2 words, an ominous premonition surged within Mengshu. Chapter 75. The Legend of Xiongda and Xiong Air. The students of Shrek were overjoyed to see that Yuxingha had truly returned with Xiao Wu. Yuxingha is not merely their classmate. She is their pillar of support and a source of strength. Ning Rongrong, as Yuxingha's most ardent admirer, rushed forward to embrace her, incessantly murmuring anxious words that sent shivers down the spines of those present with their overly sentimental tone. Yet, she quickly turned to shout at Meng Yiran and the others, demanding they halt. Then, addressing Yuxingha, she implored, Sister Xingha, you must stand up for us. You didn't see it, but that old man was terrifying. He looked as if he wanted to end our lives. Hearing Ning Rongrong's complaint, Mengshu felt his heart sink. Although the others displayed some discomfort at Ning Rongrong's exaggerated lament, they refrained from commenting, as Mengshu had indeed appeared ready to act violently moments earlier. After listening to Ning Rongrong's grievances, Yuxingha turned to Tang San and asked, What transpired just now? Please recount the events in detail. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, Mengshu's previously mournful expression instantly transformed into one of joy, nearly compelling him to plant a kiss on Tang San's cheek. There are indeed many good people in this world. After Tang San's clarification, Yuxingha playfully smacked Ning Rongrong on her pert backside, exclaiming, Yuxingha is protective, yet not in an unprincipled manner. For she understands that excessive indulgence only breeds unruly children. Contemplating this, she turned to Zhao Wuji amidst Ning Rongrong's pitiful expression and said, Teacher Zhao, please give that mandala serpent to her. I have found a superior soul beast for Xiao San. Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, Zhao Wuji handed the unfortunate serpent to Mengshu. Mengshu could hardly fathom that his opponent would actually return the serpent to him. Initially, he had thought that if Yuxingha did not trouble them, he would be grateful beyond measure. Gazing at the mandala serpent in his hands, Mengshu looked at Yuxingha with a complex expression and inquired, Why? The Moonstar River responded with a calm demeanor, There is no particular reason. Although this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, I find such a rule distasteful. The strong possess everything, while the weak are left with nothing, deriving their joy from the suffering of others. That is not true happiness, and I have no desire to engage in such behavior. Upon hearing these words, Mengshu and Zhao Wuji felt their faces flush with embarrassment. One was a soul Douluo, and the other, a notoriously infamous soul saint. To claim they had never bullied others would be a blatant lie. Yet, at this moment, as they gazed at the young girl, barely over 10 years of age, they perceived her as a towering figure radiating a golden light, deserving of admiration. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of the Shrek Academy students and Ming Iran, Meng Shu bowed deeply to the Moonstar River. This gesture, known as the disciples' salute in the realm of soul masters, is typically exchanged between students and teachers, or between juniors and elders. Yet here was Meng Shu, nearing a century of life, bowing to a mere child barely in her preteens. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly leave many in shock. Then, amidst the bewildered stares, Meng Shu spoke. In my 90 years of life, since becoming a soul Douluo at 60, no one has dared to show me disrespect. Whatever I desired, others would retreat in fear, for they understood the strength I wield as a soul Douluo. I established my own sect and took in over 100 disciples. Whenever a disciple got into trouble, unless it was severe, no one dared to report it. For I am a soul Douluo. When I turned 70, my most beloved disciple had a failed marriage proposal. I personally went a plead for him, and the girl's parents readily consented. However, the girl wept inconsolably, and less than a month later, she took her own life. There was also a nameless fellow named Liang Shanbua who perished. He was said to be her original fiancé. Normally, I wouldn't have remembered someone of his lowly status. But before he died, he came to my sect and uttered a poignant question. Can the strong truly do as they please in this world? My answer was unequivocal. Yes. With strength comes the freedom to act. He then challenged my beloved disciple, but was severely defeated. Not long after, he died at the girl's grave. Such a significant event transpired. Yet neither the girl's family nor Liang Shanbua's relatives came to confront me, for I am a soul Douluo. All my life, I believed that as long as I was strong enough, my actions could never be wrong. In truth, those who are even stronger than I, the titled Douluos, often act similarly, with some crossing even greater lines. But today, you have imparted a lesson to me, dear child. Thank you. You have shown me another facet of strength. Perhaps that is why heaven holds such affection for you. I wish you swift ascension to title Douluo. Now let us depart. With that, Meng Shu cast a deep glance at the Moonstar River and Xiao Wu before taking his leave with the ever-curious Meng Iran, who kept glancing back. Once they had departed, the onlookers regarded the Moonstar River with complex expressions, falling into a prolonged silence. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Tang San, this is the soul beast I bestow upon you, a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Although it surpasses the typical age limit that a soul master can absorb, it is often said that fortune favors the bold. Your martial spirit is inherently disadvantaged, and to surpass others, one must endure greater hardships. Are you afraid? The illustrious name of the man-faced demon spider resonated deeply with Tang San. After listening to Yu Xinghe's words, he found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed at the creature. While the man-faced demon spider possesses great potential, Tang San is not one to act recklessly. He is acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Within him resides the soul of an adult, and compounded by the emotional turmoil stirred by this outsider, he finds himself lacking the resolve to make a definitive decision. Yu Xinghe, without hesitation, retrieved a tablecloth from the dream of tears and spread it upon the ground. Commencing their picnic, the group then settled down, inquiring about the experiences of Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu throughout the day. Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu naturally refrained from speaking the truth, so Yu Xinghe promptly activated her innate skill, fabrication. Upon catching up with Xiao Wu, a Titan great ape suddenly emerged. It turned out that these two brothers were named Xiongde and Xiong'er, the guardians of order in the Douluo forest. Should anyone recklessly fell trees or indiscriminately hunt soul beasts within this forest, they would resolutely step forth to rend that insolent soul master to pieces. You may wonder why they sought Xiao Wu. They claimed she bore a striking resemblance to a human girl named Zhao Lin, who had once been their friend. Thus, Xiongde and Xiong'er harbored no malice towards Xiao Wu, even suggesting that she could come visit and play with them whenever she pleased. After listening to Yu Xinghe's account, Ning Rongrong curiously inquired, Sister Xinghe, may I accompany you to visit Xiongde and Xiong'er? No, you may not. Why not? From your description, they seem quite amiable. They are only kind because they cannot overpower me. A reckless little girl like you running over there would merely serve as a feast for them. Ning Rongrong, from that point onward, rumors of the two Titan great apes serving as guardians of order in the Douluo forest spread far and wide, leading many soul masters to consciously refrain from wantonly slaughtering soul beasts for many years to come. This shift in behavior eventually caused the Beast God Emperor to alter his perception of these humans, at least momentarily. Of course, these are tales for another time. Chapter 76, Elemental Doppelganger. After a prolonged silence, Tang Sin finally took action against the faceless demon spider. with the rise of a purple soul ring. He guided it towards himself, and after a whirlwind of blood and a scene unsuitable for the young, 8 bulges erupted from his back, giving birth to the 8 spider lances. Witnessing such a spectacle, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim, ultimately, he is still the protagonist. Yu Xinghe dares to wager that if it were she who were to absorb the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, she would undoubtedly receive no external soul bone. Faceless demon spider, nonsense. I was peacefully slumbering when you suddenly attacked me. Why would you expect me to grant you an external soul bone? In the face of Tang San's sudden transformation, Ma Hongjun attempted to approach for a closer look. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe intervened just in time and elucidated the concept of external soul bones to the group. Upon hearing her explanation, the others could not help but marvel at Yu Xinghe's formidable prowess, acknowledging that she not only surpassed them in strength but also in theoretical knowledge. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie recounted the events that transpired in the Star Doe Forest to the faculty, leaving them astounded by the twists and turns of the narrative. The following day, Flinder gathered everyone together. Today, we will welcome a new instructor. The upcoming training sessions will be entirely under his direction, and you must comply. Understood? Understood. Thus, amidst Tang San's astonished yet elated gaze, the master made his appearance. Teacher, Xiao San. Witnessing the heartfelt embrace between the two, the group was deeply moved. The moonlit starry river sang a poignant song that perfectly complemented the emotional moment. You are the wind, I am the sand, entwined until the ends of the earth. As the crowd, initially moved to tears, heard this melody, they swiftly stifled their emotions, gazing at the moonlit starry river with faces reflecting a profound disillusionment. Indeed, the moonlit starry river possesses remarkable qualities, yet regrettably, she is not mute. Fortunately, her exceptional prowess rendered her untouchable, even in moments of indifference. It is often said that a new official ignites 3 fires upon assuming office. The master arrived and immediately instituted a rigorous training regimen. Upon hearing the master's demands, the faces of the crowd turned ashen. Naturally, this did not include the moonlit starry river, for the master deemed her circumstances unique, granting her the liberty to roam at will. Consequently, the expressions of the others darkened further. While the Shrek group toiled under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, the moonlit starry river reclined beneath a tree, leisurely enjoying an ice cream, occasionally conjuring a vibrant pattern to transform it into a fan, gently swaying it with delightful ease. If only this were the extent of the matter. Yu Xinghe observed that the crowd, after completing their training, still dared to display disdainful expressions towards her, indicating they possessed residual energy. Thus, a more rigorous approach was imperative. The master, upon hearing this, wholeheartedly agreed. Then, on one particular morning, the master publicly announced a significant development before all present. We are the Monster Academy, and as such, we must showcase our uniqueness. Therefore, from this moment forth, Yu Xinghe shall assume the role of your instructor. She will guide you towards a holistic development encompassing virtue, intellect, physicality, aesthetics, and labor. Let us welcome her with applause. The sound of scattered clapping filled the air as Yu Xinghe, with a cheerful smile, remarked, in truth, my training regimen is not vastly different from the master's. It merely expands upon his foundational training with 2 additional components. The first component, practical assessments. You must have sufficiently familiarized yourselves with the great soul arena by now. Each of you claims to be a master of solitude, so come and face me in combat. Upon hearing the challenge to battle Yu Xinghe, Dai Mubai displayed a reluctant expression and exclaimed, Xinghe, this feels somewhat unfair. We are hardly your match. Yu Xinghe had anticipated that they would use this excuse. She reassured them, saying, rest assured, I will not bully you. I shall not personally participate. Instead, I will use my doppelganger, which will not possess any soul skills. By the way, for each match you win, I shall bestow a kiss upon each of you boys. As for the girls, I will prepare a customized delicacy for them. Of course, the penalties for losing will be quite severe. This is the second part of my plan, mental torment. You will accompany me to the Grand City to perform for a living. I shall provide further details later. What do you say? If you're unwilling, you may withdraw now. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, the group pondered briefly before displaying expressions of excitement, particularly Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who were especially thrilled. Observing the exuberance of these 3, Tang San wore a look of pity. Oh, naive children, do you truly believe that Yu Xinghe's favors come so easily? He mused, already contemplating how many healing potions he would need for the impending duel with her. Master, watching the unusually exuberant children, could only shake his head with a wry smile. Indeed, it seemed that gastronomy and allure were the ladders to advancement for soul masters. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Flanders and other faculty members, Yu Xingha's special training commenced. Before the crowd, Yu Xingha extended her right hand, aligning her index and middle fingers while retracting the other three. Then, she uttered a command, Elemental Doppelganger, in a dazzling display, for vibrant patterns representing the attributes of water, fire, thunder, and light emerged behind her. As the onlookers gazed in astonishment, these patterns merged into one. Following this, the patterns elongated and transformed into the likeness of Yu Xingha. This was one of the soul skills she had devised over the past few months, inspired by the doppelganger techniques from DNF and Naruto, Elemental Doppelganger. Under normal circumstances, Yu Xingha would not have been able to manifest such a skill with her current abilities. Even if she managed to create one, the doppelganger would remain immobile, akin to a human-shaped bomb that would explode upon contact. However, during these past months, Yu Xingha had completed a side quest to become a merciless merchant. Yu Xingha remained uncertain about the purpose of this task, yet knowing that the system's missions were often absurd, and considering that the reward was a volume of mental cultivation techniques, she chose not to dwell on it. The task involved splitting her soul's power to create an independent persona. Upon acquiring the scroll of mental cultivation, Yu Xingha promptly established a persona characterized by absolute calmness and combat proficiency, subsequently crafting a body from the energy within her. The members of Shrek observed her seemingly idle and slumbering, unaware that she was engaged in dialogue with her auxiliary persona. As the manifestation of this avatar emerged, astonishment spread among the onlookers. You have a stick of incense to contemplate your strategy. Battle shall commence thereafter. Although this doppelganger mirrored Yu Xingha in appearance, her voice was notably coarse and jarring, a consequence of her energy-based form. The forcibly merged energies clashed incessantly, and without Yu Xingha's diligent control, the avatar would likely disintegrate swiftly. Chapter 77. The Avatar Battles the Seven Monsters. Tang-san, how should we proceed? To be candid, I am equally uncertain. The unexpected admission from Tang-san left everyone astounded. He had always been the linchpin of the Shrek's seven monsters, guiding them during team battles in the Soul Arena. Unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard Tang-san as the very soul of their team. Now, faced with uncertainty from their guiding force, apprehension loomed over the impending confrontation. Just as the atmosphere thickened with trepidation, the master approached, delivering a firm pat on each of their heads. You are the Shrek Seven Monsters. You are extraordinary. You are geniuses. Looking so dejected is not befitting of you. Before the battle has even begun, you act as though you are strays. How can you hope to win? To emerge victorious, you must first believe in your own capability to triumph. Yes, Yu Xingha is formidable, terrifyingly so. However, you are not without merit, especially considering that this is merely a projection of hers. Do not forget, her avatar is an unstable construct of energy. If you manage to strike her form, it will inevitably collapse, leading you to victory. Upon hearing the master's analysis, the group felt rejuvenated. Defeating Yu Xingha seemed nearly impossible, yet merely targeting her true self appeared to be a feasible endeavor. In response, Yu Xingha remarked, "My dear children, you are still too young." Time passed slowly amidst the curling wisps of incense smoke. Eventually, after deep contemplation, Tang-san opted for the trident tactic. This strategy involved employing Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, two agile attack-oriented soul masters, as flanking forces to harass and assault Yu Xingha's avatar. Strike when possible, retreat when necessary. Daimu Bai possesses the most formidable soul power and the highest defense, serving as both the primary attacker and a sturdy shield. Ma Hongjun, positioned at the rear, unleashes long-range assaults, while Ning Rongrong stands beside him, providing assistance throughout the battlefield and ensuring Ma Hongjun's protection. Tang-san occupies the center, and Oscar prepares several sausages, 3 for each member. Although such preparations are typically prohibited during official matches, Yu Xingha remains silent on the matter, allowing them to feign ignorance. To maximize everyone's combat potential, Tang-san has thoughtfully provided 2 sets of concealed weapons for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, enabling them to assist in both support and offense. Upon hearing Tang-san's strategic arrangements, Yu Xingha turns to Yu Xingchen, the name of her alter ego, and exclaims, "You must win. If you lose, I shall make you kiss them." In response, Yu Xingchen replies in a rather coarse and awkward voice, "Oh, understood." Hearing this, Yu Xingha feels a twinge of regret for having programmed her alter ego to be so utterly composed. This hardly resembles a human. She is more akin to an emotionless machine. As the match commences, Zhao Wujie announces the start, and the members of the Shrek 7 monsters activate their soul rings. Dai Mubai leads the charge, his first and second soul rings shimmering as he rushes forward, unleashing a wave of white tiger light. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu utilize their speed to flank Yu Xingchen, denying her any opportunity to evade Dai Mubai's onslaught. Observing the encirclement forming, Ma Hongjun ascends into the air after consuming Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, unleashing a barrage of phoenix fire lines without concern for depleting his energy. For Ma Hongjun, Yu Xinghe's kiss is an irresistible temptation, deserving of his utmost effort. Ning Rongrong focuses her support on the two agile attack-type soul masters, enhancing their strength and granting them increased speed, enabling them to assault Yu Xingchen or retreat from their allies' relentless bombardment. Tang San stands ready to provide support or attack as the situation dictates. The Shrek 7 monsters launch a lethal assault, attacking from all angles without any blind spots. Faced with such an onslaught, Yu Xingchen appears left with no options but to endure or retreat. Endure or retreat. Under the intense scrutiny of her companions, Yu Xingchen finally mounts a counterattack. She opens her arms, summoning two ethereal energy shields that rise to block Dai Mubai's light wave and Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire lines. These shields, perfectly sized, manage to deflect all incoming attacks. Immediately following, as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing advance, Yu Xingchen closes her eyes. Although unaware of the adversary's intentions, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing decide to initiate a probing attack. When Xiao Wu activates her soul skill, instantaneous movement, Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously unleashes her own soul skill, and together, they charge towards Yu Xingchen from either side. The assault was not solely executed by two individuals. A third, Dai Mubai, had also approached with intent. The trio launched a simultaneous attack. Confronted with this dire situation, Yu Xingchen finally opened his eyes, his mouth agape. A roar erupted, resonating like a thunderclap, startling the three assailants into a momentary stupor. Though Tang San was positioned at a distance, he too was momentarily disoriented by the unexpected sound. Fortunately, Yu Xingchen was merely engaged in a sparring match and refrained from striking lethally. Otherwise, with such a powerful shout, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing would have perished instantly. Tang San, having cultivated the purple extreme magic eyes, possessed the strongest mental prowess among those present. Thanks to his distance from the source of the sound, he was the first to regain his composure and swiftly summoned his blue-silver grass to pull the trio back to safety. Yet, Yu Xingchen was not idle. He raised both hands, each palm cradling a swirling energy sphere. As the rotation intensified, the sphere sprouted 4 razor-sharp points. Observing the energy sphere, Yu Xinghe murmured to himself, "Isn't this just the spiral shuriken? My goodness, this clone possesses quite a talent." Almost as soon as Yu Xinghe's words fell, Yu Xingchen flung both hands forward, launching the 2 spiral shurikens toward Tang San with a furious speed. In a critical moment, Tang San activated his third soul skill, spider web binding. However, upon ensnaring the energy sphere, it detonated spectacularly. The explosion created a massive hemispherical crater in the ground, large enough to engulf dozens of Tang Sans. Tang San, so I have become a unit of measurement now. Just as another energy sphere approached, Tang San leaped aside, narrowly evading the spiral energy attack. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he witnessed the energy sphere veering in midair, now aimed directly at him. Panic surged through Ma Hongjun as he recalled the immense power of that sphere. Desperately, he summoned every ounce of soul power within him and unleashed the Phoenix Fire Line once more. Fortunately, the spiral shuriken was exceedingly unstable. Upon being struck by Ma Hongjuan's attack, it exploded, creating a dazzling display of energy in the sky. Chapter 78. The assessment seeing both spiral balls obliterated. Yu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lightning crackled, her gaze electrifying. She lowered herself slightly, bringing her hands together, fingers interlaced, as a flower of energy blossomed forth. A small sphere of energy began to coalesce, growing larger and larger. When the energy sphere reached the size of a basin, the fluctuations in energy caused even Flinder and Zhao Wujie to change expression. If that were to explode, it would likely overwhelm even a Soul King. Flinder, should we call a halt to this, young lady you? Flander shook his head and remarked, the girl named you exercises restraint in her actions. Furthermore, although her doppelganger's attacks are formidable, have you not noticed? The speed of these attacks is quite sluggish, providing the children ample time to react. Just like those 2 energy spheres earlier, had the real you executed them, Little San and the others would have had no chance to evade. No sooner had Flanders' words faded than Yu Xingchen thrust her hands forward, sending the energy sphere spiraling away. The energy sphere was extraordinarily chaotic, nearly passing over the ground carved a deep trench into the earth. Sensing the terrifyingly tumultuous energy contained within the sphere, Tang San understood that this was an onslaught beyond his capacity to withstand. Retreat was the wisest strategy. With this thought, Tang San extended his blue-silver grass, wrapping it around the waists of his companions as he hastily withdrew. Yet, what transpired next filled him with dread. As Tang San retreated, the energy sphere surged forward with startling acceleration, akin to an elderly man who, after stumbling, suddenly discarded his cane and transformed into Lu Xiang, sprinting forth. Faced with the imminent approach of the energy sphere, Oscar beside him cursed, "Damn it. It even commands itself. Is there no respite?" Oscar's words shone like a beacon of light amid darkness, illuminating Tang San's mind. Indeed, whether it was the previously curving energy sphere or this suddenly accelerating one, both were under the control of that doppelganger. Engaging head-on would surely lead to defeat. But who was Tang San? He was a disciple of the Tang sect. Disciples of the Tang sect have always triumphed over their adversaries using cunning and unpredictable ambush tactics. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Tang San resolved to fight with all his might. A glint of purple light ignited in his eyes. The purple extreme demon eye. He concentrated all his mental energy and directed it towards Yu Xingchen. In the next moment, Yu Xingchen, fully engrossed in manipulating the energy sphere, emitted a thunderous groan. Almost immediately, fissures began to appear across her body, with streams of light seeping through those cracks. Within lay a surging torrent of energy. As Yu Xingchen's form continued to fracture, the massive energy sphere began to tremble ominously. Once the wild energy broke free from its constraints, an explosion was an inevitable consequence. Having once crafted the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, Tang San was well aware of this. Just as despair settled in, and he closed his eyes to await his fate, a luminous figure appeared, facing away from them. With an outstretched hand, a faint energy shield materialized. Boom! A mushroom cloud, the size of a house, slowly ascended among the Shrek students. Feeling the immense power, Yu Xiaojiang, pale-faced, turned to Flander and exclaimed, "Why are you standing there? Why not save them? If anything happens to those children, it would be an irreparable loss." It was no wonder Master was so anxious. After all, Tang San was among them. In response to Master's reproach, Flander shook his head and said, "Just observe closely, and you will understand why I do not rush to their aid." As the smoke dissipated, a faint golden shield materialized. Within the shield stood the unscathed members of Shrek, alongside the moonlit starry sky, whose surface was marred by numerous cracks. Beyond the protective barrier lay a colossal spiral pit, vast enough to conceal thousands of Tang San. The match is concluded. With these words from Moonstar River, the cracked body of Moonstarry Sky trembled and shattered into a cascade of luminous particles, vanishing before Tang San and the others. "Very well, you have been defeated. Take a moment to rest, and this afternoon, accompany me into the city." Upon hearing Moonstar River declare their loss, Ma Hongjun expressed his discontent, stating, "I protest." Yu Xing had gestured for Ma Hongjun to articulate his reasons for protest. "Did you not claim that your doppelganger would not employ soul skills? Then what of the protective shield, that resounding roar, in the energy sphere? Are those not soul skills?" "Oh, you mean this?" Ma Hongjun replied. "That is certainly not a soul skill. One may regard it as a self-created technique, an advanced application of energy." The master, a theorist sensitive to certain terminologies, immediately inquired, "What constitutes an advanced application of energy?" "Ah, that's a lengthy discussion. Let us converse whilst we dine." Agreed. Upon witnessing Yu Xinghe depart with the other teachers, Ma Hongjun opened his mouth, as if to say more, but Tang San gently patted his shoulder, remarking, "Fatty, do not be disheartened. Had it not been for her doppelganger's intervention, we might have perished in the explosion." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Third brother, I am not discontent. I merely desire to win once, regardless of the method employed." At this, Tang San raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Do you yearn for a kiss from Yu Xinghe?" Ma Hongjun nudged Tang San with his elbow, revealing a knowing expression. "Could it be that you do not wish for that?" Tang San shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity to chide, "Lecher, pervert. No wonder girls overlook you. All right, let us first awaken Mu Bai and the others. Who knows what tortures await us this afternoon?" Upon hearing the term torture, the group's demeanor once again grew despondent. Cafeteria. As Yu Xing had dined, he addressed the tardy Tang San and the others, urging them to hasten, remarking that their delays would necessitate an increased assessment later that afternoon. The gravity of his words rendered the group momentarily pale. The master rapped the table, admonishing you not to intimidate them further, and requested he elucidate the advanced applications of energy. He then turned to Tang San and the others, insisting they grasp the significance of the discussion. Once everyone was prepared, Yu Xinghe continued, emphasizing a critical flaw that all soul masters share, an excessive reliance on soul rings. Flander, furrowing his brow, countered, questioning what soul masters should depend on if not the soul rings. Indeed, in the Douluo Continent, martial souls serve as the foundation for cultivation, with soul rings acting as the keys to unlocking various avenues of training. Without these rings, a soul master would struggle immensely. The fundamental issue lies in the fact that soul rings bestow soul skills. A soul master devoid of soul skills is akin to a Lamed Guan Yu or a mage bereft of teleportation, vulnerable and easily exploited. This can be exemplified by the circumstances in the City of Slaughter, where any soul master entering is stripped of their soul skills, regardless of their rank, with the only distinction being that soul sages may possess slightly more soul power. Flander's assertion was unassailable, a consensus acknowledged even by the master, who, despite his erudition, had always sought to secure the finest soul rings while instructing Tang San. However, Yu Xinghe's declaration that soul masters were overly reliant on these rings was a revolutionary notion that left many in disbelief. I understand that accepting this perspective may prove challenging for you, but for your advancement, and for all soul masters, this will herald a profound transformation. I term it the martial soul reform. Before instigating a shift in your mindset, I wish to pose a question. Typically, how many soul rings and soul skills does a soul master possess? Daimubai, rolling his eyes, replied, a soul master reaching the rank of title Douluo naturally has 9 soul rings and 9 soul skills. Correct. Now, can you guess how many soul skills I possess? As Yu Xinghe's words echoed, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Ma Hongjun was the first to speak, suggesting it must be 4. Instant teleportation. That wondrous golden blade with chains, those orbs, and today's doppelganger. In truth, the majority present shared similar thoughts, with even Xiao Wu estimating 5. This was due to Yu Xinghe possessing a transformation-type ability, which she had only demonstrated before Xiao Wu. Flender and the others also speculated 5. But their additional skill was the simulation mentioned by Yu Xinghe. Observing the varied conjectures exchanged among the group, Yu Xinghe smiled nonchalantly and stated, I possess only 3 soul skills, but strictly speaking, there are only 2, as 2 of them form a combination skill that must be used in conjunction, instant teleportation and the simulation-type skill. At this point, Yu Xinghe felt a headache coming on, finding the act of deceit rather troublesome. Upon hearing that he possessed only the instant teleportation and simulation skills, the cafeteria erupted in astonishment. Silence. With the force of Yu Xinghe's presence, everyone was rendered speechless. In that moment, they recalled that this seemingly small girl had even defeated a soul Douluo. Of course, I am an exception. You need not use me as a reference, for it is meaningless. What I wish to convey is that as long as a soul master possesses soul power, they inherently possess soul skills. This is what I intend to discuss today regarding the advanced application forms of energy, which you may also refer to as the advanced application forms of soul power. Naturally, this theory may be quite complex for you, not easily articulated in just a few words. I will first provide a brief overview. A soul master, as long as they have soul power, theoretically possesses soul skills. Next, I will invite Xiao Wu to demonstrate. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe call her up for a demonstration, Xiao Wu blushed and exclaimed, Xinghe, I don't know how to do those things. Yu Xinghe smiled and waved his hand, declaring, if I say you can, then you can. As Xiao Wu approached, Yu Xinghe grasped her hand and instructed, close your eyes. Follow my guidance and channel your soul power. In the next moment, Xiao Wu felt a surge of energy flowing from the palm of Yu Xinghe into her own, coursing through her arm and into her body, ultimately settling at the location corresponding to her navel. This spot, as Tang Sen would describe, is the lower dantian, while Yu Xinghe referred to it as the golden ratio point of the human body. In the following instant, Yu Xinghe's energy began to draw out strands of soul power, guiding them through her meridians, from her abdomen to her thighs, then cascading down to her calves, and finally grounding itself at the soles of her feet. To the astonishment of onlookers, Xiao Wu's petite feet radiated a hazy glow. Xiao Wu, do not activate your soul skills, just run. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu vanished. Observing her disappearance, Flender leapt to his feet, bewildered, exclaiming, is that teleportation? Everyone was aware that when they returned from the Stardow forest, Xiao had also broken through and absorbed her third soul ring. Subsequently, she had demonstrated her soul skill, which was indeed teleportation. However, now Xiao had not activated her martial spirit nor displayed her soul ring. She simply vanished in an instant, leaving Flinder utterly perplexed. What further confounded Flinder was what happened next. After Xiao Wu had teleported away, Yu Xinghe called for everyone to come out. The group immediately followed. Outside the cafeteria was a vast open space, where Yu Xinghe addressed Zhao Wujie, saying, "Teacher Zhao, could you step outside for a moment?" Zhao Wujie, with a wary expression, inquired, "What do you want?" It was evident that he had been left with some trauma by Yu Xinghe. Noticing Zhao Wujie's defensive posture, with arms crossed as if to ward off unwanted advances, Yu Xinghe chuckled, "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I'm not looking for you. It's Xiao Wu." "Oh, Xiao Wu. In that case, it's fine." Zhao Wujie had a distinct memory of the spirited girl during the first day of the new student assessment. She had attempted to use a mental soul skill, charm, on him, which backfired and led to him being punished by Yu Xinghe. "Teacher Zhao, please reveal your martial spirit." "Stand ready. What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much. I simply wish for you to be a living target." Zhao Wujie, although initially reluctant, upon realizing it was Xiao Wu who would be taking action, he felt a sudden surge of confidence. Then, Xiao Wu stepped before Zhao Wujie, extending her hands to grasp one of his arms, and with the soul power pathway previously instructed by Yu Xinghe, she forcefully hurled him. Unbeknownst to him, the unsuspecting Zhao Wujin found himself unexpectedly thrown over the shoulder by Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Zhao Wujin was robust and resilient. Xiao Wu's throw did not inflict any pain upon him. Furthermore, with Yu Xinghe present, Zhao Wujin could only dust himself off and swallow his indignation. Observing Zhao Wujin's intention to leave, Yu Xinghe exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, please do not depart. We still have an experiment to conduct." Zhao Wujin turned around, his voice tinged with irritation. "Yu Xinghe, even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of temper. Should you wish to cast me as a jester, I shall absolutely refuse." Indeed, Zhao Wujin was a man of considerable pride, and to be tossed about like a puppet by a group of lesser soul masters was a fate more unbearable than death itself. Noticing that Zhao Wujin seemed genuinely incensed, Yu Xinghe was compelled to seek a different target. Soon, she identified another suitable candidate, Tang San. "Tang San, what is going on? Am I destined to be a mere tool once more?" Following this, Yu Xinghe summoned Ning Rongrong. After positioning Tang San appropriately, she took Ning Rongrong's hand and guided her energy along a specific pathway within her body. Turning to Ning Rongrong, Yu Xinghe asked, "Rongrong, do you remember?" Ning Rongrong replied, "I do not recall." To which Yu Xinghe responded, "Remember it well. You must remember." Embarrassed, Ning Rongrong nodded slightly. With no other choice, Yu Xinghe had to guide Ning Rongrong through the soul power pathway once again. Yet this time, Ning Rongrong still failed to remember. Thus, Yu Xinghe repeated the process for the third time. This time, Ning Rongrong remained silent, leaning closer to Yu Xinghe and whispering a remark that left her utterly flabbergasted. "Oh, this feels wonderful. Sister Xinghe, could you please do this for me again tonight?" "Yu Xinghe, am I truly reduced to playing the fool?" Having been deceived, Yu Xinghe refrained from inquiring whether Ning Rongrong had remembered, and instead declared, "If you fail to wield the waist bow later, I shall take a stick to your backside." With that, Yu Xinghe dashed to the woodpile and retrieved a stick thicker than Zhao Wujie's arm. Chapter 80, The Reform of Martial Spirits, Part 2. Can Ning Rongrong also utilize the waist bow? As soon as Yu Xinghe spoke, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is important to note that Ning Rongrong is a support-type soul master. While some might have thought they could replicate Yu Xinghe's earlier request for Xiao Wu to conceal her soul rings and demonstrate her soul skills, the idea of a support soul master exhibiting the skills of an agile attack soul master was nothing short of astounding. In truth, Ning Rongrong herself found the situation quite unbelievable, yet since Yu Xinghe had encouraged her to give it a try, she resolved to do so. Approaching Tang San, she extended her delicate hands and, with a firm shout, exclaimed, "Ha!" In the next moment, Tang San felt a tremendous force emanating from her slender hands, transmitting power to his waist, and before he knew it, he was airborne. With a dull thud, he landed on a patch of blue-silver grass. In that critical moment, he had activated his first skill, Bind, wrapping himself in the blue-silver grass to create a cushion for his fall. However, the crowd's attention was clearly not on Tang San's impressive response. Instead, their gazes were fixed on Yu Xinghe, their eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions, astonishment, fervor, and complexity. Ning Rongrong gazed at her hands, still in disbelief over her recent accomplishment, when Oscar eagerly stepped forward and said, "Xinghe, let me give it a try too." As a food-type soul master without combat prowess, he enjoyed the protection of his comrades, yet every support master harbors the heart of a warrior. This time, however, Xinghe did not invite Oscar to experience the same fate, but beckoned Dai Mubai. As Xinghe's hand rested on Dai Mubai's shoulder, a surge of wild energy coursed through him, prompting Dai Mubai to instinctively summon his martial spirit and activate the White Tiger transformation. Following this, Xinghe skillfully guided Dai Mubai's soul power, allowing him to unleash the White Tiger shockwave without any flicker from his soul rings. Next, Xinghe placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, directing him towards a nearby wall. In the following instant, a beam of light shot forth from Oscar's mouth, obliterating the wall in the distance. Dai Mubai stared in disbelief as he witnessed the destruction, murmuring in astonishment, "White Tiger shockwave." Then, Xinghe signaled to Xiao Xian, who was already eager to participate. As a level 72 food-type soul sage, Xiao Xian held a prestigious position, yet he too possessed a yearning for battle. With excitement akin to that of a child, he approached Xinghe and inquired, "Teacher Yu, what should I do?" It appears that the allure of combat holds significant appeal for Xiao Xian, to the extent that he disregards matters of seniority. In truth, Xiao Xian's approach is not misplaced. The path of cultivation and mastery has always favored the adept as the teacher, with no inherent obligation for the elder to serve as the mentor. Moreover, given that Xinghe possesses formidable strength and has pioneered an epic-making theory on martial souls, referring to her as a teacher is hardly an exaggeration. As Xinghe placed her hand upon Xiao Xian's back, due to her shorter stature, he felt the soul power within him begin to flow along an unprecedented path. It was akin to a person who has traversed the same route for over a decade suddenly being guided down a new, uncharted path that nevertheless leads to the same destination, a truly novel experience. This time, rather than speaking, Xiao Xian, under Xinghe's guidance, brought his hands together and then opened them, positioning them at his waist. "Teacher Yu, you must shout Turtle School Energy Wave later. It will amplify the power." Xiao Xian exclaimed with excitement, "Is this considered a soul incantation?" The primary distinction between food-type soul masters and others lies in the necessity for food-type soul masters to recite incantations to activate their skills. Hearing Xiao Xian's remark, Xinghe responded with a stiff smile, "If you think so, then let it be." After all, Xinghe could hardly confess that this was merely her quirk. In the next moment, amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Xian grinned menacingly and shouted, "Turtle School, Energy Wave." With that, a beam of light erupted from between his hands, resulting in a distant building exploding with thunderous force. The sheer magnitude of the blast caused Flanders and others to swallow hard instinctively. Flanders, with a rigid expression, turned to Zhao Wuji and asked, "What do you think of this power?" Zhao Wuji replied, "I reckon those below the Soul Emperor rank would struggle to withstand it. Even a Soul Emperor might find it quite challenging if caught off guard. While such power might not seem remarkable for a formidable attack-type soul sage, the fact that this was an assault from a food-type soul master rendered it quite impressive. The only unfortunate aspect was that as the master returned to the dormitory that evening and beheld the scattered debris of buildings, he suddenly recalled that this was indeed his own residence. This day would later be commemorated as the Day of Martial Soul Reform, marking the inception of a new cultivation method on the Douluo Continent. The boundaries between soul masters began to blur, and when soul guiding devices later became prevalent, these distinctions were entirely obliterated, eliminating classifications such as attack, agility, support, and control among soul masters. Witnessing Xiao Xian unleash an attack rivaling that of a soul emperor sent the master into a state of exhilaration. He approached with the intent to inquire about the advanced applications of soul power and to invite collaboration on martial soul studies. In response, Xinghe retorted, "The hell with that. I have no interest in such matters." For Xinghe, the paramount concern was not research, but rather the psychological assessment of Tang San and his companions. However, before conducting the psychological assessment, Xinghe needed to teach them some songs. The melodies were quite simple, and the tunes were not complex. Upon hearing that Xinghe would be instructing them in song, the crowd displayed expressions of curiosity, particularly Ning Rongrong, who delighted in having others sing to her. She eagerly anticipated the extraordinary tunes that this prodigy would impart. Listen closely to the first song. "What is your father's father's name?" "Your father's father is called grandfather." "What is your father's mother's name?" "Your father's mother is called grandmother." "What is your father's wife called?" What is your father's wife called again? The crowd responded with a bewildered silence. Now for the second song. A little pug sleeps at the gate, its eyes gleaming green. Yearning for meat bones. The crowd reacted with astonishment. Wait, I have a question. What benefit does singing these songs provide us? Dai Mubai, who valued his dignity greatly, found it utterly mortifying to sing such embarrassingly ridiculous songs in front of a crowd. It truly felt like a matter of life and death for him. Yu Xinghe had long anticipated that most would oppose him. After clearing his throat twice, he presented the carefully crafted discourse he had prepared. This is a trial of your fortitude. It is universally acknowledged that a successful individual becomes formidable by adhering to three principles. First, disregard for shame. Second, a continued disregard for shame. And third, the perseverance in maintaining that disregard. Consider this. You are all exceptionally gifted youths. When faced with an adversary beyond your capabilities, what would be the natural inclination? Surely, a rational person would choose to retreat. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. It is in these moments that the advantage of a thick skin becomes evident. Imagine your opponent hurling insults at your family while simultaneously belittling your character. A hot-headed youth would undoubtedly retaliate in anger. However, you, with your resilient demeanor, would remain unfazed, dismissing their vitriol as mere drivel, and thus, you would escape unscathed. Years later, as your strength has grown, you would confront your tormentor, repaying past humiliations 100-fold. How glorious that would be! Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, the students found them somewhat difficult to accept. Yet Flander and Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement after listening intently. Whether in literature or life, when faced with insurmountable challenges, bowing one's head is often the only viable option. It is akin to attempting to sleep amidst a relentless thunderstorm. A young person might become irate, perhaps even proclaiming in a melodramatic fashion, "My fate is mine to command. Not the heavens. Come, strike me again if you dare." The outcome for such individuals is often a swift demise at the hands of nature. Conversely, a mature adult, confronted with the cacophony of thunder, would simply pull the covers over their head and drift into a deep slumber, contemplating the possibility of a torrential downpour that might grant them a day off work, all while secretly wishing for the tempest to intensify, chuckling quietly beneath the sheets. Yu Xinghe's words are indeed profound, yet there are always individuals with rather unconventional thought processes. Take Ma Hongjun, for instance. He countered, "What if, by the time we become powerful, our enemies have all passed away? What then is the significance of our strength?" He continued, "How can there be no meaning? If they are gone, isn't that even better? You could dance on their graves and, with your phone at full volume, play a video of deranged laughter on Douyin, all while connected to a hefty 20,000 milliamp power bank for continuous playback. Trust me, that would surely infuriate them enough to bring them back to life." The crowd responded, "What on earth are you talking about?" Yu Xinghe suddenly realized that she had misspoken and clarified. In summary, if he were to perish, you would still possess various means of retaliation. For instance, you could excavate his grave, scatter his ashes, and then dance upon them, while his descendants or friends, intimidated by your might, would be compelled to praise your dancing skills. Is there anything more gratifying than this? Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, the crowd unanimously concluded that they must never offend this devious individual. An amusing incident transpired today in Soto City. A group of masked individuals abruptly halted in the bustling streets, leading onlookers to initially believe they were witnessing a performance of acrobatics. However, to everyone's surprise, they began to sing. While singing is commonplace in the Douluo Continent, where bards abound, the issue lay in the fact that the songs of these masked figures were rather indescribable. Some bards, upon listening, lamented that while the melodies were catchy, the lyrics left much to be desired. Father's father is grandfather, father's mother is grandmother. What kind of lyrics are these? Who doesn't he know that? Anyone can understand this. As for the name of father's wife, what was it again? Oh, how foolish. Obviously, father's wife is, what was it? From that moment on, in the streets and alleys of Soto City, certain songs became eternally ingrained in the local culture. These tunes, exceedingly childish, endured through the ages, and even after millennia. They remained popular. Musicologists of future generations, tracing the origins of these songs, could only attribute them to a mysterious group of masked bards. As for where these bards emerged from, Yu Xinghe remarked that one would have to inquire with the system. Yes, this second assessment of Yu Xinghe was established due to a task from the system. Otherwise, why would she waste time training Tang San and the others? With that spare time, wouldn't it be more delightful to search for suitable soul rings? Alternatively, she could invent some soul techniques herself. If all else failed, Yu Xinghe could gather materials to create a physical body for her auxiliary persona, which would be far more engaging than merely playing house with Tang San and his companions. Speaking of her auxiliary persona, which was a product of her impulsive spirit-splitting technique, Yu Xinghe felt a headache coming on. This creation, born out of a moment of whimsy, began to exert its influence over her. The primary impact was the constant struggle for control of their shared body. The most common manifestation of this conflict was that while Yu Xinghe relished sweet little bear cookies, her auxiliary persona, Yu Xingchen, insisted that savory scallion cookies were far more flavorful, forcing Yu Xinghe to indulge in both types of cookies. There was no escaping it. If she refrained from eating, there would be a commotion. Yu Xinghe could not comprehend why the persona of absolute calm she had meticulously crafted would be affected by such trivial matters. At times, the presence of her auxiliary personality would irk her to the point of wanting to obliterate it entirely. However, since this auxiliary personality had been birthed from the very essence of Yu Xinghe's soul, it was acutely aware of her thoughts. Whenever Yu Xinghe contemplated its annihilation, Yu Xingchen would tenderly call out, "Mama." The utterance of that single word would melt Yu Xinghe's heart. Yu Xinghe mused to herself, "Who would have imagined that I would skip straight to motherhood without traversing the path of marriage? It is akin to certain men who leap over fatherhood to become grandfathers." To which the grandfather would retort, "Scram. What kind of absurd analogy is that?" Chapter 82, Whimper. In the original text, Moonstar River recalls the chapter concerning the resurrection of Xiao Wu, which mentions 3 essential items: the sacred soul grass to awaken the soul, the Millennium 9-grade ginseng king to restore the physical body, and the ancient spirit beast's inner core to unify the soul and body. The sacred soul grass is readily available in the Daming region, while the ancient spirit beast's inner core is likely to be found only in the Hell Road of the City of Slaughter. As for the Millennium 9-grade ginseng king, Moonstar River cannot recall whether it was mentioned in the original work, as Tang San unexpectedly obtained a crystal blood dragon ginseng from his uncle. With the aid of the previously consumed heartbroken red, Xiao Wu successfully reformed her physical body under the influence of these 2 extraordinary herbs. However, the issue lies in the fact that the aforementioned chapters solely focus on the restoration of the physical body, despite Xiao Wu's dire state. At least she possesses a corporeal form, whereas Moonstar River, in her case, has nothing but consciousness. Would it not be prudent to first procure a soul beast for her to inhabit, while she herself consumes the crystal blood dragon ginseng to reform her shape? This notion was vehemently dismissed by Moonstar River. Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar yet somewhat alien voice echoed, "Little one, your body is rather lively, isn't it? You even harbor another consciousness? Aren't you afraid of losing your sanity? Are you the little black ball? Oh right, I've remembered. You are the little white ball, aren't you? Do not give me arbitrary names. I am called Ying." As she spoke, a snow-white, fluffball-like creature appeared in Moonstar River's embrace. Upon seeing Ying for the first time, an image of a man rapping flashed through Moonstar River's mind. "Look at this face. It's long and wide, just like this fluffball, which is big and round." Rapping man, my second line is not this. It must be said that Ying's appearance is quite endearing. With a fluffy body and glistening big eyes, and most importantly, her voice is adorably sweet. Holding such a creature, winter hands would never feel cold again. By the way, how did you awaken? Naturally, I woke up after having enough sleep. So can you leave my body now? Hey, we've been together for at least 5 years. Don't you humans say that a day of marriage brings 100 days of affection? Although we are not a couple, after all these years, you wish to drive me away the moment I speak? How heartless. As she spoke, Ying rubbed her soft, fluffy body against Moonstar River's chest, emitting adorable sounds. Helpless against such cuteness, Moonstar River's resistance was nearly non-existent. She could only pet Ying's cloud-like body while saying, "I won't drive you away. But you must pay your rent." Ying lifted her body and gazed at Moonstar River with her glistening big eyes, stating, "Did I not bestow upon you 2 skills alongside Little Red? These skills originate from my clan's treasured expertise. Are you not satisfied with this?" Yu Xinghe said with a hint of irritation, "This is my soul skill, you know. As long as I absorb the soul ring, there will inevitably be a soul skill." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Ying chuckled, albeit with a tone of disdain. "Do you really think a soul ring can bestow you with a soul skill? Don't be ridiculous. In this world, no soul beast soul ring can possibly grant you a soul skill. If you don't believe me, go hunt a soul beast right now. Any year will suffice. If that soul beast soul ring can indeed grant you a soul skill, I, Ying, will shave off all my fur." You claim that a soul ring cannot bestow me with a soul skill? Why is that? Ying replied, it is due to the fundamental differences in the essence of life. You are not a being of this world, and your level of existence is exceedingly high. The rules of this world do not entirely apply to you. To put it plainly, you are like a dragon trapped in a small river, having lost its powers, and now subjected to the humiliation of fish and shrimp. And then, a fish wishes to marry the dragon. Do you truly believe the fish is worthy of the dragon? At this point, Ying leaped onto Yuxingha's head and declared, you and I, neither of us are beings of this world. We belong to the same category of life. Only I can bestow you with skills. Or you may create your own skills, or perhaps awaken the skills that once belonged to you in your memories. Aside from that, it is impossible for you to acquire skills from the so-called soul rings of this world. After hearing Ying's words, Yuxingha inquired, do you know where I come from? Ying shook her head. I do not know which world it is from, but it is undeniable that you are indeed a being of the same level as I. So what are you then? When Yuxingha asked about her origins, Ying revealed a condescending gaze and said, I am known as Tun Tian, a deity of the spatial system, or in simpler terms, a divine beast of the spatial domain. Upon learning that Ying was a divine beast, Yuxingha instantly transformed into a curious child, bombarding her with questions. Since you say that I am of the same level as you, what exactly am I? You are also a divine being. However, I am currently unsure of which domain your divinity belongs to. But you have only this one body, and no rear. How do you relieve yourself? Have you ever seen a divine being using the restroom? I have. I once heard that rain falls from the heavens because dragons are relieving themselves up there. Then the quality of this divine being is rather low, urinating anywhere. How shameful. I am Tun Tian, a being of the spatial system. Within me lies an expansive, boundless space, capable of consuming countless things without the need for excretion. Is that truly the case? I do not believe it. Turn your body around. I shall thoroughly inspect you. I cannot have you urinating on me one day. You scoundrel. I do not possess those filthy organs. Help. Assaulting a divine being. After a playful scuffle, Yuxingha asked, Ying, do you possess a method to shape a physical body? You do not even know such a simple skill? It seems your memory inheritance has suffered quite severely. Quickly, tell me how to do it. Simply find a man. Engage in intimacy with him a few times, and naturally, you will conceive. Thus, a physical being will emerge. Yuxingha, upon observing the sullen expression on his face, exclaimed, forget it. With your discerning taste, it seems there are no male creatures in this world worthy of your attention. Why not create one yourself? How can I reproduce with myself? He retorted, through self-replication, of course. Much like a hen laying eggs without a rooster. It operates on the same principle. So, I still need to endure pregnancy? Can you devise a more feasible solution? Then we are left with the option of cellular division. How does one achieve division? By extracting a portion of your flesh and blood for cultivation. This would enable the direct cloning of an identical form. At this revelation, Yuxingha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What a splendid idea. Please, enlighten us on the procedure. You must follow these steps, not those, but these. Yes, precisely this way. Chapter 83. Growth thanks to the guidance of Ying, without whom I would have undoubtedly botched the creation of this vessel. After enduring more than 3 consecutive failures, Yuxingha vowed never to attempt it again. It was simply too excruciating. Beside her, Ying remarked, are you really crying out in pain from just having a couple of your hairs pulled? Have you no ambition? Hurry up. We need a piece of flesh. At our current level, we cannot clone a body from a mere hair. Only blood and flesh will suffice. What about the skin from my feet? I fear the pain. I believe your facial skin will do just fine. After all, it is quite thick. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Ying seized the opportunity when Yuxingha was distracted and bit off a piece of her flesh, causing Yuxingha to shed tears from the pain. Fortunately, after the system deducted some energy points, Yuxingha quickly recovered. However, despite her recovery, she made a mental note of Ying's audacity to bite her. While Ying was in the midst of cloning and cultivation, she suddenly shivered. All right, the cultivation will take some time. Once it is completed, I will notify you. Someone is coming. I must leave. Just as Ying vanished, the door to Yuxingha's chamber swung open, revealing Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Yuxingha, Xiao Wu immediately rushed into her embrace, exclaiming, Sister Xingha, could you please refrain from conducting those mind training sessions in the future? Singing those songs is utterly embarrassing. Despite Xiao Wu being a girl, she was no less fierce than Dai Mu Bai, embodying the spirit of a formidable tigress. Although Yuxingha also wished to spare Xiao Wu from singing such humiliating songs, The thought of the task S rewards compelled her to silently apologize to Xiao Wu. Not receiving a favorable response from Yu Xinghe, Xiao Wu expressed her frustration by scratching and biting at her. Fortunately, Xiao Wu's bite was not as formidable as Ying Ying's. Otherwise, Yu Xinghe might have considered jumping into the river. After venting her grievances against Yu Xinghe, Xiao Wu finally revealed her main purpose. Could you teach us about the application of soul power like last time? Yu Xinghe gently patted Xiao Wu's head and replied, "Of course, that is entirely possible." In the days that followed, Yu Xinghe dedicated himself to the task at hand, meticulously imparting the advanced applications of soul power to the members of Shrek Academy. As the first cohort to benefit from this revolutionary theory of martial souls, Tang San and his companions reaped immense rewards. Firstly, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who possessed no combat prowess, experienced a remarkable transformation. Upon mastering the application of soul power, they acquired a modicum of offensive and defensive capabilities. Although their attack strength remained inferior to that of their counterparts at the same level, they were no longer as defenseless as before. For instance, Oscar, despite being a soul master at the rank of Soul Zune, could unleash battle prowess comparable to that of a formidable soul master, while Xiao Xin, harnessing his soul sage rank, could wield destructive power akin to that of a soul emperor through his techniques. Secondly, the formidable attackers Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun significantly enhanced their skills. With their newfound understanding of advanced soul power application, they cunningly appropriated Xiao Wu's teleportation technique. Although they could not achieve the instantaneous movement within a certain range as Xiao Wu could, their speed saw a substantial increase, now rivaling that of ordinary agility-focused soul masters. Lastly, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing learned ranged offensive techniques from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, enabling them to catch their opponents off guard at critical moments. As for Tang San, he experienced the least improvement because he had already been training with the Xiantian treasure record, which encompassed techniques for speed, such as the ghost shadow perplexing step, skillful maneuvers like the crane catching the dragon, and versatile defensive and offensive techniques like the Xian Jade hand. Moreover, Tang San, as a traveler from another world, found Yu Xinghe's theories of soul power application to be familiar, as he had previously lived in a realm where everyone cultivated inner strength, albeit with varying methods. Having integrated the advanced applications of soul power, the Shrek 7 monsters saw a significant enhancement in their abilities, sweeping through the Soto Great Soul arena with ease. Even when they eventually faced the Imperial fighting team from the original narrative, their unexpected application of soul power allowed them to secure victory with far less difficulty compared to the original story, where they had barely triumphed. Director, it has been years since we last met, and your teaching has leaped forward by leaps and bounds. The offensive techniques of the younger students are truly remarkable. The leader of the opposing team unexpectedly approached to offer his congratulations, leaving the members of Shrek somewhat perplexed. However, it did not take long for Flanders to clarify the situation. This is your senior, Qin Ming, who was once the most outstanding student of our academy. Mubai, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, the record for reaching level 30 that you previously shattered was held by Qin Ming. After a brief exchange, the group soon became familiar with their senior, and the conversation grew considerably more animated. Nonetheless, throughout their discussions, it was Qin Ming's admiration for Shrek's unconventional tactics that dominated the dialogue. Support-type soul masters can also launch attacks. Assault-type soul masters possess speed comparable to agility-type soul masters. And agility-type soul masters have ranged capabilities akin to those of long-range soul masters. As for this control-type junior, his spirit is the blue-silver grass, which is nearly devoid of weaknesses. No, to be precise, every junior's shortcomings have been effectively addressed. Dean, how did you manage this? At this point, Flanders erupted into hearty laughter. Qin Ming, if you claim this is my achievement, you truly overestimate my abilities. Although I pride myself on my pedagogical skills, I lack the capacity to propose such groundbreaking theories. Upon hearing that Flanders was not the source of this innovation, Qin Ming's curiosity was piqued further. Then who is the master possessing such talent? Flanders replied with a smile. Strictly speaking, this master is actually your junior. However, given her capabilities, she could easily be my teacher. Realizing Flanders held such high regard for her, Qin Ming became even more intrigued. Where is she then? It was only then that the group noticed that Yu Xinghe had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 84. Dreams leave no trace. Where has Yu Xinghe gone? At this moment, she finds herself within the Grand Palace of the Soul Hall in Soto City. The bishop, who typically resides within the sanctum, is now stationed outside his office, assuming the role of a security guard. Passers-by speculate about the significance of the visitor who could compel the esteemed bishop to stand watch. Some conjecture that it might be the platinum bishop, while others suggest it could be an elder. There are whispers of a woman entering, leading some to believe it is none other than the Pope herself. However, such claims are met with skepticism, for it is merely a main hall. How could the Pope deign to visit this place? Bibi Dong, reflecting on her own stature, quips, I have even graced the branch hall in Notting City. Inside the office, after enveloping herself in a barrier of soul power to ensure her voice remains contained, Bibi Dong seizes Yu Xinghe and begins to strike her. With each slap, she expresses her grievances. This is for not returning to see me after such a long time. This is for neglecting to send me even a letter. And this is for thinking that a change in hairstyle would render you unrecognizable to me. If Yu Xinghe had known that her welcome gift would be like this, she would have immediately teleported far away. However, she currently had no such opportunity. After 10 slaps, Yu Xinghe was left gasping for breath, devoid of any air to inhale. Don't ask why. She intended to play dead, a tactic that had proven most effective against Bibi Dong over the years. Indeed, upon noticing Yu Xinghe's immobility, Bibi Dong hurriedly picked her up for inspection. Seeing her eyes tightly shut and her delicate face slightly flushed, Bibi Dong reached out to gently tickle her underarm. In the next moment, a melodious laughter echoed throughout the office. Stop. It tickles. You're killing me. Confess, what were you doing at Shrek Academy? And what about that rabbit? Lastly, compile your advanced soul power application forms for me. You're spying on me. Do I even need to? With that leaky Shrek Academy of yours. Any whisper of news spreads to a dozen nearby villages. Even without monitoring, information flows effortlessly into my ears. At this point, Bibi Dong smiled brightly at Yu Xinghe and playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, saying, I didn't realize you were such a little genius. Or is this merely the gulf between mortals and deities? As she spoke, Bibi Dong planted gentle kisses on Yu Xinghe's forehead and cheek, her expression one of tender affections. Did I hurt you just now? No. By the way, move your hand from my underarm. No. Your hand must not move. It's so ticklish. All right then. Yu Xinghe shifted to a more comfortable position nestled in Bibi Dong's embrace and inquired, What brings you to seek me? First, answer me regarding that rabbit. How do you intend to handle her? She is my friend. Bibi Dong, you must not harm her, especially since her mother has already fallen at your hands. That is unacceptable. The relationship between soul beasts and soul masters is one of survival of the fittest. It is either you or I. Moreover, I require soul rings. What if I were to find you a more potent soul ring? Perhaps one of 200,000 years or even 300,000 years or beyond. Where? You must first promise me that you will spare Xiaowu, and then I shall divulge this information. You heartless little rascal, daring to negotiate with me over a mere soul beast. As Bibi Dong appeared to be contemplating a tickling attack, Yu Xinghe quickly pleaded with a tone of desperation. You mustn't tickle me. Bibi Dong replied, then speak. Reluctantly, Yu Xinghe pointed to the Douluo Continent map on the wall of the office and said, On the other side of the ocean lies a new continent. The soul masters there are significantly less advanced than us, yet they possess soul-guiding devices. However, their devices are not particularly formidable. Yet, in that realm, there exist entirely new soul beasts known as the Evil Eye Tyrant, several of which are over 100,000 years old. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe mention a new continent, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Do you think I would deceive you? When we have the opportunity, let us explore that continent together. Very well. I shall overlook the matter of that rabbit. Your visit today is to celebrate your birthday, you fool. Have you forgotten your own birthday? Only then did Yu Xinghe recall that today marked her birthday. After this day, she would turn 12, and she had already spent 12 years in the Douluo Continent. Soon after, Bibi Dong produced a cake. It was not large and lacked aesthetic appeal. By Yu Xinghe's discerning standards, such a cake would not warrant her financial investment if she had commissioned it. However, Bibi Dong's subsequent words brought a pang to Yu Xinghe's heart. I made this myself, from the bread to the cream, and from the fruit picking to the creation. I accomplished it all alone. I had never attempted this before and made many mistakes, but this is my finest work. I hope you do not disdain it. With that, Bibi Dong donned a mysterious expression and said to Yu Xinghe, Close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Not long after closing her eyes, Yu Xinghe found herself once again enveloped in a tender embrace. By her ear, the gentle whispers of Bibi Dong caressed her. My dear, I possess nothing of great value. After much contemplation, I have resolved to offer you my very self. From this moment forth, I shall eternally guard and accompany you. Promise me, will you? Though her eyes remained shut, Xinghe could still sense Bibi Dong's fervent gaze fixed upon her, as if it sought to penetrate her being and reach the depths of her soul. The breath of Xinghe began to quicken, her heart racing tumultuously. In 2 lifetimes. This was the first time she received such a formal declaration of love from another, leaving her somewhat flustered. Noticing Xinghe's nervousness rendering her speechless, Bai Dong gently remarked, "If you wish to accept, then simply take my hand." Under the ethereal glow of the moonlit sky, Xinghe instinctively extended her hand towards Bibi Dong. In that moment, Bibi Dong clasped Xinghe's hand and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her knuckles. Subsequently, a fleeting mark, resembling a scythe, shimmered briefly on the back of Xinghe's hand. Having passed the 5th trial of the Rakshasa god, I now possess the divine mark. With this mark, no matter where you may be, I will be able to sense your condition, ensuring that you can never escape from my grasp, Bibi Dong declared, her gaze burning with intensity. Under the weight of that fervent look, Xinghe felt her bones turn to jelly, succumbing to the embrace of her companion. Utterly devoid of strength, as a flurry of kisses rained upon her. The following day, when Xinghe awoke, Bibi Dong's figure had vanished. Were it not for the lingering warmth and fragrant essence of her presence still enveloping the sheets, Xinghe might have thought the previous night a mere dream. Beside her pillow lay a letter left by Bibi Dong. "Xinghe, I must return to participate in the 6th trial of the Rakshasa god. This assessment may take anywhere from 1 to 12 months, but I promise I will return. Wait for me. Additionally, please transcribe your advanced soul power application methods in full and submit them to the cathedral's bishop. And do refrain from binding your chest with cloth. It is detrimental to your physical development. I have prepared so many beautiful undergarments for you." With a flushed face, Xinghe tucked the letter into her dream of tears, then deftly wrapped certain restless items with a cloth strip, muttering to herself, "These things will only hinder my speed in drawing the spear. Woman, what do you understand?" Chapter 85. Xinghe is a villain for some inexplicable reason. Whenever Xinghe stepped outside, she felt as though all eyes were upon her. Although she possessed a beauty that captivated all, adored by people, blooming like flowers, even causing tires to burst, why did those gazes seem so peculiar? Some bore a sense of pity, others were complex, some struggled to suppress laughter, and there were even a few who whistled at her. Without uttering a word, Xinghe advanced and delivered a fierce blow to the audacious individual who dared to whistle at her. However, once the confrontation concluded, the expressions on the faces of those around her grew even more intricate. Upon returning to the academy, Dai Mubai and the other boys hesitated, their words caught in their throats, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing looked on in astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiaowu gazed at her with a sorrowful expression. "Why do you all look at me like that? Is there something on my face?" To this, Ning Rongrong silently produced a mirror. Staring into the reflection, Xinghe was met with the sight of numerous strawberry-like marks adorning her neck and the unmistakable imprint of lips on her face, leading her to feel as though she had met her demise on the spot. Xinghe resolved to remain ensconced within the confines of her blanket for all eternity. The Moon and Star River Project seeks a secluded corner to meditate in solitude for a century. Xinghe intended to ensure that all who bore witness to this embarrassing scene would share her humiliation, just as she was devising a flawless plan for revenge. A small hand reached in. By mere sensation, Xinghe recognized it as Xiaowu's hand. "Xiaowu, can you allow me a moment to explain? I demand an explanation from you. In truth, it was a prank orchestrated by my sister." "You have a sister? I thought you were an orphan?" Xinghe thought. "Although you speak the truth, it sounds rather insulting. She is someone I met during my 5 years at the Martial Soul Academy. She has taken good care of me. She is not a bad person, merely a mischievous one. I only left abruptly after encountering her yesterday. Could you introduce me to her? That would be splendid. However, it will have to wait for a time." Upon hearing that Xinghe would delay the introduction, Xiaowu scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze. Seeing her candid demeanor, Xiaowu chose to trust her, at least for now. "However, we shall consider this matter settled. Yet, you must accept a punishment." With that, Xiaowu leaped onto Xinghe and planted a flurry of kisses on her face. After witnessing the prominent strawberry mark left on Xinghe's cheek, Xiaowu expressed her satisfaction, saying, "I too wish to leave my own mark upon your face." "Very well. Let it be strawberries then. It is certainly preferable to having 3 moles etched upon the soles of my feet." Due to the financial constraints of Shrek Academy, even with the skill of salt production, acquiring training resources remained a challenge. Under the Master's counsel, after a night of contemplation, Flinder ultimately resolved to journey to Heavendoe Academy. The Shrek's 7 monsters erupted with joy upon learning that the Master and the Dean planned to take them to Heaven-Do Academy for the 3rd phase of their training. Why were they so elated? It was because they would no longer have to worry about being led by Yuxinghe to sing those excruciatingly embarrassing songs in the streets of Soto City. Just as they celebrated, Yuxinghe appeared. In order to further fortify your resilience to embarrassment, I have decided that you shall sing all the way to Heaven-Do Academy. However, do not fret. I have composed a new song, guaranteed to be far more melodious than the previous 2. Remember, the essence of this song lies in singing and dancing simultaneously. Do you understand? Just as Yuxinghe finished assigning the task and was about to depart, the Shrek group fell to their knees in unison. Ning Rongrong, with a quavering voice, implored, "Sister Xinghe, please have mercy on us. The reputation of the Shrek's 7 monsters has been utterly ruined in Soto City. You, with your magnanimity, must not allow us to suffer further disgrace in Heaven-Do City. My family resides on the outskirts of Heaven-Do City. If my father learns of this, I shall have no choice but to leap into the river." Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing muttered unconsciously, a pug, sleeping at the entrance. Daimubai, with tear-filled tiger eyes, added, "For the past few nights, I have been singing Grandfather is called Daddy in my sleep." Hong Jun's situation was even more dire. While seeking solace in a brothel, he unexpectedly broke into song about the pug, frightening all the young ladies away. Consequently, he was left to wander through narrow alleys, only to be met with disdain as the girls demanded extra pay for tending to a lunatic. In contrast to the tear-streaked faces of Dai Mubai, Hong Jun, and Ning Rongrong, Oscar appeared remarkably composed. Yuxinghe pointed at Oscar and exclaimed, "Why are you all so inept?" Oscar, a support-type soulmaster, has not uttered a single complaint. What are you all whining about? Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, Dai Mubai shouted at Oscar, "Oscar, recite a soul incantation." Instinctively, Oscar began to chant, "What is my father's name? No, my father's father is called grandfather. My father's mother is called grandmother. Grandfather and grandmother are divorced. Yet father and mother are deeply in love. Why did grandfather and grandmother divorce? Why?" Observing Oscar clutching his head in agony, Yuxinghe felt an unfamiliar pang of guilt towards the group of youths. Have I gone too far? With this thought, Yuxinghe glanced at the task progress. Task name: instill an indelible psychological shadow upon the members of Shrek. Progress: 67. Task reward: unlock the innate martial soul, the Eye of the Starry Sky. Although Yuxinghe felt remorseful, the thought of the task progress being so close to completion, not to mention the reward being of immense significance to her, spurred her on. Until now, she remained unaware of the true utility of her martial soul. Nevertheless, the soul tool, Pulse, which was part of her martial soul, had already proven to be incredibly beneficial. The Eye of the Starry Sky, no matter what, she must unlock it. With only one step left in the task, it seemed that only Tang San and Xiao Wu were unaffected, indicating that there must be someone between them who had not yet developed the psychological shadow. Who could it be? As Yuxinghe turned her gaze towards Tang San, he promptly fainted. No, that is not right. Tang San had long been subjected to psychological torment by Yuxinghe, leaving only one truth remaining. That truth pointed to Ning Rongrong, who was fidgeting restlessly beside Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, I didn't realize you were so adept at feigning innocence. It appears my training of you has been insufficient. How about I send you to sing at the entrance of the Tiando Academy? At these words, Ning Rongrong burst into tears, exclaiming, Yuxinghe is a devil, a wicked villain. Woo-woo. As Ning Rongrong ran away in tears, the sound of task completion resonated. Chapter 86. The Birth of the Moon Star. With the task fulfilled, Yuxinghe ceased her torment of the group and directly announced the conclusion of the assessment. The announcement elicited overwhelming joy and tears from everyone. In the distance, Flinder and the other teachers, hearing the cries emanating from the student dormitory, could not help but reflect. I never imagined these little ones held such deep affection for this place. The master, standing nearby, remarked nonchalantly, perhaps they are crying from the torment inflicted by Yuxinghe. Attachment? What is there to be attached to in this remote backwater? The futures of these children lie at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. Flinder, incensed that the master would belittle his 20 years of dedication as merely a backwater, felt his beard bristle with indignation. I refuse to believe it. The children must love this place deeply, which is why they are reluctant to leave. Suddenly, the sight of Ning Rongrong, weeping and running, captured the attention of Flander. Look, that child, Rongrong, is yearning to traverse this land once more before her departure. Soon after, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed from a distance, rendering Flander's expression rigid. Yuxinghe is a villain, wailing. Upon acquiring the Eye of the Starry Sky, Yuxingha's eyes shimmered brilliantly. Her pupils sparkled like stars, radiating streams of light. And within her gaze lay a vast expanse of twinkling stars and resplendent starlight. However, beyond its magnificent exterior, the true power of the Eye of the Starry Sky resided in the abilities it bestowed. It could continually absorb the energy of the cosmic rivers, transforming it into mental strength. While Tang San's purple extreme magic eye required him to absorb purple energy during the sun's peak, all Yuxingha needed to do was wait. As she felt the ocean of mental energy within her mind gradually expanding, Yuxingha experienced an unprecedented sense of well-being. Naturally, her spirits would soar even higher if the Shrek 7 monsters were to invite her to dine together. Just as Yuxingha sat alone on the rooftop, gazing up at the starry sky, Ying appeared in her embrace. "Xingha, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" "The bad news, please." "The bad news is that the cultivation has failed." "What?" Upon hearing that the cultivation of the shell had failed, Yuxingha seized Ying and began to unleash her fury. "Ah, that was a piece of flesh I endured excruciating pain to procure. How dare you fail? No, I must take a bite out of you." As she spoke, Yuxingha opened her mouth, ready to bite down. Seeing this, Ying hurriedly interjected, "Why not hear the good news before you bite me?" Considering Ying's fluffy coat, Yuxingha decided to grant her a reprieve. "Although the cultivation has failed, I still managed to create the shell." Saying this, Ying pointed with her small, fluffy hand, and a door opened in the air, revealing a body that fell out. It was the form of a 6-year-old girl, unclad, with a delicate and adorable face adorned with 2 bun-like hairstyles. Had she not been devoid of breath, one might easily mistake this porcelain doll-like girl as merely asleep. With pride, Ying declared, "Originally, this shell was intended to cultivate to about the age of 16. But I haven't done this in so long that my skills have dulled, resulting in only a 6-year-old form. By the way, is this shell meant for another consciousness within your body? Indeed, it's merely a secondary personality. If it's too bothersome, you can simply erase it, right? I can teach you how." "No, she calls me mother. I cannot bear to erase her." At this, Yuxingha gazed tenderly at the shell. "By the way, Ying, do you know how to transfer consciousness? Just press your foreheads together." "Thank you." As the forehead of the moonlit river pressed gently against that cool brow, a faint glow flickered between them. This was the spark of thought, a luminescence ignited by the friction as it traversed the space between their corporeal forms. Akin to a meteorite brushing against the atmosphere, igniting a flame that symbolizes life, descending from the vast cosmos, carrying the essence of existence to the barren expanse. After a prolonged moment, the body trembled and opened its immaculate eyes, akin to a fledgling breaking free from its shell, surveying the surroundings with a gaze filled with curiosity. "Moonlit star? Mother?" Upon hearing the word mother, a fleeting blush crossed the moonlit river's face, and she retrieved a garment from the dream of tears to envelop the child before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her own youthful visage. "Ahem. Do not call me mother indiscriminately from now on. When there are others present, simply address me as Moonlit River. When we are alone, you may call me as you wish." "Got it. That mother. I have something to say. I'm hungry. If you're hungry, I shall take you to dine." "But aren't newborns supposed to eat their mothers? Where did you hear such a dark fairy tale? Growing up by consuming one's mother, what a thought." Suddenly, Moonlit River realized she might have misconstrued Moonlit Star's meaning. As she observed the child's gaze meticulously scrutinizing her chest, even licking her lips. Under the moonlit starry river, Yuxingha instinctively clasped her chest and remarked, "You are no longer a child. You can eat rice now. When I was your age, I was already indulging in sumptuous feasts. Do you think you are the emperor of the wild heavens? At your age, still drinking milk? And you favor beast's milk the most?" Beside her, Ying inquired, "Who is the emperor of the wild heavens? Is he also a deity?" "Ah, he is far superior to any deity." As she spoke, Yuxingha unceremoniously picked up Yuxingchen and leaped down the stairs, heading towards a humble dwelling at the village's edge. The members of Shrek were gathered there for a celebration. Upon entering, the moment Yuxingha entered with Yuxingchen, all eyes were drawn to them. The reason was simple. They bore an uncanny resemblance. After a prolonged silence, Ning Rongrong was the first to rush forward. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the adorable little girl before her. Turning to Yuxingha, she asked, "Sister Xingha, is this your little sister?" Then, she reached out and gently pinched Yuxingchen's delicate cheek, inquiring, "What is your name, little sister?" "Yuxingchen." "Wow, how adorable. By the way, Sister Xingha, weren't you an orphan? Who is this little sister of yours?" Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "I was born to." Such a bold retort from Yu Xinghe left everyone in admiration. In Chapter 87, was Matthew Nor equivalent to Fan Jin? The 6-year-old Yu Xingchen, still quite shy, evidently attracted an overwhelming amount of attention. As soon as she took her seat, her bowl overflowed with food like a small mountain. To prevent fish bones from getting lodged in Yu Xingchen's throat, Zhu Zhuqing meticulously removed every bone before placing the fish meat into Yu Xingchen's mouth. In contrast, Yu Xinghe's situation was rather dismal. Even the one who adored her most, Little Dance, tossed a chicken leg she disliked into Yu Xinghe's bowl before running off to play with Yu Xingchen. The following day, as Flinder set off, he noticed an additional figure within the ranks. Flinder squinted, nearly dropping his glasses in shock. How has Moonstar River diminished so drastically? Could it be that there has been yet another mishap in the cultivation process? Just then, a familiar figure emerged, causing Flander to genuinely lose his glasses. It was none other than Moonstar River. 2 Moonstar Rivers, one large and one small. What could possibly be the explanation for this? As Yu Xinghe observed the puzzled expressions of the assembled teachers, he elucidated. This is a recent creation known as Yu Xingchen. Although she is a doppelganger, she embodies a genuine and independent life. You may regard her as my sister. Upon learning that she was artificially created, the master immediately became intrigued and approached with inquiries. How did you accomplish this? In what ways does this child resemble you? Has her martial soul awakened? If so, what is it? Faced with a barrage of questions from the master, Yu Xinghe retorted, "Master, you are quite inquisitive. It is quite challenging for me to respond to so many queries at once. Let us make a deal. You may ask one question, and upon answering, you must promptly vanish." Aware of Yu Xinghe's temperament, the master could only lament the squandering of such talent while deliberating which question to pose. After much contemplation, he ultimately settled on the query that concerned him the most. What is this child's martial soul? I have no idea, Yu Xinghe exclaimed. I did not facilitate her martial soul awakening, so how would I know what it is? Upon discovering that the child had not yet awakened her martial soul, the master's eyes lit up, and he eagerly volunteered to assist Yu Xingchen in her awakening. In truth, the process of awakening a martial soul is rather straightforward. It merely requires a martial soul stone and a skilled soul master familiar with the awakening procedure. Curious about what martial soul Xingchen might possess, the group decided to take her to the Martial Soul Hall for her awakening as they passed through Balak City. Balak City, the capital of the Balak Kingdom, houses a principal Martial Soul Hall. Generally, the Martial Soul Hall dispatches dedicated personnel for such awakenings. Yet with the impressive strength of Shrek and the formidable presence of Flander as a soul sage, even the bishop of the Martial Soul Hall would grant them due respect. Moreover, the bishop was an old acquaintance, thus readily facilitating their request. Upon their meeting, Yu Xinghe immediately recognized the elderly man before him, none other than the renowned Matthew from Nodding City. However, Matthew, upon first seeing Yu Xinghe, failed to recognize him. Instead, his attention was drawn to the side, where Yu Xingchen stood, revealing a look of sheer astonishment. Is this not Yu Xinghe? 5 years have passed. How is it that you remain unchanged? Though your hair has turned black. Yu Xinghe, I am the true essence. After a series of explanations, Matthew finally realized the blunder he had made. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Little Xinghe, please forgive me. Old Matthew's eyesight has deteriorated over the years. You have grown quite tall. Beside him, Yu Xinghe looked on in confusion. In the Martial Soul Research Laboratory, due to Yu Xingchen's aversion to interacting with complete strangers, Yu Xinghe had to remain by her side throughout. This was primarily because she feared something might happen to Yu Xingchen, despite her constant complaints about her younger counterpart. If anyone dared to harbor ill intentions towards Xingchen, Yu Xinghe would undoubtedly not hesitate to send them to the heavens. As a hexagram formation emerged beneath Yu Xingchen's feet, a brilliant light filled the entire laboratory, transforming it into a radiant sea. Matthew's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, his excitement palpable. Such a resplendent glow must signify a formidable martial soul. Moments later, a faint golden silhouette appeared behind Yu Xingchen, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The embodiment of her martial soul. It was a complete manifestation of her true martial soul. To awaken such a perfect embodiment, I shall have no regrets for the rest of my life. Matthew gazed at the girl's ethereal form with an ecstatic smile, his expression frozen in that moment as he quietly watched Yu Xingchen. After a while, Master Matthew, may we proceed with the soul power test? Master Matthew? Noticing Matthew standing motionless, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but urge him. When Matthew remained silent, Ma Hongjun was about to step forward to inquire again, but Flinder swiftly intervened. Hongjun, do not be disrespectful. Bishop Matthew has passed away. Upon hearing this, the Shrek's 7 monsters displayed expressions of astonishment, while Yu Xinghe, Zhao Wujia, and others bowed their heads in silent mourning. The passing of Bishop Matthew did not stir a considerable uproar within the Spirit Hall. After all, Matthew had been promoted from the lowest echelons of the Nodding City Subhall, and his advanced age was a well-known fact among the higher-ups. However, the primary reason for the muted response was the Master's possession of a Spirit Hall Elder's token. With this token in hand, the Spirit Hall personnel would brush the matter aside. Otherwise, the sudden demise of a bishop, especially with outsiders present, would certainly warrant a thorough investigation. Due to Matthew's unexpected passing, Yu Xingqian's soul power assessment was also delayed. However, knowing that the main hall was preoccupied with reporting the news and organizing the funeral, everyone could only depart once more. This time, they did not linger in any location but headed directly to the Tiando Academy. Chapter 88. Humiliation. As the premier official academy of the Tiando Empire, Tiando Academy boasts formidable resources and an unparalleled faculty. The only aspect that draws criticism is its exclusive admission of nobles. In his previous life, Yu Xinghe often lamented while reading novels that the individual who established such a rule must have been utterly foolish. However, the backdrop of the Douluo world is one of semi-feudalism and semi-slavery, with the entire nation under the dominion of the aristocracy, making such a rule seem somewhat justifiable. Gazing at the picturesque scenery, with towering pavilions that resemble a paradise on earth, Flinder and the other teachers felt immensely satisfied. If the official Tiando Academy were to display even a modicum of sincerity, the faculty would consider settling down here for their twilight years. Just as they arrived at the academy's entrance, they encountered Xue Feng and other Tiando students. Stop. Who are you? Flinder adjusted his attire and, with an air of pride, replied, We are the faculty and students of Shrek Academy, here for an exchange. Please lead the way. Upon hearing that they had come for an exchange, Xue Feng erupted into laughter. What a joke. With your pitiful appearance, how dare you think you can exchange with us? Go home, wash up, and sleep. You'll find everything in your dreams. The mocking words of Xue Feng elicited laughter from the other students. In truth, Flinder and his companions were not poorly dressed. They had merely traveled a long distance and picked up some dust along the way, making them appear more disheveled compared to the pristine Xue Feng and his peers. Flinder and his group endured the ridicule, but Dai Mubai, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself. You arrogant fool, go call your teacher out. Had Xue Feng been familiar with the original story of Douluo Continent, he would have considered himself fortunate, for in the original narrative, he was directly kicked away by Dai Mubai. However, after undergoing Yu Xinghe's rigorous training, Dai Mubai's resistance to humiliation had significantly increased, allowing him to suppress his urge to retaliate. While Dai Mubai managed to restrain himself, Xue Feng was far from forgiving. As a prince, he was accustomed to being treated with the utmost respect, even by the 3 Soul Douluo level deans within the academy who had never dared to insult him. Yet now, he found himself ridiculed by a seemingly impoverished individual. How dare you humiliate me like this? Attack. Beat them mercilessly. Upon hearing Xue Feng's command to attack, Dai Mubai ceased to hold back, unleashing his martial soul and swiftly dispatching the students who resembled mere chickens and dogs in comparison. How dare you hit someone? Faced with Dai Mubai's overwhelming strength, Xue Feng began to falter. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared. Grasping at the opportunity like a drowning man clutching a straw, Xue Feng implored, Teacher's son, these individuals dare to commit violence here. Please, you must eliminate them. The middle-aged man, a seasoned teacher at the Tiando Academy, was well aware of the character of the students, thus he did not blindly heed Xue Feng's words. Instead, he inquired about the circumstances with an earnest demeanor. It turned out that they were from Shrek Academy. He expressed profound admiration for the institution that could nurture a genius like Teacher Qin Ming, and he believed that the earlier incident was likely a misunderstanding. On behalf of Tiando Academy, he extended his sincere apologies. Subsequently, Sun Buyu led the group to Qin Ming's accommodation. As they watched the Shrek group depart, Xue Ping seethed with resentment, muttering, a bunch of freeloaders. Just watch how I drive you out. Upon seeing Flandra and the others, Qin Ming's face lit up with joy. Dean, and esteemed teachers, you have finally arrived. I apologize for my late welcome. You must be famished after your journey. I have arranged a feast in the dining hall to welcome you and the junior students. Please, follow me. During the meal, the twin sisters, Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen, who had a noticeable age difference, caught Qin Ming's attention. Are these two also my juniors? He inquired. Upon hearing Qin Ming's question, Flandre proudly replied, This is Yu Xinghe, whom you didn't get to meet last time. Strictly speaking, she is not a student, but rather half a teacher at Shrek Academy. The advanced application of soul power I previously mentioned was proposed by her. Realizing that the esteemed concept of advanced soul power application originated from this young girl who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, Qin Ming respectfully clasped his hands in salute towards Yu Xinghe. Young friend, your extraordinary talent truly impresses me. Might you consider imparting some knowledge to my rather unremarkable students? Upon hearing Qin Ming's request, Flandre teased, Qin Ming, we have yet to formally enter Tiando Academy, and you are already attempting to poach. Qin Ming chuckled in response. I have no choice. The children are too shy to approach you for guidance. As their teacher, I must take the initiative in this matter. All the teachers understood Qin Ming's intentions. Then, Flandre turned to the contemplative Yu Xinghe and asked, Can you assist him? I cannot. As I will be embarking on a trip in a couple of days, and will be unavailable to teach, Yu Xinghe replied. Upon hearing that she was leaving, everyone inquired eagerly for more details. The Moonstar River revealed without pretense, stating plainly, I have yet to acquire a second or third soul ring. To put it simply, I am in search of soul rings. Upon hearing that Moonstar River possessed only one soul ring, Qin Ming expressed his astonishment, asking, Director, what is the meaning of this? Flandre succinctly summarized Moonstar River's situation. After listening to the brief account, Qin Ming was left speechless, utterly shocked. Entering the academy at the rank of Soul King, only to descend to Soul Sovereign, possessing merely one soul ring, yet capable of defeating the renowned Dragon Duke, Meng Shu. Observing Qin Ming's jaw nearly dropping to the floor in disbelief, Flandre could only shake his head with a wry smile. His own circumstances had not been much better at that time. After a lengthy pause, Qin Ming took a deep breath and once again bowed respectfully to Moonstar River. Acknowledging, your talent is extraordinary. I was rash in my earlier assumptions. To claim the ability to vanquish a Soul Douluo level adversary while being a mere Soul Emperor, and to suggest accompanying her on a quest for soul rings, such a notion might easily offend someone with a less amiable disposition. Since Moonstar River was unwilling to impart her wisdom, Qin Ming refrained from pressing further. Recognizing that if he had devised such a method to significantly enhance his own strength, he too would be reluctant to share it. Just as Qin Ming intended to excuse himself and let the matter pass, Moonstar River interjected, I lack the time to instruct you. But Tang San and his companions can. You may ask them to teach you. The principles are quite simple. This unexpected revelation filled Qin Ming with both shame for his earlier pettiness and admiration for Moonstar River's selflessness. Chapter 89, Storm Approaches. Qin Ming then turned his attention to the diminutive version of Moonstar River and inquired, Who might this be? Yu Xinghe remarked, My younger sister, Yu Xingchen, is 6 years old. Upon hearing her age, Qin Ming immediately became intrigued. Has she awakened her martial soul? What is her innate soul power level? When this topic arose, the expressions of those present turned complex. Ultimately, it was Flanders who spoke up. We passed through Barak City on our way here and had her martial soul tested there. Yu Xingchen's martial soul is her own. To quote the deceased bishop, it is a complete original martial soul. Oh, the deceased bishop? What is the story behind that? Flanders could only recount the events once more. After listening, Qin Ming sighed. These two sisters truly caused quite a stir. So, does that mean the soul power test hasn't been conducted yet? Come. I happen to have a soul power testing crystal ball right here. Let us test it. As Yu Xingchen placed her hand upon the soul power crystal ball, a silvery light emerged, which then intensified magnificently. Full innate soul power. Witnessing the emergence of a being with complete innate soul power, Qin Ming appeared particularly exhilarated, just as he marveled at the exceptional talent of this sister. The crystal ball emitted a series of cracking sounds. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered into several pieces. Crystal ball, engage in testing. Avoid high-risk individuals like the protagonist at all costs, as they tend to explode. Seeing the testing crystal ball shattered, Qin Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. In contrast, the members of Shrek Academy remained remarkably composed. So what if a testing crystal ball is broken? It's not a significant matter. After a brief moment, Qin Ming procured another crystal ball, stating, This crystal ball can measure up to the soul master level of soul power. It is certainly usable. With that, he handed the crystal ball over. As Yu Xingchen placed her hand upon it once more, the crystal ball radiated a brilliant light. 20 levels of soul power. Astonishingly, she possessed innate soul power at level 20. Qin Ming gazed at the crystal ball, his expression one of disbelief. Upon hearing that Yu Xingqian's innate soul power was indeed at level 20, Master Flanders could no longer contain himself, staring at her as if she were an extraordinary treasure. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of several older men, Yu Xingqian quickly sought refuge in Yu Xingha's embrace. Noticing this, Flanders awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Xingha, what do you plan to do with this child? Earlier, you mentioned hunting for the second and third soul rings. Surely you cannot bring along a burden." Flanders' words served as a reminder to Yu Xingha, who realized that the soul beasts she intended to hunt were predominantly formidable. And since she couldn't take anyone with her during her teleportation, she suggested, "How about you stay here and play with these older brothers and sisters? What do you think? After all, you have spent considerable time with the Shrek members, and I believe they will not harm Xingqian. Besides, with Xiao Wu to care for her daily, it is far better than accompanying me into the Soul Beast Forest. No, wherever you go, I will follow. Besides, I need a soul ring too." Beside them, Qin Ming remarked to Yu Xingqian, who desired a soul ring, "Little one, we can escort you to the soul hunting forest to select a soul ring that perfectly suits you. I assure you it will be no less impressive than the one your sister provided." Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Yu Xingqian, puzzled, inquired, "The soul ring I seek must be at least 10,000 years old. Are you certain you can procure that for me?" At this utterance, the Shrek Sevens erupted from their mouths. If the sister is already extraordinary, must the younger sibling also defy the heavens? Indeed, no amount of effort can rival the advantage of innate talent coupled with a fortunate birth. Acknowledging that Yu Xingqian required a soul ring of no less than 10,000 years, Yu Xingha acquiesced to her request. Observing that Yu Xingqian chose to leave with Yu Xingha, Flander and the others could not help but express their regret. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Qin Ming smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I completely forgot. Those 3 committee members are still waiting. Dean, let us depart." "Indeed, we must not keep them in suspense," replied the others. Upon arriving at the main teaching building of the academy, they soon spotted 3 figures standing at the entrance. All 3 were elderly gentlemen, adorned in custom-made Soul Douluo attire, clearly displaying their sincerity for this meeting. The 3 Soul Douluos were remarkably approachable and polite, engaging in conversation amidst a light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere. After discussing matters of remuneration, one of them, Dream Machine, remarked, "I have heard your esteemed academy has developed an advanced application of soul power. Might I inquire as to which distinguished individual possesses such remarkable talent? Could you introduce us?" The gaze of the group shifted toward Yu Xingha. Noticing the attention directed at Yu Xingha, Dream Machine and the others were taken aback, astonished by her beauty and her youthfulness. "May I ask how old you are, young friend?" "I have just turned 12, Yu Xingha replied. The revelation of her tender age elicited further exclamations from the 3. One of them, Jeline, stroked his beard and mused, "Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. What use are we old fellows?" Qin Ming chimed in jest, "How could esteemed elders be without value? Having you 3 among us is akin to possessing 3 treasures. I wish to seek your wisdom regarding cultivation." "Haha, you rascal." Just as the 3 were poised to delve deeper into Yu Xingha's background, a resounding voice interrupted. "Is Chief Dream Machine present?" Simultaneously, within Yu Xingha's mind, the system's voice chimed. "Ding. Task initiated. Slap the poison Douluo Dugabo in the face. Reward: the descent of the heavenly dream ice silkworm." Hearing this, Yu Xingha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, outside, Dugabo suddenly sneezed. "Please enter." As Xue Xing, clad in a yellow robe and accompanied by Xue Lang, made their entrance, the atmosphere became tense. The presence of Xue Xing, regarded as a worthless individual, was of little concern. The focus was on the 3rd figure accompanying them. It was an elderly man, tall in stature, wearing a green hat and sporting green hair. From the moment the elderly man entered, Flanders and his companions sensed an oppressive aura, not emanating from the 3 members of the Education Committee, but rather from the trio across from them. The incompetent Xue Xing was easily dismissed, while the rotund middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, despite exuding an air of nobility associated with power, did not evoke any sense of intimidation among the high-ranking soul masters. It was solely the elder with green hair, whose cultivation level was indiscernible, yet a formidable pressure radiated from him. Both Flanders and the 3 committee members could unmistakably feel that this individual harbored ill intentions. In the Douluo Continent, tidal Douluo is a rarity, a phenomenon seldom encountered. Thus, it is essential for all Soul Douluo to be acquainted with them. After all, one might unwittingly provoke a tidal Douluo and meet an untimely demise. Moreover, the poisoned Douluo is quite a renowned figure among tidal Douluo. And the three committee members naturally recognized him. Elder Douluo, what brings you here? Douluo retorted boldly, I have come at the invitation of Prince Xuexing. As for the specifics, you may inquire with him directly. Prince Xuexing, something feels amiss. Confronted with Douluo's audacity, Meng Xinji felt a surge of indignation. He suppressed his fury and addressed Xuexing. What is the purpose of your visit, Your Highness? Xuexing cast a disdainful glance at the Shrek group and remarked, I have heard from Xuebeng that our Tiando Academy has received some new teachers. If they are talented, I would certainly welcome them. However, the world is rife with the incompetent masquerading as talents. I have summoned Mr. Douluo to ensure the dignity of the royal family. For I would not wish for another tale akin to the Emperor's new clothes to unfold in my Tiando Empire, lest we become a laughingstock. At this juncture, Xuexing grinned at the now enraged Shrek group and declared, if you can withstand 5 minutes under Elder Douluo's scrutiny, our Tiando Academy will open its doors wide, welcoming you with a grand reception. If not, then be gone. Such blatant arrogance. Flanders was about to retort vehemently, but the master quickly intervened. Flanders, calm down. If I am not mistaken, Elder Douluo is indeed a tidal Douluo. And what of it? I would rather die than endure such humiliation. Flanders, have you lost your mind? If you perish, what of the children? Thinking of the Shrek 7, Flanders' initially furious expression gradually softened, yet his cheeks still twitched uncontrollably. Douluo, smiling at the master, said, you possess some discernment? You actually recognize me? The master clasped his hands in respect and replied, Elder, with such a distinctive feature as your green hair and notorious reputation, it is only natural that I am aware of you. And what will your choice be? At this moment, 9 soul rings arose beneath Douluo. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. As the 9 soul rings emerged, the aura of the tidal Douluo surged forth like a primordial beast, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Even the formidable Dai Mubai and the remarkable Tang Sen felt the weight of this overwhelming presence, their faces paling as if struck by a heavy blow. They trembled under the immense pressure, their legs quaking, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. In contrast, Xiaowu cowered behind Yuxinghe, trembling in fear. Sensing Xiaowu's trepidation, Yuxinghe contemplated retrieving the heart-wrenching red. It was unkind to allow Xiaowu to remain in such distress. Observing the oppressive stance of Douluo, the 3 members of the committee were both astonished and enraged, promptly unleashing their martial souls to alleviate the pressure on the crowd. The leader, Dream Machine, entreated, as a tidal Douluo, do you not fear that your oppressive demeanor will lead to whispers of your bullying the weak? Douluo, unfazed, retorted, so what if I bully the weak? If you are dissatisfied, come and challenge me. Dream Machine's fury nearly reached its boiling point upon hearing Douluo's words. Very well. Today we shall experience the might of the poisoned Douluo. As the specter of conflict loomed, Xuexing couldn't help but regret his involvement. As a mere ordinary soul master, he lacked the strength to mediate between the two parties. At that moment, Flender interjected, I am grateful for the kindness shown by esteemed seniors. Your willingness to assist today shall be forever etched in my heart. However, as the Tiando Academy does not welcome us, it would be inappropriate for us to impose upon you. We shall take our leave. Just as Flender and his companions prepared to retreat, Yuxinghe instructed Xingchen to escort Xiaowu to safety and then addressed the relieved Xuexing. Prince Xuexing, I have heard that if one can withstand Douluo's might for 5 minutes, you shall open the gates wide and greet us with a procession of teachers and students. Am I correct? Xuexing replied with pride, of course. Yuxinghe smiled and said, I would like to propose an alternative condition, if that is permissible. Xuexing frowned and inquired, what condition do you have in mind? Subsequently, Yuxinghe addressed Douluo, stating, Senior Douluo, if I can withstand your prowess for 5 minutes, I ask for no grand ceremonies in return, only that you sing a song of my own creation. Conversely, should I falter, I relinquish myself to your discretion. Observing the ethereal beauty of Yuxinghe, Douluo scrutinized her and realized he could not discern the depths of her cultivation, which piqued his interest. Very well. I accept your challenge. Given your audacity, I shall grant you mercy. He laughed heartily. Seeing Yuxinghe stand up for them, Flander was moved to tears, exclaiming, Child, that is a tidal Douluo, not merely a soul Douluo. The gap between the two is vast. Your intentions are duly noted by the Dean, but your safety is paramount. Come with me at once. Yuxinghe retorted, What nonsense. She shook her head. The wager has been established, and I cannot withdraw now. She then queried, Shall we engage here or venture outside? I personally suggest the latter, as it provides more space. Douluo snorted dismissively. Little girl, your stature may be small, but your bravado is considerable. Do I truly need to consider the venue to deal with you? Prepare yourself. With that, Douluo exhaled a dense cloud of green mist towards Yuxingha. The mist wafted above the floor, corroding it as it passed. It is worth noting that they were within the teaching building of the Heaven Do Academy, second only to the dean's residence, where the floors were laid with the most robust lapis lazuli. Even Xuexing, a soul master, would find it difficult to damage such a surface. Yet, this remarkably resilient floor was effortlessly eroded by Douluo's mere breath. Yuxingha, witnessing the noxious mist, felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. One could only wonder how many years it had been since he last brushed his teeth. With that thought in mind, she unleashed a swift palm strike, falling flower palm. As one of her passive combat skills in unarmed combat, the palm of Yuxingha struck the air with force, stirring up a tempest that returned the mist entirely to Douluo. Recognizing that the poisonous fog would be blown back, Douluo unleashed a stream of venom, which transformed into a lethal arrow, soaring towards Yuxingha. Yuxingha summoned a dazzling shield to defend against the attack. Observing her use of soul power, Douluo chuckled. Little girl, my poison can even corrode soul energy. Before he could finish his sentence, the poisoned arrow adhered to the energy shield. But before it could begin its corrosive work, the dazzling shield erupted with a surge of lightning, completely purifying the toxic arrow. Chapter 91. Climb Back Up, Part 2. Gratitude to my brother for the generous support. With the failure of both the toxic mist and the venom, Douluo became increasingly intrigued by the young girl before him. As this thought crossed his mind, a layer of gray began to veil his striking green eyes. Soul Bone Skill. Medusa's Gaze. As a beam of gray light shot forth from Douluo's gaze and struck Yuxingha, her body began to petrify. And soon she transformed into a lifeless statue. Seeing Yuxingha turn to stone, Flander shouted at Douluo, Douluo, restore her at once. Or else. Douluo turned away and replied. Or else what? Flander, filled with rage, struggled to find words, his 7 soul rings shimmering ominously, clearly prepared for a fight. The 3 teaching committee members stepped forward, pleading. Elder Douluo, this young friend is just a child and lacks understanding. We kindly ask you to spare her. Humph. Not a chance. Besides, did that little girl not say I could do as I pleased? Now that she is lost, if I am pleased, I might take her home as a figurine. If not, I could toss her into a cesspit. Do you have any say in this? Ha ha. Upon hearing Douluo's words, everyone erupted with fury, their anger palpable. Even the Dream God Machine Trio's eyes blazed with indignation. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a crisp voice rang out. Crack, crack. The surface of the statue, crafted from the essence of the moon and stars, cracked open with a multitude of fissures, and from within those crevices, a radiant light emerged. At last, with a thunderous explosion, the statue shattered, but rather than a figure emerging, nothing materialized. Apologies, nothing at all emerged. Immediately, amidst a crowd of puzzled gazes, a melodious voice rang out. Is this the might of a tidal Douluo? Senior Douluo, 2 minutes have already elapsed. If we wait any longer, you shall be defeated. The onlookers turned their attention to the source of the voice, revealing Yuxingha standing at the entrance. It turned out that in a moment of imminent peril, Yuxingha had employed elemental doppelgangers along with teleportation, executing a clever escape. Douluo, having been outmaneuvered, bore an unfavorable expression, while simultaneously forming a rough estimate of Yuxingha's formidable strength in his heart. It seemed that mere prowess would not suffice. Thus, Douluo took immediate action. The physical capabilities of a tidal Douluo are indeed formidable, particularly for those of the beast martial soul type. Douluo's martial soul was the emerald phosphor serpent. Known for its potent venom, it also boasted remarkable speed among serpent-type souls. With a flourish, Douluo summoned 9 soul rings, the 5th flickering with energy. Soul skill, serpent transformation. His lower limbs fused together, transforming into a serpentine tail that extended infinitely, coiling towards Yuxingha. Forgive me, but I am quite fearful of serpents. Tang-san, so you dare to capture a faceless demon spider, do you? In the face of Douluo's serpentine tail, Yuxingha refrained from using her teleportation soul skill, instead relying on her own speed to navigate the confines of the room, leaping and bounding with agility. Soon, Douluo discovered that his tail had become entangled. How embarrassing. Fortunately, he still had 2 hands at his disposal. With a swift motion, Douluo transformed his hands into 2 serpents, aggressively coiling towards Yuxingha, who was soon cornered. Little girl, Surrender your struggle. In response, Yuxingha simply stuck out her tongue at him. In the next moment, the moonlit galaxy emerged in the distance. Observing the entangled arms of the solitary Bo, who emitted a series of hissing sounds while revealing a disdainful smile. Subsequently, he gestured A2 with his hand. Solitary Bo remarked, "It seems that only 2 minutes remain. Moonstar River, you have misunderstood. What I meant is that you are a fool." As time ticks away, Douluo begins to feel anxious. Ultimately, in a bid to avoid losing the wager, Douluo commits himself entirely. As a massive serpent, several dozen meters in length, emerges. A pallor washes over the faces of the onlookers. The true form of the title Douluo's martial soul. In this moment, Flander comprehends why Yu Shaojiang had persistently hindered him. Before such formidable power, whether it be his cat eagle or Zhao Wujia's titan giant bear, all are rendered utterly powerless against the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. Retreat. The 3 members of the teaching committee bellow, shielding the Shrek members as they exit the building. Notably, confronted with the true form of the title Douluo's martial soul. The weakest among them, Avalanche, collapses to the ground, his legs giving way. It is only due to the timely intervention of Jilin, the Soul Douluo, that Avalanche is spared from being dispatched by Douluo's sweeping tail. Of course, even without Jilin's assistance, Douluo would not commit such a blunder, at most. He would merely send Avalanche flying, inflicting minor injuries. The teaching committee building of the Heaven Do Academy is robust, yet it cannot withstand the dismantling by a title Douluo-level brute. Soon, the structure collapses under Douluo's relentless onslaught. As the dust settles, Douluo's serpentine visage is filled with fury. The moonlit river resembled a slippery loach, elusive and impossible to grasp. Yet, a titled Douluo found himself unable to capture even a mere child of 11 or 12 years. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. At that moment, the moonlit river reappeared before him, playfully making a face and counting down with an air of triumph. 19, 18, 17. This could not continue. Hence, Douluo directly summoned his 8th spirit ring. Although it was an 8th spirit ability, its range paled in comparison to that of the 9th. Yet the consumption of spirit power was no less than that of the 9th, for his 8th spirit ability was called temporal stasis. It rendered all within a certain radius utterly motionless. In the next instant, Yu Xinghe was struck with terror as she realized she could not move. It was as if she were encased in ice. Her thoughts were the only thing she could command, and even her eyes remained still. In the distance, the booming voice of Douluo echoed. "Little girl, the fact that I can unleash my 8th soul skill upon you is already a testament to your pride." Just as Yu Xinghe pondered her escape, a soft voice resonated in her mind. "Dare to toy with spatial stasis in my presence?" Almost immediately after the words were uttered, the sensation of being bound by countless shackles vanished. At the moment Douluo was about to seize her, Yu Xinghe vanished once more. As Douluo grasped at emptiness again, Yu Xinghe appeared in the distance, smiling as she declared, "Senior Douluo, you have lost." Upon hearing her words, Douluo's face shifted from pale to flushed with disbelief. He could not fathom that he had been defeated by a mere girl. Not only Douluo, but even Meng Xinji and the duo of Xue Xing and Xue Beng felt as though they were caught in a dream. Douluo had actually lost, and that too while exerting his full strength. It was at this moment that Xue Xing and Xue Beng began to regret their actions. What kind of monster had they provoked? Chapter 92, Acknowledging Defeat, Part 3, I Concede. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Douluo could not deny the truth. He did not wish to leave the impression of an unwilling loser after his defeat. Upon hearing Douluo's own admission of loss, Xue Beng appeared as though he had lost his last hope, while Prince Xue Xing wore an expression of disbelief. How could a title Douluo lose? Prince Xue Xing could not comprehend it, nor could Douluo, while the members of Shrek Academy were filled with astonished joy. They had truly won, with Douluo conceding. Yu Xinghe glanced at the ruins of the former teaching building behind her, and then at the 3 petrified members of the academy, offering a rather awkward smile. "That building is not my concern. If compensation is required, you must seek it from Douluo." I had already mentioned going out to fight, yet he insisted on engaging here. Indeed, Yu Xinghe was better suited to silence. As she spoke, her image as an unparalleled genius shattered, leaving only that of a timid and fearful girl. Before the 3 members could respond, Douluo interjected, "I will compensate." "Little girl, did you not request me to sing?" "A bet is a bet. Now, what shall I sing?" At that moment, Douluo's face burned with embarrassment. For him, every additional minute spent there was torment. Upon hearing Douluo's response, the 3 members exchanged glances, and Meng Xinji spoke, "Compensation is unnecessary. This incident arose from Prince Xuexing, and it is the prince's responsibility. Senior Duga need not feel remorse. However, should you wish to engage in combat again, please find a more spacious area. The eloquent words spoken by the dream god machine were laced with a profound sense of mockery, evoking in Douluo Bo an overwhelming desire to once again manifest his martial soul and engage in a tumultuous battle with the three-souled Douluos. The commissioner's building has collapsed. Such a tremendous commotion inevitably attracted the attention of all the students, many of whom hurried from their dormitories to the scene. Gazing at what moments ago had been the imposing structure of the commissioner's building, now reduced to a heap of rubble and rendered speechless. Among these students were several familiar faces, the 7 of the Imperial Battle Team. At the forefront, Yu Tianheng and Duga Yan, upon seeing their uncle and grandfather present, rushed over to inquire about the situation. Uncle, what has happened? Tianheng, what are you doing here? Grandfather, what is going on? Do not ask. Speaking too much will only bring tears. Observing the sudden influx of faces around him, the smile on Yu Xingha's face gradually twisted into something sinister. Let this be a lesson. Let you experience what a public execution feels like. As Yu Xingha's face broke into an unexpected smile, Douluo Bo's heart raced with alarm. Senior Douluo, shall we fulfill our wager here? As Yu Xingha's words echoed through the air, all eyes converged upon her. Who is that? How enchanting. Who knows which family she hails from? I must showcase her. Showcase her? Have you lost your mind? Did you not comprehend what she just uttered? Are you aware of the esteemed Duga Qianbei she mentioned? That is none other than the title Douluo. This beauty's identity must be extraordinary. So what? The beauty seeks sponsorship. As the crowd swelled, the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, and Douluo Bo's expression darkened further. The 3 committee members, astute as they were, noticed Douluo Bo's countenance was so grim it could almost drip with water. One of them bellowed, "Everyone, return to your dormitories and sleep. If anyone dares to divulge what transpired here, they will be expelled immediately." With that, the crowd scattered like students rushing to the cafeteria after class. Only a few members of the Emperor fighting team remained. Douluo Bo glanced at the surrounding individuals, and, confronted by Yu Xingha's peculiar grin, cleared his throat and said, "May I have a moment of your time?" Yu Xingha shook her head. If possible, she would have preferred to choose a location on the most bustling and lively street of Tiando City. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, now that would be a true slap in the face. Perhaps she might even encounter a few talented bards who would weave the tale of Douluo Bo's singing into a story, played endlessly beneath the overpass, in hotels, and in the streets and alleys, impossible to erase. Upon witnessing Yu Xingha's unexpected refusal, Douluo Bo insisted in a commanding tone, "Little girl, do not be ungrateful. I am, after all, a dignified title Douluo. How can you expect me to sing in front of so many people? Where would my pride reside? If you could just provide me a way out, consider it a favor owed to you. Not if you agree. If you refuse, you shall forget toilet paper every time you need it, face inflated prices when grocery shopping, and receive a bonus of double misfortunes. After marriage, you will surely end up divorced, and post-divorce, you shall remain single." Yu Xingha thought, "Are you perhaps a time traveler?" Faced with Douluo Bo's threatening combination of intimidation and sweet persuasion, Yu Xingha, as a mature adult, responded with equal force, "Only children make choices. I shall have it all." Hearing her retort with the same intensity, Douluo Bo was struck dumb. "Who on earth are you? Just a mere soul master. What nonsense. If you are a soul master, then I am a deity. You are merely a lunatic. Honor the wager and refrain from irrelevant talk. I am not afraid of your threats." Douluo Bo never imagined that he would find himself in such a predicament. Elder Douluo. In the public eye, Douluo Bo could hardly break his word. Of course, if he had the power to eliminate everyone present, he would not mind doing so. But the fact was, he could not. Thus, he relented. "Very well. I, Douluo Bo, keep my word. What song shall you sing?" Duga Yan, hearing Douluo Bo's words, looked puzzled and asked, "Grandfather, what singing? What is going on?" Douluo Bo reassured his granddaughter, "I will explain later." Then he turned to Yu Xingha and said, "Come on." Yu Xingha smiled and said, "Elder Douluo, listen closely. This song goes like this. What is your father's father's name? Your father's father is called grandfather. What is your father's mother's name? Your father's mother is called grandmother." Almost as soon as Yu Xingha uttered the first line, the bodies of the Shrek's 7 monsters began to tremble uncontrollably. The crowd glanced at the pale-faced Douluo Bo, their expressions filled with pity. Not only the Shrek's 7 monsters, but even Flander felt a twinge of sympathy for Douluo Bo. However, amidst this sympathy, a progressively twisted smile emerged on Flander's face. for he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming performance from Douluo. The three committee members were initially curious as to why Yu Xinghe would establish such a peculiar wager, one devoid of monetary gain or fame. What is singing, after all? It soon became apparent that Yu Xinghe's sole intention from the very beginning was to deliver a resounding slap to Douluo's face. Though the three committee members expressed sympathy for Douluo's plight, the smiles on their faces betrayed their true inner thoughts. Chapter 93. Let Grandfather Crawl, Part 4. Douluo opened his mouth and, after stammering a line, found himself unable to continue singing. Change the song, he demanded. In response to Douluo's request, Yu Xinghe cheerfully began to sing another tune. The little snake is coming, twist it around. Twist your left foot, twist your right foot. Twist your neck, twist your bottom. In an instant, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Observing her grandfather's flushed face, the astute Douluo likely sensed the underlying tension and then said to Yu Xinghe, "Please do not make it difficult for my grandfather. Allow me to sing in his stead." Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes. "Are you the titled Douluo? You sing for him. Can your singing possibly compare to his?" Yu Xinghe's intention was to slap Douluo in the face, and having Douluo sing in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. "All right, Yin. Your grandfather must bear the consequences of his own mistakes." Seeing Douluo's desolate expression, Douluo wept. "Grandfather, you are a titled Douluo. How can you endure such humiliation?" As she spoke, Douluo sang through her tears, "The little snake is coming. Twist your left foot, twist your right foot." Though her singing was off-key and somewhat awkward, no one dared to laugh. Instead, they felt a wave of sympathy for Douluo. Her boyfriend, Yu Tianheng, was particularly enraged, his face contorted with fury. Nevertheless, Yu Xinghe remained impassive, stating, "Douluo, your filial piety touches me, but you cannot substitute for your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng, Douluo's boyfriend, could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward and addressed Yu Xinghe, "Esteemed senior, I am Yu Tianheng, the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. While I am unaware of the grievances between you and the poisoned Douluo, if they are not significant, may I request a favor? Consider it a debt of gratitude owed to me." Yu Tianheng's words were cleverly articulated. He was merely the young master, not the clan leader, and lacked the authority to negotiate on behalf of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. However, by identifying himself as the young master, he implied that he would likely become the clan leader in the future, and a favor from a future clan leader carried considerable weight. Prior to making this statement, Yu Tianheng had carefully weighed the pros and cons. Incurring a debt of gratitude to someone of Yu Xinghe's stature was precarious, but if successful, the benefits to Yu Tianheng would be immeasurable. First, his willingness to stand up for Douluo would undoubtedly deepen their bond. Second, this action would surely earn Douluo's favor, making it less likely for him to oppose Yu Tianheng and Douluo's relationship. Third, with these two advantages combined, Yu Tianheng could very well win Douluo's heart, leading to their eventual marriage, and with Douluo's backing, his position as the young master would become unassailable. One must admit, Yu Tianheng had devised a brilliant plan. At least Douluo had already thrown herself into his arms, sobbing. Douluo nodded at Yu Tianheng, acknowledging his intervention. Unfortunately, Yu Tianheng had underestimated the greatest variable of all, Yu Xinghe. Seeing Yu Tianheng attempting to mediate, Yu Xinghe let out a cold laugh. "Children should behave like children. This matter has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Yu Tianheng was taken aback, never expecting such a blunt and confrontational response. "Is my meaning not clear enough? It does not concern you. Away with you." As the moonlit starry river repeatedly urged him to leave, Yu Tianheng could no longer contain himself, for soul rings rose from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The emergence of these 4 rings drew the attention of the Shrek Academy members, signaling that Yu Tianheng had achieved a breakthrough. Facing an adversary with 4 soul rings would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, regrettably, Yu Tianheng had chosen the wrong opponent. On the surface, Yu Xinghe appeared to be the weakest among the Shrek Academy, possessing only 1 ring. Yet in terms of actual combat prowess, Yu Xinghe was, in fact, the strongest. Amidst the sympathetic gazes of his peers, Yu Tianheng bellowed, "I am Yu Tianheng, a battle soul master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, at level 41. I seek your guidance." In the blink of an eye, amidst the crackling of electricity, countless purple scales enveloped Yu Tianheng's arms, transforming his hands into formidable dragon claws. However, what transpired next left Yu Tianheng both bewildered and furious. Yu Xinghe dismissed him entirely, turning to Douluo and stating, "Senior Douluo, please continue. It's merely a song." "Quite simple. Ignoring him was the greatest affront, and Yu Xinghe's indifference ignited Yu Tianheng's fury. How dare you disregard me? As Yu Tianheng appeared ready to strike at Yu Xinghe, the master urgently called out, Tianheng, stand down. Come back. Unfortunately, in that moment, Yu Tianheng was engulfed by rage. Deaf to all other voices. Just as his dragon claw was about to make contact with Yu Xinghe's shoulder, she executed a simple gesture. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, as though swatting away a fly. Yu Tianheng felt as if he had been struck by a colossal mammoth from the elephant clan, sending him flying. Tianheng. The master and Douluo Yin rushed to Yu Tianheng's side as he was sent hurtling away. Douluo both thought. So I have become a solitary figure once again. Senior Douluo. With Yu Xinghe's further prompting, Douluo bellowed. All right. I understand. Ultimately, amidst the intricate gazes of onlookers, Douluo completed the first song in its entirety. Applause resonated as Douluo concluded his performance, with Yu Xinghe exclaiming, Senior Douluo, your voice is enchanting, lingering for 3 days. I am in admiration. Humph. Douluo cast a resentful glance at Yu Xinghe before checking on Yu Tianheng, finding him relatively unscathed, and then departed. As Douluo left, Yu Xinghe approached Prince Xuexing, declaring, Tiando Academy is nothing extraordinary. Shall we leave, or will you crawl away? With that, a pink soul ring rose beneath her, adorned with 4 golden patterns. As this soul ring ascended, Yu Xinghe's aura surged dramatically. Under the powerful pressure, Prince Xuexing collapsed to the ground. The 3 committee members hurried forward, exclaiming, Esteemed young friend, having exhausted your anger, might we request a favor and spare Prince Xuexing? After all, he is a prince and a steward of the Tiando Academy. Allowing him to suffer such humiliation would certainly tarnish his reputation. Since it is the plea of 3 esteemed members of the committee, Yu Xinghe smiled and replied, Very well. I shall grant you 3 elders this favor. Chapter 94. Before departing as Yu Xinghe and his companions prepared to leave, the 3 committee members hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct their path. Where are you all intending to go? Flandre inquired. Tiando Academy is simply not suitable for us, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience we may have caused you. Despite the committee's attempts to persuade them to stay, Flandre ultimately led his group away. With Flandre and his companions vanishing from sight, Mengshenji looked at the still-rising Xuexing, his expression a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. Xuexing, how could you be so foolish? Do you realize whom you have driven away? Those are the hopes of the future for the Tiando Empire. In response, Xuexing retorted, no matter how great their talents. If they harbor ulterior motives, they are still a threat to the empire. If they dared to assault a member of the royal family today, they would not hesitate to usurp the throne tomorrow. By expelling them now, I have merely curtailed their growth. Upon hearing Xuexing's rationale, Mengshenji and the others found themselves at a loss for words. It was not that they were speechless from lack of arguments, but rather they were infuriated to the point of silence. As Yu Xinghe and his companions departed from the Tiando Academy, Flandre spotted a recruitment notice at the city gate and led the group to the Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy was considered a prestigious soul master institution, and its financial resources were evident due to its location in the prime real estate of Tiando City. With the mindset of preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix, Flandre decided to enroll all his students and staff at Lamba Academy. The few Soul King level instructors responsible for recruitment were nearly terrified by Flandre and his companions, as if they had unwittingly summoned a horde of champions to a diamond-ranked matchmaking game. This encapsulated the sentiments of the Soul King instructors at that moment. To the surprise of Shrek's team, they discovered that the Academy's dean was, in fact, an old acquaintance of Flandre and the Master, specifically, the Master's former lover, Lu Erlong. With everyone settled into their new abode, Yu Xinghe prepared to take his leave. Upon learning that Yu Xinghe was departing so soon, the group implored him to stay. What? Are you reluctant to part with my devilish training? Or do you wish for me to teach you a few more songs? Upon hearing that Yu Xinghe would teach them a few more songs, the Shrek 7 immediately changed their tune. Safe travels, we shall not see you off. Wishing you a pleasant journey. May the mountains remain green and the waters flow eternally. Only Xiaowu, holding Yu Xinghe's hand, was reluctant to let go. You promised me. We would not part. Yu Xinghe gently tousled Xiaowu's hair and reassured her, do not worry. I shall return promptly after I have acquired my soul ring. With that, he embraced Xiaowu, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. As Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen vanished from the sight of the crowd, a dreamlike haze enveloped them. During their training under Yu Xinghe, the onlookers had been filled with resentment, wishing for a divine being to descend from the heavens and take her away, sparing them from her incessant mischief. Yet, paradoxically, when Yu Xinghe actually departed, they found themselves filled with a sense of reluctance. Undoubtedly, while Yu Xinghe could be quite troublesome, her assistance had proven invaluable. The mere introduction of an advanced application of soul power had reaped countless benefits for them. Flander, observing the Shrek 7 monsters lingering at the entrance, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you still standing there? By the way, what about Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen?" With a look of sorrow, Dai Mubai lamented, "Both Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen have left." Hearing this, Flander was taken aback. Why did they leave? Did they not even bid farewell? Xiao Wu interjected. Yu Xinghe mentioned she would return soon. Very well. Noticing Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, and the others appearing despondent, Lu Erlong asked, "Who exactly is Yu Xinghe? Is she also your student?" Flander sighed with a bittersweet smile, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes, and murmured, "Ah, she is much more than just a student. Would you care to share her story with me?" "Of course. Has Moonstar River truly departed?" "In reality, she has not truly left. She remains, quietly observing from the shadows." Yu Xinghe awaited a certain individual, none other than Douluo. Tang San could scarcely fathom that he would encounter the illustrious title Douluo, a person whom most would never cross paths with in a lifetime, merely by taking a turn while dining. Tang San, is this what they call love at first sight? Alas, Douluo was an eccentric character. Upon laying eyes on Tang San, he promptly rendered him unconscious. Simultaneously, Master Lu Erlong, Flandra, and others sensed an unusual fluctuation of soul power. However, by the time they arrived, the perpetrator had vanished without a trace, taking Tang San with him. Based on the residual soul power and aura left at the scene, Master deduced that Douluo was indeed the one who had abducted Tang San, just as Tang San had not anticipated encountering Douluo. Douluo was equally astonished to meet Yu Xinghe. Confronted by her sudden appearance, Douluo spoke gravely. "What brings you here?" As a title Douluo, Yu Xinghe should not have been capable of concealing her aura from him. Yet, until she materialized before him, Douluo had sensed not a whisper of her presence. In response, the spirit within Yu Xinghe asserted, "With me around, Yu Xinghe can undoubtedly become a premier assassin." Addressing Douluo's inquiry, she smiled, "Mr. Douluo, you truly exude authority. To personally intervene as a title Douluo to capture a mere soul master." Douluo discreetly distanced himself from Yu Xinghe, remarking, "Little girl, he must be your boyfriend, right?" "Ha. I advise you to be compliant. Your boyfriend is in my grasp. However, should you consume this pill, I might consider sparing his life." With that, Douluo tossed a dark green pill towards Yu Xinghe. In response, she subtly shifted to the side, refraining from reaching out to catch it, allowing it to fall to the ground. "What do you mean? Do you not care for your boyfriend's well-being?" Hearing Douluo refer to Tang San as her boyfriend, Yu Xinghe helplessly pressed her forehead. "Which of your eyes perceived that we share a romantic relationship? If that is not the case, why did you pursue me? Was it not to find an opportunity to rescue him?" Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes and remarked, "I am following you, not to rescue him. Besides, he does not require my assistance. You lack the will to kill him. You are utterly incapable of doing so." Douluo sneered, "Do you think that by pretending to be indifferent to him, I will simply let him go? Do not entertain such delusions." With that, Douluo placed his hand, adorned with dark green nails, upon Tang San's head. "Little girl, do you dare to guess whether I would kill him?" Unfazed by Douluo's childish antics, Yu Xinghe silently retrieved a stone from the dream of tears and infused it with a surge of energy. Almost immediately, Douluo's lamentable singing, more grating than a cry, emanated from the stone. Hearing that familiar sound, Douluo exclaimed in horror, "How do you possess a recording stone?" The recording stone is a peculiar mineral that can capture sound when infused with soul power. Listening to the cacophony from the recording stone in Yu Xinghe's hand, Douluo teetered on the brink of madness. If there exists a fate more excruciating than public execution, it is the agony of repeated execution. "Little girl, what do you want?" Had someone else possessed this recording stone, Douluo would have simply killed them and destroyed the stone. However, Yu Xinghe's method of escape was utterly outrageous. If the title Douluo were akin to a Do Emperor riding an ordinary horse, then in Douluo's eyes, Yu Xinghe resembled a fighter astride a steed of unparalleled prowess. The Do Emperor could easily eliminate the fighter, provided he could catch up. "Yu Xinghe, if it comes to a fight, you may not stand a chance against me." After his expression shifted numerous times, Douluo finally bowed his head in resignation. "Little girl, what do you truly desire?" Seeing Douluo relent, Yu Xinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that he might resolutely allow her to execute him, leaving her bereft of leverage. As for the notion of barging in to seize something, Yu Xinghe had considered it, yet as a dutiful student who respected her elders and cared for the young, she found it unthinkable to engage in robbery without justification. She mused that perhaps after Douluo crushed a cockroach, she could appear and lament over the unfortunate demise of the little creature, using that as an opportunity to either rob or extort him. With Douluo yielding, Yuxinghe wasted no time and declared, "Awaken Tang-san and let him accompany me." With no alternative, Douluo complied. As Tang-san opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he realized that his situation was dire. Just as he prepared for a final desperate struggle, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, do you enjoy watching that old fool so much? Your taste in aesthetics is rather poor." Tang-san turned his gaze back and found Yuxinghe regarding him with a look of disdain. In that instant, he perceived an unprecedented beauty in Yuxinghe. Do not question why. It was simply the overwhelming instinct for survival that governed his body rather than reason. As Tang-san, brimming with excitement, moved to approach her, Yuxinghe extended a finger and pressed it against his forehead, declaring, "Men and women should not engage in close contact. Do not take this opportunity to take advantage of me. Otherwise, I shall flee, leaving you to converse with Douluo about life's aspirations." Although her finger rested against his forehead, Tang-san felt an exhilarating thrill, for it at least confirmed that he was not dreaming. Soon, the trio arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire from the original work. Upon their arrival, the system emitted a notification, "Ding. A substantial amount of fire energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Will absorbing the fire energy here cause any damage?" Yuxinghe was determined to avoid the folly of losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds, thus she felt compelled to inquire in advance. Otherwise, amidst the abundance of celestial herbs, if she were to inadvertently absorb too much energy and cause destruction, she would have no tears left to shed. Ding. Below the Ice Fire 2 instruments lay the remains of two Dragon Kings, namely the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King, who were among the 9 offspring of the former dragon god. The host could absorb approximately 1/3 of the energy without disturbing the balance in the short term. Once the host unlocks the energy gathering ring to the 4th stage, she could return to absorb the ice attribute energy and restore equilibrium. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yuxinghe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had consulted the system beforehand. Otherwise, if she had recklessly absorbed too much fire attribute energy, it could have potentially ruined the Ice Fire 2 instruments. After contemplating, Yuxinghe addressed Tang-san, saying, "Little San, please go down and help me find a celestial herb known as Heartbreak Red. Once you locate it, bring it to me, and I shall reward you with a fortuitous opportunity." Of course, the fortuitous opportunity Yuxinghe referred to was akin to the chance Tang-san encountered in the original narrative at the Ice Fire 2 instruments. "Xinghe, do you also know about the Ice Fire 2 instruments?" Tang-san inquired. The moment he beheld the Ice Fire 2 instruments, he recognized this lake, half-frozen and half-molten lava, as one of the 3 treasure troves documented in the Xiantian treasure record. The unique terrain of the Ice Fire 2 instruments rendered it a perilous place for creatures, yet a paradise for flora. As Yuxinghe guided him closer, Tang-san's eyes sparkled with excitement. With fiery apricot blossoms, octagonal ice grass, autumn water dew, and exquisite tulips before him, Tang-san finally comprehended the fortuitous opportunity Yuxinghe spoke of. The thought that he could harvest these treasures with Yuxinghe's presence filled him with uncontainable joy. "Now, please find the Heartbreak Red for me." Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, Tang-san quickly spotted a delicate white flower nestled upon a dark stone. Before handing the Heartbreak Red over to Yuxinghe, he asked, "How do you know about these things?" To this, Yuxinghe remained silent. She couldn't possibly reveal that she had read the script. If Tang-san then inquired about the script, Yuxinghe feared she would be overwhelmed with questions. Noticing her silence, Tang-san refrained from pressing further, understanding that Yuxinghe harbored many secrets. She was a veritable enigma. After receiving the Heartbreak Red, Yuxinghe told Tang-san, "You should remain here to cultivate. This place will greatly benefit your training." But Tang-san gestured towards Douluo and then pointed at himself. His meaning was clear. It was rather ungracious to burn bridges. Observing the perplexed expression on Tang-san's face, Yuxinghe smiled and reassured him, "Fear not. I assure you that Douluo will not harm you. After all, his granddaughter requires your help, does she not?" Upon hearing the other party abruptly mention his granddaughter, Douluo was about to inquire further when he heard the words transmitted in a tense tone by Yuxinghe. "Douluo, Tang-san is cultivating here. You must not take his life or lay a hand on him in any manner. This is beneficial for both you and me. By the way, I will return the Soundstone to you at our next meeting, and I assure you it will remain confidential. Additionally, I must mention that Tang-san's father is the Haotian Douluo. As Douluo Bo displayed an expression of shock, Yu Xinghe, amidst their peculiar gazes, directly plunged his hand into the magma capable of melting stone and iron. Shortly thereafter, he uttered a farewell to Tang San and vanished without a trace. Tang San, I feel like cursing. Blue Tyrant Academy. No, it should now be referred to as Shrek Academy. As the moonlight faded, Yu Xinghe departed, and Tang San was taken away, leaving the members of Shrek Academy in a state of unrest, each consumed by their own worries. Although Tang San was captured, Xiaowu's thoughts were predominantly with Yu Xinghe. After all, the master and the others had already set out to rescue him. She felt powerless due to her own weakness. And moreover, the shift in the narrative had caused her to cherish Yu Xinghe far more than Tang San. Since that fateful night, a figure had been imprinted in her heart, occupying her every thought. While Xiaowu gazed up at the starry sky, she felt a pair of arms envelop her. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "It's so cold tonight. Why not wear more? I would be heartbroken if you caught a chill." Turning her head, she was met with the most familiar face, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "If you're going to leave, then leave. Why return? You wicked scoundrel. I don't want you. You'd best stay out there forever and never come back." Chapter 96. Departure. Destination Douluo Forest. For an average person, Xiaowu's delicate fists would surely bring tears to anyone struck by them. Yet, when they landed on Yu Xinghe, it was little more than a playful tickle. To pacify the distraught Xiaowu, Yu Xinghe could only hold her close, allowing her to vent her grievances and frustrations. Before long, her rain-like fists fell limp, and her cries subsided as the clouds parted after a storm. Nestled in Yu Xinghe's embrace, Xiaowu sniffled and asked, "Are you going to hunt for a soul ring?" The moon and stars twinkle softly. "How many years have you prepared for this hunt?" Yu Xinghe affectionately patted Xiaowu's head and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not harm you, nor shall I allow the Daming Erming to do so. And the rabbit is also off limits," Xiaowu added. Yu Xinghe extended a finger and playfully tapped Xiaowu's nose, exclaiming, all right, I shall not kill." Xiaowu's eyes sparkled mischievously as she reiterated, "What about the lion, monkey, bear, swan, python, and the great bird?" Upon hearing this long list of flora and fauna from Xiaowu's lips, Yu Xinghe's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. "By your logic, are there any soul beasts left that I can slay?" Xiaowu's face betrayed a hint of disappointment at his words. The soul beasts she had mentioned were familiar companions she had encountered in the forest since childhood. Naturally, she did not wish for her cherished friends to be harmed, especially by the hands of the one she loved most. Aware that her demands were indeed excessive, she was about to apologize when Yu Xinghe unexpectedly declared, "I promise you, I shall not harm any of the soul beasts you've mentioned." Xiaowu gazed at him incredulously and inquired, "Then from which soul beast can you obtain soul rings? Were it any other soul master?" Complying with Xiaowu's demands would likely lead to despair. Yet who was Yu Xinghe? A traveler well-versed in the tales of Douluo. If he could not hunt in the Douluo Forest, he could venture to the extreme north to hunt the Arctic soul beasts instead. If the land beasts were off-limits, surely the sea would provide ample opportunity. If soul beasts were beyond reach, he could delve into the study of soul spirits. And if even that were prohibited, he could participate in the divine assessment. In comparison to those who could only relentlessly harvest the Douluo Forest, Yu Xinghe's avenues for acquiring soul rings were virtually limitless. Upon hearing Xiaowu's query, Yu Xinghe smiled serenely, "I have my ways." He then produced the Tear of Dream from his collar, and Xiaowu, catching a glimpse of the white cloth within, asked, "Xinghe, have you not yet recovered from your previous injury?" She recalled him mentioning that he had been wounded in the chest during an incident at the Martial Soul Academy, and that the cut had been rather deep. "Ahem, Xiaowu, let us not dwell on those matters. Look what I have brought for you." As he spoke, Yu Xinghe revealed the flower known as the Heartbroken Red. "Ah, such a lovely little flower. Yet how cruel you are. This flower has struggled to take root on the stone. How could you treat it so roughly? What if it breaks?" In response, Yu Xinghe recounted the tale of the Heartbroken Red and how to harvest it. After hearing the story, Xiaowu placed a hand over her heart and, with a rush of blood, expelled a mouthful of crimson. The dark stone beneath the Heartbroken Red then fell away. As the stone tumbled down, leaving traces of blood upon the flower, Yu Xinghe's expression was a blend of sweetness and guilt. The sweetness stemmed from Xiaowu's affection for him, while the guilt arose from the realization that despite her deep love, he was still indulging in his own desires while gazing longingly at others. Upon contemplating this, Yu Xinghe addressed Xiaowu, saying, "With the heartbroken red of longing adorning you, none shall discern your true form. During my absence, you shall remain safer, for this is a promise made to Deming and Erming. Indeed, safeguarding you is an unwavering vow of my life. Subsequently, Yuxinghe continued. I shall take the stars to hunt for soul rings. Once the hunt is complete, I will return her to keep you company. Very well. Be cautious on your journey. Love you. Moi. As Yuxinghe arrived at the camp in the Douluo forest, night had already fallen. Observing the drowsy, starry sky, he resolved to find an inn within this encampment for rest. Inns, by their nature, are seldom devoid of the sound of knocking. Indeed, in the latter half of the night, a series of knocks resounded. Yuxinghe is certainly not someone as oblivious as Tang San, who cannot even comprehend a knowing glance. In the dead of night, the persistent knocking at the inn door raises questions beyond mere triviality. With the intention of feigning sleep, under the assumption that the visitor would soon depart, Yuxinghe found his resolve tested, as the incessant knocking roused even the sleeping Yuxingchen nestled in his embrace. In a moment of resignation, Yuxinghe approached the door. She vowed that if she were to open it, and the visitor dared to utter the words, "Do you want a duck?" she would undoubtedly make them acquainted with the true meaning of justice's iron fist. Upon opening the door, she was met by a young woman, heavily made up and scantily clad. The instant their eyes met, the girl widened her gaze in astonishment, clearly taken aback. After a prolonged silence, she shyly inquired, "Would you like a massage?" 1 golden soul coin for an entire evening. The cold voice of Yuxinghe echoed, "Do you think I would need it?" Upon hearing this, the young woman lowered her head, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a familiar sound resonated, one that Yuxinghe recognized all too well, the unmistakable sound of a growling stomach. Indeed, after the sound emerged, the young woman turned back, her face adorned with a pleading expression as she bit her lip and implored, 2 silver soul coins for 1 night. Noticing Yuxinghe's continued silence, she could no longer contain her tears, exclaiming, 10 copper soul coins, please, I beg you, have mercy. Upon hearing her desperate plea, Yuxinghe sighed, retrieving a bag of biscuits along with 2 golden soul coins, placing them into her hands. Take care and live well, he said. Before promptly closing the door, the young woman gazed at the biscuits and golden coins in her hands, initially intent on knocking again to express her gratitude, but hesitated as her hand reached out. Ultimately, she chose to leave. To Yuxinghe, this was but a trifling matter, yet for Filiana, it was an act worthy of her utmost gratitude. Chapter 97. It takes a villain to confront a monster. The Douluo forest buzzed with its usual liveliness today. After all, as the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, nearly 60% of soul rings originated from this very locale. Although 60% may seem modest, one must remember that these are predominantly mid to high-tier soul rings, unlike the soul-hunting forests artificially created by the 2 great empires, which only yield low-tier soul rings. The soul-hunting squad is seeking a level 20 auxiliary soul master to form a team and venture into the mid-level regions of the Douluo forest to hunt for a Millennium Soul Ring. Salary to be discussed. The titled Do City Mercenary Association as 2nd Division is hiring a level 40 soul master to hunt for soul rings ranging from 4 to 6,000 years in the mid-level areas of the Douluo forest, with excellent benefits. Salary to be discussed. By the way, we also have beautiful soul masters in our team. The Douluo forest is a public resource, attracting not only students from academies but also wandering practitioners and ordinary soul masters. In the face of the dangers lurking within the Douluo forest, forming teams is evidently a prudent strategy to enhance survival rates. Upon their emergence, Yuxinghe and Yuxingchen captivated immense attention with their striking beauty. The 2 sisters possessed unparalleled looks, nearly indistinguishable from one another, and given their tender age, many soul masters approached them, inquiring about the possibility of forming a team together. In her previous life, Yuxinghe was also a male and held a profound understanding of mercenaries. Hence she chose to disregard them and proceeded step by step toward the forest. Suddenly, a line of figures emerged before her, obstructing her path. It was a small team of 5, all clad in moon-white robes, adorned with an emblem on their chests inscribed with the words Jean Tian. At the forefront stood a young man, around 17 or 18, tall and robust. Even in his flowing robe, the defined muscles beneath could not be concealed. Pretty lady, are you here to acquire a soul ring? It seems to be your first visit to the Douluo forest. Would you like to team up with us? You should know that the Douluo forest is unlike other soul-hunting forests. It is fraught with danger, especially considering you have your sister with you. The risk factor is exponentially heightened. In response, Yuxinghe offered a serene smile. Would accompanying you truly ensure my safety? As the radiant Moonstar River smiled, her exquisite visage illuminated the surroundings, reminiscent of the sun's emergence, rendering the star's brilliance dim in comparison. The leader of the group, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed. Our team comprises of Grand Soul Masters. I am entering this endeavor because I have ascended to the rank of Soul Scholar, poised to procure a fitting soul ring. Brothers, unleash our soul rings and let the fair maiden witness our prowess." With a harmonious display of white and yellow soul rings ascending, the atmosphere was filled with murmurs of admiration. Such youth, and already a Grand Soul Master. They must be no older than 14 or 15, with the leader barely 17 or 18. Achieving the rank of Soul Scholar at such an age is indeed a testament to their genius. If only I had possessed such talent in my youth, I would not have resorted to a life of mercenary work. Indeed, did you not notice the insignia upon their chests? The Battle Heaven Academy is a prestigious institution, having secured a commendable position within the top 20 in the previous Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament in the Tiando region. Just as the members of Battle Heaven Academy basked in the accolades surrounding them, an incongruous voice pierced through. "Benefactor, do not be swayed by their deceitful words. They are demons. Exercise caution for your life if you accompany them." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a modestly dressed woman who, after warning Moonstar River, pointed accusingly at the 5 students from Battle Heaven Academy. "You beasts, once again deceiving innocent maidens. You shall inevitably meet your doom." Upon hearing the woman's outburst, the young man who had previously greeted Moonstar River shouted back, "Felina, you are nothing but a harlot. Do not tarnish our name." Felina's face contorted with pain at his words. "Scoundrel, were it not for you, would I have fallen to such depths?" She then approached Moonstar River, urging, "Benefactor, heed my counsel. Even venturing into the Douluo forest alone is preferable to teaming up with them. They are truly vile creatures. Scoundrel, how dare you slander us?" The young man then raised his hand to strike Felina. With a sharp crack, the woman clutched her reddened cheek and cried out, "Everyone, this is Fan Jianxiang, a graduating student of Battle Heaven Academy who delights in luring innocent maidens into the forest to disgrace them. Remember his face." Before Felina could finish, Fan Jianxiang retaliated with another vicious slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. He then raised his foot, intending to kick her in the abdomen. When Moonstar River interjected, "Hold on." Upon hearing her voice, Fan Jianxiang hastily attempted to justify his actions. "Little beauty, do not listen to her nonsense. She is merely a harlot." At that moment, Moonstar River stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Felina, and addressed the young man, "I shall join your team." The young man was elated. He had thought that the swan, which had taken flight, would never return, yet it astonishingly reappeared before him, with his plans fulfilled. The man felt elated and dismissed any quarrel with the woman. He addressed Felina, declaring, "No one would believe the words of a harlot." Seeing that Yu Xinghe had surprisingly agreed to team up with Fan Jianxiang, Felina, disregarding the pain on her face, grasped Yu Xinghe's arm and implored, "Benefactor, please heed my advice. They are truly beasts." As Felina continued to impede their progress, Fan Jianxiang, incensed, manifested his martial spirit, intending to deliver a severe lesson to this woman who seemed oblivious to her own limitations. At that moment, Yu Xinghe spoke again, "Brother, let us hasten into the forest to hunt for soul rings." Fan Jianxiang gazed at the ethereal Yu Xinghe, then at the disheveled Felina, and with a smug huff, he led the 2 sisters into the forest amidst the envious and jealous glances of those around them. Felina rose from the ground, casting a complex look at Yu Xinghe before silently departing. The Douluo forest is vast, with the central area as its focal point, radiating outwardly in 5 distinct layers. At the heart lies the realm of Deming and Air Ming, followed by the second layer, where 10,000-year soul beasts are most active. The third layer is known as the depths of the forest, home to 1,000-year soul beasts, though one might occasionally encounter a 10,000-year beast. The fourth and fifth layers are collectively referred to as the periphery of the Douluo, where soul masters are most active, typically seeking soul rings. As Fan Jianxiang brought Yu Xinghe and the others to the boundary between the fourth and fifth layers, he could no longer contain his true nature. The 5 men encircled Yu Xinghe, their faces alight with lewd expressions. "A beauty. How about we take a ride together with your brother? The larger one's for you. The smaller one's for me. Goodness, you truly are a beast. How can you be so brazen at such a young age? Count me in. Scoundrel, I am the leader here." As the 5 men spewed vulgarities while loosening their garments, Yu Xinghe turned to Yu Xingchen and commanded, "Close your eyes." The Moonstar gently inquired, "Why?" "Because something truly unpleasant may occur shortly." "Very well then." After the Moonstar closed her eyes, A series of anguished screams resonated in the surroundings, so harrowing that the male spirit masters present instinctively crossed their legs in distress. After a considerable time, the once immaculate white robes of Fan Jinxiang and the other 4 men were now stained with blood. Observing these 5 men, Moonstar River chuckled and remarked, "Do you dare flaunt your meager possessions? Soon, I shall show you what a true treasure is." Subsequently, Moonstar River retrieved a vial of powdered medicine from the Dream of Tears and sprinkled it upon these individuals, before methodically breaking their legs one by one. Having completed this grim task, Moonstar River finally departed with Moonstar. Along the way, Moonstar inquired, "What was that substance you scattered earlier?" Yuxingha furrowed his brows and asked, "Did you spy on me?" The Moonstar shook his head, stating, "No, I merely heard the sound of you scattering something." Upon hearing this, Moon River let out a sigh of relief. That substance was a potion specifically designed to incite the passions of spirit beasts, and it targeted only male spirit beasts. As Moon River spoke, Moonstar suddenly recalled that a troop of powerful baboons seemed to inhabit the area. The thought of those formidable baboons drawn towards the scent of blood sent a shiver down his spine. The moon and stars could not help but mourn for those individuals for 3 seconds. Why provoke anyone, if not for one's mother? Mother, what is it? Are you acting this way because of that Felena? Not at all. Those individuals sought to harm me. I merely acted in the name of justice to punish them. Chapter 98. A reunion. After dealing with the scoundrels from the Battle Heaven Academy, Yuxingha continued deeper into the Stardow Forest, accompanied by Xingqian. The Stardow Forest was vast, and even with Yuxingha exerting herself to the fullest, she only managed to reach the 3rd level within a day, which was the inner depths of the forest. If this were a quest to find soul rings for Tang San and his companions, this location would suffice. And with a stroke of luck, they might even encounter suitable soul beasts on the outskirts. However, Xingqian had specified that the soul beast she required needed to be at least 10,000 years old. When searching for soul rings for Yuxingha could not settle for anything less. After all, she was her precious daughter, truly a piece of her own heart. As the saying goes, one should never skimp on education, nor should one let hardship befall a child. Under the moonlight, a cast-iron pot suspended over the campfire bubbled with the enticing aroma of delicious instant noodles. During his 5 years at the Soul Master Academy, due to various assignments, Yuxingha had adopted the guise of an innocuous underachiever. Whenever he found himself with idle time, he would seek out various activities. Drawing upon the memories from his previous life, he successfully recreated numerous culinary delights, among which was instant noodles. On the day he perfected the dish, Yuxingha personally prepared a bowl of spicy beef noodles for Bibi Dong, who relished every bite. Her delight only intensified upon learning that this delectable food could be stored for extended periods, leading her to reward Yuxingha with 2 passionate kisses flavored with spiciness. The only regret for Yuxingha was that the naming rights for the noodles had been claimed by Bibi Dong. He had initially wished to name it Kong Shifu, hoping to evoke a sense of familiarity in this foreign world, but Bibi Dong swiftly dismissed the idea, declaring, "Kong Shifu does not sound appealing. We shall simply call it Soul Master Noodles." Yuxingha sought to make another attempt, only to be met with 2 swift slaps on her backside from Bibi Dong. The following day, the Spirit Hall announced that the illustrious, sacred, benevolent, and resplendent Pope Bibi Dong had invented a culinary delight known as Spirit Noodles, inviting the entire populace of Spirit City to partake. According to residents who sampled the Spirit Noodles, they found themselves unable to consume anything else thereafter. With this initiative, Bibi Dong significantly enhanced her popularity among the common folk, further solidifying her authority within the Spirit Hall. The potency of the noodles was thus made evident. Once the noodles had nearly finished cooking, Yuxingha added some spirit card ham sausages. At this point, a delectable ham noodle dish emerged from the pot. Observing Yuxingqian devouring the noodles with fervor, Yuxingha affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "No one is competing with you. Eat slowly." As the moonlight shimmered, Yuxingqian mumbled indistinctly while savoring his noodles, "Someone is approaching. If you don't hasten your meal, there may be nothing left to eat once you start fighting." Yuxingha chuckled and replied, "No worries. Even if a tidal Douluo were to arrive, we could simply invite him to join us." Yuxingqian disdainfully rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "I once believed you were invincible, a deity capable of vanquishing gods, and a Buddha able to eliminate Buddhas." Before long, the thicket parted, revealing 4 blood-soaked figures before Yuxingha. As Yuxingha gazed intently, he was pleasantly surprised by the serendipity of encountering acquaintances in such a vast world. 4 figures emerged, 3 men and 1 woman. Among them were the renowned couple, the dragon and serpent, whom Yuxinghe had previously met. The other two, an elder and a middle-aged man, wielded swords entwined with a swirling wind, suggesting that their blades were likely manifestations of their martial spirits. Upon spotting Yuxinghe, the four of them collectively exhaled with relief. The dragon and serpent felt at ease due to their prior acquaintance with you, while the elder and the middle-aged man lowered their guard slightly, considering his youthful appearance. Before the elder could speak, Meng Shu interjected with enthusiasm, "My young friend, what a delightful surprise to find you here." The elder, observing Meng Shu's beaming expression, inquired with curiosity, "Brother Meng, what is the meaning of this? Do you know this young lady?" Meng Shu briefly recounted his previous encounter with Yuxinghe. Upon hearing that Meng Shu had been bested by this seemingly 11 or 12-year-old girl, the elder, though skeptical, knew Meng Shu was not one to exaggerate, especially not with a tale that could tarnish his reputation. With this thought, the elder addressed Yuxinghe, "Dear young friend, I am Lu Jing, the third elder of the Wind Sword Sect. This is my junior brother, Lu Kuang. It is a fortuitous meeting tonight. May I ask if we might rest here for a while?" Had Meng Shu not provided prior context, Lu Jing, a respectable soul Douluo, would not have been so deferential to a mere child. Given his temperament, he would have been more inclined to dismiss her outright. "Oh, I hope you do not snore while sleeping?" Yuxinghe's question, seemingly out of place, left Lu Jing perplexed. However, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang responded in unison. "We do not snore." Thus, Lu Jing, feeling compelled to follow suit, replied, "We do not." Yuxinghe then turned her gaze towards the middle-aged man, Lu Kuang. Unlike the humility of the dragon and serpent or the smooth demeanor of the elder, Lu Kuang's expression was defiant, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He sneered at Yuxinghe, "What if I do snore? What if I do not?" Hearing Lu Kuang's retort, Meng Shu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Before he could intervene, Yuxinghe furrowed her brow and declared, "If you do snore, then I shall have to politely ask you to leave." At her words, Lu Kuang raised his sword, and 7 soul rings emerged from beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 a perfect configuration. With an aura comparable to that of a soul Douluo, a fierce wind surged towards Yuxinghe. With a cold huff, Yuxinghe effortlessly dissipated the gale as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Witnessing his momentum thwarted by a mere scoff, Lu Kuang chuckled in surprise. "Ha! Indeed. You possess some skill. Your abilities are none of my concern. However, I must inquire, do you snore?" With this renewed question from Yuxinghe, Lu Kuang appeared somewhat uneasy as he replied, "I do not snore." "That is good to hear. If you wish to rest here, I have no objections, as this is not my home. However, let me be clear, should you dare to disturb my sister's rest in any way, do not blame me for taking action." Upon concluding his statement, Yuxinghe turned to Xingqian and asked, "Have you had enough to eat?" Yuxingqian nodded. "Having eaten well, it's time to sleep." "Absolutely not. Going to bed right after a meal is quite unhealthy." "Then what do you wish to do instead of sleeping?" "I want you to tell me a story. If you don't tell me, I won't go to sleep." "Hey, how dare you threaten me?" "Fine, I shall tell you a story for an hour, after which you must go to sleep. Do you hear me?" Chapter 99. The joke is a bit cold. Once upon a time, in a distant land known as the Kingdom of Aolai, which was situated by the sea, there existed a small island adorned with a colossal stone. As Yuxinghe began to weave his tale, the 4 of them settled on the ground, tending to their wounds. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Yuxinghe to furrow his brow. He retrieved some healing ointment prepared by Bibi Dong from his dream of tears and tossed it towards Meng Shu and the others. Upon receiving the vial, Meng Shu examined it closely, only to find inscribed upon it the words "Special Healing Ointment for external use from the Spirit Hall." As a soul Douluo, Meng Shu understood the rarity and value of such medicine. He immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, young friend. I shall repay you in due time." In response, Yuxinghe did not even glance in his direction, merely nodding to acknowledge his words, and continued to narrate the story to Xingqian, as if the goodwill of a soul Douluo paled in comparison to the importance of captivating a child. After applying some ointment, Meng Shu felt immediate relief from his wounds, which began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace, aided by his own soul power. Astonished by the miraculous properties of the medicine, Meng Shu, filled with gratitude, also marveled at the profound heritage of the Spirit Hall. After using some himself, he passed the ointment to the elder, Lu Jing. Initially reluctant to use a stranger's medicine, Lu Jing found himself in a predicament. His injuries were the most severe among the 4, and if not swiftly addressed, they could adversely affect his abilities. Seeing Meng Shu take the lead, he hesitated no longer and, casting a complex glance at the still enthralled Yu Xinghe, declared, "I shall remember your kindness, young friend." Upon hearing this, Yu Xingchen, who had nearly succumbed to slumber, opened his eyes once more. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe lifted her head and, with a hint of irritation, addressed Lu Jing. "If you could just keep your mouth shut, that would be the greatest favor you could bestow upon me." Lu Jing, taken aback by the fierce demeanor of this girl, who resembled a celestial being, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Kuang, who was nearby, brightened at Yu Xinghe's words, a spark of interest gleaming in his strikingly handsome features, akin to those carved from stone. After soothing her younger sibling, Yu Xinghe was suddenly struck by hunger as the aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. She promptly retrieved large bags of noodles from her dream of tears and set them to boil. As the noodles cooked, the rich fragrance enveloped the small clearing. Meng Shu and his companions, weary from their recent battle, could not help but swallow hard at the enticing scent. Feeling the 4 pairs of eager, green eyes upon her, Yu Xinghe was reminded of a particular song. The 4 formidable soul masters sat across from her, their eyes gleaming with desire for the noodles. After sampling several packs, she softly remarked, "You must be hungry as well. If you don't mind, please help yourselves." With that, she produced another batch of instant noodles. As they ate, Meng Shu and the others whispered their admiration. "This is delicious. Better than any noodles I've ever had. Why have I never heard of this before?" The packaging suggests it must be exclusive to the Spirit Hall. The impact of the instant noodles was indeed profound for Meng Shu and his companions, who slurped every last drop of broth. The middle-aged man named Lu Kuang leaned toward Yu Xinghe and softly inquired, "Girl, do you have any more? Sell me some, please." "Go buy some in Spirit City. I'm not selling these," she replied. "I'll pay a high price. 1 gold soul coin per pack. What do you say? Wow, you're quite wealthy," Yu Xinghe exclaimed, pointing to the healing potion Lu Kuang held, which was a rare treasure from the Spirit Hall. Realizing the absurdity of his request, Lu Kuang's face flushed with embarrassment. If he could so easily part with such a valuable healing potion, he certainly wouldn't be concerned about a few gold soul coins. Acknowledging his loss of face, Lu Kuang quietly moved aside to meditate and recover his soul power. Once he had departed, Yu Xinghe turned to Meng Shu and asked, "What brings you here again?" Meng Shu replied, "We were invited by a friend to assist in hunting for soul rings." Yu Xinghe gestured towards Lu Kuang not far away and softly inquired, "Are you going to assist that fellow?" Meng Shu nodded affirmatively, "Indeed." "How many years do you intend to help him hunt?" "Approximately 60,000 years. Is a 60,000-year-old soul beast enough to leave you in such a predicament?" Yu Xinghe was well aware of Meng Shu's capabilities. As a soul Douluo, he possessed considerable strength, especially with the fusion technique of his martial spirit, Xiang. Even a titled Douluo should find him formidable in combat. Moreover, with the inclusion of Lu Jing, who was undoubtedly of soul Douluo caliber, along with the middle-aged man whose soul power had reached level 80, such a powerful configuration should make the slaying of a 60,000-year-old soul beast a mere formality. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Meng Shu displayed a wry smile as he recounted. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. We located a 60,000-year-old bamboo leaf green snake king and had nearly defeated it, just a hair's breadth away from Lu Kuang delivering the final blow to absorb its essence, when a 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider emerged. Frowning at the mention of yet another human-faced demon spider, Yu Xinghe inquired, "Was it not said that human-faced demon spiders are quite rare? Why does it seem to me that they are rather abundant?" Meng Shu shook his head in response. "There aren't that many. This particular human-faced demon spider is the same one my wife and I encountered previously." Understanding the situation, Yu Xinghe realized that Meng Shu and his companions had expended considerable effort to defeat the bamboo leaf green snake king, only to have the fruits of their labor snatched away at the last moment by the opportunistic human-faced demon spider. After a fierce battle, they had barely managed to escape. Yu Xinghe felt a pang of sympathy for Meng Shu and his companions. With his granddaughter's 2 soul rings taken and his good friend's soul ring also lost due to the emergence of the human-faced demon spider, Yu Xinghe could not help but wonder if Meng Shu inherently possessed a tendency to have his soul rings pilfered. As the night air grew cool and tranquil, Meng Shu and the others meditated to restore their soul power, while Yu Xinghe, cradling his knees, gazed up at the starry sky when a gentle voice echoed in his mind. "Xinghe, why do you seem so melancholic? How did you discern that?" "I dwell within your being. Your emotions are palpable to me." In the next moment, the soft, plush form of Yi appeared in Yu Xinghe's embrace. her cotton-like hands caressing his cheek as she chirped. "Cheer up. Your frowning visage is rather unappealing. Shall I tell you a joke?" Intrigued. As he was accustomed to narrating stories to others, Yuxinghe eagerly responded. "Once upon a time, there was a divine beast named Qilin. One day, it ventured into a frigid, snow-laden realm. Can you guess what it transformed into?" The moon and stars shook their heads. "Indeed, it has transformed into the ice Qilin." Yuxinghe, why does it feel a bit cold upon listening? Chapter 100. The emergence of the 5 millennium human-faced demon spider. No, it's not the humor that brings this chill. As Yuxinghe raised his gaze towards a certain direction, a pink soul ring adorned with 4 golden patterns ascended. The 4 individuals engaged in meditation simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing expressions of confusion and astonishment towards Yuxinghe. Soon, as a figure drew nearer, they comprehended the reason behind Yuxinghe's soul ring. For a colossal spider, with a body diameter reaching 5 meters and legs extending at least 10 meters, materialized before them. The spider was entirely black, merging seamlessly with the night like a pool of ink, were it not for its 8 green eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Human-faced demon spider. Enough of this. If not for its 8 green eyes emanating an unsettling gaze, even ordinary soul masters might not immediately perceive its presence. This creature, as large as a house, moved with utmost silence. Like a master assassin, it would strike without warning, claiming lives in the shadows. Upon its appearance, the human-faced demon spider unleashed a massive web, enveloping the entire campsite. In response, Yuxinghe swiftly drew forth a pulse from the void behind him, with 30 fiery red patterns swirling around electric sparks, illuminating the darkness. Simultaneously, facing the web of the human-faced demon spider, the 4, Meng Shu and his companions, showcased their unique abilities. Lu Jing and Lu Kuang raised their longswords, directing them as blades to swipe along the sword's body. The whirlwind encircling the sword rapidly expanded, seemingly containing countless wind blades, slicing through the spider's web. Meng Shu unleashed his signature defensive skill, the Dragon Shield, enveloping himself and Chao Tianxiang completely. However, the web released by the 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was formidable. Upon contact, the whirlwind imbued with wind blades gradually became ensnared in the webbing, losing its vigor, while Meng Shu's Dragon Shield was corroded by the web's inherent toxicity, emitting a sizzling sound. The group realized, it seemed that the spider's strength had significantly increased after consuming 6,000-year-old bamboo leaves. This encounter appeared to portend dire consequences. Just as a cloud of foreboding settled over them, a sharp reprimand rang out. "Spiderhead, take this." In the next moment, Yuxinghe retracted the conical light blade atop the pulse in his hand, only to extend a crimson cylindrical form, the entire pulse resembling a heated iron rod, exuding an intense warmth. Confronted with the web that had left the 4 in disarray, Yuxinghe wielded the elongated pulse in its staff form and executed a meteor flash strike. Hey! The myriad shadows of sticks, sharp as the keenest blades, severed the web of the faceless demon spider into disarray. Witnessing the ease with which Yuxinghe shattered its web, the faceless demon spider surged toward Yuxinghe with a thunderous roar. Its speed was astonishing. A distance of hundreds of meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Confronted by the looming presence of the faceless demon spider, Yuxinghe's pulse shifted once more. Pulse, hammer form. A brilliant crimson light flickered, the hammerhead resembling a fiery meteor. As it collided with the faceless demon spider like a comet striking the earth, boom! Flames and dark blood erupted, leaving behind a path of either burning or corrosion. Both man and spider were forced to retreat simultaneously. Just as Yuxinghe faced off against the faceless demon spider, Lu Kuang, Meng Shu, and others successfully extricated themselves from peril. "Young friend, allow me to lend you a hand." "Understood." In the next moment, Meng Shu's dragon-headed staff clashed with Kao Xiangxiang's serpentine staff. The fusion of their martial souls, Dragon Snake Assault. The dragon-headed staff of Meng Shu intertwined with the serpentine staff of Kao Xiangxiang, transforming into a slender, 4-limbed dragon with a horse's head and a serpent's tail. The 15-meter-long dragon, with fierce vertical pupils, launched itself at the faceless demon spider. Aware of the significance of the fusion technique unleashed by Meng Shu and Kao Xiangxiang, the faceless demon spider felt a deep-seated apprehension, having suffered greatly from this very move. Possessing 5 millennia of cultivation, it wielded not only greater power than the mere thousands of years of its youthful adversaries but also wisdom, drawing from its past failures. It chose not to engage in a struggle with the dragon, for it understood that even if it were to tear it apart, As long as those two soul masters remained alive, it would inevitably rise again. Thus, the faceless demon spider unleashed a barrage of 10 webs, ensnaring the dragon tightly. The dragon roared in fury, attempting to break free from the bindings, but the more it struggled, the tighter the webs constricted, compounded by the lethal poison within. In no time, the dragon dissipated into 2 streams of light, returning to the hands of Meng Shu and Kao Shengxiang. Simultaneously, both of them coughed up blood, their expressions growing wan and feeble. Observing Meng Shu and Kao Shengxiang falter, Lu Jing was about to intervene when Lu Kuang placed a hand on his shoulder. Senior brother, if they could not gain an advantage even with the dragon and snake fusion technique, what can you achieve? Lu Jing gazed at the fierce clash between Yu Xinghe and the faceless demon spider and remarked, surely it is better to act than to watch idly. Lu Kuang shook his head and replied, Senior brother, do you believe she can defeat the faceless demon spider? Lu Jing scrutinized the evenly matched combatants, finding it difficult to ascertain the outcome. At that moment, Lu Kuang continued, Senior brother, consider this. If that girl can prevail, our involvement would be inconsequential. But if she cannot, what difference would our participation make? Do not forget, the faceless demon spider is indeed an aberration among soul beasts, its strength far exceeding that which can be measured in mere years. Moreover, that beast has consumed the bamboo leaf king snake, which we toiled to hunt. Its power has likely surged tremendously. It would be prudent for us to observe the unfolding events and wait for the creature to reveal a weakness before we deliver a decisive blow. Although Lu Jing felt that Lu Kuang's stance was rather inappropriate, upon witnessing the spider's razor-sharp legs effortlessly slice through a massive tree, reducing it to a puddle of sap in an instant, he swallowed hard and conceded, Junior brother speaks wisely. What nonsense, interjected Meng Shu. You merely wish to sit back and watch the tiger fight, seizing the opportunity to claim the soul ring or flee as circumstances dictate, do you not? Ashamed. Lu Jing lowered his gaze at Meng Shu's words, while Lu Kuang chuckled and replied, Senior Meng, your assertion is misguided. I possess self-awareness and do not wish to cause chaos. Should my young friend you defeat the faceless demon spider, and my interference distract her, leading to her untimely demise, I would bear that guilt for a lifetime. Hearing Lu Kuang's words, Meng Shu forced a smile. The pride of my life has been my discerning eye, yet today, it seems I am blind. I am simply growing old. Lu Jing, your junior brother may be gifted, yet his character leaves much to be desired. In response to Meng Shu's derision, Lu Jing buried his head even lower, while Lu Kuang coldly retorted, in the realm of soul masters, strength is paramount. As long as one possesses the might, no one cares about such trifles. Meng Shu, ask yourself, does the soul ring of a 50,000-year-old faceless demon spider not allure you? Such a rare soul ring would surely entice even a titled Douluo. Chapter 101. Kill. Clang, clang, clang. The fiery pulses clashed against the legs of the faceless demon spider, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. The spider was incensed to discover that its prized web had no effect on Yu Xinghe. The moment it spun its web, that human could incinerate and shred it with the bizarre fire attribute energy emanating from within. Fortuitously for Yu Xinghe, the fire energy she absorbed originated from the corpse of the fire dragon king beneath the ice and fire yin-yang eye, having been refined over nearly 1,000,000 years into the purest form of fire energy. This energy, in every aspect, its essence, level, and attributes, completely countered the spider's web, which was woven from evil, darkness, and a myriad of corrupt energies. Realizing its web was ineffective, the faceless demon spider unleashed its innate skill, evil gaze. 8 green. Glimmering eyes emitted a halo, enveloping Yu Xinghe. Suddenly struck by the green light, she found herself momentarily dazed. Outside the arena, Meng Shu thought to himself, this is bad. The faceless demon spider's evil gaze is particularly effective against soul masters who are not of the mental attribute. The Moonstar River is no exception. Fortunately, by completing tasks, Moonstar River had previously acquired the eye of the starry sky, continuously enhancing their mental strength. This allowed them to merely experience a momentary daze when confronted with the malevolent gaze of the human-faced demon spider. However, in a battle of this magnitude, akin to that of a titled Douluo, even a fleeting moment of distraction could prove fatal, just as the spider legs, capable of piercing stone and gold, were about to penetrate Moonstar River's head. A pitch-black rift in space materialized before them. The spider leg plunged into the rift, and before the human-faced demon spider could react, the rift closed, scattering its green blood like rain. Accompanied by the creature's anguished screech, Lu Kuang, Lu Jing, and Meng Shu instinctively covered their ears, anguish etched across their faces. The piercing cry of the human-faced demon spider also jolted Moon Star River back to full awareness. Gazing at the frenzied creature before them, a faint, weakened voice echoed within Moon Star River. Star River, the rest is up to you. I forcefully tore open the space, which has drained a significant amount of energy. I must rest now. The remainder relies solely on you. Be cautious. As the voice faded, Moonstar River's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, their pupils radiating a shimmering manifestation of mental will. Transform into Bayana, with a cascade of resplendent golden light enveloping them. Moonstar River emerged as a Valkyrie seemingly forged of gold, with flowing, radiant golden hair and clad in golden armor. Even their eyes appeared to flow with molten gold. Wielding a pulse weapon that shimmered with endless golden light, Moonstar River issued a commanding cry and, in an instant, teleported to the back of the human-faced demon spider, thrusting down fiercely with their spear. With the spear embedded within its body, the human-faced demon spider collapsed to the ground, its 7 spider legs curving back towards Moonstar River in a reverse attack. In response to this counterjoint maneuver, Moonstar River's eyes gleamed with golden light, summoning 7 golden vortices from the void. Subsequently, 7 colossal blades, each etched with dragon-like shadows, manifested with a resounding clatter. The dragon blades successfully deflected the spider legs, and Moonstar River, wielding the pulse weapon, uttered a low command. With a piercing sound, the pulse weapon penetrated the demon spider's carapace, embedding deeply within its form. The human-faced demon spider let out a skyward wail, and soon, one of its 8 green compound eyes exploded with a resounding crack. As the eye burst, an irresistible wave of dark energy erupted from the creature, sending Moonstar River hurtling away. In the stunned gaze of Mingshu and the others, the vicious and malevolent human-faced demon spider astonishingly fled. Flee. The Moonstar River did not consent. Thus, it transformed into a flicker of golden light, shimmering briefly before vanishing into the night. Witnessing the simultaneous disappearance of the Moonstar River and the human-faced spider, Lu Jing turned to Lu Kuang and inquired, "What shall we do?" Lu Kuang gritted his teeth and replied, "Let us pursue them." However, he then glanced at Moonstar Chun, who was hidden among the trees, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "But we must take her with us." Seeing Lu Kuang's audacity to target Moonstar Chun, Meng Shu scolded, "You ungrateful wretch. Have you no shame? Not only do you refuse to assist, but you also wish to abduct her sister as leverage. Meng Sr., perhaps you should attend to your own affairs first. What remnants of combat prowess do you possess at present?" "You." At that moment, Chao Xiang noticed Lu Kuang raising the wind sword in his hand and grasped Meng Shu's arm, urging, "Old man." Turning his head, Meng Shu saw the pleading look in Chao Xiang's eyes and could only bow his head in resignation. Lu Kuang chuckled. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. He then effortlessly captured Moonstar Chun, a process so smooth that even he was somewhat taken aback. After all, the other party was merely a 6-year-old girl. It was entirely plausible that she was too frightened to react. "Brother, let us depart. If we delay, that girl might slay the human-faced spider, and that would be disastrous." Lu Jing cast a complex glance at Meng Shu, then at the expressionless Moonstar Chun, and with a sigh, he followed suit. Beneath the veil of night, in a secluded corner of the starry forest, a thunderous sound erupted from the distance, rousing numerous diurnal creatures from their slumber. They were about to roar in protest against their abrupt awakening when, sensing a wave of malevolent energy, they all tucked their tails and cowered in their burrows, trembling in fear. From the depths of darkness, 7 green lights flickered, and a colossal silhouette steadily approached. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, a colossal humanoid-faced demon spider emerged. Yet, this creature, once the sovereign of the starry forest, was now in a state of utter panic, fleeing as if a terrifying entity was pursuing it. What manner of beast could instill such dread in a creature like the humanoid-faced demon spider? Thus, on this fateful night, all soul masters hunting within the starry forest encountered misfortune, an event that would henceforth be known as the Night of the Beast Tide. Chapter 102. Absorbing the soul ring of the 50,000-year-old humanoid-faced demon spider. Despite the humanoid-faced demon spider's desperate flight, Yu Xinghe, as the pursuer, quickly closed the distance. Aided by the spider's own path, there was no choice but to pursue. After all, his pulse was still embedded within that creature, and the thought of someone else claiming it was simply unacceptable. Seeing no way to evade the relentless pursuer behind it, the humanoid-faced demon spider abruptly turned, charging at Yu Xinghe. Beasts may be slain, but they must not be humiliated. Faced with the oncoming spider, unarmed, Yu Xinghe unsheathed his dragon blade. With a golden vortex manifesting in the void, the dragon blade reappeared. However, this time, it did not launch forth. Instead, it was firmly grasped in Yu Xinghe's hands. A 40-meter-long dragon blade. Would you not tremble in fear? It is said that the length of a weapon determines its might, and with a 40-meter dragon blade in hand, Yu Xinghe entered a state of unparalleled prowess. With a sweeping strike, the humanoid-faced demon spider leaped aside, but the towering trees behind it were not so fortunate. Dozens were severed by Yu Xinghe's stroke. As the spider soared into the air, Yu Xinghe displayed a twisted smile. Little spider, leaping into the sky is not a wise choice. Simultaneously, dozens of golden vortices materialized around the humanoid-faced demon spider, encircling it. In a flurry of panic, the spider flailed its 7 legs, desperately attempting to block the incoming strikes, but its limbs were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the dragon blade. Soon enough, the humanoid-faced demon spider found itself pierced by a multitude of strikes, teetering on the brink of death. Just then, Yu Xinghe realized a grave concern. The humanoid-faced demon spider was nearing its end. If he withdrew the dragon blade, its demise would be inevitable, and returning to fetch Yu Xingchen seemed too late. Caught in a dilemma over whether to absorb this soul ring, Yu Xinghe was suddenly joined by Lu Jing and Lu Kuang, accompanied by Yu Xingchen. Confronted by the resplendent figure of Yu Xinghe, radiating formidable battle intent, Lu Kuang felt an unsettling apprehension, especially upon witnessing the humanoid-faced demon spider, ensnared in midair by numerous golden dragon blades. His pupils constricted in disbelief. He had truly been defeated. Yet, glancing at the nearby Yu Xingchen, Lu Kuang could not help but smile. Before Yu Xinghe could speak, Lu Kuang exclaimed, "Little girl, your sister is in my grasp. If you wish to save her, surrender the human-faced demon spider. Otherwise, I shall take her life." With that, Lu Kuang pressed the wind sword against Yu Xingchen's throat. Faced with Lu Kuang's menacing display, Yu Xinghe, who had initially intended to express gratitude, swallowed the words back down, his gaze turning icy. In her transformed state, Yu Xinghe emanated an aura of combat prowess that rivaled that of a titled Douluo specializing in offense. Had Lu Kuang not held a hostage, he might have surrendered on the spot. "Are you threatening me?" Yu Xinghe questioned, her tone sharp. Lu Kuang gritted his teeth and replied, "Indeed. Hand over the human-faced demon spider, or I will kill your sister." As Lu Kuang pressed the sword closer to Yu Xingchen's neck, Yu Xinghe responded, "Very well. However, I must warn you that this little spider is on the brink of death." In the next moment, without waiting for Lu Kuang to react, Yu Xinghe summoned her will, and dozens of dragon blades transformed into a shimmering rain of light, scattering in the air. Freed from the restraints of the dragon blades, a cascade of green blood rained down as the human-faced demon spider plummeted towards the ground. With the spider's demise imminent, Lu Kuang's thoughts were consumed by its fate. Entirely oblivious to Yu Xingchen taking a deep breath, suddenly, a roar resonated with unmatched intensity, momentarily stunning Lu Kuang, while Yu Xinghe swung her 40-meter-long blade. Lu Kuang felt himself lifted into the air, soaring higher and higher. When Lu Jing regained his senses from the thunderous roar, Lu Kuang's head fell right before him, the bewildered expression in his eyes seemingly questioning the events that had just transpired. Initially taken aback, Lu Jing then let out a heart-wrenching scream. "My son!" Yu Xinghe could hardly be bothered with the heart-wrenching cries of Lu Jing, who clutched ahead in despair. Embracing Yu Xingchen, however, was a source of profound solace. "My dear, were you frightened just now?" The moon and stars gently shook their heads, declaring, "I am confident that my mother will safeguard me." Yu Xinghe tenderly kissed her forehead and said, "Your suffering has not been in vain." He then led Xingchen before the human-faced demon spider, conjuring a radiant pattern and transforming it into a long blade, which he handed to her, saying, "Pierce it through its wound, or directly into its eye, and deliver a fatal blow." Yu Xingchen nodded slightly. Just as she was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the faced demon spider, a long sword whistled through the air, seemingly destined to end the creature's life. In an instant, Yu Xinghe reached out and deflected the sword with a swift motion. Then, Yu Xinghe's eyes, shimmering with resplendent brilliance, turned towards Lu Jing, filled with both fury and bewilderment. Confronted by the imposing gaze of Yu Xinghe, Lu Jing bellowed with a contorted face, "You wretched creature! How could you be so heartless? It is merely a soul ring. Why must you resort to such lethal measures against my son? You owe me the life of my child." "Your son? Isn't he your junior disciple? Return my son's life. But he should be your junior disciple. Return my son's life. Is he your junior disciple or your son? You scoundrel. Ultimately, Lu Jing spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed, lifeless, on the spot. Meanwhile, Yu Xingchen, having slain the face demon spider, turned to Yu Xinghe and exclaimed, "Mother, you are truly remarkable. You managed to talk someone to death." In response, Yu Xinghe, with an exasperated expression, gave Xingchen a playful rap on the head and said, "Can you absorb this soul ring? If not, do not force yourself." Yu Xingchen remarked, "Rest assured, do not be deceived by my diminutive stature. My physical strength is only one tier below that of my mother. Are you implying that your body enhancement has reached the 7th stage?" Yu Xingchen nodded. Yu Xinghe, indeed, you little rascal are a cheat. I have labored to elevate my enhancement level through thrilling experiences, while you inherited it the moment you were born. Contemplating this, the deeply unsettled Yu Xinghe delivered another playful slap to Xingchen. "Go absorb the soul ring. I shall protect you." Chapter 103. The first soul ring of Yu Xingchen. Gratitude to the reader for their generous support. Thank you. A 50,000-year-old soul ring from the faceless demon spider, as black as ink, stood in stark contrast to the pure white of Yu Xingchen's delicate wrist. When Yu Xingchen attempted to draw the soul ring, it swiftly encircled her wrist. In the next moment, an anguished scream erupted from Yu Xingchen's lips, shattering Yu Xinghe's heart. What happened? What is going on? Just as Yu Xinghe was about to lift Yu Xingchen to assess her condition, she suddenly exclaimed, "It's nothing. It's the will of the faceless demon spider. I can handle it." At that moment, within Yu Xingchen's mind, a faceless demon spider manifested, its malevolent aura akin to countless steel needles inflicting maddening agony. Confronted by this excruciating pain, a diminutive figure emerged within her consciousness. Moonstar. This diminutive figure is the manifestation of her mental will. Before her looms a monstrous visage of a spider, as large as a house. In the natural world, the size of an entity serves as one of the benchmarks for assessing strength. Similarly, in the semi-virtual realm of mental will, size is one of the 2 critical metrics for gauging mental prowess. The other criterion is the degree of mental refinement. Judging by size alone, the human-faced demon spider far surpasses Moonstar, making the outcome of their confrontation seem glaringly obvious. However, in terms of refinement, despite its colossal stature, the demon spider appears indistinct, resembling an enormous, blurred mosaic. To someone with poor eyesight, it might well be mistaken for merely a black house. In stark contrast stands Moonstar. Though diminutive in size, she radiates clarity akin to a pristine original artwork, with each strand of hair distinct and flawless, even under magnification. Then, the human-faced demon spider launched an assault on Moonstar. It unleashed a barrage of indistinct pixelated blasts directed at her. Yet, beneath her feet, a brilliant explosion of fire erupted, allowing her to evade the attack with the swiftness of lightning. Recognizing the futility of its web-based assault, the demon spider opted for a more straightforward tactic: collision. This method lacked finesse, but for the demon spider, it proved to be the most effective form of attack. Its mental strength dwarfed that of Moonstar's, and employing a strategy of attrition, it seemed inevitable that victory would belong to the larger entity. As the demon spider charged, Moonstar uttered a defiant cry, enveloped in a faint electric glow. She then crouched into a stance, her hands bursting forth with vibrant electricity. In response to the impending collision, she summoned combat techniques drawn from her memories. Spirit Beast, Tiger Roar. In the next instant, as she struck, a tiger's head materialized around her delicate fist, delivering a powerful blow to the spider's elongated leg. Almost simultaneously with the strike, the tiger's head sank its teeth into the demon spider's limb. The fierce bite left a gash in the spider's leg. Though this wound was but a trifling blemish compared to its massive form, akin to a mere ant bite on a human, the pain was undeniable. Enraged, the demon spider unleashed a soul-shattering roar. This so-called soul cry resembled the lion's roar or the banshee's wail at the level of spiritual energy. Alas, for the demon spider, Moonstar's mental refinement was vastly superior. Consequently, the demon spider's anguished roar transformed into mere impotent fury in Moonstar's ears. Ignoring the soul-wrenching screams of the humanoid spider demon, Yu Xingchen unleashed another kick. Unlike the previous tiger fist, this time, a massive dragon claw descended toward the spider's legs. With a thunderous crash, the dragon claw struck down, severing the humanoid spider's leg. As one long limb snapped in two, the severed portion transformed into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the air. The humanoid spider demon, taken by surprise, did not anticipate that this human possessed not only an astonishing physical strength due to its limited intellect, the demon mistook Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen for the same person, but also a terrifyingly refined willpower. One resembled a mere pebble in the water, insignificant and unnoticed, while the other resembled a mighty wave, capable of stirring tumultuous tides. Yet, despite the wave crashing down, the pebble remained, while the wave shattered into countless droplets, returning to the vast river. Confronted with such an almost invincible foe, the humanoid spider demon, consumed by boundless resentment and unwillingness, chose to self-destruct. It sought to obliterate this human's spiritual domain, dragging the human down with it into oblivion. Suddenly, the demon's form began to swell rapidly, growing larger, as dark energy enveloped every corner of Yu Xingchen's spiritual space, threatening to plunge everything into darkness. Observing the impending self-destruction of the humanoid spider demon, Yu Xingchen smirked and remarked, "Though I may not possess my mother's strength, dealing with your remaining will is still within my grasp." He then clasped his hands together at his waist, radiating a brilliant light akin to a sun, dispelling the dense black mist of the humanoid spider demon. In the next moment, he commanded, "Spirit beast, thunder dragon emerges." With a commanding tone, a slender dragon composed of crackling lightning surged forth, roaring as it ensnared the soon-to-explode humanoid spider demon. The thunder dragon roared fiercely, binding the spider tightly, its jaws relentlessly tearing at the demon's form. With each bite, the humanoid spider shrank further, while the thunder dragon only grew larger. The demon struggled desperately. It had always hunted others as prey, and now faced with the prospect of becoming another's meal, its unwillingness surged. Yet, despite its fierce defiance, it found itself powerless to resist. Much like the prey it had once captured, any struggle was utterly futile. Feeling Yu Xingchen gradually calm in her embrace, Yu Xinghe could not help but exhale in relief. She was genuinely fearful of the possibility that Xingchen might fail to absorb the soul ring. If he truly failed, would his will also be consumed by the humanoid spider demon? Assuming this is indeed the case, then Yu Xinghe would not be able to forgive himself. As time gradually slipped away, when a faint blush of dawn appeared at the horizon, Yu Xingchen's body suddenly trembled, and then, slowly, her eyes fluttered open. Unlike Yu Xinghe's eyes, which contained the brilliance of a myriad of stars, Yu Xingchen's gaze was remarkably clear and pure, reminiscent of a celestial pond reflecting the sky above. Upon seeing that Yu Xingchen had awakened, Yu Xinghe tenderly brushed her hair and inquired, "Have you succeeded?" Yu Xingchen nodded emphatically, exclaiming, "Of course. How splendid. I am relieved to see you unharmed." Although the embrace of Yu Xinghe was so tight that it rendered Yu Xingchen breathless, she found herself relishing the sensation of being firmly held, unable to escape. Yet, this indulgence was exclusive to Yu Xinghe. Chapter 104. The Fate of the Dark Evil God Tiger. As Yu Xingchen regained consciousness, the first task that Yu Xinghe undertook was to ascertain whether Xingchen possessed soul skills. Unlike other soul masters, Yu Xingchen's soul rings did not rise from beneath her feet. Instead, they materialized directly upon her wrist. Simultaneously, the backs of her hands sprouted 8 menacing blue claws, reminiscent of Wolverine. Even under the radiant sunlight, these formidable blue talons evoked an unsettling chill in the air. Yu Xinghe scrutinized the 8 sharp claws, and, upon confirming they were not soul skills, exclaimed with excitement, "After battling these monsters for so long, I have finally obtained some equipment." Yu Xingtian, pressing his forehead, remarked, "It should be referred to as the exploding soul bone." Yu Xinghe exclaimed with excitement, "It's all the same." Then, he inquired, "Hurry. Let me see if you possess a soul skill." In the next moment, the obsidian soul ring upon Yu Xingchen's wrist flickered momentarily, and a shadowy figure materialized behind him. This figure bore no facial features, nor did it wear any garments. It was merely an outline of darkness, reminiscent of an unknown suspect in the famed Detective Conan. Gazing at this silhouette, Yu Xinghe furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it a stand-in?" Yu Xingchen shook her head with a smile and said, "That's not quite right. Strictly speaking, it should be a doppelganger." With that, Yu Xingchen approached a nearby stone and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the stone was instantly reduced to rubble. To an onlooker, it might appear that Yu Xingchen simply struck the stone, causing it to shatter. However, under the celestial gaze of Yu Xinghe, she clearly observed that as Yu Xingchen threw her punch, a shadow behind her mirrored the action, delivering a simultaneous blow. The 2 punches combined to obliterate the stone completely. After the display, Yu Xingchen joyfully hopped over to Yu Xinghe, her small fist raised triumphantly, and exclaimed, "Mom, am I impressive?" The expression of pride on her face closely resembled that of Yu Xinghe's when she had scored a perfect 100 in her exams. What could Yu Xinghe do in response? She could only indulge her daughter with affection. The two played for a short while before the formidable dragon snake appeared. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, the grotesquely wounded face of the demonic spider and the lifeless bodies of Lu Kuang and Lu Jing, Meng Shu swallowed hard. A glance exchanged with Chao Tianxiang revealed mutual feelings of fear and relief in their eyes. Fear of Yu Xinghe's formidable power and relief for their timely decision-making. Seeing Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang arrive, Yu Xinghe smiled and inquired, "Are you two all right?" Meng Shu cupped his hands in a gesture of humility and replied, "I am ashamed. As old bones, we not only failed to lend a hand, but nearly endangered our young friend." With a carefree smile, Yu Xinghe remarked, "It's nothing. The matter has been resolved." Upon observing that Yu Xinghe bore no visible wounds, Meng Shu expressed his admiration, stating, "Since our last encounter, your skills have evidently progressed. You are truly a prodigious talent." Although Yu Xinghe was not accustomed to such flattery from Meng Shu, he did not find it unpleasant. "By the way, I have yet to express my gratitude for your timely support of my sister during a critical moment," he added. Hearing Yu Xinghe's intention to thank him for this, Meng Shu quickly waved his hand, saying, "Please, do not mention it. I have not been of any real assistance and feel undeserving." However, Yu Xinghe remained unfazed. "Your willingness to support me is deeply appreciated. My sister has already absorbed the soul ring from that faceless demon spider. If you wish to keep the body, feel free to take it." Without waiting for their response, Yu Xinghe rose and departed with Yu Xingchen. As Meng Shu watched Yu Xinghe grow distant, he glanced at the bodies of Lu Jing and Lu Kuang, saying, "Young friend, the two you have slain were the third and fourth elders of the Wind Sword sect. Should you encounter anyone from that sect in the future, please exercise caution. Thank you." After bidding farewell to Meng Shu and his wife, Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen hurried towards the heart of the Stardow Forest. This time, the journey was free of mishaps until they reached the second layer of the forest, where a towering figure loomed before them. It was the Titan Great Ape, Erming. "Haha. Xinghe, have you come to play with me again? By the way, where is Xiaowu? And who is this girl? She resembles you so closely. Could she be your child?" Yu Xinghe, cradling her forehead, remarked, "Erming, do you know? You are quite the chatterbox." "What is a chatterbox?" Erming inquired. "It refers to a group of old women who congregate and incessantly gossip, fabricating stories out of thin air." "Stories? I adore tales. Quickly, regale me with one. I have been cooped up here all day and am on the verge of losing my sanity. I can tell you a story, but you must exchange it for information about a soul beast." Upon hearing that the other party sought information about a soul beast, Erming immediately grew wary. "Which soul beast are you referring to? Let me make it clear, if you intend to capture my friends, I will not comply. Soul beasts must not conspire with humans to harm their own kind." Yu Xinghe wholeheartedly agreed with Erming's sentiment. In her previous life, her nation was undeniably powerful. Yet there always existed a detestable faction of ungrateful wolves who thrived on betrayal. "Rest assured, I will not make you a lackey. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the dark evil god tiger." Upon hearing that Yu Xinghe intended to seek out the dark evil god tiger, Erming's emotions became exceedingly complicated. With a pained expression, it replied, "Xinghe, that beast is formidable. You may not be able to defeat it. Even with my elder brother and I joining forces, we could only drive it away. Seeking it out at this hour might well be akin to delivering it lunch. Spare me the pleasantries. Quickly, divulge all that you know about it. The stronger it is, the more delighted I shall be. I am currently distressed by the lack of worthy opponents." Just as Erming wrestled with these thoughts, the voice of the Tianqing Niu Meng resonated. "Little one, come forth. I will share all that I know. I may even lend you my assistance, but you must agree to one condition. Go on." The dark evil god tiger, like the human-faced demon spider, is an extremely malevolent soul beast, and its malevolence surpasses that of the latter. The emergence of such a soul beast is indeed a stroke of misfortune for us soul beasts. If you agree to never hunt for soul rings in the Stardow Forest again, we can assist you in vanquishing it. Brother, although this was precisely what Erming desired. Yu Xinghe, after all, was a soul master, a human. Such a request seemed unlikely to be met with acquiescence. Yet, in the next moment, what transpired astonished Erming beyond measure. Yu Xinghe, without a trace of hesitation, responded in a resolute tone, "I swear by my martial soul that from this moment onward, I shall never venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings." After speaking, Yuxingha added, however, if a soul beast seeks to harm me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, a voice filled with appreciation resonated. Indeed, Xiao Wu did not misjudge. Chapter 105, The Emergence of the Dark Evil God Tiger Part 1. If the Sky Blue Bull Python were aware that Yuxingha's prompt agreement stemmed from a disdain for its soul ring, it might not be so elated. Perhaps it would feel immense joy. After learning about the dark evil god tiger and devising a plan to lure the beast out, Daming and Erming vanished. To be precise, they completely concealed their presence and hid away. These two, one the king of the forest and the other the emperor of the woods, were the ostensible overlords of the Star-Do forest. With their auras vanishing, all soul beasts in the second layer of the Star-Do forest became restless, unable to sense their presence. What could possibly be happening? Just moments ago, a human had entered. Could it be that this human had slain both of them? How could that be? The human appeared quite young, akin to a juvenile. How could they possibly have defeated those two? Impossible. I personally witnessed that human summoned dozens of gleaming golden chains, suspending the faceless spider for a beating. How ruthless. This was the essence of Daming and Erming's plan, which Yuxingha referred to as a game of hide and seek. As long as their presence faded, it wouldn't be long before the dark evil god tiger returned to the Star-Do forest, for with its nature, it would undoubtedly return to claim dominion here. During this interval, Yuxingha intended to treat this as a vacation, fishing, stargazing, being adorable, and training the stars. With Daming and Erming's disappearance, Yu Xingqian turned to Yuxingha and asked, Mother, they say the dark evil god tiger is quite dangerous. Should I forego this? Perhaps we could settle for a soul beast around 60 or 70,000 years instead. The moon and star shook his head, saying no. Your efforts cannot be half-hearted. The moon star, with a gentle demeanor, softly expressed, but I do not wish to see my mother hurt. My dear moon star is so adorable and understanding. I would not hesitate to pluck down the stars from the heavens, let alone a dark and malevolent divine tiger. Upon hearing this, the moon star leaned closer to the moon river and inquired, Then I wish to. Upon hearing this, the exquisite visage of Yuxingha flushed with two rosy hues, and then, in a fit of playful indignation, she delivered a gentle slap to Yu Xingqian's head. This simply would not do. The chastised Yu Xingqian cast a pitiful glance at Yuxingha's chest, huffing in annoyance as he stormed off to engage in exercise. Before long, a pristine and adorable porcelain doll had transformed into a muddy figurine. Yuxingha gazed at the dirt-streaked Yu Xingqian, who unexpectedly rushed towards her seeking an embrace. Hastily, she extended a hand to gently press down on the little one's head. Go take a bath. With that, Yuxingha grasped Yu Xingqian by the collar and led her to the lakeside. Bathing a child is always a lively affair, and soon enough, Yuxingha found herself drenched as well. While she could have effortlessly dried her clothes using her fire attribute energy, she realized that it had been several days since her last bath. Just as Yuxingha was halfway through removing her garments, she caught sight of the anticipation glimmering in Yu Xingqian's eyes, and it dawned on her that she had fallen into a trap. With this thought, she reluctantly donned her clothes again, much to Yu Xingqian's disappointment, who pouted with a woeful expression. Yuxingha could hardly bear to see the little girl distressed. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he ultimately sighed and continued to remove his garments. Letting this little creature have her way just this once seemed permissible. The disappearance of Ming and Erming was akin to an earthquake for the spirit beast realm of the Star-Do forest. Following 2 days of silence from both parties, the ancient spirit beasts on the second tier could no longer contain their impatience and sent some millennium spirit beasts into the fray. Entering another beast's territory without prior notice was considered a provocative act of invasion, had the Tianqing Niu Mang and the Titan Great Ape still been present. Such behavior would have been unequivocally intolerable. Indeed, had it not been for the necessity of aligning with Yuxingha's plan, not even a millennium, nor 50 or 60,000 year spirit beasts would have dared to encroach upon their exclusive central domain, in the heart of the Star-Do forest. Entry was reserved solely for the 10,000 year spirit beasts. This was the consensus held by Ming and Erming. When the first batch of millennium spirit beasts timidly ventured in and subsequently emerged unscathed, the ancient spirit beasts went into a frenzy. They surged into the central region, rolling in the grass, drinking from the lakes, playing on the swing that Erming had crafted for Xiao Wu, and even a few ancient serpent kings, aged several millennia, settled upon a large stone in the lake to slumber. Typically, Ming relished basking in the sun upon that very stone, his exclusive resting place. As Ming began to exude a murderous aura, Erming comforted him, saying, Let it go, big brother, for the sake of the plan. Hold back. Ming gritted his teeth and replied, I shall endure. Once I deal with that stinky tiger, I will ensure they are appropriately reprimanded. Just as Ming managed to suppress his rising anger, Erming nearly lost control anew upon noticing several 5,000-year monkey kings frolicking upon the very stone where Erming cherished his slumber. Ming quickly soothed Erming, saying, Never mind, never mind. After this matter is resolved, I will help you teach those little monkeys a lesson. Yu Xinghe concurred, exclaiming, Indeed. A small lapse in patience can disrupt a grand strategy. Silence, retorted Ming, Erming. This cacophony persisted for approximately half a day, until two formidable soul beasts emerged. The first was a 95,000-year-old winged sky tiger king, resplendent in its white fur adorned with black stripes, exuding an air of majesty. With a thunderous roar, it commanded the submission of all beasts. Despite being blind in one eye, the remaining eye glimmered with a terrifying aura of lethality. The second was a 93,000-year-old biphosphor snake, which, upon sighting it, nearly led Yu Xinghe to believe that Douluo had arrived. With the entrance of these two sovereigns, a palpable sense of menace enveloped the surroundings. Subsequently, the Tiger King soared to the stone where Erming had slumbered, and began to roar incessantly. The moonlit river inquired, What is it saying? Daiming translated, It claims that all present are worthless. Daiming, in a somber tone, remarked, Do not heed Daiming's nonsensical words. What the tiger implies is that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. A vast forest of stars requires but a single king. Subsequently, the azure serpent coiled itself upon the stone where Daiming slumbered, its forked tongue hissing incessantly. Before the moonlit river could pose a question, Daiming elucidated. In the realm of humanity, alongside a king, there exists a queen. Thus, with the forest king established, it is imperative to select a forest heir as well. Yu Xinghe cast his gaze upon Daiming, who nodded in agreement, affirming that Erming was indeed correct this time. Chapter 106. The Emergence of the Dark Evil God Tiger, Part 2. In the Douluo Forest, there can only be one beast king, and that is I. The forest is vast, and a single beast cannot govern it all. A forest cannot echo with two conflicting voices. You do not represent the forest. Those who wish to choose me, stand by my side. Should I ascend as the king of the forest, you shall all be under my protection. Those who agree with my vision, align with me. If I become the new sovereign of the forest, you shall remain in your rightful places, each still the king of your respective clans. Furthermore, should humans come to hunt, I shall surely rise to defend you. As the spirit beasts divided into two factions, the atmosphere grew tense. Concealed within the lake, Daiming and Erming were poised to intervene at the first sign of conflict, ready to prevent the spirit beasts from turning against one another. Outside this gathering of spirit beasts lurked a massive black tiger, cloaked in darkness, its presence concealed. The night obscured its formidable form in the unique barbed tail, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes that cast a sinister gaze upon the two opposing factions of spirit beasts. Licking its lips, it murmured, Let the battle commence. Only through your strife will I discern whether those two fellows have truly vanished or are merely playing hide and seek. It is only by your conflict that I can seize the opportunity to harvest such delectable prey. If a 10,000-year spirit beast were present, it would instantly recognize this as the infamous dark evil god tiger of the Douluo Forest. Should a vote be cast for the most reviled spirit beast, the dark evil god tiger would undoubtedly emerge as the most detested. This spirit beast, endowed with formidable talents and a malevolent nature, relishes in torturing its kin. Its method of growth is nothing short of grotesque. It thrives through the slaughter of other spirit beasts. Were the dark evil god tiger to reveal itself now, the 10,000-year spirit beasts would undoubtedly unite against it. Alas, they remain blissfully unaware of the lurking threat that watches with malevolent intent. As the Snake King and Tiger King faced off, the tension escalated. The Tiger King growled softly, Snake King, I offer you one final chance. If you withdraw from this contest, I shall guarantee the sanctity of your territory. Should any human dare to threaten you, I will not stand idly by. The Snake King retorted, Your pride and obstinacy render you an unworthy ruler. Should you reign over the Douluo Forest, it would spell disaster for both you and the realm. The Tiger King, growing impatient, interjected, Enough. What talk of dual kingship? You merely wish to wield the title of Forest King while using me as a shield. I am no fool. At this, the Snake King fell silent. Observing the Snake King's quietude, the Tiger King spread his wings and soared above, casting a dominating shadow, declaring, Submit, or prepare for war. As the Serpent King hesitated, a millennia-old flame wolf from the Tiger King's faction collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. With its fall, a millennia-old baboon screeched, "Tiger King. The hound is dead." What? Upon hearing this, the Tiger King swiftly returned to investigate and found the flame wolf lying on the ground with its tongue lolling out, eyes rolled back, and limbs twitching. A foul, blackened blood oozed from its mouth, and astonishingly, a tiny pinhole was visible on its rear. The hound, a formidable general under the Tiger King, possessed extraordinary potential as a mutated fire wolf, adeptly handling various tasks assigned by the Tiger King. Yet now, the hound lay lifeless, poisoned. The Tiger King held a deep disdain for the treacherous soul beasts that utilized cunning schemes. These creatures, duplicitous in nature, lurked in the shadows to deliver fatal blows when one was weakened. Thus, no poisonous soul beasts were tolerated among the Tiger King's ranks. The venomous ones belonged solely to the Serpent King's faction. Realizing this, the Tiger King bellowed at the Serpent King, "Serpent King, look at the mischief you've wrought." Sensing the Tiger King's wrath, the Serpent King replied, "Allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding." The Tiger King scoffed, "A misunderstanding? My hound is dead. And you dare claim it's a misunderstanding? Do you believe I would accept such a notion?" With that, the Tiger King unfurled his wings and lunged at the Serpent King. "You can explain to my hound in the afterlife." Just as the two were poised to engage in a fierce battle, the Serpent King suddenly declared, "No soul beasts are to intervene." In the next moment, a serpent and a tiger clashed fiercely. Beneath the lake, Ming complained to Ming, "Brother, it's all erupted into chaos. You must intervene. If that little serpent or that one-eyed creature perishes, it will spell disaster." In response, Ming urged, "Wait a moment. Do you not find this situation exceedingly suspicious?" Ming scratched his head and queried, "What do you mean by suspicious?" Aware that explaining the intricacies to Ming would require days, Ming simply replied, "Just wait a bit longer." Having faced the dark evil god tiger on numerous occasions, Ming recognized the beast's cunning. If he and Ming ventured out now, they risked alarming the tiger, jeopardizing their plans and rendering the hound's demise in vain. Nearby, Yuxinghe remarked, "Who would have thought you possessed such keen intellect?" Ming chuckled, "What can I say? If we can eliminate that dark evil god tiger, sacrificing a few millennia-old soul beasts would be worthwhile." In truth, there is one detail that Ming has not disclosed: the father of the fierce firewolf. The previous firewolf king once conspired to torment Ming, nearly leading to its demise. Fortunately, Xiaowu intervened and saved it. Although Ming is not an evil soul beast, it harbors grudges. After maturing, it once contemplated seeking vengeance against the firewolf king, only to learn that the latter had been slain by humans, leaving behind a son entrusted to the Tiger King. Meanwhile, although the Snake King was engaged in battle with the Tiger King, it became apparent that the former was merely on the defensive, never initiating an attack. Seizing a moment of distraction, the Tiger King soared into the sky and inquired, "What is your intention?" The Snake King replied, "Tiger King, please believe me. I have never issued a covert order to assassinate the heir. Yet, aside from you and your subordinates, which soul beast in the forest could possibly poison heir without detection? What must I do to earn your trust? Bow your head and allow me to strike you with a claw. If you do not evade or defend yourself, I shall believe you." Upon hearing such a demand from the Tiger King, the Snake King's subordinates exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is unwise. It seeks to take the opportunity to eliminate you. Indeed, it is untrustworthy." Perhaps it was the Tiger King who eliminated heir to find a pretext for aggression. As the Snake King's subordinates voiced their opinions, the Tiger King's subordinates joined in the condemnation, labeling the opposition as despicable, shameless, vile, and filthy. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control once more, the Snake King commanded, "Silence." Then, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous poison attribute soul beasts, the Snake King declared, "Tiger King, I acquiesce." Subsequently, the Snake King lowered its once lofty head. After bowing, the Snake King cautioned, "Regardless of what transpires shortly, you must not rush in. Those who defy this command shall be banished from the Douluo forest for eternity." Upon hearing this decree, some soul beasts that had already surged forward retreated in dismay. Witnessing the Snake King genuinely lower its head, the Tiger King, after a few cautious tests to confirm the Snake King was not feigning weakness, struck down with a claw. If this claw were to land, the Snake King would either perish or be grievously wounded. Some of the Snake King's subordinates closed their eyes in anguish, unable to bear the impending scene, while others glimmered with fury, seemingly ready to charge in at any moment. Like a pause button had been pressed, The Tiger King's glimmering claw ultimately halted just above the Snake King's vital point. The Snake King's voice resonated softly. Why do you not strike? The Tiger King's complex voice roared back. Why do you not evade? The Snake King replied, because my life was given by you, even in death. I wish to perish beneath your claw. The utterance of the Serpent King dispelled the murderous aura surrounding the Tiger King, whose formidable claws retreated from a mere inch above the Serpent King's vulnerable spot. The Tiger King's solitary eye regarded the Serpent King, revealing a gaze laden with complexity. Once, they had been inseparable companions. Observing the Tiger King surprisingly retracting its attack at such a critical moment, the lurking dark god tiger seethed with resentment. Why not strike? If only I had plunged forward, victory would have been mine. Just as the dark god tiger contemplated retreating to reassess the situation on the morrow, an unexpected intrusion occurred. A Monkey King approached its concealed lair. To its utter dismay, the Monkey King proceeded to relieve itself in the direction of the dark god tiger. How audacious! Who is the dark god tiger? Although its reputation may have waned, it is undeniably a formidable soul beast. Such an affront cannot be tolerated. Thus, the dark god tiger decisively struck down the Monkey King. Who dares to challenge me? Step forth. As both the Serpent King and Tiger King turned their gazes toward a certain direction, the dark god tiger emerged from the shadows, adorned with a cloak of misty black fur. Upon its arrival, the ancient soul beasts present bristled in alarm. You dare return, you heartless beast. Return the lives of my 20 offspring. Indeed, it was a creature of such nature. Wow, that fellow who lost more than 20 offspring. You truly are prolific. Do you possess some secret? Pray enlighten me. Are you truly so foolish as to compare the progeny of viviparous beings to that of oviparous ones? Now is hardly the time for such discussions. The dark god tiger will bring forth calamity upon many beasts. Yet, it did not appear particularly fearsome. Have you forgotten the sight of the dark god tiger consuming eggs? Its maw was a chaotic amalgamation of eggshell, egg white, and yolk. Terrifying, indeed. As the dark god tiger materialized, soul beasts scurried behind their respective leaders. Observing the fear etched on their faces, the dark god tiger grinned. Friends, it has been far too long. The Serpent King, with a voice laced with menace, declared, were it possible, none of us would wish to behold your presence. The Tiger King bellowed, leave this forest at once. Otherwise, with so many beasts gathered here today, you shall not escape unscathed. The dark god tiger, with a mocking smile, retorted, you think you can contend with me? You, who lack dominion. In a one-on-one, I could dispatch you with ease. One by one, you would fall before me. With that proclamation, the dark god tiger unleashed a roar, its dark malevolence coalescing into a towering column that surged skyward, an aura of wicked chill enveloping the arena. Among the assembled soul beasts, none dared to meet its gaze save for the Serpent King and Tiger King. Such is the essence of the dark god tiger. In the realm of soul beasts, a pinnacle existence confronts the brazen provocation of the dark evil god tiger. Both the Serpent King and the Tiger King comprehend that today one party must yield. The Tiger King addressed the Serpent King, let us unite. The Serpent King nodded in agreement. The dark evil god tiger must be vanquished. Humph. Such arrogance. Although the dark evil god tiger stands against nearly all the ancient soul beasts of the Stardow Forest, it harbors no fear. What if all the soul beasts were to launch an assault? As the evil god tiger, even the combined might of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape could not ensnare it, let alone these mere minions before it. At present, the presence of all soul beasts is advantageous for it. Once it defeats the Serpent King and the Tiger King, it will simply raise its arm and, with a few hollow promises, compel all those soul beasts to submit at its feet. It would feast upon whichever it desired, discarding one after another, frying one and steaming another. Just as the dark evil god tiger reveled in its dreams of becoming the king of soul beasts, its eyes suddenly widened in shock. The waters of the central lake erupted violently, sending forth a tremendous splash as two figures leapt from the depths. It was none other than the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. The astonishment extended beyond the dark evil god tiger to encompass the Serpent King, the Tiger King, and all the soul beasts. You too. Upon witnessing the emergence of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, the dark evil god tiger cackled wickedly. So this is indeed a conspiracy against me? Azure Titan, do you think employing the strategy of a beastly sea will suffice to contain me? In response, the azure bull python shook its head. While I am eager to slay you, today's protagonists are neither I nor Diming. Then who is it? A voice inquired. A human. Upon hearing this, The pupils of the dark evil god tiger constricted, and immediately, a golden radiance illuminated the sky, revealing 100 golden whirlpools. Following this, Daiming and Daming roared. All soul beasts scatter immediately. Simultaneously, they unleash their respective domains, the field of slowness and the field of gravity. The convergence of these two domains rendered the dark evil god tiger as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Meanwhile, from within the hundreds of golden whirlpools, 100 great blades inscribed with dragon-shaped phantoms soared forth like swimming dragons, producing a cacophony of sound as they darted toward the dark evil god tiger. Faced with the dazzling golden dragon blades, the dark evil god tiger instinctively sought to evade, yet the overlay of Daming and Daiming's domains rendered it immobile. In that case, evil goddess guardian. With that, a massive curved hook at the tip of the dark evil god tiger's tail released a grayish aura that enveloped its entire form. Hundreds of dragon blades collided against the gray shield, producing a thunderous symphony of sound, akin to countless soldiers clashing their swords in fierce combat. Moonstar River's brilliant eyes, resembling a sparkling starry sky, fixated intently on the location of the dark evil god tiger. She was observing, keenly assessing where the dark evil god tiger might flee. Logically, her powerful Huanglong Yanhue should suffice to vanquish foes of the same rank. Typically, one blade would be enough to conclude the battle. However, Moonstar River was acutely aware that she was merely a humble soul master with a single ring, unable to harness the full potential of the Huanglong Yanhue. Lacking a qualitative advantage, she had no choice but to approach the conflict from a quantitative perspective. 100 dragon blades represented the pinnacle of her summoning ability at present. Should she manage to eliminate her opponent, it would be optimal. Yet, if unsuccessful, even 100 more would be in vain. After all, just as others were oblivious to Moonstar River's true capabilities, she too could not ascertain the depths of her adversaries. Chapter 108. Fierce Battle. As the dust settled, the remaining soul beasts that had yet to depart narrowed their eyes in alarm. The dark evil god tiger grinned, its gray shield flowing like mist, while hundreds of dragon blades lay shattered on the ground, gradually transforming into particles of light and dissipating. In the face of such a formidable assault, it emerged completely unscathed. The barrage of dragon blades unleashed by Moonstar River, aside from the formidable Daming and Daming, would have been insurmountable for any soul beast present. Even the mightiest of Snake King and Tiger King would find it challenging to escape unscathed from such a monumental attack, likely facing severe injury. Yet, what was a terrifying assault to them seemed merely a tickle to the dark evil god tiger. Humph, human, I have noted your scent. From this day forth, I shall ensure that every night you endure will be steeped in dread. With that, the dark evil god tiger unfurled its jet black wings, flapping them fiercely. And with a roar, it forcefully broke free from the domains of Daming and Daming, fleeing toward the forest's edge. Although the dark evil god tiger was proud, it was not foolish. Dealing with Daming and Daming alone had proven difficult, and now faced with an additional powerful and enigmatic human with soul skills, remaining to battle would likely spell disaster. Thus, the dark evil god tiger unhesitatingly opted to flee. Upon witnessing the dark evil god tiger's escape, Moonstar River turned to Daming and instructed, "Please take good care of the stars." Immediately thereafter, a resplendent golden light shimmered as Moonstar River activated her Baena transformation once more. Transformed into Baena, her attributes received a significant boost. Nonetheless, she pursued the tiger for several minutes before finally catching up. The dark evil god tiger, realizing that Moonstar River had managed to close the distance, felt not fear but exhilaration, quickening its descent into the forest below. Upon landing, Moonstar River found herself at a loss, having lost sight of the dark evil god tiger. Just as bewilderment enveloped her, an instinctual alarm rang in her mind, prompting an immediate teleportation. In the very spot where she had stood, a pitch-black paw emerged from the shadows, slicing through the air with ferocity. 5 deep bloodstains emerged behind Yuxinghe, accompanied by the silent appearance of 5 elongated and profound ravines in the ground. Such an effect could only be achieved by mastering one's power to an extraordinarily twisted degree. Had Yuxinghe not swiftly evaded that claw, bolstered by Bayana's possession to enhance her defense, the consequences would have been far graver than mere bloodstains. The impact would have likely dislocated her spine entirely, rather than merely carving out those 5 trenches in the earth. It was a moment of carelessness. All along, Yuxinghe had believed her physique to be the strongest, yet in truth, her physicality, at this juncture, was akin to that of a top-tier beast martial soul Douluo. In comparison to the resilience required to withstand the later stages of Tang San's dark, evil god tiger, her physical prowess appeared somewhat inadequate. As the celestial river of the moon receded, the dark, evil god tiger once again vanished into the shadows. From the depths of darkness, a chilling sound of licking echoed, soon followed by an eerie silence. It was akin to the calm before a storm. After a strange stillness, countless blades of wind surged forth from the surrounding gloom. Each blade bore a force comparable to the attacks witnessed by the celestial river of the moon from the formidable Lu Jing, with their number exceeding 600. These blades of wind were colorless, and under the cover of night, any soul fighter lacking agility and sufficient defense would likely be reduced to mere pulp. However, the celestial river of the moon possessed the starry eye and was in the transformed state of Bana. Faced with the wind blades that could spell doom for most soul fighters, she sprang into action through the lens of the starry eye. The trajectories of the 600 wind blades were laid bare before her, and with her skill of teleportation, coupled with her superhuman reflexes, she deftly evaded them. The evil god tiger was taken aback, surprised that the celestial river of the moon had managed to dodge its wind blades. Had it known, it would have realized that the 600 blades were not unleashed haphazardly. It had meticulously considered every possible direction from which she could evade. If the celestial river of the moon were privy to the evil god tiger's thoughts, she would surely quip, "Alas, I anticipated your anticipation. In this round, I am 2 steps ahead." With its ranged attack thwarted, the dark, evil god tiger prepared to strike again, this time opting for close combat. Teleportation. Though its version of teleportation was a mere imitation, moving only in a straight line, its range extended several hundred meters, far surpassing that of Xiao Wu, and during this teleportation, it could double its attack power, a testament to the skill's formidable nature. As the evil god tiger lunged at her, the celestial river of the moon thought to herself, "This is a welcome challenge." Suddenly, she drew forth a radiant pulse from behind her, where 30 dazzling patterns emerged. The pulse transformed into a spear form. Meteoric flash strike. With a swift motion, she thrust forth hundreds of spears. Simultaneously, with each spear she launched, the radiant patterns behind her morphed into fists that struck outward. Despite the dark, evil god tiger's exceptional physical prowess, it was swiftly stained with crimson from the unexpected barrage delivered by the celestial river of the moon. With a furious roar, the evil god tiger unleashed its wrath, compelling the celestial river of the moon to instinctively teleport away. In the spot where she had stood, an inconspicuous pinhole appeared on the ground. The tail hook of the evil god tiger swayed menacingly, glinting with a deadly sheen under the moonlight. The evil god tiger surged forward again. This time, it struck the ground with immense force, sending a cloud of sand and stones into the air. And with its wind manipulation, it conjured a swirling sandstorm. Then, in a flash, it teleported behind the celestial river of the moon, its claws aimed menacingly at her head, while its lethal tail hook lurked behind, poised to deliver a fatal blow. With a resounding crash, the dark, evil god tiger struck down the head of Yu Xinghe with a single paw. Surprisingly, there was no expected splatter of blood. Instead, a brilliant radiance enveloped the scene. As a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, blood began to flow from the 7 orifices of the dark, evil god tiger. It had been deceived. The tiger suffered because it was utterly unaware of Yu Xinghe's capabilities, while Yu Xinghe, in contrast, was intimately familiar with all of its skills. This disparity in knowledge led to a decidedly one-sided confrontation. Typically, one would expect the dark, evil god tiger to retreat after such a significant setback. Yet the allure of Yu Xinghe proved too irresistible. Previously, it had managed to inflict a wound on Yu Xinghe through a surprise attack, leaving traces of blood on its claws. Upon tasting this blood, the dark, evil god tiger discovered that it contained the power it had long coveted, divine power. However, this divine essence was still quite feeble, more aptly termed as pseudo-divine power. Nevertheless, anything associated with the divine was considered a treasure. The dark, evil god tiger sensed that if it could consume its opponent, it would surely ascend to the ranks of a 100,000-year soul beast. At that moment, who in the Stardow Forest could rival it? Chapter 109. The Fall of the Dark Evil God Tiger. Though the Dark Evil God Tiger was unaware of the reasons behind Yu Xinghe's solitary arrival, its cunning mind had already conjured numerous theories regarding the absence of Titan and Tianqing. To prevent any prolonged uncertainty, the dark, evil god tiger resolved to deploy its ultimate attack and swiftly eliminate Yu Xinghe. In the next instant, the tiger's tail lashed violently, conjuring a profound black hole before it, seemingly capable of devouring everything in its path. As Yuxingha gazed upon the dark, evil god tiger, she realized that it intended to utilize the arena of life and death, with her pulse directed towards the black hole. Her energy points within the bracelet instantaneously diminished by 10,000. In the next moment, the pulse transformed into a long spear imbued with a striking sense of futuristic technology, resembling a firearm of advanced weaponry. The pulse, cannon form, as the muzzle flashed with a searing brilliance akin to the sun. The surrounding world seemed to dissolve into two spheres, a black hole, deep and unfathomable, as if it were devouring all, and a blazing fireball, brimming with infinite energy. When Yuxingha compressed her energy to its utmost limit, she decisively unleashed her attack. With a resounding bang, a slender line of flame struck the black hole, and an unforeseen occurrence transpired, catching both the dark evil god tiger and Yuxingha completely off guard. Upon being struck, the black hole expanded at an astonishing rate, transforming from a sphere into a flattened abyss, reminiscent of a bottle submerged in a pool, as everything around it began to slide toward that profound darkness. Air, trees, soil, stones, soul beasts, the dark evil god tiger, and Yuxingha herself. Once both Yuxingha and the dark evil god tiger were consumed, the abyss erupted with a thunderous explosion, leaving behind a hemispherical pit spanning several kilometers, as though some unseen entity wielding an immense spoon had scooped a portion from the starry forest. The arriving Deming and Air Ming, the Snake King and Tiger King, surveyed the hollow pit, now resembling a socket left devoid of an eye, and fell into a contemplative silence. In later times, this pit would be referred to as the Eye of the Starry Sky, becoming a landmark within the starry forest. What is it like to fall into a black hole? Before encountering the dark evil god tiger, Yuxingha was unaware. Yet, if pressed for an answer, she could offer a semblance of understanding. After all, she possessed a skill known as teleportation, or, more formally, spatial transition. Each time Yuxingha employed this skill, she experienced a fleeting moment of disconnection from her existence, her body, senses, heartbeat, and thoughts. She would then be engulfed by a peculiar sensation, akin to swimming into an unknown cavern, traversing through the cold, eternal darkness, and ultimately feeling the joy of discovering a glimmer of light. Dissolved in water, trapped within a cave, she would eventually emerge into clarity, arriving at that radiant point, whereupon her body, senses, heartbeat, and thoughts would return to their rightful place. However, the experience of falling into a black hole bore similarities to traversing space, yet it also diverged in significant ways. The similarity lay in her inability to perceive her body, as if she were a wisp of cloud, a gentle breeze, or a collection of atoms. The difference resided in the incessant sensation of descent that relentlessly tugged at her. She attempted to escape, yet no matter how fervently she struggled, she remained in a perpetual freefall. Although devoid of any reference points around her, she felt her speed of descent accelerating, faster and faster. The sensation of being uncontrollable birthed within her an emotion that should not have existed. Feelings. Yet, as she realized that no matter how fast she fell, she would never touch the ground, fear dissipated. Indeed, if struggling was futile, why not surrender to fate? Just as Yuxingha entertained this thought, in the next moment, she found herself on solid ground. The sudden return of sensation caused her to lose her balance, nearly toppling over. Simultaneously, she heard a voice proclaiming, "Welcome to the arena of life and death. One side must perish to conclude this battle and escape this realm. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. It seemed she was inevitably drawn into this place. As Yuxingha pondered how her younger self would confront the childhood dark god, she suddenly realized something astonishing. She appeared unchanged. In stark contrast, the once towering dark god, measuring 8.5 meters, had now transformed into a diminutive version, merely 1.5 meters tall. The dark god glanced at itself, then at Yuxingha, and with a plaintive meow, exclaimed, "Why haven't you changed?" In response, Yuxingha felt equally puzzled, but in the next moment, clarity struck her. It was because her martial soul, the starry sky of time, had uncontrollably manifested behind her, its needle oscillating between 1 and 12 o'clock. It appeared that her martial soul was indeed connected to time, perhaps allowing her to disregard the temporal laws imposed by this life and death arena. However, this was not the moment for such inquiries. In the arena of life and death, only one side could survive to escape this space, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. And amid the dark god's reluctant meows, Yuxingha swiftly dispatched the creature, Upon the dark god's demise, a black hole emerged, drawing both Yu Xinghe and the dark god within, and when they re-emerged, both were back in the Douluo forest. As the dark god reverted to its original form, a swirling halo of black soul rings materialized around it, while simultaneously, a jet-black orb, flickering with azure and cerulean hues, burst forth from the dark god's body, soaring toward the still-present black hole. Having read the original narrative, Yu Xinghe would never allow this familiar plot to unfold again. In a flash, she reached out and grasped the orb tightly in her palm. To her astonishment, the orb exhibited a subtle tendency to escape. Realizing this, Yu Xinghe hastily summoned her dragon blade to strike the black hole. The black hole, already unstable, trembled upon receiving the blow and vanished with a resounding pop. With the black hole's disappearance, the orb ceased its struggle and directed a thought toward Yu Xinghe. "Girl, if you release me, I shall grant you a wish." Yu Xinghe scoffed at this proposition. "If you possessed such power, would you still find yourself at my mercy?" Upon this realization, Yu Xinghe resolved to temporarily set aside the matter of the beads, intending to address it when time permitted. As the presence of Yu Xinghe and the dark evil god Tiger re-emerged, the two prominent figures of the Ming dynasty, accompanied by Yu Xingchen and the Snake King, approached. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the dark evil god Tiger, a collective astonishment swept over the soul beasts. They were genuinely astonished that it had been slain. Observing the disheveled state of Yu Xinghe, Yu Xingchen rushed forward, inquiring with concern, "Mother, are you unharmed?" With a gaze filled with indulgence, Yu Xinghe replied, "I apologize, my dear, but due to certain unique circumstances, I am unable to allow this fellow to take his final breath. At this moment, this soul ring cannot be absorbed by you. The laws of Douluo Continent dictate that the one who slays must also absorb. The rules inherently possess a sense of identity, discerning even if it is a twin who has delivered the fatal blow." Just when Yu Xinghe was engulfed in turmoil, the orb spoke once more, "My dear girl, what if I could provide a means for that young lady to absorb my soul ring? Would you then release me? Do not entertain such thoughts. She cannot absorb it. I can still do so. It shall not be wasted. Then let us negotiate anew. Do not extinguish this final remnant of my spirit. Trust me. The living version of myself holds far more worth than the deceased. Skills, knowledge, and the like. There will always be something you desire. What say you?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xinghe declared, "Deal." Chapter 110, The Woes of Little Wu. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe acquiesce to the terms, the consciousness responded, "You must swear an oath. Are you not afraid that I might regret my vow once it is uttered? Were it anyone else, I might harbor such concerns. But with you, I am utterly untroubled." Frankly, Yu Xinghe felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how this malevolent deity's consciousness could possibly circumvent the laws of the Douluo Continent. Once the oath was completed, the dark deity's consciousness addressed Yu Xinghe, saying, "You may now allow that young girl to absorb the spirit ring." With a perplexed expression, Yu Xinghe inquired, "But you haven't done anything." The malevolent deity replied, "Simply allow her to absorb it. I assure you that the young girl will successfully integrate it. Let me make it clear. Should you dare to deceive me or inflict harm upon Xingchen, the oath will be rendered void. Rest assured, I would never jest with my own life." Thus, under the watchful gaze of the myriad soul beasts, Yu Xinghe addressed Xingchen, saying, "Go ahead and absorb the soul ring." The moon star, inquiring with curiosity, remarked, "But it was you who vanquished the soul beast. Why not give it a try? After all, if you cannot absorb it, I shall do so in due course." Although the moon star found it perplexing as to why her mother would prompt her to undertake such a seemingly futile endeavor, she complied nonetheless. Thus, amidst the bewildered gazes of the soul beasts and the anxious demeanor of Moonstar River, she approached the lifeless form of the dark evil god Tiger, channeling her inner energy to attempt to draw in the obsidian soul ring that swirled like a dark mist. In the next instant, to the astonishment of Moonstar River and the gathered soul beasts, the soul ring, resembling a shadowy fog, seamlessly encircled the wrist of Moonstar. "Star, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Yu Xingchen shook his head, casting a peculiar glance at Yu Xinghe, and remarked, "No, it's even somewhat pleasant." The solitary figure amidst the multitude of beasts collapsed. This journey through the Douluo forest concluded splendidly for Yu Xingchen, who had acquired 2 exceptional soul rings. Notably, Yu Xingchen's second soul skill remained a mere shadow, identical in effect to the first soul skill. What does this signify? Is it merely a matter of alternating strikes? However, recalling what Ying had said, that in the future he would no longer acquire soul skills when obtaining soul rings. Yu Xinghe felt a twinge of unworthiness to pity Xingqian. Upon departing from the Stardow Forest, Yu Xinghe resolved to escort Xingqian back to Shrek Academy, fulfilling a promise made to Xiao Wu. Furthermore, having Xingqian participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition would serve as a valuable experience for him. At Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu was beset with worry. It was not only due to Yu Xinghe's absence, but also because a boy named Talon had persistently pursued her. Despite Xiao Wu's repeated rejections, Talon clung to her like an unyielding piece of chewing gum. As the school day came to an end, as Xiao Wu rose, the towering Talon approached her, scratching his head and saying with a simple grin, "Xiao Wu, are you going to eat?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and replied, "Not going to eat." "Am I supposed to go back and sleep?" Talon, blushing, said, "Xiao Wu, I would like to invite you to dinner. Could you give me a chance?" "Absolutely not. Go away." Talon watched dejectedly as Xiao Wu walked away, her graceful figure fading from view. At that moment, a pudgy fellow with a mohawk approached, and Talon recognized him as Ma Hongjun, who possessed a top-tier beast martial soul, the Phoenix. Most notably, this rotund individual had previously been classmates with Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun patted Talon on the shoulder and said, "Gorilla, don't waste your effort. Xiao Wu already has someone special." Talon, astonished, inquired, "Someone special? Who? Is he more handsome than me? Stronger?" Upon hearing Talon's last question, Ma Hongjun wore a look of discomfort and replied, "It's not a matter of strength. She is simply someone exceptionally rare, beautiful, and in terms of power, she could probably pin you to the ground with a single finger." Talon, astonished, asked, "That guy is that strong? Could it be that Xiao Wu actually likes him?" Talon had heard whispers that some female soul masters, lacking in resources, would leverage their youth and beauty to entice older, powerful male soul masters. Seeing Talon's shocked expression, Ma Hongjun assumed that Talon had deduced the identity and gender of Xiao Wu's beloved. Without saying a word, he silently patted Talon on the shoulder, wearing a look of sympathy as he said, "Since you've figured it out, you might as well look for another girl. Honestly, Xiao Wu would never be interested in you." Each time Ma Hongjun thought of the two stunning beauties, Xiao Wu and Yu Xinghe, being together, he could not help but lament in despair. This is indeed the greatest waste under heaven. In the cafeteria, Xiao Wu was absent-mindedly consuming her beloved carrot meal when a gentle and sweet voice resonated beside her. "Beautiful lady, may I sit here?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Wu forced a smile and replied, "If Miss Rong Rong wishes to sit here, I could not ask for more." Ning Rong Rong retorted with playful indignation, "Humph. Call me Rong Rong. If you refer to me as Miss again, I shall cease to assist you." As soon as she sat down, Rong Rong fixed her gaze upon Xiao Wu, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "Rong Rong, staring at me will not satiate your hunger." Ning Rong Rong chuckled, "Indeed. Merely gazing at beauty cannot substitute for sustenance. Yet some individuals seem to save quite a bit of food simply by daydreaming. If Dean Flander were to learn of this, he would likely advocate for this method vigorously." Hearing Ning Rong Rong's barely concealed insinuation, Xiao Wu, infuriated, pinched Rong Rong's cheek. "Oh, you Rong Rong. Instead of diligently cultivating, you spend your days concocting schemes against me. Today, my beloved bear biscuits are gone." Upon hearing that Xiao Wu intended to take action against her favorite snack, Ning Rong Rong quickly begged for mercy. "All right, Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Please spare my bear biscuits. Who knows when he will return. Every piece consumed is one less in existence." Seeing Rong Rong apologize, Xiao Wu decided to let it go and resumed her battle with the carrots on her plate. Just as Xiao Wu was lost in her thoughts, a tall figure appeared before her. She glanced at him irritably and said, "Talon, what do you want now? Looking for a fight?" Talon, noticing Xiao Wu's lackluster demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. "Xiao Wu, I wish to ask you a question, and I implore you to answer me. If I answer, will you cease your incessant pursuit?" Talon nodded. Seeing that he genuinely agreed, Xiao Wu perked up. "Go ahead and ask." Talon inquired, "Xiao Wu, what does that old man possess that makes him superior to me?" Xiao Wu looked at him, puzzled. "What?" Chapter 111. The Face-Changing Eagle. Xiao Wu. "If you are facing any difficulties, you may confide in me. Although my family is not of noble lineage, we hold some sway in Heavendo City. Securing a few fish ponds is certainly within my means. Tell me, where can I find that old man? I shall confront him." Talon, hailing from a family of strength, approached problems with a straightforward mindset. Any issue resolvable by brute force was not a problem at all. If he could not defeat the old man behind Xiao Wu, he could always seek assistance from his father or even his grandfather. Facing Talon's repeated references to the old man, Xiao Wu was genuinely perplexed. However, the astute Ning Rongrong surmised Talon's intentions. Talon, do you believe Xiao Wu is being supported by that old man? Who told you that? Meanwhile, the other students in the cafeteria straightened their posture, preparing to enjoy the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Wu instantly comprehended the meaning behind Talon's earlier remarks. A flush of indignation rose to her cheeks, not from exuberance nor embarrassment, but from sheer anger. She slammed her palm on the table and shouted at Talon. Who spoke such vile words? Bring him forth to confront me. I shall tear apart his slanderous tongue. Seeing Xiao Wu's genuine fury, Talon, though not entirely dim-witted, scratched the back of his head and tentatively inquired, You haven't been taken care of by an older man, have you? Xiao Wu coldly retorted, Talon, let me reiterate. I have not, and furthermore, there is someone I admire, someone truly exceptional, superior to anyone else. She continued, Stay away from me in the future and refrain from uttering such defamatory statements. I understand you may not harbor ill intentions, and I shall not hold it against you. But had it been any other girl, you would have already received a slap across your face. With that, Xiao Wu picked up her tray and stormed off in a huff. Talon stood there, dumbfounded, watching her retreating silhouette, his heart echoing with the sounds of heartbreak. Beside him, Ning Rongrong, noticing his despondent demeanor, offered consolation. Talon, pursuing a girl requires intellect, not brute strength. I hope you take heed. Just as Ning Rongrong turned to leave, Talon called out, Is Xiao Wu's beloved truly that remarkable? I wish to challenge him. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong paused, turned around, and with a radiant smile, replied, Talon, you are not worthy of such a challenge. You are unworthy, unworthy, unworthy. Her words echoed like a refrain in Talon's mind. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, gazing at the vibrant faces bustling about, Yu Xinghe couldn't help but exclaim, This is what an academy should be. Indeed, if those soul masters were each provided with a set of mock examination papers akin to a 3-year soul master or 5-year soul elder curriculum, it would resemble the school days of his memories even more closely. Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen were akin to two captivating focal points, drawing attention wherever they went. This was not solely due to their striking beauty, but rather because they were the only ones among the throng who were not adorned in the school uniform. Following his takeover of Lamba Academy, which he subsequently renamed Shrek Academy, Flender, for reasons unknown, had mandated a rather unsightly uniform in a shade reminiscent of excrement. Amidst this sea of dull green, the dashing attire of Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen was undeniably eye-catching. As Flender and Zhao Wujie strolled about, they suddenly noticed a large gathering of students ahead. Flender furrowed his brow and called out, What are you all doing there? Hurry to class. One student dashed over and reported, Principal, it appears some students are not wearing their uniforms. Not wearing uniforms? This is unacceptable. Rules are established to be followed. Flender exclaimed. Beside him, Zhao Wujie chuckled and patted Flender on the shoulder, saying, With a uniform that hideous, I wouldn't wear it either. Flender's brow knitted further. That's not the point. Students must adhere to regulations. Just like when Xinghe took those little ones to the devil training, singing on the streets of Soto City. Such an embarrassing spectacle. How can they not wear this trivial uniform? Absolutely not. With that, Flender and Zhao Wujie made their way toward the crowd. Who is it that dares to defy the uniform policy? Which class do they belong to? The principal has arrived. Oh no, how unfortunate. As the students lamented the fate of the two enchanting sisters who had chosen to forego the uniform, the ensuing scene left everyone astounded. Upon entering their midst, Flender's previously furious expression transformed into one of warmth and joviality. Let me see which little rascal dares to defy the uniform policy. Ah, it's Xinghe. You have returned. And Xingchen too. Why didn't you give us a heads up? Wujie and I would have been delighted to greet you at the door. By the way, I recently acquired a delightful batch of tea. It's splendid. Come, let us go to my office for a brew. If Flender's abrupt shift in demeanor left the onlookers bewildered, Yu Xinghe's subsequent remarks rendered them utterly flabbergasted. Principal Flender, your taste is truly abysmal. Wearing uniforms in such a color is bound to invite ridicule. If you intend to dress my sister Xingchen in that ghastly outfit, I shall vehemently oppose it. My goodness, how audacious to publicly mock Principal Flender's taste. Yet, rather than displaying anger, Flender simply grinned and replied, If you don't want to wear it, then don't. By the way, have you eaten? Would you like to join me in the cafeteria? Never mind, I think I'll look for Xiao Wu first. Very well. You probably don't know where the girls' dormitory is, do you? That would be Jiangzhou. You can guide Xinghe to the girls' dormitory. Upon hearing Flandra's words, a girl with crimson hair and a gentle demeanor stepped forward, guiding Yu Xinghe towards the girls' dormitory. Flandra glanced at the bewildered students and, facing them, did not conceal his displeasure. He shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Disperse. Get back to your tasks." Witnessing Flandra's fierce demeanor, devoid of any previous charm, the students promptly scattered like startled birds. Unbeknownst to Flandra, his actions today were recorded in the diary of a student named Intushing. Though not widely known in the spirit master realm, he was a celebrated fairy tale master among common folk. When his descendants sorted through his belongings, they discovered his diary and selected an excerpt to share as a tale. This passage chronicled Flandra's actions that day, earning the story a resounding title, The Face-Changing Eagle. Chapter 112. Misunderstanding. As they walked, Jiangzhu curiously observed the sisters Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingchen, her eyes shimmering with countless questions. Just as she was about to inquire, Yu Xinghe suddenly halted, her eyes, reminiscent of a starry sea, sparkling with excitement. Following her gaze, Jiangzhu looked ahead to the end of the shaded path, where a slender girl sat on a bench, her long, lustrous black hair styled into a lengthy braid that she absent-mindedly played with. The girl's sorrowful eyes evoked a profound sense of empathy even in Jiangzhu, a fellow female. In the next moment, Yu Xinghe gestured for Jiangzhu to leave, wishing for no onlookers for what was to unfold. She then softly approached the girl, seated beside her, and took hold of Xiao Wu's restless hands. As Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu encountered each other once more, there were neither cascading petals nor poignant melodies to tug at the heartstrings. Instead, the moment was marked by a simple exchange of words and a gentle, refreshing breeze. "Have you returned? Indeed. You won't leave again, will you? Alas, I must take my leave once more. Did you not complete your hunt for soul rings? I neglected to mention that my recent endeavor was to procure soul rings for the stars. Alas, there was nothing suitable for me there." Faced with Xiao Wu's mournful gaze, Yu Xinghe offered words of comfort. "Forgive me, Xiao Wu. If circumstances allowed, I would wish to remain by your side eternally. Yet this world is harsh, and without sufficient strength, how could I honor the promise I made to protect you for a lifetime? But you are already quite powerful." Yu Xinghe shook her head gently and remarked, "To you, I may appear formidable, yet in the eyes of true powerhouses, I am, at best, akin to a slightly larger ant. Moreover, it is only by possessing sufficient strength that one can pursue their desires. Xiao Wu, I harbor a dream, a vision of harmony between soul masters and soul beasts." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Xiao Wu was rendered utterly speechless. The notion of achieving peace between soul masters and soul beasts seemed as fantastical as a mere dream. Noticing the astonishment on Xiao Wu's face, Yu Xinghe playfully pinched her cheek, laughing. "Doesn't that sound utterly incredible?" Xiao Wu murmured softly, "Are you still half asleep?" In response, Yu Xinghe playfully swatted Xiao Wu's rear. And after hearing her cry out in surprise, she retorted, "What do you think?" Xiao Wu rubbed her behind, pouting in mock indignation. "You naughty person. You return only to hit me. Can't you be a bit gentler?" With that, Xiao Wu suddenly tackled Yu Xinghe, and the two tumbled together onto the grass, rolling about in playful abandon. Yu Xingchen observed the two individuals frolicking on the grass, shielding her forehead, seemingly unable to bear the sight. Muttering to herself in a tone unbefitting her age, "Childish." Yet, despite her words, when Yu Xinghe invited her to join in the merriment, she did so without a hint of hesitation. After being turned down by Xiao Wu, Tailong appeared profoundly dejected, as if his very soul had been lost. Subsequently, he collided with Jiangzhu, who was deep in thought. "Ah, are you all right? It's you, Tailong. What's wrong? You look rather sorrowful. Surely you weren't rejected after confessing to some girl?" "Let me guess, it must be Xiao Wu." Tailong replied curtly, "Laugh all you want. In the game of success and failure, I, Tailong, can handle defeat." Seeing Tailong's self-deprecating demeanor, Jiangzhu, as an old classmate, offered consolation. "Tailong, Xiao Wu already has someone she cares for. You should let her go. By the way, someone came looking for Xiao Wu today, and it seems their relationship is quite close." Even now, Jiangzhu's mind was vividly imprinted with the brilliance of that pair of enchanting eyes. The joy that erupted upon seeing Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Jiangzhu mention someone visiting Xiao Wu and their apparent closeness, Tailong could no longer remain seated and inquired, "Where are they?" Jiangzhu instinctively replied, "Before I left, they were sitting on the bench along the path by the girls' dormitory." As for now, before she could finish her sentence, Tai Long stood up and thundered off. Jiang Zhu hastily called out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Tai Long shouted back without looking, "I'm going to confront that guy." Jiang Zhu retorted, "But she is." Her words were cut short by a voice that interjected, "Jiang Zhu, why are you shouting here? Hurry back to class." Upon seeing Lu Erlong, Jiang Zhu quickly relayed the recent events. Lu Erlong, after hearing her, expressed his displeasure. Tai Long is truly reckless. Can such matters be forced? With that, Lu Erlong led Jiang Zhu in pursuit of Tai Long. Tai Long reached the end of the path and beheld Xiao Wu nestled in the embrace of a figure with dark hair. Observing the black-haired fellow's delicate demeanor, Tai Long felt a twinge of disdain. Is this the sort of person Xiao Wu fancies? He, Tai Long, would show her that such pretty boys were but mere facades. Only he was a true man. However, before Tai Long could approach, a sprightly little girl with 2 buns atop her head suddenly appeared before him. With a youthful voice, she commanded, "Stop. What do you think you're doing?" Tai Long retorted irritably, "Get lost, little girl. I'm looking for that black-haired guy. You can't disturb them. Move aside." She insisted. "No way." As the little girl obstinately refused to budge, Tai Long shouted, "That black-haired wuss. Should you possess the courage, confront me in a one-on-one duel. What is the meaning of a mere girl obstructing my path?" Upon hearing Tyrone's voice, Yu Xinghe, having already grasped the situation from Xiao Wu, retorted without glancing back, "You wish to challenge me? First, you must surpass my sister." With that, Yu Xinghe embraced Xiao Wu and departed, their destination unmistakably the girls' dormitory. In broad daylight, they were heading to the dormitory. At this thought, Tyrone, consumed by rage, instinctively dismissed Yu Xinghe's words and shouted at Yu Xingchen, "You little girl. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for resorting to violence." As he spoke, Tyrone reached out with his large hand, intending to shove Yu Xingchen aside. However, unbeknownst to him, Yu Xingchen was swifter. As Tyrone's hand approached, she effortlessly grasped 2 of his fingers with her small hand. Yu Xingchen was merely 6 years old, while Tyrone towered at a height of 1.8 meters, and with a simple twist, crack, crack, the sharp sounds resonated, leaving Tyrone momentarily stunned before searing pain caused beads of sweat to erupt on his forehead. "You little brat." Tyrone could scarcely believe that this seemingly innocuous girl had just broken 2 of his fingers with a single move. As Xiao Wu and that effeminate boy were about to enter the dormitory, pain surged through him, prompting Tyrone to roar, summoning his martial spirit. A yellow and purple hue enveloped him as 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a punch towards Yu Xingchen. Not far away, Xiao Wu instinctively rushed forward to shield Xingchen from the blow, but Yu Xinghe tightly held her waist, assuring her, "Do not worry. Xingchen is far stronger than you realize." Chapter 113. This newcomer is quite fierce in truth. When it comes to combat instincts, Yu Xingchen surpasses her progenitor, Yu Xinghe. During the initial division of consciousness, Yu Xinghe had programmed her to maintain absolute calm during battle. Despite Xingchen's usual timid demeanor, often seeking to be lifted high or cuddled, once she enters a combat state, she transforms from an adorable, lively little girl into a formidable combat machine, exuding a chilling calmness. Just like now, facing the menacing Tyrone's full-force punch, Yu Xingchen did not strike with lethal intent, nor did she underestimate him due to the inferiority of his soul rings. However, a lesson must be imparted. She would not allow him to perish, but he must learn a lesson. After all, Tyrone had insulted her beloved mother. As a shadow materialized behind Yu Xingchen, she extended her delicate left hand, a dark-as-ink soul ring appearing on her wrist. First soul skill, double strike. When Yu Xingchen's petite fist collided with Tyrone's fist, which was as large as a sandbag, 2 crisp sounds echoed in succession. As the crisp sound reminiscent of freshly fried dough sticks echoed, Talon was abruptly propelled backward. Struggling to rise, he realized that his arm was grotesquely contorted. Then came the excruciating pain, compelling a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. "Ah, my hand. My hand is broken. This is my right hand, the one that allows me to eat, wield a knife, and sew." Just as Lu Erlong and Jiangzhu arrived, they were met with Talon's anguished cries. Upon seeing his arm twisted in an irregular manner, they noticed a seemingly harmless little girl, her expression devoid of emotion. Watching Talon with a chilling indifference that belied her tender age, Lu Erlong hurried forward, concern etched on his face. "Talon, what happened to you?" Despite the unbearable pain radiating from his arm, Talon felt too ashamed to admit that he had been struck down by a little girl. Such was the vanity of his character. Thus, amidst Lu Erlong's exasperated expression, Talon trembled as he replied, It's nothing, just an old injury flaring up. Teacher, I would like to request leave to handle it at home. Seeing Talon's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Erlong inquired with a hint of resignation. Are you sure you don't want me to take you to see a doctor? You wouldn't want to suffer any lasting effects. Talon resolutely declined Lu Erlong's kind offer. Very well. Hurry back and take care of it. Jiangzhu, could you please escort Talon home? Understood. Upon first laying eyes on Yu Xingchen, Lu Erlong was captivated by her aura, though she was merely 6 years old. Her cherubic features and overall appearance radiated an endearing charm. Yet, in Lu Erlong's perception, this seemingly innocent little girl exuded an undeniable air of strength. Such a presence Lu Erlong had encountered before, typically among high-ranking soul masters, such as the elders in her clan and some soul conqueror-level predecessors. The fact that a mere child of 6 or 7 possessed such an aura was utterly intriguing. Moreover, the appearance of this little girl within their academy raised countless questions in Lu Erlong's mind. Who was she? What brought her here? Had she been the one to injure Talon? As these thoughts swirled in Lu Erlong's mind after Talon and Jiangzhu departed, she called out to the retreating Yu Xingchen. Little sister, wait. As the moonlight shifted, the clear gaze of Yu Xingchen fell upon Lu Erlong, her little head tilted in curiosity. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? Lu Erlong would never have believed that the formidable presence he had just encountered could transform into such a delicate and charming little girl. Nonetheless, it was a relief that she had tempered her aura, maintaining that earlier intensity would have been rather unsettling. Little sister, who are you? How old are you this year? I'm Yu Xingchen, she declared, and then proceeded to count on her fingers. After a brief moment, she spoke with uncertainty. I suppose I'm 6 years old. Even the imposing Lu Erlong found himself charmed by the sight of her counting. How could one merely be 6 years old? Indeed. By the way, are you Xingchen? What about your sister, Xinghe? She and Sister Xiaowu have gone to the dormitory, but I wouldn't recommend seeking them out right now. It might disturb them. Very well. I shall refrain from looking for them. Did you inflict the injury on Tai Long? Yes. Speculating was one thing, but receiving an affirmation directly from Yu Xingchen was an entirely different matter. Before the arrival of the Shrek 7 monsters, Tai Long was regarded as the most gifted student among Lu Erlong's pupils, possessing soul power at the 36th level at such a young age. At this moment, there were approximately 5 months until Tang San's return. His martial spirit, the powerful great strength gorilla, rendered him nearly unmatched beneath the soul sect. Yet, this very Tai Long had been injured by the little girl before him with just a few effortless strikes, and judging by her composed demeanor, she evidently retained her strength. Most astonishing of all was the fact that this little girl was merely 6 years old. For a typical child, 6 years only marked the awakening of their martial spirit. Yet, this child had already begun to impart life lessons to Tai Long. Recalling what Flander had once shared with him regarding Yu Xinghe's exploits, Lu Erlong inquired with a blend of anticipation and curiosity. Xingchen, do you know what level your soul power is currently at? The Moonlit Star shook her head. The soul power testing crystal was an item that Lu Erlong always carried with her. She presented the soul power crystal to Xingchen, saying, Little Xingchen, give it a try. As soon as the Moonlit Star placed her small hand upon the soul power crystal, the previously dim crystal immediately radiated with brilliance. 26th level soul power. My goodness. Just as Lu Erlong marveled at the soul power level of the Moonlit Star, she suddenly noticed that neither the soul ring nor the martial soul of the Moonlit Star had manifested. Little Xingchen, would you be so kind as to reveal your martial soul and soul ring? The Moon Star, tilting its petite head, exclaimed, I have already revealed it. Where? I see nothing, came the reply. With that, Moon Star extended its delicate hands, prompting Lu Erlong to notice the 2 ebony bracelets adorning its slender, snow-white wrists. One was as dark as ink, motionless like an abyss, while the other leaned towards a hue of gray, reminiscent of surging storm clouds. Gazing upon these 2 black soul rings, Lu Erlong suddenly comprehended the melancholic expression that had crossed Flander's face when he spoke of Moonstar River. It evoked the profound sentiment of a frog at the bottom of a well, who, one day, leaps out to behold the boundless expanse of the starry sea above, feeling an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Chapter 114. To stay or leave at 6 years of age, possessing a soul power of 26. And 2 10,000-year soul rings, individually these attributes are not extraordinary within the realm of soul masters, yet when combined, they represent an aspiration that no soul master would dare to dream. What is your martial spirit? Even Lu Erlong herself did not realize that her voice quivered with emotion. My martial spirit is myself. the true body martial spirit. Lu Erlong hailed from the blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage, though she was a daughter born out of wedlock. She had occasionally overheard her father recounting some secrets during her visits to the clan. The true body martial spirit is among the most unique of martial spirits in this world, manifesting as a part of oneself, and once awakened, it possesses formidable strength. According to her father's tales, long ago, there existed a remarkably talented titled Douluo, whose martial spirit manifested as arms adorned with Qilin patterns. With those Qilin arms, this titled Douluo, known as the Qilin Douluo, dominated an era. None could rival him. Subsequently, rumors spread that the Qilin Douluo sought to unify the continent, leading a coalition of 1 palace, 2 nations, 3 sects, and 7 clans to gather their elite forces, 5 titled Douluos and 23 soul Douluos, to encircle him. In that battle, the Qilin Douluo sustained grave injuries and mysteriously vanished. Of the 5 titled Douluos, 1 perished, 1 was crippled, 1 severely injured, and 2 fell into seclusion, while the casualties among the 23 soul Douluos exceeded half, though the Qilin Douluo disappeared. The might of the true body martial spirit forever etched itself into the DNA of these sects, passed down through generations. Once powerful as the Qilin Douluo had been, what terrifying potential lay within the future of Moonstar, endowed with such a martial spirit? Of course, Lu Erlong was unaware that despite the strength of the true body martial spirit, achieving invincibility among peers requires a special awakening process to unleash its utmost power. The following day, even Moonstar River could not have anticipated such an outcome. Observing the charming and radiant little dance beside her, alongside the pouty and indignant Moonstar River could not help but exclaim, "Drinking leads to misfortune." In a previous life, Yuxingha harbored a profound aversion to alcohol. In this life, despite her formidable strength that allows her to disregard the effects of alcohol, she still detests its taste. Given her resilience and reputation, she could have simply refused to drink. However, she was utterly taken aback to find that it was none other than Xiao Wu who was urging her to indulge. Faced with Xiao Wu's mournful gaze, Yuxingha found herself compelled to drink, not just a glass, but an entire barrel if need be. There was no escaping it. If Yuxingha refused, Xiao Wu would drown herself in liquor. Under Xiao Wu's relentless encouragement, Yuxingha downed drink after drink, embodying the spirit of a deity of wine, until the early hours of the morning when she could no longer withstand the intoxication. Having been urged to drink without the use of her energy to combat the alcohol, she was eventually assisted by Xiao Wu back to their dormitory. What transpired afterward remained a mystery to Yuxingha. Upon awakening, she discovered that Xiao Wu had already packed her belongings and expressed her desire to accompany Yuxingha on a honeymoon trip to search for soul rings. Gazing at the charmingly smiling Xiao Wu, Yuxingha scratched her head in confusion and inquired, "When did I ever agree to bring you along in search of soul rings?" It was better left unasked, for as soon as she did, Xiao Wu's tears flowed forth like a breached dam, lamenting with heart-wrenching words that made Yuxingha's head spin. Phrases such as, "Xingha's words are naught but deceit," and "even a rabbit is fooled, what a heartless woman," echoed in the air. We promised to be each other's angels, yet here I am, left to fly solo. Confronted with the sight of Xiao Wu, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Yuxingha turned to Yuxingchen and questioned, "Did I truly agree to this last night?" Yuxingchen, in a huff, exclaimed, "Indeed. You profess your love for Xiao Wu, yet when the day comes that you are devoid of funds, you would not hesitate to sell me just to procure carrots for her." Upon hearing Yuxingchen's words, Yuxingha felt as though she might explode in place. Ultimately, however, Yuxingha set off with Xiao Wu, regardless of whether she had consented the previous night or if Xiao Wu had fabricated the truth. All uncertainties vanished in an instant as Xiao Wu clasped her small hand, whisked away by the refreshing breeze. Indeed, no matter the time or place, and despite the multitude of challenges and obstacles, as long as one is accompanied by their beloved, the journey no longer feels solitary, and everything else becomes inconsequential. This was precisely what Yuxingha had yearned for in her past life yet had never attained. Watching as Yuxingha and Xiao Wu faded from sight, Yuxingchen murmured, "Your happiness shall be my charge." Shortly after Yuxingchen returned to the classroom, Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached, urgency in her voice as she declared, "Xingchen, you must hide at once." As the moon and stars inquired why, it was rumored that Talon's father had arrived, declaring his intent to seek justice for his son. "Oh, what does that have to do with my desire to hide?" he retorted. His father insisted on identifying the individual who harmed his son, promising to deliver a lesson. "Oh, what do you mean, Bio?" It was said that Talon's father was a formidable soul king. "In that case, I shall gladly confront him." With that, Yu Xingqian exited the classroom, leaving her classmates in a state of stunned silence. The serene atmosphere of the classroom erupted into chaos. Some rushed to the playground to gossip. Others sought to inform the teacher, while a few attempted to retrieve Yu Xingqian. However, given her strength, those who tried were effortlessly dragged along by her. At Shrek's playground, Talon longed to find a place to hide. As long as he kept his relationship with the little girl a secret, few would know of his embarrassing predicament. But now, with his father causing a commotion at the academy, the entire institution would soon learn of the incident where he was bested by a mere child. The humiliation of being bested by such a young girl was already substantial. Now, he had to face the added shame of having his father intervene on his behalf. The thought of his classmates' disdainful gazes made Talon wish he could simply vanish. Talon, where's that little girl, the one who hurt you? His father demanded. Dad, let's go home. This is all my fault. You needn't get involved. Humph. Your hand was broken. If I don't address this, your grandfather might break my hand too. But Talon hesitated. Without further ado, Talon's father shouted to the crowd, Who harmed my son? Step forward if you dare. The crowd murmured, We already said it was a little girl. Are you blind? Where is there a little girl here? After several unanswered calls from Talon's father, he felt a slight relief. Perhaps it was for the best that no one showed themselves. Just as Talon thought the matter might be resolved quietly, a petite figure emerged from the throng. Upon spotting Yu Xingqian, Talon felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Why couldn't you just stay hidden? Why did you have to show up? As Yu Xingqian wriggled through the crowd, Talon's father's eyes brightened. What a delightful young lady. It is often said that a child's character can be discerned at a young age. To Talon's father, this charming girl, no older than 6 or 7, was undeniably adorable and would undoubtedly grow into a striking beauty. Connecting this to Talon's earlier remarks, he inquired, Are you the one who broke my son's hand? The moon and stars flickered gently. Why is it that you are the only one here? Where has that vixen, known as Xiao Wu, disappeared to? How is it that she dares to entice my son yet lacks the courage to face me? Yu Xingqian replied, Firstly, Sister Xiao Wu has ventured out with my sister. If you have any matters to discuss, you may approach me directly. Secondly, Sister Xiao Wu has never enticed her son. It has always been Talon who has been persistently entangled with her. Thirdly, Sister Xiao Wu's martial spirit is that of a rabbit, strictly speaking. It would be more appropriate to refer to her as a rabbit spirit. Chapter 115. Father and son. Upon hearing Yu Xingqian's words, Taino bellowed. I do not care about rabbits or foxes. What trickery did you employ, you little girl, to fracture my son's arm? Yu Xingqian shrugged, commenting, Does your son, such a feeble creature, truly require underhanded tactics? I merely exchanged a gentle fist bump with him, and his hand shattered. Observing that Yu Xingqian showed no signs of remorse, but instead responded with a provocative tone, Tainua's fury erupted. Very well, you impudent girl, come. If you dare, let us spar. I shall not bully you. We will forego soul techniques and martial spirits and merely compete in strength. Should you lose, you shall serve as a maid to my son. Do you dare? If not, kneel and apologize to my son, then care for him until his arm is healed. And if I lose? Yu Xingqian inquired. If I lose, this matter shall be deemed settled. Upon hearing Tainua's words, Yu Xingqian chuckled. Who would have thought, despite your unappealing looks, your aspirations are quite grand. Should I lose, I am condemned to servitude. Yet should you lose, it is merely forgotten? Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? What do you propose then? Tainua challenged. If you lose, you shall bark like a dog, all the way home. Agreed. It is settled. At that moment, an anxious voice interjected, Wait. Ning Rongrong rushed over. Addressing Xingqian, Xingqian, do not acquiesce to him. Dean Flander and the others are on their way. With the dean present, he dares not harm you. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tainua sneered. You speak too late, little girl. Yu Xingqian has already accepted the wager. Upon learning that Yu Xingqian had indeed agreed, Ning Rongrong's complexion paled. However, she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, Xingqian is merely a 6-year-old girl, completely unaware. You, an adult, are attempting to deceive an innocent child into an unequal agreement, unafraid of tarnishing your reputation. In response, Tainua adopted a nonchalant demeanor, declaring, regardless, she has agreed. There are enough witnesses here. Is that so, Tainua? You must consider your position carefully. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall summon 2 titled Douluos to visit your home for tea. Even Tainua, despite his arrogance, felt a shiver of dread at the mention of 2 titled Douluos. Gazing at the girl before him, radiating an air of nobility, he inquired, Who are you? Ning Rongrong replied, I am Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji is my father. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's introduction, Tainua's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately gritting his teeth as he retorted. Even the Seven Treasures glazed tile school cannot disrupt an agreement already made. My family has not wronged yours, and even a titled Douluo cannot arbitrarily offend me. Tainua's words left Ning Rongrong momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Yu Xingchen interjected, "Thank you for your kindness, Rongrong's sister, but Tainua is merely one man. Do not underestimate me. Soon, I shall invite you to witness the spectacle." The splendid performance referred to by the lunar stars is undoubtedly the spectacle of Taino imitating a dog's bark. Upon hearing the words of Yu Xingchen, Ning Rongrong felt a sudden wave of reassurance. Indeed, her sister, Yu Xinghe, had already reached an extraordinary level of prowess. As her sibling, it was only natural that she would not fall short. Subsequently, the crowd instinctively parted, granting Yu Xingchen and Tainua a spacious area. "Little girl, it's not too late to concede now. Don't end up in pain and crying for your mother." The laughter echoed. "Humph. Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being." In the next moment, behind Yu Xingchen, two phantoms materialized, and simultaneously, her soul rings manifested around her wrists. However, had she not spoken, it is unlikely anyone would have recognized them as her soul rings. Directly opposite her, Tainua's gaze was fixed intently upon every movement of Yu Xingchen. Although he outwardly displayed disdain towards her, he inwardly regarded the young girl with considerable respect. After all, anyone capable of interrupting Tairong's hand must possess considerable skill. As the two shadow-like phantoms emerged behind Yu Xingchen, Tainua muttered to himself, "Black Shadow? What kind of martial soul is this?" Just then, the previously tranquil and soft-spoken little girl, with merely a blink of her eyes, unleashed a surge of overwhelming battle intent from her clear gaze. A flicker of flame ignited within her eyes, signifying the boundless fighting spirit igniting within her. In the next instant, almost without forewarning, Yu Xingchen, who had remained stationary, bent her legs slightly and propelled herself forward. With a resounding crash, the previously serene ground beneath her feet shattered, leaving an enormous web-like pattern in her wake. When she moved, it was as if the earth itself trembled. Faced with the formidable force of Yu Xingchen's punch, Tainua was undeterred by her imposing aura. And with a fierce roar, he retaliated with a punch of his own. As the two fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact. This shockwave transformed into a tempest, toppling weaker soul masters who had ventured too close, while even those who were further away, possessing considerable soul power, found themselves staggering against the onslaught of the wind, nearly losing their footing. The gust swept through the crowd and across the playground, reaching even the office of Zhao Wujia. Hundreds of meters away, where he too felt the force of the gale. Wow, the sister is powerful enough to provoke ire. And the younger one is unreasonably strong as well. The residual energy alone was so intense, one could only imagine the overwhelming force that the two central figures must endure. Soon, Tainua provided an answer. In the instant their fists clashed, he was deeply astonished by the strength of Yu Xingchen's blow. Yet, even more shocking revelations awaited him. After he had given his all to block her punch, an even mightier force emanated from Yu Xingchen's fist. With a cough, Tainua spat forth a mouthful of blood. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that her punch contained two distinct forces, her initial strike intoxicated him like an aged wine, leaving him dazed, while the subsequent power, akin to the lingering finish of that same wine, revealed its true potency, catching him off guard as he realized that this was the essence of its strength. After Tenno spat out a mouthful of blood, he gazed at his irregularly twisted arm and earnestly inquired of the moon and stars, "What do you call that punch?" Yu Xingchen replied calmly, "Inch fist, three extremes collapse." Tainua, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Three extremes collapse? Does that imply there are three forces? What about the fourth?" The moon star smiled as it placed its fist upon the ground. Subsequently, the earth trembled violently within a radius of hundreds of meters, centered around the moon star's feet. Feeling the tremor beneath him, Tyner lowered his head and murmured, "I concede." Chapter 116. Speculations, gratitude to the reader for their generous support. Though it was Tyner who was defeated, it was Tyren who found himself barking like a dog. 4. In Tyner's words, "I have endured such injuries to restore your honor. Can you truly bear to have me mimic a dog?" As for who would bark like a dog, the Moonstar showed no interest. Even if Tyner were to break his promise, it would not concern her, for after the departure of Moon River, the Moonstar had but one desire, to grow stronger. Only through strength could she assist and protect her mother. The most effective means of becoming stronger is to continually surpass one's limits. To transcend those limits, one must accumulate a solid foundation. It is akin to a bucket. Unless it is filled with water, how can one ascertain its capacity? Thus, after defeating Tyner, the Moonstar engaged in no superfluous activities, instead wandering daily between the classroom, cafeteria, battle arena, and dormitory. Learning is an essential journey for every intelligent being. Young creatures must follow their parents to master the art of hunting, just as calves learn the ways of plowing by shadowing the elder bulls. Yu Xingqian did not indulge in arrogance after vanquishing the Soul King. She continued to attend her classes. However, after approximately 3 days of lessons, she resolved to cease her attendance. The knowledge imparted by the Soul Masters bore no relevance to her. Thus, Yu Xingqian made the decision to enter a state of seclusion. The retreat of Yu Xingqian does not entail secluding herself in a chamber for mere brainstorming. Rather, it simply involves transforming her daily schedule into a training ground in the dormitory cafeteria. Flander and the others are well aware that they lack the qualifications to instruct her, thus allowing her to cultivate independently. With a sharp reprimand, Yu Xingqian shattered a thick, 1-meter solid rock with a single punch. Following that, she executed a swift kick to obliterate a stone that had been sent soaring into the air, as the once intact boulder was reduced to a scattering of debris. Yu Xingqian murmured to herself, "My soul skill allows me to strike again after releasing an attack." The soul skill granted by the second spirit ring operates similarly. Theoretically, perhaps all my future soul skills will follow this pattern. If the first spirit ring enables a double strike, and the second a triple strike, then in theory, with 9 spirit rings, I shall achieve a sequence of 10 consecutive strikes. Subsequently, Yu Xingqian approached a great tree and unleashed a powerful kick against its trunk. The tree trembled violently, shedding countless leaves, reminiscent of an author suffering from hair loss. Despite the incessant quaking, the tree exhibited no substantial damage. What if I try this? As a shadow flickered behind her, the spirit ring on her wrist glimmered. Soul skill, double strike. With a resounding impact, as Yu Xingqian's foot struck the tree trunk, a profoundly deep explosion resonated from within the tree. Following this, the unsettling crackling sound echoed, and the tree, akin to an author who had been typing furiously for a day and night, collapsed on the spot. As the moonlit star gazed upon the fallen great tree, he murmured to himself, "It appears that a double strike not only adds an additional blow but also empowers the second strike to be twice as forceful as the first. What then of a triple strike?" With this thought in mind, he sought out a sturdier tree, approaching it without a word. In his other hand, a soul ring pulsated, seemingly teeming with countless swirling storm clouds, emitting a faint glimmer. It was as if a bolt of lightning had traversed the dense clouds. Second soul skill, triple strike. This time, the moonlit star eschewed the use of his legs, opting instead for his fists. As he unleashed a powerful punch, the great tree trembled initially, only to have its trunk erupt violently, creating a massive cavity where he struck. Upon delivering the third blow, the tree was cleaved in two, severed by the might of his fist. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Yu Xingqian contemplated the interruption of the towering tree before him. He mused upon the force of the third level of gravity, which was indeed twice that of the second. This implied that if the force of his first punch was quantified as 1, the second would measure 2, and the third should equate to 4. Thus, he pondered whether the combined usage of the first and second soul techniques might yield an effect akin to a quadruple or even quintuple strike. With this thought in mind, Yu Xingqian directed his efforts once more toward the solitary tree that remained in the soul-fighting arena. With a resounding crash, as his soul ring shimmered, he unleashed a punch that split the tree asunder. Observing the severed trunk, he furrowed his brow. The outcome bore little difference when compared to his previous application of the second soul technique. The most evident distinction was the absence of a fourth residual impact. Just as Yu Xingqian departed, lost in contemplation, a portion of the fallen tree broke loose and plummeted toward him. Engrossed in his deep thoughts, he failed to notice the impending danger. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed as the tree struck him with a resounding thud. Although his head had taken a blow, rather than feeling anger, Yu Xingqian found himself unexpectedly elated. He had not been rendered dazed by the impact. Rather, a critical insight dawned upon him. Perhaps, he realized, he had never truly possessed soul techniques. Even if such techniques were said to exist, they merely manifested as illusions behind him. Throughout his endeavor, neither the first nor the second soul ring had endowed him with any genuine soul techniques. Naturally, this remained a mere hypothesis, as he lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate it. After all, if the soul rings had not granted him soul techniques, how could one account for the additional illusion with each soul ring he possessed? As Yu Xingqian spiraled back into his musings, a throng of people encircled 3 figures approaching him. Had it been anyone else, the instinctive reaction would have been to assume that 3 leaders had arrived with a cadre of followers to wreak havoc. However, upon recognizing the trio, Yu Xingqian smiled. The 3 figures, from left to right, comprised a middle-aged man, an elderly gentleman, and a young man. The reason for Yu Xingqian's amusement lay in the fact that both the middle-aged and young men bore their left arms bandaged and slung across their chests, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of embarrassment. The symmetry was quite striking. The individuals swathed in bandages were none other than Tainua and Tai Long, father and son, while the elder between them, with short hair standing erect like steel needles, bore a striking resemblance to Tainua, albeit with a gaze that was even more profound. Judging by the appearance of the elder, it was reasonable to conclude that he was Tainua's father and Tai Long's grandfather. As she pondered this, Yu Xingqian couldn't help but chuckle, for she recalled the scene of her mother training the Shrek 7 monsters to sing this very song. As the 3 generations of the Tai Long family approached, Titan cast a glance at the bright, cheerful, and endearing Yu Xingqian before turning his gaze to Tainua and Tai Long, his tone growing somewhat stern. Is this little girl the one who broke your arms? Despite their reluctance to admit it, Tainua and Tai Long slowly nodded. Titan was well aware that Tai Long and Tainua would not fabricate such a tale without cause. Moreover, what honor could there be in a Soul King in his 50s and a Soul Sovereign in his 20s being bested by a mere 6-year-old? Contemplating this, Titan inquired of Yu Xingqian, "Child, are you indeed Yu Xingqian?" The moon and the stars nodded slightly. "Were you the one who interrupted my son and grandson's arms?" The moon and stars still nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, bold and resolute. Though you are but a child, I hold you in high regard. My son and grandson have suffered broken arms at your hands, and I shall not inquire into the reasons. Their lack of skill is their own misfortune. My purpose today is not to seek retribution for them, but to assert that our family, the Li clan, shall not be disrespected." Immediately thereafter, Titan addressed Moonstar, "I shall not impose upon you unduly. If you can withstand 3 punches from me, I will compel Talon to bow and apologize. Should you be unable to endure, you may concede defeat, yet you must agree to an engagement with Talon. What say you?" Upon hearing Titan's declaration, Talon was the first to respond. "Grandfather, is this not too? To what?" Faced with Titan's inquiry, Talon ultimately swallowed the words shameless back down. Yet the disdainful expressions of his peers made him wish for oblivion. Talon's silence, however, did not silence Moonstar. "It seems your family has inherited the unfortunate trait of ugly appearances while harboring delusions of grandeur." Although Yu Xingqian spoke these words with a smile, the underlying murderous intent sent a shiver down the spine of Titan, the Soul King. Sensing the killing aura emanating from Yu Xingqian, Titan felt an unexpected thrill of delight. "Haha, it has been many years. You are the first to so brazenly display your murderous intent towards me. Little one, I admire your audacity. Tell me, are you willing to accept my challenge?" "Of course," Yu Xingqian replied boldly, "but let us amend the stakes. If I prevail, you shall forfeit your left arm. If I lose, you may do as you wish." "Agreed. It is settled." In the distance, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji were concealed, observing the unfolding drama. As Ning Fengji heard about the wager between Yu Xingqian and Titan, he was about to rush out to intervene, but was restrained by Sword Douluo. "Why do you hold me back, Sword Uncle? If that girl loses and becomes that scoundrel's child bride, how will I explain it to my friend Xinghe?" Sword Douluo chuckled heartily. "Fengji, have you forgotten? Before departing, Xinghe advised us to allow Xingqian some moderate training. The last time I witnessed that girl battle Titan, she clearly retained strength and reserve. Titan's intention is to claim her as his granddaughter-in-law, so he cannot afford to truly harm her. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Besides, should he attempt to strike with lethal force at the last moment, I will intervene. And if the girl loses?" Ning Fengji asked anxiously. Sword Douluo replied with a smile. "If she loses, then so be it. I shall simply retrieve her. The meager power of the Titan family is nothing but a frog yearning for the swan's embrace. Have they not consulted a fortune-teller about their worth? Alas, if only Rong Rong were not a girl. I would risk my life to bring those 2 sisters back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Reflecting upon the extraordinary talents of Yu Xinghe and Yu Xingqian, Sword Douluo felt a wave of nostalgia. These 2 sisters were far from ordinary. Once the wager was firmly established, Titan bellowed as he summoned his martial soul. As his form swelled, 8 soul rings rose from beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. With the ascent of these rings, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the arena. It was the weight of raw power. The mere display of his aura was sufficient to warp the very air around them. Had anyone faced Titan at full force from the onset, they would likely have knelt in an instant. But who was Yu Xingqian? Even without considering her soul power, her physical prowess could rival that of Zhao Wujia. Coupled with her unique martial soul and her exceptional soul power, bolstered by the 50,000-year-old faceless demon spider soul ring and the 60,000-year-old dark evil god tiger soul ring, could Titan truly expect to subdue her solely through intimidation? That was a fool's errand. Seeing that his overwhelming aura failed to faze her, Titan felt a surge of exhilaration. Today, I have indeed chosen wisely. With that thought, Titan declared, "Little girl, prepare to receive my fist." The lineage of strength bears a resemblance to the circumstances of the moon and star. All their soul rings and soul skills are designed to enhance a singular attribute, strength. In the case of the lineage of strength, in this initial strike, Titan exerted 50% of his power, primarily because he was unaware of moon and star's true capabilities. Should he unleash too much force, he might inadvertently cause grave harm or even death, leading to troublesome consequences. Although Titan only utilized half of his strength, that alone was sufficient to render Zhao Wujia defenseless. Zhao Wujia. So I have now become a unit of combat power. Titan unleashed his punch. Though its speed was not particularly swift, it exuded an overwhelming momentum, akin to a force capable of toppling cities and shattering mountains. This punch exemplified the principle that a single force can surpass myriad techniques, a blow that even Master Ma's transformed strength could not withstand. Confronting Titan's formidable strike, Moon and Star displayed an uncommon expression of gravity. This blow from her adversary was indeed powerful, yet, under the luminous glow of the moon, a fervent exhilaration surged within Yu Xingqian. Confronting Titan's formidable punch, she stood resolute, unflinching. 1-inch fist, triad collapse. When two disproportionately powerful fists collided, a momentary hush enveloped the scene, akin to the calm before a tempest. In the next heartbeat, a palpable shockwave erupted between their fists. The wave first stirred a tempestuous wind, sweeping away all dust. And then another forceful surge sent shattered stones flying, even displacing the great tree that had been rent asunder. Ultimately, with the third surge of residual power, Titan was forced to take a step back. This retreat, in the eyes of Tainuo and Tai Long, bore a weight of impact far greater than any external manifestation. While others may be oblivious to Titan's true strength, Tainuo, as Titan's son, understood all too well. Were he to exchange blows with his father, even a mere step back would be a commendable feat, worthy of praise. Chapter 118. Will of Martial Arts. As Titan stepped back, a faint smile creased his weathered visage. I truly underestimated you. Child, what is your soul power level? Level 26. Upon hearing this, Titan's pupils constricted, and even he, seasoned by countless adversities, could not help but gasp in astonishment. To withstand half of his strength at such a young age, what would she be capable of as she matured? The thought ignited a burgeoning admiration within Titan, his gaze fixated on the little girl as though she were a rare gem. Contemplating her potential, Titan let out another thunderous roar, his seventh soul ring shimmering. Martial soul manifestation. As Titan's already towering form swelled further, a gargantuan gorilla emerged upon the scene, its size comparable to a house. Then, the gorilla's deep, resonant voice boomed. Little girl, this is my second punch. If you cannot withstand it, you may concede. With that, the colossal beast raised its fist, as large as a grinding stone, and brought it crashing down towards Yu Xingqian. The sheer weight of the impending blow pressed upon her, causing her legs to bend slightly, while the ground beneath her fractured, as if straining under an immense burden. This punch was delivered with 80% of Titan's strength. Even Douluo Bo would shake his head at the sight of it. This strike was one that Yu Xingqian could not hope to endure. Just as the crowd cried out for her to evade, facing a blow that would undoubtedly inflict severe harm or even threaten her life, Yu Xingqian suddenly perceived that time had come to a standstill. As if frozen in time, Titan transformed into a formidable gorilla, his complex gaze piercing through the air. Surrounding him were expressions of concern and fear, while in the distance, Flandra's second dragon had already summoned his martial spirit, poised to spring into action at any moment. Suddenly, an ethereal figure radiating a soft golden glow materialized before Yu Xingqian. This apparition, in height, visage, and hairstyle, mirrored Yu Xingqian so closely that one might easily mistake it for a twin or a reflection. Yet, Yu Xingqian was acutely aware that this was neither her twin sister nor a mere reflection. This was her martial spirit. At that moment, the figure spoke with an air of superiority. You cannot withstand this punch. The moon and stars maintain an expression of serene indifference. I am aware. Then why proceed? I wish to ascertain the limits of my endurance. Yet, you will sustain grievous injuries. The agony may surpass that of a finger caught in a door, even more excruciating than a heated needle driven into the crevice of your nail. Upon learning this outcome, do you still wish to attempt it? Yu Xingqian nodded resolutely, stating, to achieve success beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, one must bear the unbearable burdens of life. Although the path ahead appears to offer countless choices, in truth, to ascend to the pinnacle, one must confront this singular journey with equanimity. Whether it be through thorny trails or sheer cliffs, what is destined to come cannot be evaded. Relentless avoidance ultimately leads to nothingness. This truth has been validated through my mother's previous existence. Upon finishing Yu Xingqian's narrative, a voice revealed a hint of a smile. Warm and familiar. Even after countless reincarnations, even if each life culminates in a battle to the death, do you not harbor regrets? Never. Even if I were to plead with you, you would not consider surrendering? Indeed, it seems you have not changed. What do you mean? What do you know? When you stand at the zenith of this world and once again face choices, I shall return. For now, focus on overcoming this crisis. With that, the ethereal figure transformed into luminous points and vanished. Simultaneously, a familiar oppressive sensation surged forth, a shadow enveloping everything. It was the Titan's fist, as colossal as a millstone. In the face of this formidable blow, Yu Xingqian countered with the tripolar collapse, this time choosing to employ both palms. With a thunderous roar, the vast soul battle arena trembled, the hard ground rippling as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Many students were directly knocked down by the sheer force, while the expressions of Flinder, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujia, and others turned pale at the display of power. Inwardly reflecting, they acknowledged that had they been in her position, they would surely have met their demise. But what of Yu Xingqian? As the dust began to settle, the scene before them unfolded. Beneath the colossal fist lay a diminutive figure, her knees bent, on the verge of kneeling. Yet, she still extended her hands to brace against the massive fist. Despite trembling from head to toe, she bravely lifted her chin, gritting her teeth and declaring, "Gorilla, it seems you are nothing extraordinary." With that, Yu Xingqian let out a fierce roar, her once bent legs straightening once more. Simultaneously, two crisp sounds rang out from her thighs. Hearing those sharp sounds, the Titan shook his head and sighed. Why endure this? Then, the Titan withdrew his fist. Almost instantaneously, as he moved his fist, Yu Xingqian felt a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. With this spurt of blood, her previously radiant face turned pale, and the formidable aura that once seemed capable of reaching the heavens flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. As the moonlight flickered, the celestial figure staggered, visibly striving to maintain her balance, yet ultimately, with a faltering step, she collapsed onto the ground. Observing her descent, Titan exhaled a long sigh of relief, a euphoric expression illuminating his visage as he proclaimed, "My young friend, you have lost." He then extended his hand beside her, invitingly stating, "Come with me. I shall not impose upon you. Once you join my clan, I will nurture you as if you were my own granddaughter. When you come of age, it would not be too late for you to wed Talon." The mere thought of ensnaring such an extraordinarily gifted and resolutely spirited genius filled Titan with an exuberance that made him want to sing and leap with joy. Contemplating this, Titan gazed at the seated moonlight, admiration etched upon his face. Indeed, admiration. Just moments ago, Moonlight's effort to support herself, which may have seemed a desperate act for survival to outsiders, was clearly understood by Titan as a remarkable feat. She had successfully withstood the force of his punch, which had been delivered with 80% of his strength. Unless Titan were to exert additional force, it was utterly impossible to compel her to kneel. His reluctance to withdraw his fist stemmed solely from a desire to witness how much longer the exhausted Moonlight could endure. The talent of the Moon Star Titan is beyond reproach. Thus, the Titan intends to assess the fortitude of Moon Star through this trial. Naturally, this additional challenge remains entirely within his control. Should Moon Star's strength wane, he is prepared to withdraw at any moment. Yet, the outcome defies the Titan's expectations. As the moonlit star endured the agony of her injuries, gritting her teeth to once again straighten her spine, Titan's admiration for her resilience deepened. Unyielding and steadfast, this indomitable spirit was precisely what Titan esteemed the most. In the distance, Ning Fengji inquired of Qinxin, "Swordmaster, how did that young girl withstand Titan's second blow?" The sheer force of Titan's recent strike had even caused Ning Fengji to change countenance. If he were to face it, he would likely emerge either grievously injured or worse. With an expression of admiration, Qinxin replied, "Fengji, did you not notice? When that girl confronted Titan's second punch, she transformed the strike into a palm, substituting offense for defense, thereby dissipating part of Titan's strength, while the remainder she channeled directly into the ground." Channel it into the ground? How is that possible? Qinxin's face then bore a wry smile. She did so by using her own body. She allowed Titan's force to pass through her and into the earth. However, this method is exceedingly perilous. If her physical constitution were not robust enough, daring to attempt such a feat would likely result in her internal organs being shattered. Thus, that young girl must be suffering from internal injuries, and they are likely severe. Coupled with that last effort to lift herself, her condition has undoubtedly worsened. She may not even be able to stand now. Then, Swordmaster, should we intervene? Patience, at this juncture, as long as Titan is not deranged. He should refrain from striking her again. I am quite curious to see how that young girl will navigate this predicament. I will not make it difficult for you. Come with me. As Titan prepared to take Moonlit Star away, Flander, Lu Erlong, and others rushed to obstruct him. Yet, to their astonishment, Moonlit Star was the first to speak. "Old rogue, I have not yet lost. Are you so eager to take me back?" Upon hearing her words, Titan frowned and replied, "Little girl, do not be stubborn. In your current state, you cannot withstand another of my punches, let alone one from Talon. If this is not defeat, then what is it?" Yu Xingchen shook his head and said, "How can you know if I cannot withstand your blow when you have yet to strike? I must admit, I am quite eager to witness the scene of both you and your grandfather severing your hands." Upon hearing Yu Xingchen's words, Lu Erlong was the first to respond. "Xingchen, relinquish this notion. Do not put on a brave front. At worst, concede defeat. I wish to see who among our golden iron triangle can truly take you away today." Beside them, Ning Rongrong chimed in, "Xingchen, at the very least, you can go with them first. I will send Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to retrieve you from the Li family. I refuse to believe they would dare to harm you." Upon hearing the words of the two women, one young and one old, Titan's expression darkened. After listening to Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong, Yu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. It is far easier to deceive others than oneself. It is difficult to fool the heart. I appreciate your goodwill, but such actions contradict my principles. I must proceed down this path today, and it may be a long time before I achieve anything worthwhile again. The words of Yu Xingchen not only rendered Lu Erlong and the others speechless, but even Titan, with his notoriously thick skin, felt a pang of shame and lowered his head. However, despite his embarrassment, he thought that if his old face could secure the emergence of an extraordinary genius, then it would all be worth it. In the next moment, Titan raised his head once more and said, "Little girl, you should really consider giving up. I truly do not wish to lay a hand on you. A talent like yours, if it were to perish at my hands, would fill me with regret." Indeed, Titan, while not particularly astute, understood that should he kill or cripple such a remarkable genius, the repercussions for the Titan clan would be dire. Not to mention, there was the matter of the girl's sister. If the younger sister had already dazzled to such an extent, the elder sister would surely be no less impressive. With so many witnesses present, he could not possibly prevent the news from leaking. If the elder sister were to discover that he had harmed or killed her sibling, after decades of living incognito, only to seek him out upon attaining the rank of title Douluo, he would likely find no peace even in death. In the face of Titan's advice to concede, Yu Xingchen said nothing but instead braced herself on her trembling legs, attempting to rise. However, her injuries were far too severe. Previously, in an effort to dissipate the excess force from Titan's punch, she had already sustained significant internal injuries. Coupled with the strain of her last desperate effort, both of her leg bones had cracked. Now, every attempt to stand only exacerbated her condition. Seeing Yu Xingchen struggle to rise, Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong rushed to assist her, but Yu Xingchen shot forth a sphere of light, formed from her soul power, which exploded at their feet, creating a small crater. Lu Erlong and Ning Rongrong exchanged puzzled glances with Yu Xingchen, only to be met with her emotionless gaze. Then, in a chilling tone, Yu Xingchen declared, "Do not come any closer. I can stand on my own. This is still my duel with him, and no one is permitted to interfere." Yu Xingchen, trembling as she supported herself with her legs, rose unsteadily to her feet. Just then, a crisp sound resonated, crack. At the sound, Yu Xingqian once again sank to the ground. At that moment, Titan gazed at her with a complex expression and said, "Child, if you continue like this, there is a significant chance that your legs will be rendered useless. Heed my advice and concede. You could simply join my clan. And the engagement with Tai Long could be forgotten, as though I never mentioned it. Tai Long is indeed unworthy of you. What do you think of this proposal?" Suddenly, Yu Xingqian executed a surprising maneuver that left all present in utter astonishment. She tore a segment from her pant leg and forcefully bound it around her thigh, then struck the ground with both hands. In that instant, a radiant light flashed between her palms, revealing a surge of soul power erupting forth. Harnessing the thrust generated by this explosion of soul energy, Yu Xingqian rose to her feet. In response to her remarkable action, both Titan and the distant Chun Xin displayed expressions of sheer shock. At this juncture, Yu Xingqian's ability to stand again transcended mere strength or physical condition. It was a testament to her indomitable will. Then, Yu Xingqian addressed Titan with unwavering resolve. "Come on." Despite her appearance, which suggested she might collapse at any moment, her gaze remained serene, devoid of anger or any other emotion, as if the injuries within her were not her own. Were it not for the eyewitness accounts, Titan would scarcely believe that such a demeanor could emanate from a child. Chapter 120. This is my martial path. Part 2. Whether the duel should continue posed a dilemma. Continuing seemed impossible, as Yu Xingqian's frail body could evidently no longer withstand Titan's full-force punch. In Titan's own words, she had become so weakened that anyone could likely fell her with a single blow. Yet, if the fight were to cease, Yu Xingqian was resolute in her refusal to comply. Of course, Titan could choose to concede, but was that a realistic option? Setting aside the fact that losing would cost him a hand, merely the thought of forfeiting against Yu Xingqian was enough to wrench his heart in agony. Just as Titan wrestled with his turmoil, a tall elder appeared on the scene. Clad in white, the elder bore an aged visage, yet his stature was remarkably upright, exuding a presence sharp as a blade, standing there like a human sword. The moment his gaze met Titan's, Titan felt a piercing sensation coursing through his entire body. Confronted by this unexpected elder, Titan clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior, and the purpose of your visit?" Before the elder could respond, a young girl named Ning Rongrong dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa's sword. You must help Sister Xingqian. If you don't assist, I won't speak to you anymore." For Ning Rongrong, Chen Xian was thoroughly indulgent, especially since he had come specifically for Yu Xingqian. "Very well, my little princess has spoken. The old man shall comply." In the following moment, a sword materialized in the elder's hand, and 9 soul rings rose sequentially from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A title Douluo. You are Sword Douluo Chen Xian. If Titan still could not discern the identity of his opponent, it would indicate not a lack of intelligence, but sheer ignorance. Recognizing that he had been identified, Chen Xian wasted no time and directly stated, "Might I request a favor from you to suspend this duel? This young friend is a cherished guest of my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Should you agree to cease hostilities, our sect will undoubtedly offer substantial gratitude." The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect indeed wields formidable power, and the Sword Douluo, Chen Xian, is renowned for his strength. However, to expect Titan to relinquish the succulent prize within his grasp based solely on these few utterances is evidently insufficient leverage. Observing Titan's silence, Chen Xian sighed and remarked, "Consider it a personal favor I owe you. Surely this will suffice." A favor from the Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Even the Spirit Hall would take notice of such an offer. Titan glanced at Yu Xingqian and then at the Sword Douluo, yet shook his head resolutely. "No, I remain intent on continuing this wager. I implore you, esteemed Douluo, to grant me this wish. Can you not discern the peril this young lady is in? Proceed." "Very well. I shall remain here, watching to see whether you incapacitate or slay her first, or if I shall be the one to end your life." At this juncture, a fierce sword intent erupted from Chen Xian's being. Although the Sword Douluo remained motionless, the ground beneath Titan's feet was already etched with countless sword marks. A cold sweat trickled down Titan's forehead, for as the sole individual confronting the Sword Douluo, he could sense the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from his opponent. Then, Chen Xian's voice, laden with infinite malice, echoed in his mind. "So, what will your choice be?" Just as Titan contemplated conceding, Yu Xingqian suddenly interjected, "Lord Chen Xian, though I do not understand your motives in defending me so fiercely, I beseech you to allow me to continue my duel with Titan. Upon hearing Yu Xingchen's words, not only did Chun Xian's lips twitch, but the assembled crowd also exhibited similar reactions. What was this? A reckless death wish? In the next moment, Chun Xian approached Yu Xingchen, saying, "Relax, I harbor no ill intentions." He then grasped her wrist, channeling his soul power to perceive her condition. Internal organs exhibited slight dislocation, while fractures marred her ribs, spine, and shoulder blades. Her arms were cracked, and the femur was on the verge of breaking. Do you comprehend the severity of your injuries? Yu Xingchen nodded slightly, acknowledging, I understand. Are you determined to continue? If this persists, you will perish. Even if you do not die, you will become a mere shell of your former self. This heartfelt plea from Qinxin stemmed from his desire to prevent such an extraordinary talent from falling into ruin. Grateful for Qinxin's concern, Yu Xingchen nonetheless spoke further, provoking Qinxin's ire. Senior Qinxin, should I fail to fulfill our wager, it could tarnish my martial spirit, and my path would come to an end. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Qinxin, initially poised to reprimand Yu Xingchen for her recklessness, found himself swayed by the sincerity in her clear eyes. Moreover, her reasoning held merit. As a soul master devoted to the pursuit of martial arts, Qinxin understood the truth behind her words. At their core, they were both individuals of purity, one wholly dedicated to martial prowess, the other passionately in love with the sword. After a moment of mutual gaze, and seeing that Yu Xingchen showed no signs of retreat, Qinxin resignedly declared, "Very well. If you wish to proceed, then so be it. However, I must make it clear that should your life be in jeopardy, or should you face an irreversible crisis, I will intervene without hesitation. This I have also vowed." With that, Qinxin turned to Titan and urged, "Hurry up. Why are you standing there? Just throw a punch, and this wager will be concluded. Be warned, Great Ape. If you dare to play defensively or retreat, know that I shall break you." The crowd collectively sighed in exasperation at Yu Xingchen's words, realizing that mischief often leads to trouble. Just as Titan hesitated, an unexpected event unfolded before them. Suddenly, the obsidian bracelet on Yu Xingchen's left wrist erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Crack, crack. The sword master closest to her initially failed to comprehend the commotion, but upon focusing his senses on the bracelet, he cried out in horror, "Stop it at once." With a thunderous boom, a soul ring shattered, and a dark energy sphere enveloped Yu Xingchen's palm. She then cheerfully declared, "Senior Titan, if you do not counterattack, my strike could very well cost you your life." Though her smile was irresistibly charming, it instilled an unexplainable dread in Titan. Ultimately, gazing into Yu Xingchen's eyes, he seemed to arrive at a momentous decision. "Very well. Since you were so insistent, to hold back would indeed be an affront to you. Prepare yourself. How terrifying would Titan's full strength be?" Even Qinxin, the sword master, found it necessary to defend against Titan's full might, lest he suffer injury. The fact that Titan could inflict harm upon Qinxin only underscored the formidable power of his attacks. What of the already waning moon star? Can she withstand the peculiar method just witnessed? Chapter 121, The Explosive Ring. As Titan leapt, hands clasped together and poised to strike down upon Moon Star, had it not been for the presence of the sword Douluo, Flender and the others would have already unleashed their spirit fusion technique, with Titan's fist, imbued with immense power, descending ominously. A wave of concern swept across the faces of all present. Some, trembling with fear, even closed their eyes, as if anticipating that Moon Star would soon meet a bloody end. The sword Douluo too wore a pained expression, not out of fear for Moon Star's demise, but rather for the impending destruction of her soul ring. Indeed, the explosive ring. Initially perplexed by the absence of Moon Star's soul ring, the sword Douluo's confusion dissipated when he observed the bracelet on her left wrist begin to crack. As he felt the tumultuous surge of energy, akin to a dam bursting, Chun Xian finally comprehended the audacity that fueled Moon Star's continued gamble. Yet, in his eyes, this was truly not worth it. To self-destruct one's soul ring for the sake of a mere gamble, what could be more foolish? Watching the smiling Moon Star, the sword Douluo shut his eyes in despair. A once-in-a-generation talent was about to forfeit her future. As Titan's earth-shattering punch approached, the energy sphere in Moon Star's grasp rapidly expanded, transforming into a protective energy shield. Boom. As Titan's fist struck down, a powerful wave of energy swept past the onlookers, across the battle arena, through the entirety of Shrek Academy, even reaching the residents of the distant Heaven-Do city, where their hair was tousled by the tumultuous energy remnants. When the dust settled, the gathered students stood in stunned silence at the sight before them. The battle arena lay in ruins. apart from the area shielded by Moonstar's protective barrier. The entire arena appeared to have been plowed, while at its center, the ground had been driven down 3 feet. This astonishing spectacle utterly conveyed the might of a spirit Douluo to the students. Titan gazed at the unscathed shield and sighed, bowing his head. My young friend, why must you go to such lengths? As a former subordinate sect of the Haotian school, Titan possessed a rudimentary understanding of the explosive ring technique. However, Moonstar was not a member of the Haotian sect. How could she possibly wield such a secret art? Thus, the answer could only be one. The explosion of the soul ring by Yu Xingqian is indeed a true explosion, a complete detonation, resulting in the irrevocable loss of a soul ring. This is precisely why Chen Xian was taken aback. Although Titan faced defeat, he bore no trace of sorrow. Instead, his expression was filled with regret. He had erred, failing to anticipate that events would unfold to such an extent. As the protective shield shattered with a resounding boom, scattering radiant light across the sky, Titan bitterly addressed Yu Xingqian. I have lost. I have lost. These mere 3 words signify a miracle. The inception of a battle record that would leave all soul masters in awe. A great soul master triumphs over a soul Douluo. Therefore, Titan, as per our wager, I find myself utterly exhausted. I must trouble you to take action yourself. Very well. I shall exchange 1 arm for your soul ring. It is only fitting. Subsequently, amidst the complex gazes of Tainhua Tailong, the astonished expressions of the Shrek Academy students, and the thoughtful glance of Chen Xian, Titan let out a thunderous roar, channeling his soul power into his left arm with a resounding shock. That robust arm erupted in a multitude of gory wounds, accompanied by a continuous crisp sound. As Titan's arm hung limply by his side, he wore an air of indifference, as if that arm were not his own, and remarked, Are you satisfied, my young friend? After the moon, Xingqian nodded gently. Her eyes fluttered shut as she fell backward. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, Xingqian swiftly caught her. Observing the child who, even in unconsciousness, continued to twitch in pain, Xingqian felt a surge of emotions. At that moment, a dazzling 7-story light tower, radiating with iridescent brilliance, materialized in midair, casting beams of light towards both Moon Xingqian and Titan. The 7 Treasures glazed tower, renowned as the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit, possessed not only the ability to assist, but also to heal. In the next instant, a refined middle-aged man appeared. It was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Upon his arrival, those who recognized him immediately offered respectful gestures, while those unfamiliar quickly mimicked the greetings upon hearing others address him as sect leader Ning. Ning Fengji, with his affable demeanor, did not concern himself with formalities, casually waving his hand to indicate that there was no need for such decorum, exuding an air of magnanimity in his every gesture. The crowd could not help but marvel at his exceptional grace. Surely, joining his ranks would be an incredible opportunity. As he passed by the Titan and his 2 grandchildren, Ning Fengji sighed at the respectful gestures from Tainhua and Tailong, shaking his head before addressing Titan. You have caused a great disaster today. Titan, with a bitter smile, replied. In my folly, I was blinded by greed, attempting to capture the phoenix from the heavens. Now, the mistake has been made, and regret serves no purpose. If that girl's sister comes seeking retribution, I shall bear the consequences alone. Do you truly believe you can handle it alone? Ning Fengji retorted. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Titan's expression shifted. This child is fiercely spirited. Her sister must be equally formidable. Is it possible she seeks even more? Understanding the implications, the others refrained from using harsh terms like destroying families and instead opted for the more ambiguous more. With a look of trepidation on Titan's face, Ning Fengji nodded and leaned closer to whisper, Her sister and she are polar opposites. Today, fortune is on your side. Her sister has already departed. If she were to learn of her sister's injuries at your hands, it is likely that even your ancestral grave would be disturbed. Horrified at the thought of his ancestral grave being unearthed, Titan asked, Sect leader Ning, do you have any wise counsel to save me? Ning Fengji patted Titan on the shoulder and then walked toward Moon Xingqian. Observing this, Titan bowed respectfully and, with Tainhua and Tailong, left in a dejected manner. At the 7 Treasures glazed sect, as they looked at Moon Xingqian, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, Ning Fengji, Qinxin, and Gu Rong exchanged complex expressions. Qinxin remarked, If I had not witnessed it myself, I would find it hard to believe that such a miraculous constitution exists in this world. Gu Rong, equally astounded, added, Indeed. One wonders what sort of parents could produce such extraordinary daughters. If only Rongrong were a boy, I would capture both sisters and marry them to him. Ning Fengji jestingly remarked. Uncle Gu, refrain from making such irrelevant comments. It's not as though I lack sons. If you wish to assist, let your actions speak for themselves. Gu Rong shook his head and responded, I dare say your sons will only reach the Soul Emperor stage at best. Reflect upon this. Would you consent to let Rongrong marry a commoner? Ning Fengji let out a lamentation. These sisters are no ordinary beings. Chapter 122, The Prelude 7 days prior, Xiaowu ambled backward while savoring carrot-flavored cookies, inquiring of Yuxinghe. So, the two soul rings of Xingqian belong to the man-faced demon spider and the dark evil god tiger, correct? Yuxinghe nodded slightly, exclaiming, Indeed. The dark evil god is formidable, but alas, it has encountered me. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. It was a rare occasion to hear Yuxinghe sing. Although the lyrics were somewhat disdainful, Xiaowu was utterly captivated. In her rapture, Xiaowu failed to notice a stone beneath her feet. Just as she thought her head would make an intimate acquaintance with the ground, Yuxinghe swiftly embraced her slender waist. Be careful, he chided her gently, filled with affection. Xiaowu flashed a smile at him, replying, I won't. After all, you will catch me, won't you? In response, Yuxinghe playfully released his grip. Ah! The sudden sensation of falling caused Xiaowu to scream again, only for Yuxinghe to catch her once more. This time, regaining her senses, Xiaowu playfully thumped his chest with her small fist, exclaiming, You are so naughty. Such a bad person. All right. I confess, I am a villain. So, shall I let go? As he spoke, Yuxinghe allowed her to drop a little further. In a hurry, Xiaowu wrapped her arms around his neck, pouting. You only bully me. I want to go to the forest. I refuse to search for the sky dream eye silkworm with you. No way. You think you can stay at the academy and ignore me? Now that we are out, you regret it? It's too late. As he spoke, Yuxinghe leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear, his warm breath causing a peculiar sensation to surge within Xiaowu. It felt as if someone were gently scratching her heart. A tantalizing itch that was both tormenting and irresistible, igniting a desire for more. Stop it. Don't do that. Her ears, among the most sensitive parts of her body, would react even to the slightest touch, let alone the warmth of his breath. Yet, with Yuxinghe's strength, Xiaowu found her struggles futile. Her long legs stiffened. Then her feet arched as if cramping. Hearing her make feeble sounds in his embrace, Yuxinghe playfully patted her rear, saying, Hey, get up. Stop pretending to be dead. We have a long journey to the East Sea ahead. As the tingling sensation coursed through her, Xiaowu transformed her position from lying flat to nestling against him like a small bird, curling up as much as possible and resting her head on his chest. In a breathless tone, she murmured, Just one more hour of napping. Can we set off after an hour? Observing the weariness in her eyes, Yuxinghe affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, Very well, but only for an hour. You are the best. Xiaowu beamed. As she spoke, Xiaowu tilted her head and gently kissed the cheek of Yuxinghe. Caught off guard by Xiaowu's playful gesture, Yuxinghe did not mind at all. She merely adjusted her posture slightly, allowing Xiaowu to nestle comfortably in her embrace. Feeling Yuxinghe's tender movement, an indescribable joy welled up within Xiaowu's heart. Suddenly, she declared, I want you to tell me a story. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. If you're going to sleep, then sleep. What need is there for a story? I want to tell you. But you told Xingqian a story last night. Xingqian is still young. But I am still young too. You are no longer a child. In what way am I not young? Yuxinghe lowered his head, his eyes discreetly glancing into the collar of Xiaowu's attire. Sensing his gaze, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed suddenly as she softly inquired, Is it beautiful? Yuxinghe nodded. Do you not possess it as well? The moonlit river swayed gently. Xiaowu. Suddenly, Xiaowu exclaimed, I completely forgot. You were injured there. Yuxinghe. Immediately after, Xiaowu exclaimed, Take off your clothes. What? Why? There is no one here. I just want to see how serious your injury is. No. At that moment, it was Yuxinghe who felt embarrassed. Observing the crimson flush on Yuxinghe's face, a playful smile gradually emerged on Xiaowu's lips, and she boldly slipped her hand into the collar of Yuxinghe's garment. The moon and stars were taken aback by the unexpected actions of Xiaowu, prompting Yuxinghe to instinctively grasp her hand. It hurts, Xiaowu exclaimed, causing Yuxinghe to loosen her grip, yet Xiaowu's hand continued to fidget restlessly. On a refreshing afternoon, the sounds of youthful laughter echoed through the forest. By the time Yuxinghe and Xiaowu awakened, the sun had already begun its descent. Realizing that there seemed to be no nearby habitation, Yuxinghe with a hint of irritation, gave a firm slap to Xiao Wu's pert behind, urging, "Get up. Do you truly wish to spend the night in the forest?" In a daze, Xiao Wu replied, "So what if we do? I've lived in the forest for thousands of years. What's a day or two?" For Xiao Wu, the wilderness felt far more familiar than human society. Observing that Xiao Wu showed no inclination to awaken, Yu Xinghe decided to carry her in a particular direction. She recalled that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was said to be nearby. Given Yu Xinghe's current prowess, even the school's guardians would be unable to impede her. However, as she was merely a guest, entering without prior notice felt rather inappropriate. As her thoughts turned to the realization that she had not brought any gifts, a sense of awkwardness washed over her. Just as she contemplated leaving, Ning Fengji appeared. "Master Ning, I sincerely apologize for intruding at this hour." "Not at all, my young friend," Ning Fengji replied graciously. "I have heard from Rongrong that you are a prodigious talent, not to mention your theories on soul power application, which could revolutionize the realm of soul masters. I have long admired your brilliance." Following Ning Fengji into the main hall, both elders fixed their gazes upon Yu Xinghe. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, having awakened during their journey, instinctively hid behind Yu Xinghe in the presence of the two titled Douluos. Yu Xinghe firmly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, signaling her not to be concerned. Were it not for the heart-wrenching longing, Yu Xinghe would never have brought Xiao Wu to this place. After all, given her current abilities, even facing Douluo Bo would be a formidable challenge, let alone confronting both the Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo simultaneously. Despite Ning Fengji's warm and amiable demeanor at this moment, should he discover that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, his expression would likely shift dramatically. Chapter 123. Yu Xinghe's contingency plan. By the way, my young friend, what brings you here today? For someone as exceptionally talented as Yu Xinghe, Ning Fengji genuinely sought to cultivate a meaningful relationship, even contemplating the possibility of her becoming an integral part of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. In response, Yu Xinghe displayed an awkward smile and said, "Master Ning, to speak candidly, I have indeed come with a request." "Speak." "I have a younger sister currently at Shrek Academy. If it would not be too much trouble, might I ask if your esteemed Douluo could occasionally provide her with guidance in her training?" To phrase it more delicately, it was guidance. To put it bluntly, it was to provide Yu Xingchen with an unbreakable sparring partner. While referring to her as a sparring partner, she was, in essence, a shield. Given Xingchen's current strength, most individuals were hardly her match, but in the event that someone took an interest in her, Yu Xinghe was not entirely reassured by the capabilities of the Golden Iron Triangle. Since they were fortuitously at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school today, it seemed prudent to take advantage of the situation and ensure an additional layer of protection for Xingchen. "Oh, is it possible that even with Dean Flender's qualifications, he is unable to instruct your sister?" With a troubled expression, Yu Xinghe remarked, "To be frank, within the Shrek Academy, my sister truly cannot find a worthy opponent. In a one-on-one duel, even Lu Erlong and Dean Flanders would not stand a chance against her." This was not idle boasting. Before departing, Yu Xinghe had inquired about Xingchen's strength after absorbing 2 spirit rings. Xingchen had calmly responded, "I am invincible against anyone below the rank of Soul Douluo." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's assertion, Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Shen Xian were all taken aback. "Surely you jest, my young friend? May I ask how old your sister is and what level of spirit power she possesses?" "She is 6 years old, with spirit power at the 26th level." "What?" Upon learning that the child was already at the 26th level at the age of 6, Ning Fengji felt as though the world had gone mad. It is worth noting that when his daughter Rongrong awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, her spirit power was merely at the 9th level. Compared to Ning Fengji's astonishment, the towering figure of the skeletal bone Dogu Rong snorted, at 6 years old, with a spirit power of 26. "Are you suggesting she could defeat even Flanders and Zhao Wujin in a duel? Surely, my young friend, you cannot be serious?" The Moonstar River refrained from argument and directly inquired of the ancient Banyan, "What must I do for you to believe me?" The ancient Banyan responded, "Since you claim your sister possesses extraordinary talent, why not first demonstrate your own abilities?" "How shall I prove it?" "It is quite simple. Follow me." Subsequently, the group arrived at a duel arena belonging to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds of other arenas, this particular arena was eerily silent, devoid of any presence, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The ancient Banyan led the Moonstar River to the center of the arena and pointed to a massive stone, scarred with sword marks. This stone is known as the Sword Trial Stone, a place where the Sword Old Ghost practices incessantly. If you can leave your mark upon this stone and ensure it endures for over 3 minutes, we shall accept your claims. What say you? Very well. In the next moment, a radiant pulse materialized in the Moon Star River's hand, and a pink halo adorned with four golden lines rose from beneath her feet. Upon witnessing the Moon Star River's soul ring, Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment, 100,000-year soul ring? Beside him, Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Fengji, take a closer look. That is not a 100,000-year soul ring. Those are red, and hers is clearly different. The ancient Banyan nodded in agreement. Following Chen Xian's reminder, Ning Fengji appeared to understand his prior lapse in judgment. The astonishment of Ning Fengji and others was not a novelty to the Moon Star River, who remained unfazed as she seamlessly transitioned the pulse into a spear form. With that, she thrust toward the sword trial stone. The spear struck with the swiftness of a shooting star, and before Ning Fengji could react, the Moon Star River had already completed her task. Gazing at the small hole that had appeared in the sword trial stone, Chen Xian was the first to applaud. Impressive. Young friend, we were indeed short-sighted. No one understood the stone's significance better than Chen Xian. In the past, other soul masters from various sects had attempted to strike the sword trial stone during visits, yet none had left even a trace. Yet, with a single thrust, the Moonstar River had pierced a small hole. Although it began to heal almost immediately, its recovery would take at least several hours, given the speed of its mending. With this single display, the Moonstar River had already surpassed the majority of soul masters. Talent commands respect. After her demonstration, Ning Fengji's smile grew increasingly warm. You and Rongrong are classmates, and you appear to be of similar age. You may simply call me Uncle Ning. No need for the formalities of Sect Master Ning. Such distance feels rather awkward. Then, Uncle Ning, may I ask you to consider the matter I previously mentioned? Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer any loss. Intrigued by the notion of compensation, Ning Fengji asked, what could possibly make me feel that I am not at a disadvantage? Yu Xinghe smiled and said, I possess a method to facilitate the evolution of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. I wonder if this compensation would suffice to exchange for half a year's guidance from the 2 esteemed Douluo? Upon hearing the prospect of transforming the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, Ning Fengji could hardly contain himself. If my young friend can truly enable Rongrong's martial spirit to evolve, then the entire 7 Treasures sect shall owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Not only Ning Fengji, but also Gu Rong and Chen Xian, whose typically serene expressions were now filled with excitement. The 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. A legendary existence. How could they not be thrilled? After silently apologizing to Tang San thrice in his heart, Yu Xinghe continued, within the sunset forest of Douluo, there lies a place known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, where a celestial herb called the Chilla Tulip grows. If we procure this divine herb and allow Rongrong to gently inhale its pollen, thereby absorbing its medicinal power while channeling her soul energy, her martial spirit will naturally undergo evolution once the herb is fully assimilated. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, Ning Fengji was eager to act immediately, but the sword Douluo interjected. That is Douluo's territory. He is unlikely to part with it easily if we approach him. Chen Xian's remarks swiftly brought Ning Fengji back to his senses. Indeed, to seek such a divine item capable of evolving the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower without caution could easily alert Douluo. Should he recognize the significance of that celestial herb to the 7 Treasures sect, it could lead to dire consequences. In response, Gu Rong nonchalantly remarked, what is there to fear? I shall go with Sword Old Ghost. I will hold him off while he takes the little girl to find the tulip and then depart. Does Douluo dare to retaliate afterward? Chen Xian shook his head, stating, Douluo is notoriously reclusive and eccentric. To offend him recklessly may lead to actions detrimental to the 7 Treasures sect. We must devise a sufficiently compelling reason to confront him. The sword Douluo's words rang true. Douluo's connections to the royal family were considerable, and acting against him without due consideration was indeed unwise. Just as the three pondered over how to approach him for the herb, Yu Xinghe declared, this poses no difficulty. If Sword Douluo accompanies me, and Bone Douluo fetches Rongrong, we shall succeed. Ning Fengji, intrigued, pressed, what clever plan do you have in mind, my young friend? Yu Xinghe retrieved a sound stone from the Dream of Tears, exclaiming, I possess his leverage. I am unafraid of his refusal. Subsequently, he infused it with his soul energy, and the awkward yet sorrowful melody of Douluo emerged from the stone. A little pug rests at the gate, its eyes glistening green, yearning for meat bones. Instantly, The atmosphere within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was filled with a joyous spirit. Chapter 124. The Soul-Delivering Ring After a Long and Arduous Journey. Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu finally arrived at the seaside. Upon catching sight of the ocean, Xiao Wu resembled a southerner witnessing snow for the first time, joyfully darting across the beach. This reaction was entirely understandable. Having lived in the forest for tens of thousands of years, the vastness of the sea was an extraordinary novelty. As the salty sea breeze tousled their hair, the fatigue from nearly half a month of travel seemed to vanish like mist. After checking into a nearby hotel, Yu Xinghe led Xiao Wu to a nearby rock to gaze at the sea. While it was termed watching the sea, Yu Xinghe was actually awaiting her ultimate goal, the heavenly dream ice silkworm. According to reports, the silkworm was expected to land on this coast within the next couple of days, and according to the original storyline, it would journey inland until being captured by a ferocious beast, just as Yu Xinghe held Xiao Wu and narrated the tale of the Little Mermaid. A notification from the energy-gathering ring in her hand caught her attention. It detected a massive surge of water energy. Should it be absorbed? Indeed. No matter how abundant the energy points were, Yu Xinghe would never find them excessive, for she relied on them for everything, be it cultivation, skill release, or body enhancement. If she were to accumulate energy points methodically, she estimated it would take ages before she could rely on her cultivation to ascend to divinity. Upon confirming the absorption of the water energy, Yu Xinghe was taken aback. Unlike other energies that surged instantly, the water energy accumulated in increments of dozens or hundreds of points. System, what is happening? Due to the host's proximity to the sea, the energy-gathering ring can only absorb the surface-level water energy released by the waves. To harness more water energy, the host may need to venture deeper into the ocean, where it is abundant. Well then, how deep do you think I can dive given my current physique? Approximately 3,000 meters. Alright, it seems I must find time to enhance myself after I deal with the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The endless ocean, a delight for a day, a torment for a month, and maddening for a year. Fortunately, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was not human and, accustomed to its solitude, could pass the time by sleeping. After waking once more, the heavenly dream ice silkworm instinctively released its perception. Within its vast awareness, a landmass emerged in the distance. Land, at last. No longer adrift on the sea. Ah, the soul beast on the land. Tremble, for your king, your deity, has arrived. Upon contemplating the scene of her ascendance to dominion upon land, the heavenly dream ice silkworm felt a trickle of saliva escape her lips. Ah, humans. How fortuitous it is that they can escort me to the starry great forest upon their arrival. The heavenly dream ice silkworm has existed for 1,000,000 years. In her era, humans were regarded as the most primitive of soul beasts, akin to mere food, much like the ice silkworm itself. Indeed, in that age, humans were considered beasts, and among them, the most rudimentary of bipeds. As the heavenly dream ice silkworm emerged, a soul power fluctuation, as conspicuous as the sun, manifested in the perceptions of Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu. It is undeniable that although the heavenly dream ice silkworm is a water-type entity, her age is genuinely 1,000,000 years, and the vast accumulation of natural energies within her, akin to the soul power of soul masters, exuded immense pressure, even felt by Xiao Wu. However, Yu Xinghe remained unaffected, for within her flowed pseudo-divine energy, which, when compared to the heavenly dream ice silkworm, resembled a sprawling cotton field juxtaposed with a minuscule steel ingot forged under immense compression. While her quantity may not rival the ice silkworm's, her quality far surpassed it. Soon, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, with her elongated and plump form, glided across the ice toward Yu Xinghe and Xiao Wu. It is undeniable that her appearance is quite charming, with a body of lustrous white jade, 2 glimmering golden eyes, and her massive frame adorned with golden circular patterns, emanating an alluring fragrance. She is undoubtedly a prime delicacy. Upon reaching the two, the heavenly dream ice silkworm began to introduce herself in a gentle tone, not out of a desire to appear menacing, but rather from a fear of frightening the 2 little ones to death with her ferocity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast monarch who balances wisdom and beauty, an unparalleled powerhouse. I have cultivated for 1,000,000 years, the longest lifespan in the Douluo Continent. A conqueror from the frigid northern plains, the pride of the ice silkworm clan. And your future sovereign. You may call me Lord Tianming. As she spoke, the heavenly dream ice silkworm lifted herself gracefully with her immense soul power, looking down upon Yu Xinghe and declaring, "Human, you are quite remarkable. I sense your potential. Follow me, and I assure you will bask in glory second only to mine." Upon hearing this, Yuxinghe smiled and drew forth a radiant, pulsating weapon from the void behind her, stating, "Is that so? I can sense your potential as well. Become my soul ring. I promise you will enjoy glory akin to mine." Seeing the weapon drawn, a flicker of panic crossed the heavenly dream eye silkworm's expression as she exclaimed, "Human, you are courting doom. Lay down your weapon. Submit to me, and I shall spare you." In response, Yuxinghe declared, "Pulse, spear form." Although the heavenly dream eye silkworm is a million-year soul beast, her combat prowess is, in truth, inferior to that of most ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. After all, if a person were to sleep for 10,000 years, they may possess the age of 10,000 years. But do they truly hold the knowledge of a millennium? It is evidently impossible. All the gifts bestowed by destiny are inscribed with their price in the fabric of fate. The dream eye silkworm has slumbered for 1,000,000 years, transforming into a colossal mobile granary. The undying emperor has cultivated for 1,000,000 years, becoming an entity nearly immortal and indestructible. Both have devoted the same span of time, yet their outcomes diverge into two extremes. As a soul ring, warm and luminous like white jade, adorned with 10 golden patterns and emanating a hazy platinum glow, ascends, Yuxinghe reaches out to absorb it. When that platinum-hued soul ring is drawn towards him, a voice erupts within Yuxinghe's mind. It is the dream eye silkworm. "Brother, can I call you brother? I do not wish to perish yet. I implore you, preserve this fragment of my consciousness. If you grant me my life, I vow to assist you wholeheartedly in your ascension to divinity. You possess talent, and I have ample vitality. Combined, we shall be an invincible force." Yuxinghe is not an ignorant child. With a disdainful huff, she declared, "I have never doubted my potential for divinity. Moreover, I already harbor 2 divine presences within me, rendering your feeble attempts at deception utterly unnecessary." Chapter 125. Absorption. Yuxinghe's second soul ring. Just as Yuxinghe intended to obliterate the consciousness of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, she discovered, to her astonishment, that her current mental prowess was insufficient to vanquish it instantly. Upon realizing that Yuxinghe could not annihilate it in one fell swoop, the heavenly dream eye silkworm was filled with elation. "Human, though your spiritual essence is formidable, I have existed for over 1,000,000 years. It is not so easy to meet my demise." At this juncture, the heavenly dream eye silkworm chuckled. "I had anticipated an inevitable demise. Yet here I find myself in a moment of unexpected reprieve. It seems that fate has not been unkind to me." With that, the consciousness of the heavenly dream eye silkworm began to summon its vast soul power, launching an assault upon Yuxinghe's sea of consciousness. Yuxinghe had never anticipated that this heavenly dream eye silkworm possessed such formidable abilities. In response to the onslaught of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, Yuxinghe concentrated the mental energy from her sea of consciousness, transforming it into a spiritual entity that bore an exact resemblance to her corporeal form, and launched an assault against the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Though the mental fortitude of Yuxinghe is formidable, the spiritual power of the heavenly dream eye silkworm is as vast and boundless as the ocean. As Yuxinghe advances in attack, the heavenly dream eye silkworm channels its immense mental energy into a tsunami, crashing down upon Yuxinghe's spiritual entity with tremendous force. The wave of mental energy stirs up a tempest within Yuxinghe's sea of consciousness. "Ha ha, little girl. It seems you have delivered your body to me. Indeed. I find this vessel quite satisfactory." Just as the heavenly dream eye silkworm believed victory was assured, the mental storm began to subside, revealing Yuxinghe's face adorned with a cold smirk. "What? How can you possibly be unscathed? Your mental power is as soft as cotton, causing no pain at all. Little insect, it is now my turn to strike." With that, Yuxinghe conjured a spear of mental energy and hurled it toward the essence of the heavenly dream eye silkworm. The heavenly dream eye silkworm was instantly alarmed, feeling as though it were ascending to the heavens, and hastily formed an immensely large mental shield to defend itself. Alas, Yuxinghe's mental power far surpassed its own in refinement, for Yuxinghe's spear, penetrating the heavenly dream eye silkworm's shield, was as effortless as a bullet through cheese. Bang! The mental shield of the heavenly dream eye silkworm offered a modicum of resistance, slightly altering the trajectory of the spear, which ultimately pierced through and impaled the rear part of its being. Enduring excruciating pain, the heavenly dream eye silkworm executed a desperate maneuver, severing the impaled portion of its mental essence and plunging into its vast ocean of mental energy. While it would not be overly difficult for Yuxinghe to eliminate the heavenly dream eye silkworm, Locating its essence within this boundless mental ocean was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Yu Xinghe was engulfed in frustration, the consciousness of the evil god suddenly interjected. "Little girl, if I can help you extract that little insect, would you allow me to devour it? After all, it would be a significant boon for me." "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xinghe acquiesced to the evil goddess' request. Although the essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm would also serve as a substantial benefit to her, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Yu Xinghe harbored a deep-seated aversion to absorbing another's spiritual consciousness. In her eyes, it was no different from consuming human flesh. The evil god, being a deity of malevolence, possessed methods far beyond the capabilities of a creature like the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Much like a retired professional athlete, whose speed may diminish with age, yet retains a superior awareness that utterly crushes the competition. After a brief interlude, a piercing scream echoed through a section of the mental ocean. Subsequently, the evil god manifested in the form of a tiger, resembling the dark, malevolent tiger of yore, gnawing on the wailing heavenly dream ice silkworm. "Enough. Granted a swift end. Since you have spoken, I shall grant you this courtesy." With that, the malevolent deity, the evil god tiger, opened its maw wide and swallowed the dream ice silkworm in one gulp. As the dream ice silkworm was consumed, the evil god tiger's belly immediately swelled to an enormous roundness. "My dear, I shall now proceed with digestion. The remaining mental energy and the innate vitality it possesses are beyond my assistance." In truth, when it comes to mental energy, the dark evil god tiger would be more than willing to lend its aid, for its vast reservoir of mental power far surpasses that of the dream ice silkworm's consciousness. However, the evil god refrained from doing so, for the orb that housed its true form remained under the control of the Moon Galaxy. Should the Moon Galaxy annihilate that orb, the evil god would face its ultimate demise. After completely eliminating the dream ice silkworm's consciousness, the Moon Galaxy commenced its absorption. The mental energy was manageable, as long as the Moon Galaxy continuously absorbed and compressed it. The true source of her distress was the immense vitality amassed over millions of years by the dream ice silkworm. Because the energy-gathering ring of the Moon Galaxy had not activated the absorption of ice-type energy, she found herself utterly incapable of sealing away this icy energy. Yet she could not absorb it all at once. As Yu Xinghe contemplated, he realized that if he were to methodically absorb all the ice attribute soul energy through cultivation, it would take an unfathomable number of years. It is worth noting that even the ferocious beasts of the Emperor Tian had only managed to extract a substantial portion of the heavenly dream ice silkworm's essence after a relentless millennium of 24-hour endeavors. Given Yu Xinghe's current diminutive stature, the notion of instantaneously absorbing such energy was evidently impractical. Just as he succumbed once more to his vexation, another voice resonated through the air. "Little Xinghe, what troubles you? It seems you have encountered a bit of a hurdle." Yu Xinghe had never realized how enchanting Yingying's soft, mellifluous voice could be. "Yingying, could you assist me in transporting all this abundant ice attribute vitality?" In the face of such a colossal amount of ice attribute vitality, Yingying, both amused and perplexed, exclaimed, "What on earth have you done? Surely you haven't slain a million-year-old ice attribute soul beast?" "You guessed it right. It seems that during my slumber, you've made considerable progress. I will explain the details to you later. For now, please help me absorb this vitality." "All right." In the next moment, the fluffy Yingying appeared above Yu Xinghe's head. Initially taken aback by this unexpected adorable creature, Xiaowu was soon captivated by Yingying's charming appearance. So cute. However, Yingying, being a divine beast of the spatial realm, could not be captured unless it so wished. Facing the vast amount of natural vitality, Yingying swallowed hard and remarked, "If only this were spatial energy, even half of it would suffice for my return to divinity." After this lamentation, Yingying opened a wooden door in the void. As the spatial portal swung open, the natural vitality swirled like a vortex, rushing into the great door. Meanwhile, far beneath the life lake in the heart of the Star Doe forest, a stunning creature adorned with silver scales opened its radiant silver eyes. Such immense natural vitality. Is it by the seaside? No, those energies are dissipating quickly. That place belongs to the deep-sea demon whale king, and it is unwise for me to confront it now. What a pity. Deep within the ocean, a terrifying whale suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. In its perception, a colossal mass of natural vitality appeared in the distance, nearly equal to that stored within its own body. Contemplating the speed at which the vitality was being consumed, the deep-sea demon whale king sighed and turned back. To be able to devour at a speed that leaves even me in the dust, even if I rush there, I would likely find nothing left. Chapter 126, A Bountiful Harvest. The natural vitality from the heavenly dream ice silkworm was immensely vast, even after opening the spatial door. It took a full half-hour to absorb it entirely. During this half-hour, Yuxinghe and Xiaowu also assisted in absorbing the residual vitality that was spilling forth from the distance, although some was ultimately wasted. In comparison to the total of 1,000,000 years, it was merely a loss of a few thousand years' worth. Once the natural vitality was dealt with, all that remained was the body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and, most importantly, the 1,000,000-year soul bone. 100,000-year soul beast is guaranteed to yield a soul bone, while the 1,000,000-year heavenly dream ice silkworm directly exploded forth a 1,000,000-year soul bone. Before them lay a skull as transparent as crystal, provoking an immense spiritual resonance within both Yuxinghe and Xiaowu. The prospect of absorbing it promised not only an enhancement in cultivation, but undoubtedly a significant elevation in spiritual prowess. Moreover, the most alluring aspect of a soul bone lies in the unique soul abilities it bestows. What extraordinary soul abilities could a 1,000,000-year-old soul bone impart? Gazing intently at the crystalline skull, Yuxinghe contemplated deeply before presenting it to Xiaowu, saying, "Xiaowu, this is for you to absorb." Xiaowu, momentarily taken aback, swiftly exclaimed, "Give it to me." Yuxinghe nodded lightly. Xiaowu cradled the crystal skull in her hands, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Although she too hailed from a lineage of soul beasts, she was genuinely captivated. 1,000,000-year soul bone. Who could resist such a treasure? Her reincarnation into human form was driven by the desire to seek that infinitesimal opportunity for ascension, to transcend the limitations of mortality and achieve eternal life. To attain divinity, one must possess both strength and innate talent. In the original narrative, Xiaowu's innate gifts were commendable among the Shrek's 7 monsters, yet when it came to divinity, they were rather average. After her sacrificial offering, Tang Xin granted her a rebirth, which from another perspective could be seen as a reconstruction of her essence. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Xiaowu had not undergone such a transformation herself. Given her current capabilities, how could she possibly absorb this 1,000,000-year soul bone? In truth, even a titled Douluo would find it exceedingly challenging to absorb a 1,000,000-year soul bone, as such an age signifies a form of semi-divinity. After gazing at the crystal skull for a considerable time, Xiaowu sighed, reluctantly returning it to Yuxinghe, saying, "I cannot absorb this soul bone. Its energy is far too tempestuous. You should take it instead." Since Xiaowu was unable to absorb it, Yuxinghe resolved to store it away, fortuitously finding that within her dream of tears lay a jade box specifically designed for housing soul bones. It was uncertain just how many items Bibi Dong had previously placed within it. Little did Yuxinghe know that this dream of tears was a cherished possession of Bibi Dong, and knowing her nature, she would undoubtedly be prepared with such items at all times. After all, fortune favors the prepared, and Bibi Dong was ever ready. Once the soul bone was secured, Yuxinghe and Xiaowu commenced the task of scavenging the remains. Typically, after a soul beast produces soul rings and soul bones, its carcass holds little value, unless it is a toxic creature like the face-devouring spider. The soul ring itself encapsulates the essence of the soul beast's spiritual and life force. If a soul bone is produced, the beast's remains are primarily left with only the value of skinning and consumption. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, however, was a 1,000,000-year soul beast. Although it had been slightly diminished, it still retained its true nature as such. In the original tale, after Tang Xin hunted the deep-sea demon whale king, the brain of the whale, once the soul ring and soul bone were absorbed, proved to be a valuable asset, even beneficial to someone like Tang Xin, who had already achieved divinity. Moreover, it yielded a pearl. Might the heavenly dream ice silkworm possess something similar? With this thought in mind, Yuxinghe eagerly opened the brain of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, only to be met with disillusionment. Nearby, a passing dung beetle's eyes sparkled with interest. Ahem, just kidding. The disappointment of Yuxinghe stemmed from the limited intellect of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. A creature with a head measuring 1/2 meter in diameter possessed a brain no larger than a fist. It was no wonder it appeared so foolish. As a soul beast existing for over 100,000 years, if it had not reincarnated into a human form, its cerebral region would evolve every 100,000 years. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was no exception. When Yuxinghe extracted its brain, resembling a frozen cotton candy, Xiaowu was immediately captivated by the faintly sweet aroma emanating from it. Observing Xiao Wu's mesmerized gaze fixed on the brain in his hand, Yu Xinghe chuckled as he offered this extraordinarily precious item to her. Xiao Wu, grinning widely, accepted it with no qualms, as in her heart. She had already tacitly acknowledged herself as Yu Xinghe's. In addition to the brain, Yu Xinghe discovered a pearl within the cranial cavity of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Yet another pearl. Upon its emergence, Ying promptly manifested. Oh, there is this as well. Ying, do you know what this is? Of course. You may understand it as an inner core. To put it simply, it's a type of crystalline stone. But why do other soul beasts lack this? They do exist. However, they are minuscule, requiring a microscope to locate. Furthermore, constrained by the laws of this world, their life essence is condensed into soul rings, leaving no surplus soul power to form an inner core. At this juncture, Ying extended her pink tongue and licked her lips. Little girl, how about you give this to me? It's a splendid treasure. Naturally, Yu Xinghe was generous towards Ying and handed it over without hesitation. Then, under Yu Xinghe's curious gaze, Ying tossed the item into her mouth, followed by the delightful sound of crisp chewing. After a considerable time, Yu Xinghe inquired, what purpose does this object serve? Oh, this delicacy is utterly delectable. It boasts a flavor reminiscent of rock sugar and offers a delightful crunch. Yu Xinghe, by the way, why do you wear such a gloomy expression? It is indeed true. Moreover, it seems that there is still a bead in your storage necklace. Take it out. We shall split it evenly, and I will instruct you on how to consume it. The slumbering evil god, who say, trembled in fear. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe is a person of integrity and did not surrender the evil god tiger. Upon hearing of Yu Xinghe's transaction with the evil god tiger, Ying let out a heavy hum, expressing its dissatisfaction. It resolved to refrain from speaking to Yu Xinghe for an entire day as a form of punishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, after acquiring the brain of the dream-eye silkworm, swallowed it whole and subsequently fell unconscious. Witnessing this, Yu Xinghe was anxious and hurriedly inquired of Ying. However, Ying had already made its decision to remain silent for a day, unless Yu Xinghe was willing to let it consume the bead of the dark, evil god tiger. Chapter 127, An Unexpected Appearance of Bibi Dong. Oh, Ying, just tell me. The bead is mine. This truly cannot be given. Then there is nothing to negotiate. I will give it later. When is later? 10,000 years from now. Go to hell. Ultimately, Ying, out of humanitarian concern, observed Xiao Wu's condition. Amidst Yu Xinghe's anxious demeanor, Ying extended its fluffy hand to lightly touch Xiao Wu's forehead and wrist. Then, turning to Yu Xinghe, it declared, Congratulations. Xiao Wu is pregnant. It is a pair of twins. The moonlit river appeared as if struck by lightning. Just kidding. Little Dance is currently in an evolutionary state. Thus, she is in slumber. Once her evolution is complete, she will naturally awaken. But how long will she sleep? It is hard to say, judging by the current circumstances. It will likely take about half a year. Regarding the handling of Little Dance, Yi devised a plan to place her within the storage ring of the moonlit river. As for how a living being was managed to be inserted, that is simply a testament to Yi's innate talent. The mission was successfully accomplished. Yet Little Dance inexplicably fell into slumber again. Just as the moonlit river found herself with nothing to do, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. Task issued. Proceed to Sea God Island to check in. Task reward. Energy ring unlocks to the 4th stage. To reach Sea God Island, the most essential requirement is a ship. The moonlit river recalled that the auction house in Vast Sea City seemed to have a Dragon Abyss boat, which should suffice. It would be prudent to acquire it, for in the unfortunate event of a mishap at sea, there would still be a place to land. Just as the moonlit river was returning to the city, Yi suddenly materialized and exclaimed to her, A powerful presence is approaching you. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing Yi's words, the moonlit river grasped her pulse, one pink and one shimmering white, as 2 soul rings rose around her, although she possessed merely 2 soul rings at that moment. The aura of the moonlit river was entirely comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. Soon, the figure made her appearance. It was a woman, adorned in a luxurious long robe that clung to her mature and curvaceous form, accentuating an enticing silhouette. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore the marks of maturity alongside the charm of youth. Most importantly, she exuded a regal aura that looked down upon the world. The newcomer was none other than Bibi Dong. Before Bibi Dong could come close, her sharp voice pierced the air. Well, you greet me with your weapon drawn upon our first encounter. Speak, do you intend to rebel? Familiar with Bibi Dong's temperament, the moonlit river promptly turned and fled. Yet, She did not escape far before falling into a soft embrace. Little rascal, thinking to run away. Tell me, where do you think you are going? Faced with Bibi Dong's playful torment, the moonlit river trembled and pleaded. Can we skip the tickling this time? A smile curled at the corners of Bibi Dong's lips. Absolutely not. It has been far too long since I've had my fun with you. Saying this, Bibi Dong captured the moonlit river in a domineering and passionate kiss. In the presence of Bibi Dong, both mentor and sister figure, the moonlit river could never summon the will to resist. After a moment of tender entanglement, Bibi Dong held the moonlit river, whose body had turned to mush, and laughed sweetly. Will you dare to run this far again next time? The moonlit river shook its head weakly. Noticing that the moonlit river was quite sensible, Bibi Dong then turned her attention to the fluffy creature, E, nearby. How adorable. E's charming appearance was universally appealing, captivating the hearts of young and old alike. The moment Bibi Dong laid eyes on E, her long-dormant, girlish heart erupted, and she instinctively reached out to pull E into her embrace. However, E was a divine beast, not a pet. It was rather proud. As Bibi Dong extended her hand to catch it, E swiftly evaded her grasp with a sudden teleportation. Left empty-handed, Bibi Dong, in a huff, tugged at the moonlit river's ear and exclaimed, Little rascal, I've been so kind to you for nothing. Quickly call that adorable creature over, or you won't be sleeping tonight. To this, the moonlit river, raising its hands in exasperation, replied, Are you being reasonable? It doesn't want to be held. Why are you bullying me? Bibi Dong huffed. I don't care. When I arrived, I saw you with it. You must have a good relationship. Since I can't catch it, I'll just have to use you as leverage. Though Bibi Dong's earlier attempt seemed casual, she had been observing E all along, and her previous disinterest had merely been a ruse to confuse the little creature. To her surprise, that little thing had evaded her calculated grasp. The intense spatial fluctuations emanating from it indicated that its abilities were undoubtedly related to space. Spatial powers are among the most troublesome abilities. Even Bibi Dong found them exceedingly vexing. With that, Bibi Dong revealed a mischievous grin and reached under the moonlit river's armpit, before she could lay a finger on it. The almost ticklish sensation made the moonlit river instinctively squirm in discomfort. Remembering the overwhelming sensation of being tickled, the moonlit river cried out, E, save me. E stuck out its tongue and made a face, teasing, serves you right for not giving me that orb. In the next moment, E flickered above the moonlit river's head, then turned to mock Bibi Dong with a taunting expression before retreating back into the moonlit river's body. Having failed to capture the adorable creature, Bibi Dong unleashed all her frustration upon the moonlit river. As dawn broke, the moonlit river opened its bleary eyes and glanced over at Bibi Dong, who was still blissfully asleep. It pulled up the blanket to cover the exposed beauty of spring. Just as it was about to get dressed and prepare breakfast, a languid voice called from behind. Don't wrap the cloth too tightly. Just a word of advice. The more you suppress certain things, the stronger they rebound. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the moonlit river replied irritably. How annoying. Bibi Dong smiled and said, Don't worry, I wasn't used to it at first either, but it got better over time. By the way, what brings you here? I came to find you. Bibi Dong continued. Did you not mention that there is a continent across the sea, home to countless 10,000-year soul beasts? I was hoping you would take me there. Can I say I don't know the way? Bibi Dong. The atmosphere immediately fell into an awkward silence. Subsequently, with a sharp scream, Yu Xinghe was dragged into the bed by Bibi Dong, causing the bedding to surge and roll like tumultuous waves. Chapter 128. The astonishment of Bibi Dong. It turned out that Bibi Dong's seventh trial of the Rakshasa god was to gather a complete set of soul bones. For other soul masters, acquiring even a single soul bone is a Herculean task, let alone assembling an entire set. However, Bibi Dong not only needed to gather a complete set, but it also had to be of the finest quality. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she possesses an abundance of resources for cultivation, yet soul bones remain exceedingly rare. Even she finds it challenging to assemble an exceptional set. At present, the finest soul bone in her possession is the right leg bone of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, obtained through the death of Xiao Wu's mother. Yet, Bibi Dong still lacks the left leg bone and the skull. In fact, she does have both, consisting of a wisdom skull of around 50 to 60,000 years and a left leg bone of approximately 40,000 years. While these bones are indeed remarkable, they do not meet the standards of Bibi Dong, who has already accepted the divine inheritance. Thus, She plans to reserve these 2 soul bones along with an arm bone for the golden trio of the spirit hall, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan, initially brimming with confidence. She intended to journey with Yuxinghe to another continent, but was taken aback when the unreliable little rascal dared to claim he did not know the way. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong rose and declared, "Little rascal, accompany me to the Star Do Great Forest. I must slay the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. These 200,000-year soul beasts should yield a desired reward." Seeing that Bibi Dong had set her sights on the 2 formidable soul beasts, Yuxinghe hurriedly embraced her and lay back down. "They are Xiao Wu's friends and not particularly powerful soul beasts. Could you please refrain from killing them?" With a complex expression, Bibi Dong held Yuxinghe and replied, "The time for this 7th trial is limited to 1 year. If I fail, I will be doomed." Upon hearing such words from Bibi Dong, Yuxinghe fell into silence for a moment and then inquired, "If I can resolve the matter of the soul bones for you, will you spare the 2 of them?" "Agreed. But one of those soul bones must be over 100,000 years old. Otherwise, I shall not consent." In truth, Bibi Dong wished to express that both were over 100,000 years, but she refrained from placing too much pressure on Xinghe and modified it to 1. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yuxinghe's face as he remarked, "I do not possess a 100,000-year soul bone, but I do have one that is 1,000,000 years old." Bibi Dong was initially taken aback by Yuxinghe's words, followed by a shriek. "What did you say?" Realizing her own loss of composure, she forced herself to regain her composure and asked, "Little girl, where is that 1,000,000-year soul bone?" "Wait, you are not referring to the deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean, are you? Is it not the deep-sea demon whale king? How did it become the deep-sea demon whale king 8? Demon whale king 8? What sort of soul beast is that?" Bibi Dong exclaimed in anger. "It is indeed the sea god whale king. If you are referring to that soul beast, then it is best to forget it. That creature is exceedingly formidable. Even the lecherous Qian Douluo is no match for it." Yuxinghe shook his head and remarked, "I already possess a ready-made one. Why would I seek out that beast?" With that, he handed over the crystalline skull that the Dream Eye Silkworm had revealed to Bibi Dong. Upon gazing at the shimmering, ethereal skull before her, Bibi Dong's eyes were instantly illuminated with brilliance. As she delicately examined the crystal skull and infused it with her soul power for perception, she was astounded by the faint traces of divine consciousness embedded within. Having undergone 6 divine examinations, Bibi Dong was profoundly aware of the essence of divine power. What distinguishes a level 100 title Douluo from a level 99 title Douluo? While others may struggle to articulate an answer, Bibi Dong could provide a precise explanation: divine power. This represents a force that transcends soul power. Similarly, when an individual ascends to divinity, their consciousness evolves into divine awareness. The skull before her, though possessing only a faint essence of divine consciousness, undeniably contained divine awareness. For a soul beast to possess such consciousness, it must either have attained divinity or have existed for 1,000,000 years. Suppressing the urge to absorb this soul bone immediately, Bibi Dong inquired, "From where did you acquire this?" Under the moonlit sky, Yuxinghe instinctively began to fabricate a tale, but upon noticing the glint in her eyes, Bibi Dong immediately recognized her intent to deceive and playfully pinched her. "Speak. How did you acquire this soul bone? Stop tickling me. If I don't speak, you won't let go." "I obtained it myself." "I don't believe you." "I acquired it by slaying 1,000,000-year soul beast." "I still don't believe you." "Believe it or not." Sob, sob, sob. Seeing tears welling up in Yuxinghe's eyes, Bibi Dong hastily released her grip. Freed from the playful torment, Yuxinghe swiftly burrowed beneath the covers, vowing that no matter what Bibi Dong said next, she would not emerge. This woman was too wicked, having bestowed upon her 1,000,000-year soul bone. She dared to turn against her. Noticing Yuxinghe hiding under the blanket, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile. "All right, darling, would you come out? I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you this way." From within the covers, a muffled voice replied, "I won't come out." "Very well. If you refuse to emerge, I shall resume tickling you." Hearing Bibi Dong's threat, Yuxinghe reluctantly poked her head out, looking quite pitiful. "Please, spare me." "All right, I have more questions. But you must answer honestly, no lies." "Fine. You claim to have killed 1,000,000-year soul beast. What kind of beast was it? Where did it come from? And what about the soul ring?" Well, after listening to Yuxinghe's explanation, even Bibi Dong couldn't help but marvel at the uniqueness of the world. "Now, let me see that 1,000,000-year soul ring." As a lustrous soul ring, radiating a platinum glow, rose from beneath Yuxinghe's feet, a dreamlike brilliance sparkled in Bibi Dong's eyes. Chapter 129. Journey to Sea God Island. Upon learning that Yu Xinghe was heading to Sea God Island, Bibi Dong insisted on accompanying her. The elite competition for high-ranking soul masters across the continent is only half a year away. Aren't you going to return and prepare? Having absorbed the million-year soul bone, Bibi Dong was in exceptionally high spirits, smiling brightly as she replied, "Prepare for what? Hu Laiina is already a soul king. And both Xieyu and Yin have reached level 49. With their talents, it is a certainty they will attain soul king status before the competition begins. If they still lose, I shall ensure they understand the wrath of the Pope." After a moment of silent homage to Hu Laiina and her companions, Yu Xinghe inquired, "Aren't you worried about potential troubles if you don't return?" Bibi Dong cast a glance at Yu Xinghe. "What? Do you wish for me to return? I heard that the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island have had past grievances. I fear for your safety." "Oh, that was the doing of the previous Pope. It has nothing to do with me." Since Bibi Dong harbored no fears, Yu Xinghe felt there was little more to discuss and proceeded directly to the dock to rent a boat. At the vast harbor, ships of all sizes dotted the landscape, their white sails standing out against the azure sky and sea. Although Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong were veiled, their presence was particularly striking in a place predominantly occupied by men. Notably, even with her face concealed, Bibi Dong's graceful figure was sufficient to leave many men in awe. After locating a seemingly sturdy vessel, Yu Xinghe inquired of the boatman, "Are we headed to Sea God Island?" The boatman, gazing at the two veiled beauties before him, revealed a lecherous grin as he replied, "Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to say that our boat is designated for Sea God Island, as we are responsible for delivering many supplies to that very location." Yu Xinghe cast a glance at Bibi Dong and inquired in a whisper, "How is it?" "Aside from the unpleasant company, it is tolerable, though there are a few decent individuals here," she replied. Upon receiving Bibi Dong's confirmation, Yu Xinghe inquired about the fare and subsequently boarded the vessel. As the two stunning beauties stepped onto the boat, the remaining crew members emitted sighs of regret. They were all too aware that they would never have the opportunity to engage with these enchanting women. Yet who could truly predict the whims of the sea? After Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong boarded, one of the boatmen rushed into a cabin and addressed a lean, dark-skinned man, saying, "Captain, we have two exquisite beauties aboard." The captain scoffed dismissively, "Lie to, with your taste, you would deem any woman a beauty. I won't be fooled this time. Remember the last time when you insisted on that so-called Princess Chiao Bairo? It nearly made me lose my dinner." The man known as Lie to, with a swagger, asserted, "Captain, I assure you, this time they are truly stunning. If not, you can toss me into the sea to feed the fish." The captain waved his hand. "It's rare for you to stake such a hefty wager. I promise you, if they truly are, upon our return, I shall reimburse you for your expenses at the Lichuan courtyard." "Thank you, Captain. This way, please." Just then, as the captain stepped onto the deck, he encountered Yu Xinghe, who had removed her veil to admire the seascape. The beauty of Yu Xinghe needs no further elaboration. To describe her as a celestial being would elicit no dissent. This is especially true for a captain who has spent years at sea. Upon witnessing a man drooling over Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows and promptly adorned Yu Xinghe with a veil. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to Yu Xinghe as Bibi Dong's cherished possession, particularly given Bibi Dong's domineering nature, which renders it unacceptable for anyone, let alone a mere onlooker, to gaze upon her for too long. Were it not for the necessity of setting sail, Bibi Dong would have had no qualms about casting such audacious individuals into the depths of the sea to feed the fish. After draping the veil over Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong turned to the captain and his crew and commanded, "Arrange for a clean guest room." Hearing Bibi Dong's voice, cold yet melodiously enchanting, the captain eagerly nodded in agreement. As he watched Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe vanish from sight, he sighed wistfully. To share a night with such beauties, I would willingly trade 10 years of my life. A nearby lecherous man leaned in and remarked, "Boss, why trade years for a night? I have a brilliant idea." The sway of the ship and the ever-constant view outside render it quite the enticing prospect. Gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of nostalgia, yet, limited by her literary prowess, she could only exclaim, "The ocean is vast." Hearing such a blunt expression, Yu Xinghe chuckled softly. Bibi Dong, instantly flushed with indignation, retorted, "Are you mocking me?" Yu Xinghe promptly exclaimed, "No, I just suddenly recalled a humorous poem written by a friend about the sea. Pray tell, if it's not amusing, I shall administer 20 smacks upon your rear." "Oh, sea, you are nothing but water. Oh, steed, you possess 4 legs." Upon hearing such a whimsical verse, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle softly. By the way, sister, those boatmen are contemplating drugging us. Do you think we should indulge them in some sport? And how shall we play? We could do this and that. Very well, after all, we have nothing but time on our hands. In the ensuing days, Lai Tu was astonished to discover that, despite his efforts to serve the two beauties meals laced with drugs, they remained as unaffected as ever. Initially, he suspected the potency of the computer components he had procured was insufficient, until he sampled a bite himself and spent the night retrieving soap from his well-meaning colleagues, which ultimately alleviated the dire side effects. The following day, Lai Tu, wincing and limping, approached Captain Lauda and remarked, "Boss, those two women possess quite the skills. They managed to negate even the high-priced computer components I acquired." Nearby, a buck-toothed man scoffed, "Nonsense. I witnessed it today. Those two spendthrifts simply dumped all the food. They didn't eat a morsel." "What?" Lai Tu exclaimed. "To ensure those two beauties would happily consume the specially seasoned meals, I had to painfully add double portions of vegetables and fruits. At sea, meat is abundant, but vegetables and fruits are truly the treasures. It is said that prolonged sailing can lead to inexplicable demise, and only the consumption of green tangerines can stave off death. Thus, this knowledge renders fresh vegetables and fruits the most coveted ingredients at sea." Hearing that they had discarded the meals left Lai Tu feeling quite unsettled. Waste is the gravest of sins, and not even beauty can excuse it. Contemplating this, the captain declared, "Inform everyone to cease delivering food to them. I shall make them weep and plead for sustenance." Chapter 130. The pirate crew. Though the captain's scheme was simple, it proved remarkably effective. The day after their rations were cut off, Yu Xinghe and Bai Bai Dong made their way to the deck. The sailors, wearing smug expressions, bore their meals in hand, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they awaited the moment when the two beauties would beg for food. Yu Xinghe cast a sympathetic glance at the sailors' meager rations, their meals consisting solely of salted fish accompanied by rice. Meanwhile, the captain sauntered by, inadvertently showcasing his sumptuous chicken leg and vegetable platter. He awaited the moment when the two lovely ladies would implore him for sustenance, thus providing him with an opportunity to indulge in his mischievous intentions. The moonlit river indeed spoke, but alas, it was not to him. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Xinghe unveiled a basket of strawberries, gleaming like rubies. He then plucked the leafy crown from one, personally feeding it to Bibi Dong. With a subtle lift of her veil, she revealed her cherry-red lips and took a bite of the ruby-like strawberry. Instantly, the air was filled with the unique, sweet fragrance of strawberries. This was one of Yu Xinghe's unintentional achievements during his time at the Seoul Master Academy regarding agricultural cultivation, the cream strawberry No. 6. Carefully selected from the local strawberries of Douluo Continent, this variety had been refined through generations, resulting in the finest specimen, nurtured with great care. It boasted 4 remarkable qualities: exquisite appearance, delightful sweetness, high juiciness, and substantial size, earning it the title of the King of Strawberries. For the sailors, who had been subsisting on salted fish with rice for 7 long days and faced nearly 2 more months of the same, the allure of the strawberry was akin to that of a seductive dancer, as the sailors, captivated by the fruit, lost their appetite for their meal. A sly smile crept across Yu Xinghe's lips as he proclaimed in a teasing tone, "Let the performance begin." Then, before the assembly of sailors, after taking a bite of the strawberry, Bibi Dong frowned at the half-eaten fruit and declared, "It's not tasty." Yu Xinghe wore an exaggerated expression as she exclaimed, "How could that be?" Saying this, she picked up a strawberry and took a bite. "Oh dear, it truly is unpalatable. Sister, what shall we do with the remaining strawberries?" "What to do? Simply toss them into the sea, of course." Indeed. With that, Yu Xinghe reached out to throw the small basket of strawberries overboard. However, noticing her intent, an elderly sailor stepped forward and said, "Young lady, might you consider giving those strawberries to me? After all, you are about to discard them." Initially, Yu Xinghe had planned to dispose of the strawberries as per the original scheme, believing it best to be thorough in their disposal. Yet, upon seeing the sailor's eyes filled with longing, she felt a pang of compassion. After a brief moment of silence, Yu Xinghe handed the basket of strawberries to the elderly sailor and returned to the room with Bibi Dong. As Yu Xinghe departed with Bibi Dong, a throng of sailors immediately converged, clamoring to seize the delectable strawberries. It was only at the captain's commanding shout that the chaos was quelled. "On this vessel, my word is law. 1 strawberry per person. No more ransacking." Yet, as the captain indulged in the sweet, succulent fruit himself, he realized the folly of his earlier assumptions. He had believed that severing the enemy's supplies would compel submission, unaware that they would retaliate with an entire basket of strawberries, nearly inciting a riot aboard his ship. Observing the captain lost in contemplation, a crew member named Lai approached and suggested, "Captain, if cunning plans fail, why not resort to brute force? But look at them. They seem either affluent or noble. Besides, we know little of their true prowess. What if we encounter formidable foes? We would be doomed." Lai waved dismissively. "What's so difficult about that? Aren't we about to venture into the Devil's Sea? When those sea spirits attack our ship, we can claim we lack manpower and ask them to intervene. Then, we shall discern their strength. You have a clever mind, lad. How come I never noticed it before? I've always been astute. I just lack the opportunity to demonstrate it." Since absorbing that million-year soul bone, Bibi Dong had become particularly fond of slumber, often drifting off at the mere touch of her pillow. Observing her retreat to sleep once more, Yuxingha sighed. "You should sleep less. We are still amidst a den of wolves. Are you not afraid of being captured in your slumber? Surely, you can handle a mere soul master. All right, I'm going to sleep. If you intend to do the same, please wake me, and do not take advantage of my slumber." With that, Bibi Dong donned a rather revealing camisole and lay down, the reason for her choice of nightwear known only to her. Faced with her blatant seduction, Yuxingha swiftly pulled the blanket up to obscure the view. As the ship entered the Devil's Sea, the captain and crew found themselves surrounded not by sea spirits, but by a pirate crew. When a massive ship, far larger than theirs, approached, the captain's face paled as he recognized the seagull insignia on the flag. "It's the Seagull pirate crew. We're doomed. I've heard they spare no one. From the elderly to infants, they leave no survivors." Their misfortunes compounded when an individual with wings descended from the heavens, adorned with 7 pulsating soul rings of various hues. In an instant, all aboard, including the captain, knelt in submission. "Great soul saint, spare us. I am willing to surrender all my riches to you." As he gazed upon the sailors kneeling before him in desperate supplication, the soul saint Chris revealed a contemptuous smile and declared, "Surrender all the riches aboard your vessel, and do ensure to relinquish half of your supplies. Upon your return, remember to inform other ships that from this day forth, any vessel wishing to traverse the Devil's Sea shall be required to pay a toll. Do you understand?" "Yes." Just as the captain lamented his ill fortune, his subordinate, the brazen Lai too, stepped forward and addressed Chris, "Esteemed soul saint, I propose a trade. I wish to exchange a piece of information for your forbearance in plundering our ship. Would that be acceptable?" Chris, intrigued by the audacity of one devoid of soul power daring to speak thus, responded, "Very well. If your information bears sufficient weight, I shall grant your request. However, should it prove lacking, I shall sever your ankle and hang you from the ship's stern. You are aware of what is most prevalent in the Devil's Sea, are you not?" Lai Tu chuckled, "Indeed. So what is it that you wish to know?" "Two beauties. Absolute beauties." As Lai Tu prepared to divulge the identities of Yuxingha and Bibi Dong, an elderly sailor stepped forth, vehemently pointing at him and exclaiming, "Lai Tu, have you no humanity? That young girl bears no grudge against your past misdeeds, and even offered us the precious fruit of strawberries. How can you commit such treachery?" With a cold smile, Lai Tu retorted, "Gift? They merely bestowed their charity. I cannot abide their haughty demeanor. I yearn to see them humbled and subjected to indignity. If I cannot possess them, I shall ensure they find no solace. But they have wronged you not. Why must you resent their beauty? And why did they board the ship alone? Surely they are bound for Sea God Island to sell themselves. Ha! Lie too, should you dare reveal their whereabouts, I shall make you rue the day." As the elderly sailor continued his tirade, Chris, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "Silence." With that, his second soul ring shimmered, and a blade of wind was casually unleashed. Just as the elderly sailor appeared destined for a grim fate, a shimmering azure orb materialized before him, transforming into a protective water shield. The wind blade collided with the shield, sending ripples cascading outward. Chapter 131. Sea God Island. Upon witnessing his wind blade thwarted, Chris bellowed, "Who dares?" In that moment, Yuxingha emerged. As Chris laid eyes upon her, a glimmer ignited within his gaze, one tinged with desire. Truly, she was a gem. Not only Chris, but also his entourage, displayed unabashed expressions of lasciviousness. "Beauty, surrender willingly, and I, Chris, assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Come forth, allow me to embrace you." As Chris spoke, he spread his arms wide, embodying a sense of triumph over Yuxingha. Indeed, while Yuxingha was undeniably beautiful, the innocence etched upon her face indicated her youth. By Chris's estimation, a soul master of her age would at most possess a second ring, with a third being the pinnacle of possibility. And he was a soul sage. Observing that Yu Xinghe remained unperturbed, Chris felt a twinge of embarrassment. His expression darkened as he unleashed the full force of his soul sage pressure upon her. Little beauty, do not refuse a toast, and instead drink to your own detriment. I've heard there is another, your sister, perhaps? If you lead me to her, I shall overlook your rudeness. What say you? Lead Chris to Bibi Dong? What a preposterous notion. Bibi Dong was currently resting, and disturbing her would undoubtedly result in dire consequences for herself. Thus, with her own well-being in mind, Yu Xinghe resolved to conclude matters swiftly. In the next instant, Chris was taken aback as Yu Xinghe's figure vanished before his eyes. Almost immediately, a cacophony of agonized screams erupted from behind him. When he turned around, terror gripped him as he beheld his subordinates being hurled through the air. The azure surface of the sea resonated with a series of splashes akin to dumplings being dropped into water. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Chris realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today and promptly unleashed his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. As a colossal seagull materialized, it soared into the heavens, flapping its wings to unleash countless blades of wind, hurtling toward Yu Xinghe. Yet, in the ensuing moments, an event unfolded that left Chris utterly astounded. The Moonlight River has vanished once more. Countless blades of wind pierced the deck, mercilessly claiming the lives of ordinary souls like the unfortunate Lai Tu, while the captain desperately evaded the onslaught. In stark contrast, the seasoned-old sailor, utilizing the protective shield left behind by the Moonlight River, managed to escape unscathed from the deadly gusts. Just as Chris pondered the whereabouts of the Moonlight River, he suddenly felt a weight upon his back. To his astonishment, the Moonlight River had leapt onto him. Chris quickly attempted a roll to dislodge the creature, but the Moonlight River was swifter, stamping its tiny foot down decisively. The power of Yu Xinghe is exceedingly formidable, far beyond what a mere soul saint like Chris could withstand. Thus, amidst the astonished expressions of Chris's companions, he let out a harrowing scream and plummeted into the depths of the ocean. Yu Xinghe, however, instantaneously teleported back to the deck, gazing upon the azure sea where a crimson bloom of blood erupted. This was the Devil's Sea, teeming with all manner of ferocious sea spirit beasts. As Chris submerged, those bloodthirsty sea creatures swarmed towards the spot where he fell, and soon, the air was filled with even more piercing cries of agony. Although Chris was a soul saint, he was gravely injured. Moreover, the sea spirit beasts that thrived in the Devil's Sea were anything but weak. Those that were feeble had long since been devoured by the stronger ones. As Chris was mercilessly torn apart by dozens, if not hundreds, of sea spirit beasts, a chilling sense of dread arose in the hearts of those who remained. This was no S-rank prey. It was unmistakably the Reaper of Souls. Hearing Chris's voice grow faint, the captain, who had narrowly escaped with his life, scrambled to Yu Xinghe's feet and prostrated himself, exclaiming, "My lord, I am blind to my own faults. I beseech you, let your mercy prevail and spare me." Yu Xinghe cast a fleeting glance at the captain and remarked, "Releasing you is not out of the question, but you must heed my words first." The captain, visibly distressed, could only grimace at the thought of Chris's blood still drifting upon the waves and reluctantly acquiesced. After a month at sea, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong finally arrived at Sea God Island. The moment they disembarked, the system promptly notified them of mission completion. Energy Ring. Stage 4 unlocked the elemental attributes of ice, darkness, flame, earth, and gold. Observing the rewards, Yu Xinghe felt an unusual absence of joy, replaced instead by profound curiosity. System, why are there so many attributes unlocked in Stage 4? The system simply replied, that is how the program is designed. Seeing that the system offered no further explanation, Yu Xinghe chose not to inquire further. Although her primary objective was merely to check in at this location, she had no intention of leaving without experiencing it fully. After all, meeting the legendary Poseidon would not be a missed opportunity. Unfortunately, Yu Xinghe had overlooked the fact that Sea God Island was not particularly welcoming, especially to visitors from the mainland. The old sailor, after repeatedly confirming whether Yu Xinghe truly wished to stay, unloaded the cargo and departed without delay. Simultaneously, a patrol team clad in yellow uniforms appeared on the scene. Despite the striking beauty of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, they dutifully executed their responsibilities. "The ship hasn't gone far. I advise you to leave quickly. If you cannot swim, we can assist you." In response, Yu Xinghe declared, "I hold a deep admiration for Sea God Island and wish to undertake the trials set by Lord Poseidon." Upon hearing her intention to participate in the trials, the patrol guards exchanged bewildered glances. One guard, appearing slightly more amiable, stepped forward to caution her. Young lady, I strongly suggest you reconsider. The trials of Sea God Island are exceedingly peculiar. They are not the customary assessments based on one's strength. Your task might be as simple as picking up a seashell, or as daunting as battling a 10,000-year-old sea spirit. You are still quite young. It would be wise to depart before risking your life. Moreover, even if you succeed in the trials, you must remain on Sea God Island for eternity. Attempting to leave thereafter would subject you to a perilous trial. In the original narrative, the rule of Sea God Island stipulates that even upon passing the trials, one must remain there for life. This has been slightly modified here. After hearing the patrolman's warning, Bibi Dong anxiously grasped Yu Xinghe's hand and whispered, "Perhaps we should leave. This place exerts a significant pressure on me." The moment she set foot on Sea God Island, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if an unseen force were continuously bearing down upon her. This was understandable, as Bibi Dong was a candidate for the Rakshasa god. While this was the domain of the sea god, relatively speaking, the Rakshasa god is considered a malevolent deity, whereas the sea god embodies a more virtuous spirit. The two divine entities, while not entirely incompatible, certainly exist in a state of tension, leading Bibi Dong to feel the weight of various constraints here. Just as Yu Xinghe was torn between leaving and staying, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Task released. Complete the trial set forth by the sea god. Rewards include coordinates to a new continent. Chapter 132. The emergence of Poseidon, seeking recommendations and collections. Now that the system has issued the task, Yu Xinghe is determined to give it a try. After all, the issue regarding Bibi Dong's soul rings must be resolved. Upon affirming Yu Xinghe's intentions, Bibi Dong said nothing but firmly grasped his hand. Although she remained silent, her actions conveyed her unwavering support. I will always be by your side. Under the guidance of the patrolling guardian, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong arrived at a serene lake, approximately 500 meters in diameter, with a towering pillar at its center, intricately adorned with countless wave patterns, reaching up into the clouds. Beneath this pillar stood a man, his back turned, deep in meditation. Upon seeing him, the previously amiable guardian approached and spoke. Your Highness, the sea horse, two soul masters from the land wish to undertake the sea goddess trial. Hearing this, the man opened his eyes and glanced at Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong. Upon observing the two, Ouyang, the sea horse Douluo, let out a soft exclamation. How intriguing. It has been decades since I encountered a challenger whose cultivation I cannot perceive. Since you wish to undergo the trial, I trust you are aware of the rules of Sea God Island. Yu Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Then, to face the trial set by Lord Poseidon, you must first overcome my challenge. With that, Douluo waved his hand, transforming the once placid lake into a tempestuous sea. From the ceaseless roar of the waves, a voice emerged. You too, please. In preparation for Douluo's test, Yu Xinghe whispered some crucial advice to Bibi Dong, employing a subtle tone, before plunging into the surging waters. As she entered the lake, relentless waves crashed upon her one after another, each bearing immense force. Although they posed no true danger, the sheer power contained within them was formidable, making it difficult even for mid-tier spirit masters like Soul Zone and Soul King to withstand. Just as Douluo anticipated how Yu Xinghe would defend herself against the onslaught of waves, he suddenly realized that she had vanished. Where could she have gone? Surely she hadn't been submerged to the lake's depths by the waves? As Yuya shook his head in lament, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. Startled, Yuya turned around to see Yu Xinghe emerging from behind a sacred pillar, her expression radiant and reminiscent of a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank. Douluo, does this count as passing? Yuya glanced at Yu Xinghe, then at the tumultuous lake, and nodded thoughtfully. Though it may be somewhat clever, I suppose you have indeed passed. After the illustrious Moonstar River, there stood the formidable Bibi Dong. Previously, Moonstar River had navigated the assessments through inscrutable means, leaving Oya curious about the methods this woman, who had accompanied him, would employ. Soon, the seahorse Douluo would discover the truth. Gazing at the tumultuous lake before her, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a disdainful smile. For many years, since her ascension as a titled Douluo and her rise to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had not faced any challenge, save for those posed by deities. Even now, on Sea God Island, she confronted the trials set forth by the seahorse Douluo with resolute confidence, soaring above the lake. Observing her ascent, Oya nodded approvingly, acknowledging it as a wise choice. Yet, what transpired next left Oya utterly astounded. As Bai Dong hovered in the air, she extended her delicate foot, barely graspable, and forcefully stamped it upon the churning waters below. With waves of soul power radiating from her foot, the once tumultuous lake astonishingly fell into tranquility. A tidal Douluo. Although Bai Dong did not manifest her martial soul or employ any soul skills, this singular act was sufficient to quell the seahorse Douluo. When Bai Dong finally stood before Oya, he respectfully clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I have the honor of knowing your title, esteemed soul master?" A title? Typically, tidal Douluos derive their titles from their martial souls, such as Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Sword Douluo, or Bone Douluo. Bai Dong, possessing two martial souls related to spiders, would conventionally be referred to as Spider Empress Douluo. However, she harbored a disdain for her own martial souls, as what girl does not cherish beauty? Those familiar with Bai Dong were well aware of her aversion to being directly addressed by her title. Furthermore, as the Pope, it was customary for soul masters to refer to her as Your Holiness. Thus, encountering someone like the seahorse Douluo, who directly inquired about her title, was a novel experience for her. Just as she contemplated fabricating a response or declining to answer, a voice, gentle as water, resonated in the air. "The Pope of the Spirit Hall, the chosen one of the Rakshasa god, what brings you to my sea god island?" As this voice echoed, a woman appeared unexpectedly in their midst, clad in a flowing red ceremonial robe, with cascading golden waves for hair. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her gemstone-like eyes held the depth of the boundless ocean. As the woman's calm and gentle gaze fell upon Bai Dong, she felt a sudden jolt. This seemingly serene yet subtly superior look was one she had only ever seen in the eyes of one person, Qian Douluo. In this world, only a 99th level peerless Douluo, the high priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon, could meet her gaze with such composure and possess a presence that overshadowed her own. As Poseidon made his appearance, the seahorse Douluo had already bowed in deference. Poseidon, however, extended a hand to gently halt the gesture, a surge of soul power emanating from him that restrained the seahorse Douluo's salutation. "Oya, you are to depart at once, ensuring that no one is permitted to disturb us." Though Oya's face was etched with astonishment, Poseidon's words were akin to divine decree, and despite his myriad of questions, he had no choice but to comply. "Yes." As Oya withdrew, Poseidon approached Bai Dong, her oceanic eyes scrutinizing the formidable woman before her. Two equally noble women, yet from opposing factions, the mere exchange of glances ignited a palpable tension in the air, reminiscent of gunpowder. The thought of Poseidon's terrifying strength compelled Yuxinghe to interject swiftly, positioning herself between the two. "If you are unwelcome, esteemed elder, we shall take our leave." At this moment, no mission or coordinates held greater significance than Bai Dong's safety. Yuxinghe even began to inquire of Ying whether there existed a means for both women to exit unscathed. Seeing Yuxinghe protectively sheltering her in such a critical moment, a gentle warmth flickered in Bai Dong's gaze. "Foolish girl, if anyone is to shield, it should be I who stands before you. You are but a child. What can you withstand?" With that, Bai Dong positioned Yuxinghe behind her and addressed the calm Poseidon. "Esteemed elder, this child is one I have taken under my wing. She is not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Might I implore you to spare her?" A smile graced Poseidon's countenance, and simultaneously, an immense and boundless soul power surged from within her, creating an atmosphere that rivaled divine authority. Under such overwhelming pressure, Yuxinghe felt as though she were adrift in the ocean, where one moment the waters were tranquil, and the next, she was engulfed by tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, the seven sacred pillars of Sea God Island resonated with the fluctuations of the High Priestess's soul power. Who dares to intrude, compelling the High Priestess to act? It was from the direction of the Seahorse Pillar. As the Sea Dragon, Sea Witch, and other pillars hastened to the scene, the Seahorse Douluo stood guard outside. "Oya, what is the meaning of this? Why is there a disturbance from the High Priestess's soul power?" "There is no need for alarm, as the High Priestess is within. She has commanded me to remain here, ensuring that no one enters to interrupt." As formidable as Bai Dong is, she cannot help but admire the immense soul power of Poseidon. Currently, after undergoing the trials of the Rakshasa god, Bai Dong's soul power has reached the pinnacle of level 98, particularly after absorbing the million-year soul bone bestowed by the Moonstar River. She has dramatically broken through to level 99, achieving the status of a peerless Douluo. However, due to the divine trial, she has been unable to unleash her full potential and must complete the 8th trial before she can truly express her strength. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, when facing Poseidon, Bibi Dong feels that even without the constraints of the divine trial, she would still be unable to defeat her. This is quite understandable. Although they are both at level 99, one must not forget Poseidon's additional identity as the high priestess of the sea god. Compared to other peerless Douluo, she may have lost the qualification to ascend to godhood, yet she remains the closest mortal to divinity. One might even call her a demigod. This status of demigod implies that she has taken a step further than the other peerless Douluo. This half-step, while it may not seem like a vast chasm, represents a significant gulf. It appears nearby but is, in truth, exceedingly distant. For some unfortunate peerless Douluo, this half-step may be an insurmountable barrier throughout their entire lives. Given the circumstances, Bibi Dong summoned the Moonstar River and addressed Poseidon. Elder, while I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the attack on Sea God Island was executed by my predecessor, and I did not partake in it. In a way, I owe a debt of gratitude to Sea God Island. Oh, what gratitude? Poseidon inquired. The previous Pope, Qin Xuanji, was slain by me. Bibi Dong's declaration momentarily stunned Poseidon, who then gathered all her soul power. As Poseidon withdrew her formidable aura, Bibi Dong and Moonstar River breathed a sigh of relief. If that is the case, then we at Sea God Island no longer have a reason to make things difficult for you. Your status as Pope of the Spirit Hall will be overlooked. Hearing this, Bibi Dong replied with a smile, Are you not afraid I might be lying? Poseidon shook her head, saying, If it were someone else, I might suspect she would lie to save her life, but as a chosen one, you cannot utter insincere words. Once spoken, it would create a flaw in your spirit. The divine trial assesses not only talent but also willpower and spirit. Any misstep in these aspects could lead to irreparable consequences. Am I correct? Bibi Dong, maintaining her stoic expression, replied, Indeed. Noticing Bibi Dong's unyielding demeanor, Poseidon smiled and reassured her, Rest assured, Sea God Island is not like the Spirit Hall. We are not as tyrannical. The sea is inclusive, and I will not make things difficult for that child behind you. Although Bibi Dong felt somewhat uncomfortable with Poseidon's veiled words, she chose to swallow her pride, recognizing that her counterpart was undeniably stronger. Child, what is your name? What brings you to Sea God Island? Bibi Dong, both the Pope and the Chosen One, possesses an aura of protectiveness that suggests the little girl's identity is anything but ordinary. The beauty of Poseidon exudes a gentle embrace that is all-encompassing, leaving Yuxinghe with little resistance against such an elder sister figure. I am Yuxinghe, drawn by the illustrious reputation of Sea God Island, seeking to undergo trials here. Is that so? Then you must be aware of the rules of Sea God Island. Indeed, should you succeed in the assessment and wish to depart, I shall personally intervene. As she spoke, Poseidon lifted Yuxinghe effortlessly, her azure eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, seemingly peering into her very soul. In close proximity to Poseidon's visage, Yuxinghe was taken aback to discover that this older woman emanated an infuriatingly sweet essence akin to first love, despite appearing to be in her 30s. Her beauty rivaled that of women in their 20s, particularly her large, clear, and pure eyes that radiated an infantile innocence. Are you still willing to accept the trial? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed at the thought that Poseidon might indeed make an effort to keep Yuxinghe. Although Yuxinghe's future potential was limitless, it seemed premature to consider defeating Poseidon. If Yuxinghe agreed to the trial, it would mean a temporary separation from her. Just as Bibi Dong pondered whether to take Yuxinghe away, the girl's voice resonated in her mind. Do not worry. I have a way to leave. No one can stop me. Then, Yuxinghe's voice echoed between the three. I am willing to accept the trial. Upon hearing Yuxinghe's acceptance, Poseidon pointed decisively at her. Instantly, the sacred pillars behind Poseidon shimmered with a blue radiance that enveloped the intricate patterns, and a beam of blue light descended from above, surrounding Yuxinghe. At that moment, as the light enveloped her, Yuxinghe's martial soul erupted uncontrollably. A clock face, imbued with the brilliance of a starry sky, stood still, emanating an aura of eternity as if it marked the end of time. The petite figure composed of constellations exuded a fierce battle spirit, as if ready to traverse the cosmic rivers. Faced with Yuxinghe's martial soul, Poseidon felt an inexplicable sensation arise within her. Just moments ago, it seemed as though the petite figure within Yuxinghe's martial soul had cast a sidelong glance at Poseidon. Could it be that this girl's martial soul is alive? As Poseidon pondered this, another shocking revelation unfolded. With the manifestation of Yuxinghe's martial soul, two spirit rings rose from beneath her feet. One was pink, the other a shimmering white. What an extraordinary configuration. The white spirit ring could be understood as a 10-year spirit ring, but what of the pink one? More importantly, both rings exuded an unusual aura that left Poseidon feeling intrigued. Especially the golden patterns on the two soul rings evoked an extraordinarily familiar sensation within Poseidon. Just as one wave receded, another surged forth, while Poseidon endeavored to recall the source of that familiar feeling. The radiant light enveloping the Moonstar River suddenly underwent a transformation. Initially, the light shimmered in blue, transitioning to white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Ultimately, that blood-red hue gradually faded, morphing into a brilliant golden gleam. With a resounding boom, a golden pillar of light ascended, and upon Sea God Island. 6 golden pillars arose in harmonious resonance. In an instant, the azure sky was draped in a delicate golden radiance, casting 6 golden screens beside the Moonstar River. The 6 trials of the sea god. Poseidon could not fathom how a mere child with only 2 soul rings could invoke a divine trial. Moreover, as far as she knew, divine trials were always composed of 9 tests. What did 6 trials signify? Furthermore, should there not be a divine mark descending during the trial? Why did this little girl bear a black and white yin-yang symbol on her forehead instead of a trident design? Chapter 134, The Corrupted 6 Trials of the Sea God. This place is truly extraordinary. Every resident is exceptionally talented, with melodious speech, and each visitor finds themselves utterly enamored with it. There is no escape from this enchantment. For once one arrives, departing is no easy task. This is indeed the prisoned divine realm. The sea god, as a primary deity of the divine realm, possesses noble status and formidable strength. Yet, who could fathom that he had long grown weary of his divine role? Nevertheless, he could not depart until a successor was found. Today, at long last, the sea god has discovered the fabled heir, a 12-year-old girl. Despite her tender age, her extraordinary talent is undeniable. She possesses exceptional roots and pseudo-divine power, and even a million-year soul ring. At first, the sea god wondered if his mind was playing tricks on him. After all, such talent would far surpass that of even the chosen ones of the god of Shura. More than half a year ago, a day in the divine realm equates to a year on the continent, the god of Shura struggled to find a suitable successor, only to be thwarted by the evil god, which incensed the god of Shura into obliterating the evil god with his Shura sword. The unfortunate evil god, a seasoned deity, could never have imagined that a casual mischief would lead to his demise. Ultimately, the evil god's divine body was destroyed, and a fragment of his divine essence fled the divine realm, rumored to have taken refuge within a humble soul beast, forever barred from reclaiming his divine powers. Upon confirming the Moonstar River's talent, the sea god felt as exhilarated as a scholar who had just achieved greatness, akin to a struggling writer awakening to find himself a platinum deity. In principle, such a prodigy would be more than sufficient to inherit the divine throne. But it was an honor that the sea god alone had discovered her. As the sea god contemplated taking the initiative to imprint his legacy upon the young girl, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming sense of dread. He sensed a life force emanating from her that far surpassed his own. It is crucial to note that he is indeed the sea god, a first-tier deity within the divine realm. The only entities that could possibly hold a higher status than he do not extend beyond the 3 primary gods of the divine council and the 2 sovereign deities. However, the 5 esteemed figures of the divine council were present. Given this, the only plausible conclusion was that the young girl was a high-level being reincarnated from another world. With this realization, the sea god promptly set off to inform the divine council of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the divine edict he had issued was being interfered with by an unknown presence. Simultaneously, after the Moonstar River invoked the divine examination, Poseidon's attitude towards her underwent a dramatic transformation. Although the Moonstar River did not bear the sea god's trident upon her forehead, the golden radiance undeniably symbolized the divine test. This indicated that the Moonstar River had indeed caught the attention of the esteemed sea god. The sea god is the faith of all oceanic soul masters, and anyone personally acknowledged by him is to be revered by all. Child, what is your name? Moonstar River. Could you share with me what your first examination entails? Upon witnessing the first trial, the Moonstar River felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why was the sea god's examination so bizarre, akin to that of a system? Could you tell me what your first examination is? Gazing at the gentle Poseidon, the Moonstar River, after much internal struggle, spoke up. Sister Poseidon, could you possibly turn around? Turn around? Very well. Though perplexed by the Moonstar River's intentions, Poseidon resolved to treat her with the utmost courtesy, given that she was chosen by the sea god. Once Poseidon turned her back, Moonstar River, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Poseidon's posterior. With a dull crack resonating, Poseidon shuddered, then turned to Moonstar River, her expression a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. "Why did you strike me?" With great difficulty, Yushingha spoke. "Can I say this is the trial of the sea god?" Upon hearing that it was the sea god's trial, Poseidon's expression was a splendid tapestry of emotions, strange, complex, filled with anger and embarrassment, before finally settling into a serene calm as he replied, "Very well, what about the second trial?" As Yushingha cast a glance at the second golden curtain, an expression of peculiar intrigue immediately crossed her face. Noticing Yushingha's oddly contorted visage, Poseidon inquired, "Pray, do enlighten me. What is the task at hand? Could you kindly turn around once more?" Yushingha requested. "Why, surely, you are not intending to strike my Dariri again?" "Absolutely not." "Very well. This time." Poseidon remained vigilant, wary of Yushingha's intentions. However, she exhibited no unusual behavior. Once Poseidon had turned her back, Yushingha declared, "All right. The second trial has been completed." Poseidon merely responded with silence. As the second curtain dimmed, after observing the third golden curtain, Yushingha addressed Poseidon again. "Senior Poseidon, may I trouble you to turn around once more?" Though Poseidon remained oblivious to the purpose of these trials, she acknowledged that such divine assessments were beyond mortal understanding. Out of loyalty to the sea god, she complied and turned for the third time. With a resounding thud, Poseidon felt a sudden impact and instinctively covered her rear. Fixing a stoic gaze upon Yushingha, "You impish child, do you presume my patience is so great that you can toy with me?" Yushingha hurriedly clarified, "No. This is indeed the trial of the sea god. Is the fourth trial not intended to have me turn around so that you may strike my backside?" Yushingha glanced at the fourth light barrier, revealing a face reminiscent of a bitter melon as she uttered, "The fourth assessment requires me to deliver 3 smacks to your backside." Whether it was merely Yushingha's illusion, after stating this challenge, she seemed to perceive Poseidon exhaling a sigh of relief. However, while Poseidon may have felt relieved, Yushingha was in for misfortune. Observing Poseidon's eager demeanor, Yushingha shielded her petite posterior and sought refuge behind Bibidong. In response, Poseidon remarked, "If you choose to protect her, I shall strike you both. By the way, you are also a chosen one. You are aware of the consequences that accompany failure in the divine examination, are you not?" Poseidon's words instantly jogged Bibidong's memory, and under Yushingha's desperate gaze, Bibidong seized her and placed her firmly in Poseidon's grasp. "Rest assured, little one, my strikes are not painful at all. Yushingha, I trust you, not at all." Chapter 135. Acknowledgement of publication. I never anticipated reaching this juncture. One day, I noticed that fan fiction based on Douluo was quite popular, and suddenly, the urge to write struck me. Thus, I embarked on this journey, culminating in the present. I vividly recall the first novel I encountered was Second Life by Yua, although the cover bore the title Half Prince, narrating the tale of a girl adventuring in a virtual game world as a male character. When I first laid eyes on this novel, I was utterly astonished. Could stories be crafted in such a manner? Yet, as I turned to the final page, just as the climactic battle was about to commence, it abruptly concluded with the words, "Game, start." That was my initial encounter with the formidable concept of an unfinished tale. It was only later that I grasped the distinction between printed books and web novels. The latter often encompass a word count too vast to be contained within a single volume. It was after I ventured into the online realm that I finally completed reading the remainder of Second Life. This novel left an indelible impression on me, with its characters, plot, and exhilarating moments all impeccably crafted. To this day, I still remember the protagonists, the elven warrior, Prince, the orc priest, ugly wolf, the demon bard, Jew, and the angelic necromancer, though I cannot recall the name. I can still faintly recall the conclusion of this narrative, where the protagonist, Feng Lan, yearned to pen a memoir akin to an autobiography to commemorate her journey, asking the artificial intelligence, endowed with its own consciousness, at the end, in the conclusion, "Shall I write that everyone lived happily together?" What do you think? Could not be better. It was my first genuine encounter with web literature. During a year when Do Patsang Cheong by Tudo soared to popularity, I inquired, "Is Do Patsang Cheong captivating?" The disdainful gaze of my classmate remains vividly etched in my memory. Subsequently, with the advent of smartphones, I became utterly enamored with online novels. Titles such as Classflower, Martial Emperor, Daddy, Please Be Gentle, Sword Master of the Divine Ghost, DNF, the eternal soul of battle, emperor of the harp, ice and fire culinary master, God seal throne. Douluo Continent, divine tomb, shrouded sky, perfect world, battle through the heavens, martial movement in the universe, my beautiful CEO wife. My wife is a princess, my beautiful teacher. My closest schoolflower, the schoolflower's personal expert, very pure and ambiguous, ghost blows out the light, the ancient city of Jingjue, Tang brick, immortal reversal. Snowy blade in the wilderness, journey of Wukong, the legend of Su Xian, and spare me, great lord have all captured my imagination. If my childhood, from ages 8 to 12, was accompanied by the little tyrant, and my teenage years, from 12 to 16, were spent in the company of online games, then it is the online novels that have accompanied me since I turned 16. There was a time when I naively believed that if I were to write online novels, I would surely outshine the likes of Tian Kintudo and Tang Family's three young masters. However, it was only after I attempted to write a novel myself that I came to a profound realization. The fool was indeed myself. Writing a novel mirrors the trajectory of life itself. In my younger days, I was torn between the choices of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Now, having matured, let alone attending university, even getting out of bed feels like a daunting task. The process of writing a novel follows a similar path. Before embarking on my writing journey, I had even composed an award acceptance speech for being the annual king of online literature, filled with emotion and tears. Yet, when I finally began my writing endeavor with unwavering confidence, only to discover the glaring 4 zeros in my back end, my tears flowed as copiously as the rain that fell when Andy escaped from prison. Yu Xinghe extended a small bowl and addressed the kind-hearted elder brothers and sisters, imploring them for collections, comments, recommendations, subscriptions, and votes. Lastly, he attached his acceptance speech for the title of the annual king of online literature. Do not question my audacity to express this, for it is daytime, the sun shines beautifully, making it an opportune day for daydreaming. To have become the exquisite king of online literature, I owe my heartfelt gratitude to my grandparents. Without them, my parents would not exist, and without my parents, I would not be here. I extend my thanks to those esteemed authors of online literature, whose spirits have been reborn as doves. Without you, I would not have found the courage to embark on my writing journey. I appreciate the platform provided by Yuan, and I am grateful for the care offered by editor Jingguan, as well as the assistance received through editorial messages. I thank my readers, Bu Feng Song Jiang Swan, Yi Gu Ren Ting Hao, Feng Long Yuan, Feng Qi Xiao Yao, Mo San Shui Shi, Xing Yi Ji Yun, Shang, Shun Hong Ji Wang, Lu Yun, Duo Luo Xing He, and many others whose names I am privileged to mention. To the side, the award presenter interjected, "Are you ever going to finish? At this rate, the award ceremony will conclude. After all this, you must thank all the readers who have supported you. Without them, you would have long since wandered to the northwestern lands to drink the winds. Thank you all for your unwavering companionship. I truly love you, profoundly. In a manner that echoes I love you 3,000 times. Chapter 136, The Fifth Examination. 1. I implore subscriptions as Poseidon's palm descended. Yu Xinghe was once again reminded of the fear of being spanked. Do not let Poseidon's gentle appearance deceive you when it comes to delivering punishment. She shows no mercy, for Yu Xinghe truly cried from the sting. As Moonlight River wept, Poseidon chuckled. Quick, quick, what is the fifth trial? Is it to continue striking you? In response, Moonlight River boldly raised her middle finger at Poseidon. The fifth trial's content finally took a more reasonable turn, requiring Moonlight River to pass through the light of the sea god and ascend to the sea god's temple within a month. Upon learning that Moonlight River's assessment was this daunting task, Poseidon let out a long sigh. Poseidon, dear sister, why do you sigh? Poseidon shook her head and replied, I am merely perplexed as to why the sea god would bestow upon you an almost insurmountable trial. I haven't even attempted it yet. How can you be so certain I will fail? Never mind, further explanations would be futile. Allow me to escort you, she said, gesturing towards the distant 7 sacred pillars. Come forth. As the 7 sacred pillars entered in an orderly fashion, Poseidon pointed to Moonlight River and declared, from this moment onward, she shall be our most esteemed guest upon Sea God Island. Do you understand? Yes, High Priestess. Subsequently, the sea dragon Douluo pointed towards Bibi Dong and inquired, High Priestess, what about her? As Yu Xinghe observed the gradually darkening expression of Bibi Dong, she hurriedly called out to the sea dragon Douluo, declaring, she is my sister. You must treat her with the same respect you afford me. To which the 7 sacred pillars quipped, "Is such treatment capable of mere replication?" After Poseidon succinctly recounted the earlier events, she led Yuxinghe towards the assessment site. The Sea God Temple, nestled at the very heart of Sea God Island, stands as a sacred sanctuary and a bastion of faith for all sea spirit masters. To reach the Sea God Temple, one must ascend a daunting 999 steps, enveloped in a mystical azure glow known as the light of the sea god. As Yuxinghe set foot on the first step, she sensed a faint repulsion, a force so weak it was almost negligible. However, as she continued her ascent, she discovered that the repulsion intensified with each step. At the 100th step, she felt at ease. By the 200th, fatigue began to set in. At the 300th, she was drenched in sweat. Upon reaching the 400th, her martial spirit manifested, and by the 500th, she was utterly exhausted. Ultimately, her first attempt at traversing the light of the sea god concluded at 520 steps. As Yuxinghe, drained of energy, was ejected by the light of the sea god, Bibidong was fortunately there to catch her. Otherwise, Yuxinghe might have had a rather dramatic fall into the waters below. Although she did not succeed, the impact she made on Poseidon was undeniable. As the high priestess of the sea god and the overseer of Sea God Island, Poseidon understood the formidable power of the light of the sea god better than anyone. Take the sea dragon Douluo, one of the 7 sacred pillars, for instance. He had once attempted to traverse the light of the sea god himself. Under Poseidon's seal, the sea dragon Douluo successfully concealed his divine aura, masquerading as an outsider to elicit a sense of repulsion from the light of the sea god. Ultimately, he achieved a score of 720 steps. While there was a clear 200-step gap between Yuxinghe and the sea dragon Douluo, it is noteworthy that Yuxinghe possessed merely 2 soul rings, whereas the sea dragon Douluo was a tidal Douluo of the 95th rank. Observing Yuxinghe nestled in Bibidong's embrace, utterly spent from her efforts, Poseidon began to comprehend why the sea god had granted her a divine trial. If such talent were unworthy of selection as a divine candidate, then who could possibly ascend to divinity? With this thought in mind, Poseidon resolved to discreetly observe this remarkable individual and uncover what further wonders she might possess. For the first 3 days, Yuxinghe remained steadfast in her determination to traverse the light of the sea god, yet the results of her training were minimal. She had only managed to ascend an additional 20 steps. It is imperative to understand that the pressure of the light of the sea god intensifies with height. The further one ascends, the greater the strain becomes. According to Poseidon's estimations, if she continued this manner of training, it would be a blessing from the sea god if Yuxinghe could reach 600 steps in a month's time. Yuxinghe understands that mere stubbornness will not yield results. Only when the correct choices are made does subsequent effort hold significance. At present, there are but 2 methods for her to ascend to the temple of the sea god within a month: to enhance her own strength or to take a shortcut. The so-called shortcut entails inquiring with Ying whether she could directly open a portal to facilitate her instantaneous travel to the temple. In response, Ying remarked, "There exists a barrier personally established by the sea god, imbued with an overwhelming force of divine energy, making it impossible for me to ascertain the spatial coordinates. However, if you are undeterred, I could attempt it, though I cannot guarantee what lies on the other side. It could be the Demon King of Bulgaria, the venue for the auditions of a popular singing contest, or even an imminent supernova explosion." Upon hearing this, Yuxinghe relinquished the notion of taking a shortcut. With no other options, she resolved to enhance her own power. And when it comes to strengthening, nothing surpasses the method of reinforcement. Gazing at the energy points displayed on her wrist's energy ring, exceeding 1 million, a manic grin spread across Yuxinghe's face. In the following week, Bibidong and Poseidon observed that Yuxinghe's behavior had become increasingly erratic. She incessantly muttered, "Great Rome, give me strength, let my power flow, here it comes, here it comes." Then, to Bibidong's astonishment, Yuxinghe activated her Baiana transformation. Ordinarily, such a trump card would not be employed lightly, but there was no choice. After all, the dazzling brilliance following her transformation was irresistible. Feeling as though luck had graced her, Yuxinghe initiated her reinforcement. The current host was in the 8th stage of physical enhancement, requiring 2,560 energy points for each reinforcement. "Confirm," she declared. "And system, let me have 10 consecutive draws." Don't ask why. I currently possess an abundance of energy points. With a bit of energy, you flaunt yourself. What did you say? 10 consecutive enhancements initiated. Failure. Try again. Bang. Failure. Again. After 10 consecutive failures, Yuxinghe, in a moment of reflection, resolved to change her location. Upon discovering a favorable spot, nestled against a mountain and facing water, flames ignited in her eyes. System, give me 100 dross. Understood. After an interminable wait, Yuxinghe finally received a notification that brought tears to her eyes. Congratulations, host. You have enhanced to the 9th stage. Future enhancements will now require 5,120 energy points. Feeling an unprecedented surge of formidable power coursing through her, Yuxinghe, while her Bayana transformation still lingered, transformed into a golden streak of light, racing towards the radiance of the sea god. Chapter 137, The Fifth Trial, Part 2. Thanks to user 2 Handsome to Display 2 for the generous reward. Thank you. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the 100-tiered staircase was traversed in an instant, transformed into the 9th stage of Bayana's enhanced form. Yuxinghe effortlessly disregarded the pressures within the 300 tiers. After surging up to the 300th tier, her speed slightly diminished, yet it was merely a reduction. 400 tiers, 500 tiers. Upon reaching the 500th tier once more, the immense pressure that had once rendered her nearly immobile now allowed Yuxinghe to stride confidently upward. 520 tiers, 550 tiers, 600 tiers. With each step taken by Yuxinghe, a resounding echo reverberated through the air, imprinting her essence upon the steps that had endured millennia of rain, snow, and tempests. When she reached the 699th tier, she felt as though she were ensnared in a quagmire, each movement becoming an arduous struggle. Was this to be her limit? No. Tang San could absorb soul rings of 100,000 years across multiple tiers, and Xiaoyan endured excruciating flames to consume the heart of Qinglian. Her circumstances far surpassed those of Tang San and Xiaoyan. If she were to halt here, she feared she would never find forgiveness within herself. As Yuxinghe persistently endeavored to press forward, the surrounding pressure felt akin to an unyielding iron grip, tightening around her form, constricting ever more fiercely. Yuxinghe's body trembled, and even the act of breathing required all her strength, as the immense pressure threatened to expel the air from her lungs. Just as she found herself locked in a stalemate with this overwhelming force, a voice resonated in her mind like thunder. Step down. This furious roar echoed like the wrath of a deity, a divine storm crashing upon her. Under the weight of this sudden command, Yuxinghe finally placed her foot upon the 700th step. With a resounding thud as her foot met the step, the ethereal light of the sea god surged violently, awakening like an enraged giant. Almost immediately, that divine radiance surged towards Yuxinghe like an unstoppable tide. At this moment, a vivid vision appeared in her eyes. A magnificent celestial palace, countless heavenly soldiers, ensnared in a celestial net above, while below lay a treacherous landscape of blades and flames. There was no path forward, no retreat. The only option was to fight. Pulsar. With a sharp command from Yuxinghe, a stream of azure light coalesced in the void before her. Then, Pulsar, hammer form. Breakthrough. Accompanied by her fierce shout, the manifestation of her martial spirit. The time star emerged unbeknownst to her. A youthful figure, embodying the essence of the starry clock, leapt forth as a beam of light, merging with Yuxinghe. As she swung her hammer, the ethereal figure behind her manifested a colossal hammer, aimed at the vast expanse of the sea god's light. Boom. In that moment, upon the sea god island, all the sea soul masters, the 7 holy pillars, and Poseidon turned their gazes towards the towering 999 steps enveloped in divine light. Following a prolonged rumble, Yuxinghe, bloodied and gripping the pulsar, leaned against it, resolutely ascending the steps once more. 701, 702, 703. As Yuxinghe ascended, each step left a crimson footprint upon the staircase. Unbeknownst to him, Poseidon had already appeared before the sea god temple, gazing down at the diminutive figure with astonishment. Poseidon was not taken aback by Yuxinghe reaching the 700th step, but rather by the fact that her gaze had unmistakably lost its focus. Her eyes, though wide open, were vacant and devoid of life. Clearly, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, inexplicably, her body continued to ascend the steps, driven by an unconscious will. Meanwhile, the 7 sacred pillars, risking Poseidon's ire, arrived at the base of the sea god mountain. Almost immediately upon their arrival, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. Observing the frail and slight figure, shimmering under the radiance of the sea god, the sea dragon Daw struggled to utter 720 steps. Upon hearing this proclamation, the remaining 6 sacred pillars displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. They too had, with Poseidon's assistance, attempted to traverse the sea god's radiance using their titled Douluo powers. yet all had inevitably faltered below the 700th step. Only the sea dragon Douluo, with his formidable martial spirit and the prowess of a 95-level super Douluo, had managed to reach the 700th step. However, even he had ultimately been halted at the 720th step, lingering there for nearly 3 seconds before being repelled by the sea god's light. Yet now, that figure continued to ascend, 721, 722. The Moonstar River ascended like a living corpse, her body continually breaking open under immense pressure, and her speed gradually diminished. At last, she halted on the 730th floor, for the transformation of Bana had been undone. With the transformation lifted, the light of the sea god hurled Moonstar River away. Witnessing her fall, 2 figures dashed forward simultaneously. Ultimately, Poseidon was the first to catch Moonstar River in his embrace. Hand her over. Upon seeing Bibi Dong extend her hand, Poseidon hesitated for a moment before transferring Moonstar River into her arms. Observing the bloodied form of Moonstar River, Bibi Dong hurriedly retrieved a healing ointment and began applying it to her wounds. Initially, Bibi Dong intended to use her soul power to assist in dispersing the ointment, allowing Moonstar River to better absorb its efficacy. However, her 2 martial spirits were both Spider Emperors, and the divine position she inherited was the Rakshasa, rendering her soul power malevolent and dark, wholly unsuitable for healing Moonstar River. At that moment, Poseidon appeared. "If you do not mind, may I assist in her healing?" After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong lowered her head. Poseidon's soul power, as profound as the ocean and as gentle as water, swiftly dissolved the healing ointment, effectively staunching Moonstar River's bleeding. As a soft groan escaped her lips, Moonstar River reopened her eyes, meeting the gentle gaze of Poseidon, whose eyes mirrored the vast blue of the sea. "Senior, where is my sister?" Upon hearing Moonstar River's call, Bibi Dong quickly grasped her hand, reassuringly saying, "I am here. I am here." Noting that Moonstar River's first words upon awakening were inquiring about Bibi Dong's whereabouts, Poseidon smiled and remarked, "The bond between you two is truly remarkable." In response, Moonstar River remained non-committal, silently instructing the system within her heart, "Restore my body." With a mere thought, 1,000 points of energy were deducted, and the wounds on Moonstar River began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Poseidon observed the astonishing speed of her recovery, exclaiming, "It seems your constitution is quite extraordinary. No wonder the sea god has taken an interest in you. By the way, I must remind you that 10 days have already passed, and your remaining time is limited." Chapter 138, The Fifth Examination, Part 3. Yuxingha glanced at the daunting staircase comprising a staggering 999 steps, then shifted his gaze to the remaining energy points, furrowing his brow. Energy points, 54W. To elevate his physique to the 10th stage, each enhancement would require the expenditure of 120 energy points. Given the system's capricious nature and his historically meager fortune, Yuxingha surmised that the likelihood of a successful breakthrough was rather slim. In light of this, Yuxingha has no choice but to activate Plan B. Complete the main quest. Defeat a tidal Douluo powerhouse and acquire the skill of the Apostle Avatar. At this moment, Yuxingha's physique has been enhanced to the 9th stage. Based on her estimations, in terms of sheer physical prowess, she is confident in her ability to confront a beast martial soul tidal Douluo head-on. In terms of mental strength, having absorbed the soul ring of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, along with the continuous enhancement from the starry sky eye, her mental capacity is by no means inferior to that of a tidal Douluo. With her physical strength, mental acuity, and the pseudo-divine power within her, coupled with over 540,000 energy points in her bracelet, if all these factors combined cannot defeat a tidal Douluo, then Yuxingha might as well find a block of tofu to smash her head against. Speaking of tidal Douluo, an idea suddenly struck Yuxingha. Bibi Dong is a tidal Douluo. If she challenges her and forces Bibi Dong to concede, wouldn't that complete the task? She was being far too rational. The next moment, the system's awkward yet polite voice chimed in. "Host, I am bound to you in spirit. I am fully aware of your thoughts. If you wish to exploit glitches in my system, why not try jumping into the heavens with your left foot on your right? Yuxingha, then I shall seek out the weakest tidal Douluo. Furthermore, dear host, to prevent you from employing unscrupulous means to accomplish your tasks, the tidal Douluo you defeat must be no less than level 95. Yuxingha let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming how fortunate it was. As the system articulated this rule, Yuxingha's selection range abruptly diminished to merely 3. Presently, on Sea God Island, There are only 3 individuals whose soul power exceeds level 95, Poseidon, Bibidon, and Sea Dragon Douluo. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuxing has set his sights upon the Sea Dragon Douluo. It was inevitable, for his tender-hearted nature prevented him from laying a hand on Poseidon or Bibidon. In truth, he was apprehensive of the potential repercussions. The location of the Sea Dragon Douluo was not far from the Sea God Mountain. With a mere flicker of his senses, Yuxing located the Sea Dragon Douluo, who was engrossed in his cultivation. Upon noticing Yuxing's arrival, the Sea Dragon opened his eyes and remarked, "Why have you come to see me instead of hastening to complete your assessment? Senior, I wish to challenge you." "Challenge me? Are you certain?" As one of the 2 super Douluos on Sea God Island, the Sea Dragon Douluo had not engaged in combat for an extended period. In a one-on-one duel, none among the 6 holy pillars could rival him. Fighting Poseidon would be akin to courting disaster. Furthermore, his duty to guard the Sea Dragon City restricted his freedom to seek battles with fierce beasts in the ocean. Yuxing's sudden appearance rekindled the long-dormant fire within the Sea Dragon Douluo. However, given that his opponent was favored by the sea god and with Poseidon's repeated warnings that Yuxing was a distinguished guest, the Sea Dragon Douluo refrained from extending a challenge. To his astonishment, Yuxing had proactively sought him out. "Senior, I am certain, if it is convenient for you, let us select a venue for our duel." "Very well, but let me make it clear, I do not hold back in a fight. And you may very well sustain injuries. If a battle requires restraint, it is better to forego it entirely and simply dance instead." "Agreed." Upon hearing Yuxing's declaration, the Sea Dragon Douluo let out an exhilarated roar and soared into the sky. "Let us commence here. You need not worry about causing any damage." With the Sea Dragon Douluo's proclamation, the remaining 6 holy pillars promptly made their way to the depths of the sea. Do not inquire as to why. The answer is simply that they had ample leisure time. Since the Sea Dragon Douluo had already declared the site for their confrontation, Yuxing chose not to protest further. "Senior, after you, please." In the next moment, both parties simultaneously manifested their martial souls and soul rings. The Sea Dragon Douluo lacked a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet his soul ring configuration was optimal. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. In contrast, Yuxing's soul rings appeared rather peculiar, 1 pink and 1 platinum. What an unusual soul ring configuration. Before the Sea Dragon Douluo could ponder further, Yuxing initiated the assault with a fierce strike known as the Meteor Assault. After gathering her strength, Yuxing transformed into a streak of flowing light that soared into the heavens, reaching the Sea Dragon Douluo with astonishing speed, who was poised to strike. Despite the diminutive and delicate nature of Yuxing's hand, an instinctive warning resonated within the Sea Dragon Douluo, alerting him to the peril it posed. With this thought in mind, he swiftly unleashed his 6th spirit skill, Sea Dragon's Guardian. As the 6th spirit ring shimmered, a slender dragon made of water spiraled upward from beneath his feet. With a resounding crash, Yuxing's empowered palm collided with the water dragon, which emitted a fierce roar and opened its maw to unleash a torrent. The Sea Dragon Douluo executed his 5th spirit skill, Water Dragon Cannon. While Yuxing could have evaded this attack, she chose to retaliate instead, delivering a powerful strike known as the Falling Blossom Palm. Clearly, Yuxing intended to shatter the Water Dragon Cannon. Observing her refusal to dodge and her audacious counterattack, a slight smirk graced the lips of Sea Dragon Douluo. He perceived her Water Dragon Cannon as a mere offensive tactic, yet it would lead to a significant miscalculation. Indeed, as Yuxing struck out, she discovered the surface of the Water Dragon Cannon to be astonishingly supple, and she was engulfed by her own force. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 holy pillars arrived simultaneously. Upon witnessing Yuxing entangled within the Sea Dragon Douluo's Water Dragon Cannon, the Starfish Douluo shook his head and remarked, I expected a fierce contest, but instead, I am presented with this." The Seahorse Douluo also sighed, his expression revealing a lack of expectation for the outcome of this battle. Despite their disappointment in Yuxing's performance, the onlookers remained to witness the clash. They were eager to uncover what hidden cards the ascendant Yuxing, who had scaled over 720 steps, might possess. Was she truly out of tricks, or did she possess remarkable courage and skill? Trapped within the aqueous sphere, Yuxing struck out once more, attempting to rupture the water prison from the inside. In response, the Sea Dragon Douluo laughed heartily. "Young friend, this Water Dragon Cannon has an alternate name, Water Dragon Prison. Once you are ensnared, no matter how formidable your strength, you shall never escape this watery confinement." "Oh, really?" In the next instant, Yu Xinghe instantaneously teleported outside the water sphere. To the sea dragon Douluo's perception, it appeared as though she had simply vanished from within the water prison, not having traversed through it. Thus, the notion of spatial abilities? How intriguing. Water, by its very nature, is complex and ever-changing, and the sea dragon Douluo, as a master of water manipulation, prided himself on his prowess. If one were to categorize spirit masters, he would undoubtedly be recognized as a true control-type spirit master. With control over water, the sea dragon Douluo believed himself to be a formidable adversary. Yet, Yu Xinghe's spatial teleportation effortlessly liberated her from the very water dragon prison he took pride in, especially in front of the 6 holy pillars. This caused his old face to flush with embarrassment. Contemplating this, the sea dragon Douluo remarked, "It seems I must display some true prowess." In the next moment, the sea dragon Douluo vanished, replaced by a colossal dragon entirely composed of water. Chapter 139, The Fifth Trial, Part 4. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed reader, whose generous donation cannot be displayed. The sea dragon Douluo, a formidable level 95 super Douluo, was indeed impressive. While both he and Douluo Bo possessed martial spirit manifests, Douluo Bo's blue phosphor serpent, measuring 30 meters in length, paled in comparison to the sea dragon Douluo's water dragon, which spanned an astonishing 65 meters. Compared to the sea dragon Douluo's martial spirit manifest, Yu Xinghe appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet, even an ant can inflict pain. And Yu Xinghe was far more formidable than any ant. Upon unleashing his martial spirit manifest, the sea dragon Douluo swiped at Yu Xinghe with a claw. In response, Yu Xinghe executed her meteor strike. However, this time, she remained cautious, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. Yet, it seemed Yu Xinghe had overthought the situation. When the mismatched claw and palm collided, there was no thunderous roar, only a shower of water splashes. Subsequently, the island's inhabitants noticed that despite the blazing sun outside, a fine drizzle began to fall. The sound of voices calling to collect laundry echoed throughout the island. As a consequence of Yu Xinghe's palm strike, the sea dragon Douluo's water dragon lost a claw. Observing the water dragon with a severed claw, Yu Xinghe smiled slightly. "Elder, if your martial spirit manifest is limited to this, I shall be quite disappointed." The sea dragon Douluo grinned in response. "Rest assured, I shall not let you down." Then, the body of the water dragon shifted, and a claw regrew. Seeing the water dragon regain its claw, Yu Xinghe furrowed her brow. It appeared that the opponent's form had become entirely elemental, unlike typical beast martial spirits. The sea dragon Douluo's martial spirit manifest was not a corporeal entity, but an existence that was fully elemental. Theoretically, as long as there was water, the sea dragon Douluo was nearly immortal. And here, surrounded by the sea, Yu Xinghe exclaimed, "Pulse." Immediately, dozens of blazing, radiant patterns ignited behind her. The fire attribute energy derived from the Eye of Ice and Fire, inherited from the Fire Dragon King among the dragon god's 9 offspring. Then, the originally flowing blue light of the pulse erupted into a raging inferno, which subsequently contracted within the pulse, utilizing the fire attribute energy. Streaks of light, akin to molten lava, converged towards the apex. Under the intense gaze of the sea dragon Douluo, a colossal blade resembling magma materialized. Pulse, fire blade form. Sensing the searing heat emanating from the weapon in Yu Xinghe's grasp, the sea dragon Douluo burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Who would have thought you had such a hidden card? Impressive." Despite his flattering words, the sea dragon Douluo showed no mercy in his attacks, unleashing his full strength with each claw strike, slap, and tail whip. In like manner, Yu Xinghe, wielding a fiery blade, had no intention of holding back either. After all, even a lion exerts its utmost strength when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, in terms of rank, Yu Xinghe was indeed the rabbit. "Yu Xinghe, did you not just refer to me as an ant?" In the face of the sea dragon Douluo's onslaught, Yu Xinghe unleashed every ounce of his prowess. Techniques such as Heavenly Strike, Dragon Tooth, Dual Cleave, Flowing Shadow Lightning Flash, a fusion of Meteor Flash and Shattering Domination, Falling Blossom Palm, Meteoric Assault, and instantaneous movement flowed seamlessly from him. Each combat technique seemed as if it were divinely inspired, continuously countering the various assaults of the sea dragon Douluo. Below, the 6 holy pillars watched the aerial duel, their faces beaming with smiles, akin to a cadre of starry-eyed acolytes witnessing a glorious master showcase an extraordinary display of skill. Indeed, it was magnificent. It is often said that the untrained observe the spectacle, while the knowledgeable discern the subtleties. Upon reaching the level of tidal Douluo, only battles of the Super Douluo caliber could provide them with true enlightenment. Presently, a Super Douluo and an extraordinary prodigy exchanged blows, each employing a plethora of imaginative techniques that captivated the audience. Who knew one could engage in battle like this? Such utilization of soul power, such innovative applications of soul skills. Just as the spectators were entranced and unable to extricate themselves from the thrilling clash, the sea dragon Douluo, entangled with Yuxinghe, suddenly surged upward, ascending into the heavens. Then, his resonant voice echoed through the sky. "My young friend, it is astonishing that at such a tender age, you possess such extensive combat experience and your skills are honed to perfection. I humbly admit my inferiority. However, in a contest between soul masters, it is not merely skill that matters. The true essence lies in the clash of soul power and soul skills." As he spoke, the eighth soul ring on the sea dragon Douluo glimmered brilliantly. Soul skill, Water Dragon's Roar. Accompanied by a roar akin to thunder, invisible ripples surged toward Yuxinghe. Water Dragon's Roar, a rare mental-type attack soul skill, renders those with weak mental fortitude utterly defenseless against it. When the sea dragon Douluo unleashed Water Dragon's Roar during his battles with the other 6 holy pillars, it typically signified the end of the contest. With the sole exception of the sea demon Douluo, none could withstand this formidable technique. Upon witnessing the sea dragon Douluo employ Water Dragon's Roar, the 6 holy pillars cast sympathetic glances at Yuxinghe. They had all succumbed to this very attack, and their understanding of its power was profound enough to inspire a 1,000-word reflection. Yet, in the face of the sea dragon Douluo's Water Dragon's Roar, Yuxinghe felt not fear, but exhilaration. Had it been prior to absorbing the million-year soul ring of the Dream Ice Silkworm, it would indeed have been exceedingly arduous for Yuxinghe to withstand the formidable mental prowess. Moreover, had he not transformed with Bayana, he could have found himself in mortal peril. However, having now absorbed the immense source of mental energy from the Dream Ice Silkworm, Yuxinghe's mental strength has, in both quality and quantity, surpassed that of the sea dragon Douluo. Thus, what was once a fearsome technique, spoken of in hushed tones by other Douluo, now echoed in Yuxinghe's ears as nothing more than a futile roar. After a considerable time, as the sea dragon Douluo's voice grew hoarse from his fervent shouting, he cast a glance at the expressionless Yuxinghe, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "My young friend, I must apologize. This battle has been so exhilarating that I momentarily lost control and shouted a tad too loudly." In the next moment, Yuxinghe casually cleared his ears and remarked, "It's quite all right. Just be mindful to lower your voice in the future so as not to disturb others' slumber. You wouldn't want to be accused of creating a nuisance. Now would you?" Upon hearing Yuxinghe's words, the expression on sea dragon Douluo's face instantly froze, rendering him utterly petrified. It was not only sea dragon Douluo. The 6 sacred pillars below also displayed expressions of sheer bewilderment. Creating a disturbance? So, this formidable move of sea dragon Douluo, capable of compelling even tidal Douluo to kneel, is merely considered a noise to you? Is this the esteemed strength recognized by Lord Sea God? In that fleeting moment, everyone felt as though a crow had flown overhead. Yuxinghe was unaware that although her words bore little harm, they were profoundly insulting. Upon hearing that the opponent deemed his most proud soul skill to be mere noise, the sea dragon Douluo began to feel a surge of anger, a sentiment that could not be assuaged. Subsequently, the 9th soul ring on his body radiated a deep, ethereal black light. 9th soul skill, Dragon Absorbing Water. In Chapter 140, the 5th examination, Part 5, gratitude is extended to the reader Xinye for their generous support. Today, there is an additional update. Following little rain, the inhabitants of the island once again witnessed a magnificent spectacle. A towering column of water reached from the heavens to the earth, spiraling upwards like a dragon coiling around a pillar, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed from afar. The 6 holy pillars, observing the grand spectacle of the formidable water dragon vortex before them, exchanged glances and then dispersed, forming a 6-pointed star to seal off the area with their soul power. After all, this was the ultimate move of the sea dragon Douluo. Should it spiral out of control, the residents of Sea Dragon City nearby would likely find themselves involuntarily experiencing the sensation of drifting. The intervention of the 6 holy pillars allowed the sea dragon Douluo to unleash his 9th soul skill with even greater abandon, causing the water dragon vortex to grow ever larger. As the vortex materialized, fierce winds swept through, and the previously clear skies soon darkened with ominous clouds. Witnessing the weather's transformation, Yuxinghe couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the Super Douluo. In truth, Yuxinghe was mistaken. While a super Douluo is indeed formidable and can alter the landscape, only an extreme Douluo possesses the ability to influence the weather. The sea dragon Douluo's capacity to change the weather with a single move was attributed to his identity as a holy pillar of the sea dragon. After all, this was Sea God Island, and he held the status of the sea dragon holy pillar. Though his freedom was constrained, he possessed certain advantages unbeknownst to ordinary individuals, such as divine bestowed abilities. The skill dragon absorbing water was a reward granted to him after passing the black level 4th examination bestowed by the sea god. Additionally, apart from these external advantages, the sea dragon Douluo's innate talent was not to be underestimated. He had created a soul skill named self-sacrifice, which relinquished all defense in exchange for a 200% increase in attack power. In that moment, the sea dragon Douluo, empowered by divine means and taking advantage of the terrain, unleashed his ultimate skill, bringing his attack power astonishingly close to that of a 97-level Super Douluo. Upon reaching level 95, a tidal Douluo faces a threshold. Each level crossed yields a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, at this moment, the sea dragon Douluo could be said to have nearly achieved a 2-level increase in attack power. Faced with the nearly 97-level assault of the sea dragon Douluo, Yu Xinghe smiled and proclaimed, "You are not the only one with hidden cards. Since this is your strongest form, it is now my turn to draw from my deck." As her words fell, a resplendent golden light surged forth, enveloping Yu Xinghe in a radiant glow as she advanced toward the sea dragon like a deity descending upon the earth. Confronted by the transformed Bayana, Yu Xinghe, the sea dragon Douluo tentatively dispatched a slender water vortex towards her in an attempt to launch an attack. In response to this assault, the pulsing Yu Xinghe's hand blazed with increasing intensity, and with a swift stroke of her blade, she struck. At the moment of impact, the searing fire blade unleashed an overwhelming heat, while behind Yu Xinghe, a blazing inferno surged forth, colliding with the base of the water vortex. With a resounding boom, a moderately sized steam mushroom cloud erupted, leading to the complete collapse of the water vortex, enveloping the arena in a sweltering haze. Confronted by such a fierce onslaught from Yu Xinghe, the sea dragon Do recognized he was at a disadvantage. Yet what of it? Although he could not confront her directly, he still possessed the water vortex. As a control-type soul master rather than a brute force attacker, why should he engage in a head-on clash with Yu Xinghe? The outcome of the battle was paramount. The means employed were merely a manifestation of strategy. Realizing he could not prevail, the sea dragon Douluo opted for a tactic of delay. Just as Yu Xinghe's fiery blade was about to strike his neck, he transformed into a mass of water, merging seamlessly with the colossal water vortex. In the next moment, his thunderous voice resonated through the sky. "Young friend, do you dare to enter my water vortex and face me in battle? Why should I not?" In an instant, Yu Xinghe became a streak of light, diving into the swirling vortex. Upon entry, she was met with an incessant and formidable force, the strength of which rivaled Bibi Dong's full power without her martial soul. How Yu Xinghe gauged the intensity of this force is a question best left to her own experience. Had an ordinary tidal Douluo been swept into this vortex, they would likely have been torn to shreds, much like Douluo. Other physically robust tidal Douluos, even if not dismembered, would find themselves disoriented by the overwhelming impact, either falling prey to the sea dragon Douluo or being hurled skyward only to crash down violently. However, was Yu Xinghe an ordinary tidal Douluo? Clearly not. For, in a strict sense, she was not even a tidal Douluo. In the face of this relentless and powerful onslaught, Yu Xinghe conjured a shield of fire using the fiery patterns that emanated from her. Under the extreme heat, any water that came into contact with her flame was instantly vaporized. While the sensation of a steam sauna was far from pleasant, it was certainly preferable to being incessantly battered by the torrent of water. Observing Yu Xinghe daring to boil water within his vortex, the sea dragon Douluo immediately altered his method of attack. In the next moment, suddenly, Yu Xinghe realized that the tumultuous flow of water had abruptly ceased. In that instant, a claw, formed from the very essence of the water, lunged towards the back of Yu Xinghe. Under the moonlit starry sky, Yu Xinghe instinctively swung his blade and turned. With a resounding crash, the dragon claws shattered, yet 2 more claws lunged towards Yu Xinghe's feet. Bang! Bang! After annihilating the dragon claws once more, countless snarling little dragons surged towards him. Is this the plan? To exhaust me here with an endless supply of water within the whirlpool? A shrewd strategy indeed. Although the sea dragon Douluo's evasive tactics might be deemed contemptible, they represent his method of attack, an undeniable truth. It's akin to a chess game. Some players prefer to eliminate your knight with their cannon right from the start. Such behavior, while irksome, cannot be contested as it remains within the boundaries of the rules. Having unraveled the Sea Dragon Douluo's tactics, Yu Xinghe murmured softly, "While the strategy is astute, it remains rather vexing." In the next moment, the energy points within the moonlit galaxy bracelet plummeted dramatically by a staggering 100,000. A torrent of energy surged into the pulse, which subsequently radiated a dazzling brilliance. The blade at its apex instantaneously extended over 100 meters. The pulse transformed into a 100-meter-long blade. Then, amid flashes of lightning, at the center of the moonlit galaxy, a long sword engulfed in roaring flames emerged from the water vortex, producing a nauseating hissing sound. In the astonished gaze of the 6 sacred pillars, the moonlit galaxy forcefully severed the water vortex. A tremendous explosion ensued, with vast clouds of steam billowing forth, leaving the 6 sacred pillars flushed and bewildered. 6 sacred pillars, when will this end? As the water vortex was cleaved in two, it seemed the battle had reached its conclusion. However, with a resounding boom, as the two ends of the water vortex reconnected, the moonlit galaxy realized that the vortex continued to spin. Then, the infuriating voice of the Sea Dragon Douluo echoed in the moonlit galaxy's ears. "Young friend, as long as the flow of water persists, I remain undefeated. Do you possess enough flames to evaporate the entire sea to sever me? If I am not mistaken, your transformation soul skill must have a time limit. As long as I prolong until your transformation dissipates, you shall lose. How about this? We both cease our attacks, and we shall consider it a draw, shall we?" Yet, the Sea Dragon Douluo was somewhat mistaken. While it is true that the sea is virtually limitless, his soul power is not infinite. Maintaining the water vortex exacts a tremendous toll on his soul power, especially after the moonlit galaxy's recent strike nearly caused his soul skill to collapse. Although the Sea Dragon Douluo managed to re-establish the water vortex with his extraordinary water control abilities, his remaining soul power could not sustain it for long. Meanwhile, the moonlit galaxy's transformation skill remained in effect indefinitely. To save face, the Sea Dragon Douluo proposed a solution that would allow both parties to withdraw gracefully. However, the moonlit galaxy refused, for the water vortex could indeed be unraveled, and the one destined to lose was him. In order to dismantle the vortex, one must either employ a colossal amount of energy or decipher its underlying principles. Knowledge of the world equates to power. The formation of a vortex hinges on a crucial element known as the vortex core. As long as this core is located and destroyed, the vortex will naturally dissipate. Typically, the core resides at the narrowest part of the vortex. With this realization, the moonlit galaxy ascended higher. Observing the moonlit galaxy's relentless ascent, an ominous premonition stirred within the Sea Dragon Douluo. "Little girl, do not fly higher. Beyond this point lies the core region of my soul skill, where the power is at its most formidable, even beyond my control. Thank you for your concern, but I am unafraid," the moonlit galaxy replied confidently. Witnessing her unwavering determination, the Sea Dragon Douluo ceased further explanations. Youngsters are often headstrong, unyielding until they encounter the hard truth. Moreover, considering a child like Yu Xinghe, it may be beneficial for her to encounter some hardships, lest she develop a haughty and arrogant disposition. With this thought, Sea Dragon Douluo followed Yu Xinghe into the heart of the water vortex. Indeed, upon arrival, the immense rotational force momentarily led Yu Xinghe to believe she had fallen into a washing machine in the midst of a spin cycle. Amidst the dizzying whirl, Yu Xinghe's formidable mental strength began to manifest its significance. As she navigated through the erratic rotations, she gradually stabilized her posture and summoned energy to generate a streamlined shuttle-shaped shield around her. Observing that Yu Xinghe managed to regain her composure after being engulfed by the core, even Sea Dragon Douluo could not help but mutter a curse, deeming her extraordinary. Although Yu Xinghe continued to twirl in the wind, her condition had improved significantly compared to the earlier tumult. At the very least, she was now able to utilize her soul skills. If she could disrupt the core, the vortex would surely collapse. Just as Yu Xinghe was preparing to unleash her 100-meter flame blade to cleave the tornado in twain, a bold idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Since disrupting the core would suffice for the vortex to disintegrate, why should she opt for the most energy-consuming method? After all, while her previous strike had been exhilarating, it had also expended a staggering 100,000 energy points. 100,000 points could have afforded her nearly 20 enhancements, with Bayana's transformation lasting approximately 10 more minutes. She had ample opportunity to experiment with her newfound notion. If successful, she could conserve a considerable amount of energy. With this resolution, Yu Xinghe swiftly commenced her actions. In the next moment, under the bewildered gaze of Sea Dragon Douluo, Yu Xinghe raised the pulse weapon above her head and infused it with a modest amount of energy. Pulse, staff form, extended version. With this elongated staff in hand, Yu Xinghe began to rotate. The direction in which Moonstar River rotates the staff is precisely opposite to that of the swirling tornado. Initially, Sea Dragon Douluo pondered the nature of Moonstar River's hidden intentions, but soon observed that the staff in Moonstar River's hand was spinning ever more rapidly. Gradually, Sea Dragon Douluo discerned something amiss. The vortex storm at the core of the tornado was steadily weakening. Although he did not comprehend the underlying principle, he realized that if he allowed Moonstar River to continue unabated, his water tornado would inevitably collapse ahead of schedule. He could no longer permit Moonstar River to proceed in this manner. With this thought in mind, Sea Dragon Douluo commanded the water tornado to sprout countless dragon claws aimed at Moonstar River. Having anticipated that the opponent would act out of desperation, Moonstar River smiled faintly. As several golden vortices materialized around him, all the dragon claws grasped nothing but air. Subsequently, from within the golden vortices, blades edged with dragon-shaped phantoms, dragged by long iron chains, soared forth with a clamor. The radiant dragon's moon. Sea Dragon Douluo could hardly believe that, having reached this stage, Moonstar River still possessed hidden tactics. Alas! With a long sigh escaping Sea Dragon Douluo's lips, the vast water tornado erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming into a torrential downpour. I have lost. As these three words were uttered in a state of dejection, Moonstar River's mind resonated with the completion of a task. Below, the 6 holy pillars regarded the petite figures standing proudly against the sky, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. When they were of Moonstar River's age, they had only just become great soul masters. For them, the existence of tidal Douluos was still a legend. Yet now, a being had emerged at the same age, who had vanquished foes they deemed insurmountable in their lifetime. A Super Douluo. To defeat a Super Douluo at merely 11 years of age was an event they could scarcely believe without witnessing it firsthand. Following his triumph over Sea Dragon Douluo, Moonstar River took a day's rest to recalibrate and to familiarize himself with the skill of Apostle Transformation alongside a new task. Apostle Transformation, a further metamorphosis based on the transformation into Baiana, unlocking the power of the Apostle. Apostle power, 1% of the strength previously possessed by the host. Note: currently, the host may unleash a strike of Apostle power once per day, with a cooldown period of 24 hours, and it cannot be stored. Task: collect memory fragments and events. Current memory progress, 1100. Current event progress, 010. Reward: primal true form. Upon confirming the acquisition of the Apostle Transformation reward, Moonstar River did not hasten to challenge the light of the sea god. This was due to the fact that the number of transformations into Baiana was limited to 1 remaining. Moreover, Apostle Transformation could only be employed as a foundation upon which Baiana's transformation was based. Furthermore, this infuriating system had the audacity to offer a discounted reward. What did it mean to have 1% of Apostle power? What could 1% of such strength possibly achieve? It appears that the resentment of the Moonstar River is exceedingly potent. The system responded, Host. The extent of your ability to wield the power of the Apostles entirely hinges on the quantity of your memory fragments. Rarely did the system take the initiative to speak, prompting Moonstar River to inquire, was I formidable in the past? I cannot ascertain that, as my computational and data cores have been compromised, resulting in a plethora of missing information. However, I can affirm one undeniable truth. You are my master. Since I am your master, can you not allow me to utilize the Baiana transformation without limitations? That is not feasible, for I lack the capability to conjure energy from thin air. Then what purpose do you serve? I possess knowledge of energy points. Where? The spatial divine beast, the swallowing sky, harbors a vast reservoir of ice attribute energy. You can command it to release the energy, which can then be absorbed by the energy gathering ring. Ah, indeed. The system's silence nearly caused Moonstar River to forget. Calling Ying, calling Ying. Responding to Moonstar River's summons, Ying appeared above, rubbing her eyes and yawning. What do you need? The earthly and celestial essence regarding the heavenly dream ice silkworm that you have stored. Bring it forth. I have urgent use for it. Understood. Observing Ying's lethargic demeanor, Moonstar River expressed concern. What is it? You seem rather lacking in vitality. I am investigating how to ascertain spatial coordinates amidst divine power interference. Is that truly so difficult? Upon hearing Moonstar River's inquiry, Ying displayed a disdainful expression. Calculating spatial coordinates is exceedingly complex, especially under conditions of divine power interference, where the variables are numerous. If you humans were to undertake this research, it could take millennia before you even grasp the threshold. For the first time, Moonstar River found herself belittled in terms of intellectual capacity by a beast. Chapter 142, Transformation, additional chapter for the reader Xing Yi Ji Yun. As Ying opened a spatial rift, a torrent of earthly and celestial essence cascaded forth. However, before they could escape, they were entirely absorbed by Moonstar River's energy-gathering ring. Watching the energy point count surge dramatically, Moonstar River smiled broadly. In her estimation, given that the energy-gathering ring could absorb solar energy to accumulate over 60,000 points in a year, the vast essence from the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which had been accumulating for over 1,000,000 years, could potentially yield hundreds of billions of energy points. Reality, however, proved Moonstar River's hopes to be overly ambitious. Once the tremors of the energy point count subsided, she gazed at the 8-digit figure, deep in contemplation. 10 million, neither more nor less. And that was after accounting for the remaining 40,000 energy points. System, why is there only this amount? Burp host, be content with what you have. The heavenly dream ice silkworm is primarily composed of water. Do you truly believe there is an abundance of energy? Moreover, the energy-gathering ring incurs losses while converting this essence into energy points. Your energy consumption is utterly outrageous. I can easily accumulate over 60,000 just by basking in the sun for a year. Why is it that this particular silkworm, with its million-year history, yields such a meager amount? You mentioned, dear host, that basking for a year only amounts to 60,000, yet this nonchalant silkworm appears so pale, suggesting it has never been exposed to sunlight for 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, with its luck, it would undoubtedly be as dark as night. System, you are quite suited to perform comedic dialogue. What a coincidence. Host, you would make an excellent partner for me. Let us engage in a duet. How dare you? I am your master. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Regardless, you cannot reach me. What have I to fear? After a prolonged session of banter lasting half a day, the system ultimately conceded to compensate for an additional 10 million points of energy loss. Remarkably, it claimed this was from its own private reserve, intended for future self-repair. Yu Xinghe, I wonder who mentioned in the previous chapter that energy cannot be conjured from thin air. Observing the additional 10 million points on the energy-gathering ring, Yu Xinghe pondered whether to prolong the banter further. System, that's enough. With the newly acquired energy points, Yu Xinghe walked with an air of confidence, exuding charisma. But alas, her charm was short-lived as she received a sharp slap from Bai Dong on her backside. Walk properly. The way your shoulders swayed just now was quite provoking. With an abundance of energy points at her disposal, Yu Xinghe resolved to enhance her abilities before venturing into the sea god's light. System, prepare 100 consecutive draws for me. Certainly. Please find a clean stone to sit upon. The enhancement will commence shortly. Why must I sit? I fear your legs may give way. It soon became evident that any activity involving probability reduced one's experience to mere anticipation and excitement. After 10 consecutive 100 draws, Yu Xinghe finally understood why the system had advised her to sit. Ding. Enhancement failed. Would the host like to continue enhancing? Never mind. My luck seems poor today. No enhancement then. Host, I have a method to increase your chances of successful enhancement. Speak. You can opt for 1,000 draws straight away, which will double your chances of success. What was my original success rate? 0.00001. After a prolonged silence, Yu Xinghe, with a voice trembling even she was hesitant about, gritted her teeth and replied, then let us proceed. By the way, host, I must remind you that while this 1,000 consecutive draw increases your chances of success, should you succeed midway, any remaining energy points will not be refunded. Where will those energy points go? They will be deemed unnecessary by the energy-gathering ring and released back into the void, serving as a form of merit for you. Yu Xinghe, I have heard of the practice of releasing turtles and carp. The energy generated from such acts is truly remarkable. In response to Yu Xinghe's inner musings, the system reassured, host, the merits you accumulate will greatly benefit you, enhancing your fortune. Fortune, indeed, is the most vital attribute for any being. There is no second to it. Why does the protagonist assume the role of the protagonist? It is none other than fortune. With this thought, Yu Xinghe nodded. Then let us commence. Ding. The 1,000 consecutive enhancements have commenced. The first enhancement was successful. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a profound connection. Yuxinghe. I possess orange peel and wheat husk. Uncertain if they are of use. As a peculiar energy surged from the bracelet into his body, Yuxinghe discovered that his bones, as white as jade, began to be enveloped in a subtle golden glow. Not only the bones, but even his blood began to emit glimmers of gold, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Simultaneously, within Yuxinghe's mind, his immense mental power transformed into swirling nebulae. As the rotation quickened, a small, unfathomable black dot emerged. At the moment of the black dot's birth, an irresistible pull emanated from it, drawing Yuxinghe's consciousness into its depths. Ultimately, as all his mental power was consumed by the black dot, a tiny orb was born, manifesting at the very center of Yuxinghe's sea of consciousness, within which faint echoes of a heartbeat resonated. The transformation of Yuxinghe has spanned over half a month. Today marks the final day stipulated by the assessment regulations. And seeing that Yuxinghe remains in slumber, Bibi Dong is engulfed by anxiety. She understands that Yuxinghe is undergoing a profound metamorphosis, and it is best not to intrude. However, the urgency lies in the fact that Yuxinghe's divine examination cannot be delayed. As a chosen one herself, Bibi Dong comprehends that receiving the divine examination is an extraordinary opportunity, yet the grim reality is that failure in this sacred trial leaves no chance for redemption. It could even be said that it leads to an irreversible fate. Just as Bibi Dong is consumed by her worries, Poseidon makes his appearance. As one favored by the sea god, Poseidon has been secretly observing every move of Yuxinghe. The transformation of Yuxinghe was entirely unforeseen by Poseidon. As time passed inexorably, with the sun nearing its descent, Bibi Dong could no longer restrain herself and took a step forward, only to be halted by Poseidon. If it is to awaken her, allow me, Poseidon insisted. Her soul power is remarkably pure, while yours is domineering and malevolent. Recklessly introducing it into her essence may provoke unforeseen consequences. You are aware that disturbances during a transformation are best avoided. Any mutation could lead to dire outcomes. And your soul power would not cause any mishaps? I do not utilize soul power. Then what do you employ? Spirit. With that, Poseidon approached Yuxinghe, pressing her forehead against hers, her profound and tranquil spiritual energy extending like a serene sea. Soon, without Yuxinghe's defenses, Poseidon's spiritual essence infiltrated her mental ocean. The method Poseidon employed for awakening was straightforward: to permeate Yuxinghe's spiritual sea with her spirit, locate her consciousness, and directly rouse her, thus naturally bringing her back to awareness. However, upon entering, Poseidon furrowed her brow, for there was not a trace of spiritual energy present. This is unexpected. Suddenly, a round orb caught Poseidon's attention. It was a small white sphere, shimmering with starlight and enveloped in a misty aura that obscured Poseidon's spiritual perception. Could it be hiding here? Poseidon thought, a self-deprecating smile crossing her lips. If the consciousness is not within the spiritual sea, could it possibly venture outside? As Poseidon cautiously parted the mist, the orb cracked open, revealing a curled-up Yuxinghe, radiating a gentle glow. Poseidon gently nudged her, but no matter how she tried, Yuxinghe remained unresponsive. Then, Poseidon leaned closer to her ear and whispered, yet still could not awaken her. Outside, Bibi Dong, frantic and pacing, suddenly heard Poseidon's voice in her mind. Yuxinghe is now in a deep slumber. Do you have any way to awaken her? Yes, quickly tell me. If we fail the sea goddess assessment, none of us can predict the consequences. You should kiss her. That will surely wake her. She used to adore playing Sleeping Beauty with me. What? A kiss? If you want to do it, then let me. Let me handle it. Are you capable? I am the High Priestess. It is my duty to ensure the safety of the Chosen One. Then hurry. Gazing at the serene face of Yuxinghe, Posey wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time. After being questioned by Bibi Dong over a dozen times about whether she was ready, she finally mustered her courage and bestowed a delicate kiss upon Yuxinghe's cheek. After a prolonged moment of silence, observing that Yuxinghe showed no signs of awakening, Posey, filled with frustration, inquired, "Are you toying with me? Why isn't she awakened yet? Where did you kiss her? How did you do it?" "On her face. Just a gentle touch. A kiss on the cheek is futile. That girl has a thicker skin than the walls of Spirit City. You must kiss her lips." "What? If you want to do it, then let me take a turn." "No way. Your spiritual power is as domineering as your soul power. And the connection between minds is far more intense than mere contact between souls. If a repulsion reaction occurs, the consequences could be dire. Then what should we do? Can we forego the kiss? Then the only option left is to plant strawberries. How do we do that? You simply need to do it like this. Alright then. Although this method is exceedingly embarrassing, isn't it the duty of the High Priestess to protect the Chosen One and prevent unforeseen circumstances? With this thought in mind, Posey seemed to have found her justification. Closing her eyes and steeling her heart, she resolved to take the plunge. The first scene that awakened Moon Xinghe was the exquisitely crafted visage of Poseidon, akin to a flawless work of art. Instinctively, after planting a kiss upon the other's face, Moon Xinghe realized her faux pas and exclaimed to Poseidon, "I apologize, esteemed senior. I mistook you for Bibi Dong." Poseidon, gently touching the spot that had been kissed, felt a flurry of emotions within, her cheeks ablaze. Yet, she remained like the vast ocean, calm beneath its tumultuous surface. "No matter, senior. What brings you here? You had succumbed to slumber due to your transformation. If you do not awaken soon, you shall fail the assessment." Upon realizing she had nearly overslept, Moon Xinghe wore a look of apprehension. She then turned to Poseidon and said, "Thank you, senior. Were it not for you, I might still be ensnared in that nightmare." You cannot fathom how terrifying it was. A formidable golden soul beast was about to devour me. It was not merely about being eaten. It kept licking me. "Oh, how fortunate I am that you awakened me. By the way, your face seems a bit flushed. Now, let us proceed to the assessment." Although Moon Xinghe could not comprehend why the usually gentle Poseidon appeared vexed, she resolved to inquire further after traversing the divine light of the sea god, prioritizing the critical nature of the divine examination. As the sun descended halfway, Moon Xinghe reopened her eyes, which sparkled brighter than the myriad stars in the sky. Stretching her limbs that had remained idle for nearly a month, Moon Xinghe clenched her fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within her. Gazing at the ethereal glow of the sea god, she smiled at Bibi Dong, saying, "I apologize for causing you worry during this time, but rest assured, I shall return swiftly." Listening to Moon Xinghe's composed demeanor, the 7 sacred pillars, who had been waiting in anticipation, exchanged skeptical glances. The crowd, "Dear sister, you speak so lightly of it. You are not merely going to buy oranges. You are about to traverse the divine light of the sea god." Contemplating this, Hailong Douluo expressed his regret. "Although I am unaware of the transformation she underwent, it seems she will not ascend beyond the 900th level. Alas, it appears I shall not witness the birth of a deity in my lifetime." The 6 sacred pillars nodded in agreement with Hailong Douluo's sentiment. At that moment, Bibi Dong chimed in, "Shall we place a wager? Let us bet on whether my Xinghe can traverse the divine light of the sea god." "Intriguing. What shall be the stakes?" "That depends on what you possess." "Very well." Having lost to Moon Xinghe previously, Hailong Douluo was eager to reclaim his honor, and Bibi Dong's proposal for a wager was an opportune moment. After deciding to wager, Hailong Douluo retrieved a crystalline box from his storage ring, which appeared to be composed of water, cool to the touch, with flowing streams within. As the Pope, Bibi Dong had encountered countless treasures and instantly recognized the material of the box, water spirit crystal. Such a magnificent treasure is indeed a rarity. However, do you believe I truly require this item? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Hailong Douluo nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. No matter how exquisite the jewelry, it merely serves as embellishment. For us soul masters, the enhancement of strength is paramount." As he spoke, Hailong Douluo opened the box. The water spirit crystal, being a precious gem, highlights the value of the item it encases. As Hailong Douluo unveiled the box, a brilliant azure radiance emanated, strikingly vivid beneath the twilight. Inside lay a bead, roughly the size of an infant's fist, with a surface shimmering like flowing water, as if it contained an entire ocean within. This is a dragon pearl, a legendary core of the dragon beast, acquired during my early adventures. I possess 2 in total, having consumed 1, which revealed that my martial soul is that of a sea serpent, transforming me into the sea dragon. The 6 holy pillars gazed at the dragon pearl, their eyes ablaze with fervor upon hearing Hailong Douluo's previously unknown tale. At this moment, Hailong Douluo further clarified, "Do not harbor any hopes. When I acquired this pearl, it came with instructions and guidance from a venerable elder, applicable only to low-ranking soul masters. We, of our caliber, should not entertain such notions." Upon hearing this, the 6 holy pillars displayed expressions of regret. "What do you think? Is this dragon pearl sufficient as a wager?" Bibi Dong nodded, stating, "It is indeed appealing. I shall use this as my stake." As she spoke, Bibiong produced a jade box and opened it, revealing a soul bone. A 10,000-year-old torso soul bone. What do you think? The age seems somewhat lacking. Can your dragon pearl truly guarantee the evolution of a martial soul? Haha, it's a deal. With the wager established. Bibidong called out to Yu Xinghe, if you fail the assessment, I shall leave your dairy in tatters. Upon hearing Bibidong's proclamation, Yu Xinghe felt an overwhelming sense of determination to succeed. With this thought, he ascended the sea god's staircase, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. It soon became evident that Yu Xinghe's expenditure of over 10 million energy points was worthwhile. After enhancing his physique to the 10th stage, he effortlessly bypassed the first 700 levels, only feeling the pressure anew from the 700th to the 800th levels, with a resounding thud marking his steps. Yu Xinghe reached the 800th level. From this point onward, each step brought a discernible increase in pressure. To avoid wasting time, Yu Xinghe activated the Banner transformation. With a flash of golden light, the pressure upon him diminished significantly. With the Banner transformation, Yu Xinghe surged forward, swiftly ascending to the 900th level. At the towering height of 900 levels, under the overwhelming radiance of the sea god, the pressure here is terrifyingly immense. Any soul master below the rank of Limit Douluo who dares to venture into this realm would find themselves instantly crushed by the weight akin to that of mountains and seas. For instance, should the sea dragon Douluo be suddenly cast into the 900 level, bereft of the sea god's protective aura, he would likely undergo a harrowing experience of dimensional suppression. As Yu Xinghe ascended to the 900 level without even a hint of breathlessness, a sense of foreboding began to stir within the sea dragon Douluo. With each step Yu Xinghe took, even while in her transformed state, she felt an insurmountable difficulty in moving forward. This sensation stemmed not just from the intensified pressure, but also from the authoritative voice that resonated in her ears with each step she took. Kneel. As this commanding voice echoed, Yu Xinghe perceived an intangible force striking at the back of her knees. Yet, despite this, she did not falter in her stride, nor would she kneel. 951. 952. As Yu Xinghe drew nearer to the sea god palace, the authoritative voice grew tinged with a hint of anger. I am a deity. You are but a mortal. If you seek to pay homage, why do you not kneel? This voice thundered across the heavens like a storm. Upon its utterance, all present on Sea God Island, except for Poseidon, Yu Xinghe, and Bibidong, fell to their knees. The voice, though not lethal, was imbued with profound majesty and intimidation. It was akin to how commoners instinctively bow before their sovereign, not due to any physical superiority of the ruler, but out of reverence for the imperial authority. Similarly, before a divine being, a first-level god, an unequivocal superior life form, the roar of such a being is sufficient to compel all into submission. Confronted with this sudden bellow, Yu Xinghe's knees buckled, nearly yielding to the ground. Observing that she still refused to kneel, the voice resonated once more, cold and unyielding. Kneel before me. As these words reverberated, Yu Xinghe felt as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer, a sensation of profound discomfort washing over her. Yet, the more she felt this pressure, the more resolute she became in straightening her back. Trembling, she gritted her teeth and declared, I refuse. No one shall force me to kneel. As he spoke, Yu Xinghe straightened his back, inhaled deeply, and once more set his feet upon the stairs, step by step. Curiously, after he had confronted that authoritative voice, it seemed to retreat in fear of this eloquent warrior, vanishing into silence. Though the voice had dissipated, an unsettling calm akin to the stillness before a storm enveloped Yu Xinghe. Despite the ominous premonitions lingering in his heart, he seized the opportunity presented by the absence of that voice and quickened his pace. 988, 989. Upon ascending to the 990th step, the sea god temple loomed close at hand. 991. As he stepped onto this level, a figure suddenly manifested before the sea god temple. This figure was shrouded in a blue mist, and even Yu Xinghe's celestial vision could only discern the blue garments and hair beneath the ethereal haze, along with the 7 luminous halos encircling the figure's head. Could it be the sea god in person? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the figure spoke. Unlike the previous tone that was steeped in authority, this voice was as soothing as the gentle sea breeze caressing one's face by the shore. You must be weary. If you are willing to kneel, I shall immediately withdraw the light of the sea god. You can easily pass the assessment. What do you say? In response, Yu Xinghe smiled and shook his head, saying, Though I cannot ascertain whether you are the true sea god, I have a phrase to share with you. Please, do speak. In my lifetime, Yu Xinghe shall neither kneel to heaven nor earth, nor fear spirits or demons. I shall only kneel to my parents and fear my wife." Upon hearing these words, the figure paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. How amusing. A fine declaration indeed. To kneel only to one's parents and fear one's wife. Seizing the moment while the figure laughed, Yu Xinghe ascended another step. The figure remained unfazed by Yu Xinghe's subtle maneuver, continuing in a gentle tone. "If I were to bestow upon you the position of the sea god right now, would you be willing to kneel?" To this, Yu Xinghe, still with a smile, replied, "If one could attain divinity merely by kneeling, would you have believed it before you became a god?" With that, he climbed yet another step. Hearing Yu Xinghe's retort, the figure asked in a teasing manner, "So, you absolutely refuse to kneel? I am guiltless and true to my heart. Why should I kneel? What if I were to force you to kneel?" In an instant, the pressure around them surged dramatically, as if an invisible hand bore down upon Yu Xinghe. In response, Yu Xinghe bellowed in defiance, summoning his martial spirit. As the star of time emerged, the oppressive force subsided, and Yu Xinghe's legs, which had begun to bend, gradually straightened once more. "I shall ask you one last time, kneel or not to kneel." To the figure's admonition, Yu Xinghe trembled slightly and extended his right hand, defiantly displaying his middle finger. Very well, very well. Not only do you refuse to kneel, but you also dare to insult the divine. Today, I shall make you experience the wrath of the gods." In the next moment, the figure vanished from the gaze of Yu Xinghe. In its place surged a towering tsunami, a colossal wave reaching heights of 1,000 meters. The immense tsunami resembled the hand of a giant, descending upon Yu Xinghe, a mere ant in comparison. As she beheld the monstrous wave, Yu Xinghe instinctively prepared to unleash her ultimate move, the ancient true body. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. "If you resort to this apostolic transformation now, what will you use to ascend the final step when you reach the pinnacle? Who are you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to convey this. Have faith in yourself. When faced with trivial challenges, do not wield your most formidable weapon. When you genuinely confront a formidable foe, what will you do then? Only by believing in yourself will hope and miracles manifest." Chapter 145. The passage, seeking recommendations, monthly votes, subscriptions, and collections. I implore you. For the first time, Yu Xinghe was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Confronted by this cataclysmic onslaught, she pondered what means she possessed to withstand the impending calamity without resorting to her ultimate technique. As the tsunami loomed ever closer, a voice reverberated once more. "The deluge of annihilation has not crushed us, and a mere tsunami shall not compel our submission. They seek to bring us to our knees. Yet we shall not bow. Even the God King does not kneel. Summon your courage, straighten your spine, ignite your fervor. Only through audacity and resilience can you master and conquer. Let this tsunami be but a trial. If you falter, you may begin anew. Countless opportunities await you. If you lack the courage to take a step now, how will you ignite the flame of hope when faced with eternal darkness? Who are you? I have already stated. It is inconsequential. What must I do then? Do as you wish." Understood. The surging waves obscured all light, enveloping Yu Xinghe in a shroud of darkness, as if a gaping abyss sought to consume her. Amidst the pallid visage of Bibidong, the gasps of the 7 sacred pillars, and Poseidon's anxious expression, a resplendent golden blade, the magnificent dragon moon blade, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, appeared. "Part the waters for me," with a commanding cry that resonated through the heavens and the earth. The colossal dragon moon blade stirred into action. Like the dawn's light tearing through the endless night, the golden blade cleaved downward with tremendous force. The towering waves parted. The majestic sea god mountain trembled. The luminous sea god light that had flickered upon it for millennia dissipated. As the rays of the setting sun illuminated the earth-splitting dragon moon blade, a dragon's roar echoed, and the blade erupted into a cascade of starlight. As the myriad lights danced in the air, the onlookers instinctively reached out to grasp the glimmers. The starlight felt exquisitely warm, akin to the gentle embrace of a shallow sea, neither cold nor warm. The monstrous waves had been cleaved asunder, yet Yu Xinghe could not muster a smile, for that last strike had drained her bracelet of all its energy. Indeed, one strike had returned her to a state of vulnerability. Seizing the moment while Bayana's transformation still lingered, Yu Xinghe hastened to ascend the steps. 994, 995. With the sea god light shattered, Yu Xinghe felt no burden in that instant, soaring across the steps that had once demanded blood for each advance. Just as she reached the 999th tier, poised to conquer the summit, A silhouette bathed in a hazy azure glow materialized once more. This time, the figure wielded a shimmering golden trident. As that figure sighed, akin to the endless lament of the ocean, it inquired, "Why do you refuse to kneel?" To which the response came, "And why are you so insistent that I must kneel? Why? Such are the rules. Such is the order. The divine is destined to wield thunder and compel humanity. Should mortals fail to honor the divine, they challenge the very fabric of cosmic order and authority. You do not embody the heavens and the earth. Yet I can embody the ocean. I am the sea god, the deity who has conquered the seas. My will is the will of the ocean. The direction indicated by my trident is the path forward for countless oceanic beings." At this juncture, the figure raised the trident and plunged it towards the depths of the sea. In an instant, the ocean's essence enveloped the surroundings, and the trident held by the azure figure transformed into a vortex, threatening to engulf her within the depths. She sensed that no matter where she fled, this trident would ultimately pierce her very being. Is this the power of the divine? With this thought, she unveiled her ultimate trump card, the only one she could presently summon, the Apostle Transformation. Since acquiring this transformation, she had harbored doubts about its efficacy, particularly given its mere 1% of power. Yet upon activating the Apostle Transformation, an entirely distinct sensation surged within her. Unlike the confidence derived from the exponential enhancement of attributes when transforming into Bayana, the Apostle Transformation evoked a sense of insignificance. It felt as though she were leafing through the annals of time, lamenting the triviality of mortal destinies. As if witnessing long-buried relics emerge, contemplating the diminutive nature of millennia-old empires, standing before a towering mushroom cloud of 67,000 meters, reflecting on her own meager strength, gazing up at the cosmos, amidst the eternal stars, pondering the smallness of all life. In that moment, as she beheld the ever-enlarging sea goddess trident, she grasped her weapon, Pulse, once more. Depleted of energy, Pulse had lost its former brilliance, now a mere ordinary silver rod. Yet under the Apostle Transformation, wielding this weapon that had fought alongside her, she felt its weight anew. Heavy, immensely heavy. Had she not been in the state of Apostle Transformation, she would have doubted her ability to lift Pulse at all. Then, facing the sea goddess straightforward thrust, she too swung Pulse down upon the trident. The clash of Pulse against the trident resonated with a crisp and resounding note, echoing across Sea God Island, reverberating through the ocean, and resonating throughout the entirety of Douluo Star. After that crisp sound, the once tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves, nearly capsizing vessels navigating its waters. The coastal residents observed in disbelief as the tide, which should have receded, instead surged forth with colossal waves. A series of heavy footsteps echoed, and a cerulean figure staggered backward from the impact until it collided with the column of the sea god's temple with a resounding thud. A crack suddenly appeared in the pillars supporting the temple, the fissure rapidly spreading. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the column that had stood for millennia shattered, causing a corner of the revered temple, long cherished by all sea soul masters, to collapse. Fortunately, there were multiple columns supporting the temple, otherwise, it might have crumbled entirely today. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished, the Apostle of the Moon River transformed back. Simultaneously, the brilliance enveloping the cerulean figure gradually diminished, revealing its true form. To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than the gentle, golden-haired Poseidon. At that moment, blood trickled from the corner of Poseidon's mouth, and her trident slipped from her grasp. Yet, her voice, still imbued with warmth, rang out, "Fifth trial, you have succeeded. Congratulations." "What is happening, Senior? Why are you here?" Poseidon exclaimed, bewildered. "I don't understand either. I only know that a force suddenly descended upon me, and I lost control." Even as she spoke these words, Poseidon struggled to believe them, for she was one of the continent's few unparalleled Douluos, regarded as the mightiest being below the divine. What force could possibly subdue her? Unless, at this thought, Poseidon hastily dismissed that notion. To question the divine was a grave disrespect. Moreover, as the high priestess of the sea god, even if it were the sea goddess will, she could never harbor resentment. With a heavy heart, Poseidon lowered her head and said, "I am sorry. I did not intend to harm you." She added, "Although my actions were not born of malice, I did strike you. So if you are angry, I will accept your retribution. I will not resist." With that, Poseidon closed her eyes, adopting a posture of submission. To be candid, upon discovering that the figure was Poseidon, the Moon River indeed felt a pang of sorrow. However, realizing Poseidon's status, she found solace. Poseidon, the high priestess of the sea god, was also the protector of the future sea god heir. If it were a divine decree, she could not defy it. With this understanding, Moon River approached Poseidon, gazing upon her exquisite, flawless visage, and planted a firm kiss upon her lips. In an instant, Poseidon's eyes flew open, her expression one of sheer astonishment. "All right, I have returned your strike. Let us consider this matter settled." Upon hearing such words from Yushingha, Poseidon appeared utterly bewildered and inquired, "Is that it? What do you expect me to do? Do you wish for me to spank you? How could you utter such things?" Despite being nearly 2 centuries old and possessing extraordinary strength, Poseidon found herself reacting to Yushingha's lewd remarks like a mere adolescent girl. Her face flushed with indignation as she clenched her fists. Naturally, while a teenage girl might inflict little harm, a nearly 200-year-old girl with near-divine power could deliver a potentially fatal blow. Fortunately, Yushingha had already attained a semi-divine constitution. Otherwise, a flurry of punches from Poseidon would have surely left him gravely injured, if not dead. Grasping Poseidon's delicate white fists, Yushingha spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Are you not curious about what my 6th trial entails?" "What is it?" Poseidon queried. "It is to rectify the regrets of your life." Poseidon, a perplexed expression? The 5th trial was already exceedingly challenging. One could only imagine the terrifying nature of the 6th trial. Would it involve hunting the deep-sea demon whale king, delving into the ocean's deepest abyss, or perhaps traversing the northern sea's eye in a series of daring entries and exits? Before long, Yushingha revealed the answer. After a night had passed, as the first rays of dawn illuminated a statue of a devout maiden, Yushingha arrived with Poseidon in tow, accompanied by a visibly envious Bibidong. As the trio approached, a mermaid emerged from the water, revealing herself to be Hyla, the sea soul Da high priestess, along with her formidable younger sister and the Pope of the Spirit Hall. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Hyla inquired. To Hyla's surprise, it was Yushingha who first spoke. "Sister Hyla, I have heard that the songs of mermaids can lead one into a dream. I have come to request that you sing a song for me and Senior Poseidon, granting us a dream." Upon hearing Yushingha's request, Hyla furrowed her brow and replied, "Indeed, my voice can invoke dreams, but might I inquire why?" "Because the 6th trial bestowed by the sea god is to help Senior Poseidon mend the regrets of her life." Hearing this, Hyla understood. Although she could not fathom why the sea god would impose such a trial, she was aware of one truth: one should never attempt to decipher the thoughts of deities. Since the nature of the trial was beyond question, the only task for the challenged was to find a solution to the divine test. To rectify Poseidon's life regrets essentially meant fulfilling the unaccomplished wishes of Poseidon. Initially, upon learning that Yushingha's trial was of this nature, Poseidon was conflicted for a long time, claiming she had no regrets. It was not until Yushingha earnestly informed her, "Senior, I can assure you that this trial only allows for a single day. If you do not swiftly confess, I shall be deemed a failure in this trial." At Yushingha's words, Poseidon's complexion paled instantly. How can a single day suffice? Upon hearing Poseidon's murmured lamentations, Moonlight Galaxy smiled and declared, "Fear not. Whatever wishes you hold, simply voice them, and we shall find a solution. Yet, the dilemma lay in the multitude of wishes I possess. Then speak them all. We shall address each one in turn." In Moonlight Galaxy's perception, Posey, having cultivated her spirit for a century with a heart untainted, would harbor few desires. Reality, however, proved her mistaken. As Posey began articulating her wishes, Moonlight Galaxy initially wore a smile, for they were quite simple. Gradually, her expression grew rigid as Posey's aspirations seemed to multiply. Ultimately, her countenance fell completely, for not only would it be impossible to fulfill all of them, even a mere fraction could not be resolved in a single day. Moreover, some matters transcend the bounds of time itself. For instance, one of Posey's wishes was to bear a child and experience the joys of motherhood. Moonlight Galaxy, could I simply call you mother instead? In the end, the trio pondered over this predicament for much of the night, yet it was a single remark from Bibidong that illuminated Posey's path. This trial was inherently unachievable. To compensate Posey, one would need to reverse time and allow her to relive her life anew. I suggest we all wash up and retire for the night, in dreams. Anything is possible. To manifest a single wish, one requires a feasible plan coupled with appropriate conditions. To instantaneously fulfill a wish, 7 Dragon Balls are essential. To realize countless wishes in an instant, dreaming becomes the sole viable option. Such was Posey's philosophy. The siren's song could lull one into slumber and within dreams. The passage of time diverges sharply from reality. Perhaps in dreams, a lifetime is experienced, while merely an hour elapses in the outside world. After hearing Posi's proposal, Moonlight Galaxy leaped with excitement and planted a kiss on Posi's cheek. For Hela, inducing sleep in a person was as simple as uttering a word. However, lulling an unparalleled soul like Posi, alongside Moonlight Galaxy, a being capable of withstanding a divine strike, was clearly beyond the capabilities of a single mermaid. Thus, Hela produced a golden conch and sounded its call. Not long after, thousands of mermaids emerged from the depths of the sea. Chapter 147, A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 1. As Hela gently caressed her harp, an ethereal melody resonated through the air. This song, devoid of any lyrics, was a mere tapestry of varied syllabic changes. Yet, even in this simplicity, it entranced Yushingha utterly. Not only Yushingha, but even Bibi Dong had to concede that the sirens' voices were the most exquisite harmonies she had ever encountered. As Hela led, the thousands of mermaids sang in unison. Despite their vast numbers, their voices melded seamlessly, as if one solitary being were singing, resonant yet not overwhelming. Immersed in the harmonious chorus of 1,000 mermaids, Yushingha felt as though she were cradled in a warm and comforting embrace. Whispering in her ears were the soothing tones of an unknown presence, embodying both a mother's tenderness and a lover's sweetness. As Yushingha nestled in the arms of Poseidon, Bibi Dong seethed with jealousy beside them, vowing to teach that little rascal a lesson upon awakening. Just as Yushingha began to drift into slumber, she suddenly shivered, nearly rousing herself. Fortunately, Hela had timely summoned her martial spirit. Otherwise, should she awaken, it would be quite challenging to return to the depths of sleep. As Yushingha succumbed to sleep, the adorable entity residing within her, Ying, murmured to herself in a sweet, innocent tone, "Dreaming? How delightful. I wonder what kind of dream that girl is having. If I were to intrude, she wouldn't mind, would she?" But before that, at this juncture, Ying reached out into the void, retrieving a pearl that housed the consciousness of the malevolent god, intended to anchor Yushingha's dreams. "Hey, since you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. If you continue, I might just devour you." With that, Ying opened her enormous mouth wide. Immediately, the pearl, shimmering with hues of azure and indigo, trembled violently, releasing a terrified voice. "My lord, what must I do to be spared?" A sinister smile, reminiscent of a domineering CEO, graced Ying's lips as she replied, "Perform for me a splendid show." Then, she slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh, I still need one more." The next moment, as Bibi Dong was lost in her own melancholy, hoping to clear her mind while awaiting Yushingha's awakening, a fluffy creature appeared before her. Upon seeing this adorable being, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with interest. However, she refrained from reaching out, knowing it would be futile. "Little one, why aren't you staying put in Shingha's body? What brings you to me? Do you wish for me to pet you?" "Not at all. I have a tremendous opportunity to offer you." "Speak. Would you like to enter Yushingha's dream?" "I would love to, but my spiritual power is too overwhelming." "Fear not. I have a solution. As long as you follow my guidance, it will be fine. Of course, if you're afraid I may harm you, you can completely disregard my presence. Let us first discuss your arrangements. It is indeed the case that Moon Shingha must awaken. Moon Shingha, arise. If you do not wake up soon, you shall be late." The brilliant sunlight streams through the window, casting its warm glow upon a slothful creature nestled in bed. At the side of this languid being stands a golden-haired girl, anxiously tapping her foot in impatience. This golden-haired maiden possesses exquisite features, resembling a porcelain doll in her delicate beauty, and her azure eyes evoke the enchanting sprites of Western fairy tales. Yet, despite her Western visage, she speaks fluent Chinese, bearing an authentically Chinese name, Shuri Guang. This name was bestowed upon her by her mother. Shuri Guang is a child of mixed heritage. Her father, Lao Shi, is Chinese and runs a breakfast shop, while her mother, Sophia, hails from Russia, working as a translator. The slumbering figure wrapped in blankets before us is Shi Guang's brother, Moon Shingha. Yushingha is not the biological son of Old Shi. Rather, he is the offspring of Old Shi's comrade. During a mission to eradicate terrorists, Yushingha's father sacrificed himself to shield Old Shi from a bomb, resulting in Old Shi losing half of his leg. Subsequently, with the compensation provided by the government, Old Shi established a breakfast shop and took in the still infant Yushingha from his ailing mother, who was suffering from a terminal illness. The year following the opening of the breakfast shop, Old Shi encountered Sophia, who had come to work in Huaxia, utilizing his culinary skills. Coupled with a fortuitous stroke of fate, old Shi successfully won Sophia's heart, and they were wed. In the third year, they welcomed their son, Shi Guang. As the girl observed her brother's inability to awaken, she exclaimed in frustration, "Mom, brother won't get up." Upon hearing her call, the sound of hurried high heels echoed through the air, and shortly thereafter, an elegant woman clad in office attire entered the room. Upon entering, Sophia noticed that Yu Xinghe was still asleep and gently addressed the girl, Poseidon, the nickname of Shi Guang. "Allow me to handle this." The girl cast a sympathetic glance at her slumbering brother and quietly stepped aside, closing her eyes and covering her ears. In the next moment, the once quiet room erupted with a cacophony of screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In the adjacent apartment, a newly arrived tenant, upon stepping outside, was startled by the earth-shattering cries and instinctively reached for the phone to call the police. However, a nearby woman returning from grocery shopping quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Child, no need to call the police. They are merely educating their child." The tenant, taken aback, inquired, "But those screams?" The woman, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "What can one do when a child constantly sleeps in? A good spanking should suffice. You are still young. Take notes, and when you have children, you will likely be even stricter." The tenant remained speechless. Sophia clapped her hands, assisting Yu Xinghe in getting dressed, and bestowed upon him a tender smile as she softly said, "Darling, please do not linger in bed anymore. Yesterday, I learned a new military combat technique from your father. If you choose not to attend school, then you shall serve as my practice partner. Rest assured, I will be careful not to render you wheelchair-bound, especially considering the steep slope at the entrance of our community." After a casual wash-up, Yu Xinghe and Shi Guang hurried downstairs and swiftly rode their bicycles to school like the wind. The academic load for senior high school students is indeed burdensome. By the time Yu Xinghe and Shi Guang rushed into the classroom, teacher Yin Luo, Mr. Wang, was already standing at the podium. Report, Mr. Wang glanced at the two siblings, adjusted his glasses with a flick of his middle finger, shook his head, and let out a sigh, "Come in." Yu Xinghe and Shi Guang rushed towards their seats, as if granted a reprieve. Just as Yu Xinghe was about to sit down, the stern voice of old Wang echoed through the room. "Yu Xinghe, should you be late again, you will spend an entire week cleaning the toilets. Furthermore, you will stand for this class." Upon hearing old Wang's reprimand directed at Yu Xinghe, Shi Guang puffed out her cheeks. Fortunately, she managed to cover her mouth just in time to stifle a laugh. As Yu Xinghe beheld his sister's expression of schadenfreude, he indignantly exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, Shi Guang has also arrived late. Why must I be the sole recipient of your punishment?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang's face flushed crimson, his bald head nearly bursting with indignation. "Yu Xinghe, are you even a man? Were it not for you, would your sister have been tardy? Moreover, how can you even compare yourself to her? In the last midterm examination, she secured the top position in her grade, whilst you languished at a dismal 599th place among over 600 students. Do you think this is a foot spa offering promotions? No 799. No 699, only 599. The classroom erupted in a wave of amusement at Teacher Wang's words. Silence. With a resounding shout, the classroom quickly returned to stillness. At this moment, Yu Xinghe, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Teacher, what sort of foot bath are you indulging in that costs 599? Is it not some extravagant foot care treatment?" As soon as Yu Xinghe uttered those words, the gaze of all the boys in the class towards old Wang transformed. Faced with such a multitude of peculiar stares, old Wang erupted in indignation. Leave. Chapter 148. A Fleeting Dream, Part 2. The next question was a guaranteed one. It hadn't appeared in the first 2 years, but it was certain to be on this year's exam. 15 points were at stake. Who would dare neglect them? Listening to old Wang's lecture, Yu Xinghe felt that it was a pity for him to be reduced to the role of a teacher. He ought to be a hypnotist, curing those troubled souls who, burdened by wealth, couldn't find solace in slumber, ensuring their prosperity. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe was standing in the corner as punishment. Otherwise, following the usual pattern, he would have already secured a career as a sleep scholar by now. For some, a single class felt like a torment, dragging on like an eternity. But for Yu Xinghe, whose mind was filled with narratives, the duration of a class was merely equivalent to a chapter of content. As the school bell rang, and after bidding farewell to old Wang, Yu Xinghe hurried back to his classroom to rummage through his bag. He had awoken too late that morning and had forgotten to have breakfast. Upon searching through his bag, he suddenly remembered that he had rushed out and seemingly left his breakfast behind. It is often said that misfortunes do not come singly, instinctively. Yu Xinghe planned to buy something to eat from the small convenience store, only to realize, upon patting his pockets, that he had forgotten to bring any money as well. Suddenly, a lunchbox was offered to him. "You must be hungry. Here, eat this." At that moment, in Yu Xinghe's eyes, the one who handed him breakfast, Poseidon, also known affectionately as his little sister, appeared as a radiant goddess bathed in divine light. Watching Yu Xinghe devour the food voraciously, Poseidon gently advised, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." As Yu Xinghe munched away, he stammered, "Last night, a sudden spark of inspiration struck me, and I couldn't help but write until the early hours. I was utterly exhausted and collapsed into bed, not having consumed a single grain of rice since then. I feel as though I'm on the brink of starvation." Poseidon, in a mock display of anger, tugged at Yu Xinghe's ear, exclaiming, "Serves you right for starving. Your mother called for you so many times, yet you didn't even respond." Despite the tugging of his ear, Yu Xinghe continued to devour his meal with fervor. Although his sister possessed formidable strength, he knew she would not inflict pain upon him, unlike their mother, who, once provoked, would swiftly transform him into a creature with donkey ears. After her reprimand, Poseidon produced a bottle of high-calcium pure milk and offered it to him. Suddenly, a girl with a delicate complexion and a bob haircut leaned in and asked, "Cece, have you seen that divine tomb recently? It's absolutely captivating." Upon hearing the words divine tomb, Poseidon glanced at Yu Xinghe, who was engrossed in his milk, and her expression became somewhat awkward. "I've seen it. I can't fathom what kind of author could craft such a tale." Upon hearing the bob-haired girl mention divine tomb, a boy excitedly leaped onto the table, dramatically declaring, "Forge my battle sword, ascend to the heavens, spill my fervent blood, and charge forth without hesitation." Douluo is incredible. As if triggered by his proclamation, the classroom, which had been relatively calm, erupted into a frenzy. Countless beings as soldiers, millions of gods and demons as generals, 1,000 tribulations, 100 lifetimes. All fleeting in the blink of an eye. Of course, no matter what the boys shouted, it always concluded with the enthusiastic chant, "Douluo is incredible." Just as the classroom buzzed with excitement akin to a bustling marketplace, a female teacher entered, and instantly, the room fell silent as if the mute button had been pressed. As the students quieted, the teacher shot a glare at the boy standing on the table and announced, "Class, we have a new student joining us today, named Ingin. Let's welcome him with applause." Following her introduction, amidst a rather subdued round of applause, a stylishly dressed boy entered the classroom. The moment he stepped in, the previously lukewarm applause transformed into a fervent ovation. Indeed, the term enthusiastic hardly sufficed to describe the applause. Frenzied would be far more accurate, especially among the girls. Had the teacher not been present, the female students might have rushed to greet him. Yu Xinghe was equally curious about what the new student might look like, to elicit such an uncontrollable scream from the 4 aloof class monitors. When Yu Xinghe looked up, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The boy stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, slender in build, with long legs that perfectly complemented his height. His sharp brows and starry eyes rendered him strikingly handsome. More importantly, the boy named Ingin exuded an air of mischief, particularly when he smiled, revealing a devilish grin that hinted at his mischievous nature. It was evident to any man that he harbored no good intentions. Yet, this seemingly unsavory character possessed an undeniable allure for the girls. It is often said that women are drawn to men with a hint of badness. This perfectly encapsulated the essence of a boy who stood with an air of charming delinquency, a devil-may-care attitude, and a captivatingly rogue demeanor. Not only the girls, but even the female teacher, who was over 30 and unmarried, found herself unconsciously swallowing hard at the sight of him. "Ahem, boys, 2 of you. Go to the storage room and bring back a table and chairs. Remember to clean them." Upon the teacher's command, all the boys simultaneously lowered their heads. In stark contrast, the girls eagerly raised their hands, volunteering for the task. "Look at you, boys. Aren't you ashamed? Letting the girls do the heavy lifting? Yu Xinghe, you, along with Qiu Dingyue, Qiu Shouchong, and Qiu Yuepiao, go lift the table." "Teacher, why me? I just finished breakfast and can't engage in strenuous activity." Yu Xinghe. Just as the teacher recalled her role and refrained from cursing, Ingin interjected, "Teacher, let me assist with moving the table. It wouldn't be right for the girls to handle it." Upon hearing this, the teacher immediately covered her forehead and clarified, "Classmate Ingin, you misunderstand. Yu Xinghe is a boy." "Huh? Having been mistaken for a girl was something Yu Xinghe had long since grown accustomed to. He was unsure why this continued to happen. He was simply growing more and more outrageous. When he was younger, his mother would take him shopping, and passers-by would often exclaim, "Ah, your daughter is so adorable." As he grew older and accompanied his sister on outings, his sister's classmates, Yu Xinghe being 3 years older than Poseidon, who later caught up by skipping grades, would remark, "Ah, Cici, your sister is so cool and fierce." After school, just as Yu Xinghe, along with his classmates, rushed towards the cafeteria like zombies unleashed, he suddenly felt someone tugging at him. Turning around, he found it was Ying. "What do you want? I heard the cafeteria only accepts meal cards, and I haven't had the chance to get one yet. Could you help me out and cover for me? I'll pay you back in cash." "Sure, but you need to pick up the pace." "Why? If we're late, the braised pork will be gone. By the way, do you read novels?" "Yes." "Have you read The God Tomb?" "I have." "Do you play DNF?" "I have awakened my berserker." This world is truly wondrous. The girls all flock to try and get close. Yet it is the indifferent Yu Xinghe who engages in fervent conversation with Ying, as if they were destined to meet and form a pact. Chapter 149, A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 3. The news of a new heartthrob in Class 3 spread like wildfire through every corner. Almost daily, girls from other classes would come to steal glances through the window, and if Ying happened to pass by in the corridor, they would erupt in synchronized screams. Ying found this utterly vexing. When troubled, one often seeks solace in friends, and Yu Xinghe was the one he was most familiar with. However, Yu Xinghe was reluctant to engage, for a simple reason. Every time Ying spoke, he would become overly familiar. Each day upon entering the classroom, "I must clear away an avalanche of love letters and assorted chocolates. You know I have a delicate constitution. Too much sweetness causes me toothaches. What am I to do? Transfer." But the very reason I moved here was due to my overwhelming popularity at my previous school. Why not claim you have rabies or HIV? That would surely deter those girls. I've tried that before, but some still professed not to care. I suggest you find a girlfriend quickly. That way, the other girls will take their leave. Alas, there are no girls here who stir my heart. What about female teachers? Perhaps someone like Neju? If you could win her over, all the boys in our class would be eternally grateful. Upon returning home, Yu Xinghe sat down at his computer, ready to write, when Poseidon abruptly disconnected his power supply. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. In response, Poseidon merely pointed at the exam papers on the desk. As Yu Xinghe gazed upon the myriad of characters, theorems, formulas, and functions above him, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. "Poseidon, would you assist me with this? Once you complete it, I can simply transcribe your work. In return, I shall compose an essay for you. No, you must tackle the exam yourself. Should you find anything perplexing, I am here to enlighten you. Poseidon, I must caution you. A person's patience has its limits. If you push me too far, I am capable of anything. Very well, then solve this mathematical problem for me, and I shall grant you whatever you desire. Humph, I am no ordinary individual. I assure you, my patience knows no bounds." With that, Yu Xinghe withdrew his Chinese language examination paper and began his work. Yu Xinghe's academic performance is rather dismal, ranking 599th in his cohort. The reason he is not at the very bottom can be attributed to his prowess in his strongest subject, Chinese. Out of a total score of 150, he once achieved an impressive 145, securing the title of top scorer in the Chinese examination for the entire grade, having even penned a flawless essay. However, in stark contrast to his remarkable achievements in Chinese, his performance in other subjects is equally noteworthy. Mathematics, without multiple choice questions, Yu Xinghe would score a 0. English, his English teacher was left utterly exasperated, unable to find words. Physics, when a force is applied to an object, the object exerts an equal force in response. Thus, stepping on one's left foot with the right can lead to levitation. Biology, the idiom pointing at a deer and calling it a horse in class 1 of the 3rd year of high school prominently features Yu Xinghe as the protagonist. Chemistry, HP signifies life, while MP denotes magical power. After an hour of instruction from Poseidon, upon realizing that Yu Xinghe could not even answer the simplest of questions, she despaired and waved her hand, indicating that he might as well pursue writing novels. She felt that if she continued teaching him, she might very well meet her end. Meanwhile, with his newfound freedom, Yu Xinghe opened his computer and began typing away enthusiastically. Observing his fervor, Poseidon cautioned him, "Though tomorrow is Sunday, do not stay up too late, all right? Your health is already fragile. Don't overdo it." "Goodness, Is this how a sister should behave? Yu Xinghe was awakened by the persistent ringing of his mobile phone. Groggily reaching for the device, he pressed the answer key and, still half asleep, muttered, "Who is it?" "Yu Xinghe, what time do you think it is? You're not still in bed, are you? I've been waiting for you so long that the flowers have withered. Hurry over. Same place, chasing tea." Startled by the urgency in that voice, Yu Xinghe quickly got out of bed. He had completely forgotten that today marked a significant day for the signing of an important contract. After dressing and freshening up, just as he was about to leave, Sophia called out to him. "Hey, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Tell me, are you going to see your girlfriend?" "No." "Really? Then what are you off to do?" "I'm going to attend to something very important." "Oh, I see. Well, off you go then, and be careful on your way." Unbeknownst to Yu Xinghe, as soon as he stepped out, Sophia followed closely behind. Upon his arrival at the tea house, a woman had already been waiting there for quite some time. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years of age. The quintessential age of a woman's beauty, neither naïve nor overly mature. Her stunningly alluring visage resembled a blooming flower, captivating all who beheld her. Adorned in a flowing cerulean gown, her attire not only accentuated her noble demeanor but also clung to her form, delineating her exquisite curves, compelling every man who laid eyes upon her to remain entranced. Even though Yu Xinghe had encountered this woman several times before, he still found himself spellbound by her allure. Yu Xinghe was unaware of her true name. She only knew that her stage name was Bibi Dong. Upon seeing Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong immediately furrowed her brows and reached out to firmly tug at his ear. "Ouch, ouch. Why do all you women love to pinch ears so much?" Yu Xinghe exclaimed. Bibi Dong laughed and replied, "Who else would be tugging at your ear?" Yu Xinghe, in a moment of exasperation, remarked, "Who else could it be but my mother? Come on, darling, call out Mom for me to hear. Get lost." After a rather unproductive bout of playful banter, Bibi Dong extracted a document from her briefcase and stated, "The contract has been printed. Please review it and let me know if there are any issues. If all is in order, proceed to sign." As Yu Xinghe perused the document and confirmed its accuracy, just as he was about to affix his signature, a hand abruptly snatched the pen from him. Yu Xinghe, filled with indignation, turned his head sharply, ready to inquire, when he beheld a familiar figure. This silhouette not only frequented his daily life, but also haunted his nightmares. "Sophia, mother, what brings you here? You little rascal. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't even know you were being sold." As she spoke, Sophia snatched the contract from the table and began to peruse it. After a cursory glance, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you writing a novel?" As Yu Xinghe merely nodded, Bibi Dong remarked, "Madam, you are truly blessed with a wonderful son. Not only is he remarkably handsome, but he also possesses the talent to earn a living. If I had such a son, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." Sophia, with a stoic expression, retorted, "Indeed, having such a foolish son, I worry about him even in my dreams. Now, tell me, what is your intention in getting close to him? As you can see, it is merely a collaboration. The contract is right in your hands, isn't it?" "Humph, collaboration? This lady certainly has grand ambitions. Just a signature, and my son will immediately receive a payment of 300,000 yuan for his manuscript. And if he completes the work within a year, an additional 1,700,000 yuan will follow, along with a share of the profits. Although I have yet to find any loopholes in this contract, my intuition tells me that acquiring this money won't be so easy. It won't be easy indeed. If he fails to complete the book on time, he must return all earnings. What if you deliberately nitpick at the last moment, claiming this or that is unsatisfactory? Wouldn't my son be working for you for free? I have no grounds to criticize. It is not I who will read, but the vast audience of readers. You may not yet be aware, but your son is currently one of the most popular online novelists, given his current acclaim. As long as he maintains a standard similar to his last book, it is guaranteed to be a bestseller." As she spoke, Bibi Dong retrieved a thick novel from her briefcase and handed it over. The novel was substantial, approximately 1/3 the thickness of Journey to the West, with a pure white cover and the striking golden title God's Tomb emblazoned in elegant calligraphy. In the lower right corner of the title, 3 smaller characters read Douluo. Below there were phrases such as 2008's hottest fantasy, the magnum opus of online novelist Douluo, endorsed by numerous authors. The side of the cover similarly displayed the title, author's name, and a publisher's insignia, along with a numbered edition. As Sophia opened the book, the first line caught her eye. "I forge my battle sword. Ascend to the heavens, spill my hot blood, and forge ahead without hesitation." Douluo. Sophia enjoyed reading, though she had never delved into online literature. These simple 16 characters instantly piqued her interest, and, amidst Yuxingha's bewildered gaze, she settled down to read with great enthusiasm. Bibi Dong did not rush her and turned to Yuxingha, asking, "What does your mother like to drink?" "Jinju lemon," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled and called out to the counter, "Boss, another Jinju lemon, please." Coming right up. Time passed in a blink, and when Sophia finally came to her senses, an hour had slipped away. She glanced at her watch, astonished, and exclaimed, "It's almost 11:30. Turning to Yuxingha, she playfully tugged at his ear and scolded, "You little rascal, why didn't you wake me? You've delayed my cooking. Soon you shall perish from hunger." Yuxingha, with a look of grievance, exclaimed, "I called you numerous times, yet you ignored me." Upon hearing this, Sophia revealed a hint of an embarrassed smile and gently caressed Yuxingha's cheek, saying, "I apologize. It is my fault." Then, Sophia stood up and addressed Bibi Dong. "I will take the contract home to review it. If everything is satisfactory, I will consider it carefully." Bibi Dong smiled and suggested, "Shall we go out for a meal together?" "No need. Please leave a contact number for future communication." Upon returning home, Sophia immediately tugged at Yuxingha's ear. "Ouch, that hurts." Hearing Yuxingha cry out in pain, Sophia murmured to herself, "It seems this is not a dream." In the presence of the moonlit galaxy, Sophia cast a cold smile towards the young man, exclaiming, Well, it seems you've grown quite capable. How bold of you to embark on such a significant matter as signing a contract behind my back. Speak. Aside from writing novels, what other secrets do you conceal from me?" "Nothing," he replied. "Truly nothing?" She scoffed. "I doubt you would dare deceive me. Now, I shall take this contract to have it reviewed by a friend. If all is in order, then you may ponder whether to sign it or not. Should there be any such matters in the future, you must inform your mother. Do you understand?" Once she confirmed the contract was indeed sound, Sophia picked up her phone and dialed a contact named Shernayan. As the ringtone echoed with the words, "If you truly need an excuse, would a myriad suffice?" A robust voice soon resonated from the other end. "My dear, what is it?" "Shernayan, you lucky rascal. Our family is about to produce a great author." Upon hearing this news, Shernayan hurried back with great urgency. Upon entering, he found Sophia solemnly handing him a book. Gazing at the prominent title, The Great Tomb, Shernayan was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Did our son write this?" Sophia nodded. He then examined the contract, shifting his gaze between the novel and the document several times, before asking with a serious expression, "The contract is sound, isn't it? I had Anna review it. She said there are no issues." Once assured that everything was indeed true, a look of elation gradually illuminated Shernayan's face. He then joyfully lifted Sophia and began spinning her around. "Aha! Our family is about to have a literary prodigy." Sophia playfully smacked Shernayan on the shoulder, saying, "Put me down. The child is at home. And what of it? Am I not allowed to embrace my wife at home? Does that little rascal dare to object? Just watch how I handle him. Enough of that. Let us not disturb him. He stayed up late last night. Let him rest properly." Upon hearing that Yuxingha was asleep, Shernayan wore a mischievous grin and suggested, "Shall we also take a nap?" Sophia's eyes sparkled with tender warmth as she softly replied, "All right, it has indeed been a while since I had a good sleep." Yuxingha has finally signed the contract. The only regret is that after purchasing the latest Alienware computer, Sophia took the remaining funds as a deposit, reasoning that he is still young and might squander the money. Indeed, in the eyes of parents, a child remains forever a child, whether they are 2 years old or 18, or even in their twilight years. Although Yuxingha has signed the contract, he must still obediently attend school under the stringent supervision of his parents. In exchange, they have vowed to no longer meddle in his academic performance, though both Shernayan and Sophia have long since lost hope regarding his grades. On a sun-drenched street, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a school uniform pedaled vigorously on his bicycle, with a golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty seated behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. She exclaimed sweetly, "Brother, you are so amazing. You've become a great writer." "Haha, it's no big deal. By the way, why did you choose the pen name Dong Gu? Wouldn't you Jian Xing he be better?" "Because I am your little Dong Dong, one of Shi Yiguang's nicknames, elder brother." "What is the title of your new book? What do you intend to write about?" "Douluo, a tale about a martial soul." "That sounds incredibly impressive. I plan to earn a lifetime's fortune with this book." "Wow. Then I will be the sister of a millionaire. I will depend on you for life, even in the next life." Just as the two were dreaming of their future, they encountered a group of 5 individuals, their hair dyed in a riot of colors, smoking and wearing their school uniforms loosely. They formed a line in front of Yuxingha and shouted, You too, stop right there. Chapter 151, A Dream of Yellow Millet, Part 5, Among the Five. For we're boys, and one was a girl. After blocking Yuxingha and Poseidon, the only girl stepped forward. Yuxingha recognized her, with a cigarette dangling from her lips. She approached with a smile. Oh, Yuxingha, what a coincidence we have. The expression on Yuxingha's face darkened, and the smile on the face of the gang leader morphed into a rather sinister grimace. As she spoke, the other four thugs encircled him, the acrid stench of smoke emanating from them causing Yuxingha to frown. Not going to say anything? Then I will take it myself. With that, the gang leader reached for Yuxingha's pocket. I'll do it myself, exclaimed Yuxingha, pulling out a crisp green 100 yuan note from his pocket. Upon sighting the bill, Yuxingha could distinctly hear the quickened breaths of the surrounding crowd. Just as he was about to hand over the money, a small hand swiftly snatched it away. It was Poseidon. Brother, how could you so easily give them the money? They want to return it. 100 yuan can buy so many delicious things. With that, Poseidon stuffed the note into her own pocket. Watching as the money slipped away, the five thugs' expressions darkened instantly. The female thug spoke up, little girl, hand over the money. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The other four thugs cracked their knuckles, gazing at Poseidon with a predatory glint in their eyes. Little sister, where have you hidden the money? Do you want your brother to search you personally? Just as one of the thugs lewdly advanced toward Poseidon, Yuxingha pushed forward, sending the unsuspecting thug sprawling onto the ground. Run. Without hesitation, Yuxingha grabbed Poseidon and bolted away. Chase them. How dare they lay hands on us? They've gone too far. Initially, it was Yuxingha pulling Poseidon along, but soon it transformed into Poseidon leading Yuxingha in their flight. After sprinting for several hundred meters, Yuxingha finally released her grip, panting heavily. Poseidon, you go ahead. Call for help or the police. I can't run any longer. What are you hesitating for? Hurry. Brother, have you forgotten my training in combat and grappling? Why should I run? She replied defiantly. They are just thugs, and I could easily take them down. Then why are you still following me? Have you considered how long it's been since you last exercised? If it weren't for them, would you have run this far today? Yuxingha. Soon, for ruffians caught up with them once more. Run. Why aren't you running? Dare to push me? Just wait until I make you regret it. To their astonishment, the seemingly innocuous Poseidon took the initiative to strike first. In the next moment, the gangsters were howling in pain, clutching their lower regions. The female thug, witnessing her companions being swiftly dealt with, attempted to flee but was swiftly apprehended by Poseidon. Ouch! Ouch! You know pain now. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Get lost. Upon returning to their original spot, Yuxingha and Poseidon discovered that their bicycle had mysteriously vanished. Who would be so heartless as to take my bike? By the way, Poseidon, do you remember how many there were just now? Oh yes, only 4. You don't mean to suggest that fellow took our bicycle, do you? It's quite possible. But where could he have gone? Let us search. But we're running late. So what if we are? After half an hour of searching, Yuxingha and Poseidon successfully located the solitary ruffian. He was sipping a cold soda, staring at them as if they were ghosts. Aren't you supposed to be studying? And where are your leaders? Where's my bicycle? Sold it. Where to? Not telling you. Come and hit me if you dare. Ouch. Ouch. Please spare me. I'll take you to it. Let go. If you don't, my arm will break. Under the guidance of the thug, Yuxingha and Poseidon arrived at an exceedingly secluded recycling station. Upon hearing they came to redeem their lost item, the proprietor of the station impatiently remarked, "A truck just came from the main station and took all the sorted trash, including your bicycle. What about the truck that collects junk? Where does it go?" "Of course, it goes back to the main station to recycle everything." Upon hearing the words recycle, Poseidon burst into tears, collapsing into Yuxingha's embrace, sobbing, "It's gone. It's all gone." Yuxingha embraced Poseidon, offering solace. "If it's gone, it's gone. I shall purchase another. But it's different. That bicycle was bought with money I saved for a long time. It accompanied us through our middle and high school years, 6 years. How could it just vanish today? All right. There's nothing we can do. Let us head to class. Having been tardy for so long, I shall surely face punishment upon our return." The reality was even more severe than Yuxingha had anticipated, given that old Wang was already in a foul mood today. Coupled with the fact that Yuxingha had skipped an entire class, he decided to suspend Yuxingha for an entire week. Even Poseidon, rarely subjected to punishment, was tasked with writing an 800-word reflection. Originally, Yuxingha and Poseidon had intended to provide an explanation, but they were ruthlessly interrupted by old Wang. "Yuxingha, Do you treat this school as if it were your home? You can come and go as you please? With that, old Wang slammed the door shut, leaving Yu Xinghe to face the cold dismissal. Sighing, Yu Xinghe turned and exited the campus. Just as he pondered whether to return home and continue writing, a horn blared suddenly from behind. As Yu Xinghe turned his gaze, he beheld a striking red-maned Ferrari. Through the windshield, he caught a glimpse of Bibidong's smile, imbued with profound significance. "Shall we get in?" she inquired. "Why?" he replied. "It's a rare encounter. Let me take you for a spin." "No, thank you." "Then will you accompany me for a drive?" With that, Bibidong maneuvered the car beside Yu Xinghe and cast him a flirtatious glance. Suddenly, a thought struck Yu Xinghe, prompting him to ask, "Do you know the way to the city's garbage terminal?" Bibidong's expression turned disdainful as she responded, "What on earth for?" "I need to retrieve something." "Is it crucial?" "Extremely important. Get in." Upon entering the vehicle, Yu Xinghe was enveloped by a refreshing and delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk. Noticing Yu Xinghe's subtle sniff, Bibidong inquired, "What's the matter? Not accustomed to it?" "No, it smells quite pleasant." "What brand of perfume is that?" "I don't wear any perfume." "If you don't wear perfume, then that means—" Yu Xinghe cast a fleeting glance at the main driver's seat. Today, Bibidong was adorned in a loose-fitting shirt, which, secured by a seatbelt, accentuated her well-concealed curves. The skin on her arms was as delicate and flawless as mutton fat jade. Looking downward, her short hot pants were entirely obscured by the fabric, evoking a plethora of enticing thoughts. Her legs, though not plump, were undeniably shapely. The slender calves resembled two exquisite jade pillars, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. "Little rascal, if you wish to gaze, do so openly. Stealing glances will only make a girl feel uncomfortable, though this applies only to you. Should other men stare at me so directly, I would certainly become furious." Chapter 152. A Fleeting Dream. 6. Upon being discovered in his surreptitious observation, Yu Xinghe's face immediately flushed crimson, and he hastily turned his head toward the window. In that moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Xinghe, do you have a girlfriend?" "Not yet." "Is it because your family disapproves?" "Not exactly. I do have someone I admire." "Could you tell your sister about it?" "I cannot." Yu Xinghe has long harbored two profound secrets within his heart. One pertains to his affinity for cross-dressing, and the other to his affection for younger girls. The revelation of either would be catastrophic. Should word reach his parents, he would likely face dire consequences. The scent of the recycling station, while not as overpowering as that of a landfill, is certainly far from pleasant. Even Yu Xinghe finds himself grimacing at the aroma. Let alone Bibidong. "Thank you for bringing me here. I'm not quite sure where that item is. It may take some time to locate. You should head back for now. I'll reach out to you when I have the chance." "Oh, should I interpret this to mean that the young lad wishes to seek a rendezvous with me?" Yu Xinghe was uncertain whether Bibidong's allure was intentional or not. Every gesture and smile exuded an indescribable charm. Interacting with her felt akin to a kitten burrowing into one's chest, its soft paws incessantly scratching at the heart. Suppressing the urge to continue conversing with Bibidong, Yu Xinghe resolved to retrieve his bicycle. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. "Hey, how do you plan to get back? Are you thinking of walking? Hail a taxi." "Are you out of your mind? Can you even get a taxi here?" Subsequently, to Yu Xinghe's astonishment, Bibidong emerged with two masks in hand. After handing one to him, she smiled and said, "Since I have nothing else to do, I'll accompany you in searching for that item today. But, no buts. If you feel guilty, you can spend a day playing with me later." As it turned out, without Bibidong, Yu Xinghe might not have even gained entry to the recycling station. With her presence, however, it was a different story. Under her enchanting smile, the security guard became more amiable than when meeting his superior. Not only did he allow them in, but after hearing Yu Xinghe's description, he enthusiastically guided them to the area designated for discarded transportation vehicles. Upon seeing the mountain of bicycles before him, Yu Xinghe wore a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Bibidong, however, inquired cheerfully, "Excuse me, where are the items that were just delivered?" The security guard shook his head, indicating his ignorance. After his departure, Bibidong and Yu Xinghe decided to search separately. After all, the bicycle had only recently arrived and should be near the surface. Yet, they were both mistaken. The recycling station was vast, and multiple locations received discarded items. While Yu Xinghe anxiously rummaged about, Bibidong found a secluded corner, her eyes shimmering with determination. Spiritual perception. After all, she was a pope. She had no intention of sifting through all those filthy items with her hands. Unlike Yu Xinghe, who was experiencing a complete immersion devoid of any memory. Bibi Dong not only maintained her awareness, but also retained her abilities. After all, they were outsiders. One could confidently assert that in this realm, Bibi Dong and Yi were nearly divine beings, unless Yuxingha and Poseidon regained their memories and awakened. Once Bibi Dong unleashed her perception, she swiftly located the bicycle that Yuxingha had described. Gazing at the bicycle trapped within the mountain of discarded items, Bibi Dong silently rejoiced at having retained her abilities. It would have been a miracle for an ordinary person to find it. The next moment, amidst Yuxingha's terrified expression, the mountain of bicycles began to tremble violently, as if a monster were about to emerge from within. Indeed, Bibi Dong. Upon the thought that Bibi Dong might have ventured to the backside of Cheishan, Yuxingha felt an urgent pang of anxiety and took off in a frantic rush. Please, let nothing be amiss. Let there be no calamity. Yuxingha could not fathom why the mere thought of Bibi Dong potentially being harmed filled her heart with such anxiety. Overwhelmed by concerns for Bibi Dong's safety, Yuxingha paid little heed to her surroundings as she ran. The area was littered with rusted and damaged bicycles, and sharp objects were scattered everywhere. As Yuxingha sprinted forward, a sudden pang of pain shot through his legs. Yet, undeterred by the discomfort beneath him, he continued his relentless dash towards the rear of the mountain. Strangely enough, upon reaching the mountain's backside, all sounds abruptly ceased. It was then that he beheld Bibi Dong, proudly pushing a bicycle, her expression radiating a sense of triumph as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Hurry, praise me." Yuxingha hurriedly approached and inquired, "Are you all right?" Bibi Dong, observing his expression of lingering shock, chuckled softly and replied, "What is this? So concerned about me? Worry not. I am perfectly fine. By the way, is this your vehicle?" Yuxingha then shifted his gaze to the bicycle, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "How did you find it? I distinctly remember not seeing it when we passed by here just moments ago." Bibi Dong chuckled and replied, "It's quite a coincidence. Initially, I couldn't locate it either. Then, as I casually rummaged through the debris, I was astonished to see the mountain of trash collapse. I hastily stepped back. And guess what? Your bicycle miraculously emerged." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yuxingha turned to gaze at the towering heap of bicycles, relief washing over him. Had it not been for this fortuitous collapse, he would have never found this bicycle, which held immense significance for his sister. Just as Yuxingha crouched down to inspect the damages to the bicycle, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his foot. With a gasp, he realized that his trousers had been torn open, revealing a gash approximately a foot long, flesh exposed, and crimson blood pooling around his foot. Bibi Dong immediately crouched beside him, concerned, and inquired, "What happened?" Yuxingha remarked with a bitter smile, "Perhaps it was just a careless mistake. How could you be so careless? I was merely thinking of your presence here. What if something were to happen to you?" Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, Bibi Dong felt a tumult of emotions within her. Even in the absence of her memories, was her subconscious still concerned for my well-being? With this thought, Bibi Dong unceremoniously scooped up Yuxingha in a princess carry and dashed towards the exit. Upon hearing that Yuxingha was still worried about that dilapidated bicycle, Bibi Dong retorted, "You're worried about the bike? You should be more concerned about yourself." Yet, despite her words, after ensuring Yuxingha was safely back with the bicycle, she hurried back to retrieve the vehicle. As she brought the bicycle out, she noticed the security guard's troubled expression and casually handed over several hundred-yuan notes. "Thank you for your trouble. No problem at all. Now, the most pressing matter was to tend to Yuxingha's injury." Gazing at the ghastly wound, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of pain in her heart. After tearing open the leg of Yuxingha's pants, she opened the front compartment and, to Yuxingha's astonishment, produced a medical kit. "You keep this in the car? Is your family running a hospital?" Bibi Dong could only remain silent in response. After all, she couldn't very well pull the medical kit out of her storage ring in front of Yuxingha, could she? After disinfecting the wound, under Yuxingha's watchful gaze, Bibi Dong retrieved an exceptionally unique bottle, its surface neither metallic nor plastic, adorned with strange patterns and inscriptions she had never seen before. Could it be foreign medicine? With this thought, Yuxingha asked anxiously, "Bibi Dong, what kind of medicine is this?" Bibi Dong responded with a knowing smile, "It's Indian miracle oil." Yuxingha, with a frown, inquired, "Is that a remedy for external injuries?" Upon this realization, he hastily withdrew his foot, planning to head directly to the clinic shortly. However, Bibi Dong was swifter. She seized Yuxingha's foot and, in a somewhat exasperated tone, remarked, "Do you think I enjoy the scent of your stinky little feet? Stay still. and let me apply the ointment. It will cease to hurt. Suddenly, Yu Xinghe's foot jerked violently. Had it not been for Bibidong's considerable strength, an ordinary person would have likely failed to maintain their grip. Observing this, Bibidong scolded, I told you not to move. Why do you not listen? Do you think I would harm you? You may apply the medicine, but please refrain from grasping my ankle. Yu Xinghe's voice trembled. Upon hearing this, Bibidong glanced up to find Yu Xinghe's charming face flushed crimson. A mischievous smile crept across Bibidong's lips as she teased, What is this? Are you ticklish? Of course. Would you like me to test that by tickling your soles? Absolutely not. What if you have athlete's foot? Curiously, as Bibidong applied the peculiar ointment, the once fiery sting of the wound transformed into a soothing coolness, an indescribable relief. After administering the ointment, Bibidong opened the trunk and placed Yu Xinghe's bicycle inside. It was nearly impossible to fit a standard multi-gear bicycle into the trunk of a sports car, unless it was a folding model. Seeing his grimy bicycle nestled within the luxurious trunk of another S-car, Yu Xinghe lowered his head, apologizing, I'm sorry for dirtying your vehicle. Bibidong chuckled and shook her head. No worries. We can always replace it later. Yu Xinghe observed, so this is what it means to be wealthy. Bibidong resided in a community known as Yulong Bay, a place well known to Yu Xinghe as the most extravagant neighborhood in the county, reputedly inhabited by the affluent. However, before heading home, Bibidong first drove to a car wash. Upon seeing the luxury vehicle, the owner of the car wash promptly approached, and when Bibidong lowered the window, the owner's face transformed into a smile, as if he had just savored something delightful. I was wondering why no cars had come today. It turns out they're all making way for you, Mr. Wu. The tea is ready. I'm just waiting for you to brew it. Bibidong graciously declined the invitation for tea, saying, Please clean my car thoroughly, and also take care of the interior and air purification. Oh, and make sure to clean the bicycle and the trunk. It must be spotless, or I want tea pay. Noting Bibidong's playful tone, the car wash owner responded with a grin, Rest assured, Miss Wu, I'll ensure that bicycle is cleaner than my own bed. After handing over the keys, Bibidong, under the astonished gaze of the owner, proceeded to the passenger seat and lifted Yu Xinghe out. Both the owner and Yu Xinghe were taken aback. What on earth is happening? Realizing that all eyes were on her, Yu Xinghe blushed and exclaimed, Put me down. I can walk on my own. Observing her struggle, Bibidong whispered, If you keep squirming, do you believe I would kiss you right here in front of everyone? At the sound of Bibidong's teasing threat, Yu Xinghe immediately settled down. Thank you. I'll be on my way now. Please deliver the car to my home once it's washed. Of course. As Bibidong confidently carried Yu Xinghe away, an employee approached the owner and inquired, Boss, who is that person Mr. Wu is holding? She asked quite lovely, though her haircut resembles that of a man. The owner shook her head. I'm not sure, but judging by how close they are, she asked likely either a sister or a dear friend. Who would ve thought Mr. Wu had such strength? Truly, appearances can be deceiving. The employee gazed at Bibidong's departing figure and sighed, If only I could be held like that. I'd gladly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Enough. Go wash the car. You think you can get a kiss and a hug from Ms. Wu? Dream on. Cleaning the car is far more important. Throughout their journey, Yu Xinghe felt the weight of curious glances, her face reddening like a boiled shrimp, steam practically rising from her head, ready to burst at any moment. In stark contrast, Bibidong appeared to relish holding Yu Xinghe, strolling leisurely and occasionally greeting acquaintances, as if deliberately prolonging the moment. Upon returning home, Bibidong was astonished to find that Yu Xinghe had fallen asleep. However, it is indeed pleasant to have fallen asleep. When Yu Xinghe awakened, it was already afternoon. As he opened his eyes and surveyed the opulent yet unfamiliar surroundings, he finally realized that he was not in his own home. The bed beneath him was soft and comfortable, while the duvet draped over him was fluffy and smooth, imbued with a slight chill, providing an indescribable sense of comfort. At that moment, the bedroom door suddenly swung open, and Bibidong, carrying a tray of food, saw Yu Xinghe awake and smiled, saying, How do you feel? Did you sleep well? Where's this? This is my room. Yours? I have no choice. My house only has 2 rooms, one for me and one for my brother. Upon realizing that he was sleeping in Bibidong's bed, Yu Xinghe hastily threw off the duvet, intending to get out of bed at once. However, as he did so, he froze in shock. He was only wearing a pair of pure white boxers. Noticing Yu Xinghe's dazed expression, Bibidong explained, I packed your clothes in a bag. If you want to wash them, take them home. If not, just throw them away. The shorts you're wearing are mine. And please don't look at me with that despondent expression. Rest assured, They are new, and I have never worn them. Hearing that the shorts were unworn, Yu Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. But I helped you with your bath. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghe felt as if he had turned to stone and then shattered into pieces. All right, stop with that expression. Cheer up. I have no objections. Why should a grown man make such a face? Come, let us eat. I made some snacks myself. Have a few to tide you over, and later, I will take you out for a grand meal. At the mention of food, a pressing thought struck Yu Xinghe. Bibidong, can I borrow your phone to make a call? Why? If you want my personal number, just ask. I'm not withholding it. No, I've been out for so long. My parents must be worried sick. Chapter 154. The Emergence of the Big Shot. As the call connected, Yu Xinghe immediately said, Mom, it's me. Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's voice, Sophia anxiously exclaimed, You little rascal, where have you run off to? Do you know your father and I have been frantic searching for you? Thinking about how his parents must be anxiously searching for him, Yu Xinghe felt a wave of guilt wash over him. I'm sorry. I forgot to contact you due to some matters. Where are you? I'll come to get you. No need. I'll be back shortly. Just tell me where you are. I'm at Yulong Bay. Yulong Bay? How did you end up there? This is a long story. Then make it short. How could Yu Xinghe possibly condense such a convoluted tale? Finding a bicycle for his sister, getting injured, sleeping in someone else's bed, and only wearing a pair of boxers. How could he even begin to explain such a series of events? Yu Xinghe felt that if his parents were to see him in such a state, it would likely herald the anniversary of his demise come next year. What are you silent for? Listening to Sophia's anxious voice emanating from the phone, Bibidong seized the device from Yu Xinghe's bewildered grasp and exclaimed, Hello, madam. Your son is with me, and he is safe. However, what do you desire in exchange? Just ensure he remains unharmed, and everything else can be negotiated. Bibidong continued, Madam, there seems to be a misunderstanding. It is I, Bibidong, the editor. Your son is at my residence discussing some writing matters, and he will return home shortly after we finish our meal. You need not worry. Upon learning that her son was unharmed, Sophia let out a long sigh of relief. Very well, please hand the phone to my son. I wish to speak with him for a moment. Mom, what is the matter? Yu Xinghe inquired. Due to your absence, Poseidon missed his classes this afternoon. We searched for you everywhere and even reported your disappearance to the police. In the future, kindly inform us beforehand if anything arises, understood? I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I'll be home soon. Mom, I left your favorite stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat for you. Thank you, Mom. As the call concluded, Bibidong flashed a knowing smile at Yu Xinghe. It seems my little brother is worth quite a bit. Had I known earlier, I would have demanded a ransom of several million. Let's see if your parents could scrape that together. With your wealth, would you really consider kidnapping me? Yu Xinghe retorted. You never know. Sometimes kidnapping is not solely for monetary gain, but to achieve other objectives as well. Enough of that. Let's eat. I shall fetch you some clothes. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can send you home. I certainly do not wish for the police to arrive later, presenting me with a rose gold bracelet, a fashionable prison outfit, along with several years in a summer camp behind bars. If you truly end up in prison, I promise to visit you often. With a resounding thump, Bibidong playfully rapped Yu Xinghe on the head. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, I'll call the police and claim you have assaulted me. Let us see who visits whom. Observing Yu Xinghe take a bite of the delicacy, Bibidong casually inquired, Is it delicious? Yu Xinghe did not respond immediately. Instead, he took another bite before saying, This flavor is quite familiar. In what way is it familiar? It's as if I have tasted it before. Oh, I forgot to mention that this cake was actually purchased from exquisite. No wonder the taste seems so familiar. Just as Bibidong felt a wave of relief, Yu Xinghe added, No wonder exquisite's business has been declining recently. It seems the source of the problem lies here. This flavor and this presentation are even inferior to Hua Rong pastry. Bibidong, child, you are perilously testing the boundaries of provocation. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe finished the pastry. Otherwise, he might have faced another calamity today. However, in light of the current situation, Yu Xinghe would have preferred to encounter such a disaster, because Bibidong had brought over a set of Lolita attire for him to wear. Gazing at the stunning dress before him, Yu Xinghe felt an intense inner conflict. He certainly enjoyed wearing feminine clothing, but he preferred to do so in private. To be forced to wear such an outfit in front of others was akin to a public execution. Bibidong, don't you have a brother? Could you possibly borrow a set of his male clothing for me? I promise to return it after purchasing a new outfit. Bibidong shook her head vigorously. No way. His clothes are all in his room, and I don't have the key to enter. Then could you buy me a random set downstairs? Are you ordering me around? No, that is not what I meant. Perhaps I'll just wear my own clothes and go home. That outfit of yours is actually something I would prefer to discard. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Xinghe felt as though he had been targeted. Witnessing Yu Xinghe's flustered demeanor, Bibi Dong felt a surge of delight. Dare to disdain the delicacies I painstakingly crafted for an entire afternoon? Just wait until I make you regret it. Ultimately, under Bibi Dong's coercive persuasion, Yu Xinghe tearfully donned a Lolita dress. Strangely enough, given Bibi Dong's status, her clothing should have been custom-made. Yet inexplicably, whether it was the shorts or the Lolita dress, Yu Xinghe felt as if they were perfectly tailored for him, as if crafted just for his form, like the final stroke of a masterpiece. When Bibi Dong placed a wig upon Yu Xinghe's head, a fairy-like girl emerged. Observing Yu Xinghe's anxious demeanor, Bibi Dong circled around him, scrutinizing every detail, before exclaiming, "You look exquisite. Let us go. We are off to dinner." Just as Yu Xinghe, with a face full of despair, was being dragged by Bibi Dong to dinner, the doors suddenly swung open. A man appeared, one whom Yu Xinghe never expected, Yingyin. Upon entering, Yingyin was taken aback by the sight of the girl adorned in a full Lolita outfit. Then, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, he inquired, "This classmate? You seem very familiar." As he gazed at the ever-observant Yingyin before him, Yu Xinghe could only lament his decision to enter through the main door. Wouldn't it have been more delightful to leap from the window? Alas, that could lead to dire consequences. Noticing Yu Xinghe's silence, Yingyin turned to Bibi Dong and inquired, "Sister, who is this?" "She is Yu Xing, and I am Yu Xingxing. It's a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing this introduction, Yingyin asked, "What is your relationship with Yu Xinghe?" "He is my brother." "Isn't Yu Xinghe's sister Shuri Guang?" "I am Yu Xinghe's biological sister. I attend a different school." "Then why haven't I ever heard him mention you? Would you flaunt having a sister if you had one?" "That makes sense." Just when Yu Xinghe thought he had managed to evade suspicion, Yingyin's next words sent a jolt of anxiety through him once more. "But I can't shake the feeling that you are Yu Xinghe." Faced with Yingyin's teasing expression, Yu Xinghe chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all. I am certainly not him." After a prolonged silence, Yingyin suddenly broke into a smile. "Just teasing you. Please don't take offense." He then extended his hand towards Yu Xinghe and said, "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wu Mingkong. Please take care of me." "Weren't you called Yingyin? Why are you now introducing yourself as Wu Mingkong?" At Yu Xinghe's question, Bibi Dong facepalmed in exasperation, while Yingyin wore a grin reminiscent of a villain reveling in his cunning scheme. Yingyin stepped closer, lifting Yu Xinghe's chin with a finger, his sparkling eyes glinting with mischief. "How did you know my name is Yingyin, classmate Yu Xingxing?" Realizing he had been exposed, Yu Xinghe felt a deep desire to vanish into the ground. Observing Yu Xinghe tremble and close his eyes, Bibi Dong interjected, "Yingyin, stop teasing him. This is my fault." She proceeded to explain the situation. After listening to Bibi Dong's explanation, Yingyin withdrew his hand and tempered his mischievous smile. "Apologies, Yu Xinghe. I tend to be a bit of a jokester. Please don't take it to heart. To express my regret, I shall treat you to a meal shortly." In the next moment, Yingyin unhesitatingly took Yu Xinghe's hand and led him out, leaving behind a bemused Bibi Dong, who struggled to suppress her laughter. "Yingyin, could you possibly let go of my hand?" "No. If you don't let go, I shall ignore you from now on." "Oh, really? If you dare to ignore me, I will reveal your cross-dressing secret and display your photos on the largest electronic screen in the Central Plaza, broadcasting it 24 hours a day. I will even hire 100 people to stand there shouting slogans. The slogan will be, 'Yu Xinghe from Class 3, Senior Year. You look splendid in women's attire.' They will chant it continuously for a week. Can you imagine the outcome?" Yu Xinghe felt dizzy at the thought of Yingyin's words becoming reality. In the next moment, while descending the stairs, he suddenly misstepped. Just as he thought he was about to tumble down, Yingyin promptly caught him around the waist. A magnetic, teasing voice whispered in his ear, "Don't think about anything while going down the stairs. I want to always be by your side." Upon hearing Yingyin's remark, Yu Xinghe felt his face flush intensely. "Xinghe, could you do me a favor shortly?" "No. If you refuse to help, then spill the beans about your cross-dressing. Just say it. When we go out for dinner later, we might encounter a rather annoying fellow. I need you to pretend to be my girlfriend." "Absolutely not. The electronic screen, the Central Plaza, 24 hours. At most, we can merely hold hands." "Fine. I shall hire another 100 people then. Don't go overboard. Worry not. They are all boys. How could I have any ill intentions? I am the kindest person. If someone slaps my left cheek, I would offer my right cheek for symmetry. My sister can bear witness to this." Bibi Dong scoffed, "Indeed, and then that assailant would find himself confined in a barrel, with the lid welded shut." To prevent him from being lonely, we would toss a mouse in for company, only for him to scream in terror. Thus, our merciful young Master Wu would release a few snakes to catch the mouse. See, how benevolent. After hearing Bibidong's words, Yu Xinghe was instantly impressed by the air conditioning in this Bentley, marveling at its remarkable cooling capability. The cold made him shiver uncontrollably. Contrary to Yu Xinghe's expectations, the place where Bibidong and the others chose to dine was not a luxurious five-star hotel, but rather a somewhat secluded private dining establishment. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Yu Xinghe found his hand firmly clasped by Ying, rendering him unable to break free. Accepting his predicament, Yu Xinghe relinquished his resistance, his cheeks flushed as he entered the restaurant. Upon entering, a staff member approached with a smile, inquiring if they had a reservation. Upon seeing Ying present a card, the staff member's smile brightened even more, leading the trio to a private room. Once seated, Ying directly stated, "Please inform Master Wang Gang that it's Wu Mingkong with 3 people for homestyle dishes. He will certainly understand." All right. With that, the server retreated, and Yu Xinghe remarked, "Can you let go now?" "Certainly." Once Ying released his grip, Yu Xinghe reached for the beverages on the table. Just as he was about to grasp one, a hand moved faster than his, swiftly claiming the drink first. As Yu Xinghe looked up, he was met with the imposing figure of a tall man, his face marred by scars that twisted into a particularly menacing grin. Bare-chested, he bore an ink depiction of a black tiger, its eyes glinting with a predatory glare. It was clear he was not to be trifled with. The man raised a bottle of drink high in the air, flashing a smile at Yu Xinghe as he provocatively asked, "Beautiful lady, would you like a drink? Just call me brother and let me hear it. How about that?" Recognizing the trouble that this man, clearly a notorious figure, could bring, Yu Xinghe promptly retreated to her seat, shifting her chair closer to Bibidong. Clearly, she felt intimidated by him. Observing Yu Xinghe's discomfort, Ying spoke with a tone laced with an air of menace. "Huang Loxi, hand over the drink, or I shall break your hands." Upon hearing Ying's words, the man known as Huang Loxi burst into laughter. "So, this is why young Master Wu has declined my family's proposal for marriage. It seems he already has a girlfriend." With that, Huang Loxi twisted off the cap of the drink, took 3 cups, and tilted the bottle, pouring it with precision. Strangely enough, despite his towering height of over 2 meters and the distance from the bottle to the cups being more than half a meter, not a single drop spilled. "Impressive." "Huang Loxi," Ying remarked with a smile. "You should have been a server. It would have suited your talents. If young Master Wu were to marry my lady, I wouldn't mind serving drinks either." With that, Huang Loxi placed a drink before Bibidong and gently pushed another cup towards Ying, creating only the slightest ripple in the liquid. As for the remaining cup, he lifted it and drained it entirely. Devoid of a drink, Yu Xinghe lowered her head. Disappointment etched on her face. Just as Huang Loxi was enjoying the sight of her dejection, an unexpected scene unfolded. Ying shot him a cold glare and then brought her drink forward to Yu Xinghe. Seeing the drink, Yu Xinghe, who had been parched, eagerly lifted the cup and drank it down in a hurry. Perhaps too hastily, she choked on the beverage, prompting Ying to swiftly pat her back. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Yu Xinghe nodded obediently, and then Ying rose directly to stand before the infamous Huang Loxi. Although Ying's height was significantly inferior to that of Huang Loxi, the latter was acutely aware that this seemingly slender and brash young man possessed a martial prowess that far surpassed his own. Despite the fact that Ying merely regarded him silently, beads of sweat began to form on Huang Loxi's forehead. "Huang Loxi, did you not hear my previous words clearly?" Listening to Ying's cold, menacing tone, Huang Loxi, stroking his bald head, replied begrudgingly, "I apologize, young Master Wu. I mistakenly thought this girl was merely a temporary addition. As she was in the past, I failed to recognize a true goddess. Please, young Master Wu." And, in the midst of Yu Xinghe's dazed gaze, Huang Loxi displayed a fawning smile. "I beseech you, Lady Wu, do not hold my transgressions against me." After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xinghe stammered, "Who is Lady Wu?" "Get lost." Hearing Yu Xinghe's command, Huang Loxi looked at Ying with a troubled expression. "Young Master Wu, my lady will be arriving shortly, and I cannot leave her sight." "Humph. Then do me the courtesy of informing your lady to return as well." "Ah, young Master Wu you. What? Do you truly wish for me to cripple your hands?" "Very well. I, Huang Loxi, am unworthy. I shall take my leave. But do remember this, young Master Wu. Rejecting my lady will be the greatest blunder of your life. You shall regret it eternally." With that, Huang Loxi stormed off in a fit of rage. After this bewildering farce, which left Yu Xinghe somewhat dazed, Ying declared, The dishes may be served. Following this, Yingyin rushed over and, lifting the still dazed Yu Xinghe, spun him around joyfully. You have been a tremendous help to me today. You must eat well. What? What have I done? Chapter 156. The Emergence of the Great One, Part 3. Although Yu Xinghe was unsure of the specifics of his actions, the expulsion of that bothersome individual provided him with a small sense of relief. More importantly, after the meal was served, Yingyin did not further take advantage of him. Reverting to her former self from school days, having eaten his fill and assisted in the affair, it was time for Yu Xinghe to return home. However, there was one matter that required attention before he departed. He certainly could not return home dressed in this attire. The thought of appearing before his parents clad in a full Lolita outfit was simply unimaginable. Yu Xinghe is on the verge of demise. Observing the conflicted expression on Yu Xinghe's face, Yingyin chuckled and inquired, "What is the matter? Aren't you heading back? Do you wish to stay and accompany me for the night?" Accompanying Yingyin to sleep? Not a chance. What if he grinds his teeth, passes gas, or snores during the night? After much internal struggle, Yu Xinghe stammered, "Could you lend me a set of male clothing? Or perhaps some money for me to purchase an outfit? I promise to return it tomorrow." Upon realizing the reason behind Yu Xinghe's request, Yingyin replied, "I have clothes. And I have money. However, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "I haven't quite decided yet. I will inform you once I do. If it involves me dressing as your girlfriend, then count me out. It's not that, rest assured." That is a relief. As Yu Xinghe departed, Bibidong cast a sidelong glance at Yingyin and remarked, "Aren't you afraid that after she awakens from her dreams, she will confront you?" With an air of indifference, Yingyin replied, "What is there to fear? After all, she cannot reach me. Besides, don't you find the current Yu Xinghe amusing? So naive and simple-minded. She possesses an appearance that invites bullying. If I do not tease her, shall I allow others to do so? Oh, I didn't realize you had such a domineering side. By the way, what happened to that evil deity's consciousness you captured? I haven't seen him around for quite some time. I initially mistook that Huang Lao Xie for him, but my perception revealed otherwise. Sigh. Life is but a game. With a protagonist, there must be supporting characters and, of course, a formidable antagonist. If the evil deity does not assume the role of the villain, who will? Hee. I've made some alterations to that foolish tigeress memories. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold." Upon returning home, Yu Xinghe was greeted by the sight of his parents seated on the sofa. "You little rascal, come here." The stern tone of his mother indicated that today would likely not end well for him. Casting a pleading glance towards his father, he was met with a look of helplessness, a silent wish for him to fend for himself. As Yu Xinghe timidly approached Sophia, a familiar sensation of discomfort pricked at his ears. If it were merely a tug at his ears, it would have been tolerable, for he had grown accustomed to such reprimands. However, the next moment, Sophia emerged from behind the sofa wielding a bamboo stick, an ominous harbinger of his impending doom. "Mom, let me explain. We can discuss this." "Discuss? After I finish punishing you, then we can talk." With that, Sophia swung the bamboo stick towards his backside. Yikes. True to her heritage as a member of a fighting nation, the force of her strike was such that even Shernyan would instinctively cover his own rear. "This is for making us worry. This is for making your sister cry. This is for your lies." Initially, Sophia had intended to deliver only a few swats. But the memory of the despair she felt when Yu Xinghe suddenly vanished, an agonizing sensation akin to the sky collapsing upon her, ignited her fury. Looking at the new clothes adorning Yu Xinghe and the faint scent of femininity surrounding him only fueled her wrath further as she struck harder. Just as Shernyan could no longer bear to stand idly by, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In an effort to distribute her discipline evenly and spare Yu Xinghe's backside too much suffering, after delivering 10 strikes to his rear, Sophia aimed for his thigh. This time, the blow landed directly on an existing wound, causing Yu Xinghe to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground, clutching his leg. "Don't play dead. Do you think that will save you?" Before she could finish her sentence, a trickle of crimson blood seeped from his pant leg. Alarmed, Sophia hastily rolled up Yu Xinghe's pant leg, nearly fainting at the sight. There, on his previously smooth and delicate calf, lay a wound over a foot long. The wound, already scabbed over, had been cruelly reopened by her heavy strike, prompting fresh blood to flow. Witnessing Yu Xinghe, drenched in sweat and racked with pain, Sophia swiftly scooped him up and inquired, "When did you sustain this injury?" Yu Xinghe hastily elucidated the events of the day to Sophia. While she was explaining, Shernyan went to the room to retrieve some routine medications. After examining Yuxingha's wounds, he proceeded to bandage them with care. Upon hearing Yuxingha's account, Sophia finally realized that she had wrongfully accused her. Noticing Yuxingha's lowered head, Sophia, with a trembling voice, said, "I am sorry, mother, I misjudged you." Seeing Sophia in tears took Yuxingha by surprise, and she hurriedly tried to wipe them away. However, for some inexplicable reason, the tears only flowed more abundantly. "Mother, please do not cry. I am not in pain. I truly feel no pain at all. Did you perhaps touch chili peppers without washing your hands? It smells so intense." Moonshingha. "All right. Everyone, return to your slumber. Mother has unjustly accused her son. Tomorrow, a feast will be prepared as an apology. Though the son did not err intentionally, he must still bear some responsibility. Thus, you are tasked with comforting your sister. Should Posey remain discontented tomorrow, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you." With that, Shernayan assisted Sophia and made his way to the bedroom, glancing back at Moonshingha with a subtle gesture. As Shernayan's son for many years, Moonshingha understood his father's intent. What surprised him was that Posey was not in her own room. Upon returning to his quarters, he discovered, to his astonishment, a golden-haired intruder resting upon his bed. Yuxingha, with his legs stiffened, gingerly made his way to the bedside and sat down. He gazed at Posey, whose tear-streaked cheeks still bore the remnants of sorrow, and whose small mouth was pouted in a manner reminiscent of a soy sauce bottle. Leaning closer to Posey's ear, Yuxingha softly murmured, "I am truly sorry for causing you concern today." Posey opened her cerulean eyes and shot Yuxingha an indignant glance, promptly yanking the quilt to envelop herself tightly. Even through the layers of fabric, her voice, still laced with anger, resonated. "I nearly cried all my tears dry today. And you? You had the audacity to go on a date with a girl. I shall never speak to you again. Leave. I never want to see you again." With a silent sigh, Yuxingha reflected on the acute sensitivity of women. He exhaled heavily and urged, "Posey, please allow me to explain. Things are not as you perceive them. Are you suggesting that I went to find a bicycle? How did you know?" Posey wailed. "Even now, you still lie? Just leave. I cannot bear to see you. But this is my room. Shouldn't it be you who leaves?" Upon hearing this, Posey abruptly flung off the quilt, leaped from the bed, and delivered a swift kick to Yuxingha's injured leg. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Yuxingha's lips, startling Posey, who had been consumed by her anger. "What is wrong? My dear sister, you are truly your mother's daughter. Both of you strike me at the same wound." As he spoke, Yuxingha rolled up his pant leg, revealing fresh crimson blood seeping from the bandaged injury. The sight of it caused Posey to be overcome with sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Do not cry. It is all my fault," he implored, hastily using his sleeve to dab at Posey's tears. This was prompted by his concern that, despite having washed his hands, remnants of chili pepper might linger, hence he offered his sleeve. However, he soon realized that wiping her tears only seemed to exacerbate Posey's weeping. "I beg you, cease your crying. If you promise not to cry, I will grant you anything. Then you must never seek a girlfriend or marry for the rest of your life. Is that acceptable? Here, take this tissue. If it isn't enough, I shall fetch more." Chapter 157. The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 4. Despite the heavy academic load of their final year, a day off was still necessary for the Qiming festival. Early in the morning, Shernayan procured a plethora of candles, incense, paper money, and offerings, and took Yuxingha and Posey to the cemetery to pay their respects. The comrade he sought to honor was none other than Yuxingha's father, the late Old Yu, who had saved Shernayan's life. Upon reaching the grave of the fallen hero, Shernayan patted the gravestone, as he once had on his comrade's shoulder. "Old Yu, I have brought my wife, son, and daughter to see you. Of course, they are your son and daughter as well, but my wife and daughter belong to me. Do not get confused. Your wife is nearby. Be cautious lest she makes you kneel on a keyboard down there. Oh, I almost forgot. You wouldn't know what a keyboard is. I have a paper computer here, which I shall burn for you shortly. It is quite the treasure." Qiming may very well be the most opportune day for discussing the supernatural in broad daylight. Shernayan, seated upon a small stool he had brought along, engaged in his annual discourse with a gravestone. "Your academic performance in mathematics is truly abysmal, akin to your own character. Yet, fortunate for you, you take after your mother, which grants you a modicum of literary flair, ultimately leading you to become a writer," he remarked. While the elderly Sher conversed with the venerable lunar figure, Yuxingha found himself before another gravestone. Beneath this earth lies a woman, Yuxingha's biological mother. Regarding his biological mother, Yuxingha possesses no recollection. He cannot speak of love, nor can he mention anything else. The only sentiment he harbors, perhaps, is a mere gratitude for having been brought into this world by her. Once, Yu Xinghe held a certain perspective. However, one year, while rummaging through his belongings at home, he inadvertently stumbled upon a weathered envelope. Upon opening it, he discovered delicate handwriting within. Initially, as it was merely a letter, Yu Xinghe intended to disregard it. But the words at the top momentarily left him speechless. To my dearest treasure in this world, Yu Xinghe. Recognizing it was addressed to him, he resolved to read further. Xinghe, when you come across this letter, you must have grown up by now. I have not been a competent mother. I hardly fed you a few times before entrusting you to Shirnayan, handing you over to such a rough man as him. I have both wronged you and placed him in a difficult position. Yet I found myself with no other choice. My health was failing. If I did not entrust you soon, who would care for you when I passed away? It is unrealistic to rely on your uncles and aunts. They are greedy, selfish, and shameless, worse than the likes of Zhou Baibi. Your father had barely departed when they came demanding compensation, showing no concern for how I would manage without that money to raise you. They spoke sweetly, claiming they would treat you as their own and care for me as family. All mere deceitful words. Do I not know the true nature of those scoundrels? They are only interested in my wealth and my body. I feigned agreement with them, telling them to wait at home while I went to buy some oranges and would bring the money to them. To my surprise, those fools actually believed me and returned home. I fled with you under the cover of night, leaving our hometown behind, and found Shirnayan in this city. He was your father's closest friend, and I trusted your father's judgment. I entrusted you, along with that compensation, to him. He swore before me that as long as he had a morsel of food, you would never go hungry. My darling, how have you been living there? Have you faced any bullying? How old are you now upon reading this letter? Do you have a girlfriend? Haha, if you do not. It must be due to your own nature or that stubborn Shirnayan's teachings. Your mother possesses beauty that rivals Shishir and surpasses Diaochan. I was once the renowned village belle, with suitors breaking down my door, and young men lining up from the village to the county to win my affection. You certainly take after your mother, and you cannot possibly be lacking in looks. If only I could witness your growth, hear your first words, watch you take your first steps, teach you to ride a bicycle, see you pin your name, accompany you on your journey through school, dress you in the sweaters, pants, shoes, and scarves I knitted, and prepare your meals 3 times a day. If circumstances allowed, I would even relish the experience of disciplining a child. There is no greater accomplishment in this world than nurturing a little bundle of joy into a strong and upright man. I long to see you grow, to witness your marriage, and to behold your children. Only after these moments are fulfilled would I dare to close my eyes without regret and seek out your father to deliver a resounding slap across his face. Once more, I shouted at him, "You have no shame towards the nation, and I bear no shame towards my family. I should not perish, nor do I wish to. I cannot die yet. Yet, when faced with fate, there exists no alternative but acceptance. Despite my fervent desire to cling to life, I am acutely aware that my time has come. I am utterly fatigued, yet I resist the urge to close my eyes, for the image of you, sweetly slumbering, is one I can never tire of." As I penned these words, my once graceful script began to falter and blur. Having said all this, I shall say no more. May you live a life filled with peace, joy, and good health. An inadequate mother, Qi Yingwei. Gazing at the gravestone before me, Yu Xinghe parted her lips, wishing to articulate something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Poseidon approached Yu Xinghe and addressed the gravestone. "Auntie, I am Shuri Guang, Star River's sister. Brother is quite foolish. His grades are abysmal, and every year when I come to tell you that his results are satisfactory, it is not, but a fabrication. Please do not be deceived. Moreover, he is truly inconsiderate. Not only does he make me cry, but he also stands by laughing. He says there's not enough tissue and offers to fetch more. Is this how one speaks?" Listening to Poseidon's incessant chatter, an inexplicable sense of absurdity washed over Yu Xinghe. It felt akin to a wife complaining to her mother-in-law. Standing behind them, Sophia watched the 2 children reveal their grievances before the gravestone, shaking her head in bemusement. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and her vision blurred. Before the 2 children appeared a translucent figure, fragile and clad in a pristine white dress, resembling a lilac blossom. The figure then lowered her head, and on her beautiful face, a gentle smile blossomed, reminiscent of spring's warmth. Subsequently, she bent down to embrace Yu Xinghe, tenderly caressing Poseidon's head. Following this, the figure turned to Sophia, beaming with a smile, and bowed deeply. Just as Sophia was about to step forward, Another gust of wind blew, and upon blinking, the lilac-like delicate figure vanished. As the cicadas chirped from the willows by the pond, heralding the arrival of summer. The college entrance examination began. The conclusion of the examination signified separation. In response to the impending farewell after graduation, Class 3 of senior year, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, decided to hold a graduation ceremony. Chapter 158, The Big Shot Emerges, Part 5, the moment the college entrance examination concluded. We had already graduated. Thus, as we gathered for the graduation ceremony, everyone shed the drab school uniforms and donned their most splendid attire. On this sun-drenched day, we adorned ourselves in our finest to bid a perfect farewell to our youth. Just as Yu Xinghe was rummaging through her wardrobe, deliberating over which outfit to wear, she suddenly realized a grave issue. The Lolita dress she had brought back from Bibidong's home was missing. Not only that, but even the several sets of JK uniforms she had hidden away so carefully had vanished, apart from family members. No one else is permitted to enter and exit my room freely. The sole individual who dares to rummage through my wardrobe is none other than my mother. The mere thought of her discovering that Lolita outfit, along with the rest of my feminine attire, fills me with trepidation about my impending fate. Just as I, Yu Xinghe, sank to the ground in despair, the voice of Poseidon suddenly echoed, "What are you doing sitting on the floor? Are you pretending to be dead again?" As Yu Xinghe was about to elucidate, a flicker of familiar color caught the corner of his eye. Immediately thereafter, Yu Xinghe turned her head and was astonished to discover that her beloved Lolita dress was adorning her younger sister. Posey twirled around, clutching the hem of her dress, and flashed a sweet smile at Yu Xinghe. "Does it look good?" "Absolutely stunning. My dear sister, may I propose a matter to you? If it concerns returning those clothes, let us not even discuss it. But could you perhaps keep this matter to yourself? Your future actions will determine that." Today, Class 3 of the senior year was exceptionally lively. In contrast to the typically somber atmosphere of relentless studying, this group of students, having endured the rigors of the college entrance examination, seemed eager to release the pent-up tension of the past year. Some sang, some danced, and occasionally, confessions and breakups intermingled. Naturally, the most fervent discussions revolved around their respective college applications. When it came to filling out applications, one could not avoid the topic of exam scores. The name most frequently uttered among the students was that of Shuri Guang. Everyone speculated about where this academically gifted and beautiful girl would ultimately enroll. While her academically struggling brother became a topic of much amusement, there's no doubt that the sister will secure her place at Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet her brother is left pondering which less prestigious institution he might attend. Let us not speak so harshly. After all, his family has their own business. He is destined to inherit it. And who knows, we might even find ourselves enjoying breakfast at his place someday. But beware, he might hold a grudge and slip some dubious ingredients into your soy milk. As for me, despite my less than stellar grades, I am more than capable of gaining admission to a respectable institution, with aspirations aimed at joining the ranks of the Fortune 500. In the future, I envision being whisked away in a luxury vehicle, dining at Michelin-starred establishments. I have little interest in his humble breakfast shop. As two figures entered the classroom, the previously bustling atmosphere akin to a vibrant market fell into immediate silence. All eyes were drawn to Shuri Guang standing beside Yu Xinghe. The reason was simple. Today, Shuri Guang was resplendently beautiful, with a regal nose and exquisitely chiseled features akin to a sculpted masterpiece. Her cascading golden locks resembled a waterfall. Although she possessed a distinctly Western visage, the blend of her mixed heritage lent her a subtle softness reminiscent of Eastern beauty. Clad in an intricately beautiful Lolita gown, she resembled Cinderella adorned with crystal shoes, exuding an air of nobility. Her azure eyes stood out among the sea of dark pupils, amplifying her exotic charm to an extraordinary degree. Undoubtedly, Shuri Guang was destined to be the focal point of today's graduation ceremony. In stark contrast to the princess-like Shuri Guang, the casually dressed Yu Xinghe appeared more akin to an attractive servant. As the attendees gathered, Old Wang delivered a few brief remarks before inviting the class representative, an unequivocal choice given her outstanding character and beauty, to the stage. When Shuri Guang's gentle and melodious voice recited the meticulously prepared graduation speech, the classroom fell into an immediate hush. This time, the audience listened with unprecedented attentiveness. No dozing off, no whispers, and no daydreaming. They understood that this ceremony marked their final lesson together. From this moment forth, they would scatter to the four corners of the earth, and years would pass before they might reunite, if at all. As Shuri Guang concluded her speech, The graduation ceremony officially commenced, unrehearsed and spontaneous. Save for the previously prepared refreshments and snacks, all performances were impromptu. Those eager to showcase their talents raised their hands to take the stage, if no one volunteered. A fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, individual was chosen at random, followed by a vote among classmates to determine the performance. It was then that everyone discovered the hidden talents of their classmates, who were quite different from their usual personas. The typically quiet Chiu Shotsong revealed an impressive singing voice, while the academically challenged Chiu Yuepio dazzled with a captivating magic trick. Furthermore, Chiu Dingyue astounded the crowd by performing a vigorous rendition of New Treasure Island with his two younger brothers, belting out HOP. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. After the Chiu brothers' performance, the room fell into a brief silence, as no one could surpass such a remarkable display. The class monitor, acting as the host, called for volunteers but received no response. Turning his gaze towards Yu Xinghe and Yingyin, he first addressed Yingyin. Though you are a transfer student, we have spent nearly half a year together. Why not come up and perform a piece? Yingyin flashed a mischievous grin and replied, absolutely. With eager eyes from the female students upon her, Yingyin stepped into the center and suddenly removed her top. Yingyin, what are you doing? Gasped the crowd. As her shirt fell away, it became evident that beneath her seemingly slender exterior lay the physique of a male model, leaving the female students in awe and drooling at the sight. Then, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the boys, Yingyin stood tall, chest out, and declared, I shall demonstrate a pectoral exercise for everyone. To the astonishment of the crowd, his pectoral muscles indeed moved, eliciting a chorus of shrieks from the girls. The class monitor, Gong Baofa, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, confronted Yingyin, saying, what kind of performance is this? Yingyin, with a cheeky smile that tilted at a sharp 45 degrees, retorted, if you're displeased, why not take off your shirt and let us compare? What does everyone think? A resounding cheer erupted from the girls below, prompting Gong Baofa to darken in countenance as he replied, I refuse to engage in such a contest. As scholars, we should compete in knowledge. Do you know how to compose couplets? Yingyin, being a divine entity, possessed immense power. Should the gates of space open, he could exile anyone indefinitely. In terms of knowledge, he reigned supreme in the realm of spatial science. If he claimed the second place, there would be no first. However, when it came to couplets, the distinction between culture and knowledge emerged. Knowledge has a degree of universality, but culture, as a unique spiritual heritage of each intellectual community, was beyond his grasp. Simply put, it touched upon his intellectual blind spot. Certainly, this was also due to Yingyin's brief tenure in the human realm. If he were to immerse himself in this world for a decade or so, even a mere human child or an adept at regeneration would likely be left speechless. As the situation grew tense with Gong Baofa cornering Yingyin, the girls in the audience began to voice their discontent, rallying in support of Yingyin. Naturally, this drew the ire of some boys who sided with Gong Baofa. As the clamor escalated, Old Wang bellowed, silence. Instantly, the classroom fell into an eerie stillness. A crisp sound echoed through the air. All eyes turned to the student Yu Xinghe, who was munching on chips. A spark of inspiration ignited in Old Wang's mind. Yu Xinghe, everyone has performed. Why not come up and showcase something of your own? How about I perform an act of eating chips? Yu Xinghe quipped, maintaining his playful demeanor. Old Wang, with a grave expression, implored, it's the last day. Let us bury the hatchet and share a laugh, shall we? Taken aback by Old Wang's heartfelt plea, Yu Xinghe pondered for a moment before stepping into the spotlight. How about I sing a song for everyone? Gong Baofa, standing nearby, chuckled, please tell me it's not another one of those childish jingles. At this, Poseidon, unable to contain himself, shot back, Gong Baofa. If you're so capable, why don't you sing instead? The moment Poseidon defended Yu Xinghe, Gong Baofa, harboring a long-standing crush on Shuri Guang, felt an intense surge of anger. Yet, he refrained from direct confrontation with Shuri Guang, choosing instead to unleash his frustration upon Yu Xinghe. What is the matter? As a man of stature, should one still require the protection of a younger sister? In response to Gong Baofa's incessant provocations towards Yu Xinghe, Poseidon suddenly rose. Her gaze fierce and predatory, akin to that of a mother leopard fixating on her prey. Under the intense scrutiny of Poseidon's eyes, filled with animosity and rage, Gong Baofa felt an inexplicable chill seep into his heart. What do you intend to do? He stammered. Poseidon, with a mocking smile, extended her hand, her fist cracking ominously. As the situation escalated uncontrollably, Yuxinghe stepped in front of Poseidon, urging her back into her seat. Gently, he patted her head and reassured her, "It's nothing. It's merely a song. I will sing." With that, Yuxinghe returned to the center of the gathering and addressed the crowd. "Today, this song is dedicated to everyone. May this graduation ceremony become a cherished memory in your hearts." As the song began, it resonated deeply with the audience. In the beginning, we were all children. In the end, we yearn to become angels. Farewells always carry a tinge of melancholy, and combined with Yuxinghe's melodious voice, the song struck a chord, causing many classmates to tear up, with some fragile souls openly weeping. Upon the conclusion of his performance, old Wang, with red-rimmed eyes, led the applause, and the venue erupted in a wave of fervent clapping. Only Gong Baofa clapped sullenly, his face clouded. Following the graduation ceremony was a celebratory meal. After this gathering, true separation would ensue. Most of the senior students were now adults, having been weighed down by years of rigorous study, and upon their liberation, they indulged freely. In contrast to the ubiquitous clinking of glasses and the revelry around him, Yuxinghe, sipping juice and eating steadily, stood out distinctly, though everyone had indeed come to dine. Who would genuinely partake in mere eating? Some drank in a bid to confess their feelings, while others imbibed to weep openly. Countless sentiments, long buried over the year, found release through a glass of wine and a cascade of tears. Gong Baofa was no exception. Upon witnessing Shi Yiguang tenderly serving Yuxinghe, offering her dishes and carefully removing fish bones, he realized he could wait no longer. Amidst the astonished expressions of those around him, Gong Baofa downed a shot of white liquor and approached Shi Yiguang. Then, raising his voice, he declared, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say." As silence enveloped the gathering, Gong Baofa took a step forward, kneeling on one knee before Shi Yiguang, expressing earnestly, "Shizi, I have liked you for 3 years. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Will you be my girlfriend?" Taken aback by Gong Baofa's sudden confession, Poseidon too was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "I'm sorry, but I do not feel the same way. While you are indeed exceptional, we are simply not suited for one another. What is it that makes us incompatible? Is it my appearance, or perhaps my academic performance? Please, give me a reason." He pressed. "There is no reason. Disinterest is simply disinterest," she replied. After speaking, Poseidon stood up and addressed everyone around. "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Farewell." With that, Poseidon grasped the hand of Moonstar River, intending to depart. However, at that moment, Gong Baofa suddenly dashed in front of them, arms outstretched, blocking their path. "Shizi, please, tell me what it is about me that is lacking. Can you grant me one chance?" Confronted with Gong Baofa's relentless pursuit, Poseidon felt a surge of irritation. "I have already stated that I do not like you. I possess no feelings for you whatsoever. Furthermore, refrain from calling me Shizi in such an affectionate manner. Please maintain your dignity. Additionally, I already have someone I admire." At her words, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Poseidon recognized that she had spoken out of turn, yet the words were irretrievable. Upon hearing that Poseidon had affections for another girl, Gong Baofa immediately pressed, "Who is she? It is none of your concern. Please tell me, otherwise you are deceiving me." Poseidon, genuinely amused by his audacity, retorted coldly, "Is it truly so important whether I am deceiving you? Moreover, everyone is entitled to their privacy. What right do you have to interrogate me? You are neither my family nor my kin, so please understand your position. Your behavior only serves to increase my disdain for you." With that, Poseidon circumvented Gong Baofa and continued on her way. Gong Baofa turned, gazing at the entwined figures, when suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. He then shouted, "Shi Yiguang, the person you like is your brother, isn't it?" At this utterance, Poseidon halted in her tracks. Simultaneously, Moonstar River whirled around and charged at Gong Baofa, delivering a swift kick. The crowd was taken aback, for the usually mild Moonstar River had taken action, and with such ferocity. As Gong Baofa was knocked to the ground, Moonstar River angrily declared, "Clean up your language. You may slander me, but I will not allow you to defame my sister." With Moonstar River's unexpected strike, Gong Baofa, fueled by drink, rose and charged at him. Just as it seemed a brawl was imminent, Ingyin seized a cup and hurled it, diverting everyone's attention. In the next moment, the cup suddenly appeared at Gong Baofa's feet. As he slipped, a dull thud reverberated through the air, and Gong Baofa fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Chapter 160. The Emergence of the Big Shot Part 7. What began as a delightful graduation party concluded in utter chaos. Gong Baofa was escorted by a few boys to sober up, while Yuxinghe and Poseidon returned home after bidding farewell to a few close classmates. On June 25th, Shernayan, Sophia, and Yuxinghe gathered before the computer, incessantly refreshing the screen, anxiety palpable in the air. Today marked the release of examination results. A pivotal moment in the life of a dedicated student. As the prominent score of 645 appeared, the previously silent room erupted in cheers loud enough to lift the roof. A score of 645. It surpassed the admission threshold for Qingbei by a full 25 points. Upon seeing this score, Shernayan beamed with joy, while the usually composed Sophia joyfully leaped into his arms. After glancing at her score, Poseidon felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she had confidence in her abilities, the weight had left her somewhat anxious. Now that the burden of uncertainty had lifted, a profound joy surged within her. Unable to contain herself, Poseidon threw herself onto Yuxinghe, planting a kiss on his cheek. In an instant, the previously lively room fell into silence. Poseidon turned her head awkwardly to see Shernayan and Sophia staring at her, and the bewildered Yuxinghe with strange expressions. Just as Sophia was about to speak, Shernayan's phone rang unexpectedly. What could it be? Surely it's good news. After hanging up, Shernayan exclaimed with glee, "My brother just called. He said his son did well and barely made it into a first-tier university. He is hosting a banquet tomorrow and wants us all to attend." With that phone call, Sophia's attention shifted immediately. "Going back to your husband's hometown again?" She frowned. "It's just a meal. We'll leave right after." "All right. We won't encounter any issues like last time, will we? Rest assured, this time it's a private affair hosted by my brother, with no other guests invited. Besides, I'm still here. Who would dare bully you? Just watch as I deal with them." The following day, as Shernayan prepared to drive, he was met with a shocking sight. Their family's car was devoid of wheels. All 4 tires had been removed. This was quite the predicament. Gazing at his car, propped up by 4 jacks with its wheels missing, Shernayan fell into deep contemplation. The thief certainly had poor judgment. This vehicle was no luxury car. Merely a standard Toyota RAV4. Even if all 4 wheels were sold, they wouldn't fetch much money. Could it be that some vengeful individual harbors a grudge against him? Perhaps old Zhao from the bun shop on East Street? Or old Qian, who fries dough sticks on West Street? What about old Sun, who steams rice rolls on South Street? Or old Li, who grinds soy milk on North Street? Yet, the issue at hand is not merely the removal of the car's wheels. Why inscribe the words "you scoundrel," deceiving me in love and body on his vehicle? Although Shernayan did not turn to face her, he could feel the scorching intensity of Sophia's gaze upon his back, instilling in him a sense of impending doom. The last time he experienced such a feeling was during his final mission, when he narrowly escaped death from an explosion. Indeed, Sophia's voice, as frigid as the Siberian winds, pierced through the air as she demanded, "Shernayan, pray explain the meaning of these words. My Chinese is somewhat lacking, and I cannot comprehend." Upon hearing her words, Shernayan struggled to respond, "My dear, I assure you, on my honor, this is nothing but a baseless slander, a blatant defamation. You must trust me." "Is that so? Very well. Whenever you clarify this matter, you may return to the bedroom. Until then, you shall sleep on the sofa. Father, perhaps we should first contact the authorities, and then attend to the car." Upon Moonxing's suggestion, Shernayan resigned himself to swallow this bitter pill alone. He vowed that once he discovered the perpetrator behind this act, he would ensure they were rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. Yet, Shernayan's quest for vengeance was destined to be in vain, for the culprit was Bibi Dong. More specifically, it was Bibi Dong who had hypnotized an accomplice to carry out the deed. As for Bibi Dong's motive, it was merely a pretext to draw closer to Moonxinghe. In those words, they were simply an act of retribution, intended to irritate Sophia, given her tendency to guard herself against her like a thief. Heaven bears witness. Bibi Dong harbors no ill intentions towards Moonxinghe. Misfortunes seldom arrive alone. When Shernayan learned from the auto repair shop that there were no spare wheels available citywide, he was further disheartened to discover that all rental agencies had inexplicably closed for the day. Just as despair enveloped him, Bibi Dong appeared, driving a Rolls-Royce. "Oh, little brother. Where are you off to?" On the banks of the Moonlight River, Yuxinghe approached and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Oh, just off to have breakfast." "Ah, boss, sure. You too." Shernayan had a vivid recollection of Bai Bai Dong. After all, A woman as exquisite as she would inevitably leave a profound impression on anyone who had merely glimpsed her. Moreover, she had been visiting his establishment for breakfast almost daily lately. Upon hearing that Bai Dong was going for breakfast, Shernine stepped forward to explain, "General Wu, I sincerely apologize, but I must return to my countryside home today. You may need to find another place for breakfast." Returning to the countryside? Are you waiting for a ride here? Bai Dong's eyes sparkled with a clever idea as she replied, "How about this? I will lend you my car. What do you think?" Surprised by her generous offer, Shernine gazed at the luxurious vehicle before him and swallowed hard. "That seems inappropriate. Your car is far too valuable." However, Bai Dong waved her hand dismissively, speaking with great confidence, "It's perfectly fine. I am an old friend of Xinghe. Besides, if I lend you the car, you can finish your business sooner, allowing Xinghe to return to his writing more quickly. It benefits us both, so why not? But if you lend me your car, what will you do? No need to worry. I have more than 20 other vehicles." With that, Bai Dong paid no heed to Shernine's response and strode away. Her demeanor so carefree that one might think she had merely discarded some refuse. Seeing her leave without a backward glance, Shernine could only smile wryly as he instructed the children to get into the car. They would be too late if they did not depart soon. Meanwhile, the home of Shi Lang in Shi family village was unusually lively. Initially, he had intended to keep the gathering small, but his parents and wife were adamant otherwise. Both his parents and spouse were particularly proud, and with their child having been accepted into a prestigious university in a village where few attain such heights, it was a matter of immense pride, enough to boast about for a lifetime. Observing his wife's boisterous voice as she paraded their son around, Shi Lang felt that her exuberance was somewhat excessive. Yet, the thought of their child's achievement brought him great joy, and he could not help but beam at the sight of his wife and son. As preparations for the banquet were underway, the arrival of a sedan caused a stir among the guests. It was a sleek black Mercedes, and as it glided into the courtyard, all eyes were drawn to the vehicle. The door swung open, revealing a plump, middle-aged man, clad in a suit and sporting sunglasses, who emerged from the driver's seat. Simultaneously, a fashionable young woman in a crop top and short shorts exited from the passenger's side. "Who are you?" Shi Lang pondered, trying to recall if he had any wealthy relatives, when the middle-aged man removed his sunglasses and exclaimed, "Shi Lang, it's me, Gong Dashing. Do you not remember me?" Upon hearing the name Gong Dashing, Shi Lang's eyes sparkled with recognition. He approached and playfully tapped Gong Dashing's chest, exclaiming, "Ah, young man, it's you. After years of absence, you've made quite an impression. Haven't you? Driving a Mercedes now. And this suit of yours is quite impressive." As he spoke, Shi Lang reached out to touch it. Suddenly, Gong Dashing discreetly shrugged off Shi Lang's hand, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "There's nothing remarkable to touch. This suit is merely worth around 10,000 yuan. It's comfortable to wear, but a hassle to clean. If it gets dirty, it has to be sent to the dry cleaners, and that costs a few hundred. Your work attire is far superior, durable and stain-resistant. Alas, I can no longer fit into such practical clothing with this belly of mine." Upon hearing Gong Dashing mention the suit's high price and cleaning costs, Shi Lang quickly withdrew his hand as if jolted by an electric shock. As he did so, Gong Dashing inquired, "Where is Hua Luo? Why isn't he here?" Shi Lang promptly called for his wife and child. A plump middle-aged woman accompanied by a shy, dark-skinned boy emerged. The fashionable young lady, who had been seated in the front passenger seat, removed her sunglasses and called out, "Sister Chun, it's been ages. You've filled out quite a bit." The woman, referred to as Sister Chun, scrutinized the fashionable young lady's face and, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "Liju, I can't believe how beautiful you still are after all these years." Upon hearing Sister Chun address her as Liju, the young lady's expression soured slightly. "Sister Chun, I've changed my name. Now I'm called Lisa. Please remember that." Lisa? Aren't you surnamed Chen?" Sister Chun responded, prompting Lisa to look visibly displeased. "Sister Chun, that's my English name." "Oh, an English name. Does your father know you've changed it?" Lisa, observing the atmosphere grow awkward. Gong Dashing chuckled, pulling a large red envelope from his pocket and handing it to Hua Luo, saying, "Congratulations on your acceptance to a prestigious university. Keep up the good work." Upon the mention of studies, Shi Lang's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a winning secret, proudly announcing to Gong Dashing, "My son has been accepted to a top university. Impressive, isn't it?" Gong Dashing responded with a polite smile, "Not bad. He is about on par with my son." "Your son? Is Bao Fa back as well? Where is he? Son, come out and meet your uncle Shi Lang and Hua Luo. With that, a refined young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the back seat. In contrast to the dark-skinned, robust Shi Hua Luo, the fair-skinned, well-dressed Gong Baofa shone like a prince. Upon seeing Gong Baofa, Shi Lang approached with a cheerful demeanor, tousling his hair. Wow, is this Bao Fa? After years apart, you've grown so tall. And you've become quite handsome. By the way, how did you do on the college entrance exam? What school are you planning to apply to? Who knows? Perhaps Hua Luo will be your classmate in the future. Upon hearing Shi Lang's words, Gong Baofa adjusted his glasses and remarked, "This year's college entrance examination did not go well. I might barely secure a spot in a key university." A key university? Is that equivalent to a first-tier institution? In response to his father's inquiry, Shi Hualuo quietly pulled on his father's sleeve and explained, a key university is actually a level above a first-tier school. At Shi Hualuo's revelation, Shi Lang's expression abruptly stiffened. Just as he pondered how to shift the conversation, Gong Baofa, smiling as he patted Shi Hualuo's shoulder, inquired, "Which university have you applied to?" Compared to his earlier pride, Shi Hualuo, now facing a peer who had gained admission to a key institution, responded somewhat awkwardly. "Certain engineering institute." Gong Baofa replied cheerfully, "That school is quite respectable. Put in your best effort." Noting his son's dejected demeanor, Shi Lang promptly urged, "Baofa, why don't you and your family come over and sit with us?" After ushering the Gong family to their seats, Shi Lang found his son, who had been hiding in a room, wiping away tears. He approached to console him. "What is there to cry about, big man? It's just that you didn't T-score higher than others. Although we may not measure up to Gong Baofa, we still have our merits. Don't be disheartened. Soon you'll be the center of attention, needing to toast the guests. Dad, I'm sorry for bringing you shame. It's all right, it's all right. Wipe your tears. Your uncles will be here shortly, and you must be ready to greet them." As the Gong family settled in, several familiar villagers eagerly approached to ingratiate themselves. Liju Lisha.
"Do you remember me? Shawan, you're living the good life now. Your skin looks so well-maintained, like that of a young maiden. Dafa, it's me, Dazhuang."
We used to gather firewood together when we were young. Have you become a boss now? What business are you in? We promised each other as children that we wouldn't forget one another when we became prosperous. I've seen this car on television. It seems to be called a Mercedes. I heard it costs several $100,000, even up to $1 million. Goodness. We spent only $100,000 to build our house. How can such a small car, which holds less than a tractor, be so expensive? Despite the Gong family's underlying disdain for these common folk, humans naturally harbor a sense of vanity. Who does not relish the feeling of being the center of attention? Just as the Shi family felt overwhelmed by the Gong family's ostentatious display, a remarkably striking vehicle slowly entered the Shi family's courtyard. It was a purple sedan, reflecting a regal violet hue under the sunlight. The golden celebratory goddess adorning the front, though bent slightly, still emanated an air of superiority. The downward sweeping design of the four wheels and the distinctive double R logo hinted at its extraordinary pedigree. As the car doors swung open, an aura of opulence wafted out, suggesting that even a beggar descending from it would exude the semblance of a wealthy person in tattered clothes. When the Shi Nyan family emerged, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. How could it possibly be him? This is a question that weighs on everyone's mind. Meanwhile, Gong Baofa gazed in astonishment as a blonde woman clad in Lolita attire descended from an opulent vehicle, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a whole pig. Chapter 162. The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 9. As he beheld the family of Shi Nyan stepping out from the extravagantly priced car, Shi Lang momentarily found himself at a loss for words, hesitating to approach. After the recent incident involving Gong Dafa, Shi Lang understood that people are subject to change. Despite the fact that Shi Nyan was his brother and they had spoken just yesterday, he felt an inexplicable sense of hesitation. Just as Shi Lang was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Shi Nyan approached him and playfully delivered a light punch. "Well, look at you. It's only been a few months, and you've forgotten me?" Hearing his brother's familiar accent and unchanged demeanor, Shi Lang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After all, blood is thicker than water. As the two brothers engaged in their usual banter, Sophia led Posey to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Aunt Spring Jia observed the mother-daughter duo before her, one large and one small. She wished to invite them to sit, but feared they might dismiss her as they had done with the previous guest, Li Jun. Her hands fidgeted, betraying her inner turmoil. It was Posey who noticed Spring Jia's discomfort and grasped one of her hands, saying, "And how did you hurt your hand?" Spring Jie smiled gently. "I accidentally cut it while preparing vegetables yesterday. It's just a minor injury." Upon hearing this, Posey took Spring Jie's hand and pressed it against her cheek, saying, "You must have been lost in thought about Dong Dong, right? Dong Dong is here and will spend the whole day with you, okay?" Listening to Posey's words filled with concern, Spring Jie affectionately ruffled Posey's hair and replied, "Good child, good child." Posey then leapt into Spring Jie's embrace, playfully snuggling against her. Bathed in the radiant sunlight, one was a beautifully adorned princess, while the other was a weathered middle-aged woman in simple attire. Though they appeared to inhabit entirely different worlds, they embraced one another through the invisible chain of familial affection. Observing Shi Guang and Spring Jie in their heartfelt embrace, Shi joined his brother and familiar friends in playful antics. The villagers, initially hesitant to approach due to the luxurious car, soon flocked towards them. Meanwhile, the once imposing Gong Dafa family sat isolated in a corner, their demeanor suggesting that onlookers might mistakenly believe they were afflicted by some contagious ailment, as none dared to engage with them. "By the way, how are Xinghe and Dong Dong performing academically?" "I won't even mention Xinghe. He is unlikely to make it to college. Thankfully, my daughter has excelled, scoring 645. I'm not sure if that is considered high, but I've heard it's enough for Tsinghua and Peking University. Those recruitment calls have been giving me a headache. Enough of that. I'll let her make her own decisions." Upon hearing of Shi Guang's remarkable achievements, Shi Lang directed his gaze towards a solitary trio at a nearby table. He seized Shi and led him to a secluded corner, recounting the recent events. Learning of the humiliation inflicted upon his brother and sister-in-law's son, Shi felt an overwhelming urge to restore their honor. Otherwise, he might as well take a piece of tofu and end his life. With this thought in mind, during the banquet, Shi family purposefully sat at the same table as the Gong family. Notably, after the incidents at the last graduation banquet, Posey insisted on sitting between their parents with her brother, which left Gong Baofa feeling quite disappointed, as he had harbored a glimmer of hope. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Gong Dafen, eyeing the resplendent Rolls-Royce that shone under the sun with its noble violet hue, raised his glass to Shi ingratiatingly inquiring, "Where have you struck it rich, brother? Even driving such a car?" Beside him, Li Zhu gazed at the vehicle, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Although Gong Dafen often looked down upon others, he was a businessman and possessed a certain level of discernment. The car Shi had arrived in was a Phantom, a model reputedly not available to just anyone with wealth. The sellers would scrutinize one's financial background and business standing. In essence, they do not cater to mere nouveau riches. In response to Gong Dafen's toast, Shi candidly stated, "I merely run a breakfast shop. That car is not mine." Upon hearing this, Gong Dafen immediately set down his glass, while Gong Baofa displayed a hint of disappointment. He had initially intended to call out Shi should he boast. With the two Gong men falling silent, Li Zhu shifted from her earlier respectful demeanor to one of disdain. Smirking, "Oh, it's not yours? Then whose is it? I presume renting such a vehicle must cost a pretty penny." Speaking of the restaurant business, while it can be profitable, it is also quite taxing, especially running a breakfast place. Why must you flaunt your hard-earned money to save face? Shi was unperturbed by Li Zhu's sudden change of attitude. They had all grown up together in the same village, well acquainted with each other's backgrounds. Chen Lizhu was indeed a self-serving individual, aligning herself with those who possessed wealth. In their youth, when Gong Dafen was still struggling, she wouldn't spare him a glance. Conversely, when Shi, hailing from a prosperous family, was strong and handsome before his military service, he had garnered her attention, but he had consistently rebuffed her advances. Later, as Shi enlisted and Gong Dafen gradually prospered from humble beginnings, Li Zhu wasted no time in gravitating towards Gong Dafen's family, and within a month, they were engaged. Years later, when Shi returned from military service, injured and running a breakfast shop, their paths crossed once again. That year, when the child Yuexing was entrusted to Shi, he was managing the shop while caring for the child and coincidentally encountered the Gong couple at breakfast. Naturally, such a village reunion could not avoid pleasantries, albeit an uncomfortable exchange. During the course of their pleasantries, Chen Lizhu repeatedly mocked Shi with a sharp and acerbic wit, as if there existed a deep-seated grudge between them. In truth, Shi was aware that Chen Lizhu was avenging past grievances. Subsequently, Chen Lizhu even sent someone to his shop to order 100 breakfasts for her company's workers, insisting they be delivered before 7 o'clock. Shi distinctly remembered that it was a freezing rain that day, and he arrived 10 minutes early, only to find the workers had already finished their meals. It turned out that, as he learned from the workers, the company had its own cafeteria, and the workers had no need to order breakfast at all. Realizing he had been tricked, Shernyan sought to confront the person who placed the order, but was informed that the individual had resigned the day before. With no other recourse, in an effort to mitigate his losses, Shernyan braved the freezing rain, hawking his wares along the street. Ultimately managing to sell half of the breakfasts, the remaining half was generously donated to the homeless. Unbeknownst to Shernyan, this seemingly inconsequential act piqued Sophia's curiosity, leading to the series of events that would unfold between them. Chapter 163, The Emergence of the Big Shot, Part 10, Gratitude to the reader Xingye Jiyun for their generous support. Regarding Chun Liju's derision, Shernyan found little inclination to defend himself. His silence only served to further confirm Chun Liju and Gong Dafa's suspicions, leading to an even greater disdain in their treatment of Shernyan and his family. Old Shi, your daughter and son are classmates with my son. How did they fare? Gong Dafa inquired. My son did reasonably well, likely securing a spot in a prestigious school. Oh, Bao Fa got into a prestigious one. Impressive. My son, alas, lacks ambition and is not cut out for academics, though my daughter is doing decently and may just scrape into Qingbei. Huh. Old Shi, are you certain your daughter can gain admission to Qingbei? The two schools, Tsinghua and Beida, are the pinnacle of educational institutions in Huaxia, coveted by all students. Those who gain entry are invariably top scholars, with Gong Dafa's son trailing nearly 30 points below the acceptance line. He could hardly believe that Old Shi's mixed-race daughter could secure a place in such esteemed institutions. Not only Gong Dafa, but Chun Liju too harbored deep skepticism, particularly due to a past incident that fostered within her a competitive spirit. Having achieved a life of comfort and prosperity, far surpassing Shernyan in wealth and status, she yearned to see her offspring outshine his. Ah, your little sister got into Qingbei? How remarkable. Have you received the acceptance letter yet? Chun Liju inquired. At this, Gong Bao Fa awkwardly reminded, Mom, acceptance letters are typically sent out around August. Chun Liju felt her face flush at her son's interjection, yet she persisted. Old Shi, one must possess self-awareness. Some boasts can be laughed off, but matters concerning children should be approached with caution. As for Qingbei, it would be prudent to draft a script before indulging in such exaggerations. When Chun Liju spoke, she deliberately raised her voice to capture the attention of the surrounding villagers. What is happening? Who has been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University? Even the most uninformed among the villagers recognized the prestige of these institutions, given their immense renown. Upon hearing that someone had gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, the villagers eagerly approached, seeking to ingratiate themselves. As the crowd gathered, Chun Liju's smile grew increasingly radiant. Feeling that the number of people was sufficient, she addressed Lao Shi. Your daughter has been accepted to Tsinghua or Peking University. Surely, we must celebrate this momentous occasion. She had firmly resolved to ensure that Lao Shi would once again face public embarrassment today. Upon hearing Chun Liju's proclamation, the villagers began to inquire eagerly. Naturally, Shernyan had to speak the truth, revealing that his daughter had indeed achieved high scores. However, in Chun Liju's eyes, his words were merely a facade. This was precisely the effect she desired. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. When the crowd learned of Lao Shi's daughter's acceptance into Tsinghua or Peking University, the atmosphere of the gathering reached a fever pitch. Sensing the moment was right, Chun Liju stepped forward and asked, Lao Shi, might we see your daughter's scores? It's not that we doubt you, merely a matter of curiosity. Her suggestion was met with unanimous support, for mere words held little weight. It would be unfortunate if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, wasting everyone's sentiments. However, there was no computer available. Not to worry. I have a laptop in my car. With that, Chun Liju returned to her vehicle and retrieved the laptop. After connecting to a mobile network, she gestured for everyone to wait. Though bossy, she was reluctant to display her results publicly. She ultimately chose to log in for her father's sake, allowing Yu Xinghe to shield her as she entered her username and password. As the screen refreshed, revealing a score of 645, Chun Liju's smile instantly froze. Not only was she stunned, but Gong Dafa also wore an expression of embarrassment. Conversely, Gong Baofa was not surprised, having been classmates with Shi Guang for 3 years. He had anticipated such a score. As Shi Guang's results were unveiled, the murmurs of doubt dissipated. Suddenly, an elderly man with a goatee hobbled forth, leaning on a cane. As he emerged, the crowd parted respectfully, greeting him with deference. Upon seeing the old man, Shurnayan and Sophia's pupils constricted, their expressions darkening. Shurita, the clan leader of the Shur family village and the former village chief, held significant authority in the community. As Shurita entered, Shur Lang stepped forward and inquired, "Uncle, what brings you here?" The elderly man huffed heavily in response. "What? Is it that an uncle cannot come?" If it were merely a gathering organized by Shur Lang's family, he could perhaps excuse himself. However, given the multitude of guests present, it was both courteous and sensible for him to extend an invitation to his uncle, a man of superior status and standing. Contemplating this, Shur Lang awkwardly smiled and said, "Uncle, I have reserved a place of honor for you. Please, come inside." "Not today." The uncle replied, "I am here to see the young lady, Shuri Guang." Following this, Shurita approached Shurnayan with a sardonic expression and remarked, "What use is it for a girl to study extensively? In the end, she is merely destined for marriage. I propose that amidst today's festivities, we should also arrange the marriage of the young lady, Shuri Guang." At these words, a hush fell over the gathering. Then, Shurnayan's face twisted into a grimace, his chest heaving with indignation as he emitted a low, beast-like growl. "There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter, uncle. My daughter's marriage is her own decision. She is still young. What does she understand? Look at Erwa from our village, a fine girl who, at a tender age, went out to work and fell for a ruffian, insisting on marrying him despite all pleas to the contrary. And what has become of her? Every time she returns home, she is in tears. Even so, there is no need for you to worry. I will ensure her well-being." "You shouldn't speak so, old Shur," a loud voice interjected, as a rotund woman with a mole adorned with hair squeezed into the scene. Upon spotting her, Shurnayan cast a sidelong glance and said, "Aunt Wang, what brings you here to stir the pot?" Aunt Wang responded with a smile, "I have come to act as a matchmaker for you. After all, I have watched young Guang grow up. As her aunt, I must lend a hand." Sophia, her anger palpable, retorted, "My she was raised solely by me. What business do you have in this, you fat woman?" Upon hearing Sophia's insult, Aunt Wang's previously cheerful demeanor turned dark. "Foreigners simply lack manners. If it weren't for your daughter's modicum of education, I wouldn't even consider matchmaking for her, even if you begged." Enraged by such shamelessness, Sophia charged at the rotund woman, delivering a resounding slap that sent Aunt Wang spinning twice. Normally, Sophia would not resort to such actions. But memories of 2 years prior, when this very woman colluded with that old man to nearly sell Poseidon, ignited her fury. Chapter 164. I Love My Brother. As Aunt Wang crumpled to the ground from Sophia's strike, she let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Murder. The foreign barbarian is killing. At that moment, Sophia was consumed by rage, wishing nothing more than to eliminate the woman before her. Raising her leg, the heel of her shoe emitted a sharp whistle as it aimed for Aunt Wang's head. If that kick had landed, Aunt Wang's family would have undoubtedly summoned a professional team to carry the coffin the following day. In that critical moment, Shurnayan swiftly intervened, preventing Sophia from delivering a potentially fatal blow. At the same time, he urged, "Darling, remain calm. If you were to take this hefty woman's life, it would lead to grave consequences." Upon hearing Shurnayan's words, Sophia regained a fragment of her composure, a flicker of fear crossing her face. Indeed, we live in a society governed by law. Should she commit murder, Sophia would certainly face imprisonment. The life of one wretched individual is hardly worth the sacrifice of someone like Sophia. Sophia ceased her assault, yet Aunt Wang was not inclined to let the matter rest. With a sinister grin, she taunted, "Come on. If you have the guts, kill me. You bastard. I'll tell you, you're in for serious trouble today. Either your entire family stays, or your daughter does." With that, Aunt Wang bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? If you don't come over, those 2 little brats will escape." No sooner had she spoken than over a dozen men brandishing hoes and clubs surged into the crowd, encircling Shurnayan's family. As Shurnayan's family found themselves surrounded, Shur Lang rushed in, positioning himself between the 2 parties. He called out to Shurita, "Uncle, Shurnayan is one of us from the Shur family. How can you turn a blind eye to this?" Shurita held considerable influence in the village, and had he chosen to intervene, the crowd would surely have parted. Unfortunately, Shur Lang's hopes were in vain. "Shur Lang, this matter does not concern you. Step aside, or you will be dealt with as well," Shurita retorted, then turned to Shurnayan, "Nephew, I genuinely wish well for little Guang. Why can't you understand my sincere intentions?" Seeing Shurita maintain his patronizing demeanor, Shurnayan was truly repulsed. "Bah, you old geezers should have met your demise long ago. My daughter's marriage is none of your concern." I advise you to step aside, or else what? Huh? What can you do? Today, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. As Shernine shouted these words, his eyes blazing with fury. The villagers armed with hoes instinctively took a step back. After all, Shernine had once served in the military and had faced life and death struggles. His presence was far more formidable than these simple villagers. It was clear to everyone that this man, with his fierce demeanor, was capable of following through on his threats. As Shernine and Shirlang stood protectively around Yuxinghe and the others, Gong Baofa suddenly pointed at Poseidon and shouted, "Shiriguang has feelings for her brother." The atmosphere instantly froze. Gong Daifa hurriedly pulled Gong Baofa down, reprimanding, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The current situation on the field could aptly be described as tense, where even a mere spark could ignite a tragic outcome. At this moment, the words spoken by Gong Baofa could very well draw Shirnine's attention towards them. And should a confrontation ensue, Shernine might recklessly rush over. Yet, Gong Baofa appeared deaf to his father's warnings. Boldly addressing the crowd, Shiriguang rejected the marriage arranged by Aunt Wang solely because of her affection for her brother. This is incest. Tell me, can we allow such a morally corrupt individual to go unpunished? Upon hearing Gong Baofa so insultingly demean Poseidon, Yuxinghe was incensed and ready to confront that scoundrel, but was swiftly restrained by his uncle, Shirlang. "Xinghe, this is not the time for such disputes. Our immediate priority is to leave." Yet, he protested. "What kind of decorum is this? Truly, a bastard is a bastard, lacking even the most basic sense of ethics. Shernine, behold the fine daughter and son you have raised." In response to Shir-Ida's accusatory remarks, Shernine sneered, "That little wretch can say whatever he pleases. I could just as easily claim he has an affair with his mother. Furthermore, whom my daughter chooses to love is her own affair. Any impropriety is for me to correct, and it is none of your business." With that, Shernine shouted towards the distant Gong Baofa, "Wretch, with your character. Even the village dogs would turn their noses up at you." Upon hearing Shernine insult his son, Chen Lizhu stood up to defend him. "You have never asked your daughter. How can you be so sure my son is lying?" Chen Lizhu's words drew everyone's attention to the siblings, Yuxinghe and Shiriguang. In the next moment, Shiriguang spoke. Just as everyone expected her to vehemently deny the accusations, she surprisingly declared, "Indeed, I do love my brother." This revelation left not only Shernine and Sophia taken aback, but also Shir-Ida and Gong Baofa in stunned silence. Seizing the moment of shock, Shiriguang continued, "I love my brother. He cares for me, loves me, and would give his life for me. We share no blood relation, so what is wrong with that? What is wrong with being together? I, Shiriguang, love Yuxinghe. Not only do I love him, but I intend to marry him in the future." Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shiriguang cupped Yuxinghe's face and kissed him, witnessing Shiriguang's admission and her audacious kiss. Shir-Ida was so enraged that he could not catch his breath and fainted. Gong Baofa also succumbed to the same fate. As these two collapsed, chaos erupted once more, allowing Shernine to take the opportunity to lead his family away. Unbeknownst to all, two figures floated in the sky above, and had Yuxinghe been present, he would have instantly recognized them as Bibi Dong and Yingyin. Upon returning home, Yuxinghe was summoned into a room by Shernine. Poseidon was taken away by Sophia. As the bedroom door closed, Shernine addressed Yuxinghe, saying, "Young man, what is your perspective on this matter?" This time, Shernine refrained from calling him son, as if the boy before him was not the child he had known since infancy, but rather a stranger, a rogue come to pilfer his prized possession. Yuxinghe, feeling a wave of shame, lowered his head and uttered, "I do not know." "You do not know?" Given that Poseidon confessed his feelings before so many, what do you believe you should have done? As these words from Shernine echoed, memories of the past decade with Poseidon flooded Yuxinghe's mind. He faintly recalled the first encounter with Poseidon, a swaddled infant cradled by a woman he would later refer to as mother. His father proclaimed him an elder brother, declaring that she was his sister. He soon discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever his sister wept uncontrollably, his mere presence would elicit her laughter. In time, her first spoken word was brother, leaving their parents both amused and bewildered. As the sands of time slipped away, Poseidon blossomed, embarking on her educational journey. Her striking azure eyes, golden hair, and mixed heritage features rendered her remarkably captivating. Yet, many of her classmates ostracized and bullied her, seeking solace in her brother's company whenever she faced torment. Yuxinghe, embodying the essence of brotherhood, did not falter in his protective role. After imparting a week's worth of moral education to the boys who had harassed her, Poseidon faced no further bullying in that kindergarten. Upon entering elementary school, due to their age difference, Poseidon found herself 2 grades below Yushingha. During that period, her beauty continued to attract unwanted attention, prompting Yushingha to engage in 4 years of relentless battles on her behalf. Indeed, his formative years before the age of 12 could be encapsulated as a chronicle of conflict, either inflicting pain upon others or enduring it himself. However, everything shifted during the summer of his 12th year. That fateful summer, he stumbled upon a letter from his biological mother hidden within his home. After reading the letter, Yushingha learned the unsettling truth. He was not the biological child of his parents. In retrospect, it made sense. Poseidon was a mixed-race child, and if he were born of Sophia, he too would share that lineage. Upon this revelation, Yushingha became exceedingly sensitive, feeling as though his mother was deliberately targeting him. Each morning, she would rouse him from slumber, only to neglect his favorite dish, braised pork, at lunchtime, and then chastise him for disturbing his sister's sleep in the evening. She frequently scolded him, subjecting him to an array of trials. Reflecting on those times, had Yushingha understood that Sophia's peculiar temperament stemmed from her pregnancy, perhaps he would not have committed the regrettable act that haunted him for a lifetime. He ran away from home. Yushingha still vividly recalls that week, which remains one of the most profound moments of his life. During that period, he felt as if he had lost his very soul, moving through life like a mere automaton, devoid of purpose. Uncertain of his destination, he wandered aimlessly, seeking solace in clean spots to rest when fatigue set in, and purchasing morsels to satiate his hunger and thirst with the pocket money he had. As twilight descended, he would find refuge on a park bench or in a sheltered corner to sleep. Each time slumber enveloped him, dreams of Shurnayan and Sophia filled his mind. However, Shurnayan's visage was benevolent, while Sophia's was malevolent. Just moments before, his father had prepared his favorite braised pork and made a cozy bed for him, only for Sophia to come and seize the pork, subsequently forcing him onto the streets to sell atomic bombs. Ultimately, in a fit of frustration, as no one showed interest in his wares, Yushingha detonated all the atomic bombs he possessed. The brilliance of the explosion was blinding, searing his eyes with its stark radiance. In the next instant, he awoke to a cacophony of voices exclaiming, "There he is!" as a throng rushed toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushingha bolted. As he sprinted into a dead end, he was elated to discover a doggy door, through which he swiftly crawled. However, in the midst of his escape, a hand seized his ankle, and in a panic, he kicked furiously until he finally freed himself from that perilous grip. The moonlit Star River was unaware of how long he had been running. When exhaustion compelled him to rest a hand upon a cold, smooth stone tablet, he bent over, gasping for breath. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept past, leaving him shivering to the core. As Yushingha gazed upward, his eyes were met with a dense array of gravestones. Yushingha was so terrified that he let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. Just as he was about to crawl away in fear, a beam of moonlight descended, illuminating the inscription on the tombstone. The grave of Chi-Ingwa. That name. As the moonlight cascaded upon the starry river, it was that time of the year again, during the Qingming festival, when his father would take them to pay homage to 2 individuals. One was his dear friend, who, as Shurnayan had remarked, played an instrumental role in his existence. The other was a woman he had never met. Each time, Shurnayan would insist that he bow his head before the gravestone. In his childhood, Yushingha complied without hesitation, but as he approached the age of 7 or 8, he grew increasingly reluctant. The act of bowing was painful, especially since Shurnayan demanded that the bow be forceful enough to produce a sound. Why should he pay respects to a woman he had never known? Thus, in a moment of mischief at the age of 10, he seized an opportunity when no one was watching and urinated behind the gravestone. Subsequently, Yushingha experienced the only instance in his life when he felt the weight of his father's love manifest as a formidable blow. It is worth noting that, regardless of the severity of his previous misdeeds, Shurnayan had always opted for verbal reprimands. It was only that time that Yushingha found himself bedridden for 3 days as a result. Reflecting on it now, Yushingha finally comprehended the reason behind his father's actions. Beneath this gravestone lay his biological mother. The mere thought of that profoundly moving letter stirred within him a sensation of heartache he had never felt before. Yushingha was unaware of how many apologies he uttered before the gravestone. He only knew that he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber against it. This time, he found himself in a dream where a gentle and enchanting woman engaged him in conversation, inquiring about his recent circumstances, his academic performance, and whether he had faced any bullying. Upon awakening, Yuxinghe realized he had returned home. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the weary visage of Shernine. Following this ordeal, Yuxinghe came to understand the identity of his biological mother, and reflecting on his own name. He shifted his tone. That man named Yuxinghe is my true father, isn't he? Shernine nodded with a bittersweet acknowledgement. Yuxinghe inquired somewhat hesitantly, where is Sophia? Upon hearing Yuxinghe neglect to address her as mother, Shernine's expression shifted dramatically. He raised his hand, poised to strike Yuxinghe. But upon witnessing Yuxinghe close his eyes and offer no resistance, he dejectedly lowered his hand and lamented. Do you comprehend the sacrifices that Sophia has made in her quest to find you? Yuxinghe shook her head, for she had lost a child. Upon hearing this revelation, she felt as though struck by lightning. Posey, what happened? Posey is fine. It is Sophia's child that is no more. Subsequently, Shernine produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, ignited it, and drew a deep breath, saying, last night, when we found you, Sophia tripped while trying to chase after you. When I took her to the hospital, the doctor informed me that she was already a month pregnant and questioned how I could be a husband unaware of such a significant matter. Chapter 166, Awakening from the Dream, Part 2. Upon learning that Sophia had lost a child due to her actions, Yuxinghe's gaze turned vacant, observing her silence. Shernine patted her head and remarked, a man must take responsibility for his actions. You have caused Sophia to suffer this loss. Should you not compensate her? How shall I compensate? Why, by offering yourself to her, of course. As he spoke, Shernine extinguished the remainder of his cigarette and urged Yuxinghe into the car, heading towards the hospital. Seated in the front passenger seat, Yuxinghe suddenly noticed a bruise on Shernine's right wrist. Noticing her gaze fixed upon his injury, Shernine chuckled. What are you staring at? This is all you're doing. I finally managed to catch you, and you turned into a rabbit, kicking away. Who told you to grab my ankle? Hey, you little rascal, don't act innocent. When we see Sophia, make sure you don't play mute. At the hospital, upon pushing open the door to the ward, a pristine white bed came into view, where a weary Sophia lay, alongside Posey, whose red-rimmed eyes betrayed recent tears. As soon as Yuxinghe entered, Posey dashed into her arms, weeping uncontrollably. Where have you been? I thought I would never see you again. I'm sorry. After finally calming Posey, Yuxinghe approached Sophia's bedside. Sophia, with a blank expression, beckoned him closer. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the ward, leaving a vivid handprint on Yuxinghe's face. Feeling the fiery sting on her cheek, Sophia spoke, her voice carrying an icy tone reminiscent of the Siberian chill. Do you know why I struck you? Yuxinghe murmured softly, I caused you to lose a child, and in doing so, I have also taken away the future of a brother or sister. No, my anger is not just for that. It stems from your silent departure. What if you were captured by human traffickers? What would become of your father and sister without you? As he uttered these words, Yuxinghe realized he had spoken out of turn, yet he could not retract them. Upon hearing his words, Sophia revealed a bittersweet smile and replied, Indeed, I am not your biological mother, and I acknowledge that if you and Poseidon were to fall into an abyss simultaneously, I would have only one chance to act. Without hesitation, I would save Poseidon. At this point, Sophia embraced Yuxinghe tightly and continued, I would leap into the depths with you. Even if it meant descending into eternal damnation, shattering into a million pieces, never to return. I would have no regrets. From the moment you playfully called me mother for the first time, you became my child in every sense. I would lay down my life to protect and cherish you. If you wish to leave me, then first return the 11 years of love I have given you, along with all the joys and sorrows we have shared. If you cannot do that, could you at least call me mother once more? Losing a child I carried for merely a month has already left me in unbearable anguish. If I were to lose you, who I have poured 11 years of love and effort into, how could I possibly continue living? Mother implores you not to leave again. After hearing Sophia's heartfelt words, Yuxinghe, with tears streaming down his face, whispered, I'm sorry, mother. Following this incident, the life of the Shinean family began to stabilize. Their breakfast shop flourished, and Sophia no longer raced about. Poseidon blossomed into an increasingly beautiful young lady, while Yuxinghe found himself giving moral education lessons to those troublesome boys more frequently. However, despite his meticulous efforts to maintain peace, misfortune struck once more. At the age of 13, Yuxinghe was detained by a teacher for fighting, tasked with writing a reflection. Suddenly, Shinean rushed into the office and whisked Yuxinghe away. Truthfully, it was the first time Yuxinghe had witnessed such panic on Shinean's face after all these years. Upon arriving at the hospital once again, Yuxinghe learned that Poseidon was in grave danger. It turned out that Poseidon was worried about Yuxinghe going hungry while being kept at school by the teacher. So she had packed 2 meals from home and headed back to the school. To ensure Yuxinghe would not suffer from hunger, she took a secluded pathway. Unfortunately, on that very day, she was followed by a pervert who, seizing the opportunity, attacked her as she traversed that quiet road. Fortunately, Poseidon had learned quite a bit of self-defense from her parents and retaliated with a swift kick, aiming low, followed by an eye-gouging maneuver. Just when Poseidon believed she had the upper hand and turned to leave, the attacker pulled out a knife and lunged at her. In a split second, Poseidon reacted, raising her arm to shield herself, but her wrist was cut open. Later, Poseidon, with great effort, made his way to the main road, where a kind-hearted passerby rushed him to the hospital, while the assailant was taken to the police station. As a doctor emerged from the emergency room, Shernine hurriedly approached and inquired, "Doctor, how's the patient?" The doctor, with a look of regret, replied, "The patient has lost too much blood and requires a substantial transfusion." Without hesitation, Shernine rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, "Doctor, take as much of my blood as you need." The doctor shook his head and said, "Regrettably, your daughter has an exceedingly rare blood type, Rh negative, commonly known as panda blood. Do any of you share this blood type?" Upon learning that Shi Yiguang possessed panda blood, both Shernine and Sophia seemed struck by lightning. "Is there any in the blood bank?" the doctor was asked, to which he shook his head. "If there were, I wouldn't be asking you. Please, go and have your blood types tested to see if there's a match." The waiting period was agonizing. Each second felt like an eternity, as the 3 of them awaited what felt like a verdict in trepidation. Ultimately, the doctor approached with a look of sorrow and said, "I'm sorry. Neither of you is a match." Upon hearing this, Sophia fainted on the spot, while Shernine seized the doctor by his collar, exclaiming, "Shi Yiguang is my biological daughter and my wife S. How could both our blood types possibly not match?" The doctor explained, "Genetics is a matter of probability. It is not predetermined that if the child has panda blood, the parents must as well." Hearing this, Shernine felt as though his bones had been extracted, collapsing onto the ground, grasping the doctor's hand with a desperate expression. "Doctor, I implore you, find a way to save my daughter. She is only 11. I would trade my life for hers if needed." The doctor looked at the despondent Shernine with compassion and sighed. "There is nothing we can do without blood. We truly cannot help. You may wish to see her one last time." Just as the doctor prepared to leave, a boy with a strikingly handsome appearance approached him and said, "Doctor, you haven't checked my blood type yet. Who are you to the patient?" The doctor asked. "I'm her brother." "Biological?" "No. This." The doctor, understanding the urgency, replied, "Time is of the essence. I beg you." "Very well." Despite knowing that the probability of Yuxinghe having panda blood was exceedingly low, the doctor's creed was that human life is of utmost importance. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the doctor could not abandon the effort. Chapter 167, Awakening from the Dream, Part 3. Even the doctor could not have anticipated how wondrous fate could be. In the vast sea of humanity, 2 exceedingly rare instances of panda blood appeared simultaneously. 2 siblings, unrelated by blood, yet possessing identical blood types. It remains a mystery whether this is a jest of destiny or the result of countless cycles of fate that brought these siblings together. Not only doctors, but even Shernine and Yuxinghe were astounded by the wonders of fate. At this moment, Sophia remained unconscious. Before their joy could take root, the doctor doused them with a cold reality. The amount of blood needed for the injured was exorbitant. At least around 1,200 milliliters to pull her back from the brink of death, and considering the circumstances, it might even exceed 1,300 milliliters. If I am not mistaken, young man, your weight is approximately 40 kilograms, based on the proportion of blood volume to body weight, which is about 7 to 8. Your total blood volume is likely between 2,800 to 3,200 milliliters. Losing 20% of blood poses a risk of shock, and losing nearly half could very well be fatal. Just when hope flickered, it was mercilessly extinguished. After a brief silence, Shernine lunged forward, seizing the doctor by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury, as though he might devour him whole. Under such a piercing gaze, the doctor felt as though he were prey under the watchful eye of a predator, sensing that this man might kill him at any moment. Then he heard Shernine's icy growl. "Now that blood is available, how can you utter such words? Are you toying with me?" The doctor, trembling, suppressed his fear and explained, "I merely speak the truth. As a physician, It is my duty to inform the family of all the risks involved in a surgery. Let me ask you this. What are the chances of both children surviving? Less than 1 in 10. 1 in 10. Listening to this disheartening probability, Shernayan felt faint, yet he could not succumb, as the head of the family. If he were to faint, who would make the decisions? However, this dilemma was insurmountable, so challenging that even he, a man of resolute determination, found himself unable to choose. On one side lay his own flesh and blood, and on the other, the sole offspring of his dear friend who had saved his life, particularly in Shernayan's heart. Yu Xinghe and Poseidon held equal significance, both children for whom he would willingly lay down his life. Whom should he choose to save? Or should he gamble that both children could survive? Yet, should he fail, the consequences would be dire, as if all strength had been drained from him. Shernayan despondently released the doctor and cast a glance at the unconscious Sophia. Even in her slumber, her brow was deeply furrowed, and the worry and pain etched upon her features shattered his heart. Just as Shernayan sat there in a daze, helpless like a child, a familiar voice broke through. "Doctor, draw the blood, immediately." Shernayan jerked his head up to see Yu Xinghe rolling up his sleeves, revealing his pale arms, smiling at him and saying, "Father, please do not stop me, all right? You once told me that as an older brother, I must protect my younger sister. I believe that if it were mother lying in there, and it required your life to exchange for hers, you would undoubtedly agree without hesitation, wouldn't you? My dear father, I implore you to promise me one thing. Regardless of the outcome of the surgery, please, I beseech you to remain composed and do not create any difficulties for the doctor, all right?" Nearby, the physician heard these words, his eyes widening in astonishment, as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. What a profoundly kind-hearted individual it must take to utter such sentiments. Doctors are often hailed as the angels in white. Yet how many truly comprehend that when a surgery fails, some family members who, just moments before, displayed humility, can instantaneously transform into demons, unleashing their fury upon the physician confronted with the specter of death? Even among those who manage to retain their rationality, their demeanor remains far from cordial. Meanwhile, Shernayan's mouth opened, choked with emotion, striving to articulate something, yet the words remained lodged in his throat, and instead, tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour. A man does not shed tears lightly, but only when sorrow strikes deep. Throughout his life, Shernayan had wept only 4 times. First upon the passing of his father, second for his mother, third when a comrade shielded him from a bomb, and now, in this very moment. It was a rare sight to witness Shernayan weep. Yu Xinghe, with a smile, attempted to lighten the atmosphere, saying, "Old Sher, I am still alive, aren't I? Why are you crying? A grown man shedding so many tears is of no use. So many eyes are upon you. Do you not feel embarrassed? I feel embarrassed for you. Remember your promise to me. If you dare to go back on it, I shall never forgive you." With that, Yu Xinghe sprinted to Sophia, who lay on the bench. Observing her furrowed brow, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then, drawing closer to her ear, he whispered, "Mother, do not worry. Poseidon will be just fine, I assure you." After Yu Xinghe departed, Sophia's tightly knit brow finally unfurled. Her eyelids fluttered before opening to reveal the tear-streaked face of Shernayan. In a dreamy tone, Sophia murmured, "Darling, I dreamt that Poseidon returned home safely. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. But where is Xinghe? Where has he run off to? I dreamt that little rascal was playing hide and seek with me, and I could not find him anywhere." At this point, Sophia's previously dazed expression regained clarity, and she immediately sat up, glancing around frantically, exclaiming, "Where is Xinghe?" Shernayan struggled to utter. He said to let Poseidon go and retrieve her. Silent tears cascaded down Sophia's face. 400 milliliters, 500 milliliters, 600 milliliters. As blood was drawn away drop by drop, Yu Xinghe felt his consciousness fading, and the surroundings grew increasingly cold. In stark contrast, beside him, Poseidon's heartbeat, breathing, and body temperature gradually stabilized. "Dr. Sun, we can't continue. At this rate, the child's consciousness is already blurring. We must stop." Just as a physician was about to intervene and cease the blood draw, Yu Xinghe grasped the doctor's arm, who intended to remove the 4. "Doctor, I implore you to let me continue. Child, if this continues, you will perish. I promised my mother that I would bring my sister home safely. If you fear that my death might inconvenience you, feel free to record this on your phone. I assure you, all of this is of my own volition and concerns no one else. But, doctor, you too have family. If it were your parents, your beloved, or your child lying here, How would you choose? Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's words, every doctor and nurse could not help but weep. The physician, choked with emotion, replied, I promise you. Thank you. Chapter 168, Awakening from the Dream, Part 4. As consciousness ebbed and darkness enveloped him, the coldness intensified. In a daze, he sensed an irresistible force tugging him upward, contrary to the pull of gravity that would typically draw one back to the earth. In this ascent, he beheld his own body lying on the operating table, saw Poseidon on another bed, her complexion gradually regaining color, and witnessed the weeping faces of the doctors and nurses. He must have died. Yet, Poseidon should survive, he thought, a sense of relief washing over him. Just as he felt the connection to his body waning, suddenly, a hand grasped him. As Yu Xinghe turned back to glance, he beheld a woman clad in a white dress grasping his hand, persistently tugging him backward. Who could she be? Just as he pondered this, another hand emerged, in stark contrast to the delicate, pale hand of the woman in the dress, which exuded fragility. This hand was coarse and robust, covered in a myriad of calluses, unmistakably belonging to a man. It was the presence of this hand that finally propelled Yu Xinghe gradually back towards his own body. When he at last made contact with himself, the force that had been pulling him dissipated. Simultaneously, he turned to look back at the indistinct figures that were retreating, their faces obscured. One silhouette was as delicate as a lilac flower, while the other, though not tall, stood upright as if it could challenge the heavens. Who are you? Yu Xinghe inquired. The two figures paused momentarily, and then the upright figure boomed. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Let me tell you, if you dare to perish again in such an ambiguous manner, I shall not hesitate to give you a sound thrashing. The other figure, gentle as a lilac, softly remarked, Darling, you performed admirably. I hope in the near future, you will bring your child to visit us. With that, the two figures continued their journey, hand in hand, indifferent to Yu Xinghe's calls. In the operating room, a heavy thud echoed. Dr. Sun, let it go. The child is all ready. I refuse to believe it. I must try once more. With another dull thud resonating, the monitor beside the operating table displayed a flat line, signifying the absence of a heartbeat. Following yet another failure, Dr. Sun, resigned, sank to the floor, his expression mirroring the helplessness of a bygone era. Meanwhile, the doctors and nurses stood in solemn silence, bowing deeply to the child on the operating table, who had already ceased to breathe and had no heartbeat. This was their profound homage to Yu Xinghe, who had bravely risked his life for another's. As the bowing continued, Poseidon's fingers stirred, and then his azure eyes fluttered open. The blinding white light met his gaze, and once accustomed to the brightness, he beheld the doctors bowing deeply. Turning his head, he noticed one doctor seated on the ground, while on the table lay his brother. Despite his frail and weakened state, Poseidon summoned his will and raised his arm, striving to reach out towards the figure that was so near yet felt impossibly distant. As Poseidon's hand glided past Dr. Sun's line of sight, she observed how that tender little hand seemed to reach out, yet could not touch the distant figure. Instantly, Dr. Sun grasped the already icy hand of Yu Xinghe and placed it atop the delicate small hand. When Poseidon's fingers made contact with the cold palm, an inexplicable emptiness filled her heart, as though something precious had been lost. She parted her lips and called out in a faint but clear voice, Brother, why is your hand so cold? Have you been playing too much in the chill? Please wake up and look at me. I am your most beloved sister. If you don't awaken soon, I shall ignore you. A doctor attempted to reveal the truth, but was silenced by Dr. Sun's stern gaze. Dr. Sun's intention was simple, to allow these siblings to converse a little longer. Once this connection was severed, there would be nothing left but memories. Brother, please wake up. Don't you have a novel yet to finish? Aren't you afraid the readers will send you letters filled with knives, leaving you utterly disheartened? Moreover, if you remain asleep, Poseidon will have to attend school alone and return home alone. I fear thunder. I fear the dark. I need you to tell me stories. To hold me while we count the stars, to spin me around in your embrace. Feeling the hand grow increasingly frigid, Poseidon finally burst into tears. Foolish brother, if you dare to sleep like this forever, I will reveal your extensive study materials to our parents. And I shall burn your collection of photo albums hidden beneath the bed. Every year when I visit you, I will play 100 videos on my phone right in front of you. You can't turn them off, so come and bite me. As Poseidon's emotions began to spiral out of control, the doctor moved to comfort her when suddenly, a beeping sound echoed through the air. Beep, beep. This sound was crisp and brief, yet, to the ears of the doctors, it was the most exquisite music in the world. for it was the sound of a heartbeat. The melody of life itself. From an initial 20 seconds between beeps, it gradually quickened to one every 10 seconds, then 8, until finally stabilizing at 1 per second. Amidst a chorus of astonished and elated gazes, Yu Xinghe trembled and opened his eyes, turning to the tear-streaked Poseidon, and said, "I fought tooth and nail to save you. And this is how you repay me, exposing my secrets? I shall never return to this hospital again." The thought of his extensive study materials and the hidden collection being overheard by so many filled Yu Xinghe with an overwhelming sense of dread. After a brief silence, the operating room erupted in jubilant cheers. It was a celebration of victory. Outside the operating room, upon hearing the unexpected uproar, Shernyan was instantly filled with rage. "Damn it! The loss of my son has brought you such joy." With this thought, Shernyan forcefully burst through the door, locking eyes with a group of doctors. The sudden intrusion left Dr. Sun visibly shaken. He feared the repercussions had this occurred during surgery. Enraged, Dr. Sun bellowed at Shernyan, "Get out." Just as Shernyan was about to reprimand the audacious individual, his gaze sharpened. He beheld Yu Xinghe and Poseidon hand in hand, both cradling their foreheads, appearing utterly speechless. Are they unscathed? Both of them are safe? The doctors who had previously informed Shernyan stepped forward, exclaiming, "Thank heavens, both little ones have survived." Upon hearing that Yu Xinghe and Poseidon were safe, Shernyan, who moments ago radiated ferocity, suddenly slumped, transforming from a formidable figure to one resembling a bewildered bear. "Esteemed doctors, my sincerest apologies for my outburst. Please do not be angered." Dr. Sun, still seething, retorted, "I wouldn't mind if you left." Confronted with such a humiliating demand from the doctor, Shernyan, after a brief silence, erupted, "If you wish for me to leave, then so be it." And with that, to the astonishment of the doctors and nurses, he exited. Chapter 169, Summer Vacation. Reflecting on the past, Yu Xinghe was filled with a myriad of emotions. Noticing Yu Xinghe's continued silence, Shernyan remarked, "If you choose not to respond, so be it. This matter shall be left for you to resolve. Your mother and I have worried enough over the years. Now that your college entrance examinations are concluded, I wish to enjoy a period of respite." "Dad, where are you going?" "Traveling. To behold the magnificent landscapes of our homeland. But I recall you being quite frugal." "Oh. I neglected to mention that your mother and I plan to deduct our travel expenses directly from your manuscript fees. Do not look at me with such disdain. Consider it in advance on your bride price. After all, you are merely losing some cash, while I am losing my one and only daughter. Father, how shameless. Heh, how else could I have pursued your mother?" With that, Shernyan patted Yu Xinghe on the shoulder, bestowing upon him a knowing smile. Shortly after Shernyan departed, Sophia entered, followed closely by Poseidon. In contrast to Shernyan's lengthy discourse, Sophia's words were succinct as she promptly tugged Poseidon forward, thrusting her into Yu Xinghe's embrace. "Xinghe, she is my only daughter. Should you dare to let her down, beware, for I shall send you to a Siberian labor camp to cultivate potatoes. Do you understand?" "Yes, mother." As the moonlit river blushed in agreement, Sophia let out a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared that Yu Xinghe might refuse Poseidon for reasons both trivial and unfathomable, which would have been quite distressing. Observing the sweet embrace shared by the couple, Sophia approached and bestowed a gentle kiss upon each of their foreheads. Subsequently, she closed the door, leaving this room to the blissful pair. As Sophia exited, Shernyan, seated upon the sofa, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "My dear, you are far more direct than I. You simply locked these two in a room together, unafraid of potential mishaps." Blushing, Sophia retorted, "In any case, I have conveyed all that needed to be said. Besides, a couple like them is unlikely to be torn apart even by divine forces. Humph. If that so-called deity dares to meddle, I shall dismantle it myself." Hidden in the shadows, Bibi Dong seethed at the sight of the embracing couple, her teeth clenched in fury. At that moment, Ingyin sighed, "Enough of this. This is their dream. And according to their subconscious, we can never separate them within this realm. Then I shall eliminate them." Bibi Dong hissed, "Calm yourself. If you truly wish to vent your anger, why not take it out on Shirida and Gong Defy instead? That makes sense." Not long after Yu Xinghe and his companions departed, Shirida was left in a state of fury, suffering a cerebral hemorrhage that rendered him paralyzed. His sons, each begrudging, refused to care for him, ultimately leading to the malevolent Shirida meeting his end, starved on his own bed. Meanwhile, Gong Baofa, who had aspired to gain admission to a prestigious institution, was disheartened to learn that due to the popularity of his chosen program and limited slots, he had been rejected and would have to settle for a less desirable option. His father, Gong Defy, faced a scandal when he was reported for the substandard quality of a project he had contracted, leading to hefty compensation claims. While their parents were away traveling, life at home seemed unchanged. Yu Xinghe continued to immerse himself in his writing, while Poseidon wrestled with the decision of whether to take a summer job. Brother, do you think I should take up a summer job? Several classmates have invited me. Do you truly want to go? If so, I can recommend a position for you. The daily wage is 300, with meals and accommodation included. All you need to do is cook and clean. Oh, a home service position? I absolutely refuse. By the way, brother, you are quite heartless to send me off to someone else's home. What if they have ulterior motives? You'd regret it too late. Do you even know where the job is? Where? Right here. With that, Yu Xinghe took Poseidon's hand and spoke softly. Please stay in and care for me, all right? With our mother gone, you are the only one who can cook. Fine, I shall reluctantly accept this job out of pity. However, in addition to meals and accommodation, you must provide snacks. Ice cream and cold drinks must not be lacking, and I demand a heat allowance. Also, considering my beauty and status as a prospective student at Qingbei, you ought to add a beauty and academic stipend as well. When all is tallied, Yu Xinghe said with a hint of annoyance, the money and bank card are in my drawer. The password for the card is your birthday. Take as much as you need. Also, do not indulge in too many cold drinks and ice creams. Overeating will only lead to stomach aches, which will trouble me again. Got it? Just as the room was filled with the sweet scent of love, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the moment. After peering through the peephole to assess the situation, Poseidon opened the door. The visitor was none other than Bibi Dong. Today, Bibi Dong was adorned in a breezy sundress, topped with a sun hat, her long, slender legs on display, and a slight, yet tantalizing glimpse of her cleavage that left Poseidon seething with jealousy. What brings you here? Why the cold reception? We seem to have no grievances. Do we? No grievances. But please conduct yourself appropriately and wear more clothing. I can't help it. It's too hot. This is much cooler. By the way, where's your brother? He.S. busy typing. I'll go fetch him. A beauty like Bibi Dong naturally drew all eyes, especially as she languidly reclined on the sofa, epitomizing the very essence of allure. Ahem. With a couple of deliberate coughs, Poseidon quickly retracted her gaze from Bibi Dong. Seeing this, Bibi Dong smiled slightly, exuding a plethora of charm. Xinghe, do you remember the time you pretended to be my brother's girlfriend? At the mention of this, Yu Xinghe felt a wave of social embarrassment wash over him. Yu Xinghe, you've gained some audacity, haven't you? Not only did you dress as a woman, but you also seduced men behind my back. Explain yourself. If you don't clarify, you'll be sleeping in the bathroom tonight. Can I sleep outside instead? Sure. Go ahead. I won't be closing the door at night anyway. Then I suppose I should clarify. Yu Xinghe began, briefly recounting the day's events regarding the bicycle, omitting certain details. After all, if Poseidon learned that he had been cradled by Bibi Dong and had spent the afternoon sleeping in her bed, he would likely face dire consequences that night. After hearing Yu Xinghe's explanation, Poseidon finally relaxed a bit. However, Bibi Dong's next words reignited her earlier anger. Xinghe, I must trouble you once more. Although we dealt with that old rascal Huang last time, the family patriarch behind him has come, specifically requesting to meet you and Yingyin. Can I impose on you again? Can I say no? Of course not. However, at this point, Bibi Dong flashed a knowing smile and added, the bedroom. Upon hearing those two words, Yu Xinghe hurriedly interrupted, ahem. I still need to thank you for borrowing our bike last time. Let this matter rest with me. Thank you. After speaking, Bibi Dong rose and approached Yu Xinghe, playfully pinching his cheek. She then turned to the blushing Poseidon and exclaimed, farewell. Just as Bibi Dong stepped out, she heard the sound of Poseidon's inquiries and Yu Xinghe's anguished cries from behind the door. What does bedroom mean? Is it a code or something? If you don't clarify, I shall procure a case of herring and cans for your dinner. Listening to Yu Xinghe's cries of despair, Bibi Dong chuckled softly and murmured, serves you right. You have been frolicking about. Chapter 170. The indomitable Barbie. As Yu Xinghe swore and vowed, nearly on the brink of leaping from a height, Poseidon finally nodded and said, agreed. This shall be the last time. Additionally, I must pose a question. 100 questions, if necessary. You don't truly fancy men, do you? Yu Xinghe resolutely declared. How could I possibly be attracted to men with a sister as beautiful as you? Satisfied with Yu Xinghe's unwavering stance, Poseidon stepped forward and lightly pecked his cheek. as if a dragonfly had landed momentarily. Very well, let us retreat to my room. I shall adorn you splendidly. Observing the fruits of her labor after an hour of meticulous effort, Poseidon displayed a contented expression, gazing at Yuxingha as an artisan admires their most exquisite creation. As Yuxingha reopened his eyes and beheld his reflection in the mirror, he too was momentarily entranced. In the mirror stood a young girl. Her visage both delicate and resplendent, with features reminiscent of a painted portrait. Her earlobes shimmered with a translucent glow, and her beauty was akin to a lyrical poem. With large, expressive eyes brimming with astonishment and delight, she sported silvery twin ponytails fashioned from a wig, cascading gracefully from either side of her head, imbuing her with an exuberance that belied her age, a delightful blend of charm and playfulness. Descending from her enchanting visage, a swan-like neck emerged with elegance and grace. Remarkably, Yuxingha's Adam's apple was scarcely visible, lending her an even more feminine allure. The only flaw, perhaps, was that this stunning figure possessed a modest chest, hinting at a youthful age. Initially, Poseidon intended to procure a prosthetic to enhance her form, but Yuxingha vehemently declined. Then let us simply tuck a couple of bread rolls in, Poseidon suggested. We have some at home. Should you feel peckish on the way, you may indulge. The thought of a beautiful girl strolling down the street, suddenly reaching into her neckline to produce a soft, fragrant piece of bread, elicited a chuckle. As they exited the community gate, a resonant sound, deep and thunderous like a bellowing ox, echoed beside them. As Yuxingha turned her head, she beheld a striking sapphire blue Lamborghini trailing closely beside her. In stark contrast to the ordinary vehicles bustling along the streets, this supercar undeniably commanded attention. With the window rolled down, Bai Dong leaned out and exclaimed, "Little fool, where do you think you're running off to?" As Yuxingha was about to speak, he was momentarily dazzled by the pristine whiteness and the profound lines of Bibidong's figure. The car was extraordinarily white. Noticing Yuxingha's dazed expression, Bibidong let out a light laugh, seemingly unperturbed by the subtle hint of springtime beauty that was revealed, and sweetly urged, "There's no time for explanations. Hurry and get in." Yuxingha thought, "This doesn't seem to be a vehicle intended for a kindergarten, but I rather like it." However, his fondness waned upon catching sight of the smirking Yingyin, along with the infamous Huang Loxi and a group of black-clad bodyguards, all gathered around a woman like stars orbiting the moon. The woman, with her oval face, though less striking than Bibidong and Poseidon, was still a beauty in her own right. Yet the issue lay in the fact that this alluring beauty possessed a physique that would make even a bodybuilder feel inadequate. With a remarkable display of muscularity from the neck down, Yuxingha swallowed hard, gazing at the enormous fist resembling that of a Barbie doll, and began to comprehend why Yingyin had summoned her. As the vehicle came to a halt, Yingyin swiftly approached the passenger side, opened the door, and tenderly took Yuxingha's hand to assist her out. Then, noticing the rigidity in Yuxingha's demeanor, Yingyin wrapped one arm around her waist and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "That Barbie is the young lady from the Huang family. She has come to propose a union with me. I simply cannot refuse. I kindly ask for your cooperation this time. Once this is accomplished, I will owe you a personal favor." "How should I cooperate?" Yuxingha inquired. "No matter what I do to you shortly, just refrain from resisting." "I refuse. I want to go home. Now that you are here, you must first accompany me in this charade before we discuss going home. If you dare disobey, I shall publicly punish you." Upon hearing the words publicly punish, images of her own photos in women's attire flooded Yuxingha's mind. "Why are you like this? Always bullying me?" "Yes, I have set my sights on you. After all, you have the appearance of someone who could easily be tormented. Who else could I bully?" Adding Yin's remark, Yuxingha instinctively attempted to rebel, but she realized that no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape the iron grip of Yin's arm. Sensing her struggle, Yingyin playfully pinched Yuxingha's waist. The sudden pinch rendered Yuxingha weak, devoid of any strength, and she could only allow Yingyin to hold her waist as they moved forward. Feeling utterly powerless, she could only plaintively exclaim, "You just know how to bully me." In response to Yuxingha's pitiful complaint, Yingyin softened her tone, saying, "If you obediently cooperate, I will treat you to delicious food, ensure you are well fed, and take you home afterward, all right? How do you know I'm hungry? I have my hand pressed against your stomach. Besides, your belly is rumbling like thunder. Anyone can hear it." In the secluded yet enchanting restaurant, reminiscent of our previous encounter, the ambience was notably altered by the presence of a row of black-clad bodyguards stationed in the corridor. Within the private room, 4 individuals were seated while one stood. Huang Loxi had initially intended to take a seat, but upon being reprimanded by Yingyin, he obediently stood up. This fellow had previously bullied Xinghe. Observing that her bodyguard could not sit, the expression on the face of the Iron Barbie was evidently displeased. Huang Loxi is still my bodyguard. Could you not extend me a modicum of respect? Love you lots. To everyone's astonishment, the voice of the Iron Barbie was soft and sweet, akin to that of an exquisite loli. Merely hearing her voice could ignite a fervor within, yet in reality, one could not help but shiver upon witnessing the muscular physique below her neck. This was a girl capable of delivering a fatal punch to a robust man. In response to the Iron Barbie's declaration, Yingyin's complexion visibly paled. With a swift motion, she embraced Xinghe and declared to the Iron Barbie, Huang Xiaoxie, "It is impossible for us. In this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to Xinghe. There is no greater heartache than hearing one's beloved reject them while being held by another." Upon hearing Yingyin's refusal, Huang Xiaoxie immediately burst into tears, large droplets cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Amidst her sobs, she lamented, "What is so special about that girl? She isn't as strong or tall as I am. If she were struck, she would likely cry for help. Now look at me, with muscles as hard as iron, impervious to blades and capable of lifting you high. Where else could you find such an adorable girl as I?" In the chapter titled The Evil God, as Yingyin observed that Huang Xiaoxie was unyielding, she retrieved a delicate box from her pocket and opened it. Under the illumination of the light, the gem encrusted on the ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. Then, in the midst of Huang Xiaoxie and Yu Xinghe's astonished gazes, Yingyin knelt on one knee, holding the ring that shone with a splendid glow, and, with a tender tone akin to reciting a love poem, addressed Yu Xinghe, "My dear, will you marry me?" Before Yu Xinghe could decline, Huang Xiaoxie's voice interjected, "No." Yingyin retorted, "I am proposing to Xinghe. What do you mean by no?" Huang Xiaoxie, pointing at Yu Xinghe with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "That girl is utterly unworthy of you. If you doubt it, let her fight me, and I will show you who the true champion is." Upon hearing that the formidable Huang Xiaoxie intended to challenge her to a duel, Yu Xinghe assessed her opponent's arms, which were broader than her own waist, and felt an overwhelming likelihood of being knocked out in a single blow. Realizing this, Yu Xinghe quickly declared, "There's no need to compete. I concede." Seizing the moment, Huang Xiaoxie remarked, "See, this girl is so cowardly, she surrendered without even a fight. How can such a timorous creature deserve your love?" Yingyin disregarded Huang Xiaoxie's words. Her gaze fixed intently on Yu Xinghe, her eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. Observing the volcano of emotions simmering beneath Yingyin's calm exterior, Yu Xinghe felt a chill rising within her. The thought of Yingyin's terrifying methods of retribution made her timidly respond, "This surprise is too sudden. I am not prepared." Upon hearing this, Yingyin's eyes transformed into crescent moons of smiles. "Ah, so it was too abrupt for me. But fear not. We can establish our relationship first and discuss it later." Thus, amidst Huang Xiaoxie's menacing demeanor, Yingyin grasped Yu Xinghe's hand and unceremoniously placed the ring upon her finger. Although Yu Xinghe wished to refuse, she found herself powerless against Yingyin's overwhelming strength. As Yingyin adorned Yu Xinghe with the ring symbolizing love and marriage, Huang Xiaoxie's expression turned sorrowful, and with a look of despair, he inquired, "Yingyin, do you truly not love me?" "Yes." After receiving Yingyin's confirmation, Huang Xiaoxie let out a few hollow laughs, gazing deeply at Yingyin and then at Yu Xinghe. His expression was a complex tapestry of anger, jealousy, bitterness, and envy. Under the weight of such a gaze filled with intricate emotions, Yu Xinghe found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Yingyin approached Yu Xinghe and said, "Is my intention not clear enough? Why do you not leave?" Witnessing her beloved idol standing protectively before another woman and urging her to depart, Huang Xiaoxie gritted his teeth and declared, "Yingyin, I will make you regret this." After finishing her words, the formidable Barbie departed with the malevolent Huang Loxi. Once Huang Xiaoxie had left, Yu Xinghe, filled with confusion, inquired, "Why do they all seem to relish uttering harsh words before their departure?" Yingyin shrugged and replied, "Perhaps it is inherent in their villainous nature." Subsequently, as if recalling something, Yingyin added, "Xinghe, would you consider living with me for a while longer?" "Absolutely not. I fear for your safety. Being with you is the most perilous endeavor." After escorting Yu Xinghe back, Bibi Dong, with a worried expression, questioned, "Is this truly wise? What if Xinghe suffers harm?" Yingyin responded nonchalantly, "I act for their benefit. While a tranquil life may seem enduring, to live without regrets. One must brave the tempests of life. Do you not think that you Xinghe and Poseidon have had it too easy thus far? Bibi Dong nodded in understanding and said, I see. Therefore, we must infuse some excitement into their mundane existence. I shall fetch Xinghe immediately and have him experience the highs and lows of life to enrich his dreams. Ingyin cast a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong, retorting, Is that truly to enrich his dreams? It appears you are merely lusting after him. You are shameless. And what of you? With your incessant tormenting and proposals, can you truly claim to be devoid of ulterior motives? Hey, let us not speak of it. By the way, what grand plans do you still have in mind? That shall remain a secret for now. You will know in due time. Meanwhile, within a lavish hotel, Huang Xiaoxie had filled an entire bathtub with his tears, still unable to cease his weeping. As his senior, Huang Loxi, listening to the seemingly endless cries, shouted in frustration, Cease your lamentations. If you are so enamored with Ingyin, we shall devise a means to win him over. But we cannot overpower him. Foolish. We can eliminate that girl named Xinghe first. Once she is gone, Ingyin will be heartbroken without his beloved, and when you reappear to console him, he shall inevitably fall for you. That makes sense. But if I were to kill that girl, would it not backfire and lead Ingyin to despise me entirely? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Just as they sank into silence, a powerful voice resonated within the room. My most loyal disciples, what troubles you? Upon hearing that commanding voice, both Huang Loxi and Huang Xiaoxie were filled with joy. It is the voice of the Dark God. They knelt reverently, with Huang Xiaoxie stating, Oh, Dark God, I wish to win the heart of a boy. What must I do? It is quite simple. Just capture a boy, open his chest, and retrieve his heart directly. The Dark God, I mean to gain his affection. After a prolonged silence, the Dark God spoke. To make one person fall in love with another is indeed a craft, quite a troublesome endeavor. However, being a deity, how could I possibly disappoint my most devoted followers? With this thought in mind, the Dark God declared, My followers, if you are willing to devote sufficient time, I shall surely fulfill your desires. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoxie exclaimed, Great Dark God, if you can make Ingyin love me, I am willing to devote 100 years of my life. Xiaoxie, you must not agree. Your lifespan is already limited. If you dedicate another 100 years, how much longer can you survive? Huang Xiaoxie shook his head and replied, If I cannot be with the one I love, living longer would bring me no joy. Hearing this, Huang Loxi lamented, Why must you endure such hardship? Chapter 172. The Dark God Takes Action. First update. In this technologically advanced world, an entity known as the Cult of the Dark God has emerged. Generally, cults, much like wrongdoers, do not proclaim their nefarious nature. Yet, the Cult of the Dark God boldly asserts its identity as a cult and even as a deity amongst such groups. This cult claims, you can exchange time for everything you desire, wealth, power, beauty, and achievements. Perhaps it is precisely because of the Dark God's omnipotence that Huang Xiaoxie has placed all his hopes upon him. Initially, the Dark God was reluctant to grant Huang Xiaoxie's wish, for given her outward circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to make a normal man fall in love with her. Especially since he knew Huang Xiaoxie's lofty standards. She had once proclaimed that the one who could marry her must possess unparalleled strength, be exceptionally handsome, have immense wealth, and remain utterly devoted throughout life. Do you hear that? Is that even humanly possible? However, when the Dark God learned that Huang Xiaoxie was willing to exchange 100 years of her life for a human's love, he was intrigued. Very well. I accept your bargain. In the next moment, a swirl of black mist materialized within the illuminated room, transforming into a black cat. The cat was entirely ebony, resembling ink, save for its pair of scarlet eyes, which radiated an evil gaze. This was the Dark God. The black cat leaped gracefully onto Huang Xiaoxie's shoulder. Meow. With an ethereal cat's meow, a colorful, gelatinous substance was drawn from Huang Xiaoxie's body by an unseen hand, subsequently inhaled by the black cat, as if it were a delicacy. Then, the cat, with its crimson, wicked gaze, glanced at Huang Xiaoxie before vanishing in a puff of black mist. Once the black cat had dissipated, Huang Loxi approached, observing Huang Xiaoxie, who appeared dazed after having her time extracted. Was it worth it? He inquired. Huang Xiaoxie instinctively replied, Absolutely. Very well, since you harbor no regrets. I shall refrain from further admonitions. By the way, Xiaoxie, how do you wish for me to eliminate that girl named Xinghe? Buried alive, burned, strangled, frightened to death, or perhaps turned into minced meat to feed the dogs? To Huang Loxi's astonishment, After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xiaoxia sighed and said, "Let it be." "What? How can you just let it go? Aren't you the one who wishes to see her suffer?" "Old Xia, just now, as the evil god extracted my time, I suddenly realized something." "What is it?" "If I die, who will take care of Yingyin?" After a moment of reflection, Huang Loxi suggested, "How about I take care of her?" Huang Xiaoxia replied, exasperated, "Old Xia, I am speaking to you earnestly. Please take this seriously." All right, Huang Loxi conceded. "If I am gone, Yingyin will still need someone to look after her. Furthermore, under the divine power of the evil god, Yingyin will forever love me. And Yu Xinghe will never possess her heart. What do you think of this punishment? Is it not worse than killing her?" "That makes sense." As Yingyin opened the door, she was greeted by a swirling mass of black mist that transformed into a black cat, its crimson eyes emanating an aura of boundless malice. For an ordinary person, this sight would likely elicit a scream, but who is Yingyin? The only circumstance that could provoke a scream from her is if Yu Xinghe were to become pregnant. After a prolonged gaze between the person and the cat, the black cat spoke. "Do you love Huang Xiaoxia?" "No." Upon hearing this, the cat instantly displayed a perplexed expression. "I'll ask you again. You love Huang Xiaoxia, but for certain reasons, you cannot admit it, correct? Are you out of your mind? I've told you countless times. I do not love Huang Xiaoxia, never in the past, present, or future." Hearing Yingyin's declaration, the black cat appeared utterly astonished. "You weren't hypnotized by me." "Of course not. With your pathetic skills, you think you could hypnotize me? Spare me. Then I have no choice but to resort to force." "Yingyin, could you refrain from saying such misleading things?" In the next moment, the black cat split into two, then four. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with a multitude of black cats. Then, in unison, they opened their mouths, launching a soul hypnosis attack on Yingyin in a grotesque 360-degree surround sound rendition of "Are you okay? You love Huang Xiaoxia. You love Huang Xiaoxia. Love. Ying, after the performance, the black cat simultaneously inquired, "Do you now love Huang Xiaoxia?" Yingyin dug at her ears and replied to the black cat, "I apologize, but I have quite a bit of earwax blocking my ears." "What did you just sing? Could you please sing it again?" Taken aback by Yingyin's response, the black cat's face morphed into one of pure indignation. After all, it was a dignified evil god, the supreme feline being, an entity that countless humans aspired to serve as its caretaker. Yet today it was unexpectedly ridiculed. "Since you refuse to accept the toast, I must resort to offering you punishment in the form of drink. Apologies, but I do not indulge in alcohol." "How absurd. Allow me, the wicked deity, to enlighten you on the reason behind the flower's vibrant hues." No sooner had the words left my lips than countless felines lunged towards the English accent. "Humph! How dare such trivial skills be flaunted before me?" With a commanding tone, I declared, "Freeze." Instantly, all the cats stood motionless. To my astonishment, I discovered that I, too, was rendered immobile. What manner of being is this? However, with so many avatars, surely he cannot locate me. Just when the wicked deity believed he could escape unscathed, the English accent ruthlessly shattered his illusions. "Scatter." A simple command, yet it caused the multitude of cats to dissipate into black mist. As I saw the English figure approach me step by step, I felt a surge of anxiety. Wicked deity, I'm immobilized. What should I do? Awaiting urgent assistance. When the grip of fate tightened around my neck, the English figure inquired, "Who sent you to confront me?" "As a deity with principles. Even if I were to perish at your hands, I would never betray my followers, not even if I were to leap from a height of 10,000 meters. Then I shall kill you. It is Huang Xiaoxia." The English figure, upon hearing this name that had become a source of weariness today, truly felt exhausted. With a weary expression, I set down the black cat and said, "Return to her and inform her that if she disturbs me again, I shall take her life. Could you accompany me for a moment? You dare to propose conditions after I have released you? Are you seeking death?" I vowed to her that I would make you fall in love with her. However, I have broken that promise, at the very least. I must take you to meet her, or my conscience shall not rest. It seems you possess a sense of professional integrity as a deity. Integrity, righteousness, morality, dignity, and face have no bearing on me. As a wicked deity, I am inherently malevolent and despicable. I shall stop at nothing to achieve my goals, even if it means resorting to lies and deceit. And what, pray tell, do you wish to convey? Accompany me, or henceforth, whether you are dining or attending to nature's call, I shall harass you. Oh, you dare to threaten me? Today, I shall teach you how to write the character for death. As I sensed the grip around my neck tightening, a pang of fear of death surged within me for the first time. I cannot perish. I have yet to fulfill the promises I made. Driven by a desperate will to survive, I implored. Huang Xiaoxia has traded a century of her life for a promise that you will come to love her. I beg of you, go meet her. Her time is running short. Then simply return to her the time that rightfully belongs to her. I apologize. But the malevolent deity engages in transactions, and regardless of whether they succeed or fail, refunds shall not be entertained. I have never encountered a being so audaciously shameless as to justify their actions with such conviction. Despite his disdain for Huang Xiaoxia, Yingyin found himself moved when he heard her willingness to sacrifice a century of her life for his affection. As the dark deity trembled with closed eyes, awaiting the inevitable approach of death, a voice brought him an unexpected reprieve. Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey. Chapter 173. The Love of Huang Xiaoxia, Part 1. Second update. Grateful thanks to the reader, Ryu, for the generous support. When Yingyin beheld Huang Xiaoxia once more, her beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer with an inner light. No man can resist the embrace of a beautiful woman. However, if her arms are thicker than one's waist, the situation becomes quite different. At that moment, to Yingyin, Huang Xiaoxia charging toward him resembled a massive Tibetan mastiff that had broken free from its restraints, evoking discomfort. Just as he contemplated evading her, Huang Xiaoxia halted approximately 2 meters away from him. I have arrived. Although Huang Xiaoxia believed that Yingyin must harbor feelings for her, or else he would not have come to meet her, she longed to confess her affections. Yet, having faced rejection too many times, she instinctively feared hearing the same from Yingyin. Thus, at the critical moment, she altered her confession of "I love you" to "you have come." For the first time, Huang Xiaoxia refrained from professing her feelings upon their initial encounter, leading Yingyin to slightly reassess his impression of her. In truth, had Huang Xiaoxia not persistently pursued him to the brink of despair, Yingyin would not have minded being friends with her. Indeed, I have come. Can you accompany me for a stroll? Certainly. As they wandered along the mountain path, the sight of the person he longed for filled Huang Xiaoxia with an unparalleled joy. Noticing the radiant smile on her face, Yingyin inquired, "What brings you such joy? Have you thought of something delightful? Walking with you. What joy is there in merely walking?" "I cannot say. I simply feel a profound sense of satisfaction and happiness in your company. By the way, why do you like me?" "Because Huang Xiaoxia's very existence was a twist of fate. Her mother, a maid of the Huang family, had been taken advantage of one fateful night by the drunken master of the house, resulting in her birth. Although Huang Xiaoxia was a girl and her mother held no official status, the master harbored deep remorse for his actions, offering multiple apologies and considerable monetary compensation. Her mother had contemplated reporting the incident, but feeling too embarrassed and overwhelmed by the sum offered, she ultimately refrained. It was not that Xiaoxia's mother was greedy. Rather, her family was in dire need of financial support, as her father had sustained a severe injury and her mother was gravely ill. The master's generosity was crucial for their survival. Alas, the blissful days were fleeting. The news of Xiaoxia's mother's pregnancy spread like wildfire throughout the village, especially given that she was unmarried, which only fueled the gossip. Whispers circulated that she was a mistress, some suggested she was a surrogate, while others even accused her of selling herself. The village's malicious rumors reached her family, and even her parents, oblivious to their daughter's tireless dedication, believed the slander, thinking only of the shame she brought upon them. The accusations from her parents became the final straw for Xiaoxia's mother. Shortly after enduring the scorn and giving birth to Xiaoxia, she arranged to meet boss Huang and entrusted her child to him. Not long after, overwhelmed by despair, Xiaoxia's mother tragically took her own life by drowning. Upon confirming through a paternity test that Xiaoxia was indeed his flesh and blood, boss Huang was elated, lavishing her with affection as if he could pluck the stars from the sky to gift them to her. However, this joy was short-lived. Within 2 years, boss Huang met an untimely demise due to an accident. Mrs. Huang was far from as benevolent as her late husband. To her, Xiaoxia was nothing more than an illegitimate child. Thus, the fate of Xiaoxia was all but sealed. From the moment she could remember, she was compelled to work, washing clothes, scrubbing dishes, sweeping floors. She undertook every chore imaginable. Yet, Mrs. Huang was still dissatisfied, imposing a harsh rule: no good work meant no food. Even the servants, unable to bear the sight of Xiaoxia's plight, risked their jobs to share their meager meals with her, ensuring she survived. Of course, the servant's ability to help stemmed from the butler, old Huang, turning a blind eye to the situation. Without his leniency, Xiaoxia would have perished long ago. Yet, even this kindness did not appease Mrs. Huang. The Huang family was involved in biotechnology research, and one day, while developing a new drug, the project team required a living subject, preferably a human, as the samples were scarce. Thus, Xiaoxia found herself in the laboratory. When old Huang returned and learned that Xiaoxia had been taken for experimentation, he confronted Mrs. Huang in a fit of rage, nearly facing dismissal himself. To this day, Xiaoxia vividly recalls the agony of receiving that experimental drug, her body convulsed in unbearable cramps, waves of pain crashing over her, rendering her voiceless. Time became an indistinct blur as she endured relentless suffering, feeling as though she were dying yet unable to escape her torment. One day, she awoke in a nutrient tank, surrounded by onlookers who pointed and gawked at her. Among the cadre of researchers clad in white lab coats, Mrs. Huang, adorned in opulent attire and exuding a fashionable flair, stood out conspicuously. Upon noticing that Xiaoxia had regained consciousness, she commanded the staff to bring a mirror, insisting that Xiaoxia take a good look at herself. Despite the admonitions of others, Mrs. Huang dismissed their concerns with a sharp reprimand. When the mirror was brought forth, Huang Xiaoxia was met with a scene that shattered her composure. The reflection revealed a grotesque being, her youthful head perched atop a muscular monstrosity reminiscent of the Hulk. Overwhelmed by intense psychological distress, she broke free from her restraints, shattering the nutrient chamber, transforming the laboratory that had inflicted endless torment upon her into a hellish nightmare. Upon escaping the confines of the lab, Huang Xiaoxia endeavored to lead a normal life. However, her bizarre appearance destined her to endure an unceasing barrage of disdain. No matter how genuine her demeanor, she was met with derision and scorn. A monster could find no acceptance among humanity. Without employment, she was devoid of financial means, and thus incapable of sustaining herself. Although Huang Xiaoxia possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, her appetite was equally extraordinary, driven by hunger. She resorted to petty theft, pilfering vegetables, meals, snacks, and beverages. What was intended as discreet thievery inevitably resulted in chaos, her imposing size rendering any attempt at subtlety futile. Consequently, her acts of theft escalated into outright robbery. Huang Xiaoxia emerged as a criminal. Her formidable prowess made it impossible for the authorities to apprehend her through conventional means, leading to the deployment of weapons by the police. Despite her extraordinary strength, she was no match for the modern firepower wielded against her, leaving her defenseless. After a harrowing escape from the city to the countryside, Huang Xiaoxia discovered that the intricacies of rural life were equally daunting. Exhausted and famished from her nocturnal travels, she sought refuge in a farmer's home, hoping to procure some sustenance. However, her noise roused the homeowner, a kind old man, who, upon seeing her plight, offered her leftover food from his fridge. Moved by his generosity, Huang Xiaoxia wept as she ate, noticing that his meager provisions were insufficient for her needs. The old man reassured her that he would fetch more food from a neighboring house and urged her to remain there without moving. The old man, stepping through a pool of tears, ventured out. Shortly thereafter, he returned, accompanied by a throng of villagers. There she is, the legendary monster. A bounty of 100,000. Fellow villagers, let us unite. In the face of the old man's pursuit, Huang Xiaoxia lamented, that cunning old coot. Undeterred by her hasty retreat, she took refuge in the nearby woods, embracing her existence as a wild creature, occasionally masquerading as a mischievous beast to pilfer a few watermelons or wreak havoc on the villagers' crops and livestock. Over time, Huang Xiaoxia, through her solitary efforts, enabled the village to unlock the achievement of leaving their homeland during an era of peace. When reporters inquired of the villagers, "Why do you wish to leave?" they replied, "In our village, a wild creature appears every few days to wreak havoc. Would you not be afraid?" As various media outlets learned of the situation, they flocked to the enchanting realm known as Shenangjia in pursuit of the elusive wild man. After living as a wild person for approximately 2 years, one fateful day, Huang Xiaoxia unexpectedly encountered an individual. Instinctively, as she turned to flee, the person called out her name. "Xiaoxia? Is that you? Who are you?" "I am Aunt Wang. I used to cook at Boss Huang's house. You often got caught sneaking snacks from the kitchen when you were little." Through Aunt Wang, Huang Xiaoxia discovered that butler Lao Huang had taken control of the Huang group and was secretly searching for her. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Huang Xiaoxia made her way to the Huang group. This time, her gamble paid off. Lao Huang treated her with great kindness, attending to her like a young lady. Although the servants initially regarded her with peculiar glances, they gradually recognized that beneath her monstrous exterior, she possessed a gentle temperament, and their perceptions of her began to change. The Huang group slowly transformed into Xiaoxia's true home. As the years passed, Huang Xiaoxia yearned for love. After expressing her desires to Lao Huang, he, albeit reluctantly, agreed to help her find a suitable partner. However, her journey through blind dates proved to be quite tumultuous. All the suitors who came seeking her fled in terror upon seeing her full visage. In response, Lao Huang reassured her, saying, "They are simply too weak to be worthy of you." Their self-awareness led them to leave. In truth, Huang Xiaoxia understood all too well that with her appearance, she might never find a lover, let alone a friend. Just as despair began to envelop her, Ingen appeared. Upon meeting this boy, who bore a mischievous demeanor reminiscent of a rogue, Huang Xiaoxia's heart raced like a startled doe. What made it even more challenging was that when Ingen beheld her, his gaze held none of the familiar disdain. Rather, it was filled with curiosity. "You seem quite sturdy. Are you afraid of me?" "Not at all. Shall we play hide and seek together?" Of course. Upon hearing that Huang Xiaoxia had developed feelings for him simply from their shared game of hide and seek, Ingen regrettably banged his head against a tree. However, when he did so, he discovered that the tree was surprisingly soft. No, it wasn't the tree that was soft. It was Huang Xiaoxia who had timely intervened to shield Ingen. "Why did you bang your head against the tree? It's so hard. Doesn't it hurt?" Cough, cough. "I'm fine. By the way, why did you invite me for a walk here?" "Because this path is long. It takes quite a while to reach the end." With that, Huang Xiaoxia extended her large hand, resembling a fan, towards Ingen. Confused, he inquired, "What does this mean?" "I see couples holding hands while strolling, and I want to experience the feeling of holding hands too." As she spoke, Huang Xiaoxia revealed an expression of eager anticipation. Confronted by the fervent gaze of Huang Xiaoxia, Ingen initially intended to decline. Yet, recalling the words of the malevolent deity, who had exchanged a century of her own existence for a fleeting moment of his affection, she pondered that holding hands might not be too much to ask. With this thought, and under the astonished gaze of Huang Xiaoxia, Ingen extended her hand, only to grasp at nothingness. Both Ingen and Huang Xiaoxia were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Huang Xiaoxia realized that her form was gradually becoming ethereal, akin to the sun that was about to set, on the verge of vanishing. She reached out once more, longing to touch Ingen, yet her fingers passed straight through him. Observing her own fading arm, Huang Xiaoxia murmured, "Is my time up?" Then, addressing the bewildered Ingen, she proposed, "Ingen, would you indulge me in one last game?" "What game?" "Hide and seek. You close your eyes and count to 100. Then come find me, just like when we first met. The loser has to bark like a dog. Well, you are bound to lose. With your size, I can see you in an instant." Saying this, Ingen tightly shut her eyes and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As if counting down to the end of life. With each number Ingen uttered, Huang Xiaoxia's form grew increasingly insubstantial. Yet, she cared not for her impending disappearance. Fixated on Ingen, seemingly wishing to etch the visage of this boy into her memory, she had read in storybooks that as long as two people were married, they could remain together forever. This was the very reason Huang Xiaoxia persistently proposed to Ingen. She simply desired to play together eternally, to avoid the solitude of being alone. Once a wanderer, she had grown accustomed to solitude, until the arrival of Lao Xia had pulled her from the depths of darkness, while Ingen shone like a beacon, illuminating her understanding of light. Even if this brightness was fleeting, referring to the afternoon they spent playing hide and seek, having experienced illumination, she yearned never to descend into darkness again. 90, 91, 92. At this moment, Huang Xiaoxia's form had become entirely transparent, leaving only a ghostly visage, as insubstantial as wisps of smoke, easily scattered by a gentle breeze. Seizing the moment while he had his eyes closed, she thought, "I'll steal a kiss. He surely won't notice." With this thought, a smile blossomed on Huang Xiaoxia's face, reminiscent of the joy she felt years ago when she unearthed a whole, albeit expired, loaf of bread from a trash bin in her desperation. In the next instant, a spectral face leaned toward the closed-eyed Ingen and bestowed a kiss upon his countenance. 98, 99, 100. As the count reached 100, a phantom visage shed a solitary tear that fell upon Ingen's face. Leaning closer, it whispered softly into her ear, "I love you." With the utterance of these three words, imbued with fervent emotion, the last vestige of Huang Xiaoxia quietly dissipated. Upon opening her eyes and surveying the desolate scene before her, Devoid of the robust figure that once stood like a mountain, Ingyin instinctively touched her face, yet found nothing to grasp. "Hey, I'm here to find you. Have you hidden well?" The mountains echoed with her solitary voice, reverberating in the emptiness. As the hollow, desolate echoes enveloped her, Ingyin murmured to herself, "So this is what solitude feels like." In that moment, she raised her voice towards the distant peaks. Woof, woof, woof. After 3 resounding barks, she abruptly turned, scattering glistening droplets as she lamented, "We agreed it was just a game. Why have I shed tears too? Have I become ensnared in the play?" Alas, no one heard her, nor could anyone respond to her queries. Gradually, a breeze swept by, caressing her cheek, reminiscent of a final kiss and confession from a certain maiden, vanishing before she could reject it. Chapter 175, The Moment of Awakening Part 1. Fourth update. Grateful for the patronage of the reader, Kiss Song, Huang Laxi, seeing that only Ingyin had returned, promptly inquired, "Where is Xiaoxie?" With a bitter smile, Ingyin replied, "She has hidden away, and I cannot find her." Hearing this, Huang Laxi sat down in shock. His mind flooded with memories of the moments spent with Xiaoxie over the years. Just as he was lost in recollection, a figure approached him and said, "Boss, we have located that fellow named Yuxingha. Forget it. With Xiaoxie gone, it holds no significance to investigate further. Just leave the information on the table." After his subordinate departed, Huang Laxi, feeling despondent, contemplated whether to take his own life. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a dossier his subordinate had compiled regarding Yuxingha. Initially, he merely intended to glance at it, driven by curiosity about the remarkable girl who could captivate a boy like Ingyin. However, when his eyes landed on the section detailing Yuxingha's gender, they widened in disbelief. Gender male, 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 male. Huang Laxi rubbed his eyes and leaned closer, confirming once more that it indeed read male. In a flurry of realization, he hastily dialed his previous subordinate. "Boss, what is the matter? Is Yuxingha male? Are you certain there is no mistake? Could it be a case of mistaken identity?" "Boss, I would stake my life on it. This Yuxingha is the same individual you encountered twice at the Imperial Kitchen. How can he be a male?" "I do not know, but he is undeniably male." "Well, he is indeed a male. He is indeed a male. What a formidable Wu Mingkong. What a magnificent Yuxingha. How could I have been so deceived?" Leading to the sacrifice of Xiaoxie, the mere thought that Xiaoxie met his untimely demise due to such a blunder fills Huang Laxi with unbearable anguish. "Xiaoxie, your death is most unjust." Accompanied by an overwhelming pain akin to suffocation, a blazing fury ignited within Huang Laxi's heart. He sought vengeance against the 2 culprits. First and foremost, the architect of this chaos, Wu Mingkong, who is the root of all this turmoil. Although Huang Laxi yearned to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Wu Mingkong, the recollection of his terrifying combat prowess stayed his hand. While others might swallow their pride and retreat, Huang Laxi, possessing a unique advantage, would not concede so easily. In the next moment, Huang Laxi stripped off his shirt, revealing a striking black tiger tattoo upon his chest. This was an attack he had exchanged 10 years of his life with the evil god to acquire, its power rivaling that of the evil goddess Full Might. Originally intended as a safeguard for unforeseen circumstances, it was now time to unleash it. With a forceful strike to his chest, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the crimson droplets erupted from his mouth, they transformed into a mist of blood. Subsequently, this sanguine fog morphed into a black tiger, its eyes gleaming with a predatory scarlet light. "Go forth, Black Tiger, and eliminate those 2 individuals." At Huang Laxi's command, the black tiger retreated silently, merging into the shadows of the night. Gazing out at the myriad lights beneath the darkened sky, Yuxingha spoke with a mournful expression to Bibi Dong. "Please let me return. If I do not, Poseidon will punish me." Bibi Dong huffed in dissatisfaction. "Do you believe I won't strike you right now?" Though reluctant to admit it, Yuxingha truly could not match Bibi Dong in strength. Observing Yuxingha bow his head, Bibi Dong produced a bottle of red wine, elegantly pouring 2 glasses. Seizing the moment while Yuxingha was distracted, she slipped 2 small objects into one of the glasses. "Here, since you are so eager to return, it is not impossible. Drink this glass of wine, and I shall let you go." "I shall not drink." "Then do not expect to return. Why do you bully me like Ingyin?" "Indeed, I shall bully you, so what? If you are displeased, come and strike me." "Fine, I'll drink. It's just a glass of red wine, at worst. I'll drink it, and then catch a cab home." With this thought, Yuxingha furrowed his brow and downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. "May I leave now?" Bibi Dong gestured invitingly. As Yuxingha rose to his feet, He was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness. After much effort, he finally arrived at the entrance, only to discover that there were, astonishingly, 3 doors. This was utterly absurd. Contemplating this bewildering sight, Yu Xinghe resolved to randomly open one of the doors. However, as he extended his hand toward the doorknob, he was taken aback to find that the doorknob had also transformed into 3. Moonstar River. As Moonstar River reached out aimlessly, Bibidong chuckled softly and counted 3, 2, 1, fall. Just as Moonstar River was about to tumble to the ground, Bibidong swiftly appeared behind him, cradling him in her embrace. Gazing at Moonstar River's rosy cheeks, she murmured to herself, "Tonight, you are mine." Huang Shi Group. Huang Loxi, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly contorted his face in agony as if enduring immense pain, then violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. With that spurt of blood, the black tiger tattoo on his upper body dissipated into swirling dark mist. No, no, no. Witnessing the dissolution of his black tiger tattoo, Huang Loxi let out a desperate howl, attempting to grasp the black mist. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. As the dark mist faded, Huang Loxi bowed his head in despair. He had failed. To be precise, it was the black tiger that had failed. Originally, Huang Loxi's plan was to use this miraculous method to eliminate Yingyin, burying Little Evil alongside her, and then kill Moonstar River to comfort Little Evil's spirit in the afterlife. However, he never anticipated that the black tiger, capable of merging with the night, would actually fail. According to Huang Loxi's assumptions, no matter how powerful that martial youth was, he remained a mere mortal. As long as his black tiger could shred his shadow, the martial youth would meet the same fate, exploding into pieces. Yet, in his perception, just as he was about to succeed, the black tiger was ruthlessly battered by the martial youth's shadow. This was absurd. Of course, Huang Loxi was no fool. Unable to defeat the martial youth, he sought out Moonstar River. However, upon following the scent to a certain residence, before he could even enter, he heard a cold snort. That snort, Huang Loxi recognized, belonged to the martial youth's sister. What strange beings have I encountered? With this thought, Huang Loxi opened his despairing eyes and began to chant an incantation. Meow meow. In no time, black mist surged from the room, transforming into a black cat. My follower, what do you wish to summon me for? Respected evil god, I exchange all the time of my remaining life for you to act once and help me eliminate 2 individuals. Who? The martial youth and Moonstar River. What is the matter, evil god? What is the matter? Can the evil god not contend with Yingyin? Naturally, before his follower, he could not reveal such weakness and had to phrase it differently. My follower, the time you have left is only enough for me to take down 1 person. Upon hearing that his remaining time was only sufficient for 1 life, Huang Loxi replied, then I wish to kill Wu Mingkong. Not possible. Your time is too limited. It is insufficient to kill Wu Mingkong. Then may I propose an alternative? Speak. I beseech the malevolent deity to inflict the most excruciating demise upon the one known as Yu Xinghe, allowing him to suffer a torturous death. Very well. Chapter 176. Life is but a dream. Conclusion, Part 1, 5th update. I humbly request your recommendations, monthly votes, collections, and subscriptions. Upon awakening, Yu Xinghe was horrified to find himself once again in the bed of Bibidong. Moreover, this situation was far more terrifying than the last. For Bibidong lay beside him, nestled in his embrace. The only solace was that upon lifting the covers, he discovered they were both clothed, though in pajamas. It was certainly preferable to being completely bare. In slumber, Bibidong lacked the captivating allure she possessed while awake, instead exuding an air of tranquility akin to that of a serene goddess. Gazing at Bibidong's luscious red lips and exquisite visage, Yu Xinghe struggled to suppress the urge to lean down and kiss her, cautiously attempting to extricate himself from her grasp. Yet, just as he was on the verge of success, Bibidong tightened her embrace, her legs entwined around him like an octopus ensnaring its prey. After a futile struggle, Yu Xinghe called out to Bibidong, wake up, wake up. What is happening? Why am I in bed with you? With a scream that nearly toppled the roof, Bibidong yelled, kicking Yu Xinghe off the bed. Although he fell to the floor, he sustained no injuries, for a soft quilt lay beneath. As he rose, he noticed Bibidong had wrapped herself in the blanket, muffled sobs emanating from within. Bibidong, do not attempt to explain. An explanation is merely a disguise. A disguise conceals the truth. I kindly offered you my bedroom and prepared the bed for you. Yet you decided to climb into my bed in the middle of the night, thus tarnishing my innocence. Woe is me. Upon hearing Bibi Dong lament the loss of her innocence, Yu Xinghe felt a shiver run down his spine. No, it cannot be. We did not engage in anything last night, did we? Humph. Then how do you explain this? Bibi Dong retorted, extending a slender finger. Observing her fair and beautiful arm, Yu Xinghe questioned, what does this signify? There were originally 25 marks of the palace on my arm. Now not a single one remains. Yu Xinghe nearly choked on his own disbelief at Bibi Dong's revelation. He understood that these marks were akin to a girl's certificate of purity. Once a girl engages in intimacy, the marks would vanish. However, the issue lay in the fact that one mark was sufficient. Why such an abundance? Did Bibi Dong partake in some promotional event when acquiring them? A buy one, get 24 free sort of deal? Contemplating this, Yu Xinghe inquired. Why did you acquire so many? This is a matter of how many marks you possess. I care not. My innocence is gone, and you must take responsibility. Haha. Alas, whether it is merely an illusion of Yu Xinghe, he cannot shake the feeling that Bibi Dong's cries have taken on an increasingly eerie quality, resembling laughter more than sorrow. Yet, the pressing concern at hand transcends mere sounds of weeping or mirth. The thought that Poseidon might discover this matter sends a chill down his spine. By this time next year, the grass atop his grave would surely be a foot tall. But then again, he mused, Sophia, with her deep affection for him, would likely tend to his tombstone. With this thought, Yu Xinghe hastily inquired, Bibi Dong, please do not frighten me. This is no matter for jest. Do I appear to be joking? She replied, her tone grave. What do you wish for, then? I want you to marry me and take responsibility for me. As Yu Xinghe fell into sudden silence, Bibi Dong quickly emerged from the covers, only to find him seated on the floor, propping his chin in contemplation. Hey, have you lost your mind? Why are you not speaking? Do not disturb me. I am pondering how to meet my demise with the least pain. Seeing the seriousness etched on Yu Xinghe's face, Bibi Dong felt a genuine concern that this obstinate mind might consider hanging himself. With a heavy sigh, she said, I was merely jesting. My innocence remains intact. Is that so? How can you prove it? My virgin mark is still present. Where? Let me see. On my back. With that, Bibi Dong adopted a duck-like sitting posture, turning her back to Yu Xinghe as she lifted her garment, revealing a back as smooth as jade. In that moment, Yu Xinghe was rendered speechless, for her back was adorned with an array of densely packed, palm-sized red marks. Is this truly your virgin mark? Are you certain it is not from cupping therapy these past few days? Bibi Dong turned her head with a playful smile and replied, this is indeed my virgin mark. I should have mentioned that this virgin mark is also known as cupping. If you suffer from excess dampness, you may want to give it a try. After the departure of Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong gazed at the plum blossoms on the blanket and remarked with a smile, even in dreams, I shall outpace you. Whether it was merely a figment of Yu Xinghe's imagination, he felt an unusual weakness in his legs today. After a considerable struggle, he finally returned home, only to be met by the fierce blaze of anger emanating from Poseidon's azure eyes. Ah, you have finally deigned to return. Now tell me, where were you last night? As she spoke, Poseidon lunged towards him, burying her face in Yu Xinghe's presence. Just as he closed his eyes in anticipation of his fate, he heard Poseidon's voice soften significantly. Now, confess honestly, where did you go last night? I accidentally drank at Yin's place and overslept. What? How could you have consumed alcohol? I had no idea it was alcohol until after I drank it. Very well, I'll let you off this time. By the way, I found an adorable black kitten today. With that, Poseidon led Yu Xinghe to a corner of a room, where a cardboard box cradled a cat with fur as dark as ink. Upon hearing the commotion, the black cat opened its blood-red eyes, causing a flutter of unease in Yu Xinghe's heart. Poseidon, why does this cat have red eyes? I consulted a veterinarian, who mentioned it might be suffering from red-eye disease and should recover with some rest. Can I play with it? Will it scratch me? It won't. Little Black is very well behaved. Little Black? Yes, that's the name I chose for it. Just as Yu Xinghe's hand was about to make contact with the black cat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The cat transformed into a streak of black lightning, leaping onto Yu Xinghe's head, and then, with its pudgy paw, it struck down upon his head. Brother, seeing Yu Xinghe under attack, Poseidon hastily reached out, attempting to swat the cat away. However, the black cat effortlessly blocked her furious strike with another chubby paw. Subsequently, the cat fixed its crimson, malevolent gaze upon Poseidon, causing her to fall into a stupor. In an instant, both were ensnared, and the black cat cackled with a sinister tone, may you eternally sink into boundless agony, forever regretting, forever missing, eternally unable to unite. I am the evil god. I bestow upon you the most excruciating demise in this world, to live in solitude until the end. Chapter 177. Life is but a dream. Conclusion. Part 2. Gratitude to the reader, Starry Night Cloud, for the generous reward. The black cat's voice resonated like an amplified teacher lecturing, almost instantaneously plunging both Yuxinghe and Poseidon into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Yingyin, who appeared utterly disoriented, suddenly sensed ripples emanating from a disturbance in the space. What is happening? Yuxinghe's dream realm should not be this fragile. Could it be that upon this realization, Yingyin casually waved her hand, summoning a portal through which she stepped? Much like Doraemon's Anywhere door, when Yingyin reappeared, she found herself in Bibi Dong's bedroom. At that moment, Bibi Dong was tidying up her sheets, and Yingyin's sudden appearance took her by surprise. "Why didn't you knock before entering?" she exclaimed. "I apologize, but our clan, the Swallowing Heavens, has no custom of knocking, whether entering your bedroom or even the divine bathing chambers," Yingyin replied. Suddenly, she noticed a flyer hidden behind Bibi Dong. "What is that?" "I was just planning to take the sheets for washing." Bibi Dong stammered. "No, you are concealing something from me." In an instant, Yingyin teleported behind Bibi Dong and snatched the sheets from her grasp. "Give that back," Bibi Dong cried as she rushed forward to reclaim them. But Yingyin deftly unfurled the sheets, revealing blotches of crimson that made her lips twitch. Bibi Dong hurriedly snatched the sheets back. Observing the flustered Bibi Dong as she scrambled to gather the sheets, Yingyin sighed. "You truly are a troublemaker. I find myself regretting bringing you here." "Humph. The Starry River was originally mine, you know. Poseidon is the true interloper. If it weren't for that ridiculous divine examination, I should be the protagonist. Besides, I didn't do anything significant to him. It was merely a one-night affair. He can still return home to care for his dear sister." Bibi Dong emphasized the words "dear sister," her teeth clenched in a manner that sent a chill down Yingyin's spine. Indeed, one should not provoke the female of the species. Though reluctant to engage, Yingyin felt compelled to speak. "Do you realize that because of your affair with the Starry River last night, this dream realm has begun to destabilize? If this issue is not resolved, they will awaken from their dreams very soon. Let them awaken. What does it matter to me?" Bibi Dong retorted. "Indeed, it may not concern you, but if Moon Starry River is abruptly forced out of her dream midway, it would likely devastate her psyche, leaving her a mere fool, drooling and chuckling aimlessly. Is that what you wish for her?" Upon hearing that the premature conclusion of the dream could have such dire repercussions, Bibi Dong quickly explained. "Although I had relations with him last night, he was unaware and believed it was merely a dream." "Are you certain he was deceived?" "Of course. Trick that little fool is a piece of cake." "Then that is peculiar. Quick, come with me to his home." When the malevolent deity delivered a resounding blow to Yuxinghe, he became utterly lost, ensnared in the infinite cycle crafted by the dark god. Poseidon fared little better, swiftly subdued by the same sinister force, embracing a mindset of seizing opportunities. The malevolent deity entwined the spiritual wills of both individuals and cast them into an eternally crafted realm of suffering. What constitutes the greatest agony for a soul? The physical tribulations of aging, illness, and death, alongside the emotional turmoil of love and hatred. The dark god's intent was to subject these two to endless torment until their spirits shattered and their wills dissipated, ultimately leading to their demise. To facilitate this, the deity prepared numerous narratives for Yuxinghe to savor. In the first life, within the grand hall, aside from the clay and wooden statues of the Buddha, there stood a solitary monk, reciting sutras amidst the fragrant smoke of incense. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practices deep prajnaparamita, he was a devout monk, his eyes gently closed, his visage radiating compassion. "Master, master," a girl's voice, as melodious as silver bells, echoed through the vast hall, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. After calling out repeatedly, the chanting monk finally set down his prayer beads, turning his back to the sound, and inquired, "What brings you here, young lady?" "I have no particular matter," she replied. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your intervention last time, I might have been abducted. The road is fraught with peril. When one encounters danger, it is only natural to offer aid," the monk responded. "Master, will you marry me? You can till the fields while I weave, and I can bear your children." As she spoke, the girl shyly lowered her gaze, her cheeks blooming like two auspicious flowers, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon. Though the girl was undeniably beautiful, the monk declined. "A monk cannot take a wife. Thus, I must ask you to refrain from such proposals in return." Upon hearing the monk's refusal, the girl's face displayed disbelief. She was renowned for her beauty across 10 miles. Countless suitors had sought her hand, including the affluent Wang Yuanwei from the city, who had resorted to all manner of persuasion and coercion. With a mere nod, a life of luxury could have been hers. Yet, this monk had the audacity to refuse her. Was her offer not enticing enough? Contemplating this, she attempted to raise the stakes. Master, why not switch roles? You weave, and I will tend the fields. You can bear the children. What do you think? The monk, exasperated, replied, I am neither skilled in weaving nor in bearing children. It is not a matter of trades. A monk cannot marry. I implore you to leave. Once again rejected, the young girl departed in tears. From that day forth, for an entire year, she visited the monk every 7 days. Sometimes she listened to him expound on the teachings, other times she shared amusing tales from the village, and on occasion, in a fit of enthusiasm, she would sing a little tune or dance a brief jig. Each time, the monk remained indifferent, and she would leave in silence until a year had passed. The monk continued his recitations, and on this day, the girl arrived at his door, clad in a crimson dress that bloomed like the finest blossoms. Master, I am to be married. This time, the monk's chanting ceased abruptly. After a long pause, he uttered, Ba. With this invocation, he finally turned to glance at the girl, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of red at the doorway. The stillness of the grand hall was broken by the sound of scattered prayer beads. In the second life, during this age of decline, the legends of deities and spirits seemed to fade into obscurity. Yet, in a certain village, tales of dragons persisted. The villagers believed in the dragon and erected a temple in its honor. Coincidentally, ever since the Dragon King's temple was built, the village enjoyed bountiful harvests and favorable weather year after year. However, one year, war broke out, and most of the villagers were conscripted to fight, leaving the Dragon King without offerings. Consequently, calamities befell the land. The disaster did not merely afflict the village. That year, the entire region suffered from an unprecedented drought that had not been seen for centuries. Arid land stretched endlessly, corpses lay scattered, and people resorted to cannibalism, transforming the realm into a hell on earth. As a result, no one visited the Dragon King's temple to pay their respects, save for one young girl who, having narrowly escaped the calamities, continued to visit the increasingly dilapidated temple each month to offer a single incense stick. Years passed, and at last, the drought ended, only to be succeeded by floods, causing immense suffering among the populace. One day, a woman carrying a basket of incense made her way to the Dragon King's temple and encountered some fellow villagers along the way. Ah, Jean, are you still offering incense to the Dragon King? Indeed. I believe the Dragon King will protect us. You are indulging in feudal superstition. Deities and spirits are mere illusions, non-existent. The statue in that temple is merely a clay effigy. No matter how much incense you offer, it cannot manifest. Humph. I refuse to believe that. The Dragon King surely exists and will protect us. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. The villagers were unaware that Asian was not ignorant. She had once dreamt of a dragon. A few years prior, the entire community faced a severe drought, and as Asian approached the brink of dehydration, a dragon visited her in a dream. It revealed that beside the Dragon King temple lay a dry well, and if they excavated a few more meters, water would surely be found. However, there was one condition. Asian must not disclose this dream to anyone, lest she face divine retribution. Upon awakening, desperate and on the verge of death, Asian rallied the villagers to dig the well. Reluctant to succumb to fate, the villagers, with a sense of cautious optimism, toiled for much of the day, and indeed, a spring of clear water emerged. This water saved the entire village. Curious about how Asian had known where to find water, the villagers pressed her for answers. Recalling her bizarre dream, Asian hastily fabricated a lie to cover her revelation. However, her parents, knowing her well, quickly saw through her flimsy excuses and inquired further about how she had learned of the water's location. Unable to withstand their persistent questioning, Asian finally confessed the truth about the dragon. That very night, the once clear sky erupted with thunder. The villagers, alarmed by the commotion, rushed to discover that the Dragon King temple had been struck by lightning, leaving behind scales and blood on the ground. While the villagers were filled with confusion, Asian was struck with dread. Days of torrential rain caused the river to surge violently against its banks, akin to a ferocious beast relentlessly battering its cage. One night, Asian dreamt of the dragon once more, and this time, the creature's condition was utterly tragic. Its body was marred with wounds, bones protruded in places, a horn was broken, and it had lost 2 claws. She wished to apologize, but the sight of the dragon's horrific injuries left her speechless. After a long, shared gaze, the dragon spoke first. The riverbank is about to collapse. I cannot hold on much longer. You must flee. With that, the dragon soared into the sky. Awakening amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, Asian rushed outside to sound the alarm, urging the villagers to escape. However, when she warned them of the impending collapse of the riverbank, they dismissed her, believing that the centuries-old embankment could withstand even greater floods. Frustrated by their disbelief, Asian took a portion of the villagers who were willing to trust her and left. As fate would have it, in the latter half of the night, the flood struck. The villagers who had taken refuge on a nearby hill soon felt a wave of terror. Yet their relief was short-lived. They soon realized that the floodwaters were rising alarmingly. In a desperate moment, someone spotted a fallen tree, and immediately, the crowd clamored to climb onto it. With so many seeking safety, the tree could only support a limited number. In this life-or-death moment, a group of young people pushed Asian aside, opting instead for a friend of theirs to take her place. Asian could hardly fathom that while she had escaped the flood, she was betrayed by those she had trusted most. As Asian found herself on the brink of death amidst the raging flood, a half-dragon appeared. It carried her to a high ground, placing her in a safe location before vanishing into the tumultuous waters. Upon awakening, Asian beheld a pool of blood, scattered scales, and an inscription, "I owe you no incense, nor am I guilty of your faith." Upon reading these words, Asian wept bitterly. In the third life, there existed a small kingdom where a valiant general and a breathtakingly beautiful princess resided. In recognition of the general's military achievements, the king decided to betroth the princess to him. A union of beauty and heroism was widely regarded as a splendid match. However, an envoy from a neighboring powerful nation arrived, seeking a consort for his king, and instantly set his sights on the enchanting princess. Though the princess's heart belonged to the general, the neighboring nation was a formidable force, far beyond the capabilities of their modest kingdom to oppose. Ultimately, for the sake of her nation's stability, the princess consented to the marriage alliance, while the general became the envoy tasked with escorting her to the neighboring realm. Transitioning from groom to envoy was a painful ordeal for anyone, yet such was the fate that two mere individuals could not alter. In the end, the princess became the most cherished consort of the king of that nation, while the general returned home, rallying a band of trusted subordinates with the intent of reclaiming the princess. Disguised as commoners, they infiltrated the royal palace and fought their way in. After a fierce and bloody battle, the general finally stood before the princess, adorned in splendid attire, radiating beauty. He extended his hand, saying, "I have come to take you away." Yet, with tears streaming down her face, the princess shook her head. "We cannot go back. I do not love you. You must leave." The general was taken aback, never imagining that at such a critical moment, the princess would renege on her sentiments. As the sounds of battle drew nearer, he inquired, "Why?" The princess lamented, "Where can we escape? This nation is powerful enough to instill despair in me. Moreover, if I disappear, what will become of my father and the people of this kingdom? They will perish." Was this the truth? Upon hearing her words, the fiery glimmer in the general's eyes extinguished, replaced by profound despair. Ultimately, amidst the clamor of battle, the general fell, pierced by countless blades. The princess, too, succumbed to melancholy years later, her life extinguished like a fading flower. In the fourth, fifth, and sixth lives, in the perpetual cycle of reincarnation, Yuxingha and Poseidon encounter one another in various guises, yet, due to the inexorable hand of fate, they gradually drift apart after their fleeting intersections. They may find themselves as helpless nobility or as ordinary couples succumbing to destitution, and have even taken on the roles of chivalrous warriors burdened with deep-seated enmity. The vicissitudes of human emotions, the warmth and chill of relationships, the caprices of fortune, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. Yuxingha and Poseidon had thoroughly experienced every torment imaginable. Just as the malevolent deity contemplated their demise amidst despair and agony, Bibidong and Ingyin made their entrance. The moment these two appeared, the dark god swiftly withdrew its razor-sharp claws from above their heads, revealing a disgruntled expression as it used its talons to groom itself. Observing Yuxingha on the brink of death, Bibidong reproached Ingyin, saying, "Look at the mess you've made." In response, Ingyin offered no explanation but addressed the dark god, declaring, "Release the divine spell you have cast upon them, or I shall end your existence." With a flash of crimson light in its eyes, the dark god complied. Yet Yuxingha and Poseidon remained in a state of slumber. Bewildered, Ingyi narrowed her eyes into a dangerous arc, prompting the dark god to lament. I truly do not comprehend this situation. Upon hearing the dark god admit ignorance, Bibidong felt a pang of anxiety. She stepped forward, gripping the dark god by the nape of its neck, exclaiming, "How dare you feign ignorance about the chaos you have wrought? If you cannot awaken Xinghe, I swear I will strip the skin from your body." To others, the dark god was an omnipotent entity, yet before Bibidong and Ingyin, this formidable being appeared pitiably weak and helpless. Fortunately, Ingyin interjected, "Killing it would serve no purpose. Let me assess Xinghe's condition." She then placed her hand upon Xinghe's forehead. After a prolonged moment of silence, she inquired, "What is happening? Speak." The response came, "This situation has developed beyond my control. What will become of Xinghe? We can only wait for him to awaken." At this juncture, Ingyin gazed out the window. As her gaze followed, the dark god and Bibidong beheld a startling sight. The once clear sky had become shrouded in thick, heavy clouds, and within those clouds, thunder rumbled ominously and lightning flickered. Ingyin explained, "Xinghe is a divine being. His will has undergone countless reincarnations. With each cycle, those experiences are sealed within his consciousness. Eventually, upon reaching a certain state, those memories will be released in an instant, allowing him to confront the divine trials imposed by the cosmic order. However, the dark god has ensnared him in an infinite cycle, one that mirrors his past experiences, creating a disorienting illusion of identity and location." Bibidong, visibly agitated, retorted, "Speak plainly. What is our course of action? We must safeguard this dreamlike realm, preventing its destruction. When Xinghe awakens, he shall believe that all of this was merely a dream. What if we were to fail? You must understand that each incarnation of the Moon River represents a completely new and independent consciousness. In simpler terms, should we falter, the Moon River you are familiar with would cease to exist. In the 10th life, it is said that during the time when Nuwa mended the heavens, she fashioned 50 pieces of colorful stones, utilizing 49, leaving one to fall upon a small island. As endless years passed, this stone absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and the quintessence of the sun and moon, until one day it cracked open, giving birth to an infant holding a flower. Coincidentally, an old monk happened to pass by and discovered the child, taking him in. The infant, devoid of parents, was given the name Yukong by the old monk. The name Yukong was chosen because the monk belonged to the Fa generation, and if he were to take on a disciple, the next in line would be of the Wu generation. The Kong character was selected as the monk had attempted to deduce the child's past lives, yet no matter how he calculated, he found only an empty void. As for the flower the infant clutched at birth, the old monk planted it in a small pot and tended to it with great care. Although Wukong was raised by the monk, he proved to be quite extraordinary. He had no knowledge of Buddhist scriptures, but excelled in mischief. From ringing bells in the dead of night to climbing upon the Buddha statues, he engaged in many such antics. However, since Wukong was brought back by the old monk, the others had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Strangely enough, despite his mischievous nature, Wukong was particularly meticulous in caring for the plants, especially a pot of blue flowers, which he tended to with unparalleled devotion. He diligently weeded and hunted for pests with greater fervor than the monk recited his chants. One day, the master called him into the meditation room and said, "Wukong, I wish to ask you a favor, but of course, if you are unwilling, you are free to decline. Please, master, speak." From the age of 3, the first words I uttered were Amit Ba, and I have spent my life in devotion to the Buddha, yet I have never laid eyes upon the Western Paradise. After my death, I would like to trouble you to take one of my relics to the Western Paradise and bury it there." Wukong nodded in agreement. Seeing Wukong's resolute affirmation, the old monk continued, "The journey to the Western Paradise is fraught with peril, teeming with wolves and leopards, and fraught with challenges. Are you still willing?" Wukong nodded again. However, he had one question. "Master, where is the Western Paradise?" The monk did not reply, but merely smiled, extending his hand to point at Wukong's chest, and passed away with a smile. After the monk's death, 5 relics were burned, and Wukong stealthily took one, tucking it close to his heart. The next day, bidding farewell to his fellow disciples and uncles, he embarked on his journey to the Western Paradise, carrying a small bundle, a relic, and a pot of blue flowers. Where is the Western Paradise? This remains an almost unsolvable question. Before departing, Wukong inquired with all the monks in the temple, yet none possessed the knowledge he sought. Upon leaving the temple, he wandered, seeking alms while questioning various individuals, including woodcutters, fishermen, officials, scholars, and courtesans, but to no avail. In his desperation, he even attempted to communicate with cats and dogs. Yet, regrettably, he lacked the understanding of their language. However, fortune smiled upon the diligent. For after nearly 2 years of wandering, he finally learned the location of the Western Paradise from a monk. It lay in the far western skies, a realm said to be a pure land of peace and happiness, where one could attain ultimate freedom. "Could you escort me to the Western Paradise?" he inquired. "Alas, I cannot even reach it myself," the celestial being replied. "It is said that only those of unparalleled cultivation and immense wisdom and courage can arrive there." "Unparalleled cultivation? Might you teach me the ways of cultivation?" Wukong implored. "That may not be possible," the sage responded, "but I know of a place where you can be instructed. You should seek guidance there." Following the sage's directions, Wukong arrived at a place called Fengsuan Mountain, where indeed he found an elderly immortal. Just as he was about to pledge himself as a disciple, the immortal spoke. "I would be willing to teach you spells, but you must exchange your most precious possession for my instruction." Wukong, alone in the world, considered that the only valuable thing he possessed was the relic he carried. However, that relic was destined for the sacred mountain, and he could not part with it. Just as he was about to leave, the immortal continued. "That pot of flowers upon your back is quite lovely. How about exchanging it for my teachings?" "Absolutely not," Wukong protested. "Why not? It is merely a pot of flowers," the immortal countered. "I cannot say, yet I feel that these flowers are of immense significance to me, more valuable than my very life." "Very well. If you cannot part with it now, then I require a promise. When the time comes that I recall this, I shall inform you. Is that agreeable?" "Agreed." Wukong, endowed with remarkable intelligence and intuition, mastered numerous formidable spells within a mere decade, including the 108 transformations and the somersault cloud. One day, the immortal summoned him. "Your skills have reached great heights. There is little more I can teach you. Now, I require but one promise. Upon reaching the Western Paradise, you must slay a being known as the Tathagata." "Who is the Tathagata?" Wukong inquired. "A creature grotesquely deformed, towering like a mountain, seated upon a golden lotus throne of 12 petals, selfish and gluttonous, a master of deceit and pettiness." As the immortal expounded for nearly half an hour, employing every conceivable antonym to describe the Tathagata, Wukong marveled at how such a wretched being had managed to survive until now. "Master, will you not take action against such a villain?" "Cough, cough. I am bound by a vow from long ago, and thus cannot confront him," the immortal replied. "Is there anything else you wish to impart?" Wukong asked. "If you fail to slay him, I shall take from you the most precious thing you possess as payment for your years of training." For reasons unknown, whenever Wukong heard his master utter those words with a smile, he was invariably engulfed by a chilling sensation. "Ah, there is one more thing. If anyone inquires about the source of your magical prowess, do refrain from mentioning that it was I who taught you, lest you face my wrath." "Master, where is the West?" "From here, you need only fly westward for 10 days and 8 hours, and you shall arrive." With that, his master flicked his whisk, and as a divine wind swept through, Wukong instinctively closed his eyes. When the divine wind had passed, and he reopened his eyes, he was left dumbfounded. The ancient and fragrant Taoist temple had transformed into ruins, rare and wondrous beasts had crumbled to stone, and his once familiar brothers had vanished without a trace, turning a realm of infinite brilliance into a lifeless hell of desolation. "Master," Wukong called out, but there was no response from his master. Anxiously, he searched around, and when he pushed open the dilapidated hall, thick with cobwebs and dust, he beheld a skeleton clad in a yin-yang Dao robe seated upon the very mat where his master once meditated. Gazing at this surreal scene, Wukong struck himself hard. It hurt. This was no dream. Just as he sat there in a daze, a voice resonated from the void. "Go forth." Hearing that familiar voice, Wukong hurriedly shouted. Yet this time, no matter how he called, there was no reply. Bowing deeply in respect to the seated skeleton, he then took flight towards the west. The further he traveled westward, the more desolate the scenery became. The greenery dwindled, overtaken by shades of gray, where towns were plagued by a multitude of spirits, and demons roamed the skies. After 10 days and 8 hours of flight, he finally beheld a magnificent palace, resplendent and imposing, amidst the gray backdrop of the world. The golden palace shone with an unparalleled brilliance, capturing his attention entirely. However, no matter how dazzling the golden hall appeared, Wukong was besieged by an icy chill that gripped his heart. At that moment, a warm aura enveloped him, dispelling the chill entirely. He reached into his robe to find it was the relic of his master. Reflecting on this, Wukong murmured to the relic, "Master, this is not the West you desired." In the next instant, the grand palace doors began to open slowly, radiating boundless golden light. A figure of majestic presence emerged, seated upon a lotus throne adorned with 12 golden petals. As this figure appeared, Wukong's heart raced. The figure was tall and imposing, with eyes cast downward. Holding within them an infinite compassion, it seemed that merely a glance could alleviate all the suffering of the world. Is this the Tathagata? Contrary to Wukong's expectations, the Tathagata spoke first. "You have arrived. You recognize me? Naturally. Then do you know why I have come to find you? It is nothing less than to end my life. It appears you possess a remarkable sense of awareness. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, Wukong extracted the golden staff, a gift from his celestial master from years past, from his ear, and struck it down upon the Buddha's head with great force, even while suspended in midair. The staff swelled dramatically, embodying the might of a pillar meant to uphold the heavens, descending upon the Buddha's tumor-riddled cranium. Humph! Faced with this blow, the Buddha neither flinched nor evaded. He clasped his hands together, eyes gently closed, allowing the golden staff to descend unimpeded. Boom! As this formidable strike, capable of shattering mountains and parting seas, collided with the Buddha's head, Wukong's astonishment grew as the staff splintered into 2 pieces. How could this be possible? Although Wukong had anticipated a disparity between himself and the Buddha, he had never imagined it to be so vast. In merely one encounter, not only had he inflicted no harm upon his opponent, but he had also shattered his weapon. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? If so, you might as well remain here and indulge in the so-called freedom. What freedom is there in this place? Every person who arrives here claims the same. Yet they all fall in love with this realm within a day and cannot bear to leave. As he spoke, the Buddha waved his hand, unveiling a shimmering veil of light. Upon this veil appeared scenes of demon kings bathing, muscular men wrestling, orgies, and seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Wukong's face fluctuated between crimson and pallor. At that moment, the Buddha continued, "How do you find it? Here, you may do as you wish. If this is not true freedom, then what is? What you deem degradation is, for them, a liberation of their true nature. Having never experienced such a sensation, what right do you have to judge?" With that, the Buddha extended his hand, poised to strike Wukong. "Since you believe this is not true freedom, let us each use our fists to ascertain who embodies the truth." In the face of that colossal fist, which darkened the sky, Wukong instinctively sought to evade. Yet no matter how he flew, that fist remained suspended above him, drawing ever closer. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and a towering mountain reached toward the clouds. As Wukong was effortlessly subdued, the Buddha murmured, "How lonely is invincibility?" As myriad golden rays retracted, the great hall's doors resounded shut once more. This gray expanse transformed back into a realm of demons and spirits, a carnival of phantoms and apparitions. Simultaneously, a figure approached the base of this towering mountain. Only Wukong's head emerged as he gazed at the familiar voice before him. "Master, there is no need for further words. You are not his match." "As I had anticipated. But master, why?" "Because I seek the very object you possess." With that, the figure plunged his hand into the stone wall, rummaging until he retrieved a pearl radiating a soft, golden light. "Master, you cannot take that away. Have you forgotten your promise?" The shadow then spoke again. "Look at who I am." In the next moment, with a flash of brilliance, Wukong gazed at the familiar visage of the monk and exclaimed, "How could it be you? How could it be you? There is more." As he spoke, the monk transformed into yet another face, which unmistakably belonged to the previously encountered Tathagata. Witnessing these 3 familiar faces manifest upon one shadow, Wukong strained to lift his head and inquired, Why? There aren't so many whys. I simply wish to see you suppressed, toyed with, in a state of utter ignorance." Amidst the shadow's maniacal laughter, Wukong's gaze dimmed, and ultimately, his exposed head transformed into stone. Simultaneously, 2 more faces emerged upon the shadow's shoulders. Alongside the shadow's true visage, a confluence of the Tathagata's face, the immortal's face, and the monk's face was revealed. Observing Wukong finally turn into stone, the monk's face lamented, "How is it that this fellow never truly dies? He has perished countless times, with his corpses piled into a mountain, yet he keeps reincarnating." The Tathagata's face reflected a complex sentiment. This is but one of that being's wills. To utterly extinguish him is a formidable task ahead. The immortal's face queried, Can't we just take that flower away? The monk's face replied, you do not understand. If he does not wish it, no one can take that flower. The Tathagata's face concluded, well then, let us devise a plan for the next life on how to deal with him. The 10 trillionth reboot failed, as an utterly emotionless voice echoed. Yuxingha abruptly opened his eyes. A pair of azure eyes, as blue as the sky and the sea. Immediately following, the owner of those eyes distanced himself from Yuxingha, revealing a face of exquisite perfection before him. Then, a familiar voice resonated. Confess honestly. What did you do last night? You slept like a dead pig. As Yuxingha observed Poseidon, her hands placed firmly on her hips, radiating an aura of indignation. She murmured to herself, I had a dream that felt interminably long. When the sun began its descent, Yuxingha and Poseidon reopened their eyes. Due to the perspective, the sea maiden Douluo, Hyla, was directly gazing into Yuxingha's eyes. Merely a day had passed. Yet Hyla found that those brilliant eyes appeared remarkably foreign. It seemed as if a century's worth of time had settled within them, reflecting the myriad facets of existence and the vicissitudes of life. Opposite Yuxingha, Poseidon slowly opened her azure eyes, as tranquil as the sea. Yet upon meeting Yuxingha's gaze, it stirred a tumultuous wave within her. You're awake, my dear. I feel as though I have experienced an extraordinarily long dream. No sooner had she spoken than Poseidon sensed a peculiar stillness in the air. Turning her head to survey her surroundings, she appeared momentarily perplexed before suddenly realizing her situation. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her delicate face flushed with shyness, instinctively burying herself in Yuxingha's embrace. Can this truly be the esteemed Lady Poseidon? Cradling Poseidon's fragile, trembling form, Yuxingha gently reassured her, the dream has come to an end. Upon hearing these words, Poseidon lifted her head, as if recollecting her current identity, and hastily pushed Yuxingha away, transforming into a streak of light as she darted back to the sea goddess palace. Witnessing Poseidon's flustered retreat, Hyla approached with a curious gaze, inquiring, Little one, what did you do to Lady Poseidon in your dream? You were quite impressive. To be honest, much transpired. For instance, we wed and had children before she could finish. Poseidon's resonant roar interrupted. Yuxingha, come here. Speak another word, and I shall strike you. Reacting instinctively to Poseidon's threat, Yuxingha covered his ears, and then turned to Hyla with utmost seriousness, saying, Thank you for your song. Hyla waved her hand dismissively. It was merely my duty. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, do share the tale of your dream with me. If it caused Lady Poseidon to flee in disarray, it must be a captivating story. Indeed, Yuxingha reflected, recalling the life within that dream. It was truly an unforgettable narrative. Thus, Yuxingha entered the sea goddess palace. Upon entering, it felt akin to descending into the ocean's depths, with walls adorned by flowing seawater, reminiscent of an aquarium. At the very center of the palace stood Poseidon, clad in a resplendent crimson gown, resembling a goddess of the sea. Yet, her divine visage still bore the enchanting blush of embarrassment. Old Xingha, this is your reward for completing the sea god's 6 trials. Please accept it. As she spoke, Poseidon placed a golden orb into the hands of Yuxingha. Within this orb lies a reward from the sea god's 6th trial, containing a divinely bestowed soul ring. In theory, as long as your body adapts, it can grant you a soul ring corresponding to the maximum years you can absorb. After handing the orb to Yuxingha, Poseidon turned away and said, Once you absorb the soul ring, you may leave. Do not seek me out again. Why? There is no reason. Your trial has concluded, and our dream has awakened. I am now the high priestess of the sea god, Poseidon, not your wife, Poseidon. You must distinguish between the two. Upon hearing this, Yuxingha exhaled deeply, a look of melancholy on her face. Indeed, a dream is ultimately just a dream. Upon awakening, one must accept reality. With that, Yuxingha ceased her words and began to absorb this hard-won 3rd soul ring. According to her expectations, her semi-divine body should be capable of enduring a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Yet she had not considered that even a divinely granted soul ring has its limits. For instance, now Yuxingha discovered that once she attempted to elevate the soul ring beyond 600,000 years, she could not advance any further. Furthermore, Yuxingha discovered that this 600,000-year soul ring did not become his 3rd soul ring, but rather transformed into a stream of luminous energy that infused his 1st soul ring. Accompanied by an addition of 6 golden patterns to the pink soul ring, it now radiated a wave of energy comparable to that of the 2nd soul ring. Was the promised enhancement of the soul ring merely an extension of its years? Contemplating this, Yuxinghe turned to Poseidon and asked, "Do you have any surplus divine soul rings? Perhaps you could grant me another?" Poseidon, visibly annoyed, smacked Yuxinghe's outstretched hand and retorted, "Do you think divine soul rings are as common as cabbages? Moreover, do you grasp the magnitude of what you just absorbed? 600,000 years. What's wrong? Did you not say that divine soul rings could bestow upon others the maximum years they could absorb? And you are aware that you've just absorbed 600,000. Do you understand how many years a divine ring of a deity amounts to? Merely 1,000,000 years. You have consumed all the energy left by the sea god. Are you not satisfied?" Upon hearing that he had absorbed all the energy left by the sea god, Yuxinghe frowned and remarked, "Is that all? The sea god is rather stingy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Poseidon hastily covered Yuxinghe's lips, her face filled with concern. "Fool! This is the sea god's temple. Slandering the sea god will lead to punishment." After saying this, Poseidon quickly knelt and prayed before the statue of the sea god. In truth, Poseidon's prayers were unnecessary, for at that moment, the sea god was not present. Otherwise, he would have intervened while Yuxinghe absorbed the divine soul ring. Although her prayers went unanswered, she faced no repercussions, which allowed Poseidon to breathe a slight sigh of relief. "All right, you have received your reward. Your purpose here should be fulfilled, so you may leave. Poseidon, would you consider coming with me? We could explore the continent together, and I would show you places you have never been." Hearing Yuxinghe's invitation, Poseidon paused for a moment before gently responding, "I cannot leave this place. It is my duty and the price of gaining this power. Thank you, Yuxinghe, for giving me a dream that I will cherish for a lifetime." With that, Poseidon lightly pecked Yuxinghe's lips. Seizing the moment of his astonishment, she pushed him out of the sea god's temple. With a thunderous sound, the door closed. And only then did Yuxinghe react, rushing to push the door open. Yet, on the other side, Poseidon leaned against the door and said, "Yuxinghe, if you wish to enter, you will only find my lifeless body. I beg you, please do not force my hand." Faced with Poseidon's threat of death, Yuxinghe reluctantly abandoned the idea of forcing his way in. From within, he could hear Poseidon's sobs. "Yuxinghe, forget about me, will you? You have Bibidong, the chosen one, who can accompany you eternally, while I am merely a fleeting visitor in your protracted life. Much like a dream. I sit beside you on the same bus, lingering for a few more stops. Yet, as the dream fades, so too do I arrive at my destination. And our fateful connection reaches its conclusion. You may depart now." Chapter 181, Setting Off to the Sun and Moon Continent. As Yuxinghe and Bibidong set sail, a figure clad in red with golden hair gazes intently at the receding vessel until it vanishes beyond the horizon. Since leaving Sea God Island, Yuxinghe has been enveloped in despondency, which greatly vexes Bibidong. On the 20th occasion of delivering a meal, upon discovering that Yuxinghe still lacked appetite, Bibidong's fury erupted. She delivered a sharp slap to Yuxinghe's backside without a hint of forewarning. Taken aback, Yuxinghe, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Why did you hit me? Well, do you have any grounds for complaint? How many times have I urged you to eat, yet you refuse? Do you aspire to become an immortal? It's merely a Poseidon. Do not forget, I am your one and only. Forget that old woman at once, or I shall strike you daily. You're not much better off yourself. I recall you must be over 50 as well." The moment those words escaped his lips, Yuxinghe instinctively covered his mouth. But alas, it was too late. Observing Bibidong's countenance darken like a tempestuous sea, Yuxinghe sheepishly chuckled, "I haven't quite adjusted to that yet. Please don't take offense. By the way, I'll go up to the deck to enjoy the scenery." In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed within the cabin. Sailing upon the sea can be exceedingly tedious, though this is true for ordinary folk. For soul masters, even in idleness, they can meditate and cultivate their soul power. Meanwhile, Yuxinghe seeks every means to replenish the energy points within her gathering ring. Indeed, she had exhausted her energy points during the trial of traversing the sea god's light. Taking advantage of their maritime journey, Yuxinghe secured an iron chain around her waist and plunged into the depths, dragging the ship along. This approach yielded 3 advantages. Firstly, it allowed her to absorb the energy of water more effectively. Secondly, it expedited their voyage. And thirdly, it helped avoid submerged reefs. Though both she and Bibidong possess the ability to fly, thus preventing a Titanic-like tragedy, the vastness of the ocean remains daunting. Flying for an entire day and night may not guarantee the discovery of land. During their travels, Yuxinghe once inquired about the possibility of encountering a 100,000-year sea soul beast, to which Bibidong decisively shook her head, stating, "I have attempted this before, but it is futile. My martial soul possesses strong repulsion. Should I recklessly absorb a sea soul beast of such caliber, it may cost me my life. Moonlight Star River has always harbored a lingering question, given that the Sun and Moon Continent and the Douluo Continent reside on the same planet. Why have they remained oblivious to each other's existence for countless millennia? Is it due to the treacherous seas? Yet, why have the Sea Spirit Masters not discovered it? It was not until they ventured into a certain maritime region that Moonlight Star River finally uncovered the truth. As they traversed the waters, they soon realized they were lost. No matter how they navigated, the coordinates provided by the system indicated they were merely treading water. Logically, their course was correct. They should have been drawing closer to their destination. Yet after several days of sailing, there was no progress whatsoever. Then, Ying appeared. What is happening? Moonlight Star River inquired. You have inadvertently entered a spatial fold. What is a spatial fold? In simple terms, it is an infinitely looping space, akin to a circle. No matter how you traverse it, you will invariably return to your starting point. Is there a way to break free? Piece of cake. With that, Ying extended her fluffy little hand and made a sweeping gesture before her, as the sound of shattering glass echoed continuously. Moonlight Star River noticed the dot representing their position beginning to move once more. Thank you, Ying. All right, I shall rest now. Ying, what has been troubling you these past few days? Ever since you awakened, you seem so despondent. Oh, it's nothing. After yet another week of sailing, Moonlight Star River finally beheld the continent. As they approached the Sun and Moon Continent, however, they encountered trouble. A swarm of small boats, belching thick smoke, began to converge upon them. For the first time, Yuxingha experienced the atmosphere of a foreign land, characterized by a profound barrier of language. Although she could not comprehend their words, observing the men brandishing firearms directed at her and their lewd gazes, she, having once been a man herself, could likely fathom their intentions. The unspoken command was clear: stand still and do not move. We are armed. If an ordinary person from the Douluo Continent were confronted with such an array of firearms, they would instinctively raise their hands and surrender. However, if Yuxingha and Bibidong were to succumb to these guns, the entire Douluo Continent would erupt in laughter. In the next moment, witnessing that Yuxingha and Bibidong not only refrained from raising their hands but instead approached them, the men, after their repeated warnings fell on deaf ears, decisively fired their weapons. Naturally, they did not aim for the vital parts, for the beauty of Yuxingha and Bibidong was too precious to waste. A mere shot to the leg would suffice. With this thought, the men exchanged glances, and two of them pulled the triggers. Bang! Bang! As the dark muzzles erupted with flames, the faces of the men twisted into grotesque smiles, as if anticipating Yuxingha and Bibidong would collapse on the ground, writhing in agony. Yet, in the blink of an eye, to their astonishment, Yuxingha's form flickered. Suddenly, her hands clenched into fists, then opened downward. Clink! Clink! With two crisp sounds, two black bullets bounced on the ground before rolling to the feet of the men, serving as a silent mockery of their arrogance. In the wake of Yuxingha's disdainful gaze, the men immediately knelt, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded. Although she could not decipher their words, Yuxingha surmised they were pleading for mercy. It seemed that the language barrier posed quite a dilemma. At that moment, the evil god spoke up. My dear, I possess a divine skill that allows you to transcend language barriers. I shall bestow it upon you. But should you acquire any valuable soul beast consciousness or similar treasures, would you grant me a share? Very well. Thank you, she replied. After a brief period of mastering the evil god's divine skill, Yuxingha found herself capable of understanding the men's speech. Thus, amidst Bibidong's astonished gaze, she engaged in conversation with them in an unfamiliar tongue. Through her inquiries, Yuxingha learned that they were currently positioned at the eastern coastal port of the Nation of Sun, and these men were part of the rescue team stationed along the coast, responsible not only for assisting nearby vessels, but also for coastal surveillance. In the event of an enemy attack, they would immediately sound the alarm. The Nation of Sun? Are you implying there exists a Nation of Moon as well? Upon hearing Yuxingha's words, the men displayed expressions akin to disbelief, as if confronted with utter foolishness. Chapter 182. The Nations of Sun and Moon. Yuxingha, being new to this place, naturally finds it understandable not to be aware of the fundamental circumstances. However, it is indeed inappropriate for those men to regard her with expressions akin to that of the intellectually challenged. Consequently, she single-handedly dispatched each of those men into the sea with a swift kick. After sharing the linguistic divine technique with Bibidong, the two embarked on their journey to the Sun and Moon Continent. Unlike the Douluo Continent, where soul masters are revered above all. The Sun and Moon Continent holds soul instructors in high esteem. A soul instructor is a profession that merges the roles of soul masters and soul guiding devices. Initially, Bibi Dong was quite intrigued by the soul guiding devices of this continent, but her interest waned after a few more glances. Having once spent time in Yuxingha's dreamscape, she perceived these so-called soul guiding devices as merely inferior technological products. To articulate it in the terms of the era, the Sun and Moon Continent exists in the Steam Age. The Douluo Continent is entrenched in feudalism, while Yuxingha's dream world belongs to the Information Age. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Bibi Dong to dismiss them. However, Yuxingha, being well-versed in the original narrative, understands that the potential for the development of soul-guiding technology is immense. In 2 millennia, humanity, through the integration of soul master cultivation and soul-guiding devices, will decisively overcome soul beasts. Of course, it is premature to discuss such matters now, and even if soul-guiding technology were to dominate the Douluo Continent in the future, what relevance would that hold for Yuxingha? The purpose of Yuxingha and Bibi Dong's journey to the Sun and Moon Continent was to venture into the abyssal demon forest, where they aimed to hunt a 100,000-year-old evil eye tyrant for Bibi Dong. Thus, their initial objective was to locate the abyssal demon forest. The forest holds a reputation on the Sun and Moon Continent that rivals that of the Star Doe Forest on the Douluo Continent. After a brief investigation, Yuxingha even managed to find a specialized team dedicated to hunting soul beasts in the abyssal demon forest. It is noteworthy that the Sun and Moon Continent places greater emphasis on the research of soul-guiding devices, resulting in generally lower cultivation levels among soul masters. On this land, the optimal soul ring configuration is typically white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. Occasionally, if a soul master possesses a yellow first soul ring, they are regarded as an extraordinary genius. Furthermore, the number of tidal Douluos on this continent is dismally scarce. Only 3 tidal Douluos are publicly acknowledged. The Moon Nation's Moon Douluo and the Sun Nation's Sun Douluo, esteemed figures in the realm of soul guidance apparatus research, are renowned throughout the soul guidance community, particularly the illustrious Red Dust Douluo. Through her recent interactions with the locals, Yuxingha has gained a general understanding of the current situation on the continent. The imminent challenge of the Moon Douluo in the Kingdom of the Moon draws near. Yet no soul Douluo within this realm has shown promise of transcending to the tidal Douluo level. Meanwhile, whispers of the Red Dust Douluo potentially supporting the Kingdom of the Sun have begun to circulate. It appears that the conclusion may already be predetermined. In a small team consisting of 6 members, including Yuxingha and Bibi Dong, the most formidable leader possessed a soul power of level 41, while the weakest member boasted a soul power of 29. This quintet's mission was to assist another employer in capturing a 3rd soul ring. This employer, a 15-year-old youth, could be considered a prodigy within the realm of the Sun and Moon Continent. Moreover, the young man was not unappealing, and throughout their journey, he attracted the attention of the only female soul master in the group. Unfortunately for him, he showed little interest in her, instead directing his considerable fascination towards Yuxingha and Bibi Dong. This was not surprising. In terms of beauty, both Bibi Dong and Yuxingha were among the most exquisite in the entire continent, and regarding grace, no other woman could rival them. Hence, the employer displayed an overwhelming enthusiasm for the two, presenting himself as the sole gentleman in existence. To his dismay, however, both Yuxingha and Bibi Dong paid him no heed. It was not that they were pretending to be aloof, but rather that they genuinely detested such obsequious behavior. Despite their clear rejections, he persisted in his unwelcome advances, which only served to disgust Yuxingha further. If this had merely been verbal harassment, it might have been tolerable. But on the 6th night of their expedition, this individual audaciously slipped drugs into the food and drink of the entire group. It was crucial to note that they had reached the outskirts of the evil spirit forest, where soul beasts lurked, and should anyone succumb to the effects of the drugs, encountering a soul beast would lead to dire consequences. Consequently, under the insistence of her teammates, Yuxingha decisively dealt with the scoundrel. Shortly after this decisive act, an elder appeared before them, his 7 soul rings pulsating rhythmically beneath him. White, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. A 7-ringed soul sage. Upon realizing the elder's formidable presence, the 5-member team hastily distanced themselves, asserting that they had no connection to Yuxingha. The elder, however, gazed at his fallen disciple with a countenance dark enough to evoke rain. He had never anticipated that, despite trailing closely behind, He would witness the demise of his most cherished disciple right under his nose. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. With a flushed face, the elder exclaimed, "You little girl, how dare you slay my disciple? Do you have any idea who I am? Oh, and who might you be?" As the Moonstar River made its debut, naturally, no one was familiar with him. However, his earnest response was perceived by the elder as a profound insult. The elder sneered coldly, "Excellent. Excellent. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak such words in front of me, the Puppet Soul Sage." Upon hearing the elder refer to himself as the Puppet Soul Sage, the expressions of the entire five-member team shifted dramatically. The Puppet Soul Sage, whose martial spirit was a puppet, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet, when paired with soul-guided devices, it could unleash extraordinarily powerful attacks. After proclaiming his title, the elder's body emitted a sound that grated on the teeth. Then, to the astonishment of Moonstar River and BB Dong, the elder transformed from a bipedal figure into a peculiar creature that walked on all fours. Observing the multitude of gun barrels adorning the elder's form, Moonstar River grimaced and remarked, "Are you some sort of steel guru?" The elder retorted, "Humph. I care not for any steel guru. Little girl, today is your last." In the next moment, the dense array of black gun barrels emitted a dazzling light, all firepower unleashed. With a maniacal roar from the elder, beams of soul power that would pale the faces of the five-member team shot forth from the myriad of barrels. Not only were there beams of soul power, but they were also interspersed with bullets, steel needles, bombs, and a myriad of other projectiles. This barrage could easily rank among the top 5 in terms of power among all 7th-level soul masters in the Sun and Moon continent. Yet, despite this onslaught, Moonstar River displayed an expression of utter disappointment. Indeed, disappointment. He had hoped that upon arriving in the Sun and Moon continent, he would encounter a distinctive opponent. However, in terms of strength and the efficiency of soul power utilization, they were far inferior to those from the Douluo Continent. If this was the extent of their capabilities, with BB Dong's willingness, half of the martial soul hall strength could easily dominate this land. Chapter 183. The fury of a woman seeing Moonstar River remain unfazed in the face of his full-force attack, the Puppet Soul Sage smirked wickedly. Die. With a thunderous explosion, a massive fireball erupted. "Alas, who would have thought you would provoke me, the Puppet Soul Sage?" Before he could finish, a figure emerged gracefully from the flames, moving as if stepping on lotus blooms. The Puppet Soul Sage's pupils constricted in shock. Astonishingly, she was completely unharmed. Not a single thread of her clothing was damaged. This was absurd. As the figure drew closer, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within the Puppet Soul Sage. The last time he felt such a sense of powerlessness was against the 8th-level soul master of the Moon Kingdom, known as the Pillar of the Moon Kingdom, Moon Douluo. Could it be that this young girl was already a titled Douluo? What a joke. I am indeed not a titled Douluo, so you need not worry. Upon hearing the words of Yushingha, the Puppet Soul Saint, filled with astonishment, inquired, "Can you read minds?" In response, Yushingha revealed a disdainful smile and said, "It is not so much reading minds as it is that my mental prowess slightly surpasses yours. That is how I can perceive your thoughts." As she spoke, Yushingha extended her hand, creating a minuscule gap between her thumb and index finger, emphasizing, "It truly is just a slight advantage." The Puppet Soul Saint thought to herself, "I seem to glimpse an entire universe between her fingers." Then, Yushingha let out a gentle sigh before teleporting directly in front of the Puppet Soul Sage and delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the Puppet Soul Sage's martial soul was shattered into countless fragments before the astonished gazes of the 5-member team. "BB Dong, let us venture into the evil spirit forest." Occasionally hunting weaker foes can alleviate one's mood, but incessantly doing so becomes rather mundane. It's akin to playing a video game. If one indulges in a pirated version, the enjoyment is fleeting. Unlike the myriad soul beasts within the Stardow Forest, each boasting their unique prowess, the evil spirit forest is dominated by the evil eye, the supreme ruler. This soul beast, characterized by a singular eye and tentacles, wields an exceptionally potent mental force, reigning over the evil spirit forest. Upon entering the forest, the duo encountered an evil eye of roughly 1,000 years of age. Observing this being, which, despite its millennium of cultivation, possessed mental power rivaling that of certain 10,000-year soul beasts, BB Dong's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. The evil eye, inherently imbued with both evil and mental attributes, was one of the most suitable soul beasts for BB Dong. However, as the encountered evil eye was merely of the 1,000-year caliber, Both Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong had little desire to slay it. The evil eye, sensing the latent aura of strength emanating from them, found itself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to attack or retreat. Noticing the thousand-year evil eye circling around them, poised to launch an attack, Bibi Dong smiled slightly. This soul beast seems quite ferocious. Xinghe, do you think if we kill it, we might attract an even more formidable evil eye? It would save us the trouble of seeking them out one by one. There's no need for such concerns. With that, Yu Xinghe unleashed the full extent of his mental power. Bibi Dong instantly understood, following suit in projecting her own mental force. In the realm of soul beasts, when one wishes to challenge another, simply entering their territory and releasing their aura serves as a declaration of war. At this moment, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong unabashedly released their mental forces within the evil spirit forest, signaling to the highest authority of the forest, an adversary has arrived. Deep within the evil spirit forest, a colossal evil eye floated in the air, its diameter measuring several hundred meters, as immense as a mountain. Surrounding this gigantic orb were a total of 80 tentacles. This was the sovereign of the evil spirit forest, the tyrant evil eye. At this moment, the tyrant evil eye hovered silently, its formidable mental force emanating and causing the surrounding space to warp, manifesting various anomalies. Had a tidal Douluo, such as Douluo, been present, they would likely find their mental sea forcibly expelled, rendered a fool by the overwhelming mental force. Even the esteemed Douluo of the Sun and Moon Continent would not fare much better upon encountering such power. This is the tyrant evil eye, second only to the sea god of Douluo star. Why not second to the emperor of heaven, one might wonder. As the dream eye silkworm was preemptively intercepted by the Moonstar River, the sovereign of the evil forest. Upon sensing the spiritual power of Moonstar River and Bibi Dong, murmured, after so many years, I never anticipated encountering a contender capable of challenging me in spiritual prowess. However, the tyrant of the evil eye, confident in his dominion, pondered that if he fled at the slightest provocation, it would render him rather trivial. With this thought in mind, he directly transmitted his will through mental communication to one of the tyrants of the evil eye lurking within the forest. In the evil eye clan, any member reaching the age of 100,000 years is deemed a tyrant, yet there exists but one sovereign. Only the sovereign possesses the authority to summon a tyrant of the evil eye. Responding to the sovereign's intent, a tyrant of the evil eye soared into the sky, heading toward Moonstar River and Bibi Dong. Here it comes. Sensing the distinct malevolent energy emanating from the tyrant of the evil eye, Moonstar River revealed her formidable fighting spirit. Indeed, only an adversary of this caliber could ignite her desire to engage. Alas, it was not the sovereign of the evil eye. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Should she vanquish this tyrant, the sovereign would surely make an appearance. After all, Moonstar River still required one more soul ring. Just as she contemplated warming up, Bibi Dong placed a hand on Moonstar River's shoulder and declared, "Allow me." Since ascending to the role of Pope, Bibi Dong had seldom engaged in combat. Due to her position, whenever she desired action, there were always others to act on her behalf, even hunting spirit beasts. Like Moonstar River, Bibi Dong yearned for an opponent who could unleash the passion and fervor pent up within her. And this tyrant of the evil eye was the perfect target for her emotional release. Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong both yearned for battle, yet found themselves at an impasse. Consequently, amidst the bewildered gaze of the evil eye tyrant, they disregarded it entirely and engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Such disregard is the gravest form of humiliation. Realizing this, the evil eye tyrant's 10 tendrils stiffened with indignation, and it unleashed a barrage of psychic waves towards Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong. Upon witnessing the tyrant's unsportsmanlike ambush, the 12-year-old Yu Xinghe and the over 50-year-old Bibi Dong were incensed. They immediately countered with their own formidable psychic energies. The clash of their mental forces, though seemingly intangible and undramatic, was far more exhilarating and perilous than any physical confrontation. After all, a defeat in a battle of soul power might result in mere physical injury, which could potentially be healed, whereas a failure in a psychic duel often leads to irreparable devastation. Chapter 184. The emergence of the evil eye tyrant as the adversary retaliated with its own psychic might. The evil eye tyrant's 10 tendrils moved in an eerie yet synchronized rhythm. To the astonishment of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, their psychic assault was effortlessly dismantled. This was perplexing. Logically, the tyrant's psychic strength was formidable, yet the psychic prowess of either Yu Xinghe or Bibi Dong should have easily surpassed it. Why, then, was their attack thwarted? The sole explanation lay in the tyrant's extraordinary comprehension and application of psychic energy. This was to be expected, as the evil eye, a soul beast, thrives on mental power, wielding psychic attacks as its only means of combat. Through countless years of accumulated experience, the Evil Eye clan had mastered the intricacies of the mind. With this realization, Yuxinghe and Bibidong exchanged knowing glances and launched a combined offensive once more. Faced with their dual onslaught, the Evil Eye resorted to its previous tactics. However, as it attempted to neutralize their ferocious psychic onslaught, Yuxinghe and Bibidong's psychic energy erupted in a tremendous explosion. This psychic bomb caught the Evil Eye tyrant off guard, rendering it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Yuxinghe harnessed her power and, utilizing a swift teleportation, positioned herself before the tyrant, delivering a formidable palm strike. With a resounding slap, her petite hand met the tyrant's eye. The pupil, being both the strongest and most vulnerable part of the Evil Eye clan's offensive capabilities, succumbed to her assault. Yuxinghe, possessing the physique of a demigod, was unmatched in physical prowess, rivaled only by the mighty Emperor Tian, who was of dragon lineage. The Evil Eye tyrant emitted a piercing shriek as it was struck by Yuxinghe's sudden assault, its 10 tendrils launching a desperate psychic needle attack before it attempted to retreat. But escape was not an option, should the Evil Eye manage to flee today. Yuxinghe would rather dash her head against a rock in despair. With yet another instantaneous shift, Yuxinghe reappeared before the Evil Eye tyrant. Observing this human wield such extraordinary capabilities, the Evil Eye tyrant could not help but feel a sense of confrontation akin to facing a sovereign. There was no escape. Given the inevitability of the situation, the Evil Eye tyrant resolved to fight with all his might. Psychic Storm. As this technique was unleashed, the tyrant's 10 tentacles erupted in succession. With each explosion, a powerful wave of psychic energy rippled through the fabric of space. Once all 10 tentacles were obliterated, a tempest composed entirely of psychic force surged towards Yuxinghe and Bibidong. Although the scale of this psychic storm did not rival the water tornado of the sea dragon Douluo, its threat level to Yuxinghe and Bibidong was undoubtedly heightened. After executing this move, the Evil Eye tyrant was left drained and fled into the distance. Realizing the tyrant's intent to escape, Yuxinghe quickly urged Bibidong to pursue, while she would confront the psychic storm herself. Can you handle it? Rest assured. After a brief exchange, Yuxinghe unleashed a vast reservoir of psychic energy, enveloping the storm to prevent it from attacking Bibidong. Then, from above her head, a golden miniature version of Yuxinghe emerged, extending a tiny hand to fiercely grasp the tempest. An immense, invisible hand materialized from the abundant psychic force, seizing the furious storm that could render even Douluo Bo senseless. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Once the psychic storm subsided, Yuxinghe let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, prior to this encounter, she had experienced that surreal dream. It was precisely due to that dream that the immense psychic energy she had absorbed regarding the heavenly dream ice silkworm could solidify once more. It is essential to understand that an abundance of something does not guarantee its strength, much like soldiers, if they are scattered like sand. Even 1,000,000 troops may be overcome by a mere 10,000 elite soldiers. Conversely, if one can firmly command and adeptly wield that power, every challenge will transform into a mere obstacle. Had it not been for that dream, Yuxinghe would have faced a significant setback today. After calming the psychic storm, Yuxinghe caught up with Bibidong. Dealing with a weakened 10,000-year soul beast was effortless for Bibidong, who swiftly dispatched it with ease. As a circle of red soul rings ascended from the corpse of the Evil Eye tyrant, excitement sparkled in Bibidong's eyes. 10,000-year soul rings. Moreover, beyond the soul rings, there was something else that made her heart leap with joy. The soul bone guaranteed to appear from a 10,000-year soul beast. And it was precisely the right leg bone she needed. Although Yuxinghe was uncertain as to why the Evil Eye, a soul beast, would yield a leg bone. Considering the nature of this world, where even plant-type soul beasts can produce soul bones, it was somewhat expected that a corporeal entity like the Evil Eye might also manifest such an occurrence. Hurry and absorb it. I shall protect you. After expressing her gratitude with a quick kiss on Yuxinghe's cheek, Bibidong promptly began the process of absorbing the soul ring. Observing the perilous surroundings of the treacherous demon forest, Yuxinghe couldn't help but reminisce about the advanced technology seen in the second season of Douluo, the soul ring storage device. If such an apparatus were available, Bibidong could easily secure the soul ring first and then retreat to a safer location for absorption, rather than facing the current dangers of this foreboding forest. The Moonlight Galaxy is imbued with an ominous premonition. The malevolent Eye Tyrant is certain to manifest. In the next instant, it indeed reveals itself. A colossal pupil emerges, reminiscent of the sun rising in the distance. Without uttering a word, Moonlight Galaxy draws forth her pulse and unveils her soul rings. Upon gazing at the two soul rings adorned with 10 golden patterns, the malevolent tyrant's immense pupil abruptly constricts. Then, a thunderous voice reverberates through Moonlight Galaxy's mind. It has been ages since I encountered such a formidable human. Today, you shall remain here for eternity. Humph. Do not rejoice too soon. Perhaps it is you who shall perish today. I am still in need of a soul ring. Huh. How interesting. You are powerful and audacious. Exactly to my liking. As she speaks, the malevolent tyrant unleashes a crimson laser directly towards Moonlight Galaxy. The red beam carves a straight line into the earth, instantly cleaving the ground to reveal a chasm nearly 100 meters deep, splitting a distant mountain in half. This is the malevolent tyrant, an existence of nearly 800,000 years. Merely by casting a glance, it causes such devastation. Yet, just as the malevolent tyrant yearns for a worthy adversary, Moonlight Galaxy has long desired a powerful opponent that would evoke the thrill of life and death. The timing and location are indeed propitious. Of course, it would be even more advantageous if Bibidong were absent. Chapter 185. The First 180 Thoughts. Battle with the Malevolent Tyrant. Gratitude to the reader. Starry Night Extreme Cloud. For the reward, the Malevolent Tyrant currently possesses a cultivation of 770,000 years, rivaling the strength of the current Emperor Tian, who has yet to absorb the dream of heaven. However, in a life-and-death battle, the outcome remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Moonlight Galaxy's apparent cultivation consists of 2 soul rings. Anyone witnessing this confrontation would likely shake their head in disbelief. Even before the clash begins, Moonlight Galaxy feels the tangible pressure emanating from the malevolent tyrant. If measured against the Sea God steps, it would be around the 970 level. Moreover, the pressure of the Sea God's light primarily targets the physical body, while the malevolent tyrant's pressure is entirely of a mental nature. Fortunately, Moonlight Galaxy's mental strength, having absorbed the Dream Ice Silkworm and undergone the illusionary dream, has become exceedingly concentrated, placing it on par with the mental strength of the malevolent tyrant. The only difference lies in the quantity. However, Moonlight Galaxy is not without her advantages. Her physical form has ascended to the demigod level. This offers her the sole glimmer of hope for victory against the malevolent tyrant. She must close the gap and then employ her absolute physical prowess to obliterate it. It's time to act. With this determination, Moonlight Galaxy resolves to take the initiative, wielding her pulse. She teleports directly before the malevolent tyrant and fiercely thrusts towards its pupil. Regardless of who it may be, one would find oneself exceedingly passive in the face of the Moon River's instantaneous movement from the previous month. This is due to 2 reasons. First, the lack of knowledge. And second, the instantaneous movement of the Moon River pertains to the realm of spatial rules, a skill that far surpasses mere high-speed movement reliant on sudden bursts of energy. However, the tyrant with the evil eye possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding spatial abilities. As the Moon River materialized before it and thrust a spear downward, a flicker of crimson light ignited within the depths of the tyrant's pupils. With a swift motion akin to a pulse, a ray struck its target, sending the Moon River hurtling over 1,000 meters. Yet, upon witnessing this, the tyrant did not pursue its advantage. In that moment, it felt a profound confidence in its own power, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. As the Moon River emerged from a deep chasm, it touched its chest and grimaced, exclaiming, "That truly stings." Observing that the Moon River had not sustained any substantial harm, the tyrant's previously disappointed gaze brightened with intrigue. Such a phenomenon exists. Your physique is astonishing. Gazing at the Moon River, the tyrant was suddenly struck by a bold notion. Firstly, it had several millennia remaining before its demise. For humans, that span seems interminable, yet for a soul beast of its caliber, several millennia equates to merely a few years in human terms. Secondly, beings of its stature had an inkling of certain secrets, such as why soul beasts cannot ascend to divinity. Although it lacked concrete understanding, it could speculate some reasons. Perhaps the celestial laws of fate disallow soul beasts from achieving godhood. Moreover, reincarnating as a human signifies starting from scratch, a risk far too great. Just moments ago, the tyrant had, through a singular attack, gleaned one of the Moon River's secrets, a demigod physique, a ready-made vessel of demigod status. If it could seize control. With this thought, the tyrant resolutely decided that the Moon River must be retained. Consequently, during the ensuing confrontation, the Moon River discovered that when facing the tyrant, it managed to gain a subtle upper hand. This was quite irregular. Although Moonstar River is proud, she is not arrogant. She possesses a clear understanding of her own capabilities. To think she could suppress the evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign without employing Bionish transformation or the Apostle's embodiment is laughable. This is the evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign, not some trivial aquatic noble like the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. The opponent must have some ulterior motive. Just as Moonstar River pondered the intentions of her adversary, a sudden bolt of black, malevolent lightning, forged from concentrated spirit, struck her. In that instant, even with her exceptionally high spiritual cultivation, she found herself momentarily dizzy and disoriented. Subsequently, the sovereign extended a tentacle, akin to a divine whip, and struck down fiercely upon Moonstar River. In a flash, she transformed into a streak of light, plummeting towards the earth. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently as she fell, the intense shockwave snapping trees within a radius of several miles. Despite her formidable constitution, she could not suppress the surge of blood that erupted from her lips. Observing Moonstar River in such a disheveled state, the evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign scoffed, remarking, "To battle me while distracted? It seems I have overestimated you. If this is all you can muster, then perish." In the next moment, with a tone of disdain and a voice reminiscent of judgment, it conjured a ring of thorn-like light that surged towards Moonstar River. The sole impact arrived with astonishing swiftness and ferocity, leaving no opportunity for her to react, as if it were determined to claim her life while she was vulnerable. Upon the collision of the crimson thorns against her, a small figure radiating golden light burst forth from within her being, her consciousness. Gazing at the luminous figure, the evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign's massive eyes flickered with surprise. Although it had long sensed that Moonstar River's spiritual realm was on par with its own, witnessing it firsthand was still a shock. After all, it was the Evil Eye, a soul beast dedicated to the mastery of spiritual power. It had invested 600,000 years to attain such a level of spiritual manifestation, while this human, merely 12 or 13 years of age, possessed a spiritual prowess rivaling its own, along with a demigod's physique. If the earlier demeanor of the evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign towards Moonstar River was one of disdain, it had now transformed into fear of her innate talent. Yet, following this fear came ecstasy and exhilaration. With this realization, the evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign unleashed 80 tentacles, each emitting beams of spiritual light, intending to eradicate Moonstar River's consciousness in one decisive strike. As long as the consciousness of the Moonstar River perishes, it can completely seize this demigod body and subsequently transfer all of its spiritual cultivation within. An immensely formidable mental power, combined with the demigod physique, renders that legendary realm suddenly within reach. As the 80 pillars of spiritual light descended like a celestial net, Moonstar River experienced the taste of death for the second time. In her conscious state, she was utterly incapable of utilizing teleportation. This meant she had to withstand the onslaught of these 80 lethal pillars of spiritual light head-on. Under normal circumstances, with an ample supply of energy points, Moonstar River would not find herself in such a perilous predicament. However, during the trial of traversing the sea god's light, she had exhausted all her energy points. Although the subsequent month-long maritime journey replenished some of her reserves, it was evidently a mere drop in the ocean in the face of such a formidable battle. How careless! Yu Xinghe never anticipated that she would encounter a day of misfortune. Chapter 186, A Fierce Battle. Just as Yu Xinghe intended to harness the energy from her bracelet to summon the dazzling dragon Yin Yue for defense, she awkwardly realized a predicament. Due to her consciousness being separated from her body, she found herself unable to establish a connection with the bracelet. This was indeed an embarrassing situation. Usually, Yu Xinghe would merely laugh off such awkwardness, but now, being in such a predicament could prove fatal. As she prepared to endure the challenge, suddenly, a pitch-black rift in space opened before her. In that instant, all 80 mental light beams shot into the void. Only Ying could divert an attack in such a manner at this crucial juncture. The next moment, a familiar voice filled with reproach resonated in her ears. "I won't always be there to assist you so timely. You must train harder in the future." Indeed, Yu Xinghe humbly accepted Ying's admonishment. As for the unexpected appearance of Ying, the evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign revealed a grave expression. The earlier spatial rift was undeniably a stroke of genius, even eliciting admiration from it. Clearly, Ying was a soul beast with profound mastery over spatial abilities. Ying, I am a divine beast. This situation had become troublesome. However, despite Ying's arrival being unforeseen, the sovereign's primary objective remained to seize that body. Once it obtained that vessel, this battle would come to a swift conclusion. With a flick of one of its tentacles, the sovereign advanced toward Yuxingha's form. Amidst Yuxingha's anxious demeanor, Ying smiled slightly and made a gesture towards that body. Subsequently, another spatial rift materialized behind the body. Previously, Ying would never have employed such a tactic, for the chaotic turbulence of the spatial rift that followed was extraordinarily violent. Anyone entering it, such as Douluo, would, even while manifesting their martial soul, soon be torn to shreds by the ferocious spatial currents. Only Yuxingha's demigod physique could barely withstand the turmoil for a short while. Ying's plan was straightforward. First, to draw Yuxingha's vessel into the rift, and then summon her coordinates left inside the body. A flawless scheme, indeed. However, just as Yuxingha's vessel was on the verge of plummeting into the spatial rift, the sovereign remarked with a smile, "Spatial abilities are not solely your domain." With that, the pupils of the evil eye-tyrant sovereign suddenly contracted. The open rift began to slowly close. Ying's expression shifted dramatically. Just as the sovereign's tentacle was about to ensnare the vessel, a web ensnared it first, tugging the vessel away forcefully. The prize that was within reach had unexpectedly slipped away. The sovereign turned to find that it was Bibi Dong who had thwarted its plans. "How could I have forgotten about you?" Enraged by Bibi Dong's interference, the sovereign naturally erupted with fury. Immediately, a crimson beam with a diameter of 300 meters surged toward Bibi Dong. Faced with this immense, rapid, and formidable onslaught, Bibi Dong's instinctive reaction was to shield herself with the shell of Yuxingha as her seventh spirit ring illuminated. The true form of her martial spirit. Almost instantaneously upon its emergence, the scarlet beam approached her. Observing Bibi Dong's figure engulfed by the light, Yuxingha's heart sank, and she urged Ying, "Hurry, save her." With an indifferent demeanor, Ying replied, "Do not worry. That woman is a chosen one. She is not so fragile." Indeed, while Bibi Dong could only unleash the power of a super Douluo, she was inherently an ultimate Douluo. Although the furious strike from the evil eye-tyrant ruler was potent, it was unlikely to obliterate Bibi Dong in a single blow. As anticipated, when the beam dissipated, amidst the ruler's astonished expression, a disheveled Bibi Dong, carrying Yuxingha's shell, soared into the air. The direction was unmistakably toward Yuxingha's consciousness. Stop right there," the ruler bellowed, unleashing a mental radiance akin to the sun, manifesting a colossal wall of mental energy upon the ground to separate the two. Subsequently, the 80 tentacles emanating from the ruler simultaneously shot forth, targeting the shell that Bibi Dong bore. Ying. With a fierce shout from Bibi Dong, Ying instinctively grasped her intent. Amidst the ruler's wrathful countenance, a red light radiated from Bibi Dong's chest, and in the next moment, a dazzling beam erupted forth. Moreover, Bibi Dong's hands transformed into black-green blade-like appendages, crossing in a fierce arc toward the ruler. Countless sharp, intangible blades were unleashed in her wake. With a cacophony of slicing flesh and the corrosive hiss of toxins, the evil eye-tyrant ruler let out a painful roar. After so many years, it had been wounded once more, and by the hands of a human, no less. Contemplating this, an exceptionally cold glare emanated from the depths of the ruler's pupils. Once Yuxingha's consciousness returned to her shell, the ruler realized that if it did not employ its true powers, it would likely lose these two humans. The colossal pupils first contracted, then expanded, transforming from their originally sinister black into a ghostly, foreboding green. As a beam shot forth from its emerald-hued eyes, it stained the entire realm in a dark green hue. This was the true might of the evil eye-tyrant ruler. In its fury, the world changed color. With a hiss, the beam was once again unleashed. But this time it was reduced to a diameter of approximately 100 meters. While the range had diminished, its power had multiplied exponentially. This technique was one of the evil eye-tyrant ruler's trump cards, known as the Annihilation Ray. True to its name, the Annihilation Ray obliterates all. Faced with the devastating ray of annihilation, both Moon Xingha and Bibi Dong displayed expressions of profound gravity. This attack not only harbored an immensely powerful mental shock, but also bore an extreme malevolent essence. Even if their consciousness could withstand the initial wave of impact, it was likely to be ensnared and eroded by that wicked attribute. Evading such an onslaught? That was utterly out of the question. The Dominator's mental prowess was extraordinarily formidable, with each strike precisely locked onto its target. Furthermore, the Dominator possessed a modicum of understanding of spatial abilities. Thus, attempting to evade through teleportation seemed rather implausible. Since evasion was not an option, they would have to confront it head-on. Bayana transformed. As resplendent golden light surged forth from Moon Xinghe amidst the verdant expanse, that golden radiance shone brilliantly and blindingly. Then, Yu Xinghe stood resolutely before Bibi Dong, much like she had previously shielded her corporeal form from a crimson beam. Die. The menacing aura emanating from Yu Xinghe caused the pupil of the evil eye tyrant sovereign to constrict and expand once more, unleashing an intense, deep green radiance. Dual Destruction Beam. Chapter 187. Is this what you call a soul sovereign? 2 consecutive beams of destruction struck Yu Xinghe. Boom. For an ordinary Douluo, there would be no path to survival under such an attack, only obliteration. Yet, Yu Xinghe, transformed into Bayana, withstood it, like a finger blocking a water spout. She prevented the destruction beam from annihilating her, which then radiated outward in all directions. The clouds above, the mountains below, and even the soul beasts unable to escape. All that was struck by the destruction beam was utterly obliterated. Only Yu Xinghe remained, standing immobile, gazing at her. Bathed in golden light, resembling a deity of war, a sense of foreboding began to arise in the heart of the evil eye tyrant sovereign. The destruction beam was its most powerful attack. If it could not vanquish her, then there was only one option left: time stasis. This was the sovereign's ultimate skill, reserved for dire moments, never to be used lightly, for it consumed not merely spiritual energy, but life force. After a brief contemplation, the evil eye tyrant sovereign resolved to take the gamble. If victorious, it could transform its singular bicycle into a motorcycle. If defeated, it simply could not afford to lose. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, the sovereign's pupils shifted from deep green to a profound blue. A slender beam shot forth from the depths of its eye, and wherever it reached, all things became motionless. The flowing wind ceased, the falling leaves froze. The descending birds hung suspended in the air, and even the expressions on Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong's faces became fixed. It was as though time itself had been paused, rendering the scene in a state of stillness. As Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong stood immobilized, the evil eye tyrant sovereign finally exhaled in relief. This battle had been fraught with anxiety. Initially confident, then facing unforeseen turmoil, it had nearly stumbled into defeat. Although the time stasis technique consumed nearly a century of the sovereign's life, the prospect of wielding a demigod's body made it all worthwhile. Just as the sovereign's pupils adjusted, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, an unexpected occurrence arose. A circular clock suddenly materialized behind Yu Xinghe. Upon the clock, the 12 zodiac signs represent the 12 markers, set against a backdrop of the profound and resplendent night sky, seemingly imbued with infinite dreams. A silhouette of a youthful figure, composed of constellations, stands amidst the celestial expanse, radiating an eternal essence akin to the stars themselves. In the next moment, the pulse in the hands of the moon star river emanates a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a beam of light that returns to the hands of the constellation maiden. Suddenly, her hand begins to rotate, using the light as a needle to gradually reverse the needle's position from 4 o'clock back to 12. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crisp sound reverberates through the cosmos, each tick akin to a strike upon the heart of the tyrant with the evil eye. Then, as a haunting chime resonates. Amidst the astonishment of the sovereign, the Moonstar River and Bibi Dong exchanged a knowing glance, breaking free from their constraints. Observing the gaze of the tyrant reminiscent of Sima, the Moonstar River realized that the activation of its time-space stasis must have failed. Then, as Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong exchanged a fleeting glance, they simultaneously launched their assault. Although the pulse was absent, Yu Xinghe still wielded a weapon, the radiant dragon moonblade. With the emergence of a golden vortex in the void, a resplendent sword, engraved with the ethereal silhouette of a dragon, trailed a long form, producing a cacophony as it hurtled toward the pupil of the evil eye tyrant. In response to the dragon blade, the tyrant extended a tentacle, intending to swat it away. However, at the very moment the tentacle was about to make contact with the dragon blade, it erupted with a thunderous roar. Almost immediately, a spray of crimson blossoms erupted forth. Witnessing his tentacle wounded by the suddenly appearing dragon blade, the evil eye tyrant bellowed, "The breath of a dragon? You are a colossal dragon." To which the resolute reply came, "Dragon my foot. I am but a mere human." Yu Xinghe despises being referred to as a dragon, for the mere mention of the word conjures images of dinosaurs in her mind. This is certainly not a compliment in the eyes of a woman. Consequently, wielding a colossal 40-meter-long dragon blade, she unleashes a chaotic flurry of strikes. You are the dragon. Your entire family is comprised of dragons. With each swing of the magnificent dragon moon blade, she inflicts wounds upon the 80 tentacles of the tyrant of the evil eye, leaving them nearly all injured. Meanwhile, as Yuxinghe launches her assault, Bibidong is not idle. Seizing the opportunity while the tyrant's tentacles are preoccupied with defending against Yuxinghe's onslaught, a brilliant red light radiates from Bibidong's chest, striking the body of the tyrant of the evil eye. The body of the evil eye is exceedingly fragile. Even the tyrant, upon receiving this most potent blow from Bibidong, cannot help but emit a cry of agony. At that moment, the tyrant realizes that its fate is sealed and that retreat is the wisest course of action. As the tyrant attempts to flee, Yuxinghe escalates her assault, summoning another dragon blade to strike at the tyrant. Heaven strike, dragon tooth, shattering blossom palm. Yuxinghe unleashed her skills with a fervor akin to a torrent of water. Under the relentless barrage of her rapid-fire attacks, the tentacles of the sovereign were severed one after another, reminiscent of the strands of hair falling from an author laboring through a sleepless night. Yet, even amidst this chaos, the sovereign continued to distance itself from the two. And as it appeared to be on the brink of escape, Yuxinghe invoked her apostle transformation once more. As the golden light dissipated, she stood resolute, grasping the magnificent dragon moon blade, which she hurled with great force. The dragon blade, unleashed with all her might, soared through the air like a true golden dragon, carrying an unparalleled offensive momentum, and with the sovereign's despairing wails, it pierced straight through its eye. Blood rained down like a deluge. The entire evil forest trembled. Their king, the evil eye tyrant sovereign who had ruled this land for countless millennia, had fallen. As the sovereign was impaled, its massive form was finally drawn back to the earth by the force of gravity. With a thunderous crash, Yuxinghe and Bibidong exhaled a sigh of relief at the sight of the sovereign's colossal body hitting the ground. Although the journey had been fraught with twists and turns, they had ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the evil eye tyrant sovereign. With the sovereign's demise, a circle of dark red soul rings adorned with 7 golden patterns ascended. The soul ring of the evil eye tyrant sovereign. Upon witnessing this soul ring, Yuxinghe was overwhelmed with excitement. At last, she had acquired her 3rd soul ring. She could finally shed the title of Great Soul Master and reclaim her honor as a soul sovereign. Had Bibidong been privy to Yuxinghe's current thoughts, she would likely have fainted in disbelief. Such a being claims to be a soul sovereign? Chapter 188, Soul Core and Thunder Punishment. The False Soul Sovereign, a peculiar combination of 3 oddly colored soul rings. A humble existence constantly taken advantage of and bullied by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, nearly meeting disaster while confronting the evil eye tyrant sovereign. The true soul sovereign, an optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, receiving a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. Revered by all on the streets, a pillar of the soul master community. With the death of the evil eye tyrant sovereign, Yuxinghe commenced her customary looting of the fallen. 1 soul ring, 1 external soul bone, a pool of unknown liquid, and several shattered eyeball fragments. Well, the shattered eyeballs could be passed over. They were rather revolting. As Yuxinghe began to absorb the soul ring, the residual consciousness of the evil eye tyrant sovereign indeed initiated a final counterattack. For another, this might have led to chaos, or even a potential reversal of fate. But Yuxinghe calmly closed the door and unleashed the cat. Evil god tiger, meow meow meow. Indeed, as the evil god emerged, the sovereign's consciousness scurried about like a mouse fleeing from a cat. It was only natural. The evil god had once been a true deity, although only its consciousness remained. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and furthermore, the evil god not only surpassed the sovereign in consciousness, but also outstripped it in attributes by a significant margin. Although the sovereign possesses malevolent attributes, when compared to the evil god, it is akin to a petty rogue standing beside a notorious butcher. Both may infringe the law, yet the latter merely chuckles in silence. After vanquishing the consciousness of the evil god, Yuxinghe began to absorb this 3rd soul ring. Logically, with the sovereign's consciousness resolved, it should have been a seamless endeavor for Yuxinghe to assimilate the soul ring. However, reality proved to be quite the contrary. Upon absorbing half of it, she discovered that her body could not contain the remaining soul energy. It is worth noting that during the absorption process, Yuxinghe had already compressed the soul energy. Yet, even so, she found herself unable to proceed further. The inability to fully absorb the soul ring left her uncertain of the consequences. but she was certain they would not be favorable. The predicament was that every corner of her body was brimming with energy, leaving no room for excess. If the soul energy from the evil eye itself were to overflow, Yu Xinghe could utilize the energy-gathering ring to absorb it. However, at present, this energy was encased within the soul ring, requiring her own absorption. To absorb more, she had no choice but to either expand her capacity or compress further. Expansion was out of the question. Her current energy points were insufficient to support any enhancement, so she was left to devise a method of compression. The soul energy, already compressed into a form akin to divine power, left her pondering how much further it could be condensed. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Yu Xinghe's mind. She recalled a cultivation technique from Douluo, known as the soul core, which could condense immense soul energy into a diminutive core. With this thought in mind, Yu Xinghe acted decisively. Given that the evil eye tyrant sovereign is a spirit-type soul beast, brimming with vast mental power, Yu Xinghe targeted the mental energy first. As a mini Yu Xinghe, radiating golden light, burst forth from her crown, she opened her mouth wide, consuming the immense mental energy entirely, causing the evil god nearby to gaze upon her with the eager eyes of a dog spotting a meaty bone. As the abundant mental energy was absorbed, her consciousness, initially the size of a fist, began to undergo a transformation, ultimately expanding to the size of 2 fists. With the mental energy resolved, the main event remained, the soul energy. Accompanied by a synchronized focus, and under the mobilization of the vast mental power, the previously compressed soul energy underwent another abrupt contraction. Gradually, as the energy was further compressed, it became increasingly dense. Yet, even then, it was still insufficient. What the Moonstar River desires is the manifestation of a soul core. Compress, compress, and compress again. A colossal surge of energy incessantly collides within her, forcibly amalgamated by an invisible mental force, and then a muffled sound emanates from her being. This sound is neither flatulence nor a manifestation of gastrointestinal discomfort. It is the result of energies colliding during their convergence. Fortunately, Moonstar River possesses a demigod constitution. Had it been any other titled Douluo, such as the likes of Douluo daring to engage in this manner, he would have undoubtedly been claimed by the Grim Reaper, experiencing an unrelenting series of explosions within. Moonstar River feels a level of torment even greater than that faced against the tyrant of the evil eye. Why? Despite the energy having been concentrated to an unimaginable extent, is she unable to coalesce a soul core? Just as Moonstar River feels on the brink of collapse, the yin-yang dual fish symbol upon her forehead begins to rotate slowly. Then a sudden inspiration struck the mind of Yu Xinghe. Forcing a collision would be futile. Akin to managing water flow, it is better to guide than to obstruct. Thus, under the influence of her mental force, Yu Xinghe initiated a rotation of the energy within her body, drawing it towards a singular focal point. Gradually, the energy began to spin faster and faster, compelling the surrounding energies to join in the dance. Amidst the rapid whirl, while collisions occasionally occurred, they lacked the previous ferocity. Eventually, a minuscule, pitch-black core began to manifest. The moment this core emerged, the surrounding energies no longer required mental guidance. They surged towards the core with fervor. Slowly, the core expanded from the size of a grain of rice to that of a walnut. Simultaneously, as this soul nucleus appeared, a vast expanse of dark clouds gathered in the skies above the evil demon forest. Lightning slashed through the inky clouds like serpents, illuminating the world below. The thunderous roar jolted Yu Xinghe awake. Gazing at the ominous clouds above, she felt a wave of frustration. Had she not merely vanquished an evil-eyed tyrant? Did such a response truly befit her actions? It was as though she had committed some grave misdeed, upholding her principle of seeking clarity even in death. Yu Xinghe shouted defiantly, "Hey, are you here to strike me down?" In response, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended upon her. With a thunderous crash, she instantaneously teleported away, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless pit where she once stood. Observing the smoldering pit, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Goodness, the heavens were truly serious with her. Infuriated by this unjust punishment, Yu Xinghe's anger flared. It was only natural. Who would remain calm when struck without cause? Even if the retribution came from the heavens themselves? As 3 soul rings, 1 pink gold, 100 gold, and 1 dark red, rose from beneath her. An aura of superiority emanated from her not-so-tall figure. Pulse. With a commanding shout, Yu Xinghe drew forth a resplendent pulse from the void and aimed it skyward. Dare to strike me? Today, unless you bestow upon me hundreds of thousands of energy points, there will be no escape for you. Chapter 189, Thunder Tribulation, Gratitude to the reader Kusu for the generous support. Just as Yuxinghe presumed the heavens were bestowing energy upon her, she soon discovered that her energy-gathering ring could not absorb the lightning. The ring could only absorb energy devoid of intent. Thus, it became evident that this thunder tribulation was an act of some divine being or other formidable entity. Remarkably, the timing of this tribulation was quite fortuitous, as Yuxinghe found herself devoid of any extra energy points to utilize for her Bana transformation. Moreover, she had exhausted her number of transformations for the day. Observing Yuxinghe being struck, Bibidong wished to rush to her aid, but just as she attempted to move forward, she realized she was utterly immobilized. What sort of powerful existence could render Bibidong unable to move? Thunder rumbled once more, and a serpentine bolt of lightning slithered forth, aiming at the Moonstar River. Since this tribulation of thunder would not grant her any energy points, Moonstar River instinctively sought to evade. However, what transpired next left her in a state of shock. She found herself unable to teleport. Immediately afterward, a whimpering voice echoed in her mind. The space had been sealed. With my current abilities, breaking this seal is unattainable in the short term. You must endure for now. As the lightning struck, Moonstar River once again experienced the long-forgotten sensation of electric therapy. Unlike previous encounters, where the thunder had energy rings to absorb the strikes, this time, she felt an overwhelming surge of pain, her hair standing on end, and the eerie sensation of her bones being exposed like a cinematic effect. Now, with a single bolt of thunder, her semi-divine body, which had withstood the might of deities, was rendered battered and bruised. This was merely a single strike of lightning, yet it caused Moonstar River to grimace in agony. Should a multitude of lightning strikes descend upon her, she might as well be reduced to ashes. Yet, even in this dire situation, Moonstar River steeled herself. After all, this tribulation had come upon her without any warning. However, she was not foolish enough to confront it with her physical form alone. She still possessed her pulse and her skills. With evasion not an option, she resolved to fight back fiercely and carve a path to survival. Once more, thunder roared as a bolt descended. This time, Moonstar River unleashed a sweeping strike with her weapon, Shatter. The thick arc of electricity was dissipated in an instant. Although her arm throbbed from the shock, it was vastly preferable to the earlier state of her wounded flesh. It was effective. As long as this thunder did not inflict true damage that bypassed defenses, it meant there was still a glimmer of hope. Another serpentine bolt surged forth, and once again, Moonstar River prepared to sweep it away with Shatter. But in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The lightning serpent, as if animated, evaded her strike and, in an instant, erupted into countless small lightning orbs that rained down upon her, exploding upon contact. In that fleeting moment, Moonstar River felt as though she were being pierced by a multitude of needles. Cursed be this lightning for its unscrupulous tactics, deceiving and ambushing her. She was but a pure-hearted 12-year-old girl. Yet, before she could voice her grievances, yet another bolt of lightning descended. This time, Moonstar River summoned every ounce of her focus. Shatter. The lightning dispersed, transforming into a myriad of small orbs. The moon and stars await this very moment. In the next second, hey. As the Moonstar River unleashed her spear like a dragon, a single pulse pierced through the air, conjuring countless phantoms in an instant, each striking with precision and shattering the small lightning orbs. With the obliteration of the orbs, dark clouds surged ominously, as if harboring a colossal beast capable of unleashing chaos. In the distant horizon, low rumbles of thunder echoed, reminiscent of the stillness preceding a tempest. Suddenly, a blood-red lightning bolt descended with ferocity, illuminating the earth and sky in a crimson glow, accompanied by a resounding crash that heralded anguished cries. As a cascade of blood rained down, a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, manifested upon the shoulder of Moonstar River, her entire arm charred to blackness. In the distance, witnessing Moonstar River scream as she was struck by the blood-red lightning, Bibidong's once enchanting visage twisted in fury, veins standing out menacingly. Damn it! Move! With this furious cry, 9 soul rings flared to life around Bibidong. As another blood-red bolt aimed for Moonstar River, both her 7th and 9th soul rings ignited simultaneously. In the next instant, her hands transformed into blades, crossing them to deliver a powerful slash toward the descending lightning. An X-shaped strike erupted forth the Dimension Slash. Bibidong's most formidable soul skill, capable of challenging even the indomitable Condalio. The collision of the dimension slash and the blood-red lightning did not produce a cataclysmic explosion. Instead, a profound, obsidian rift in space opened, a testament to the sheer force of their encounter. Following this strike, two more blood-red bolts descended from the sky, one aimed at Bibidong and the other at Moonstar River. Was this ceaseless onslaught never-ending? The dread instilled by the terrifying power of the blood-red lightning, coupled with its seemingly infinite numbers, was overwhelming. As the two lightning bolts struck, the ground bore witness to two charred bodies. Yet, the dark clouds remained, swirling and accumulating, vowing to not relent until Moonstar River was vanquished. Feeling an unparalleled weight pressing down upon her, Moonstar River experienced a haunting DJ view reminiscent of her stand upon the 999th level of the Sea God Mountain. However, this time, she could not rely on her apostolic transformation. She had to endure solely with her own strength. Her body felt unbearably heavy, her arms seemingly incapable of lifting. The moonlit starry river gazed up at the swirling black clouds above, where a darkness so profound seemed capable of swallowing one's very soul. Yet, amidst this abyss, a glimmer of light emerged. This light, though diminutive, shone with an intensity that was almost blinding. In another context, this flicker might symbolize hope. However, in this moment, the moonlit starry river recognized that this solitary spark represented the profound despair of utter helplessness in the face of death. With a thunderous roar, a crimson lightning bolt descended, striking with the force of an avalanche, as if intent on reducing the moonlit starry river to mere fragments. Even before the lightning struck, she could almost envision her own annihilation beneath its might. What to do? It seemed as if this time, death was truly imminent. The crimson lightning grew ever closer, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe descending slowly. At this critical juncture, a rift in space unfurled before her, causing the blood-red lightning to strike emptiness. What is this? As the moonlit river turned abruptly, she noticed not far away, the plump, fluffy little hands of Ying were stained with blood. Ying, moonlit river, don't just stand there. Pull yourself together. Remember, you still have us. Chapter 190, A Soul Core Swallowed. My fate is mine to command. Indeed, she still had Ying, Bibidong, Poseidon, and Xiaowu. How could she allow herself to perish so inexplicably at this moment? Moreover, even in death, she refused to succumb without clarity. With this thought, Moonlit River leaned on her pulse, gradually rising, and addressed the system. Repair. Insufficient energy points. Unable to fully restore. Then restore whatever you can. In the next moment, a wave of cool and comforting sensation spread from her arm throughout her body, alleviating the pervasive, bone-deep pain. Unfortunately, despite the significant reduction in agony, she was still marred by numerous wounds. Her body was now half divine, and a complete restoration would require at least 100,000 energy points. While she had only 2,000 or 3,000 remaining, though her injuries persisted, Moonlit River finally regained the ability to move. The swirling dark clouds above churned more violently, and within her grave gaze, a finger composed entirely of blood-red lightning emerged. Upon sighting this finger, Moonlit River's pupils constricted sharply. Immediately, the finger began to slowly point towards her. Although the movement was excruciatingly slow, an overwhelming sense of inevitability surged within Moonlit River, as if she were an ant beneath a finger poised to crush her. No matter how agile the ant, it would ultimately be shattered. In that moment, Moonlit River was that ant. Not only her, but the instant that blood-red finger appeared, Bibidong's complexion paled significantly, although the finger was not aimed at her. The sheer magnitude of the impending attack was palpable, and she could only imagine the immense pressure Moonlit River would face in direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Ying, upon witnessing the emergence of that blood-red finger, wore an expression of disbelief, murmuring, "How could this be? How can there possibly be his presence in this world? Does he have any connection to Moonlit River?" As the finger drew ever closer, Moonlit River felt her body tremble uncontrollably, her bones creaking under the weight of unbearable strain. What to do? Just as despair engulfed her, a familiar voice echoed once more. This voice had surfaced during her last encounter with the incarnation of the sea god. "Is this how you will give up? The opponent seems rather formidable. Then why do you still hold on to the pulse? Wouldn't it be better to simply await death? After all, that attack is formidable enough to reduce you to ashes in an instant, leaving no pain to be felt. I find this quite unsatisfactory." Unsatisfactory about what? About dying in such a muddled manner. Very well. Since you are unwilling to accept this fate, summon your courage, ignite your fervor, and with your blazing spirit, Exert every ounce of your being to confront that existence lurking behind the clouds. This voice struck like a powerful tonic, reviving the spirit of Yu Xinghe once more. Indeed, there are still mysteries to unravel. How could one simply succumb to death? Thus, facing the finger poised to pierce the heavens, Yu Xinghe tightened her grip on the pulse and lunged fiercely towards that finger. The mountain-like digit met the ephemeral figure in a momentous collision. Upon contact, Yu Xinghe felt an unstoppable force, akin to a mountain pressing down upon her. With a thunderous crash, she found herself half kneeling on the ground. Crack! Crack! The crisp sounds resonated within her as her bones succumbed to the pressure, splintering under the strain. With a violent expulsion of blood, Yu Xinghe sensed herself sinking deeper and deeper. The strength of that finger seemed intent on piercing the very continent. Amidst the endless descent, darkness enveloped her surroundings, and Yu Xinghe's consciousness began to fade. Yet even in such dire circumstances, she persisted in contemplating a way to break free from this predicament. Finally, in the depths of this infinite darkness and solitude, Yu Xinghe struggled to lift her head, gazing defiantly at the finger that pressed against her pulse, declaring, "Though I know not who you are, you had best not let me discover your identity. You think to take me away just like this? Not a chance." The celestial river of the moon opened its lips slightly, revealing a small orb that resembled the source of darkness itself. This was the energy core painstakingly condensed by the celestial river, representing the last vestige of her strength. As this core manifested, she murmured, "Vibrant patterns, break through for me." No sooner had the words left her lips than the obsidian core collided with the blood-red giant finger. In comparison to that colossal digit, the form of the celestial river appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust, while the dark core was even smaller than that. Yet, this almost negligible presence, upon striking the blood-red finger, triggered an extraordinary event. The immense digit, which had previously seemed insurmountable, began to dissolve upon contact with the core. With a silent hiss, a gaping hole formed in the giant finger, and the celestial river propelled herself onto the core, her legs surging with newfound strength. It was her turn to counterattack. As the overwhelming pressure weighing upon her dissipated, Bibi Dong hurried to the edge of the abyssal pit, gazing down into the darkness that resembled a monstrous maw. Tears streamed down her face as she realized the absence of the celestial river. At that moment, Yi approached her side, a grave expression upon her face, and reassured her. "Do not worry, I can still sense her presence." Upon hearing Yi's words, a flicker of hope ignited in Bibidong's despairing eyes. "Are you saying that the celestial river is not dead?" "In theory, as long as even a drop of her blood remains, I can still feel her essence," Yi replied. However, the glimmer of hope that had just emerged in Bibidong's eyes was swiftly extinguished. Then, Yi, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. At that moment, Bibidong realized she had been played. After all, Yi shared a deep bond with the celestial river. It was unreasonable for Yi to remain unfazed if something had happened to her. With this realization, Bibidong glared furiously at Yi, who remained unperturbed by her anger, chuckling. "That incident in the dream is now settled." Yi referred to Bibidong's indiscretion in claiming the celestial river for herself. Before Bibidong could pounce on Yi to engage in a scuffle, a flicker of light pierced through the profound darkness. Then, a streak of luminescence shot forth into the heavens. Following this, a voice, akin to a divine roar, resonated through the skies. "My fate is mine to command, not yours. You cowardly vermin. The grievances of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future." Chapter 191. Hey, come out. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming aura of the celestial river that the thunderclouds above dispersed in the wake of her roar. Celestial river, indeed. Words are the most formidable weapon. Meanwhile, in a realm where both sky and earth were shrouded in gray, two voices echoed. "Why do you not continue your assault? Do you think I do not wish to? The distance is simply too great. Let us not hesitate. Perhaps we should enlist the aid of those deities from the lower realms to eradicate that menace once more." Humph, a mere assembly of lower beings. And they dare to proclaim themselves as divine? Were it not for the exorbitant cost of interdimensional intervention, I would not hesitate to obliterate them all. As the ominous clouds finally dispersed, Yu Xinghe exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had survived. Yet, with this release of tension, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. Just then, a frail figure plummeted from the sky, prompting Bibidong to swiftly ascend and catch her in her arms. Following this, Ying hastily opened a portal to facilitate their escape. Shortly after Yu Xinghe and the others departed, a large glider shaped like the letter D descended upon the scene. Upon arrival, a figure adorned with 9 soul rings descended from the heavens, clad in a sleek outfit. The most striking feature was his gleaming bald head and a massive pair of wind-resistant goggles perched upon his face. If the puppet soul sage were alive and beheld this individual, he would undoubtedly widen his eyes in astonishment and exclaim, HNGCHNDO. Indeed, this man was none other than the illustrious HNGCHN, one of the 3 titled Douluos of the Sun and Moon Continent, renowned within the realm of soul masters. Upon his landing, HNGCHN glanced at a wrist device resembling a watch and muttered, "The powerful energy entities have vanished? Impossible. How could they disappear in an instant? Could it be that they possess the ability to traverse dimensions? This cannot be ruled out, given the immense energy intensity those entities exhibited." As HNGCHN pondered aloud, he began to search the vicinity, and soon his gaze fell upon something that left him utterly astounded. Scattered before him were desiccated remnants resembling fascia, alongside tendrils as formidable as trees. Initially perplexed by these bizarre forms, HNGCHN's confusion was shattered when a seemingly dim-witted evil eye emerged from the thicket and charged at him. Without a moment's hesitation, HNGCHN drew a firearm soul-guiding device from his trousers and unleashed a shot at the approximately 1,000-year-old evil eye. Bang! As the dark muzzle of the firearm flickered with a flash of white light, the soul beast, which even a soul master of the 4th rank might struggle to capture, was obliterated into fragments. As a faint purple soul ring ascended from the remains of the evil eye, HNGCHN, gazing at the shattered corpse, was suddenly struck by a bolt of realization. Frantically, he seized a fragment of the evil eye's body and rushed towards a colossal piece of carcass that dwarfed even his own room. After a thorough comparison, he sank to the ground, muttering in disbelief, "How can this be? Those beings are far too powerful." The sole reason for HNGCHN's disarray was his discovery that the enormous, desiccated remnants scattered across the ground were, in fact, fragments of the evil eye's corpse. And those tendrils, comparable to towering trees, undoubtedly belonged to the tyrant of evil eyes. Upon contemplating this, Chi Hongchen promptly ascended to the heavens to observe. 1, 2, 3. As familiarity gradually accumulated, the expression on Chi Hongchen's face became increasingly petrified. 79, 80. After counting all the tentacles with great difficulty, he swallowed hard, his visage reflecting sheer bewilderment. A colossal form, 80 tentacles, and the earth and mountains rent asunder by battle. The only entity that seemed to match these criteria was the legendary evil eye tyrant ruler. Who is the ruler? In the tales of the Sun and Moon Continent, it is a being akin to a deity, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars and capturing moons. It is synonymous with omnipotence. In the past, as an 8th-level soul engineer and a 9-ring title Douluo, Chi Hongchen, with unwavering conviction, ventured into the demon forest to ascertain the existence of this ruler. At that time, he brought along his latest invention, an 8th-level fixed soul-guided artillery shell. In his youthful arrogance, he boasted of challenging the evil eye tyrant ruler within the depths of the demon forest. However, when the evil eye tyrant ruler finally appeared before him, Chi Hongchen merely exchanged a glance and instantly knelt in submission. The thought of such a formidable existence being slain caused his heart to plummet. If the demise of the evil eye tyrant ruler felt profoundly surreal, the emergence of a colossal and unfathomable abyss before him made Chi Hongchen question whether he was still in a dream. After delivering a firm slap to his own face, he gasped as he touched his cheek. This was no dream. With this realization, Chi Hongchen approached the edge of the immense pit and gazed downward. The chasm was exceedingly deep. The darkness below mirrored the gaze the evil eye tyrant ruler once cast upon him, a mere glance that threatened to ensnare his very soul. Chi Hongchen swiftly descended to the edge of the pit. Standing upon solid ground, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leaning over, as he peered into the inky abyss, a flicker of curiosity ignited within the inherently contemplative Chi Hongchen. Just how deep was this pit? With that thought, he retrieved a metal ball from his pocket and cast it into the void, followed by a small, circular soul-guided device that displayed a rapidly increasing series of numbers. This was a depth-measuring device Chi Hongchen had invented for this very purpose. 1 meter, 15 meters, 30 meters. Initially, he marveled at the depth of the pit, but as the screen of the device turned utterly dark once more, Chi Hongchen found himself in a state of shock. The darkness of the screen indicated that the measuring ball had lost contact with the device. Typically, The effective range for the measuring ball and device connection is within 10,000 meters. Yet, Shi Hongqian's device had an effective range that extended to 20,000 meters. However, at present, the two have lost contact, which implies that this chasm must exceed a depth of 20,000 meters. Gazing at the gaping abyss, with a diameter of at least 1,000 meters and a depth of no less than 20,000 meters, Shi Hongqian murmured, "What kind of terrifying force could possibly carve out such a monumental pit?" The ultimate formation of this chasm remains a mystery to Shi Hongqian, nevertheless. Its emergence provides a perfect disposal site for all the waste of the Sun and Moon continent. Chapter 192. A comedic twist. A full month had elapsed since the thunderstorm, and upon awakening, Yu Xinghe found himself within an elegantly antiquated wooden chamber. As the door creaked open, a delightful voice resonated. "You have finally awakened. Bibi Dong. Where am I? How long have I been asleep?" After conversing with Bibi Dong, Yu Xinghe was astonished to learn that he had been in slumber for an entire month. Reflecting on his remarkable ability to sleep, comparable to the dream-eye silkworm, he then took a moment to assess his physical condition, only to be met with a sudden change in expression. "Xinghe, what's wrong? I just have this strange feeling that something is not quite right." Upon hearing Yu Xinghe's abrupt revelation, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted, her enchanting visage flushing with a sudden warmth. "What feels different?" "Many things. Such as?" Just as Yu Xinghe was about to articulate his peculiar sensation, he noticed Bibi Dong's flushed cheeks. "Why is your face so red? Is it hot in here? Or have you done something to feel guilty about?" "I have done no such thing." With that, Bibi Dong hastily placed the food she was holding onto a nearby table and dashed out of the room. When unusual occurrences arise, one must be wary. It is well known that the typical Bibi Dong exudes the demeanor of an imperious queen and a domineering CEO. Never before had she exhibited such a girlish demeanor. Contemplating this, Yu Xinghe called out to Yingying. "Yingying, do you know what Bibi Dong has been up to while I was asleep?" "She did quite a bit." "Such as?" "She washed all your clothes and then hung them out to dry. Before they were even dry, she put them back on you." This revelation, combined with Yingying's earlier comments, caused Yu Xinghe's face to flush crimson, steam seemingly rising from his head. Well, aside from some rather delightful implications, Yu Xinghe discovered the most significant anomaly about himself. Suddenly, within his mind, a book had materialized. In response to this inexplicable addition, Yu Xinghe instinctively inquired, "Doryman, cough, cough. I mean, system, what is this book?" "It's an encyclopedia." "How could such a thing appear in my mind?" "Due to the system's concern regarding the host's intellectual capacity, and in an effort to prevent future decline stemming from such cognitive challenges, this system graciously offers you this book at no cost. It is hoped that the host will peruse its contents frequently to elevate their intellectual prowess." "System, why have you ceased your discourse? Please continue. I find great amusement in witnessing your frustration as you attempt to chastise me yet find yourself unable to do so. If you possess the courage, strike yourself instead." Feeling exasperated, Yu Xinghe thought that if she continued conversing with the system, she might very well be driven to the brink of despair. It is often said that when one is in a foul mood, reading a book can be a remedy. However, after being so ruthlessly mocked by the system, she would rather endure anything than open a single page of a book. Just as Yu Xinghe was engulfed in her dismal thoughts, Bibi Dong returned. This time, she exuded her characteristic aloofness, lightly lifting Yu Xinghe's chin with a finger and teasingly inquiring, "Little rascal, why the sulky demeanor again? Pray tell, who has dared to provoke you?" With a hint of exasperation, Yu Xinghe extended a finger to point at Bibi Dong, whose expression instantly froze. After delivering a harsh reprimand to Yu Xinghe, Bibi Dong retrieved a jade box from her storage ring and proclaimed, "This is a soul bone dropped by the eye tyrant. An external soul bone. Would you care to absorb it?" As she spoke, Bibi Dong opened the jade box. A mesmerizing red light surged forth from within, revealing a spherical soul bone lying quietly inside. Intrigued by the prospect of experiencing the effects of this external soul bone, Yu Xinghe was eager to try it. However, as she pressed the soul bone to her forehead for absorption, a sudden wave of intense, familiar nausea surged within her. Gagging. Yu Xinghe caught Bibi Dong's alarmed gaze as she exclaimed, "Xinghe, you can't possibly be." In response to Bibi Dong's inquiry, Yu Xinghe, visibly irritated, retorted, "I haven't been with anyone. How could that even be possible?" Bibi Dong, with a mischievous glint, shot back, "Who says you haven't been with anyone? I'm not human." Realizing she may have revealed something significant, Bibi Dong swiftly covered her mouth. Meanwhile, Yu Xinghe gaped at her in disbelief, her shock evident in her wide eyes. As Yu Xinghe struggled to articulate her thoughts, Bibi Dong grasped her hand with a fervent gaze and solemnly declared, Xinghe, I will take responsibility for you. As long as I, Bibi Dong, have a meal, you and your child shall never go hungry. With trembling hands, she reached out to touch Yu Xinghe's abdomen, only to retract her hand as if shocked. Bibi Dong stared at Yu Xinghe in astonishment and exclaimed, Xinghe, you truly are pregnant. Just now, when I touched your belly, I felt a little baby kick. Yu Xinghe, with a furrowed brow, remarked, I am more aware of the presence of a little one than you might think. It is merely my hunger that is causing me to feel this way. Regarding the external soul bone, Yu Xinghe ultimately decided to retain it for the time being. Although she was unable to absorb it herself, it could be left for Bibi Dong or Xiao Wu to utilize. Even if they chose not to absorb it, it could still be allocated for Xingchen's benefit. After attending to the external soul bone, Bibi Dong produced a small glass vial containing a transparent liquid. Upon noticing Yu Xinghe's puzzled expression, Bibi Dong elaborated, this is a substance extracted from the corpse of the evil eye tyrant. I have conducted experiments on several nefarious individuals over the past few days and discovered that a single drop in the eye can significantly enhance one's vision and mental acuity. Would you care to try it? Or perhaps I should simply give it all to you. The Moonstar River, even with its external soul bone, found it unacceptable, let alone this peculiar item. In truth, the Moonstar River already possessed a semi-divine physique. Thus, even if it were to be applied, it would not confer any enhancement upon her. Upon witnessing the Moonstar River's refusal, Bibi Dong retracted the vial. Since the Moonstar River deemed it unworthy, Bibi Dong could take it back as a reward for her subordinates. Even if her subordinates could not utilize it, it could serve as a means to forge connections. One must understand that treasures capable of augmenting mental strength are exceedingly rare, their value undoubtedly comparable to that of soul bones. Considering the longevity of the evil eye tyrant's reign, it might very well equate to an ordinary 10,000-year soul bone. Chapter 193. The Soul Mentor Competition of the Moon Kingdom. After attending to the soul bones and that enigmatic liquid, the Moonstar River redirected her gaze inward. More precisely, she focused on the energy core nestled within her abdomen. Compared to before, the energy core was now enveloped by a layer of crimson nebula, which revolved around the core at an increasing velocity the closer it got. Gazing at the crimson nebula, Moonstar River instinctively wished to consult the system. But recalling their previous unpleasant encounter, she hesitated to lower herself and apologize to the system. Instead, she turned her attention to the encyclopedia manifesting in her mind. However, she had previously vowed never to consult it. After much internal conflict, Moonstar River ultimately decided that her pride outweighed her curiosity, refusing to peruse that so-called encyclopedia. Moreover, given the system's nature, she feared that should she open it, the first page would contain some embarrassing phrase like to master this art, one must first undergo castration. With her body nearly restored and her mission accomplished, it would truly be a wasted journey if she did not explore the new continent. Upon hearing about the prospect of shopping, Bibi Dong instantly transformed into an unyielding adhesive, clinging to the Moonstar River, impossible to shake off. In contrast to the medieval scenery of Douluo Continent, the architecture of the Sun and Moon Continent bore a closer resemblance to Moonstar River's reality. Soul power permeated the streets, with steam vehicles weaving through alleyways, and a plethora of peculiar soul-guided devices displayed in the bustling shops. Youngsters donned hats, peddling bundles of newspapers through the crowd. Casually purchasing a newspaper, Moonstar River handed a silver soul coin to the young vendor, who stared at her in bewilderment. Pretty sister, where did you get this money? Is it from the Sun Kingdom? It doesn't look like it. It was only then that Yu Xinghe realized that the currency in her possession was composed of soul coins from Douluo Continent. While they were currently in the Sun Moon Continent, Bibi Dong, with a smile, extracted 2 coins from her pocket and tossed them to a young man. However, the young man chuckled and replied, it's merely a newspaper, of little value. If you 2 lovely ladies fancy it, consider it a gift. Before he could finish introducing himself, Bibi Dong had already taken Yu Xinghe and departed. Why did you leave before he could finish his introduction? Yu Xinghe inquired. What could be so captivating? His ultimate aim is merely to pursue my affections, and someone like him dares to set his sights on me? Humph. So, you took advantage of my slumber to entice me, did you? I did not. Ah, your nose has grown longer. You are indeed lying. I am not. Despite her verbal denial, Bibi Dong instinctively touched her nose. Upon realizing she had been deceived, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Yu Xinghe's rear. Ugh! Caught off guard, Yuxinghe felt the force of Bibi Dong's strike drain her energy, rendering her weak and leaning against Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was utterly enamored by Yuxinghe's delicate and pliable physique, and without hesitation, she squatted down, allowing Yuxinghe to rest on her back, effortlessly carrying her as they strolled along. Both being stunningly beautiful, their appearance together drew even more attention, embarrassed by the onlookers. Yuxinghe buried her face in Bibi Dong's neck and shyly protested, "Let me down. I can walk on my own. Stay still. I'm taking you to see the festivities." Bibi Dong retorted, giving her a playful squeeze. This unexpected gesture immediately subdued Yuxinghe. To Yuxinghe's surprise, she spotted candied hawthorns even in the Sun-Moon continent. After purchasing several skewers, they began to indulge in the sweet treats, sharing them between themselves. Occasionally, if Yuxinghe took an extra piece, Bibi Dong would feign annoyance and lightly kiss her cheek as a playful reprimand. In the midst of their playful banter, the pair arrived at their destination for the day. The Moon Kingdom Soul Master Tournament is taking place, a competition of remarkable significance, second only to the continental level. This year, the stakes are particularly high, as the champion Soul Master will not only attain the esteemed rank of an 8th-level Soul Master, but will also become one of the continent's 3 titled Douluo, a direct disciple of the Moon Douluo. Furthermore, the victor will be granted a noble title conferred by the king and become the husband of the Moon Kingdom's princess. Winning this championship is akin to ascending to the pinnacle of one's life. However, this competition comes with stringent eligibility criteria. Unlike previous years, where participants had to be under the age of 25, this year the age limit has been raised to 40. Additionally, the required Soul Master rank has been elevated from a minimum of level 3 to level 4. Moreover, this year's tournament not only provides crafting materials, but also allows competitors to retain the design blueprints of any round they win, an invaluable asset for any Soul Master. Lastly, participants must be citizens of the Moon Kingdom. Upon learning of this final requirement, countless Soul Masters from the Sun Kingdom were incensed. Yet, the Moon Kingdom, eager for talent, remains open-minded. If a Sun Kingdom Soul Master is willing to pledge permanent allegiance to the Moon Kingdom, they too may compete. Nonetheless, few would be foolish enough to take such a step, as the great powers of the Sun and Moon Kingdoms watch closely. The Moon Douluo's imminent demise and the Red Dust Douluo's inclination towards the Sun Kingdom have made it evident to even the most casual observer that the Moon Kingdom's situation is dire. In light of this precarious state, the Moon Kingdom is making a significant gamble, hoping to unearth 1 or 2 hidden prodigies from among the populace. Should even 1 or 2 8th-level Soul Masters emerge, though the likelihood is slim, one can only wonder what might transpire. Amidst the throngs of spectators at the tournament venue, a woman adorned with a mask-bearing lunar motif sits with an air of composure. At first glance, she appears unremarkable. Yet a closer inspection reveals her unsettling tranquility amid the fervent crowd. Surrounding her, the audience instinctively maintains a respectful distance. This woman is none other than Princess Su Jiao of the Moon Kingdom. As the king's most cherished and sole daughter, she was destined for a life of joy and contentment. However, one fateful day, her father's decree cast her into a living hell. She became a prize to the victor of the tournament. The one who triumphs will claim her as their wife, and she is powerless to resist. No matter how cruel her captor may be, she has fought against this fate, wept in despair, but all she received in response was her father's cold, unyielding countenance. In that face, she can no longer discern even a trace of the affection and kindness that once enveloped her. At last, the princess, with an air of indifference, made a final modest request to her father, the king. She wished to witness the competition with her own eyes and ascertain the identity of the ultimate victor. The king readily acquiesced. Naturally, to avert any unforeseen mishaps, he dispatched his most loyal personal guard, accompanied by a retinue of soldiers, to vigilantly safeguard her. This so-called protection was, in truth, a mere guise for surveillance. As Chapter 194 unfolds, where technology meets cultivation, Su Jiao found herself enveloped in melancholy when a nearby guard exclaimed, "Someone is seated here. Please find another spot." Su Jiao turned her head and was instantly captivated by 2 enchanting figures whose melancholic eyes sparkled with beauty. The allure of Bai Dong and Yuxinghe was such that even Su Jiao, as a member of the same gender, could not help but admire them. Upon hearing the guard's command, Bai Dong shot a fierce glare at him, her eyes brimming with an array of captivating emotions. The guard, a mere soul master capable of wielding a 4th-level soul guiding device, stood no chance against Bai Dong's formidable presence. After receiving her penetrating gaze, He immediately trembled and collapsed into his seat, as though confronted by something exceedingly terrifying. As the guard was rendered utterly petrified, another tall figure rose from his position. This man, with his dark complexion and unremarkable appearance, would likely astonish many if his name were to be revealed. Su Xiai, the Prince of the Moon Kingdom, commander of the Moon King's Imperial Guard, a level 7 soul mentor, wielding the prowess of an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Just as Su Jiao was about to implore her brother not to harm them, she witnessed Bibi Dong glare fiercely once more. In that moment of shock, the so-called foremost were god of the Moon Kingdom, whose strength was second only to the Moon Douluo, remarkably sat back down in terror. Immediately, with a sweeping gesture, Bibi Dong unleashed an irresistible force which propelled all the men present far away, leaving only the dazed princess seated in place. Observing the considerable space Bibi Dong had cleared, Yu Xinghe playfully chided, "How domineering of you. There are just the two of us, and you've created enough space to accommodate dozens. Those fellows are likely seething with resentment towards you." In response to Yu Xinghe's seemingly traitorous remarks, Bibi Dong playfully pinched her waist. "You little rascal. If you wish to squeeze in with those men, I shall toss you out. Go ahead, throw me." Yu Xinghe retorted, "Forget it, you're so heavy. If I really threw you out, you'd likely crush a whole crowd." Though Bibi Dong grumbled about Yu Xinghe's weight, she nevertheless embraced her tightly as she settled down, allowing Yu Xinghe to sit upon her lap. Meanwhile, Su Jiao observed the two beautiful women, seemingly unbothered, and then glanced at the tightly clustered guards nearby, her lively eyes twinkling with mischief like a little fox plotting something devious. Welcome, esteemed audience, to this grand competition proudly sponsored by the XXX brand. With gratitude to the XX Chamber of Commerce for providing rare metals. As she listened to the familiar tones of the host, Yu Xinghe suddenly became intrigued by the Soul Mentor competition. With the host's introduction, rows of Soul Mentors entered in succession. Upon their arrival, the already lively competition venue erupted into cheers that soared to the heavens. After the rules of the competition were explained, with a resounding announcement, the contest commenced, and over 1,000 Soul Mentors sprang into action simultaneously. The first round of the competition involved crafting a level 4 soul guidance device known as the Star Cannon, distinguished by its robust durability and immense power. However, even for a level 4 soul mentor, creating such a weapon posed considerable challenges. It required meticulous assembly, and a single misstep in any stage could result in catastrophic failure, potentially leading to an explosive mishap. Yet, despite the need for careful and deliberate craftsmanship, the organizers imposed a strict time limit of just 2 hours for its creation. Within this brief span, the Soul Mentors had to refine, forge, polish, cut, and assemble the raw metals before them into a deadly instrument of destruction, an undeniably daunting challenge. Indeed, some Soul Mentors, in their haste, managed to complete their devices in just 1 hour, only for the evaluators to test them in the trial grounds, narrowly escaping being obliterated by the cannon. After a resounding defeat, the foremost Soul Master departed in dejection. For the average individual, witnessing the noble Soul Masters compete is an exquisite delight. However, for Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, it is merely a spectacle, and after a prolonged gaze, it even induces drowsiness. Noticing Yu Xinghe's head drooping, Bibi Dong shifted into a more comfortable position, allowing him to curl up and rest in her embrace. Meanwhile, Su Jiao, observing Yu Xinghe's slumber, found it somewhat incredulous. Was he truly present at such a highly anticipated event merely to sleep? Recalling how Bibi Dong's mere glare had sent her royal brother trembling like a leaf, Su Jiao, harboring her secret thoughts, disregarded the princess' warning gaze and cautiously approached Bibi Dong, whispering, "Beautiful sister, which soul master do you favor below?" Though Bibi Dong exuded an air of aloofness, she refrained from adopting a condescending demeanor towards a young girl. Frankly speaking, she found none of the soul masters below worthy of her admiration. Indeed, the soul guidance technology of the Sun and Moon Continent had impressed her, yet it was far from enough to earn her respect. In her view, the cultivation system of the Sun and Moon Continent was chaotic and backward. One should either diligently cultivate soul power or thoroughly study soul guidance devices. Attempting both simultaneously would only result in a jack of all trades, yet a master of none. Speaking of soul guidance devices, Bibi Dong was reminded of her experiences in Yu Xinghe's dream world. In that realm, although humanity could not cultivate, their technological prowess was astonishing. With mere mortal flesh, they could reach the moon and traverse the oceans, enabling instantaneous communication across vast distances and wielding formidable nuclear weapons capable of obliterating entire cities, or even nations, in an instant. Such power left even her astounded. In comparison, the sole guidance system of the Sun and Moon continent seemed utterly inferior. Upon hearing Bibidong's disdain for the soul masters below, Su Jiao quickly adopted a respectful demeanor and said, "Might I inquire, esteemed elder sister, from whence you hail? I would be honored to invite you to my humble abode for a visit, if you would graciously oblige." Considering her idle circumstances, Bibidong let out a proud hum and replied, "Given your earnestness, very well." In the next moment, the prince and his companions felt a wave of relief and wished to intervene, separating the princess from the two. However, Su Jiao preemptively exclaimed, "Do not be rude." Her admonition evoked the earlier fear they had felt under Bibidong's piercing gaze. "All of you halt," commanded the prince, and the guards immediately ceased their advance. Then, the prince stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Bibidong, saying, "I was blind and have offended you, esteemed elder. I humbly ask for your forgiveness this once." Chapter 195, When Technology Meets Cultivation, Part 2, Gratitude is extended to the esteemed reader, Xingye Jiayun, for their generous contribution. During the viewing of the Soul Mentor competition, Prince Susi's gaze was fixed upon Bibidong. His curiosity about her prowess was eclipsed by the sheer beauty she possessed, surpassing all women he had ever encountered. This admiration was not unfounded. In the realm of Douluo, Bibidong is first and foremost recognized as the Pope, and subsequently as a title Douluo. Yet many overlook the fact that her beauty ranks among the finest in all of Douluo Continent. After all, how could one of her allure give rise to a beauty of the caliber of Qianrenxue? To Su Si's astonishment, Bibidong showed no interest in the ongoing Soul Mentor competition. Her head bowed as she gazed tenderly at the slumbering beauty in her arms. Her eyes filled with affection and a hint of adoration. Su Si mused that should Bibidong direct such a gaze towards him, it might render him utterly weak in the knees. Unbeknownst to him, the only one capable of eliciting such a look from Bibidong was Yu Xinghe. Upon the conclusion of the competition, Su Si arranged for a carriage to escort the two into the royal palace. This was no ordinary carriage. It was a magnificent wooden vehicle propelled by soul power, drawn by a majestic horse. As they approached the palace, Bibidong curiously surveyed her surroundings, ultimately concluding that her spirit hall was far grander and more splendid. Upon learning of the arrival of distinguished guests, the king could not afford to ignore the occasion and promptly came forth to extend his welcome. In the current tumultuous climate of the Moon Kingdom, any potential lifeline was one he would grasp desperately. An elderly couple, adorned in opulent garments and crowns, emerged surrounded by a retinue of guards, prompting those present to kneel in reverence. In stark contrast, the proud figures of Yu Xinghe and Bibidong stood out like cranes among a flock of chickens. Boldly, "Who are you to stand before the king in this palace without kneeling?" The queen's words incited the king's fury, nearly causing him to erupt in rage. In the next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the king, notorious for his fear of his wife, extended a trembling hand and delivered a resounding slap to the queen. As the crisp sound of the slap echoed, the queen, clutching her face, looked at the king in disbelief, murmuring, "You actually struck me?" The king, panting, bellowed, "Ignorant fool. Even now, you choose to maintain your airs? Do you wish for me to take drastic measures before you relent? Apologize to our esteemed guest, and leave." With those harsh words, the queen stormed away in a fit of rage. Observing her retreating figure, the king approached, offering, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my wife." "Not at all," Bibidong replied nonchalantly, causing the king's entourage to seethe with indignation. Beauty should not breed such arrogance. In response to Bibidong's rudeness, the king remained unfazed and promptly offered her a seat. No sooner had she settled in than the queen approached accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Though the old man bore the appearance of frailty, his posture was remarkably erect, and he walked with a commanding presence, exuding an air of sharpness and authority that could easily mislead one into believing he was the king himself. Upon the arrival of this venerable figure, the king hastily rose, adopting an exceedingly subservient demeanor, and exclaimed, "The national master has arrived. Please, take a seat." The only individual capable of eliciting such deference from the king was Qian Wei, the esteemed national master of the Moon Kingdom, an 8th-level soul master, and a titled Douluo. It is worth noting that Qian Wei's sister is the current queen, which further elucidates the king's evident fear of his wife. As soon as Qian Wei took his seat, his piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk, fixated upon Bibidong. He then addressed her in an exceptionally frosty tone. Your Excellency has made quite the impression by compelling my king to publicly strike the queen. What remarkable audacity you possess. Might I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? Were it any other individual, the mere utterance of such words from the Moon Douluo would likely have left them trembling in submission. However, who was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, endowed with the unparalleled strength of a 99th level ultimate Douluo and a chosen one? Would she be intimidated by a titled Douluo who could not even compare to the likes of Dugubo? Contemplating this, a disdainful expression graced Bibi Dong's face as she tilted her head in a condescending manner and replied, I advise you against knowing my name. I fear it may frighten you. How fortuitous. I, Chanwei, may lack many things, but courage is certainly not among them. If you possess any audacity, do reveal your name, she declared. Mark my words. I shall not alter my name or my surname. Henceforth, I shall be known as Father. The simplicity of such a proclamation left Chanwei bemused, eliciting laughter from him. I had anticipated an illustrious title, yet it turns out to be merely Father. What is the significance of such a name? Suddenly, Chanwei sensed a profound silence enveloping the surroundings, with onlookers appearing as if they wished to speak yet refrained. Meanwhile, not far off, Yu Xinghe could hardly contain a chuckle, bursting into laughter at the unfolding spectacle. Yu Douluo struck the chair with great force, shattering it instantly, as 9 soul rings rose majestically from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The sight of these 9 soul rings rendered everyone in the grand hall pale with fear. The might of a titled Douluo was indeed terrifying. This was merely the residual power of Yu Douluo's presence. One could only imagine the immense pressure that the 2 enchanting beauties must endure. Just as Su Ci and Su Jiao pondered how to plead for mercy from Yu Douluo, they beheld an astonishing sight. Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe were clapping hands together. You clap one. I clap one. Let us all play a game. You clap two. I clap too. Who calls daddy is the most foolish. The crowd, witnessing Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong blatantly disregard his overwhelming might, Yu Douluo was consumed by fury. You two dare to humiliate me so brazenly. Watch how I deal with you today. With that, Yu Douluo produced a multi-barrel soul-guided firearm from his storage ring. As he revealed his signature weapon, the expressions of the onlookers turned ashen, and they hurriedly scattered. Su Ci also pulled Su Jiao away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As one of Yu Douluo's esteemed disciples, Su Ci was well acquainted with the formidable power of that soul-guided firearm. He had witnessed Yu Douluo unleash a torrent of flames from it, turning a 5,000-year-old Dianbai tree into a mere sieve. Fortunately, the critical weakness of plant-type soul beasts often lay in their roots. Otherwise, Su Ci's hard-earned 8th soul ring would have been lost. Yet even so, it was a stroke of luck that Chanwei had ceased fire just in time, allowing Su Ci to deliver a finishing blow. If even a 5,000-year-old plant-type soul beast could not withstand the onslaught of that firearm, what fate awaited Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe? Just as Su Ci could no longer bear to watch the 2 stunning beauties being shredded and closed his eyes, Chanwei finally unleashed his attack. Die! Bang, bang, bang. As the soul-guided firearm emitted a chilling wail and spewed forth fiery serpents, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong sprang into action. In the next moment, their hands moved like the wind, creating a flurry of afterimages, as if they had transformed into the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. Chapter 196, When Technology Meets Cultivation, Part 2. Thanks to the generous patronage of the esteemed reader, Sun Karan, barehanded and ready to receive soul bullets? Observing the stunning maneuvers of the 2 beauties, the crowd could not help but shake their heads. While high-ranking soul engineers indeed dominated low-ranking ones, the assailant was none other than Yu Douluo Changwei. Even the Sun Douluo Dongfang Tai and Qi Hongshan would not dare to act so recklessly against Yu Douluo's assault. As the onlookers mourned for the 2 beauties for 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, their expression shifted from shock to awe, and finally to numbness. Crack, crack, crack. Silence enveloped the grand hall. Only the sound of Yu Douluo's soul-guided firearm echoed as it continued to make hollow, clattering noises from the absence of soul bullets. Gazing at the wall of bullets piled beside Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong, the crowd's hearts cried out, is this still human? Human? Strictly speaking, these 2 cannot be considered human. Chanwei gazed at the unharmed pair, clearly shaken to his core, as even his most cherished soul-guided firearm slipped from his grasp, unnoticed. With vacant eyes and a dazed expression, he inquired, Who are you, truly? Who? I am the Pope, Bibi Dong. The first word dripped with an alluring charm that sent shivers down one's spine, while the latter carried an unmatched, regal authority. Bibi Dong. As Chong Wei pondered this name, she revealed her 9 soul rings, astonishing everyone. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The moment these 9 soul rings, surpassing the optimal configuration, emerged, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the crowd, instilling a profound sense of oppression and difficulty in breathing. Remarkably, this was merely the result of Bibi Dong not actively targeting them. With a dull thud, amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Chang Wei's pallid face crumpled as he knelt. Given his status as a titled Douluo, he should not have succumbed so easily. However, the recent activation of his soul-guided firearm had drained a portion of his soul power, and his strength had waned due to the impending end of his days. Furthermore, in addition to reaching the pinnacle of Douluo, Bibi Dong had absorbed the million-year skull of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. The mental pressure embedded within such an ancient relic was immensely potent. It was the confluence of these 3 factors that birthed this profoundly shocking scene. Not far away, the pale-faced Su Jiao observed the once-exalted national master kneeling, uttering in disbelief, "Is she a deity?" Upon hearing Su Jiao's musings, Bibi Dong replied without turning her head, "You may think of me that way if you wish. Although I am not yet one, I certainly shall be in the future. Were anyone else to proclaim such a transformation, they might be dismissed as suffering from delusions of grandeur." Yet when these words escaped Bibi Dong's lips, they carried an air of inevitability that felt entirely fitting. As Bibi Dong's oppressive gaze swept across the assembly, they instinctively bowed their heads. In that moment, despite being within another grand hall, Bibi Dong remained sovereign, a regal, sacred, and untouchable empress. Casting a glance at the crowd, she let out a hearty laugh, declaring, "It seems the Sun and Moon Continent is not so formidable after all." After speaking, Bibi Dong took hold of Yu Xinghe and departed amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. Once the silhouettes of the two had completely vanished, the palpable tension within the hall dissipated in an instant. The onlookers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be inundated by a myriad of convoluted thoughts. Some were left despondent, others were deeply affected, some mourned silently, while a few fled in haste. Bibi Dong, however, was indifferent to the potential psychological impact her display of bravado might have on them. To her, nothing was more significant than frolicking with Yu Xinghe. Not long after exiting the royal palace, the pair arrived at an auction house. Had it been before their visit to the Moon King's palace, Bibi Dong might have been intrigued to compare the auction houses of this foreign continent with that of the Douluo Continent. Yet, having witnessed the pinnacle of power in this realm, she felt disillusioned with it. If even the title Douluo was merely mediocre, what treasures could this auction house possibly offer? Bibi Dong was reluctant to enter, but Yu Xinghe was exceedingly eager to do so. Just moments ago, the system had informed her of the abundant energy points within. However, as they were about to enter, they were halted. "Esteemed guests, may we kindly request your proof of assets?" The heavens bear witness, 2 notorious individuals who had wielded power on the Douluo Continent were now thwarted by a lack of funds in this foreign land. "We are here to auction items." At this critical juncture, Bibi Dong's quick wit shone through as she conjured an excuse. Otherwise, they would have been in quite the predicament. Upon hearing that they were there for the auction, the guards' expressions shifted, and they graciously permitted the two to enter. Along the way, the Moonstar River communicated with Bibi Dong in a teasing manner. "What do you have that can be auctioned? How about selling you instead? Sure, if you have the guts, tie me up and put me on display. Never mind. Such a worthless thing like you would probably scare off any potential buyers. It's better to keep you around to torment me, I suppose. Alas, why must my kindness resemble that of an angel? Angel, this is the most brutal mockery I've ever endured." True to her status as the Pope, Bibi Dong effortlessly produced a treasure from her storage ring, one that could fetch a handsome price at the continent's most prestigious auction house. The item she was set to auction was the water spirit crystal, won from the sea dragon Douluo on Sea God Island. After the appraiser confirmed its authenticity, Bibi Dong and the Moonstar River were promptly invited to the VIP room to participate in the auction. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our auction this evening. May each of you acquire the treasures you desire. Now, let us present our first item for bidding, an exquisite rough stone." As the staff wheeled a stone, large enough for a person to stand beside, onto the stage, the auctioneer began to eloquently expound on its qualities. "According to our appraisal, this stone has a significant probability of containing a rare metal the size of a human head, and the starting price is merely 10 sun and moon coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1 sun and moon coin. Surely, the value of rare metals requires no further elaboration. 1 gram of rare metal is worth 1 sun and moon coin, and within this stone lies a high likelihood of containing at least several kilograms of rare metal. All for just 100 sun and moon coins. Despite the auctioneer's extravagant claims, no one in the audience offered a bid. The crowd was not foolish. Every word from the auctioneer was laden with possibilities, implying that if opened, it might very well be empty. Just as the auctioneer was about to regretfully announce the item unsold due to the lack of bids, a voice called out from the VIP room. 100 sun and moon coins, I'll take it. Although it was merely the starting bid, the auctioneer's eyes sparkled with excitement. The crowd stirred, puzzled by the identity of the individual in the VIP room who would dare to purchase such an item. Sensing the mocking thoughts from the audience below, the Moonstar River chose not to take offense. After all, she had seized a remarkable bargain and saw no need to flaunt it. Otherwise, those with a fragile psyche might faint on the spot. It would be quite awkward if their family sought to extort her for 100,000 sun and moon coins afterward. After acquiring the rough stone, Bibi Dong curiously approached. What do you intend to do with that stone? Are you really willing to take a gamble? The odds are not in your favor. I wouldn't gamble. There's a valuable treasure inside. I'll reveal it to you shortly. Then, under the watchful gaze of Bai Bai Dong, the seemingly delicate Yu Xinghe, who just a moment ago required assistance to open a bottle cap, unleashed a striking blow known as the falling flower palm upon the rugged, knife-sharpening rough stone. Rough stone, I am shattered. As a surge of verdant golden light erupted from the fissures of the cracked stone, a rich and vibrant essence of life began to emanate from within. Merely inhaling a single breath, the two felt an overwhelming sense of ease and tranquility wash over them. Indeed, it was a treasure. Immediately following this, the moonlit river inquired, System, how much energy does this item contain? A conservative estimate exceeds 200 million energy points. Then let us absorb it quickly. Apologies, but the energy absorption permission for the energy gathering ring has yet to be activated. When will it be enabled? Ding. A side quest has been issued. Absorb another million-year soul ring. Quest reward. Evolution of the energy gathering ring to the 5th stage, along with a comprehensive upgrade. What does a comprehensive upgrade entail? A secret. By the way, host, due to your negligence, having shattered this stone slab, the life energy of this living gold will continuously dissipate. It is advisable to entrust this living gold to the system for safekeeping, of course. The system will charge a management fee. What? Must you be so unscrupulous? You have resided within my body for so long, and I have yet to charge you for accommodation. Cough, cough. Host, you may opt not to pay, but this living gold will lose energy with each passing second outside. Moreover, neither you nor Bibidon possess the capability to prevent the energy leak of this living gold. If you wish to avoid a significant depreciation of energy points, it is indeed wiser to entrust it to my care. Damn. Clinging to the notion of not letting the good fortune flow to outsiders, the moonlit river ultimately consented to surrender the living gold to the system for safekeeping. After resolving the matter of the living gold, the auction reached its grand finale. It was 2 keys, shaped like a crescent moon. As these 2 keys emerged, the auction hall fell into a profound silence, and the breaths of all attendees became hurried. Then, the auctioneer announced, I believe the purpose of your presence here is centered around these 2 crescent moon keys. I need not elaborate on their functions. The starting bid for this auction is 100,000, with each increment no less than 10,000. Of course, esteemed guests lacking sufficient funds need not worry, as the owners of these keys have agreed to barter in exchange for items, whether it be soul bones, rare metals, or even favors. As long as your item holds adequate value, they will agree to the exchange. The auction begins, with the auctioneer's hammer striking down. The once silent hall erupted into the sound of scribbling. Soul mentors fervently pinned down their highest bids, akin to reckless gamblers wagering everything they possessed in a final frenzy. Hundreds of paper bids, once completed, were directly inserted into a narrow crevice beside the armrests of the seats. Below that crevice, an aged and frail elder sat in a secluded chamber, observing the flurry of paper bids like snowflakes, his eyes vacant, lost in contemplation. Had the moonlit river been present, it would have been astonished, for this elder was none other than the king of the Moon Kingdom, whom it had encountered just moments prior. As the king lost himself in thought, several individuals, including the crown prince and princess, hastily picked up the slips of paper to examine them. Those deemed acceptable were set aside for the king's review, while the unsatisfactory ones were promptly discarded into the wastebasket. 10 level 7 soul guiding bombs. How absurd. What about my brother, a level 7 soul master, devoted to a lifetime of service as an 8-ring soul Douluo. Let us keep it for now. The crown prince, princess, and others gazed at the conditions on the papers with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, akin to gamblers yearning for the dice to reveal their desired numbers. Yet, with each hopeful moment, they were met only with profound disappointment. Meanwhile, Yuxinga gazed at the 2 crescent-shaped keys displayed on the stand and inquired, "System, what are those items?" The system replied, "Host, refrain from posing such rudimentary questions. Have I not provided you with an encyclopedia?" After stating this, the system disregarded Yuxingha's calls, as if it had frozen in place. Frustrated, Yuxingha, albeit reluctantly, delved into the vast repository of knowledge within his mind. Much like employing a search engine, with a mere thought, the introduction to the crescent-shaped keys materialized within the pages of the book. The key of the crescent moon. On the continent of Sun and Moon, there exists a divine relic, believed to have been formed by the fall of 2 deities. Every century, this relic reemerges, accessible only to those who possess either the Sunlight Key or the Crescent Moon Key. Note, while there are numerous opportunities within the divine relic, dangers abound. Caution is paramount for those seeking entry. After listening to the introduction by Yuxingha, Bibi Dong expressed her excitement, declaring her determination to acquire both keys. However, the question remained, what items could they offer in exchange? External soul bones? Mysterious liquids? The celestial Yuxingha? Ultimately, the frugal Pope scribbled a rather modest request on a piece of paper and cast it into the receptacle for replies. Upon discovering that Bibi Dong's proposed exchange item was this, Yuxingha scoffed, remarking on the lack of sincerity in her offer. Bibi Dong, with a proud huff, retorted, "If he doesn't wish to trade, we shall simply seize it." Yuxingha, in a state of exasperation, pressed his forehead and exclaimed, "My esteemed Pope, how could you engage in such uncivilized conduct? If this were to leak out, would it not bring disgrace upon you? Then what do you propose we do?" He continued, "I believe we must handle this matter discreetly, ensuring that this information does not escape." As he spoke, a gradually sinister smile crept across Yuxingha's face. In response to this smile, Bibi Dong remarked, "You are quite wicked, yet I find it endearing." Thus, a chilling laughter echoed through the VIP chamber. Meanwhile, in the secret room, Su Xiai and Su Jiao had perused all the documents, yet found little to their satisfaction. Just as the royal family wore expressions of gloom, another sheet of paper fluttered into view. Su Jiao glanced at its contents, her eyes lighting up. "Brother, what do you think of this condition?" Su Xiai, after inspecting the paper, cursed vehemently. "What kind of absurd condition is this? Are they mad?" Just as he was about to tear it up, he suddenly noticed a crescent moon mark in the bottom right corner. This was from the VIP chamber. Chapter 198. The crescent key in hand. Upon realizing it was from the VIP chamber, Su Xiai hurriedly inquired of a nearby attendant, who resides in that VIP room. The attendant, brimming with excitement, replied, "There are 2 stunning young ladies. They are simply breathtaking." Su Xiai, perplexed, asked, "What a peculiar metaphor. What do you mean by that?" In contrast to the previous attendant, the second attendant, who appeared more educated, provided a much clearer description. 2 girls, one large and one small. The larger held the smaller in her arms. When the larger one glanced at me, I felt an overwhelming sense of unrequited love. And when the smaller one looked my way, it was as if I had rediscovered the thrill of first love. At this point, the attendant's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Based on the descriptions from these 2 attendants, Su Xiai became increasingly intrigued by the 2 young ladies in the VIP chamber. He then turned to the old king and suggested, "Father, why not engage in a conversation with them?" The old king readily agreed. The VIP chamber of the auction house was equipped with a communications soul guide, which, though somewhat trivial, offered sufficient secrecy. Typically, such communication features required mutual consent to be activated, but given that the king was a VIP of the highest order, who would dare to refuse his request for voice communication? Thus, upon unilaterally activating it, before the old king could even utter "Who are you?" a spine-chilling laughter emanated from the microphone. The voice sounded as though it were being strangled, producing intermittent cackles, mingled with an overwhelming sense of dread that even the sun could not dispel, rising from the depths of one's heart. As if in the depths of a midnight reverie, the voice of His Highness whispered in my ear, "Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me." At the moment this voice was heard, the old king and the attendants fainted from fright, and even Su Jiao could not help but flee into her brother's embrace, trembling. Fortunately, Su Xiai was ultimately the valiant warrior of the kingdom. Such a trivial jest could hardly intimidate him, though it was indeed somewhat terrifying. As he felt his teeth chattering in fear, Another voice emanated from a microphone. Apologies, Your Highness. This communication device has not been used for a long time and has encountered a minor malfunction. It will be fixed shortly. Su Xi was left speechless. Sure enough, after a brief moment, the chilling voice vanished, replaced by a familiar, melodious whisper that was as enchanting as a sweet lullaby. It was those two. Su Xi and Su Jiao exchanged glances, both seeing surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Then, Su Xi hastily seized the microphone and said, "You two did not expect to meet again, did you? Do not panic. This is my communication device." As he spoke, Su Xi sensed something was amiss. Why was there no response from the other side? Remembering the earlier technical issue, Su Xi exclaimed in frustration, "Who is the imbecile that designed this device? It has problems everywhere. Bring him to me. I shall give him a good thrashing." Beside him, Su Jiao timidly remarked, "Brother, didn't you design this when you were 12? Also, the reason they cannot hear is that you have not turned on the mic, Su Xi." Once the mic was activated, the waiting Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from a trumpet-shaped ornament. "You two did not expect to meet again, did you?" Upon hearing this voice, Yu Xinghe frowned and said, "Do not tell me this room has a spying function, otherwise I shall dismantle this auction house and trace this telephone line to you. Believe me, I possess that capability. No one enjoys being watched, especially when recalling the intimate interactions he had with Bibi Dong in this very room. If someone were to witness that, it would be a colossal embarrassment. Moreover, there was the matter of the golden essence. Although neither of them feared any opponent beneath the divine level, being coveted by others was undeniably troublesome. While Su Xi was unaware of what the telephone line meant, even through a mere communication device, the murderous intent in the other party's tone sent a chill down his spine. Driven by a strong desire for survival, Su Xi quickly explained, "Rest assured, there are no imaging devices in the VIP room. No one can see what transpires inside unless they enter. We do not wish to offend anyone without cause. The reason I am so audaciously interrupting is to inquire whether you're interested in this crescent key. This crescent key belongs to you. Indeed, more precisely, it belongs to the Moon King Palace. I merely wish to ask, what would you consider a reasonable request in exchange? You wish to trade with us?" "Exactly. First, let us discuss your conditions. If you can agree to our terms, then do so." After a brief silence, Su Xi spoke. "We wish to request that you eliminate the Sun Douluo. Given the current circumstances, if the Sun Douluo were to be vanquished, the two great kingdoms of the Sun and Moon would restore their balance of peak combat power, and the Red Dust Douluo would no longer lean towards the Sun Kingdom, but rather maintain neutrality." In response to Su Xi's request, Yu Xinghe said, "Allow me some time to contemplate." "Certainly." Upon saying this, Yu Xinghe engaged in a secure conversation, sounding cryptic, with Bibi Dong. "What are your thoughts?" As the Pope, Bibi Dong was exceedingly familiar with the intricacies of the situation and the hearts of men. Su Xi's little schemes were utterly transparent before her. What Su Xi sought was merely to avert the impending war initiated by the Sun Kingdom, and eliminating the Sun Douluo was undoubtedly the most expedient and effective method. So, shall we agree? We must adopt a different approach to maximize our benefits. For instance, just watch me perform. Before long, Bibi Dong's voice emanated from the receiver. "I regret to inform you that we cannot acquiesce to this request, for the Sun Douluo bears us no ill will. Furthermore, we are not indigenous to this continent. I hold no particular sentiment towards either of your nations. However, I can compel the Sun Douluo to vow that he will coexist peacefully with the Moon Kingdom for a century. If you accept this, the deal will be struck. If not, I shall approach the neighboring Sun Kingdom to see what they can offer." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Xi hastily replied, "Very well, I accept your terms." Speaking as if fearful of any change of heart from her, Su Xi personally delivered the Moon Key. Shortly thereafter, 2 Moon Keys were placed in the hands of Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe. As they gazed at the crescent-shaped artifacts, which radiated a crystalline luminescence and emanated a slight chill, both Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe sensed a familiar power within them. It was the power of the divine. Chapter 199, Departure to the Sun Kingdom. Thanks to the generous support of the esteemed reader, Sun Ka ran. I am deeply moved. May I inquire when the 2 seniors intend to set forth? This very moment. Shall we prepare anything? The information regarding the Sun Douluo. We wouldn't want to mistakenly slay the wrong individual. We have only 3 titled Douluos in the Sun Moon Continent, so it should not be an issue. One can never be too certain. In a certain location, the researcher, Chi Hongchun, inexplicably shivered. The Sun Kingdom lies in the southern part of the Sun Moon Continent, and enjoys a tropical climate. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, the locals are particularly warm-hearted. Upon seeing Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong dressed in their fitted attire, they eagerly approached to assist in removing their clothing, fearing they might suffer from heat rashes. All in a bid to provide them with some relief from the heat. Yu Xinghe inquired with a smile, "Is this a tradition of yours?" Several men replied, "It's an old custom. The girls who have had their clothes removed by them all give it high praise. They candidly declare it refreshing." Amidst the laughter and merriment, Yu Xinghe reciprocated their hospitality by inviting them to swim in the river. However, the outcome was far from ideal. Those fellows, clearly lacking swimming skills, did not disclose their inadequacies and ultimately drowned in the half-meter deep waters. Observing the unfortunate demise of those individuals, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong resolved to don masks to avoid encountering such overly enthusiastic characters again. In the capital of the Sun Nation, Sunlight City, a place that enjoys perpetual summer, the inhabitants are predominantly adorned with sun-kissed wheat-colored skin, clad in shorts and light garments. Consequently, the duo of Bibi Dong and Yu Xinghe, dressed in their athletic attire, stood out remarkably. As they passed by a shop selling ice cream, Yu Xinghe once again halted, captivated by the icy treat emanating a tantalizing chill. Noticing Yu Xinghe's unwavering gaze fixed upon the ice cream, Bibi Dong sternly warned, "No more. You have consumed hundreds today. We cannot have a repeat of the other day when you wailed in the middle of the night with a stomachache. My hands were sore from rubbing your belly. I won tea. I promise this is the last one." Yu Xinghe's lips were a deceitful charm. "Truly," she exclaimed, tugging at Bibi Dong's arm with playful insistence. Her radiant eyes shimmering like a constellation, blurring the line between stars and her enchanting gaze. If Bibi Dong's slap was the ultimate restraint upon Yu Xinghe, then her endearing antics were the antidote to Bibi Dong's defenses. After a brief stalemate, even Bibi Dong's steely heart began to soften under the spell of Yu Xinghe's captivating eyes. "All right, the promised last one. But if you ask for more, I shall truly deny you." With that, Bibi Dong purchased an ice cream from the vendor. Watching Yu Xinghe relish the ice cream was a delightful sight. Her lovely lips slightly parted, crimson against the pristine white of the ice cream. Although the colors were somewhat muted, when paired with Yu Xinghe's crescent-shaped eyes and radiant smile, Bibi Dong felt utterly entranced. Alas, this blissful moment was abruptly shattered. Mid-bite, Yu Xinghe suddenly clutched her stomach, wincing in pain. Bibi Dong, exasperated, swiped the ice cream from her hands and promptly laid her down on her lap, rubbing her hands together to warm them before placing them upon Yu Xinghe's smooth, soft belly. Noticing a slight alleviation of pain on Yu Xinghe's face, Bibi Dong reproached her. "I warned you not to eat. Now look where it has led you. You stubborn one, from tomorrow onwards, ice cream is off limits for you." Upon hearing that ice cream would be forbidden, Yu Xinghe protested vehemently. Yet, before she could voice her dissent, another wave of cramping surged within her. "Hey, aren't you half divine? How can you still be afflicted with a stomachache?" Indeed, the physical prowess of Yu Xinghe is so formidable that even Bibi Dong cannot help but be astonished. Yet, it is rather perplexing that such a robust physique could suffer from abdominal pain after consuming merely a few hundred ice creams. Logically speaking, given Yu Xinghe's constitution, she ought to be able to devour an entire iceberg without discomfort. This has left her utterly bewildered. To add to her confusion, this marks the third instance of pain she has experienced. Contemplating this, Yu Xinghe resolved to consult the system Adrien. In response, the system curtly instructed her with 3 words: "Go read a book." Irritated, she opened the encyclopedia, but upon reading the provided answers, she snapped the book shut in frustration. It was all a deception. How could she possibly be experiencing that? Furthermore, she was well aware of her own HP status. After dismissing the search results, as she was about to exit, she suddenly noticed that the encyclopedia's global page had transformed. No, it hadn't transformed. Rather, she had never truly examined it before. Recalling the system's earlier advice to read more, Yu Xinghe curiously took a closer look. What she discovered startled her. Beneath the search box lay 4 intriguing symbols. The first symbol, which Yu Xinghe recognized well, was the spear form of the pulsar. The second symbol depicted a book, intricately adorned with a multitude of complex characters that she could not decipher, no matter how long she stared at them. The third symbol represented a profound, pitch-black void, so captivating that it seemed to draw in one's very soul. Surrounding this void was a ring of discs radiating countless dazzling lights, as if containing every hue known to mankind. The fourth symbol was a massive ring, covered in an array of instruments. Under the celestial river of the moon, Yu Xinghe instinctively gazed upon the unfamiliar patterns. Upon clicking the book icon, it transformed into a three-dimensional tome, and as she opened the first page, she was taken aback. There, atop the book, sat a diminutive creature with green skin, adorned with a golden crown and wielding a golden scepter, perched upon a chariot embellished with countless jewels. It was the Goblin King. Turning to the second page revealed a formidable bull-headed beast standing on its hind legs. Unlike typical colossal creatures of flesh and blood, this one was festooned with mechanical devices, gears interspersed throughout its body, exuding a potent blend of flesh and machinery. The third page depicted a spiny, lethal poison insect. The fourth page showcased a creature enveloped in dark mist, with an elongated snout and a barbed tail, reminiscent of a pig. The fifth page introduced a colossal dragon adorned with blue ice crystals. To Yuxingha's bewilderment, when she attempted to turn to the sixth page, she was informed of insufficient permissions. Subsequently, she exited and clicked the circular ring. To her astonishment, the ring trembled and transformed into a multitude of items. Some emitted a blue glow, resembling a drilling vehicle seemingly made entirely of ice, while others resembled trampolines, alongside a generator-like device and a furnace that blazed fiercely, spewing forth torrents of magma. Observing the familiar skills from her memories, Yuxingha momentarily froze, then exclaimed to the system, "Why didn't you bring out such treasures sooner?" Chapter 200, The Sun Duel. Celebrating the birth of the book's first hall master, Xingye Jiyun. In response to Yuxingha's inquiry, the system remained silent. Never mind. As the old adage goes, one should not try to decipher the thoughts of the system. Upon awakening, Yuxingha sensed something amiss. Her stomach had inexplicably swollen. How could this be? Suddenly, she felt another strange sensation, and as she reached beneath her clothing, she sighed in relief. She was neither pregnant nor showing. Rather, there was merely a hot water bag upon her abdomen. Furthermore, a figure stood before her. It was a little girl clad in a dress as white as clouds. Her face exquisitely adorable, with long black hair cascading down to her waist, slurping on an ice cream cone with a delightful sound. "Bibi Dong, who is this?" Bibi Dong shrugged and replied, "Just a passing child. Seeing your discomfort, she brought a hot water bag, claiming it would help. I tried it and found it effective. So to thank her, I bought her an ice cream. I want one too." "Sure, if you eat one, I'll give you a beating. You can decide how to handle that. Actually, the ice cream isn't that great." After resting for about half an hour, Yuxingha's discomfort subsided. Remembering the purpose of her journey, she turned to Bibi Dong and said, "It's time to set off. Does it still hurt? Should we rest a bit longer?" "No need." As the two individuals rose, they were met by a little girl clutching an ice cream, who extended her hands to block their path. In response, Yuxingha smiled warmly and said, "Little one, my dear sister has serious matters to attend to and cannot play with you. I apologize." In the next moment, the little girl spoke with an unexpectedly ancient voice. "Who is the little one here? By age, I could very well be your grandmother." The sudden depth of her voice startled both Yuxingha and Bibi Dong. However, they quickly regained their composure. "You are the Sun Duoluo." Upon hearing Yuxingha's declaration, the little girl clasped her hands behind her back and sighed with profound weariness, nodding, "Aren't you here for me? I stand before you. If your intention is to kill me, then do so. I only ask that you spare the innocent civilians. Of course, if you are here at the behest of the Moon Kingdom, I am willing to offer double the reward for my life. What say you?" Faced with the Sun Duoluo's calm demeanor, Yuxingha frowned. "Do you not intend to resist?" To this, the Sun Duoluo responded with a wry smile, "Resist? With the ruler having become your soul ring, I do not believe that resistance would alter anything." Bibi Dong interjected. "You say you are willing to offer double the reward to the Moon Kingdom for your life? Is that true? What conditions have they presented?" "The Moon Kingdom's condition is to surrender the Moon Duoluo and allow us to nearly beat him to death," replied the Sun Duoluo. Noticing a shift in the Sun Duoluo's expression, Bibi Dong could not help but smile slightly. The one thing she despised most was when others pretended to be calm and aloof in her presence. In contrast to Bibi Dong's more abrasive personality, Yuxingha was considerably more amiable. Do not listen to her nonsense. The Moon Duoluo's condition is clearly to strip half of his clothing and run naked through the capital. Upon hearing Yuxingha's response, the Sun Duoluo simply shrugged her shoulders and said, "Then you might as well kill me." While killing was certainly not an option, Yuxingha was resolute in fulfilling her commitments. She believed in her word and its execution, not wishing to leave any regrets in her life's journey due to evasion. Yuxingha initially believed that the completion of this mission was a certainty, yet she was taken aback by unexpected developments. After hearing Yuxingha's demands, Douluo surprisingly shook her head in refusal. If your intention is to mediate, then perhaps it is best to withdraw. Such an opportunity arises only once in centuries, and the chance to unify the continent is within reach. I shall not relinquish it, no matter what. After hearing Douluo's words, Yu Xinghe felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. How could one be so inflexible? In response, Douluo calmly stated, I hail from the nation of the sun. My parents perished in the comprehensive war between the sun and moon a century ago. Thus, you are swearing to annihilate the nation of the moon in vengeance for your parents? Yu Xinghe sighed, realizing once again that the narrative was all too familiar. To his surprise, the expression of the son Douluo remained exceedingly calm. When mentioning the murder of his parents, there was not a hint of emotion. A tranquility that instilled a sense of fear in Yu Xinghe. Not entirely, the outsider mused. Do you know how many wars have been fought since the establishment of the Sun and Moon nations? This was a fact that Yu Xinghe was unaware of. Approximately a millennium ago, a formidable warlord swept through dozens of small nations, achieving complete unification. However, shortly after this unification, the warlord met an untimely demise. Under the guidance of two great generals, the nation divided into what are now the Sun and Moon kingdoms. Over the past 1,000 years, these two nations have engaged in over 300 national wars, with border skirmishes exceeding 2,000 and countless minor battles. Each conflict claimed lives. How many wives became widows? How many children lost their fathers? How many parents mourned their sons? The most devastating war, I recall, occurred 200 years ago. That year, a remarkable king emerged from the Moon Kingdom, aspiring to unify the continent. During that era, the two nations waged a 10-year-long war. In this decade of conflict, hardly 1 in 10 citizens of either side survived. It was a true hell on earth, with vast stretches of land rendered desolate. The two nations required a century of recuperation just to regain their strength, only to fall back into the cycle of warfare. The relentless battles sowed seeds of deep-seated animosity in the hearts of the people. Whenever they met, fighting was commonplace, and life and death were decided in the blink of an eye. Yet, we all inhabit the same continent. Why must we continue this cycle of violence? Would it not be far more pleasant to live joyfully under the same blue sky? Together, we could explore soul-guiding technology, progress together, cultivate higher-yield crops, elevate our living standards. Sail the seas, soar through the skies in gliders, ascend the highest mountains, delve into the depths of the oceans, and uncover the truths of this world. Imagine what wonders await at the end of the path of soul-guiding devices. At this point, with reddened eyes, the son Douluo, seemingly driven to madness, roared at Yu Xinghe. I can no longer bear to witness lives lost to war. I do not wish to see further tragedies unfold. I cannot endure the sight of children kneeling before their parents' corpses, crying out for their father and mother. I do not wish to gaze upon monuments to the martyrs resembling dense forests, nor witness the accolades bestowed upon national heroes. I yearn for children to hold hands and run freely under the blue sky on the grassy plains, for lovers to embrace joyfully and dream of the future, for people to envision a beautiful tomorrow, to revel in peace and joy, and to savor the joys of existence. Now is the perfect moment for unification, and it can be achieved with minimal cost. How could I possibly abandon this opportunity? Tell me. Faced with the fierce visage of the seemingly malevolent pseudo-loli, Yu Xinghe found himself at a loss for words for the first time. Chapter 201. Anti-scientific ignorance indeed. The son Douluo's words carried weight. It was clear that Yu Xinghe had been overly idealistic. Even Bibi Dong, after listening to the son Douluo's defense, could not help but regard him with newfound respect. He is truly a remarkable individual. Although the spirit Douluo's cultivation level pales in comparison to Bibi Dong's, she genuinely harbors deep respect for him. The last person who commanded such reverence from her was Qian Xuanjie, who had not committed that grievous act against her. Of course, the fate of Qian Xuanjie thereafter is well known and needs no further elaboration. How, then, can you agree to my request? As she uttered these words, Yu Xinghe held little hope, for she realized she had no justification to thwart the spirit Douluo's initiation of this war. In a surprising turn of events, the spirit Douluo, after a moment of contemplation, indeed proposed a condition. If you are willing to hear my defense and prove that you are not a malevolent person, then I shall extend you the courtesy you seek, in return for the same courtesy, provided you can facilitate the merger of our two nations into one. You may demand my life, and I shall willingly comply. With a head full of dark thoughts, Yu Xinghe remarked, if I could achieve this, would I even need your consent? After pondering for a moment, Douluo seemed to grasp the rationale behind this, and replied, my strength is undoubtedly inferior to yours. How about this? I have a few questions I wish to pose to you. If you can answer them, I shall grant you a century for the Moon Kingdom. What do you say? However, despite her words, Douluo had no intention of acquiescing to Yu Xinghe's request. The questions she had prepared were conundrums that this era could not possibly unravel. There are 3 questions in total. First, how swift is the speed of light? Second, what is the nature of the world we inhabit? Third, why do we perpetually descend? Upon hearing Douluo's inquiries, Yu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Observing the dazed expression on Yu Xinghe's face, Douluo chuckled. It is perfectly natural that you cannot answer. Although your soul power is immensely formidable, it is evident that your understanding of this world is akin to that of a mere child. What a pitiable soul. Had anyone dared to show such pity towards Bibi Dong, she would have undoubtedly dismembered that individual. Even the most revered hero would not escape her wrath. At worst, she would ensure a swift demise, sparing them from suffering. As a gesture of respect. Yet this time, it was Douluo who faced despair. For once Yu Xinghe regained her composure, she incredulously inquired, "Is that all? What else could there be? Let me enlighten you. These 3 questions cannot be answered without several millennia of contemplation. If I claim to know the answers, would you truly fulfill my request?" Upon hearing this, Douluo's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and replied, "You may disclose the answers, but they must be substantiated with credible evidence, not mere conjecture. Then you must honor your word." "Very well," they declared, sealing their pact with a handshake. Bibi Dong gazed at Douluo with a look of pity. "Oh, poor child. The 3 inquiries posed above are indeed unsolvable in the Douluo Continent. Even the so-called invincible theorist, the master, would be unable to provide answers. However, 3 individuals certainly possess the ability to respond: herself, Yu Xinghe, and Poseidon. For they have all traversed the realm of dreams, and within the dreamscape of Yu Xinghe. These questions are as fundamental as the colors of soul rings representing the passage of years. As Bibi Dong unexpectedly revealed a look of compassion towards her, the unease in the heart of Sun Douluo intensified. Then, Yu Xinghe cheerfully remarked, "The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. The world we inhabit is akin to a celestial sphere. You can envision it as living on a globe. Ultimately, no matter how high we ascend, we shall inevitably descend. For we are firmly bound by a force known as gravity." "Impossible. You must be fabricating this." "Do not fret. Allow me to elucidate." At this juncture, Yu Xinghe beckoned Sun Douluo to sit down and casually instructed Bibi Dong to procure some delectable treats and a few pounds of premium soul beast meat, as she wished to indulge in both conversation and cuisine. Were it anyone else daring to command the esteemed Pope to undertake such tasks, they would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. Yet, Yu Xinghe, being the protagonist, would merely elicit a few tears. Nonetheless, despite the playful reprimand, Bibi Dong remained quite indulgent towards Xinghe. After giving her a gentle pinch on the waist and hearing Yu Xinghe's pained exclamation, Bibi Dong finally departed to gather the requested items. "Regarding the first query, given my current capabilities, I find it challenging to present evidence. But I assure you that my assertions are unequivocally accurate. Secondly, the land we inhabit is indeed a sphere, floating amidst a vast expanse of darkness, perpetually revolving around the sun. At times, we are distant from the sun, while at other times, we are close. Thus, the seasons emerge upon our Earth. By the way, the sun is also a sphere. Furthermore, as our Douluo star orbits the sun, it continuously rotates on its axis, giving rise to the cycle of day and night." Listening to Yu Xinghe's explanation, Sun Douluo, after a prolonged silence, gazed with bewildered eyes and inquired, "What orbits what? What are the seasons? What is self-rotation? What exactly did you just say?" The Moonstar River remained silent, yet it was fortunate that its mental fortitude was unparalleled, having reached a tangible and substantial form, an embodiment of its spiritual projection. Then, to the astonishment of the Sun Douluo, the Moonstar River constructed a 3-dimensional stellar model using its mental prowess. It is often said that hearing is illusory while seeing is believing. Upon witnessing this celestial model, the Sun Douluo felt an implosion of certain thoughts within his mind. This reaction was quite natural, as the knowledge stemmed from a future thousands of years ahead, a concept too advanced for someone of his ancient stature to grasp. After all, even the likes of Inosuke and Tanjiro, upon their first encounter with a train, mistook that dark, iron behemoth for a monster or mountain deity. As the Sun Douluo became entranced by the model crafted by the Moonstar River, the latter elaborated with eloquence. Thirdly, our descent is due to the existence of gravity, which acts like a magnet, firmly anchoring us to the ground. You are familiar with magnets, I presume? Indeed, magnets were not a rarity on the Sun and Moon continent. Even children possessed them. The Moonstar River produced a magnet, continuously attracting iron fragments, then explained, the core of this planet resembles a magnet. But it attracts all matter, yourself and me, the earth and the sky, the seas and the stones, all living and non-living entities. Though the Moonstar River's explanation may initially seem fantastical, as the most learned individual on the Sun and Moon continent, the son Douluo believed he could discern between the profound and the absurd. After all, in this era, one could not pose such questions without possessing a modicum of knowledge. Reluctantly acknowledging this truth, during subsequent dialogues with the Moonstar River, the son Douluo presented some of the current conundrums plaguing the Soul Mentor community, all of which the Moonstar River answered with ease, as if it were merely enjoying a meal. Beside them, Bibi Dong observed the Moonstar River's articulate discourse, leaving the son Douluo in a state of bewilderment, stifling her laughter while relishing the joy of standing upon the pinnacle of knowledge, akin to a prophet. A person immersed in the ocean of knowledge is often oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when the Moonstar River began to feel drowsy that the son Douluo realized night had fallen. Hey, don't sleep just yet. Answer me one more question. Just as the son Douluo was about to pose another inquiry, Bibi Dong lifted the Moonstar River into her arms. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, the Moonstar River recognized the familiar embrace. It shifted slightly, finding the most comfortable position before drifting sweetly into slumber. Then, Bibi Dong gazed down at the son Douluo and asked, will you agree or not? I cannot possibly comply with her request if she cannot substantiate her initial answer. As the conversation drew to a close, the face of the son Douluo flushed crimson. After nearly half a day of dialogue with Yu Xinghe, she had come to realize that this child, who was peacefully slumbering in another's embrace, was a truly erudite and pragmatic scholar. Logically, having answered the question, she should honor her promise. However, the thought of relinquishing the present opportunity to wait another century, only to face yet another bloodbath, compelled the son Douluo to resort to cunning tactics. To her astonishment, Bibi Dong, the second person to have earned her admiration, was equally capable of such disreputable trickery. This revelation prompted Bibi Dong to instinctively raise her hand, poised to strike the son Douluo on the head. In that fleeting moment, the son Douluo perceived a transformation in Bibi Dong, who, once an enchanting figure of grace, now radiated an aura of lethal intent. A chill ran down her spine, and for the first time, she felt an overwhelming sensation akin to having her throat constricted, rendering even the act of breathing a laborious endeavor. It was at this juncture that the son Douluo truly succumbed to despair. Such formidable prowess was beyond her capacity to contend with. And even the combined might of the three great Douluos of the Sun and Moon continents would struggle to oppose it. Just as she closed her eyes, preparing to accept her fate, a soft and melodious hum pierced the tension. Upon hearing this sound, the previously menacing Bibi Dong immediately retracted her imposing presence, reverting to her gentle and alluring self. Yet, in her gaze, there was only room for the figure cradled in her arms. Watching Bibi Dong softly croon an unknown lullaby to lull the child back to sleep, the son Douluo felt a wave of anguish wash over her. Closing her eyes in torment, if I am guilty, then please end my life, but spare me the sight of such tantalizing spectacles. Once she confirmed that Yu Xinghe had once again drifted into slumber, Bibi Dong spoke to the son Douluo in a voice as sharp as a thread, since you refused to grant the Moon Kingdom a century of peace. Shall I then annihilate you on behalf of the Moon Kingdom? After all, unity is the ultimate goal. Hearing Bibi Dong's intent, the son Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you not fear divine retribution for slaughtering innocents with your unparalleled strength? You may resort to deceit, so why should I not? Bibi Dong's words rendered the son Douluo momentarily speechless. Just as the tension between them escalated, a small creature, Ing, suddenly appeared. In the presence of such an adorable being, the instinctual reaction of everyone was to embrace it, and the son Douluo was no exception. Of course, Bibi Dong was unable to catch it, and the son Douluo, being considerably less skilled, stood no chance either. Enough. Stop trying to grab me, Ing exclaimed, evading the son Douluo's attempts. You two are remarkably foolish. One seeks the unification of the continent, while the other desires a century of peace for the Moon Kingdom. These aims are not mutually exclusive. How can they not be? Casting a glance at Bibi Dong's ample bosom, Ing quipped, A woman with such ample endowments and little wit. Allow this deity to enlighten you. In response to the playful taunt of being large-chested, yet lacking in intellect, Bibi Dong coolly remarked, "What would you suggest as a solution? If you cannot propose one, what will you do then?" It was only then that Bibi Dong awkwardly realized she was utterly at a loss in the presence of this adorable creature. However, she swiftly turned her gaze to Yu Xinghe, a smirk playing on her lips. "If you cannot conjure up a good plan, I shall take advantage of Xinghe, and then let Xinghe settle the score with you." Yu Xinghe, deep in slumber, instinctively shivered at this statement. At the thought of Xinghe's timid demeanor before Bibi Dong, Ying helplessly suggested, "The solution is actually quite simple. As long as you can intimidate the two nations with sufficient power, compelling them to agree to a merger, would that not suffice? As for the so-called century-long peace demand from the Moon Nation, that is even easier. Simply allow them to take charge of the newly merged nation." Upon hearing Ying's proposal, both Sun Douluo and Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. Indeed, they had initially erred. Hostility was entirely unnecessary. Sun Douluo then stated, "This is indeed a viable approach. Yet there are two crucial points to consider. First, the royal family of the Sun will absolutely refuse. Second, I believe that with your strength, intimidating both sides should not pose a challenge. However, will you remain on this continent indefinitely, or at least for a minimum of 20 years? Sun Douluo's words struck a chord. The victors and the vanquished. A unified nation cannot harbor dual voices. Otherwise, it is destined for division once more. While the trio pondered this dilemma, Ying gazed at the peacefully slumbering Yu Xinghe, feeling a wave of discontent wash over her. "While we three are here devising plans, you are comfortably napping?" With this thought, overwhelmed by an acute sense of unfairness, Ying soared to Yu Xinghe's face and playfully circled her fluffy little hand around her nose. With a loud sneeze, Yu Xinghe awoke with a frown. Before she could express her annoyance, Bibi Dong recounted the earlier discussion. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinghe smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "This is indeed a feasible idea. The question of who governs the kingdom is not insurmountable. We can certainly allow both royal families to jointly oversee a single nation. However, this will inevitably lead to complications. Hence, we require the intervention of a third-party force to serve as a buffer between the two royal families." At this juncture, Yu Xinghe turned her gaze towards Sun Douluo, stating, "It is inappropriate for either royal family to hold military power. It would be far more suitable for you to take command." Chapter 203, Journey to the Divine Relics. Thanks to the reader 2019082222 for the generous reward. Regarding the delegation of military command to her, Sun Douluo harbored reservations. "I am not adept at leading armies, and the troops are loyal to their respective royal families. While it may be easy to seize military authority, gaining the soldiers' allegiance is a far more daunting task. Indeed, the enduring rule of the two great kingdoms over the course of centuries has deeply ingrained the essence of royal authority within the veins of the soldiers. Even though Sun Douluo ostensibly commands the two armies, one can scarcely doubt that a mere nod from the royal houses would send the troops scurrying back to their respective homes." Just as despair began to loom over the assembly, Sun Douluo proposed, "What if we were to appoint a person of great renown and unquestionable credibility to lead this newly formed coalition army?" Bibi Dong interjected, "I believe this is unfeasible. To quell any dissent, it is imperative that this individual bears no ties to either royal family, while simultaneously possessing sufficient influence. Most crucially, this person must wield formidable power to swiftly and firmly command the army. Yet, what if this individual, upon gaining control, harbors ambitions? Should we depart, all our efforts would be rendered futile. Ultimately, the need for a potent deterrent to keep the two kingdoms in check pointed to only two candidates, Yu Xinghe or Bibi Dong. It seemed that they had returned to the starting point. Suddenly, Ying appeared to recall something and addressed Yu Xinghe. "Aren't you capable of that dissociation? Why not split into a couple of daughters?" To this, Yu Xinghe rolled her eyes, retorting, "Do you think I am a gourd child? Splitting at will? Upon birth, they should possess formidable strength." As she spoke, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. It dawned upon her that within her mental repository, there existed a branch dedicated to summoning. With this thought, Yu Xinghe hastily perused the tome of summoning. Upon reaching the first page, she beheld the Goblin King, and a stream of information materialized in her consciousness. Gauga, the monarch of the goblin race, though inherently weak, commands countless formidable goblins. Evaluation: truly, a single one can govern a nation. Summoning conditions: 100 million energy points. After absorbing this, Yu Xinghe silently flipped to the next page featuring the mechanical bull-headed beast. This time, she bypassed the descriptive information and went straight to the summoning conditions. 200 million energy points. Farewell. Then, Yu Xinghe despaired as she discovered that the subsequent beings became increasingly costly, akin to an auction, escalating by millions. Particularly alarming was the frost giant dragon Skasa on the 5th page, which not only demanded 500 million energy points, but also required the carcass of an ice dragon and a potent ice-type soul beast as offerings. Where would she procure such energy points now? Speaking of energy points, Yu Xinghe inquired, are there any volcanoes, wind valleys, or thunderstorm regions on the Sun-Moon continent? No. What about rare metal veins? There are a few, but they have been nearly exhausted. New veins have yet to be explored. This situation was rather awkward. Are there any volcanoes or ice valleys? None. Xinghe mused. It appears that the Sun-Moon continent is not all that impressive. No wonder they focus on cultivating soul guide technology, lacking in everything essential. Just as Yu Xinghe wallowed in her troubles, Ying suddenly declared, I have uncovered the reason. If there exists a place on the Sun-Moon continent that can provide the energy points required by the Moonlight River, it is solely the Divine Relics. Nestled in the central region between the two great nations of the Sun and Moon, the Divine Relics consist of two seemingly unremarkable small lakes. Were it not for the repeated assurances from the Sun Douluo, Moonlight River would never have believed that the circular and crescent-shaped lakes before her were the most enigmatic divine relics of the Sun-Moon continent. Long before their arrival, others had reached this place. As the most renowned relic on the Sun-Moon continent, countless soul masters have sought to gain fortune from it. However, the entry tickets are limited, leading to fierce competition and turmoil each time the Moon Crescent Key or the Sunlight Key is made available. Even so, including Moonlight River and her companions, there were precisely 10 individuals present. Upon the arrival of Moonlight River and her group, the gazes of the 7 others shifted towards them. There was no way around it. After all, only Moonlight River and her companions were females, and remarkably beautiful ones at that. Just as the crowd pondered the identities of the trio, a bald figure suddenly emerged from the throng. This individual sported a gleaming bald head, complemented by stylish goggles and clad in a striking outfit. He was the independent Red Dust Douluo, Chi Hongchen. With intentions of courting the ladies, the other male soul masters wore smiles while internally cursing and making way. After greeting the Sun Douluo, Chi Hongchen remarked, Old lady, are these 2 your disciples? They are quite appealing. How about introducing one to me as a wife? Of course, I wouldn't mind taking both, given my generous nature. Haha. Upon hearing Chi Hongchen's words, the Sun Douluo silently closed her eyes. During her time with Bibi Dong and Moonlight River, she had learned a valuable lesson. One does not court disaster without reason. Noticing the Sun Douluo's closed eyes and lack of intervention, Chi Hongchen felt something was amiss, yet the allure before him was irresistible. He stepped forward, reaching out to caress Bibi Dong's face. Just as his hand was about to make contact, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Bibi Dong unleashed 9 soul rings that surpassed human comprehension. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Then, amidst a wave of relief from the crowd, Chi Hongchen fell to the ground, dazed and muttering nonsensically about stars in broad daylight. With Chi Hongchen incapacitated, everyone swiftly grasped the reality of the situation, suppressing their inappropriate thoughts. Before long, as the 2 lakes began to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, those holding the Moon Crescent Key leaped into the Moon Lake, while those with the Sunlight Key dove into the Sun Lake. After plunging into the water, the sensation of spinning and swirling enveloped them, and they found themselves transported to an entirely new world. In the distance, colossal volcanoes belched forth clouds of gray-black smoke, permeating the air with a pungent scent of sulfur. At the heart of the land lay an immense pool of molten lava, obstructing the path of all who dared approach. Amidst this somber expanse, a dazzling orange-red glow surged forth, illuminating the faces of the onlookers with a vivid hue. Gazing upon the countless mountain silhouettes shrouded in darkness, Yu Xinghe began to comprehend why the Douluo Continent was devoid of volcanoes. It seemed all their essence had been transported here by the deities. Simultaneously, a notification chimed, detecting a substantial amount of fire energy. Would you like to absorb it? The response was unequivocal, absolutely. Upon entering this realm, Chi Hongchen was the first to speak, declaring, this divine relic is a rare opportunity. Let each of us strive to seize our fortunes. Farewell. Chi Hongchen had initially intended to accompany Bibi Dong and the others, but given her overwhelming prowess, he feared that remaining in her company could spell disaster for him. Chapter 204. The Sea of Flames. The furnace. Unlike the divine inheritances of the Douluo Continent, the divine relics of the Sun and Moon Continent lacked specific assessments. In essence, it was merely a treasure hunt. The first challenge before them was to traverse the seemingly boundless sea of fire composed of molten lava. The Soul Masters exerted their utmost efforts, employing various methods to navigate the perilous terrain. Chi Hongchen produced a glider, taking a few running strides before soaring over the Sea of Flames, while the remaining Soul Masters unveiled a contraption known as the Moonlight Ship. The Moonlight Vessel is a 6th-tier soul guidance device, renowned for its high-temperature resistance, foldability, and portability. After all, not every Soul Master possesses a storage ring. As the crowd dispersed, Yu Xinghe curiously inquired, "Why does Chi Hongchen, a titled Douluo, still use a glider to fly?" The Sun Douluo elucidated. When Chi Hongchen first became a titled Douluo, he ventured into the abyssal forest to challenge the evil eye tyrant. However, he was met with a piercing gaze from the tyrant, and since then, he has developed a fear of heights, necessitating the use of a glider for flight. Of course, with the aid of the glider, he also conserves considerable soul power, thus achieving 2 objectives at once. Then why not seek out treasures? Is there anything in this world more precious than you? As he spoke, the Sun Douluo gazed at Yu Xinghe with an intensity that suggested she was indeed a rare gem. While others might misconstrue his words, Yu Xinghe, as the subject, understood that the Sun Douluo was actually admiring the knowledge residing in her mind. Since the Sun Douluo was unwilling to depart and the outsiders had left, Yu Xinghe began to absorb energy directly as she submerged her hand into the sea of magma. The meager 5-digit figure on her bracelet surged upward as if a platinum deity had just released a new tome, the numbers climbing rapidly. Yet, despite the increase of 10,000 points per second, Yu Xinghe still felt it was too slow. System, could you enhance the energy absorption rate? Regarding elemental energy matters, the host may consult the encyclopedia. Darn. Yu Xinghe was baffled by the recent quirks of the system. Whenever she posed a question, the system's initial response was to direct her to consult a book. Although that tome indeed contained a wealth of information, Yu Xinghe preferred to listen to the system's voice instead. The elemental energy category, depicted as the 3rd symbol in the encyclopedia, was also quite familiar to her. Upon clicking, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into her mind. The intensity of this influx was so immense that even Yu Xinghe, with her formidable mental prowess, experienced a moment of dizziness. Had it been someone else, like Douluo, they would have undoubtedly succumbed instantaneously. After taking a brief respite to acclimatize, Yu Xinghe began to examine the information, the essence of the elements, to perceive the true nature of all elements and to master them. And then, there was nothing more. Just these 16 characters? Just as Yu Xinghe was cursing the system for its inadequacy, she suddenly sensed a change in the molten sea before her. Previously, in her perception, the temperature of the sea of lava was extraordinarily high, certainly exceeding 10,000 degrees. Only someone like Yu Xinghe, with her demigod physique and the aid of a gathering ring, could withstand immersing her hand in the lava. Otherwise, even a powerhouse like Bibi Dong wouldn't last long. However, after grasping the essence of the elements, Yu Xinghe discovered that the lava no longer burned. No, the temperature remained, yet the lava now exuded a comforting aura, akin to cradling a warm cup of hot milk on a frigid day, pleasantly soothing. Immediately, with a casual flick of her hand, the molten sea surged dramatically. The soul mentors still aboard their moon vessels, yet to disembark, were instantly terrified, hastily activating their defensive soul tools. Fortunately, Yu Xinghe was not a reckless child, sparing them from a calamity. Otherwise, it was uncertain how many of those soul mentors would have survived. Having established a familiar connection with this molten sea, Yu Xinghe's energy absorption rate skyrocketed, soaring from 10,000 points per second to 100,000, then to 1,000,000. The lava extinguished at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into cold, dark rock. Observing the once furious sea of flames now turned into a rocky shore, the mood of the Sun Douluo was exceedingly complex. However, she soon shifted her attention to the bracelet adorning Yu Xinghe's right hand. As a soul mentor, she possessed a keen sensitivity to any artifacts. Sun Douluo distinctly recalled that Yu Xinghe's bracelet had previously been transparent. Yet now, it radiated with a mesmerizing hue of red and white, reminiscent of molten lava. If one were to claim that this molten sea bore no connection to the bracelet, she would unequivocally disagree. After absorbing the molten sea, just as Yu Xinghe was reveling in her triumph and eagerly gazing at the numbers displayed on the bracelet, Her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. 10 million. Again, 10 million. She distinctly remembered that the final absorption count should have started at least in the tens. Could it be? Before Yu Xinghe could voice her inquiry, the system preemptively responded, "You must be seeing things. Do you take me for a fool with these starry eyes of mine? Return my energy points at once. I merely extracted a modest fee. Is my encyclopedia not worth this price?" To speak candidly, even a mere quarter of that tome could suffice to craft a protagonist. It is not what I desire. You are engaging in coercive sales. Do not be deceived by the vastness of the sea of magma. In truth, it is diluted with seawater. It is utterly thin. It lacks the genuine viscosity of authentic magma. As Yu Xinghe gazed upon the boundless expanse of the black stone beach, he was struck for the first time by the true meaning of speaking nonsense with one's eyes wide open. The thought of so many energy points vanished, coupled with his helplessness against the system, overwhelmed him with a sense of injustice, and he sank to the ground in tears. Upon witnessing Yu Xinghe's sorrow, Bibi Dong hurried forward, her heart aching, and gently inquired, "What troubles you?" As the moonlit river wept and sobbed, she lamented, "The energy points are gone. It's all right, it's all right. Even if the energy points are depleted, they can be sought anew. Do not cry," came the reassuring words. Though the moonlit river wished to cease her tears, the presence of outsiders made her feel embarrassed. Yet, the thought of the 10-digit energy points made her tears flow uncontrollably. Ultimately, the system seemed to recognize the impropriety of the situation. "Do not weep. I shall compensate you." No sooner had the system spoken than a miniature fire sprite, resembling a pumpkin-headed creature, dangled from the moonlit river's translucent earlobe, reflecting on the fact that she had exchanged her substantial energy points for such a trinket. The moonlit river resolved to cry even louder. However, this time, no matter how she wept, the system remained unresponsive. "Humph. Just you wait, system. One day, I shall extricate you from my being and craft you a child's body, treating you to stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat daily." After venting her frustrations, the moonlit river decided to continue her exploration, eager to discover if more energy points lay ahead. Chapter 205, A Monstrous Encounter. Thanks to the generous support from user Too Handsome to display, crossing the Sea of Lava, the moonlit river and her companions arrived at the second station of the Divine Ruins, the Ice Valley. Upon entering, a biting wind, reminiscent of a southern snowstorm, pierced through their layers of clothing. Even the formidable Douluo could not help but shiver. Bai Dong, concerned for the peculiar constitution of the moonlit girl, feared she might succumb to the cold. As she grasped the moonlit river's hand, Bai Dong quickly realized her worries were unfounded. The girl's hand was warmer than her own, akin to a small furnace. This warmth was undoubtedly attributed to the fire energy the moonlit river had just absorbed. While those with formidable strength like the moonlit river could effortlessly disregard the chill, the soul mentors suffered greatly. Despite their 50 or 60 years of age and thick thermal garments, they still shivered like frail children. Ding! A large amount of energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Would there be a service fee this time? Yes. Damn it, system. Although she knew she would face exploitation, the moonlit river chose to absorb the energy, for even after exploitation, some remained. Refusing to absorb would leave her with nothing. Once she found a secluded corner to begin absorbing, the astonished soul mentors witnessed the hard ice shards shatter. "A monster!" someone cried out, prompting the previously trembling mentors to flee in panic. Left behind, the moonlit river, perplexed, turned to Bai Dong and asked, "Do I resemble a monster?" Much like the process of absorbing energy from the Sea of Lava, she had begun with 10-digit energy points, only to find herself left with a mere 10 million. Before she could voice her questions, a mini snowman pendant materialized on her left earlobe. Although the outcome had been anticipated, when the energy point truly vanished, a wave of melancholy swept over Yu Xinghe's heart. In that moment of sorrow, a miraculous scene unfolded. The two earrings of Moon Xinghe came to life. The little fireman, sporting a pumpkin-shaped head, and the snowman, composed of 3 snowballs of varying sizes, detached themselves from her earlobes and flew over to her, sharing jokes. The little fireman asked, "What do you get when you add a wood to?" The snowman replied, "That would be a bed. And what if you add another wood? Then it becomes a double bed." Moon Xinghe was initially quite melancholic, but the humor of these two lively beings was so delightful that, with a chuckle, she watched them return to her earlobes and transform back into earrings. Beside her, Bibi Dong gazed at the earrings with a sparkle of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Ritaloo was eager to pluck them off and inspect their structure, but faced strong opposition from Moon Xinghe. Subsequently, Moon Xinghe and her companions traversed through the thunderstorm region in the night forest, accumulating an impressive 20 million energy points and 2 hairpins. The hairpin obtained from the thunderstorm region bore a lightning emblem, while the one from the night forest showcased a black cat design. Notably, every time Moon Xinghe absorbed energy, it created a tremendous commotion, leaving the Soul Masters in a state of anxiety. Following a tumultuous event in the night forest, the Soul Masters, driven to the brink of mental exhaustion, fled deeper into the ruins. Qi Hongchun, a seasoned powerhouse, clearly possessed greater knowledge of this divine relic. Along the way, he disregarded the elemental zones of fire, ice, thunder, and darkness, arriving directly before 2 massive doors adorned with countless moon motifs. As he caressed the heavy gates, his eyes gleamed with avarice. The essence of stars, an extraordinarily precious rare metal, is usually sold by the gram, and even a fist-sized piece could fetch a fortune at auction. Yet here, it was used as a door, gazing at the towering gates. Each standing 10 meters high and equally wide, Qi Hongchun felt his heart bleed. The most sorrowful predicament is to have countless treasures before you, yet remain powerless to claim them. Indeed, these grand doors were beyond his reach, primarily due to their immense weight. With a sudden spark, Qi Hongchun, observing the deformed pickaxe, sighed and abandoned his plan to chip away a piece. He inserted a crescent-shaped key into a corresponding notch on the door, and with a thunderous rumble, the colossal gates opened, revealing a fantastical realm. Here, the bright and cool moonlight bathed every inch of land, and countless crystalline trees were adorned with scattered soul-guiding devices. The notion of soul-guiding devices growing on trees would surely provoke laughter among many if spoken aloud. Yet, in this place, it was indeed the truth. Of course, not all trees bore such treasures, as this relic had been activated numerous times, leaving the outer trees stripped bare. Qi Hongchun's objective was clearly not among these peripheral trees. According to the intelligence he had gathered, this place was known as the Moon Temple, which comprised 3 levels. The first level, being the outermost, was abundant with ice crystal trees, yet the soul-guiding devices here were of the lowest grade, ranging approximately from level 3 to level 7. Qi Hongchun, being an 8th-level soul master himself, found little value in such trinkets. Thus, he disregarded the worthless relics and made his way directly to the second level. In stark contrast, the second level boasted only 1% of the ice crystal trees found on the first level, but its soul-guiding devices commenced at a minimum of level 7, with some even rumored to be of the legendary 9th level. Upon arriving at a particular ice crystal tree, he observed a firearm-shaped soul-guiding device suspended from its apex. The surface of this device was enveloped in a dark energy shield, akin to a lock safeguarding its contents. This was a seal. To acquire the soul-guiding device within, one must place their hand upon the seal, which would then conjure an image in their mind, a depiction of all the components of the device contained within. Outsiders were granted only 3 attempts to correctly assemble these components. Failure would result in the irrevocable loss of the opportunity to claim the device. However, not all soul masters adhered to such civilized methods. Some, driven by their tempers, would recklessly resort to brute force. The outcomes were far from favorable. Forcefully shattering the seal would merely trigger the self-destruction of the soul-guiding device within. While Qi Hongchun calmly procured his soul-guiding device, the remaining soul masters found themselves in a dire predicament. This unfortunate group faced raging infernos, traversed through icy ravines, and narrowly escaped being struck by lightning in stormy regions. Ultimately, they encountered a colossal shadow in the night forest. Upon escaping, the panting soul masters lamented, "We heard there were no monsters here. Why are we so unfortunate? By the way, isn't Douluo supposed to be behind us? Why haven't they followed? Could they have been devoured by that monster? That is plausible. But it's impossible. Those 3 possess formidable strength, especially that flamboyant woman. Even Hongchun Douluo would struggle against her. I suspect that commotion was most likely her doing." What nonsense. Even the strongest have their limits. The inferno, the icy ravine, the storm. Could any mere human conjure such chaos? Unless she is a deity. As this fervent discussion unfolded, unbeknownst to them, their words reached the ears of 2 notorious villains. Upon hearing the group refer to her as the flamboyant woman, Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. Meanwhile, Douluo silently mourned for the misfortunate soul masters. Just then, as the commotion among the soul masters escalated, a terrifying sound, akin to thunderclaps, echoed from afar. An evil dragon roars. "Awoo, run for your lives. Oh, mother, I want to go home." This place is too terrifying. Hasten to the Moon Temple. It is a sanctuary. Chapter 206. An unexpected turn of events. Congratulations to the esteemed book friend, Sun Ka Ran, for becoming the second hall master of this work. Observing the frightened soul mentors as they scurried away, Yu Xinghe and Bibi Dong erupted in a chilling and increasingly deranged laughter from behind. At the sound of their laughter, the soul mentors fled with the desperation of fragile maidens pursued by a maniac. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the Moon Temple, inserting the key into the slot. After their departure, the grand doors thunderously sealed shut once more. Gazing at the gate, crafted entirely from the essence of stars, the soul masters could not help but ponder. Surely, it cannot be that it will not allow entry. Then, the door emitted a resounding roar, as if a primordial beast were battering against it from the outside. As Yu Xinghe gazed upon the imposing entrance before him, he propelled himself into the air and delivered a mighty kick. The ground trembled with a resounding roar. Despite the intense vibrations, the colossal door remained steadfast, exhibiting a commendable sense of self-discipline for a portal. Beside him, the son Douluo remarked, "This door is crafted from the essence of the stars, which is extraordinarily resilient and possesses immense weight. It is utterly impossible for you to force it open. It would be wiser to use the key." In response, Yu Xinghe merely smirked. Then, to the astonishment of Sun Douluo, he extended his hand and pressed it against the door once more. As Sun Douluo watched in disbelief, the surface of the grand door, forged entirely from stellar essence, began to lose its luster, the shimmering starlight fading away until it transformed into a patch of rust. Just as the soul masters behind the door exhaled in relief at the cessation of the commotion, they caught sight of the rust appearing on the once mighty barrier. One of the soul masters,